As I opened my eyes, I was greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. Turning my head, I was astonished to find myself in an expansive, snowy white space, seemingly boundless. Upon glancing to the other side, I beheld a tall man clad in Frisia's battle attire. Could this be the hyperbolic time chamber? If so, does that mean I am beside Sun Wukong? Have I, perhaps, traversed dimensions? Does this imply that I am now Gohan? The protagonist scrutinized his form, the attire reminiscent of Frisia's army, a child's physique, and an extraordinarily robust body. Indeed, this must be Gohan. He closed his eyes, meticulously sifting through the memories of this body, traversing back to the age of 2, right up to the present period of the androids. As anticipated, these were Gohan's memories. He was astonished to discover that he had been reborn as Gohan. Remarkably, it is now the second day in the hyperbolic time chamber. Does this mean I must endure a whole year of rigorous training here before confronting Cell? With no alternative, he slowly rose from the bed and ventured into that vast, white expanse. First and foremost, I should familiarize myself with this body. After performing a series of warm-up exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, stretches, and splits, he began to attune himself to the strength of his physique. According to Gohan's original memories, he pressed his 2 fingers together against his forehead, concentrating his energy between them, sensing the slight warmth at his fingertips. As the formidable destructive power coalesced, Masenko, a beam of light, neither too powerful nor too feeble, erupted from his fingertips. This display of energy roused Sun Wukong from his slumber. Ahaha, I thought Cell had come to attack. I didn't expect you to wake up so early, Gohan. You're quite the eager trainee. Oh hey, Dad. I wish to adapt to this environment swiftly. I cannot afford to be a burden to you. After all, having just traversed dimensions, he was hesitant to confront Cell, fearing he might be unable to transform into Super Saiyan and get soundly beaten. All he could do was pray for his dear father to grow stronger quickly. Haha. Very well. In 3 days, I will attempt to teach you how to become a Super Saiyan. During these 3 days, Gohan, you must train diligently. With that, Sun Wukong rummaged through the refrigerator, casually grabbing some food. Feeling hungry himself, Gohan joined him in the search for sustenance. After finishing a rather bland meal, he revisited all the combat techniques stored within Gohan's mind, ensuring he could effectively utilize his energy. In essence, energy is a form of bodily power. The greater one's physical strength, the more adept they are at harnessing this energy. Thus, an individual's capacity to generate and control energy increases with their physical prowess. Energy resembles the spontaneous nuclear conversion of the body, and martial artists' mastery and understanding of their bodies allow them to manipulate energy at will, achieving the goals of combat and enhancement. After a period of acclimatization, he had perfected his control over this body. Following his warm-up, Sun Wukong commenced meditation. Fortunately, he would not need to spar in the first 3 days, or else he might have been discovered. A day passed, and Gohan had adapted quite well. He was uncertain of his current battle power, wondering if he could reach the threshold of 3 million to transform into a Super Saiyan. Dad, could you help me gauge my current battle power? After Sun Wukong had just finished foraging, he noticed a subtle change in his son, who appeared somewhat troubled. He speculated that perhaps the terrifying presence of the androids and Cell had instilled a sense of anxiety in son Gohan, prompting him to strive for greater strength. Very well, Gohan, begin to gather your energy until you reach your limit, he instructed. Son Gohan summoned the energy within his body, enveloping himself in a radiant aura that ignited every cell's potential, accumulating power until it overflowed, resulting in a state of explosive energy. Sun Wukong stroked his chin thoughtfully, nodding in contemplation. By the combat power scale of the Frisia force, it must be around 2 million, he estimated. Son Gohan, upon retracting his aura, nodded in understanding. Isa, ikumpra, ikansenseite, guan. With your combat prowess, you will soon transform into a Super Saiyan, Wukong remarked. Gohan nodded, then climbed into bed, closing his eyes as he repeatedly absorbed the combat knowledge swirling in his mind, reflecting on the sheer absurdity of battles in the Dragon Ball world, where even a mighty emperor could hardly withstand a single punch. The following day, familiar with the training methods embedded in Gohan's memory, he commenced his regimen, infusing it with his own insights. The hyperbolic time chamber was indeed extraordinary. Not only did it impose 10 times the gravity, but the temperature fluctuated between hot and cold, creating a stifling environment. With a tranquil mind, Gohan settled into a horse stance, meditating on the martial arts techniques he recalled. As he did so, he spread his energy throughout every inch of his body, creating a pressure that compelled his cells to respond. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong primarily gained strength by subjecting his body to multiple times the gravitational force, which placed every cell under immense pressure, thus activating the Saiyans' innate ability to grow stronger. That it was only later, when Vegeta mastered instant transmission, that he realized Wukong's understanding of energy control was relatively weak at that time, or perhaps he had indeed suffered a blow to the head that hindered his comprehension. He had difficulty grasping even Tien's four-way fist and took a year to learn instant transmission. Therefore, this method of applying pressure through energy not only fortified the body, but also enhanced control over one's energy. Naturally, the pressure must be applied gradually, without overwhelming force initially. In Gohan's original memories, Wukong and his companions' techniques possessed a grand and sweeping quality, perhaps reflecting the philosophy of overcoming all through sheer strength, as both Piccolo and Wukong had exhibited. After all, when they fought Piccolo in their youth and later faced Cell, who possessed regenerative abilities, they had to utterly devastate their opponents, using the Kamehameha to obliterate every cell. By the third day, Sun Wukong summoned Gohan. How is it, Gohan? Next, I will teach you how to break through to Super Saiyan. Let's spar and see where you stand, he proposed. All right, I'm ready, Gohan replied. With a powerful punch, Gohan struck, and Wukong intercepted with one hand. Gohan then pivoted, using Wukong's fist as a fulcrum to execute a side kick. Wukong blocked with his other hand, and thus began an intense battle, merging Gohan's combat experience with the wisdom of martial arts from his previous life against the formidable Sun Wukong. Chapter 1. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. As I turned my head, I was taken aback by the expanse of pristine white surrounding me, stretching endlessly into the horizon. A glance in another direction revealed a towering figure clad in Frieza's battle attire. Could this be the hyperbolic time chamber? If so, was that not Son Goku beside me? Had I truly traversed dimensions? Did this mean I had become Gohan? I scrutinized my new form. The Frieza force-like garb, a child's physique, and an astonishingly robust build. Indeed, I must be Gohan. Closing my eyes, I delved into the memories of this body, traversing through recollections from the tender age of 2 up to the present. During the era of the androids. As expected, these were Gohan's memories. I was astounded to find myself having ascended into his existence. It was now the second day in the hyperbolic time chamber, which meant I was destined to engage in rigorous training for an entire year, followed by a confrontation with Cell. With no other option, I slowly rose from my resting place and ventured into the vast, wide expanse. It was imperative to familiarize myself with this body. After a series of warm-up exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, stretches, and splits, I began to sense the strength coursing through me. Recalling Gohan's original memories, I pressed 2 fingers to my forehead, concentrating my energy between them, feeling the gentle warmth at my fingertips as I gathered a formidable destructive force. Masenko, a beam of energy, neither too powerful nor too feeble, shot forth from my fingertips, startling Goku, who had been slumbering nearby. Ah, I thought Cell had come knocking. I didn't expect you to rise so early, Gohan. You're quite the eager trainee. Good morning, Dad. I wish to adapt to this environment swiftly. I cannot afford to hold you back. After all, having just crossed over, I was hesitant to face Cell, fearing I might not be able to transform into Super Saiyan and would be soundly defeated. What a great attitude. In 3 days, I'll attempt to teach you how to become a Super Saiyan. But for now, Gohan, you must train diligently. With that, Goku rummaged through the fridge, casually grabbing some food. Seeing this, I too felt hunger pangs and joined him in the search for nourishment. After a rather bland meal, I reviewed all the combat techniques stored within Gohan's mind and practiced harnessing my energy. In essence, energy is a form of bodily power. The greater the physical strength, the more adept one becomes at utilizing it. A martial artist's understanding and control over their body allow them to manipulate their energy, achieving both combat prowess and enhancement. Having familiarized myself with my new form, I found my control remarkably refined. Following a warm-up, Goku began meditating. Fortunate that we would not engage in sparring for the first 3 days. Otherwise, my true identity might have been uncovered. As the day progressed, I acclimated to my role as Gohan, yet I remained uncertain of my current battle power. Would I be able to surpass the threshold of 3 million to transform into a Super Saiyan? Father, could you assist me engaging my current combat prowess? Son Wukong, having just returned from foraging, gazed at his son, who appeared somewhat altered and burdened with thoughts, feeling a twinge of confusion. He surmised that perhaps the terrifying presence of the androids and Cell had instilled a sense of anxiety in son Gohan, prompting him to seek strength. Very well, Gohan. Commence by channeling your energy to its utmost limit, son Wukong instructed. Son Gohan concentrated, summoning the energy within his being to envelop his entire form, awakening the latent power in every cell until it reached a threshold, resulting in an explosive manifestation of energy. Son Wukong stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. By the standards of Frisia's army, your power level is approximately 2 million. Afterward, Son Gohan retracted his energy, nodding contemplatively. I understand. I can sense it, Gohan. With your current power, you will soon be able to transform into a Super Saiyan, Son Wukong remarked. Gohan nodded, then retired to his bed, where he closed his eyes, repeatedly digesting the martial knowledge swirling in his mind, reflecting on the sheer absurdity of battles in the Dragon Ball universe, where even an emperor would struggle to withstand a single blow. On the following day, familiar with the training methods from his memories, he began his regimen, incorporating his own insights. It must be said, the room of spirit and time is truly extraordinary. The tenfold gravity is one aspect, but the fluctuating temperatures and stifling atmosphere add to the challenge. With a tranquil mind, Son Gohan assumed a horse stance and meditated, recalling the martial techniques ingrained in his memory. Simultaneously, he enveloped his entire body with energy, creating a compressive force that engaged every cell. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Son Wukong primarily enhanced his strength by subjecting his body to multiple times the normal gravity, thereby placing every cell under immense pressure, thus activating the Saiyant's innate talent for growth. It was only later, when Vegeta learned instant transmission, that he realized Son Wukong's grasp of energy was relatively weak at that time. Indeed, Son Wukong had suffered a blow to his cognitive faculties, struggling to comprehend even Tien's Four Witches' Fist, taking a year to master instant transmission. Thus, this method of applying pressure through energy serves to both strengthen the body and enhance control over energy. Naturally, the initial application must be gradual. One cannot exert excessive force all at once. In Son Gohan's recollections, the techniques employed by Son Wukong and others possessed a grand and expansive quality, possibly reflecting the philosophy of overcoming all with sheer force, particularly given his childhood encounters with Piccolo and his current battles against foes like Cell, who possesses regenerative abilities, necessitating complete incapacitation through techniques like the Kamehameha to obliterate their cells entirely. By the third day, Son Wukong summoned Son Gohan. How are you, Gohan? Next, I shall teach you how to break through to Super Saiyan. Let us spar and see where you stand. All right, I'm ready. Gohan launched a punch, which Son Wukong caught with one hand. Gohan then used Wukong's fist as leverage to execute a spinning sidekick, which Wukong blocked with his other hand. The two engaged in a fervent clash, combining Gohan's combat experience with various martial arts principles from his past life. Chapter 2. Teaching you to fast forward in confronting Son Wukong, a being of unparalleled resilience. The most effective strategy is to employ the methodologies of Earth from a previous life, prioritizing the incapacitation of the opponent's mobility. At the outset, Gohan enveloped himself in a sphere of energy. After a series of tentative strikes, he discerned that Son Wukong merely defended against his blows. Gohan executed a whip kick, which, predictably, was countered by Son Wukong. In that moment, he dissipated the surrounding energy, channeling the force that had resisted him directly onto Son Wukong. The released energy surged towards Son Wukong, who immediately felt a strike to his cheek, followed by 2 blows to his hand. After several exchanges, Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Gohan, where did you learn those peculiar techniques? They are quite impressive. In response to Son Wukong's inquiry, Gohan fabricated a tale of having gleaned insights from books, subsequently extrapolating those techniques. Fortunately, Son Wukong had never perused such texts. Otherwise, Gohan's ruse would have been unveiled. Following their skirmish, akin to the original narrative, Sun Wukong urged Gohan to harness his anger to transform into a Super Saiyan. Reluctantly, Gohan complied, feigning indignation. Old master, who traverses realms only to train in the hyperbolic time chamber and confront Cell? Such a lack of martial ethics, sneaking up on a fine young man like me. As thoughts of his extraordinary journey filled him with exhilaration, he found it increasingly difficult to summon genuine fury. Father, I truly cannot muster anything to be angry about. In a manner reminiscent of the original tale, Sun Wukong encouraged Gohan to envision the deaths of his comrades and Piccolo. As a traveler from another realm, Gohan felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, an urge to laugh bubbling within him, nearly breaking his composure. Anger was far from his mind. It was entirely unthinkable to actually laugh. Gohan gradually focused his energy, concentrating it along his spine, envisioning a scenario where the fierce warrior, known for breaking his massive sword, was thwarted by his teammates' blinding flashes. The thought of enduring such a predicament ignited his blood pressure, unleashing a formidable aura that transformed his hair to a brilliant gold and his eyes to a striking green. An overwhelming surge of turbulent emotion surged through him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Gohan, awaken. Slowly, Gohan opened his eyes, gazing at his surrogate father. What has happened to me? Fear not, Gohan. It is merely your first experience with this transformation. With practice, you shall acclimate. Sun Wukong chuckled. I did not anticipate your swift ascent to Super Saiyan. Remarkable indeed. It appeared that concentrating energy along the spine bore some merit. The next step would surely be the full power of the Super Saiyan transformation. After a brief respite, Gohan brushed off the dust from his attire, refocusing his mind to attempt the transformation once more. The sensation surged within him once again, and he marveled at the immense power coursing through his body, acknowledging the extraordinary nature of Gohan's physique. In the ensuing days, he engaged in rigorous training with Sun Wukong, rapidly acclimatizing to the Super Saiyan transformation. This metamorphosis was perpetually accompanied by a thrill akin to an adrenaline rush, amplifying his abilities while simultaneously demanding a significant toll. All while maintaining a semblance of composure remained elusive. It seems imperative to expedite the full power transformation into a Super Saiyan. We must hasten to press the fast-forward button for Goku, lest the prospect of achieving Super Saiyan 2 becomes increasingly dim. If he were to be overwhelmed by Cell, it would spell disaster. He does not wish to meet his end before he has had the chance to truly experience this world, especially after Gohan. After a day of rigorous training, he has grown somewhat accustomed to the Super Saiyan state. The enhancement is indeed significant, yet the toll it takes is substantial. He strives to calm his mind, engaging in full power training, yet every time he manages to contain his energy, he reverts to his normal state. Indeed, maintaining full power is no trivial task. Gohan, is it truly feasible to sustain a Super Saiyan state? Where did you hear such a notion? Father, consider this. If transforming into a Super Saiyan amplifies our combat power exponentially, should our training not focus on enhancing our base combat strength, thereby making us more formidable when we transform into Super Saiyans? Goku ponders this, nodding in realization. So that is the connection. What does it have to do with maintaining a Super Saiyan state? I must say, Goku, your response is quite tangential. What I mean is, if we enhance our base combat power, could we not transform the Super Saiyan state into our norm, thus allowing us to become Super Saiyans of Super Saiyans, or Super Saiyan 2, while maintaining the Super Saiyan state as our full power mode? Our primary objective now must be to achieve this full power state. A Super Saiyan surpassing the Super Saiyan 2. Yes, Gohan, how did you conceive such a notion? This might indeed allow us to vanquish the androids. Haha. This is what we call logical reasoning. Father, you ought to read more, for applying knowledge can elevate martial arts to new heights. Oh dear. Goku is in a bit of a bind. Months later, the space quakes violently as Goku and Gohan exchange blows, each thrusting against the other until they are both hurled back several meters. Yikes. Goku surges forward, his right fist enveloped in an increasingly potent aura, subtly taking on a draconic form. Gohan, undeterred, instantly gathers energy into his right fist, electric sparks dancing around it. Dragon Fist. Descending Dragon Fist. At the moment their fists collide, the entire space resonates with a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar mixed with thunderous storms, as electric dragon silhouettes intertwine, dazzling the eyes. While a rift in time and space seems to appear, revealing a defeated Vegeta and Trunks. Chapter 3. The hungry ghost emerges as the tremors subside, and the smoke clears. The two golden-haired warriors lie on the ground, gasping for breath. Father, perhaps it's time to temper your temper. You unleashed your full power without fear of harming me? My hands feel as though they might ignite, and my bones are nearly shattered from the impact. Ahaha, my hands are numb as well. And Super Saiyan 3 is quite draining. We cannot afford to dawdle. Indeed, over the past several months, Gohan has capitalized on the Saiyan warrior spirit, pushing both himself and Goku to their limits. Moreover, he has maintained the Super Saiyan state, ensuring their bodies remain in a state of constant readiness, while also teaching Goku to simulate increased gravity with his energy. Without suffering significant injuries, they pushed their bodies to the limit. Within 4 months, they transcended to Super Saiyan 2. After more than 3 months of intense training, Gohan reached the full power of Super Saiyan 2, while Goku, by a twist of fate, unexpectedly broke through to Super Saiyan 3. Although this form was not vastly superior to Gohan's full power Super Saiyan 2, its combat strength was undeniably greater, while Super Saiyan 2 boasted lower energy consumption. Thus, as long as they were not defeated instantly, they stood a chance. Gohan sighed with relief, thinking that perhaps he would not need to intervene against Cell, and his father's training plan had succeeded. Let's head back, Gohan. I feel there is no further progress to be made here, and achieving full power in Super Saiyan 3 is not a simple task. Indeed, let us defeat the android. Cell. Outside the room of spirit and time, Vegeta and Trunks awaited in the temple. Vegeta sat with his eyes closed, brow furrowed. It was evident that Cell, having absorbed androids 17 and 18, had attained his perfect form, and the subsequent events were not worth recounting, as he had been thoroughly defeated. The door creaked open, and the group outside watched as 2 figures emerged slowly. Oh, Krillin, Vegeta, you're all here. What happened? How did it go with the androids and Cell? Vegeta huffed, disregarding Goku, prompting Trunks to slowly recount the events that had unfolded. Is that so? Perfect form, huh? I must see for myself. Wait for me. In an instant, Goku teleported to Cell's location, while Gohan explained the reason they maintained their golden-haired forms. Although they could transform into Super Saiyan 2, Gohan chose to keep this a secret from Goku for Vegeta's sake, so they only knew Gohan was currently at full power as a Super Saiyan. After a while, Goku returned, having tested Cell. Krillin, seeing Goku's beaming smile, asked, "So, can you defeat Cell?" Goku frowned, saying, "Cell is quite formidable now. I might not be able to win at this moment, but I will find a way, haha." Krillin shot Goku an incredulous glance, likely thinking, "Laugh all you want. When I'm blasted to bits, you'll be the one to rally me to break through. Ugh, I need to get back to training. I wish to be alone, so please do not disturb me." Vegeta grumbled as he entered the room of spirit and time, his face etched with defiance. Once Vegeta was completely inside, Goku signaled Gohan, who carefully sensed Vegeta's energy and confirmed it was no longer detectable, nodding back at Goku. Haha, although I cannot defeat Cell in my current state, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 will allow me to easily overcome him. The others present felt incredulous. One could not breathe so heavily for so long. Goku, can you really transform into Super Saiyan 2 to defeat Cell? But why must we wait until Dad is inside to discuss this? I was almost in despair, Trunks asked, his face alight with surprise. If Vegeta were to discover the existence of Super Saiyan 2, he would undoubtedly drag me into the room of spirit and time for training. I would be utterly exhausted. This method was suggested to me by Gohan. Otherwise, I would have revealed everything. As Krillin heard Goku's words, he swiftly wrapped his arm around Gohan's neck, exclaiming, all right. So you two are playing around like this, leaving me to worry for nothing." Krillin possessed considerable strength, truly embodying the might of the strongest earthling. Had it not been for his inability to grow larger, Gohan might have thought he was on the verge of transforming into a godly being. Krillin and Luffy share the same voice actor. Now Goku, hurry up and defeat Cell so that peace may return to the world. Right, little Trunks? Don't worry, Bulma. Cell and I have agreed to wait 7 days before any combat. During this time, no harm shall come to humanity. Besides, I'm absolutely famished and lack the strength to fight. Goku rubbed his rumbling stomach, which in turn made Gohan feel hungry as well. Bubbles approached and said, all right then. I'll prepare a meal for you. Thank you, Mr. Bubbles. Thus, once the meal was ready, they dug in with gusto. It must be said that the food was indeed delightful. No wonder even the god of destruction was conquered by it. After all, anything is palatable when one has endured the taste of poor cuisine. After finishing the grand feast, Gohan requested an article of clothing from Piccolo, lamenting how much cooler the caped attire appeared. He also cautioned Bulma that if Cell were to be discovered by the masses, they should refrain from deploying military forces, lest it lead to disaster. After a round of pleasantries, Gohan and Goku returned to the place where it all began, Bun's Mountain. Kiki, Gohan and I are back. Goku-san. Gohan. Kiki's abrupt shout sent a wave of terror through Gohan, causing his body to freeze and cold sweat to trickle down his back. How could my Gohan have such yellow hair? Wah! My Gohan has turned into a delinquent. Whoever has witnessed such a scene would understand its sheer fright. Gohan and Goku hurriedly explained that this was the transformation of a Super Saiyan, a natural hair color, not dyed, and thus did not classify him as a delinquent. Many from other regions also sport golden hair. Moreover, Kiki, Gohan has been training using knowledge from his books. He is not only a martial arts genius, but also a diligent scholar, so please do not be upset. Ah yes, Dad is right. Goku and Gohan spent considerable time reassuring Kiki, explaining that in 7 days, Gohan would revert to his original form, which slowly calmed her down. Gohan wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering, oh no, after defeating Cell, I still have to listen to Kiki and attend school. Isn't this the beginning of hell? Chapter 4. The Path to Strength After Settling In. Kiki informed Goku that the household was running low on food and urged him to go hunting. Goku's first thought was to take Gohan fishing. Let us go fishing, Gohan. We're short on ingredients at home. All right. After resolving one dilemma, they encountered yet another, a lack of food. Goku and Gohan arrived at a riverbank at the foot of the mountain. Okay, I'll catch fish, Gohan. You go find some mushrooms, wild vegetables, wild boar, or buffalo. Sure, but Dad, don't leave me empty-handed. With that, Gohan soared into the depths of the jungle, leaving Goku pondering the meaning of empty-handed. Gohan suppressed his aura, attentively sensing the life forces around him. As anticipated, he spotted 2 rabbits. These rabbits were nearly the size of cats, and their flavor was simply beyond comprehension. He directed 2 fingers at the heads of the rabbits, concentrating to conjure 2 exceedingly slender beams of energy, which struck true, bringing the rabbits to their demise. Gohan proceeded to place the rabbits into a universal capsule he had requested from Bulma, and began his search for the next prey. At that moment, a cry for help echoed from a short distance away. Oh no, could it be? A little girl in peril, and the hero coming to her rescue, with the girl left with no means to repay him but through her body. What a glitch scenario. Speaking of which, wasn't Gohan destined for Videl? If the current Gohan had a system, he would surely hear a notification, such as, ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the ultimate choice. With great power comes great responsibility. 1. Save the little girl and receive a horseshoe and potato seeds. 2. Stand by and do nothing, earning the title of failure. 3. Enslave the little girl, gaining 1 point of perversion. While lost in such thoughts, he instinctively located the little girl, who had been chased to the edge of a cliff by a wild buffalo while gathering herbs. Gohan pulled her to safety and, in passing, transformed the buffalo into a source of sustenance. Thank you. I understand now, there's no need for any repayment. Just tell me where you encountered the buffalo. The girl said, speechless, pointing in a direction. He flew straight there. As his mother had said, the mind of this blonde-haired boy was filled with unseemly and irrational thoughts. The little girl returned home, disappointed. Indeed, in the direction she had indicated, several wild buffalo appeared. Gohan unleashed a few more energy beams, capturing nearly half of the buffalo and storing them in his universal capsule. Before long, Gohan returned to the riverbank, where Goku had already caught 5 fish, each the size of a human. Truly, he was a master of wilderness survival. Despite years of idleness, he had not starved. Gohan assisted Goku in placing the fish into the universal capsule and then accompanied him home. Gohan, when did you acquire a universal capsule? I don't recall you purchasing one. Goku inquired. It was a gift from Aunt Bulma. This device is far more useful than a backpack, Gohan replied. I see. I think we have a universal capsule at home too. What was it for again? It was for the car I bought after passing my driving test last year. Though I haven't seen you use it much. You prefer either instant transmission or the flying Nimbus, and the car was paid for by Grandpa. After we deal with Cell, you must earn some money. I'll have Bulma arrange a job for you. Goku could only respond with an awkward smile and then fell silent. Upon their return, Master Roshi called to have them watch television, and unsurprisingly, Cell announced the Cell games. It seemed that Gohan's future father-in-law was indeed coming. But Cell couldn't kill them in front of everyone. He would find an opportunity to strike them down later. After all, Satan was likely the strongest man on Earth, right? The next day, come out, Kakarot. How dare you deceive me? Come forth and explain what Super Saiyan 2 is all about, or I shall dismantle your home. Vegeta, calm down. I didn't mean to withhold that information. I'm not entirely clear on Super Saiyan 2 either. Gohan told me about it. What? It is you, little rascal. Pray, enlighten me on the matter of Super Saiyan 2. I have no mercy. Goku, you sly one. It must surely be that Trunks let slip the secret. Alas, Gohan can only deceive Vegeta. Super Saiyan 2 represents a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 1. It necessitates a transition to our current full power state, and from that foundation, one can ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, glancing between Gohan and Goku, appeared visibly reluctant, begrudgingly acknowledging that he had been surpassed by this lower-class warrior. His mind likely filled with disdain. At that moment, Gohan suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Uncle Vegeta, do not despair. I possess 3 methods that can enhance your strength, far exceeding my father's prowess. Would you care to hear them? Intrigued, Vegeta seized Gohan, exclaiming, Is it true, little brat? Speak swiftly. Should you deceive me, you shall face dire consequences. Clearing his throat, Gohan proceeded. Firstly, gather 5 noble Saiyans to channel their energy into you. This will enable you to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan God. Secondly, locate the Kaioshin's sword on the Kaioshin planet and shatter it, awakening the ancient Kaioshin's potential within you. Thirdly, simultaneously transform into a great ape while assuming Super Saiyan form, thus attaining Super Saiyan 4. Enough of your nonsense, boy. Counting Trunks, we have but 5 Saiyans here. Who knows if the Kaioshin exists? Have you even seen the Kai? Vegeta tightened his grip on Gohan's attire. Yet he retained a resolute demeanor. Of course there are Saiyans. You have a brother, do you not? Even if you cannot reach him, my brother is also a Saiyan. As for the Kaioshin, a simple inquiry to the Kai or Piccolo would suffice. Moreover, the power of the great ape increases by 10-fold, while the Super Saiyan transformation augments strength 50-fold. Thus, Super Saiyan 4 possesses a minimum multiplier of 500. At this revelation, both Vegeta and Goku widened their eyes in astonishment. How did you know I have a brother? Gohan, when did you acquire a brother? Gohan shook his head, realizing he could only offer a vague explanation. Hasn't the energy around Mom changed recently? Now there is a faint, unfamiliar energy. It is evident that I am to have a brother. As for Vegeta's brother, I deduced it. I possess knowledge of the future. Through divination, I glimpsed Trunks and thought he might be a relative of Vegeta, so I attempted a calculation and discovered that Vegeta has a living brother. Given your reaction, I have likely not erred. Wow, Gohan, does that mean you have become akin to an oracle? Impressive. Now, Kakarot, bring Trunks and the others forth, that I may transform into a Super Saiyan God. Should I fail to achieve this transformation, beware of my wrath. Do not rush, Uncle Vegeta. The Super Saiyan God transformation is time-bound. Let us converse again after the Cell Games in a few days. Perhaps you might attempt the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. I trust that the Prince of Saiyans should find it rather effortless. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta huffed and departed. Goku, too, took the rare opportunity to return home and indulge in some affection with Chi-Chi. I wonder if Vegeta can transform into Super Saiyan 4. Surely he wouldn't perish from overexertion. It seems that Vegeta is already capable of reaching full power. Perhaps only a slight opportunity separates him from Super Saiyan 2. Perhaps his cells are still insufficient for the transformation. Chapter 5. Confronting Cell. The 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone gathered as expected, including Mr. Satan. However, it appeared that Vegeta was absent. How peculiar. Could he have truly succumbed to overexertion? I must inquire with Trunks. Hey, Trunks, where's your father? Why hasn't he arrived? Ah, Gohan-san, is Super Saiyan 4 real? My father instructed my mother to create a Bulma light generator, which was just completed today. He intends to test the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. I see. Perhaps Uncle Vegeta really can achieve Super Saiyan 4. Regardless, defeating Cell takes precedence. Trunks nodded. And at that moment, the ordinary contestants were swiftly defeated, just as Mr. Satan was sent flying, much like in the original tale. Cell turned to face Son Goku. Signaling the end of the introductory interlude, it was time to delve into the main event. Son Goku, it is your turn to take the stage. Please entertain me to the fullest. Son Goku met Cell's gaze without hesitation, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let me witness your full power, Cell. With a swift leap, Son Goku ascended the white arena, both warriors locking eyes. each intent on deciphering the other's strategy. With a fierce shout, Goku unleashed a straightforward punch aimed at Cell's face. But Cell crossed his arms to block it. Such mundane attacks will not faze me. Yet, Goku's hand remained still, while Cell seemed to have been struck from afar. Indeed, Goku had employed a technique akin to hitting a bull from a distance. Seizing the moment, Goku executed a sweeping kick, catching Cell's leg and hurling him towards the arena, creating a significant hole upon impact. Cell, spinning to break free, retaliated with a series of rapid kicks, both he and Goku becoming mere afterimages, dodging and countering in a flurry of motion. Suddenly, Goku vanished, catching Cell off guard as a sharp pain struck his back from Goku's instant transmission ambush. But the onslaught was not yet over. Goku transformed his palm into a fist and unleashed a powerful strike. Cell's body could not withstand the force, resulting in a gaping hole in his chest. Trunks stood in astonishment and turned to Gohan, questioning the situation. What situation? How could I explain that Goku has appropriated my father's technique during their training? These are techniques I developed with my father. Haha. Truly, Goku-san is remarkable. Trunks gazed at Gohan with admiration, leaving him momentarily speechless. After several exchanges, Cell grew increasingly exasperated by Goku's Tai Chi and precision strikes, and with a mighty roar, he released a surge of energy that sent Goku flying. Goku, mere tricks such as these will not defeat me. Cell's injuries healed instantaneously, and the rules of the martial arts tournament became a hindrance. Thus, he resolved to engage in a no-holds-barred battle. Cell soared into the sky, his palms coming together in a menacing curve. Kamehameha. Cell, how can you disregard the warrior's code? Do you wish to obliterate the earth? Kamehameha. Huh. Here I go. Two formidable energy waves collided, emitting a blinding light that rendered one unable to open their eyes. The force of the energy clash sent Satan and his companions flying, causing the live broadcast cameras to burst. Sun Wukong, you cannot defeat me in this state. Ha ha ha, perish. Cell unleashed his full power, overpowering Sun Wukong. Cell, you have forced my hand. Sun Wukong's energy surged dramatically, his hair darkening, surrounded by lightning sparked by the concentrated energy. Indeed, this was Super Saiyan 2. Cell, who was on the brink of victory, found himself suddenly overwhelmed, consumed by the approaching energy wave. At that moment, Gohan sensed something amiss. Wait, Wukong, you don't need to conserve energy like this. Cell's toes are still outside. Alarmed, he realized that Cell's cells were not entirely obliterated, and his core had likely relocated. It was too late for another energy wave. Cell was about to grow stronger. As anticipated, just when everyone thought Cell was defeated and prepared to celebrate, an immense aura erupted. Cell transformed into Lightning Cell, instantly teleporting behind Sun Wukong and striking him unprepared, sending him flying. This perfect body, this overwhelming power. Thank you, Sun Wukong, for making me even stronger. Sun Wukong quickly realized that Cell had been reborn on the brink of death, having ascended to Super Saiyan 2. This was troubling. The two soon engaged once more in a fierce melee, their speeds astonishing, accompanied by sonic booms and the sounds of impact. In no time, missiles were flying everywhere. Everyone except Gohan took cover from the incoming projectiles, sending Satan and the reporters flying once again. Sun Wukong, as a token of gratitude, I have decided to bestow some gifts upon your companions. So, what do you intend to do? From the needle at the end of his tail, Cell produced several eggs, even more formidable than Kunkin's. Clearly, these were the young cells, and based on their energy signatures, the current young cells were approaching the strength of the previous perfect cell, truly outrageous. As several young cells emerged, each emitted a chilling, sinister laugh that sent shivers down one's spine. Ha ha ha. The young cells swiftly targeted their respective opponents, one darting toward Gohan, a smirk forming on its lips. Just as the young cell's fist was about to connect with Gohan, he abandoned pretense and transformed into Super Saiyan 2 in a burst of fury. Though the young cell maintained its attack posture, its eyes widened to the size of eggs. Gohan did not grant it a moment to ponder. He delivered a powerful punch to its forehead, sending it soaring into the air. Demon Flash. The young cell was obliterated, and Gohan, with remarkable speed, sent the remaining young cells flying in the same direction, although Krillin's eyes were still swollen from previous attacks. Dragon Fist. The young cells were instantly annihilated by the energy wave, vanishing in a dazed state, thus succumbing to Gohan's might. Gohan retracted his stance and turned his gaze toward Cell, who, positioned sideways, remarked, roar. Gohan, Your son seems to surpass you in strength now. I am truly astonished. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly and remarked, you are quite impressive. Cell, I never anticipated that even a Saiyan's near-death revival could enhance one's combat prowess. It's thanks to your influence, Wukong. Without your genes, I would not possess such strength. At that moment, Sun Wufan interjected, Father, there is no need to test Cell any further. Unleash your full power. I shall hold him off for you. Chapter 6. The theory of Saiyan. Sun Wukong comprehended and nodded at Wufan, preparing to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Due to his inexperience, this transformation required a moment of concentration. Wufan ascended slowly, aligning himself with Cell. Cell, your opponent is now me. Come forth. Although uncertain of the tricks they were playing, Cell was resolute that it would all be futile against his overwhelming strength. All right, I have decided. I will slay your son before your very eyes, Wukong, to demonstrate that you are nothing but a helpless weakling. Cell charged forward with ferocity, his right fist aimed directly at Wufan's face. Just as the blow was about to connect, Wufan raised his hand slightly, turned his head to the right to evade, and seized Cell's arm, executing a shoulder throw. Afterward, Wufan leaped into the air, targeting Cell with a flying kick, enveloping his foot in energy to create a bullet-like shell, surrounded by crackling lightning as he descended rapidly. Cell swiftly regained his footing, crossing his arms to brace for the impending kick. Little brat. The impact of the flying kick against Cell's arms unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, both combatants clashing with force, creating a 2-meter crater in the ground as their energies collided, seemingly evenly matched. Wufan crossed his arms, utilizing his energy to rotate rapidly, shattering the equilibrium of their struggle, while Cell's arms turned increasingly red, clearly reaching their limit. How dare you? Cell tilted his arm, narrowly evading complete penetration. However, half of his body was still obliterated. Wufan steadied himself in a crouch, while Cell's form regenerated, and they charged at each other once more. Kicks, punches, and energy blasts flew in a fierce exchange, neither gaining a definitive upper hand. It was a true stalemate. Although Wufan sensed that Cell was only operating at approximately 89% of his full power, he remained unaware of how to channel his anger, being a time traveler familiar with the narrative. Yet, the Saiyan physiology ignited a thrill within him amidst the combat. Nevertheless, his goal had been achieved. Wufan was not the one on the stage now. After an intense bout, a furious roar interrupted their clash. A terrifying aura suddenly engulfed the arena, scattering the clouds above. Sun Wukong's hair cascaded down to his waist, his brows vanished, and his brow bone became more pronounced, rendering him a fearsome sight. Indeed, this was the final transformation of Super Saiyan 3, the ultimate metamorphosis beyond the ordinary Super Saiyan. The transition into Super Saiyan necessitated a tranquil heart for the cells to awaken, while the transformation into Super Saiyan demanded an unparalleled rage. Thus, it ignites the cells, enabling the body to exhibit unimaginable strength, a veritable collision of reason and primal instincts. According to the old Kai, this transformation is an aberration. While Super Saiyan forms the first and the second of may not reveal much of its sinister nature, Super Saiyan 3 distinctly showcases this regressive phenomenon. Primal instincts, ferocity, violence, and the innate urge to fight are the essence of humanity's original impulses. In contrast, rationality, kindness, and a peaceful mindset epitomize the evolution of civilization. The appearance of Super Saiyan 3 is evidently a manifestation of this regression, and Super Saiyan 4 exemplifies it to an even greater extent, truly the pinnacle of ancestral return. One might question why the great ape transformation through the Bulma's light does not exhibit exceptional power. It can thus be inferred that the cells are the key to the formidable enhancement of combat prowess. The great ape transformation, while not utilizing cells, can still amplify battle power tenfold, indicating that the Saiyan warrior race possesses an inherent ability to elevate their fighting capabilities. Cells, on the other hand, can significantly amplify combat strength based on bodily robustness, yet without effective activation methods, they typically require a regression to trigger primal instincts alongside cell activation. Super Saiyan 4 and Limit Breakthrough represent the zenith of this ancestral activation, while Super Saiyan God signifies a racial evolution towards greater strength, allowing for transformations beyond Super Saiyan, such as Super Saiyan Blue. The old Kai's remarks regarding the mysterious transformation of Gohan indicated as a legitimate transformation, one that does not regress but rather directly taps into the potential of the cells, thereby eliminating the burdens and drawbacks associated with regressive Super Saiyan transformations. This explains why each tier of Super Saiyan necessitates a foundational battle power to be attainable, often accompanied by the phenomenon of power leakage, with Super Saiyan 3 being a prime example. Thus, the old Kai suggests that a transformation devoid of burdens is the true path, enabling one to fully realize their potential. What, then, can be said of Beast Gohan? As the name implies, it is a manifestation of Gohan's primal strength, derived from his mysterious form. Given that Gohan's cells are already in a state of complete activation, undergoing a regression transformation does not necessitate the activation of cells. Consequently, it bears no burdens typical of ordinary Super Saiyans, instantly boosting his power akin to that of a great ape. After all, Goku can effortlessly transform into a great ape without encountering any burdens, making the beast form a true augmentation of strength. Under the influence of the cells, the activated cells undoubtedly become stronger. The hybrid offspring of Earth possess more and superior cells, thus harboring greater potential and being more readily activated. In the future, Trunks, with his high-quality cells, will be capable of achieving power comparable to Super Saiyan Blue without resorting to Super Saiyan 3. This is also influenced by his mother. Bulma is more rational, leading to a greater production of cells. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, is among the more combative of Earthlings, ensuring not only an abundance of cells, but also the preservation of inherent wildness. Trunks resembles Bulma's rationality, while Goten embodies Goku's wildness, with Gohan positioned in between. Gohan's daughter, Pan, seems to occupy a similar middle ground, suggesting that she may very well become the next warrior god following Gohan. Now, let us turn our attention to Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. The official lore dictates that the greener the hair during transformation, the purer the bloodline. When Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan, his hair appears slightly greener than Goku's, while the legendary Super Saiyan is characterized by completely green hair. This observation substantiates why Vegeta, during his Super Saiyan transformation, may not possess an abundance of cells. It is a consequence of his more illustrious lineage. It can be surmised that the original Saiyans were a warrior race, inherently endowed with an ever-increasing strength akin to beasts, which is reminiscent of the original Super Saiyan form. As power escalated, it became increasingly difficult to control, leading to a natural ceiling of power, much like Frieza, who harnessed transformation to unleash his full potential. The Super Saiyan form represents a compromise between these extremes. The Saiyans from the 6th universe illustrate that such a transitional form is more easily achieved among those Saiyans who have uninterrupted lineage. Thus, the original Super Saiyan is characterized by an innate ability to enhance combat prowess, albeit with a propensity for losing control and reverting to a primal state. The transformation into the original Super Saiyan signifies the full activation of one's battle capabilities, rendering even Super Saiyan Blue inadequate against Broly. One might boldly assert that Goku, as a lower-tier warrior, represents the pinnacle of evolution, the most perfected sealed Saiyan, while Broly epitomizes the unbinding of that seal. As an infant, Broly was overwhelmed by the terrifying potential, perfectly sealed within Goku's cries. The perfection of this seal necessitates continuous training to gradually enhance strength, while Goku's potential remains boundless. In contrast, hybridization with Earthlings not only raises the Saiyan threshold, but also slightly unravels the seal. Nevertheless, as generations progress, the abundance of hybrid blood may dilute combat genes, making Gohan's generation the strongest among the Saiyans. Chapter 7. Mutation. The Avenging Warrior. I appreciate your patience, Cell. Ah, you are Son Goku. Cell, you are indeed formidable. But I will never forgive you for your intent to harm others. Yeah, Goku's speed is astonishing. He was initially on the arena, but in an instant, he appeared before Cell. While Cell was momentarily stunned, Goku hurled him away from the crowd. Cell stabilized himself midair, and Goku soon closed the distance, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. With the strength of Super Saiyan 3, every strike inflicted excruciating pain upon Cell, unleashing waves of tremendous energy that tore through the clouds. After several exchanges, Cell struggled to keep pace with Goku's speed. Even the most inept Super Saiyan 3 possesses formidable power, and soon Cell found himself on the receiving end of a relentless assault. Observing Cell's disarray, Goku targeted his abdomen with a powerful punch. Cell's energy abruptly faltered, his electric aura dissipating, and he crashed onto the arena, expelling acid in agony. During their training in the hyperbolic time chamber, guided by Gohan, Goku and Gohan had consciously enhanced their awareness of energy, which explains why Gohan was able to discern that Cell had not perished. At that moment, as Cell was engulfed by the Kamehameha wave, his core swiftly retreated to his exposed toes, allowing him the possibility of resurrection. While Son Goku relentlessly targeted his head in Super Saiyan 3 form, Cell's core shifted to his cranium. As Cell struggled to withstand the onslaught, the core migrated to his abdomen, poised to escape at any moment. In that crucial instant, Son Goku struck precisely at the core, delivering a direct blow with concentrated force. With his core damaged, Cell experienced an overwhelming urge to regurgitate, ultimately succumbing to the sensation. With a violent reaction, Cell's chest expanded, a mass shifting from his torso to his mouth, which he subsequently expelled. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. It was Android 18. Cell had actually vomited her out. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan dashed to 18's side, swiftly tossing her to the nearest Krillin, then executing a kick that sent the still-dazed Cell soaring into the air. Caught off guard, Cell devolved to his second form mid-flight. "Father, now is the time. Do not grant Cell any further chances," Gohan urged as he approached Goku, urging him to join forces to unleash the Kamehameha. Aware that this was the perfect moment to eliminate Cell, Goku noticed Gohan's bent posture and began to gather energy himself. Kamehameha. Together, the father and son thrust their hands forward, aiming at the airborne Cell, who was still regaining his balance. Huh. Cell's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the two formidable Kamehameha waves hurtling towards him. Realizing there was no time to react, his expression morphed into one of sheer dread, as if he were on the verge of meeting his creator, Dr. Gero. Suddenly, a powerful violet energy wave struck from the side, dispersing Gohan and Goku's combined Kamehameha. A massive force swept over them, causing both Gohan and Goku to turn towards its source, along with Cell, who was equally astonished. There, standing resplendent, was Vegeta, with his jet-black hair, crimson eye makeup, flowing mane, and that iconic tail. He had indeed transformed, bypassing Super Saiyan 2 and 3 to achieve Super Saiyan 4. Kakarot, Gohan, leave Cell to me. I shall repay the humiliation he has inflicted upon me 100-fold. No, 1,000-fold. Vegeta declared with fervor. Humph, Vegeta, I am not in my perfect form. Even if you agree now, it would be an unworthy victory, Cell retorted. Vegeta, crossing his arms and casting a disdainful gaze at Cell, coldly replied, Very well. I shall indulge your request. However, I possess a far superior method to accelerate your transformation into perfection rather than your sluggish absorption of Android 18. In a flash, Vegeta soared towards Cell, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Immediately, he followed Cell's trajectory, kneeing him into the sky. Didn't you claim to possess the ability to grow stronger after dying as a Saiyan? Allow me to shatter you into oblivion and see just how powerful you can become upon resurrection. Behold my Big Bang attack. Before the overwhelming energy blast unleashed by Vegeta, Cell found himself devoid of any means of resistance. With a piercing scream, he was predictably reduced to mere fragments. However, Vegeta, with a considerate touch, concentrated the explosion's radius solely on Cell's form, ensuring that a portion of his head remained intact. At that moment, Cell's near-death resurrection abilities began to manifest once more. Utilizing Piccolo's cells along with the prowess of the Saiyans, he swiftly transformed into his complete lightning cell form. Surveying his newly reformed body, Cell clenched his fists and, with a smile, turned to Vegeta, exclaiming, Ha! I truly owe you my gratitude, Vegeta. I feel more powerful than ever, perhaps even surpassing Goku's Super Saiyan 3. While I am uncertain about your current state, I will make it my priority to eliminate you first. Vegeta, arms crossed, let out a scoff and retorted, Oh really? If you believe you can defeat me, then by all means, give it your best shot. I shall demonstrate to you the true might of a Saiyan. He extended his right hand, pointing his thumb towards his own nose, announcing, Alawa, Super Vegeta da, I am Super Vegeta. Disregarding my and Goku's sentiments, Cell and Vegeta launched themselves at one another. The collision of their fists and feet echoed with a series of sharp sounds, causing the air to tremble violently, lifting dust from the ground to a height of 2 to 3 meters. Vegeta executed a high kick aimed at Cell's head, which Cell defended with his left hand. Subsequently, Vegeta brought his left leg to meet his right, delivering a scissor kick that sent Cell flying. Seizing the momentum, Vegeta charged forward with a powerful punch. propelling Cell with immense force, shattering 2 mountain peaks in the process. Gohan, who do you think would emerge victorious, Cell or Vegeta? I too remained uncertain. After all, the full extent of Vegeta's power as a Super Saiyan 4 was unknown, yet I was certain that Cell could not prevail. Chapter 8. The Legend Reborn. Emerging from the rubble, Cell began to emanate an aura of fury, surrounded by blue arcs of electricity. His power surged, and his physique expanded significantly. Vegeta, you defeated foe. In this brief span of 7 days, no matter the methods you employed, you stand no chance against the current me. With a powerful push against the ground, Cell propelled himself towards the air, where Vegeta stood, arms crossed and disdainful. Vegeta too lowered his arms, adopting a combat stance. You are ultimately nothing more than a thief, pilfering the cells of others. With your grotesque form, you are unworthy of our proud Saiyan lineage. Now, I shall show you the true power of a Saiyan, and you will regret ever being born into this world. Vegeta unleashed a terrifying aura. Indeed, he was prepared to reveal his true strength. As a Super Saiyan 4, even if his battle power was only temporarily enhanced, it reached an astonishing height of 600 to 700 times. No matter how talented Cell was or how often he resurrected near death, he could never attain such a level. As Vegeta collided with Cell in midair, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their movements so swift that to the untrained eye, they appeared to be standing still. Yet, in reality, they had traded hundreds of strikes. After numerous rounds, Vegeta gradually acclimated to the form of Super Saiyan 4, raising his arms and allowing Cell to unleash a barrage of attacks. Vegeta evaded effortlessly, while Cell, despite his relentless efforts, could not land a single blow on the stationary prince. How infuriating! How exasperating! Why? How could you attain such formidable strength in a mere 7 days? It is simply impossible. You foolish and grotesque insect, nothing is unattainable in the eyes of the mightiest warrior race, the Saiyans. Moreover, before you stands the prince of the Saiyans, the legendary Super Saiyan, Lord Vegeta. Gohan and Goku, observing from below the arena, could no longer bear to watch. This was not a battle, but rather a one-sided exhibition of Vegeta's superiority. Uncle Vegeta, cease this mockery of Cell. End this swiftly and send him to oblivion. Do not grant him the opportunity to self-destruct, or the earth shall be lost. As Vegeta deftly dodged Cell's strikes, he cast a glance towards Gohan and Goku, then fixed his gaze on the enraged Cell beside him. With a swift kick, he sent Cell crashing to the ground. This is sufficient. Cell, I shall now consign you, this abomination, to the depths of hell. Express your gratitude. Vegeta irradiated a golden aura, his right hand gathering a sphere of green light, imbued with terrifying destructive energy. Behold my new ultimate technique, the final flash attack. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, the immense green wave surged towards Cell, enveloping him in a cataclysmic energy that annihilated every cell within his being. Impossible. And so, Cell was consumed in a whirlwind of bitterness and regret, his final core cell obliterated, leaving him to fade into the annals of history. The onlookers erupted in expressions of joy. Krillin, in his excitement, cradled the unconscious Android 18, leaping with elation, entirely forgetting to wipe away the saliva Cell had left on him. Trunks gazed at his father's formidable silhouette in the distance, tears of emotion unwittingly streaming down his face. He could hardly fathom that it was his own father who had vanquished Cell, bringing an end to the android crisis, allowing his weary heart to find solace at last. Utterly feeble, Vegeta relinquished his Super Saiyan 4 transformation and descended to the ground, making his way towards Gohan and Goku. Upon reaching the space between them, he calmly addressed Gohan, saying, "Thank you, Gohan." He then approached Trunks, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before soaring off towards West City. Gohan and his somewhat estranged father also returned to their normal forms, approaching the others, while Trunks, Krillin, and the rest welcomed them with smiles. Sun Wukong was the first to speak. "Trunks, how wonderful. The androids have finally been defeated. Next, let us go to the temple and wish upon the Dragon Balls to resurrect all those slain by Cell." Trunks nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed. It is a blessing to have you both, Goku-san and Gohan-san, in this era." Gohan smiled at Trunks, saying, "Even without your urging, we would have sought to vanquish the androids. However, the androids from your future remain unresolved. You must strive diligently for your own future." Trunks nodded solemnly, for in his mind, he envisioned the sight of Gohan with a severed arm. This time, he would inherit Gohan's will and shoulder the responsibility of saving the future, ensuring that tragedy would not repeat itself. Soon, they departed together, their primary objective being to locate Shenron and hasten the resurrection of those who had fallen at Cell's hands. After a while, a commotion arose from the rubble as a hand, covered in sweat and hair, emerged. Indeed, Mr. Satan was about to seize the opportunity once more. He pulled the journalists, buried beneath the debris, to safety. The reporters, microphones in hand, sat bewildered atop the rubble, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation. As they surveyed the desolate surroundings, one reporter suddenly seemed to recall something and raised his microphone, directing a question at Satan. "Could it be, Mr. Satan, that you have defeated Cell? Truly, you are remarkable, deserving of the title of the world's greatest martial arts champion." Mr. Satan turned to face the reporter, pointing at himself in confusion, before quickly realizing the golden opportunity before him. "Indeed, it is I, the world champion, Mr. Satan. Cell and that peculiar group were merely performing tricks, and once I saw through their ruse, I defeated them one by one as they fled." Ahaha. The reporters and others who had been trapped in the rubble gradually emerged, and upon hearing that Mr. Satan had vanquished Cell, they erupted in excitement, chanting his name. Satan, Satan, Satan. Thus, the world was graced with the emergence of the world-renowned Satan City and the legend of the undefeated champion, Mr. Satan. Chapter 9. What a bull in a dense forest, a towering structure ascended into the clouds. This was the Corinne Tower. Above it lay one of Earth's most extraordinary locations, the Heavenly Temple. After defeating Cell, the warriors arrived at the Heavenly Temple, where the current Kami, along with his servant Popo, had been awaiting their arrival. "Gohan-san and everyone, it is splendid that Cell has been defeated." Gohan scratched his head and replied to Kamiya. "I merely delayed things a bit. It was truly my father and Uncle Vegeta who bore the brunt of the effort." "How can you say that? Were it not for your insightful training suggestions, Gohan-san, we would have faced dire consequences," Kami remarked. Just as Gohan and Kami exchanged humble words, Vegeta arrived, escorting Bulma and the others to the Heavenly Temple. With a serious expression, Vegeta addressed Gohan directly before even touching the ground. "No, among all present here, your strength is indeed the greatest, Gohan." As Son Gohan listened to Vegeta's words, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Though he had not exerted his full strength against Cell, he had at least utilized 89% of his power. Moreover, Uncle Vegeta, you have already achieved Super Saiyan 4, surpassing even my father in strength. Vegeta shook his head and replied, "No, I am not yet a true Super Saiyan 4. Based on the capabilities of a Super Saiyan, I should be able to transform into Super Saiyan 4 at will. However, after being exposed to a significant amount of Bulma's energy, I can only maintain this state for approximately 30 minutes, and the tail that has grown will fall off upon reversion." At that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward Vegeta's tail. Son Gohan glanced as well, and, indeed, found no tail. It seemed that without sufficient physical strength, Super Saiyan 4 was merely a temporary transformation. Under the scrutiny of his peers, Vegeta slowly raised his clenched fist and declared, "Enough, stop staring, or I'll have to gouge out your eyes." The group shared an awkward chuckle, redirecting their attention elsewhere. Gohan, deep in thought, nodded and remarked to Vegeta, "It appears that Super Saiyan 4 imposes a considerable burden on your current physique. You must enhance your foundational combat power to fully master the efficient form of Super Saiyan 4. My father's Super Saiyan 3 faced similar issues, depleting both energy and physical stamina excessively." Vegeta regarded Son Gohan, then turned to Goku. "Kakarot, you've known all along, haven't you?" Gohan is utterly unaware that he hasn't even tapped into 30% of his potential. "At that time, I realized that even you were shaken by the immense pressure of my and Cell's auras, yet Gohan remained unfazed, reverting to that so-called full power state without a care." Hearing Vegeta's words, Gohan's mind was left with only one thought. What? Surely it couldn't be that outrageous. While he had indeed exerted himself in the hyperbolic time chamber, driven by fear of death, once he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he had largely slacked off. In contrast, Goku had been rigorously training and had even comprehended Super Saiyan 3. As Gohan pondered, Goku spoke up. "Ah, you are not wrong, Vegeta. I have known for some time. Gohan mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan perfectly within just a few days. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 state, I sensed no trace of anger within him. as if everything was simply a matter of course. Vegeta chuckled and replied, "Indeed, Cell would never have the opportunity to return. You intentionally wished for Gohan to face him, didn't you? Well, had Cell not unleashed Little Cell, I would have surrendered to allow Gohan to take over." However, at that time, Gohan did not regard Cell as an adversary, and continuing down that path would only provoke Cell further, so I abandoned that thought. Just as the atmosphere grew eerily quiet, a hand reached out toward Goku. Bang! Ouch! That hurts. Bulma, why did you hit me on the head? That is incredibly painful. Bulma retracted her fist, exasperated, and said, "You Saiyans only know how to fight. If Trunks were here, he would have long since scattered Cell's ashes." At that moment, Android 18 awakened within Krillin's embrace, her gaze falling upon a somewhat familiar bald figure, causing her to spring up in alarm. "Where am I? Wasn't I absorbed? Where's Cell?" Seizing the opportunity to divert the conversation, Gohan interjected, "It's all right. Uncle Vegeta has already eliminated Cell." "Is that true? 16. Has Cell truly perished?" 16 ceased his observation of the temple's flora and turned to respond to 18. "Indeed, Goku and the others have grown immensely powerful, no matter how much Cell enhances himself. He cannot match their strength." Upon hearing 16's words, 18 gradually relaxed, only to suddenly recall something and ask, "What about 17? Why isn't he here?" 16 then explained the circumstances, informing her that Goku and the others were preparing to summon the dragon to resurrect everyone. Unable to bear seeing the goddess in sorrow, Krillin immediately made a wish upon the gathered Dragon Balls. "Come forth, Shenron, and grant our wish." In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant luminescence, pulsating rhythmically before shooting a beam into the heavens. As the light dissipated, a magnificent emerald dragon emerged, radiating an aura of divine splendor, far surpassing the awe of any animated portrayal. 18's expression reflected her astonishment. "Speak your wish. Any wish can be granted, up to 2. The dragon declared. "Then let all those slain by the androids be resurrected." This wish was straightforward. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and without exception, all who had fallen to the androids, including 17, were revived at their original locations. "Where is 17? Wasn't he resurrected?" Gohan, hearing 18's inquiry, replied, "Those who are revived return to the spot where they fell, so 17 should still be at his previous location." Realizing this, 18 turned to leave, leaving Krillin in solitude. Yet, unbeknownst to all, 18 was not merely a romantic interest for Krillin. She was secretly observing from behind the temple. "What is the matter? Do you have no other wishes?" At this moment, Krillin expressed his thoughts. Is it possible to revert 17 and 18 back to being human? This wish surprised everyone, particularly 16, who felt he had misplaced his trust. "I'm afraid they have already been modified. I lack the power to revert them to humanity. Please, choose another wish. Then let us disarm the bombs within 17 and 18. The dragon's eyes glowed red once again. "Your wish is granted. Farewell." The Dragon Balls soared into the sky, scattering in all directions. "Ah, Krillin, do you harbor feelings for 18? You are so eager to assist her," Goku teased, nudging Krillin with his elbow, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Goku, stop it. Even if I do have feelings for her, what of it? She and 17 are a perfect match," Krillin sighed. Goku scratched his head. "Is that so? I didn't notice." Gohan, relishing the unfolding drama, whispered to Krillin, "Krillin, in love, one must showcase their prowess. Just win over 18. And there's no shame in being the ox-headed man." Krillin, stirred by the comment, retorted, "What ox? An ox-headed man deserves nothing but thunder and eternal damnation." After hearing those words, the 18th could no longer contain herself and immediately interjected, "What bull? What do you mean by bull? The 17th is not my partner. He is my biological brother. Do you understand, you fool?" Having said this, the 18th soared away into the distance. Chapter 10. Conclusion and Commencement. Listen, Klin. They have clearly stated that they are merely siblings. You have a significant opportunity, Yamcha remarked, gently patting Klin on the shoulder. "Really? Are you certain they won't reject me?" Klin replied, a mix of excitement and anxiety evident in his voice. "Fear not, Klin. The fact that she came all the way to correct your misconception indicates her consent for you to pursue her. Moreover, calling you a fool signifies that she harbors some affection for you. This situation is indeed highly favorable," Yamcha reassured him. With renewed determination, Klin clenched his fists and resolved to seize the moment. Soon, he erupted into joyous laughter, and those around him joined in his merriment. As everyone prepared to return home, Trunks called out to Gohan. Gohan, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Can we speak privately? Upon hearing Trunks' call, Gohan turned and replied, sure. They then proceeded to a room within the Supreme Kai's temple. Gohan, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, perhaps we would never have defeated Cell, and this world would remain shrouded in darkness and death, much like the future, Trunks expressed, bowing deeply to Gohan. Gohan quickly raised Trunks, earnestly stating, Trunks, this victory is not solely mine. The eradication of Cell was a collective effort. I merely offered some suggestions. The world we saved belongs to our era. You, Trunks, have more critical tasks ahead. Your family and friends are waiting for you to bring them peace. Listening to Gohan's words, Trunks nodded vigorously, his fists clenched, eyes brimming with hope. I will surely defeat the androids and save our world, securing a brighter future for everyone. Exactly, Trunks. I believe that giving you the last Sensabine was the wisest choice for saving the future. You have not let anyone down. You are the hero who saved 2 worlds, Gohan assured him. Overcome with emotion, Trunks felt a lump form in his throat, tears shimmering in his eyes. He recalled the moment when Gohan perished beneath the ruins and finally understood that he had not caused Gohan's demise. Rather, Gohan had entrusted the future to Trunks. Trunks embraced Gohan tightly, weeping uncontrollably on his shoulder. Gohan chose not to interrupt him. Trunks had carried an immense burden, and it was time for him to release his emotions. Once Trunks had composed himself, they left the room together. At that moment, Trunks suddenly came to a realization. Gohan, how did you know that at that time? Gohan gave me the last Sensabine. I don't recall ever mentioning those details. It seemed he had inadvertently fallen into the role of a critic, forgetting such trivialities. Oh, no, you must be mistaken. People often forget things when they are nervous. After brushing off Trunks' curiosity, they all returned home. After 3 ordinary days, Trunks' time machine was fully charged, and the group gathered to bid farewell to him. Please send my regards to Bulma over there, and wish her good health, Trunks requested. Understood. I will relay the message to this world's mother. After Bulma spoke, Trunks gave Vegeta a gentle nudge. Vegeta scoffed, but ultimately exchanged farewells with Trunks. Trunks, do not bring disgrace to the Saiyans. Make sure to crush those androids thoroughly. Trunks responded with a cheerful smile. Understood, Dad. I will ensure the androids have no chance to retaliate. Son Goku also waved goodbye to Trunks, while Son Gohan called out. Trunks, be especially cautious of the androids, particularly Cell. Do not let him catch you off guard. If you have the opportunity, visit the Supreme Kai's temple and check if Bu is around. If he is, have him contact King Kai to locate the new Namek. We would like to have him come to Earth as the new Supreme Kai. Got it, Gohan. I will definitely visit if I can. Farewell, everyone. Take care. The group waved their farewells, and as Trunks' time machine ascended into the sky, it vanished in an instant. For the time being, Trunks' world should be free of peril. According to subsequent developments, even if Majin Bu were to arrive, Trunks would resolve the situation alongside King Kai. It seems the Cell saga has reached a conclusion. One wonders what might transpire in this world if Son Goku had not perished. Could it truly be as Son Goku suggested, leading to even greater troubles? Son Gohan, too, was uncertain about the reason for his arrival in this timeline and whether the subsequent narrative would unfold as smoothly as in the original tale. Never mind. Let it be. I'll just go with the flow. These past few days, Chi-Chi had assigned a considerable amount of homework. It felt like a painful return to student life. After everyone had departed, a pink figure appeared in the vicinity. Roar. This is a trace of time travel. I never imagined someone could harness the power of technology to traverse time. The universe is truly remarkable. However, it seemed that the pivotal change in history was not due to her actions. What on earth transpired within the hyperbolic time chamber that led to such a significant alteration in history? As sunlight illuminated her form, the newcomer's appearance became distinctly visible. Pink skin, pointed ears, and those characteristic spherical earrings. This was none other than Kranoa, the Supreme Kai of Time, who could also be referred to as Kane. The Supreme Kai of Time traversed the temporal gateway and entered the hyperbolic time chamber, observing her surroundings with keen interest, and remarked, neither an outsider nor from the dark demon realm. It is actually Son Gohan himself. Intriguing, indeed. What has transpired in his life? It seems imperative to conduct a thorough investigation. The Kaioshin of Time gazed toward the direction of Baozi Mountain as an unknown adventurer quietly approached. Meanwhile, Gohan was engaged in a fierce struggle with assignments that were both familiar and foreign. While the principles of mathematics and physics were relatively comprehensible, the subjects of biology, geography, and history were utterly baffling. This biology textbook resembled the Shanhai Jing, which explains the existence of artificial beings. Similarly, the topics of geography and history were incomprehensible, detailing conflicts from the age of humanoid wars, the rise of the human alliance, and the overthrow of the dog-headed army's reign. Indeed, the history of this comic world could fill several volumes. Gohan, resigned, recited from these texts, finally grasping why his father and others shunned education. Chapter 11. No escape for child labor. On a tranquil morning, Chi-Chi ventured down the mountain to procure daily necessities, while Goku tended to the fields in the rear. This left Gohan alone at home, grappling with his genetics assignment on the hybrids of the third generation. Was it type A or type B? The answer was type A. Ah, yes, indeed, type A. Ah, at last, I have completed it. Just as Gohan began to stretch, he suddenly sensed something amiss. What was that feminine voice? Surely it could not be his inner thoughts. Could it be a system? Yet, he had never heard of a system in the Dragon Ball world that could assist with assignments. Gohan surveyed his surroundings and glanced behind him. There was no one present. What was happening? As he turned back, a girl-esque figure materialized before him. Ah! Gohan sprang from his chair, finally discerning the newcomer's features. Hair of a pinkish-orange hue, pink skin, pointed ears, and round earrings. Although he had an inkling of her identity, he hesitated to confirm it. Who are you, and how did you enter my room? What do you want from me? Why can't I sense your presence? I am Cain, the Kaioshin of time. As she introduced herself, she claimed his chair for herself. Being a deity, it is natural that you cannot perceive my aura. I have come to seek you for a specific purpose. Could it be? Has my interdimensional travel been discovered so swiftly? It seems one cannot traverse dimensions so casually. Gohan steeled himself to inquire further. I am Gohan, at your service, esteemed Kaioshin of time. What is it that you seek from me? Cain stood from the chair and scrutinized Gohan intently, causing him to feel quite uneasy. Since you have encountered Trunks, you must be aware of the theory of parallel worlds. The universe is rife with infinite possibilities. Thus, the development of any world is a normal occurrence. This encompasses a multitude of astonishing phenomena, such as reincarnators, travelers, and outsiders. These are but a few of the myriad possibilities within the vast cosmos. Cain ceased her examination of Gohan and reclined back into the chair, appearing utterly relaxed. These situations are generally normal. With the normal, there exists the abnormal. And you, Gohan, are currently the most abnormal of them all. You may perceive yourself as a time traveler, yet I can unequivocally inform you that you are neither a time traveler nor an outsider. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan ceased his pretense. If I am not a time traveler, then what am I? Are my previous memories merely illusions? Cain waved her hand dismissively. Your memories are undoubtedly genuine. I did not detect any significant temporal fluctuations in the room of spirit and time. Yet I discern the power of creative rules. Given your current circumstances, I can venture a bold hypothesis. Son Gohan, you are, in fact, a synthesis being. A synthesis being? Are you suggesting that I am a fusion created by Patera earrings, or the fusion dance? Cain nodded, somewhat, but not exactly. When certain cosmic rules shift, their nature can become entirely different. In such instances, various worlds may exist merely as a comic or novel within different universes. The cosmos seeks to understand the outcomes of encounters between individuals from disparate worlds, hence the existence of time travelers, outsiders, and reborn souls. You, however, represent a novel type of combinatory being. Son Gohan, somewhat bewildered, inquired, So, what distinguishes me from a time traveler? Cain squinted her eyes and revealed an eerie smile. Your existence, akin to a fusion, amalgamates the virtues of two souls, rendering you extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, as you are personally fused by the cosmic rules, you possess the ability to traverse parallel worlds freely, altering history without impacting the cosmos or creating parallel timelines. Oh, I see. Isn't that a fortuitous circumstance? By the way, could you refrain from that unsettling grin? It feels rather ominous, Son Gohan remarked, sensing the impending misfortune that Cain's peculiar smile portended. Suddenly, Cain grasped Son Gohan's hand and exclaimed, Thus, Gohan-kun, you are truly the chosen time sentinel. To neglect the preservation of temporal stability would be a grievous waste. Come, join me in my sanctuary to uphold peace across all timelines. All right. So I'm a chosen laborer, am I? This ancient Supreme Kai, who is at least several million years old, is recruiting child labor now? Should I proceed? I might need 8 livers to keep up. Son Gohan protested. No, I abhor combat. I promised my mother I would become a diligent child who cherishes reading. Oh, worry not. Saving the timeline 1T hinder your studies. How about this? I shall only summon you when you are most needed. What do you think? As she spoke, she produced from seemingly nowhere an object reminiscent of a Frisia Force combat power detector. Here, this is for you, our Time Sentinel communicator. It serves not only for communication but also to gauge combat power, capable of detecting levels up to 500 billion. Son Gohan broke into a sweat. Although it resembled a civil servant's role, working in this capacity felt particularly burdensome to him. What are the compensation and benefits associated with your esteemed organization? Are there rewards for defeating enemies? Kane scratched her head, pondering. Let me think. Perhaps this, since your actions 1T create other parallel timelines. Anything you acquire while fulfilling your tasks will belong to you. How does that sound? That sounds quite appealing. If I happen to stumble upon a Dragon Ball one day, that would be splendid. If things become too overwhelming, I can always make a strategic retreat. As Sun Wukong pondered whether to accept the role of Time Patroller, Kane unleashed a formidable move. Let us do this. I will have you work for me without offering you any benefits, which would be rather ungracious. I shall now escort you to my realm, the Time King's domain, where you may make 3 wishes to the dragon residing there. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. 3 wishes? That exceeds even the wishes from the peculiar egg, and moreover, it is a cash payment. Simply astonishing. Given that the esteemed Time King has extended such a sincere invitation, I feel compelled to embrace this role of Time Patroller. I shall seize this opportunity before my parents return. Let us proceed. Very well, grasp my hand tightly. And I shall take you there, the Time King said, extending his hand to Wukong. The moment Wukong clasped it, they were transported into a realm reminiscent of a time-space tunnel. Lights swirled around them, and shortly thereafter, a brilliant light appeared ahead. With a sensation of weightlessness, they arrived at the Time King's domain. Chapter 12. 3 Wishes. Sun Wukong found himself in the Time King's domain, a place that diverged from his initial imaginings. It was not as depicted in games and animations. Rather, it resembled the North Kai's planet, albeit several dozen times larger. Surrounding this planet was an infinite expanse of starry sky, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that these stars were, in fact, individual cosmic bubbles. The architecture on this planet was sparse, featuring a grand crystal palace at its center, with a fountain positioned before it, surrounded by 7 Dragon Balls. On either side of the palace stood additional structures. Kane introduced Wukong, stating, "The crystal palace ahead is the Temple of Time, housing the entirety of our universe's history. Our duty is to identify and rectify any tampered records within." Kane gestured towards the buildings flanking the palace, explaining, "To the left lies my resting area, where I conduct my daily affairs. To the right is the hall designated for you Time Patrollers, where I will assign tasks and transport you to your respective temporal coordinates." As the Time King guided him to the fountain, he settled into a chair. Though we speak of vanquishing formidable foes, the actual instances of combat are rather infrequent. Our primary adversary remains the Dark Demon Realm. They incessantly covet the power of time and space, and our main focus is to amend the disruptions they instigate. Wukong inquired. So, when there's no battle, what do we do? Is it to alter others' perceptions? The Time King nodded. In a sense, it is not far from that. Either we eliminate threats to the continuum at their inception or eradicate the factors that cause disruption. What? Eradicate? Is it akin to Lord Beerus's destructive energy? The Time King delivered a firm strike to Wukong's head. Do not speak nonsense. I am not that violent. If there are items jeopardizing the safety of time and space, I shall bring them to the Time King's domain for destruction. If it were a person, I would take him to a place devoid of any time-space security implications, perhaps another universe, or possibly to the realm of the Destroyer. Kane rose and guided Son Gohan to the front of the fountain. Well, I believe I have introduced everything adequately. It is time to fulfill your 3 wishes. You are aware of the method to summon the dragon, are you not? As long as your wishes are not exceedingly outrageous, you may proceed to articulate them. All right, I understand. Gohan stood before the fountain and uttered the enigmatic incantation. Arise, dragon, and grant my wishes. The dragon materialized amidst a golden radiance. The spectacle of its emergence was nothing short of breathtaking. State your wishes. I am capable of granting you 3. After a moment of contemplation, Gohan articulated the 3 wishes he deemed most fitting at that moment. Dragon, allow me to possess the ability to thrive freely in the cosmic expanse. With a flash of crimson in its eyes, the dragon replied, done. Your first wish has been granted. Now, articulate your second wish. My second wish is to unleash my full potential. This is a simple task. Suddenly, a surge of the dragon's red divine energy enveloped Gohan, a wondrous sensation coursing through his being. His power escalated continuously, reaching unprecedented heights. Even the supreme Kai of time expressed astonishment at the sight. This Son Gohan is indeed extraordinary. His potential is far more formidable than I had anticipated. After a while, Gohan's energy began to stabilize. He clenched his fists, savoring the strength within him. Is this the power of a fusion warrior? It is utterly remarkable. I feel as though I have surpassed Vegeta in his temporary transformation into a Super Saiyan 4. Have I not, at the very outset, claimed the title of the strongest? Your second wish has been fulfilled. Please state your third wish. The dragon remained as impatient as ever, and Gohan found himself perplexed by its urgency. Let me think. Provide me with a device that can conceal my energy signature, one that renders my true capabilities undetectable. Understood. The dragon summoned its divine power, and a ring materialized in midair. The ring was slightly wider than a typical wedding band, adorned with peculiar patterns resembling 2 intertwining dragons, with a square white jade in the center encased in golden edges. By donning this ring and pressing the white jade section, you can suppress your energy to an exceedingly low level. Pressing it again will allow you to release your energy. All your wishes have been granted. Farewell. Gohan donned the ring and, as instructed by the dragon, pressed the white jade. In an instant, his energy was automatically suppressed to an exceedingly low degree. Supreme Kai of Time, please assess my current battle power. Kane activated the Power Scouter, which beeped twice before displaying Son Gohan's battle power. Battle power, 200. Battle power 200? I had anticipated it could be suppressed to a mere 5. This does not seem excessively low at all. Be content, my friend. Are you not aware of your current combat prowess? To suppress it to 200 is already quite commendable. Besides, a lack of aura may indeed raise suspicions. Well then, what shall I do next? Please instruct me, and when I embark on a mission, how shall you contact me? The Kaioshin of Time placed a device against Gohan's ear and explained, a single press of this button detects combat power, 2 presses initiate communication, and a long press conceals it. As she assisted him with a long press, the device instantly concealed and shrank, transforming into a transparent button affixed to the bone behind Gohan's ear. Thus, when I need to notify you, the device will vibrate, signaling that a task awaits you. How remarkable that it can shrink. How is this achieved? Gohan inquired, curiously touching the button behind his ear. Of course, it is the genius scientist Bulma from your Earth who crafted it. Her spatial folding technology is unparalleled throughout the universe. I see, that explains it. I wonder if Aunt Bulma could create a ring capable of freely adjusting gravity. That way, it wouldn't hinder my studies while allowing me to train. Chapter 13. Super Saiyan 3 is outdated. The Kaioshin of Time placed her hands on her hips. Now that I have fulfilled your 3 wishes, you are officially a time patroller. Allow me to give you a tour. Kane first guided Gohan through her residence, which felt like a larger version of Goku's home. Outside, there was a large table for afternoon tea and a lounge chair. Next, they visited the Time Temple, which resembled a vast library filled with the histories of various universes, each possessing its own designated area. Within each area, several scrolls were stored, said to increase in number as long as the universe exists and continues. Then they arrived at the Time Patrollers section, akin to an office building comprising 3 zones. One was the equipment preparation area, filled with various combat attire. The second was the conference area, typically used for discussing strategies to address historical events. The third was the time-space transport area, capable of sending individuals to designated time zones. By the way, Kaioshin of Time, why do I not see any other time patrollers here besides myself? Well, like you, each time patroller has their own life within their respective time and space. They only come here when called upon for a mission. But how do they arrive here? Surely you do not escort them personally? Kane nodded. Of course not. I only venture out when absolutely necessary. This is the final reason I brought you here. Now, come with me to the equipment room. Gohan and Kane arrived at the equipment room, where she retrieved a bracelet from a cabinet and handed it to Gohan. Here, this is the time-space bracelet. It contains my divine power. Once you infuse your energy into it, you can instantly arrive in my realm of the Kaioshin of Time. The bracelet resembled a slightly flattened ring. As Gohan donned the device, it instinctively resized to snugly fit his wrist. Well, I've introduced you adequately. You may return now. If there are any tasks, I shall notify you, Kane remarked, guiding Gohan into the time-space portal. She adjusted the coordinates and time on the control interface before activating it. Farewell, Lord of Time, she said. Yes, goodbye. Do come when I call, he replied. In an instant, the portal flickered, and Gohan found himself in a tunnel-like space. A flash of white light later, he landed face-first in his home, just before his face met the ground. He managed to brace himself with one hand and executed a somersault, landing safely. That startled me. I must be cautious when exiting tunnels. A careless misstep could lead to an unfortunate mishap, he mused. Sitting back in his chair, he gazed at the mountain of homework before him in silence. Does this mean I must juggle work and study? Truly, I have become a mere workhorse. He resolved to first seek out a gravity ring. All right, off to find Bulma, he decided. With that, Gohan opened the window and soared towards West City. One cannot deny the remarkable potential unlocked by the dragon. His current flight speed had reached an astonishing Mach 20, far surpassing the Nimbus, which only reached Mach 15, an impressive difference of over tenfold. Before long, Gohan arrived in West City, and following his memory's guidance, he quickly located the familiar yard. Mr. Brief, is Bulma home? I need to speak with her about something. Oh, Gohan. Bulma is currently in the laboratory working on a gravity chamber for Vegeta. If you wish to see her, head directly to the lab, came the reply. Thank you, Mr. Brief, Gohan responded. Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, he found her laboratory in the second room on the left side of the hallway. At that moment, Bulma was engaged in constructing what appeared to be an engine component. Indeed, it was the gravity generator for the chamber. Bulma, do you have a moment? I wish to discuss something with you, Gohan inquired. Bulma paused her welding and turned to him. Ah, Gohan, I don't have anything pressing at the moment. Please, go ahead. Well, I was hoping you could create a gravity ring or bracelet for me. This way, I could study while training, he explained. Ah, a gravity ring? That might be somewhat challenging. As you can see, what I'm currently working on is the gravity generator for Vegeta, and achieving this size has been quite a feat. Making it ring-sized would be even more difficult. Gohan pondered for a moment before suggesting, Bulma, don't you possess that space compression technology akin to the universal capsules? Perhaps you could combine the two concepts, thereby elegantly resolving the size issue. Upon hearing Gohan's suggestion, Bulma rushed to her desk, grabbed a pen, and began calculating. Before long, it seemed she had completed her calculations. You propose a method that is indeed feasible. However, it would significantly affect the application of gravity, diminishing its range while amplifying its influence. Furthermore, integrating the gravity device within the ring would render it impossible to adjust the multiplier of gravity. Therefore, should you proceed, it is essential to ascertain the specific gravity multiplier you require. No worries if the effective range is reduced. Could it be calibrated to apply gravity solely to my entire body, affecting only me? As for the gravity multiplier, let us tentatively set it at 500. Bulma, taken aback, remarked, are you sure about 500? Such a substantial multiplier even intimidates Vegeta. Gohan reflected and recognized the imprudence of directly opting for 500 from the outset. How about this? Once Uncle Vegeta's gravity chamber is completed, I shall test what multiplier is most suitable. All right then, the gravity chamber should be ready in approximately 3 days. You can come over and try it out then, she replied. With this assurance, Gohan exited the laboratory. Just as he was preparing to head home, Vegeta appeared before him. Hey, Gohan, what brings you to my place? Are you looking for a sparring match? I'm rather preoccupied, striving to attain the level of Super Saiyan 3 to expedite my mastery of Super Saiyan 4. Gohan chuckled awkwardly, almost rolling his eyes. Who still resorts to Super Saiyan 3 these days? Uncle Vegeta, I'm not here to spar. I've come to consult Aunt Bulma about the gravity device. Moreover, I believe the Super Saiyan 3 form has become rather obsolete. Chapter 14. The third in the world, what did you say? Super Saiyan 3 is outdated? Why not declare Super Saiyan 4 outdated as well? Vegeta retorted. Indeed, Super Saiyan 4 is not yet considered outdated, but Super Saiyan 3 is undeniably an inferior transformation. As far as I understand, Uncle Vegeta, you need not transform into Super Saiyan 3 to master the Super Saiyan 4 state. What do you mean by that? Mastering Super Saiyan 4 requires exceptional physical prowess. Gohan waved his hand dismissively. We cannot put it that way. Despite my father's impressive Super Saiyan 3, he does not truly master it. Had he engaged with Cell a while longer, he would have exhausted his energy. Once you achieve full power in Super Saiyan 2, with some training and acclimatization, you should be able to transition to Super Saiyan 4 at will. Is that so? Does that imply Goku can already transform into Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta questioned. Oh no, he doesn't even possess a tail. How could he achieve Super Saiyan 4? Even if he underwent the same transformation as you did with Beerus, it is unlikely he would simply regain his composure upon transforming into a giant ape. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept across Vegeta's lips. Does that mean, before long, Kakaroto's strength will fall entirely beneath mine? Ha ha ha. It seems that I am indeed the stronger one. Ah, indeed, Uncle Vegeta, take care. In the event of any future crises on Earth, it will all depend on you. With that, Gohan swiftly departed, soaring towards the direction of the Baozi Mountain. TCH. That Gohan kid, I wanted him as my sparring partner, and he runs off so quickly, Vegeta muttered to himself as he returned home to commence his training. Meanwhile, Gohan arrived back at Baozi Mountain just in time to encounter Goku, who was returning from farming. Goku, spotting Gohan flying back from a distance, looked somewhat puzzled. Gohan, where have you been? You should be at home diligently working on your homework. Otherwise, Chi-Chi will scold you. Not only will you get reprimanded, but I might also find myself in trouble. Haha, Dad, you worry too much. I was attending to important matters. It didn't interfere with my studies. Besides, Mom isn't back yet, so if you don't mention it, I won't either. Who would know that I stepped out? That's true, Goku agreed. And the two of them entered the house together. 3 days later, Gohan noticed that not only had he grown stronger, but his hand speed and reflexes had also improved. Perhaps Shenron had unlocked his potential, enhancing not only his combat prowess, but also his academic aptitude. Gohan swiftly completed all of his homework, then made his way directly to Bulma's house. At the entrance, Gohan greeted Dr. Briefs before stepping inside, where he found Bulma finishing a project and Vegeta preparing to enter the gravity chamber. Ah, Gohan, you've come just in time. Vegeta is about to test the gravity chamber. Why don't you join him? Sure, Uncle Vegeta, let us head in together. Vegeta turned with a huff and strode directly into the gravity chamber, with Gohan following closely behind. The gravity chamber was a simple room, devoid of any furnishings. On the walls, there was a control system for adjusting gravity and deploying combat drones. Hey, Gohan, I'm starting at 100 times gravity. Don't get squished. No worries. I'm ready. Vegeta began operating the control system, setting the gravity to 100 times. Suddenly, a tremor was felt beneath their feet, indicating that the gravity generator had activated. In an instant, the gravity intensified to 100 times, casting a faint red hue over the room due to various energy influences. How should I describe it? Under 100 times gravity, it felt as if I were carrying a small backpack. It wasn't without pressure, but it was somewhat manageable. Uncle Vegeta, let us go straight to 300 times. I hardly feel anything at 100. Vegeta was slightly surprised, but it did seem that 100 times was rather light. All right then, we'll start at 300 times. Adjusting the controls, Vegeta set the gravity to 300 times. At that moment, Gohan felt as though he had donned a heavy military coat. While there was some sensation, it still fell short of achieving the training objectives. How about we increase it to 500 times? This 300 times doesn't seem to provide much of a challenge. Vegeta was somewhat astonished, realizing that increasing the multiplier was not merely a simple augmentation of weight, but rather an entire gravitational environment escalating in a geometric progression. Gohan, are you serious? I feel like 400 times is already quite sufficient. 500 times is not something trivial, and it cannot be compared to 300 times at all. Gohan pondered for a moment, considering that with his current strength, perhaps only Vegeta could adapt to the multiplier he was capable of handling. Uncle Vegeta, why don't you step outside for a moment? I'll start at 300 times and gradually increase it. I fear you may not be able to withstand it. Although Vegeta was quite prideful, he recognized Gohan's immense potential. If he trained alongside Gohan, it was likely he would indeed struggle. Very well, Gohan, just don't push yourself to the brink, Vegeta replied. I still wish to train with you when the opportunity arises. With that, Vegeta exited the gravity chamber. Gohan began adjusting the multiplier, starting from 300 times, gradually moving to 400, then 500, and finally reaching 600 times, at which point he began to feel some weight. He continued to incrementally raise it, aiming for a level that would facilitate training without hindering his movement. At this juncture, Gohan was capable of transforming into his mystic form. Thus he need not assume Super Saiyan. He promptly unleashed the energy within his body, transitioning into the so-called mystic state, where the pressure from 600 times dissipated instantaneously. He meticulously adjusted the multiplier until it reached 850 times, a state that was just right, allowing him to engage in intense training while maintaining a semblance of normalcy in his life. Subsequently, Gohan increased it to 900 times. After all, training required a challenge. And although 850 times felt somewhat manageable, 900 times was akin to wearing multiple layers of heavy clothing, which was certainly uncomfortable, yet undoubtedly effective for his training. Gohan then reverted the gravity chambers, setting back to 300 times, concerned that should Vegeta activate 900 times immediately, it would not bode well. After exiting the gravity chamber, he headed to Bulma's laboratory. Aunt Bulma, I've completed my testing. Could you please create a gravity ring set to 900 times? This multiplier is perfect for my training. Bulma appeared taken aback, and even Vegeta, who had been eavesdropping nearby, found it hard to believe. 900 times? Gohan, are you even human? That's nearly reaching the limit of my gravity chamber at 1,000 times. Haha, just average, ranking third in the world. While Bulma was indeed astonished, she proceeded to craft the gravity ring for him. Meanwhile, Vegeta was engulfed in deep confusion. Third in the world? Who could possibly be first and second? Just moments ago in the gravity chamber, this kid's energy was astonishingly powerful. Could there truly be individuals stronger than him? Chapter 15. Call me the King of Light. After about an hour, Bulma completed the gravity ring. So quickly? Aunt Bulma, you're amazing. Gohan exclaimed as he held the gravity ring, which was quite similar in appearance to the ring he used to conceal his energy, both being wide with a slightly protruding button in the center. As it was unnecessary to install the gravity chamber underground, 2 additional engines were crafted for Vegeta, allowing for its swift completion. Give it a try, Gohan suggested, donning a ring on his left hand, while retrieving a hidden energy-concealing ring from his pocket to wear on his right hand. At that moment, a thought surged through his mind. Gohan clenched his fists and drew them together before merging them in a powerful motion. As the buttons on the 2 rings made contact, he shouted, "Transform." Instantly, Gohan assumed a mysterious form. The effects of 900 times gravity compounded with energy concealment rendered him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Vegeta sensed no change in Gohan, only noting a slight decrease in his speed. Gohan mused internally, since the Supreme Kai of Time stated, "I am a fusion warrior," and that certain beams of light warriors were also fusion warriors. This transformation is indeed fitting. This cannot be. With 900 times gravity, how could you possibly emit no energy at all? Vegeta exclaimed, staring at Gohan in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. I forgot to mention, this ring on my right hand was a wish granted to me by the Supreme Kai of Time through the dragon there. It's only natural that you can't sense my energy, Gohan explained. Supreme Kai of Time? Who is that? Is it similar to the Kai you spoke of before? Rather, he is the god who governs time, and he intervenes when beings like Trunks recklessly alter timelines. However, he didn't trouble Trunks but appointed me as a time patroller, and he may seek my assistance when he encounters difficulties. Now I understand. No wonder this stubborn fellow has suddenly taken up training. Vegeta proposed. Let's practice and see just how far you've progressed. Gohan agreed, intrigued to gauge his current battle prowess. Very well, let us change locations and spar on a deserted island. Upon arriving at the island, Gohan felt a sense of familiarity, recognizing it as the site in the original story where Cell absorbed androids 17 and 18. Without hesitation, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, after achieving Super Saiyan 4, he effortlessly broke through barriers to reach Super Saiyan 2, though he seemed slightly short of full power. Vegeta lunged forward, delivering a rapid barrage of punches, each strike leaving an afterimage in its wake, as Gohan barely managed to evade the fierce assault. In a swift motion, Vegeta executed a side kick, and Gohan, hindered by the gravity, found himself unable to evade. He crossed his arms to block the strike, feeling the immense force send him careening through the air. Upon landing, Gohan regained his footing and unleashed a flurry of energy blasts resembling the Kamehameha wave. Vegeta adeptly dodged these beams, inching closer to Gohan. As Vegeta approached, Gohan brought his hands together, pulling them apart at an angle, revealing a blue energy blade that sliced towards the advancing Vegeta. Vegeta sensed an imminent danger and swiftly distanced himself, narrowly evading the luminous blade. However, the ordeal was not over. Gohan swung his arms to the right, and then returned to a poised stance. Indeed, you may call me the King of Light. From Gohan's arms radiated a multitude of light waves akin to a barrage, each one minuscule, yet collectively forming a formidable beam of light. Vegeta was momentarily bewildered. Was he jesting? Not only did he emit waves, but he also conjured an abundance of them, so intricate and diminutive. Surely, such mastery over energy need not be flaunted in such a manner. With a surge of energy, Vegeta repelled Gohan's luminous assault. Gohan, what are you doing? Enough with the games. It's utterly dull, you know? Gohan scratched his head, conceding, all right, perhaps this light is better suited for combating monsters. Ascending into the air, Gohan assumed a combat stance. Observing Gohan's newfound seriousness, Vegeta concentrated his focus. The two scrutinized one another, refraining from initiating an attack. Vegeta, perceiving the vulnerabilities in Gohan's stance, sensed something amiss. Just as he prepared to strike, a wave of foreboding surged within him. He turned, only to see Gohan's kick hurtling towards him. Vegeta hastily defended himself. As Gohan's foot connected with his arm, he swiftly executed a 360-degree spin, delivering a downward kick. Gohan's strike impacted Vegeta's shoulder. Ignoring the pain radiating from his shoulder, Vegeta seized Gohan's leg and hurled him to the ground, then lunged forward to deliver a series of kicks. Gohan adeptly evaded the first two strikes, crossing his arms to block the subsequent blows, the air erupting with explosive sounds upon impact. Gohan was sent crashing to the ground, creating a 1-meter-deep crater beneath him. This could not continue. He immediately resorted to a technique learned in the hyperbolic time chamber. Kaioken. Vegeta's face registered astonishment. He would never forget the day his pride was shattered by the Kaioken. With the enhancement of the Kaioken, Gohan negated the effects of 900 times gravity and launched a fierce assault on Vegeta. Unyielding, Vegeta retaliated with a flurry of punches, creating a delicate equilibrium. Yet, in that moment of tension, an unforeseen incident occurred. Vegeta's fist inadvertently brushed against the button of Gohan's gravity ring, instantly nullifying the 900-fold gravity. Gohan, propelled by the sudden release, soared away with Vegeta. Bang, 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 bang. Gohan and Vegeta crashed through 4 mountain peaks, and a passing pterodactyl collided with Vegeta, reducing half of its body to a mist of blood. Finally, they landed, creating a 15-meter-deep crater in the ground before coming to a halt. At this point, Vegeta had reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation, the unexpected impact rendering him unconscious. The collision with the pterodactyl had seemingly fractured his hand as well. Well, it seemed that while Cell had perished, Gohan's hand remained intact, but Vegeta's had not. Reluctantly, he would need to seek treatment. Gohan, clearing the debris, carefully carried Vegeta towards the sacred land, mindful not to jolt him too much, fearing that Vegeta's hand might be dislodged entirely. Upon arriving at the Temple of the Gods, Tian immediately began to cast healing spells upon the severely injured Vegeta, having observed their sparring sessions from the shadows. Thank you, Tian. Your healing is truly convenient. The Senzu beans grow slowly, and that mischievous Yachirobe keeps stealing them. If he hadn't saved me, I would have dealt with him long ago. Haha. No need to be so polite, Gohan. We are friends after all. Chapter 16. The sweetness of soft rice. Before long, Vegeta awoke. What is this? Oh, it's you, Gohan. I should really practice with your father instead. The disparity between us makes it difficult to gauge any improvement. Vegeta sat up without adopting the demeanor of a prince, perhaps influenced by Trunks and the androids, or perhaps having resolved his inner conflicts after surpassing Goku. I understand. But could you arrange a salary for my dad? Otherwise, my mother might not approve. Vegeta smirked. With the unbreakable bond between you and Bulma, it shouldn't be too difficult to ask for some funds. Vegeta's lips twitched. Can you refrain from so brazenly taking advantage of my family? I've heard your grandfather is quite wealthy as well. That's all my father's fault for demolishing my grandfather's castle. Otherwise, I would have been a bona fide third-generation heir. Please, I promise that once my brother and Trunks grow up, I'll ensure you transform into a Super Saiyan God. That is a promise. You cannot go back on your word. I will discuss this with Bulma in the next couple of days. With that, Vegeta leapt from the temple and soared into the sky. Tian chuckled and remarked to Gohan, I've noticed that all you Saiyans seem to be living off soft rice. Just like Vegeta and Goku. Gohan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems so. Wait, it appears I may also become a soft rice eater in the future. Tian expressed her confusion with a green question mark, pondering why Saiyans were so fond of soft rice. Thankfully, she herself did not have to worry about meals. That evening, Bulma called, offering Goku a position with a salary of 200,000 a month. Goku was indifferent, but Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled at the mention of such a sum. Goku, you must accept. The milk money for our baby depends on you. Goku patted himself confidently. No problem, I'll earn the milk money for my son. Chi-Chi looked puzzled. Goku, what are you talking about? The baby isn't even born yet. How do you know it's a boy? Gohan told me, right Gohan? Both Goku and Chi-Chi turned to me. I cleared my throat and explained. I read a medical book in the library that stated if the fetal movement is felt on the left side, it's a boy. If on the right, it's a girl. Clearly, the baby's energy is on the left, so it's a younger brother. Goku concentrated for a moment. Hey, it really is a bit to the left. It must be a son. In truth, the specifics mattered little. As long as Gohan spoke from either a maternal or paternal perspective, it was invariably correct. Goku, in his naive nature, couldn't quite grasp this. Then, if it's a boy, we'll name him Goten. Goten must grow up well, Chi-Chi said, gently caressing her belly with a loving expression. Indeed, the name Goten seemed premeditated. However, it also provided an opportunity for Goku to secure a job, which might temper Chi-Chi's fiery disposition. It is said that Vegeta truly thrives on the fruits of others' labor, serving as a paragon for us all. How I long to grow up swiftly and indulge in my delightful sustenance. After a few days of tranquility, Gohan gradually acclimated to the immense 900-fold gravity. Reflecting on his journey, finally, he no longer pierces his examination papers while studying. Although this serendipity ignited his latent potential for learning, it also resulted in an overwhelming increase in his assignments. Chi-Chi insisted that, at the tender age of 11, he tackle high school homework. Now, he can effortlessly calculate the energy generated by the explosion of planet Vegeta with just a few figures. As Gohan pondered these thoughts, a vibration resonated behind his ear, akin to a barber's clippers gliding over the back of his head. He hastily pressed the button on his communicator, and a familiar voice emerged. Hello, is this Gohan? Lord Kai needs your assistance. Please respond. I hear you, but do I appear as a child to you? Please, refrain from such childishness. What are you if not a child? I find myself at a loss for rebuttal. Forget it, it matters not. Speak, Lord Kai. What could necessitate the aid of someone as unique as myself? Surely, you do not lack individuals of comparable combat prowess. Not exactly. The situation here involves certain temporal voids that have emerged. If these voids are not filled according to the original narrative, the entire timeline may collapse into oblivion. Is that why you seek someone like me? One whose actions cannot create branching timelines to test the waters? Not precisely testing the waters. I have long speculated that the destruction of the timeline may stem from the emergence of temporal branches, which led me to enlist a time patroller with a temporal ring to assist in mending the fabric of time. And then, regrettably, although the timeline was altered and avoided annihilation, that time patroller could not return. Even the temporal ring was subsequently corrected by the forces of temporal restoration. Did that time patroller perish? Not immediately. They were merely compelled to become an immutable part of the universe's history, destined to dwell eternally within that timeline. All I could bring back was their ashes. Is it truly safe for me? Will I not be left behind as well? Kai's tone grew remarkably confident. Absolutely not. For your timeline is, in fact, one of those very voids. Your experiences in the hyperbolic time chamber altered history without any repercussions. This is also why I generously granted you 3 wishes. After all, the Dragon Balls of the Time Goddess Sanctuary require 5 years to recharge. What does that mean? What exactly am I? Did I not mention? You are a converger. Upon investigating, I discovered that your soul is a flawless amalgamation of 2 distinct essences. Your unique abilities stem from this soulful synthesis. Enough of this chatter. I have granted you your wishes, and it is time to repay the debt. Oh, so my golden opportunity is indeed my own self. Very well, the soft life offered by the time god is not so easily savored. I must ascertain the situation promptly. Gohan pressed the glowing button on his temporal wrist device, and a portal materialized before him. Before he could step through, the portal, devoid of courtesy, unceremoniously drew him into its depths. Once again, he found himself traversing the familiar time tunnel, emerging through the well-known white exit. Son Gohan felt as though he had been unceremoniously flushed away, utterly devoid of control. As he burst forth from the temporal passage, he was astonished to find that he felt no pain, and his hand grazed something soft. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a disconcerting sight. Oh no. This could very well mark the end of his professional journey. Kane's face flushed slightly, though her natural complexion rendered it nearly imperceptible. She regarded the dazed son Gohan, who was sprawled across her, and said, Gohan-kun, I understand that resting on the Supreme Kai's soft mat is quite comfortable, but shouldn't we attend to some pressing matters? Son Gohan quickly scrambled to his feet, stepping aside as he coughed, and declared, Ahem, Team Son Gohan guarantees the completion of the mission. It must be said, however, that the comfort of the soft mat was indeed delightful, both fragrant and plush. Chapter 17. A Strange Planet and Strange Beings. Ahem, very well, Gohan-kun. Now, let us proceed to the preparation room. I shall assist you in acquiring some equipment, Kane stated, rising and dusting off her attire as she made her way toward the armory. Son Gohan followed closely behind, voicing his curiosity along the way. Lady Kane, what are the typical occurrences behind the blank spaces in time? I cannot say. Since this phenomenon began, very few have managed to repair the timeline. As for the typical situations you mention, those timelines have long since perished. Ah, I see. Then how did those who fortuitously restored the timeline manage to do so? Kane sighed softly and replied, the person you refer to as fortunate simply wandered off, and, without any action on their part, the blank space vanished. Well, that is indeed quite a stroke of luck, he murmured, scratching his head in confusion. So, what should I do once I arrive in the blank area? Should I merely wait for it to disappear? Upon reaching the armory, Kane rummaged through the cabinets in search of battle attire, discarding a myriad of peculiar items in the process. You may choose to wait, or you could explore your surroundings. Should you encounter any events, you can decide whether to participate. Overall, I hope you can assist me in investigating. All right, I found it. Here, a high-grade battle suit, a sunshade cloak, and 3 Senzu beans left behind by a predecessor. Son Gohan accepted the battle suit and donned it. The ensemble consisted of gray overalls paired with a deep blue jacket. The cloak was a desert-style garment complete with a hood, while the Senzu beans appeared to be ordinary. Once he had put it on, the battle suit tightened, adjusting to fit his form perfectly. The surface and joints of the suit underwent modifications, enabling it to absorb a certain degree of impact, thereby enhancing his basic protection. Lady Kane, I am ready. Please allow me to embark on my mission. Very well, go forth. Remember to inform me if you uncover anything significant. Gohan nodded and stepped into the time portal. After a series of operations by Kane, the portal activated, whisking him away to the blank expanse. This time, the portal was quite satisfactory. At least he could stand during the transport. Otherwise, he would always be falling, which was quite intolerable. Moments later, he emerged into a realm of blinding whiteness, which gradually revealed a dusty yellow plain as the light dissipated. Son Gohan darted out from the portal, surveying his surroundings. What am I doing here? This does not resemble Earth at all. The gravitational acceleration in this bizarre place is nearly 100. Gohan donned his small cape and soared towards a vast, desolate expanse. The plain stretched wide, seemingly devoid of life, though faint traces of energy hinted at distant beings. With no other option, he decided to fly in the nearest direction, determined to uncover something, even if it only yielded local specialties or precious gems to bring back. After a brief flight, Gohan sensed a faint energy signature. Someone was on the brink of death. He swiftly altered his course towards the source. Soon, he spotted a figure sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. As he approached, his eyes widened in astonishment. The distinctive hairstyle and long tail unmistakably identified the individual as a Saiyan. Gohan gently turned her over, allowing her to rest against his leg. To his surprise, she was a female Saiyan, but her body was riddled with fractures, her nose crooked. He couldn't simply stand by and watch her perish. Without hesitation, he retrieved a Senzu bean and placed it in her mouth, supporting her shattered jaw as she swallowed. Instantly, a miraculous energy surged through her body, as if she were being reinflated. The concave wounds and broken bones seemed to realign, her nose snapping back into place. Startled by the spectacle, Gohan understood why villains were often astonished to witness the protagonist's miraculous recoveries from Senzu beans. It was indeed a sight to behold. The girl's eyelids fluttered, and she coughed, expelling a mouthful of tainted blood. Gradually, she opened her eyes, focusing on a figure that became increasingly distinct, as the sunlight illuminated the handsome visage of a young boy. His gentle smile radiated a healing aura. Am I in heaven? She pondered. Oh, you're awake. How do you feel? You were on the verge of death, Gohan reassured her. The girl, realizing she was still alive, sprang to her feet, retreating to a safe distance from him. Don't be alarmed. I just saved you. By the way, where's this place? Is it Planet Vegeta? She inquired, her wariness slightly abated, knowing her previous injuries should have been fatal. I have never heard of Planet Vegeta. This is Planet Salad, Gohan replied. Also, why don't you have a tail? Aren't you a Saiyan? Gohan glanced at his own tail and explained, my tail? It was removed when I was a child, and it never grew back. The girl nodded, understanding dawning upon her. However, she soon sensed something amiss and questioned, wait, if you are a Saiyan, how could you not know the name of your home planet? You must be deceiving me. Caught off guard, Gohan stammered, well, actually, I was discovered by the Supreme Kai when I was young. I trained under him, and now I have come to test my skills. He continued, I am indeed a Saiyan. If you doubt me, I can transform into a Super Saiyan to prove it. You can transform into a Super Saiyan. Are you saying you can become a Super Saiyan God? No, it is merely an ordinary Super Saiyan. Are you not familiar with the concept of a Super Saiyan? This cannot truly be ancient, can it? Indeed, it is just right. The lineage of Super Saiyans has been severed in antiquity. You are aware of the Super Saiyan God. Then you must surely know Lord Moja, the hero who once endeavored to overthrow the royal lineage, the leader of the Just Six. Moja? That name rings a bell, but I cannot recall who it is. However, I am well acquainted with the Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this news, the girl dashed to Gohan, her eyes brimming with anticipation and desire. Is it true? Is it true? Do you know how to transform into a Super Saiyan God? If we have a Super Saiyan God, we could topple that malevolent royal family. Oh, haha, do not rush, do not rush. First, tell me your name and what transpired just now, and then I shall share with you the method. With no other recourse, she gazed at the silent Gohan and began to speak. After all, for the sake of the news regarding the Super Saiyan God, she would willingly face death once more. The girl, seated cross-legged before Son Gohan, recounted her experiences and the current state of the planet Salad. Chapter 18, Is It Not a Dream? My name is Khalifa, and I am a member of the Saiyan Revolutionary Guard. From a young age, my parents joined the Saiyan Revolutionary Guard, and I was raised there, with everything tracing back to events from 20 years ago. 20 years prior, the old king passed away, and the new king, Maifei, ascended to the throne. Initially, no one opposed him, for he was indeed powerful, capable of amplifying his battle prowess tenfold without transforming into a great ape. The Saiyans are a race that reveres strength, believing that a strong individual can govern the nation effectively. Yet we were mistaken. In the second year of his reign, a band of cosmic pirates arrived on the planet Salad. The pirates discovered that Salad harbored a highly efficient energy mineral, and thus they struck a deal with King Maifei. They proposed to sell Salad and urged us Saiyans to conquer other planets, becoming part of the cosmic pirates' enterprise, engaging in the plundering of worlds, rather than refuse. King Maifei consented to this transaction for his own gain. Many Saiyans opposed this decision, but they were ruthlessly suppressed by the elite warriors dispatched by King Maifei. At that moment, a miner unearthed an ancient Saiyan relic. The murals within the relic depicted the creation deity who came to Salad and crafted the Saiyans. The deity did not create the Saiyans merely for warfare. Rather, he bestowed upon them a far greater mission. The deity endowed the Saiyans with unparalleled combat talents, asserting that any Saiyan with a heart of justice would continuously grow stronger. This indicates that the Saiyans exist as a race ordained by the deity to uphold justice in the world. At the conclusion of the murals, a ritual was recorded. When the Saiyans faced the threat of extinction, if they adhere to the prescribed methods of the ritual, the Super Saiyan God shall descend. The Super Saiyan God possesses the extraordinary ability to unleash the latent potential concealed within one's being, thereby awakening the divine power of the Saiyan, which lies dormant within their essence. Indeed, that laborer was none other than Moja, the inaugural leader of the Saiyan Revolutionary Guard. After comprehending the invocation of the Super Saiyan God, Moja, accompanied by 5 legendary warriors, boldly challenged King Maifei. Moja successfully summoned the Super Saiyan God. Although Maifei was formidable, he could not withstand the true divine power. Just as Moja was about to declare his victory, cosmic pirates, alongside malevolent Saiyans, launched an assault. At that moment, Moja's divine power inexplicably began to dissipate. Under the onslaught of the adversaries, both the 5 super warriors and Moja ultimately fell. Subsequently, Benevolent Scions like ourselves yearned to replicate the miracle that Moja had created. However, the relic was destroyed during the excavation of energy ores, and to this day, we have yet to uncover its remnants. Yet, we have not relinquished our resistance. We firmly believe that one day we shall discover the means to awaken our divine power. Now, Kale, what has transpired to leave you in such a grievous state? Oh, do not rush, allow me to explain. When I was 6, my parents perished in the struggle against the king's army. I am aware that they sacrificed themselves for the cause of justice, and I shall inherit their legacy, dedicating my strength to the liberation of the Scions. 5 years have passed, and here we are. A squad from our Revolutionary Guard ventured forth to seek the relic of the Super Saiyan God, hoping to find fragments or remnants of it. However, they have been absent for 3 days, and out of concern for their safety, I set out to investigate. Unfortunately, I encountered 2 patrolling soldiers of the king's army, and a fierce battle ensued. Though we both suffered greatly, I ultimately fell to their overwhelming numbers, and that is when I encountered you. By the way, I have introduced myself. You have yet to share your name with me. Hello, let me reintroduce myself. I am Kale, and my name is Son Gohan. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. There is no need for such formality. Please share any news regarding the Super Saiyan God. Kale clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if she could hardly contain her eagerness to devour the information. I shall reveal it. The legendary Super Saiyan God is, in fact, the result of 5 Scions with hearts of justice channeling their energy to another Scion, who also possesses a heart of justice. That Scion, receiving the energy, will then transform into the form of the Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing Gohan's revelation, Kale's eyes gleamed with excitement, and she began to leap joyfully on the spot. Splendid. The Scions are saved. Planet Salad is saved. Kale jubilantly danced for a moment before embracing Gohan in celebration, her eyes brimming with exhilaration and joy. Yet, at that very instant, a laser beam surged directly toward Kale's face. Danger! Son Gohan swiftly pulled Kale aside and deftly deflected the laser beam with a wave of his hand. At that moment, 2 towering Scions approached, clad in attire reminiscent of Frisia's army. Could it be that the cosmic pirates were referring to Frisia's ancestors? A hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Where did these Scion brats emerge from? Khalifa had turned to face them, her eyes ablaze with fury. How infuriating. It's you 2 again, this time. I shall surely defeat you. One of the other Scions let out a chilling laugh and, after a moment, remarked, Did you hear that, brother? This little girl dares to say she will take us down, yet it was not long ago that she was sent flying by just 2 punches. Indeed. His brother chimed in, her bones were all shattered. To make it more complete, I even twisted her nose. You scoundrels! Khalifa could hardly contain her wrath and prepared to charge forward, but a hand restrained her. Khalifa, do not be reckless, you cannot defeat them. Hey, Gohan. What are you thinking? With that feeble appearance of yours, why not take this chance to flee while I hold them back? If you can relay the message about the Super Saiyan God to the Revolutionary Army, I can die without regrets. In his heart, Gohan scoffed. How can this guy see me as weak? I am undeniably strong. Wait a moment. I seem to be wearing an energy concealment ring, so to them. I appear as nothing more than a lowly fighter with a power level of 200. A slight smile graced Gohan's lips as he scooped Khalifa into a princess carry and charged directly towards the 2 Scions. In an instant, immense power pierced through the 2 Scions of the King's army. They were utterly oblivious to what had transpired until they felt a gaping hole in their chests, and darkness enveloped them as they fell. Khalifa turned in Gohan's embrace, only to behold the still warm bodies of her foes. She glanced at the corpses, then at Gohan. I must be dreaming. Chapter 19. A strength beyond measure. Gohan gently set Khalifa down, and she cautiously approached the fallen bodies. Tentatively, she kicked the left corpse, then the right. Confirming their demise, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she bounded before Gohan, playfully prodding him. Gohan, how did you do that? You seemed quite average in strength, yet you dispatched both of them effortlessly. Just as her hand nearly ventured to an inappropriate place, Gohan seized her wrist. All right, enough of that. My strength comes from rigorous training. Moreover, one's strength cannot merely be judged by the size of one's muscles. Training? Did that Kai somehow awaken your divine power, akin to a creator deity? Can he help me awaken my divine power too? If I were as strong as you, I could surely defeat that Meifei character. Gohan's mouth twitched at her words. Training is about exploring one's martial arts and conditioning the body. Don't you all train? Kefla gazed at Gohan with a look of bewilderment and remarked, "But isn't it true that Saiyans can continuously grow stronger as long as they maintain a kind heart? Surely, your army must also engage in training, right? It cannot solely rely on innate talent. That notion is far too abstract." Well, indeed, the army does have training, but there seems to be little distinction before and after. Our military only admits those with considerable strength. Others who gain power too slowly are deemed unqualified to join. Upon hearing this, Gohan felt his suspicions confirmed. Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder I sensed no formidable energy. The strongest presence is merely singular and starkly overwhelming. Gohan turned to Kefla and inquired, "So, does that mean most of the individuals here possess a battle power of less than 10,000? It's no wonder you shy away from confronting cosmic pirates. What does a battle power of 10,000 mean? Can battle power even be quantified numerically?" Gohan pointed to the two corpses on the ground. "See, the devices they wore are scouters, which can reveal the battle power of others. Moreover, they also function as communicators to contact teammates." "Ah, they can contact teammates? Then we must hurry. If the pursuers arrive, we are done for." Gohan waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. I've already damaged the scouters of both of them. What I meant to say is that I possess a scouter as well, which I can use to measure battle power." Kefla wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from her brow and exclaimed, "You startled me. I had no idea you were so knowledgeable. If it weren't for you defeating those two in an instant, I might have mistaken you for a cosmic pirate." Gohan removed his scouter and placed it on Kefla's ear. "Just press this button to measure your battle power. Go ahead and give it a try." Kefla looked at Gohan and tentatively pressed the button. After 2 beeps, the scouter displayed her battle power. "Battle power of 200? Is your battle power truly that low? Does that mean I have less than 100? Gohan retrieved the scouter and tested Kefla's battle power. "Actually, I concealed my battle power using a device, which is why it shows only 200. Now, let me check yours so you can have a reference." Beep. Battle power of 2,200 points. Among the Saiyans of Salad Star, that's quite respectable. Really? I can't believe I actually have 2,200 points of battle power. But can you see the battle power of that villain, Mephi? Surely, it can't be very high. Gohan nodded and aimed the device at the strongest energy signature. Pressing the detection button. Beep. Kefla anxiously asked, "What's the result? How much is Mephi's battle power? Is there anyone who can defeat him?" "The battle power is 5 million, precisely 507,699. Upon hearing this staggering figure, which dwarfed her own by over 1,000 times, Kefla crumpled to the ground. How is this even possible? If Mephi were to amplify his power tenfold, that would mean he possesses a battle power of 25 million. How could one possibly defeat such a monster? Son Gohan refrained from disclosing his ability to effortlessly defeat this individual. Instead, his curiosity was piqued by the legend of the Super Saiyan God. In light of this, the enhancement in power attributed to the Super Saiyan God could indeed be magnitudes beyond comprehension. It is no wonder that Super Saiyan 3 was swiftly vanquished. While the Super Saiyan God managed to exchange blows with Beerus, "Do not fret, Caulifla, we still have the Super Saiyan God at our disposal, along with you and me. We merely need to locate 4 more righteous Saiyans," he reassured her. Caulifla, rising from her seat, expressed her concerns to Son Gohan. "What if, hypothetically speaking, we summon the Super Saiyan God, but the divine power dissipates like that of Moshiya?" Son Gohan approached her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "I am also aware of a Saiyan legend. It speaks of 6 benevolent Saiyans who entrusted their strength to the mightiest warrior among them. This warrior successfully transformed into the Super Saiyan God and defeated the malevolent Saiyans. However, he is not named Moshiya, he is known as Yamosi. What distinction exists between Moshiya and Yamosi, and how does it pertain to our ability to conquer Mayfei?" she inquired. "Of course it is relevant. This prophecy was bestowed upon me by Lord Kaioshin, which indicates that it remains unfulfilled. As long as we can find the remaining 4 virtuous Saiyans, we shall prevail." With a sigh, Caulifla acknowledged, "At this point, further discussion may be futile. I shall place my hope in the Super Saiyan God. Come, allow me to guide you to our base." Son Gohan incinerated the corpses of the 2 Saiyan soldiers with twin energy blasts, then followed Caulifla as they set off toward the Saiyan Revolutionary Army stronghold. Upon entering a town, they discovered it was surprisingly close to the most powerful energy source, seemingly just a few kilometers away. One must commend the audacity of this revolutionary army for establishing their base right beneath the noses of their adversaries. Caulifla led Gohan through the winding alleys of the town. causing him to nearly lose his way. Finally, after turning a corner, Caulifla lifted a manhole cover. They both leapt into the underground, closing the cover behind them, revealing a hidden realm below. This subterranean area resembled a bustling marketplace, stocked with essential supplies and numerous individuals crafting battle armor. Caulifla brought son Gohan to a small hut and gently knocked 3 times on the door. After a brief pause, the door was opened by a boy approximately 6 or 7 years of age, who peered out. "Caulifla, you're back. Who is the person beside you? Could he be a new companion?" he inquired. "Ah, he is my ally, Golo. Please let us in," Caulifla replied. Golo opened the door, and they entered together. Chapter 20. A special training session inside the hut. The layout resembled that of a typical modest dwelling, with a large table at the center of the living room and 2 rooms flanking either side. "I will go to the backyard and summon Sister Tyra and Brother Rhea to inform them that our team has gained a new member," Golo stated before darting towards the rear of the house. "Oh, I see you have 3 companions as well. By the way, what does team signify?" Kefla settled into a chair, also securing one for Gohan. As they sat, Kefla reclined with her head resting and legs crossed, exuding a sense of discomfort. "Our revolutionary squad is organized into units, and with just 2 individuals over the age of 16, one can lead a team of 5. We are but orphans, having lost our parents in battle. And due to our strong bonds formed in childhood, we have come together as a team. Thus, with my inclusion, we complete a group of 5. We are but 1 individual away from achieving the status of Super Saiyan God. Indeed, we are merely 1 person short, yet the question remains, who shall we choose?" Kefla closed her eyes, straining to conjure potential candidates in her mind. At that moment, a tall Saiyan woman emerged, exuding the aura of a dependable older sister. "Kefla, you've returned. Who is this beside you?" "Greetings, I am Gohan, here to assist you in defeating the King's army." "Gohan, what an unusual name you possess. Nevertheless, an additional ally is always welcome." "Humph, judging by his appearance, he might turn out to be a burden." A Saiyan with a demeanor reminiscent of Vegeta stepped forward. Had it not been for the difference in hairstyle, Gohan might have mistaken him for Vegeta himself. "Rhea, be courteous to our guests. An extra Saiyan means an increase in strength." Kefla stood, affirming, "Indeed, the more Saiyans we have, the greater our power. The path to becoming a Super Saiyan God lies in the convergence of 5 benevolent Saiyan strength into 1, correct, Gohan?" Suddenly, Rhea lunged forward, grasping Kefla's shoulders. "Is it truly so? The method to transform into a Super Saiyan God is indeed like that?" "I cannot say for certain, but this Gohan claims as such. Now that we have 5 members, we should simply find the final one and put it to the test. The means to become a Super Saiyan God is astonishing. Hey, you, if you dare deceive me, I won't let you off lightly." Kefla waggled her finger at Rhea, stating, "You cannot chastise Gohan. He single-handedly dispatched 2 soldiers of the King's army with a single blow. His strength is not to be underestimated." Tyra and Rhea appeared utterly astonished, as if they had just heard something unfathomable. "How can that be? No matter how strong you are, it's impossible to eliminate 2 soldiers of the King's army in 1 strike. I don't believe you. If you have the courage, let us engage in a fair duel." Gohan pondered for a moment, realizing it would be prudent to demonstrate his prowess. Otherwise, gaining respect here would prove challenging. "Very well. I accept your challenge." Tyra shook her head, seemingly accustomed to Rhea's temperament. "Oh dear, my apologies, Gohan. Rhea has this tendency. If you truly are as formidable as Kefla suggests, please do hold back. Rest assured, I will temper my strength." Gohan followed Tyra to their backyard, which appeared to be a designated area for combat. "Kefla, did you not mention that you do not train? Yet this place seems distinctly suited for practice." "Oh, is that so? We merely engage in daily sparring here. In truth, this mutual exchange can be considered a form of cultivation. It is no wonder that at such a tender age, you have already attained a battle power exceeding 2,000, comparable to many ordinary adults here." Rhea strode to the center of the backyard arena and called out to Gohan, who was conversing with Caulifla, "Hey, kid, come and spar with me. I wish to see if you truly possess the strength to defeat the King's army." Gohan turned his head and slowly approached him. He raised a finger and said, "Come at me. If you bend my finger, that means I have lost." Rhea's forehead twitched with anger. "How dare you underestimate me? Today, I shall teach you a lesson and make you understand that there are always those stronger than oneself." With a sudden dash, Rhea swung his massive fist toward Gohan's face. Just as Rhea's fist was about to connect with Gohan, Gohan's finger, unwavering, blocked the blow. Ria's eyes widened in shock, disbelief coursing through him as he unleashed several punches in quick succession. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, Gohan's finger thwarted every attack. This is impossible. How can you be this strong? Could you have transformed into a Super Saiyan God? Gohan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. No, I cannot yet become a Super Saiyan God, but I can share a secret with you. Saiyans can become strong through their own efforts. Though not divine, they can still become Super Saiyans. Super Saiyan? We have not heard of that. We only know of the Super Saiyan God. Does that mean one can transform into a Super Saiyan without a divine ritual? Gohan crossed his arms and nodded. Indeed, every Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan through their own dedication, and upon transformation, their battle power receives a staggering 50-fold increase. As Ria and Caulifla processed this information, their mouths fell agape. 50-fold? Is it truly that much? If so, wouldn't he transforming into a Super Saiyan allow one to defeat that rascal Mayfair? Ria rushed forward, grasping Gohan's shoulders. Quickly, tell me how to become a Super Saiyan. If I can transform, I will surely defeat that scoundrel Mayfair and avenge my parents. Ria looked at Gohan, his eyes brimming with urgency, as if he might kneel to implore Gohan for the answer. Transforming into a Super Saiyan is actually quite simple. One merely needs to possess a tranquil heart and experience a powerful surge of emotion. As benevolent Saiyans, your hearts are likely more serene. Yet such profound emotional upheaval is a rare occurrence. Thus, we must resort to the second method, concentrating all your energy in your back. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Ria immediately focused all his energy to his back. However, after a while, nothing happened. Why? Why can't I transform into a Super Saiyan? Are you deceiving me? Gohan did not respond, but transformed into a Super Saiyan on the spot. They gazed at his golden hair and green eyes. And even those who had previously doubted could not help but believe now. In truth, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires one more condition. If your body cannot withstand the transformation, success is unattainable. Kale rushed over, scrutinizing Gohan's transformation. Wow, is this what a Super Saiyan looks like? What if one cannot bear it? Please teach us. You surely know what to do, right, Gohan? Gohan nodded and said, if you wish to transform into Super Saiyans in a short time, there is but one method, rigorous training. Chapter 21. Altogether now Gohan switched off the two rings, suppressing his aura. All right, those who wish to train, please stand before me. Kale and Ria promptly positioned themselves in front of Gohan, while Tella and Gullo observed from the side. Gullo and I will pass on this. We still need to collect supplies. If we linger, we might miss out. Very well. If you know any kind-hearted Saiyans you trust, be sure to bring them along. While Super Saiyans are indeed formidable, I remain quite intrigued by the Super Saiyan God. Tella agreed and took Gullo outside. Now, let us begin. What does your training entail? Speak quickly. Before Ria could finish her sentence, her body suddenly felt heavy, and she collapsed to the ground. Kale was startled by this unexpected turn of events. Ria, what are you doing? Why are you on the floor? Isn't it cold down there? At that moment, Ria wished to speak, but it felt as though every cell in her body was being weighed down by some force, rendering her vocal cords immobile. This is the essence of the training. If you can move freely in this state, you will have succeeded. Ria mustered all her strength, barely lifting her head to cast a fierce glance at Gohan. Oh, it seems you still have some energy left. The tenfold gravity of this planet appears insufficient for you. With that, Gohan intensified the pressure upon her, amplifying it to 150 times Earth's gravity, equivalent to 15 times here. Now, Ria could barely manage to breathe. Meanwhile, Kale looked at Ria, who resembled a turtle, and felt such disdain that she almost wished to abandon the training altogether. Hey, Gohan, could you lighten up a bit? I fear I might be crushed under this weight. You wouldn't want to witness a youthful beauty perish before your eyes, would you? Gohan turned to Kale, shifting from the serious demeanor akin to Bardock facing Frieza to his usual amiable expression. Ria's battle power is at least over 8,000. This pressure is just right for her. As for Kale, with a battle power of just over 2,000, let us start with sensing energy. Sensing energy? What is that? What purpose does it serve? Everyone possesses energy. Battle power is merely a measure of its intensity. For instance, I knew Ria's battle power without a detector because of this. Caulifla realized a crucial point. Thus, she discerned who was formidable and who was feeble. How shall one train for this? I have never truly felt any energy before. Son Gohan extended a hand towards Caulifla, instructing her to close her eyes and attentively perceive the energy emanating from his palm. Without hesitation, Caulifla settled into a meditative pose, closing her eyes to attempt to sense the energy from Son Gohan's hand. She felt the gentle breeze surrounding her, the mingling scent of rust and malt beer in the air, and even the agonizing struggles of Rhea on the ground. Before long, Caulifla began to peck like a chick. Son Gohan directed the concentrated energy towards her face, causing her already frizzy hair to nearly take flight. Wow! I can feel it. I can feel it. Such powerful energy. It's so intense I can barely keep my eyes open. Focus. You cannot cultivate your energy sense while distracted. If you continue this way, you shall end up sprawled on the ground like Rhea. Caulifla immediately snapped to attention, standing in a perfect military posture, exclaiming, "Yes, Commander Gohan." Over an hour later, Tyra set down the supplies she had gathered and led the two individuals to the backyard. "We are back. Are Rhea and Caulifla still in their special training?" At that moment, Rhea was just rising, moving slowly in a half squat, his legs trembling incessantly. Caulifla, however, was sprawled on the ground, clearly having dozed off. She was currently enduring 50 times Earth's gravity, which was equivalent to 5 times that of their home planet. "Ah, you have returned, Tyra. Is the young man beside you the 6th person you were seeking?" "Indeed. He is Gyur, the brother of Gullo. Their team has just returned from a mission." Caulifla slowly lifted her head, catching sight of the somewhat disheveled Gyur. "Gyur, where on earth did your team go? I searched for you for so long, I nearly lost my life." Gyur appeared somewhat dejected as he sighed and recounted the reason for their team's sudden disappearance. "A few days ago, we received a mission to scout the movements of the king's army. As we stealthily approached the royal forces, a horde of cosmic pirates infiltrated their ranks. Just as we were preparing to sneak in, the king's army unexpectedly detected us." Caulifla realized that she too had encountered a similar fate while searching for them. She had also been inexplicably discovered by the royal troops. Gyur clenched his fists and continued, "Our captain, in a bid to protect us, delayed the king's forces. Yet, despite his valiant efforts, we were gradually located by the royal army. Ultimately, I was knocked unconscious, and they presumed I was dead. It was only when I was discovered by a patrol team that I managed to escape with my life." Caulifla suddenly recalled Son Gohan's power detector. They must have utilized it to ascertain their location. The royal army undoubtedly employed the cosmic pirates' power detectors to find us. You must have noticed. Did they not wear peculiar devices on their ears? Those are the power detectors. So that is the case. Those despicable fiends. I must grow stronger and avenge our captain. Observing the somewhat awkward atmosphere, Sun Wukong promptly lifted the gravity that had been imposed upon the two of them. Rhea nearly flung herself away, while Kale felt her body suddenly lighten. With everyone gathered, the special training session would commence here. First, let us experiment with the power of Super Saiyan God. I am eager to witness the extent of enhancement one can achieve through this transformation. Upon hearing this, Gyur remained skeptical about the Super Saiyan God. Could it be that the legend is not merely a fabrication? If the method were so simple, wouldn't everyone be capable of defeating kings and armies? No. While transforming into a Super Saiyan God does provide significant enhancement, one must be able to withstand such divine power. This strength may dissipate in mere moments, akin to the fabled Morsha of your legends. Taylor contemplated the situation and concluded that among those present, only Sun Wukong possessed the greatest strength. Moreover, having witnessed Sun Wukong rescuing Kale, he was confident that he would not pose a threat to them. Very well then. Let us all gather together and channel our power to Sun Wukong. If successful, we might escape the confines of this dimly lit sewer. At Taylor's call, even though Rhea still harbored some reservations towards him, she obediently took his hand. Sun Wukong stood amidst them, a mysterious force gradually surging within his being. Chapter 22. The Gift of the Gods. They clasped hands, forming a circle, and in that instant, their auras began to involuntarily amplify, as if their bodies were executing a passive program. Their energies grew stronger and stronger. Even they were astonished at the sheer magnitude of their newfound power. Gradually, the energy began to flow to their backs, their bodies erupting like a volcano. In a moment, golden flames enveloped their hair, and their pupils transformed to a vibrant green. Rhea gazed at herself in disbelief, exclaiming, "Am I dreaming? How could I possibly possess such formidable power? Is this truly the divine ritual?" With the energy being exchanged among the five, Sun Wukong's aura continuously intensified until he too transformed into a Super Saiyan. Shortly thereafter, A blue energy began to permeate their bodies. This force was gentle and sacred, wrapping around them like a mother's embrace. A wondrous sensation swept through Wukong's body, as if a shackle had been unbound. Blue light radiated from Wukong, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The brilliance enveloped him once more, and in that moment, his aura vanished entirely, a magnificent light illuminating the entire underground. As the radiance receded, Wukong's appearance underwent no significant alteration. Only his hair and pupils had turned crimson. He attuned himself to the changes within, sensing that he was not drastically different from his usual state. Yet his essence seemed to have transformed into a different kind of energy, one that was more primal and reminiscent of a primordial state. Sun Wukong appeared to grasp the true origin of this energy. It was not merely divine power, but could also be described as the essence of life itself. In the air, Gohan slowly descended to the ground, approaching a pot of withered flowers nestled in the corner. The flowers appeared to have long been deprived of the sun's nurturing rays, succumbing to desolation. He infused a trace of energy into the lifeless bloom, and as if by magic, the once dying flower blossomed anew. Is this divine power? It seems that the god who created the Saiyans bestowed upon them an extraordinary vitality, safeguarding life with life itself. How intriguing. Kefla and her companions gazed at Gohan, inquiring, how does it feel? Is becoming a Super Saiyan god truly powerful? Do you have confidence in defeating King MYF? King MYF, you ask? In truth, I could vanquish him merely by transforming into a Super Saiyan. I simply have not encountered a Super Saiyan god before, which is why I am here. Hey, Gohan, how dare you deceive me? I am not deceiving you. I never claimed I couldn't defeat him. I merely stated that you all cannot. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, suggesting that the King's army had discovered their location. This is bad. The King's army is here. Quickly, all combatants, come with me to confront them. We must not allow them to breach our defenses. Everyone, evacuate to safer locations. Flee as far as you can. Upon hearing the turmoil outside, everyone realized the gravity of the situation. The King's army had indeed invaded. What should we do? Terra, let us hurry and retreat. Retreat? Have you forgotten that Gohan is now a Super Saiyan god? Our course of action is not to flee, but to counterattack. Gohan stepped forward, expressing his agreement with Terra's sentiments and signaling them to remain inside temporarily. I can handle this. It must be the energy fluctuations we caused earlier that alerted them to our presence. Stay here and await my good news. As Gohan exited the door, he unexpectedly collided with a soldier from the King's army. Just as the soldier prepared to curse, Gohan delivered a swift slap, knocking down a multitude of soldiers in the process. A figure who appeared to be a leader approached him, questioning, "Who are you? Why can't I detect your combat power? You lack a tail, are you not a Saiyan?" Gohan smirked disdainfully. There's no need for the dead to know the truth. You scoundrel! Since you refuse to speak, I shall have no choice but to kill you. With that, the soldier charged at him. Gohan unleashed a punch that sent the soldier hurtling through the air, accompanied by a sonic boom, transforming him and his troops into a mist of blood. With astonishing speed, Gohan dispatched each soldier with a single blow, casting them out through the manhole cover. Emerging from the sewer, he found the ground littered with bodies, forming a small mountain. Soldiers poised to enter the fray were paralyzed with fear at the sight of the sudden carnage. Gohan did not grant them a moment to react. He unleashed a magical flash, illuminating the alleyway and leaving it devoid of life, save for the ashes scattered by the wind. Bursting forth from the alley, Gohan soared towards the strongest aura emanating from the royal capital. As he made his way, he kindly gifted each soldier he encountered with a small magical energy blast, their expressions transforming into joyful smiles. Certainly, not all soldiers are fortunate enough to receive such a grand gift. After transforming into the god of Super Saiyans, Gohan seems to possess an innate ability to discern right from wrong. As long as their hearts are not particularly wicked, I shall grant them a gentle strike, sending them into a sweet slumber. Having bestowed gifts along the way, Gohan arrived beneath the castle where the king resides. Mafe, let us converse. I am curious as to why you would betray your own planet. Are you, perchance, afraid of the cosmic pirates? At that moment, within the castle, a Saiyan draped in a cloak and crowned with a diadem sat upon his throne. He gazed out the window at the unfamiliar yet familiar figure, aware that yet another god of Super Saiyans had come into existence. Slowly, Mafe exited the palace, shedding his crown and cloak. At the moment he stepped beyond the palace gates, his previously black hair transformed into a vibrant green. Ah, Just as I suspected, you are indeed the fabled Super Saiyan. Yet, it is evident that you are merely harnessing the strength of the great ape. Ma-Fei stood before Gohan, his head bowed as he regarded his crimson form. I did not anticipate your knowledge, God of Super Saiyans. Not only do I know this, but I also surmise that the leader of those cosmic pirates is, in fact, the Frost Demon clan. Am I correct? Ma-Fei scoffed. Since you are aware, why assist those foolish peasants who cannot comprehend their dire situation? Even that Mosiah fellow is merely of comparable strength to me. The God of Super Saiyans could never hope to defeat the Frost Demons. Gohan responded with a scoff of his own. You have clearly not heard the saying. There are greater beings beyond the heavens. If you do not believe me, then come and test it for yourself. With that, Gohan assumed a combat stance, and without further ado, Ma-Fei charged at him. Thus commenced a battle destined to be etched in history. Chapter 23. Gods and Legends. Ma-Fei surged towards Gohan with remarkable speed, the power of his transformation causing his muscles to swell. He threw a punch aimed at Gohan's face, but Gohan deftly sidestepped and countered with a swift palm strike that deflected Ma-Fei's hand. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan drew near, delivering a fierce kick to Ma-Fei's chin. Ma-Fei grimaced in pain, yet before he could recover, he was met with a fist enveloped in crimson flames. Boom! Just in time. Ma-Fei crossed his arms to shield against the blow, but was still sent flying, leaving 2 deep trenches spanning 50 meters on the ground. Curse it! Ma-Fei roared, unleashing his full power as he soared into the sky like a green meteor, charging toward Gohan's position. Gohan too transformed into a red meteor, colliding with him. Bang! 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 The air trembled with their clashes, reverberating with thunderous roars, as the shockwaves sent tiles flying from the rooftops surrounding the royal city. Gohan and Ma-Fei collided once more, gripping each other's hands and engaging in a fierce struggle. During this contest of strength, Gohan intentionally matched Ma-Fei's power, while Ma-Fei exerted his full might. Remarkably, Ma-Fei's strength has not only remained intact, but has been steadily ascending, nearing the remarkable threshold of 30 million. Truly, he embodies the legendary Super Saiyan. Had you dedicated yourself to rigorous training from the outset, perhaps few would pose a threat to you now. Young one, I must admit, my perception of you has begun to shift. You surpass that fellow Moja, yet I must emerge victorious in this battle. Ma-Fei forcefully broke free from Son Gohan's grasp and unleashed a barrage of punches, while Gohan adeptly dodged with swift movements. Ma-Fei's punch speed accelerated exponentially, the air around him crackling like a high-speed motor in motion. Meanwhile, Gohan maintained a composed demeanor, evading Ma-Fei's strikes with ease, even folding his arms and closing his eyes. Do not underestimate me. Ma-Fei paused his assault, hurling an energy sphere the size of a basketball. Gohan, still with his eyes shut, deftly swatted the energy sphere away just as it approached him. The energy sphere detonated behind him, unleashing a terrifying wave of green energy that left a 10-meter crater in its wake. On the opposite side of the battlefield, numerous Saiyans were drawn to the commotion of the clash. Kale and Caulifla, having heard the news, rushed to the scene. Incredible! Is that the God of Super Saiyans? Rhea, having witnessed the preceding battle, was utterly astonished. Caulifla and the Gullo brothers cheered for Son Gohan. Go, Son Gohan. Bring that Ma-Fei down and show him your true strength. At that moment, the divine fire enveloping Gohan flickered ominously, reminiscent of a lighter's flame buffeted by the wind, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Ma-Fei wore a sly grin, sensing victory within his grasp. Hey, kid, you seem to be on your last legs. A mere mortal cannot withstand divine power. If you surrender now, I might spare your life. Is that truly the case? I have been aware that this form has its time constraints. Moreover, I have not exerted my full strength in this state. Engaging you in battle is merely a means to acclimate to my form, Gohan retorted. Once you accept divine power, your body will undergo significant enhancement. Should you choose to submit to me, I might allow you to shine under my command. Do not cling to ignorance. For the continuation of the Saiyan race, we must collaborate with the cosmic pirates. Observing that Gohan remained unfazed by his words, Ma-Fei abandoned the notion of recruitment. At that juncture, Gohan's divine power waned, reverting to his usual form. Ma-Fei surged forward once more, engaging Gohan in fierce combat. In truth, while in the state of the God of Super Saiyans, Gohan discerned that Ma-Fei's heart was not inherently malevolent. He merely lacked confidence when confronting the frozen demon clan. If he were to know that, thousands of years later, a legendary Super Saiyan similar to himself would effortlessly treat Golden Frieza as a mere punching bag, What emotions would he experience? My Fei unleashed a myriad of punches and kicks towards Son Gohan, yet each attempt proved futile. He speculated that perhaps Gohan's smaller stature afforded him greater agility. Suddenly, he retreated, gathering energy in his hands, unleashing a barrage of green energy blasts that struck Gohan with unerring precision. Each explosion erupted in a cloud of smoke, enveloping the battlefield entirely. However, as the ancient adage goes, where there is smoke, there is no harm. Before my Fei stood Gohan, arms crossed and eyes closed. This is impossible, he thought. I am the legendary Super Saiyan who appears only once in a millennium. You have clearly lost your divine power. How could you possibly withstand my attacks? Even divine baptism could not elevate you to such strength. Gohan opened his eyes and began to walk slowly towards my Fei. You may not realize this, but you cannot yet claim the title of Super Saiyan. Your once-in-a-thousand-years formidable physique merely enhances your base combat power. That tenfold increase you boast of is merely the result of your transformation into an Oozuru state. The true Super Saiyan possesses a staggering 50-fold augmentation. Just as my Fei was still reeling from this revelation, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, scattering the dust surrounding him. Do you see it clearly now? This is the authentic Super Saiyan. In a flash, Gohan's figure vanished from my Fei's sight, completely oblivious to his movements. My Fei was struck in the abdomen by Gohan's punch. He clutched his midsection and fell to his knees, his breath becoming increasingly erratic as his hair reverted from green to black. Gritting his teeth against the pain, my Fei looked up at Gohan, whose confident smile, resolute gaze, and unshakable aura resembled that of a war deity. Involuntarily, he exclaimed, "Super Saiyan God? My Fei, you have lost. From this moment forth, I shall temporarily assume your position as king. You have no objections, I presume?" My Fei gazed at Gohan, managing a resigned smile. I concede defeat, and I willingly relinquish the throne. However, before we proceed, could you share your name with me? Gohan smiled in return, reverting from his Super Saiyan transformation. My name is Son Gohan, Super Saiyan Son Gohan. Chapter 24. The Cosmic Patrol. Son Gohan helped my Fei to his feet, and they sat together on a nearby stone. So, can you now tell me what transpired? My Fei sighed and slowly recounted his experiences. Born into an ordinary Saiyan family, his parents discovered his formidable powers at a tender age. By the time he was 5, no one on the planet could pose a threat to him, and he successfully became the captain of the Royal Army's squad. A few years later, the reigning king, having failed to produce an heir, resolved to hold a grand tournament. The victor of the competition shall attain dominion over the Saiyan race. The formidable My Fei naturally participated and secured his victory with overwhelming superiority. However, in the second year following his ascension to the throne, an unwelcome guest arrived on this planet, a cosmic marauder named Frilla, the undisputed sovereign of the star domain. His might rendered him virtually unmatched throughout the galaxy. Frilla's ambitions extended beyond merely coveting the mineral riches of the planet Salada. He perceived the Saiyans as exceptional warriors. Thus, he engaged in negotiations with My Fei, offering a partnership to conquer the universe, contingent upon the Saiyans' compliance with his demands. Should they refuse, he threatened to annihilate their entire race. Initially, My Fei rejected Frilla's terms, until Frilla revealed a layer of his transformation. His power was so immense that even the legendary Super Saiyan felt an involuntary tremor in his body. Reluctantly, My Fei acquiesced to Frilla's conditions, which incited a wave of dissent among the Saiyans. Faced with the dilemma of revealing the truth, which could spell the end of the Saiyan lineage, or bearing the burden of public scorn alone, My Fei found himself at a crossroads. At this critical juncture, his friend Moja stepped forward. Along with former teammates from My Fei's squad, they conducted a ritual known only to the royal lineage, uniting their strength to transform Moja into the Super Saiyan God, poised to confront Frilla. Yet, as they prepared to launch their assault on the cosmic pirate, My Fei found himself opposing Moja. He recognized that Moja's strength was insufficient to vanquish Frilla. Any attempt could provoke Frilla's wrath, leading to the Saiyan's extinction. While My Fei endeavored to dissuade Moja and his allies, Frilla and his band of marauders approached. In a heart-wrenching decision, My Fei was compelled to slay his own friend to ensure the survival of the Saiyan race. Thus unfolded the saga of the Super Saiyan God. While the tale itself held truth, the relics of the Super Saiyan God were mere fabrications, designed to mislead the resistance. It became clear, My Fei, you were indeed mistaken. The Saiyans are a proud warrior race, unyielding to any malevolent force. Is it merely a matter of being unable to defeat Frilla? That is easily remedied. The legendary Super Saiyan, with a little training, could easily overpower him. Gohan assisted My Fei to his feet and, facing him, issued the first decree of King Gohan. My Fei. From this moment forth, you shall adopt a new name. You are now Yamoshi. The former you has perished, and you are reborn as a true legendary Super Saiyan. Gohan concentrated his energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Do you see the stance? Focus all your energy in your back. In the recent battle, your combat power has reached 3 million. Logically, transforming into a Super Saiyan should pose no difficulty. Hurry, transform. This is an order. At present, My Fei, also known as Amosi, felt a peculiar sensation. Was it really so effortless to transform into a Super Saiyan? Although he found this notion somewhat absurd, he complied with Gohan's instructions. He concentrated all his energy at his back, and a marvelous feeling enveloped his entire being. His heart surged with extreme exhilaration, igniting a fierce longing for combat within him. In an instant, a green luminescence emanated from his body, which then shimmered into a golden hue. His pupils turned green, and his hair transformed into a brilliant gold. Indeed, he had succeeded. Now, on Salad Star, another Super Saiyan had emerged. What a force this was! How could it be so formidable? Was this truly the essence of a Super Saiyan? Compared to his previous transformations, it was as if he had ascended from the earth to the heavens. This was merely the beginning. Amosi, now on the foundation of his Super Saiyan form, could potentially enhance it with his prior transformations for unexpected surprises. Listening to Gohan's advice, Amosi maintained his Super Saiyan form and endeavored to replicate his previous transformations. His energy surged dramatically, unleashing a primal, feral power that burst forth from within him. His once golden hair reverted to a deeper shade of green, and his combat prowess escalated from a mere 50-fold to an astounding 500-fold. At this moment, even Amosi was taken aback. Had he known that stacking transformations could yield such power, he could have easily vanquished Frieza long ago, sparing himself 2 decades of sorrow in the palace. With determination, Amosi prepared to confront Frieza, but Gohan intervened. Wait, hold on. Right now, you are indeed powerful. But the other Saiyans are not. If we provoke the cosmic pirates, what will happen to them? Amosi took a moment to regain his composure. Your will is my command. My king, I shall follow your directives without fail. Very well, gather all Saiyans age 10 and above. I will instruct them in training methods to rapidly enhance their strength. In a month, no, in 10 days, we shall demonstrate the true power of the Saiyans to the cosmic pirates and Frieza. Amosi reverted to his normal state and set forth to summon the other Saiyans as per the new king's orders. Meanwhile, Gohan sensed the energy of Kale and Caulifla, summoning them to assist in rallying the resistance. In Gohan's mind, a grand plan was taking shape. If Frieza could assemble a band of cosmic pirates, then he would create a cosmic peacekeeping force. Soon, they would have thousands of Super Saiyans, while Frieza would be left with but a handful of his frozen demons. Even if a prodigy akin to Frieza emerged, Gohan had the legacy of the Super Saiyan to rely upon. Not to mention the transformations of the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. When the Galactic King arrived, he would have no choice but to pay homage to the Saiyans, personally bestowing upon them the Galactic Peace Medal. Just as Gohan reveled in his delightful imaginings of the team uniforms, a familiar vibration resonated behind his ear. Startled, he swiftly pressed the button located there. Hello. This is Gohan. What is it that Lord Kane requires of me? Chapter 25. Preparation. The connection is established. How is Gohan faring? What is this peculiar temporal void? Have you encountered any perilous situations? While danger is hardly the word, this timeline appears to be a remnant of the past, when the Saiyans still inhabited planet Salad. I am on the verge of instructing them on how to transform into Super Saiyans. After elucidating the circumstances here to Kane, she recounted the events that transpired at the God of Time's sanctuary. Upon your entry, it seems the temporal void experienced little alteration. Perhaps once you vanquish the cosmic pirates, this void will dissipate. Regardless, do exercise caution. If you face insurmountable challenges, you may always return. After exchanging pleasantries, Gohan ended the communication and continued his journey towards Kale and her companions. In a plaza-like area, Gohan spotted them, and they waved him over. Upon landing beside them, Tara was the first to inquire about Gohan's condition. So, how did it go, Gohan? You seem to have bested Mephi. Indeed, I have ascended as the new king of the Saiyans. I have come to seek your assistance. Gather all those aged 10 and above. I intend for my subjects to possess the power to transform into Super Saiyans. After Gohan's somewhat dramatic proclamation, everyone present, except for Golo, fell into an awkward silence. Kale, blushing from the embarrassment, stammered, "Gohan King, we understand your command. We shall summon all Saiyans over the age of 10 for you." After hearing this, Gohan sensed something amiss. "Please, just call me Gohan." The title Gohan King sounds rather peculiar, reminiscent of a rice king. Though I do enjoy my food, let us avoid that. Approximately an hour later, nearly all Saiyans aged 10 and above had gathered in the plaza. Gohan stood atop a platform, addressing the assembly of Saiyans below. This race is rather small. There are only a little over 20,000 Saiyans on planet Salad. I am Gohan. From this moment forth, I am your new king. Mephi has been slain by my hand. The crowd of Saiyans began to murmur, questioning Gohan's sanity, as Mephi was clearly beside him. Indeed, you have not erred. The figure next to me is actually Mephi's brother, Amasi, and like me, he is a Super Saiyan. Gohan gestured subtly to Amasi, who understood the cue and transformed into a Super Saiyan without hesitation. Behold, he is nothing like the previous Mephi. His hair is golden. The golden hair signifies the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing Amasi's golden locks, even those who were skeptical of Gohan began to harbor doubts. Gohan stepped forward, unleashing his concealed battle power, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Instantly, a golden aura enveloped the arena, causing several soldiers' devices to explode. Those near the platform found themselves immobilized by the overwhelming pressure he exuded. "Who among you dares to challenge me? If anyone can defeat me, I shall relinquish my throne, and I trust this will quell any dissent among you." Upon hearing these words from Son Gohan, the crowd began to stir restlessly. Some, oblivious to the immense pressure and unable to discern Gohan's true strength, were eager to test their mettle against him. Naturally, Son Gohan accepted their challenges, seizing the opportunity to make an example of them. In the power-centric realm of Salad Star, only by proving oneself as the strongest will others heed your command. "I challenge you," proclaimed a Saiyan strikingly reminiscent of Vegeta. Though Ria's demeanor and tone echoed Vegeta's, the youth before Gohan was remarkably similar to the legendary warrior. This boy, around 15 or 16 years of age, stepped onto the arena with 2 swift strides, standing opposite Gohan. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Gohan inquired, "Before we begin, might I know your name? I have no desire to bully an unknown adversary." "Humph. I am called Vegeta, the mightiest super warrior of our city. Let me see what you, little brat, are made of, if you truly have the prowess to defeat that fool, Mike." Oh, what a fortuitous encounter with an ancestor of Vegeta. Without my presence, this Vegeta might very well become the next king. Gohan sensed Vegeta's aura, estimating his combat power at approximately 12,000. No wonder the future king would take on the name Vegeta. Without further ado, this formidable power ranked among the elite on Salad Star. Vegeta unleashed his full strength without hesitation, charging directly at Son Gohan. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to land, Gohan swiftly turned and executed a sweeping kick. Vegeta, caught off guard, perceived Gohan's speed as akin to lightning from the heavens. He was sent flying, skidding across the ground for hundreds of meters before finally coming to a halt in a crater. Struggling to rise, he clutched his bruised right arm. "I concede. I have been defeated in a single blow. It appears you were not exaggerating. You are indeed a true Super Saiyan. You are commendable as well. A combat power of 12,000 is quite rare on Vegeta Star. With some training, I am confident you can ascend to become a Super Saiyan." "Super Saiyan? I can achieve that as well." Observing Vegeta's astonishment, Gohan felt it was time to reveal the path to becoming a Super Saiyan. After confirming there were no challengers left, he addressed the assembly. "Everyone, please be quiet. I shall now disclose the method to transform into a Super Saiyan, even if one cannot achieve this transformation. Substantial enhancements to one's strength are still attainable." At this moment, Gohan's words resonated with a significant portion of the crowd, and they awaited the new king's guidance in hushed anticipation. Gohan then elucidated the principles of the Super Saiyan transformation and its requirements, organizing the remaining Saiyans into several training groups. For those with combat power exceeding 10,000, Gohan personally applied gravitational pressure to expedite their progression into the Super Saiyan realm. In a remarkable turn of events, the Saiyans with combat power below 10,000 were encouraged to strive towards becoming Super Saiyan gods. Gohan discovered that once an individual is imbued with divine energy, their body undergoes a transformation akin to the unlocking of latent potential. Following this revelation, the collective strength of the Saiyan race saw a significant enhancement. Within 5 days, Caulifla and Kale successfully ascended to the status of Super Saiyans. Vegeta, on the other hand, exhibited an extraordinary feat. After 2 days of recuperation and merely 3 days of training, he too achieved the form of a Super Saiyan. It seemed that during this period, the Saiyan bloodline still harbored considerable latent capabilities, as the once rare Super Saiyan transformation was becoming increasingly commonplace. Chapter 26, a bit weak after a span of 10 days. Despite there being only 2 individuals, including Gohan, with combat power exceeding 1 billion, there were numerous warriors boasting combat strengths in the millions and tens of millions. More importantly, the majority had reached the threshold of approximately 10,000 in combat power. It could be asserted that at any point in time, they would be capable of overwhelming the cosmic pirates with ease. Gohan summoned the strongest among them to the royal palace's conference room. "Listen closely," he proclaimed. "From this moment forth, you shall become the 7 knights of the Saiyan Round Table: Yamcha, Caulifla, Kale, Vegeta, Dina, Razid, and Loli. When all 7 of you are present, you shall wield the authority of the king." As Gohan turned away, his hands clasped behind him, he reflected, "Ultimately, I am merely an outsider. After guiding the Saiyan people through their tribulations, I shall return to the Kais." He expressed his hope that once they were settled, a new king could be elected, allowing him to find peace. The 7 behind him were taken aback by this decision. After all, Gohan had only been king for a mere 10 days. In that brief time, he had demonstrated extraordinary prowess, elevating the Saiyan race to new heights. Yet now, he chose to relinquish power and fame, a notion that left them astounded. "Knights, heed my command." The 7 warriors snapped to attention, their moment of sentiment quickly eclipsed by urgency. "You have 1 hour to assemble warriors with combat power exceeding 15,000. I have already issued a challenge to the cosmic pirates, and I expect them to arrive shortly. Each of you will lead a squad of 20 in preparation for this assault." "Understood." As Gohan watched the 7 knights depart, he slowly took his seat upon the throne and activated the communicator. "What is it, Gohan? Are developments proceeding smoothly?" "Lord Kane, we are about to engage the cosmic pirates. I reached out to inquire about the current state of the temporal void." Kane observed the temporal anomaly briefly before providing an update. "Presently, there appears to be no significant changes within the void, yet there are signs of distortion at its edges. It is possible that when you succeed, the void will be fully restored." With Kane's response, Gohan concluded the communication, closed his eyes, and awaited the arrival of the cosmic pirates. An hour later, the Saiyan squad had fully assembled, and several enormous spacecraft emerged in the sky. The design of these vessels bore a striking resemblance to the ships of Frisia's army. As if they were adorned with an ancient aesthetic, the spacecraft descended onto a barren expanse, and a member of the Frost Demon clan emerged. It was evident that this individual was Frisia. He bore a slight resemblance to the first form of Frisia, albeit with a somewhat portly physique and a greater predominance of purple skin. "Oh ho ho, I never imagined that you foolish Saiyans, upon witnessing my power, would not choose to submit, but rather boldly issue a challenge. It seems you are indeed eager to embrace your demise," Frisia proclaimed, rising from his infantile throne to face the thousands of Saiyan soldiers. He pointed a finger forward, unleashing a purple beam of destructive energy. Vegeta I, with remarkable swiftness, transformed into a Super Saiyan, deflecting the incoming laser. "What is this transformation? Is it some form of primal evolution?" he questioned, regarding Frisia with a cold gaze, akin to that of a mortuary attendant. "You impertinent little wretch, this is no primal evolution. It is the bane of your Frost Demon kind, the legendary Super Saiyan," he retorted. "Oh ho ho, are you referring to my defeated subordinate? It seems he is also present. The legendary Super Saiyan, whose battle power is merely below 30 million. Frisia scoffed. "You audacious little imp, what is your own battle power then?" Vegeta inquired, irritation evident as Frisia repeated the term little wretch. "Humph, lowly Saiyan. Since you are so eager to know, I shall reluctantly divulge. This form is not my final state, and when I achieve my ultimate form, my battle power will be enough to send shivers down your spine. I possess a staggering 60 million. From a distance, Gohan could not help but interject, "Is that all?" 60 million seems rather underwhelming. I expected Frisia to boast at least 100 million in battle power, yet here we are with only 60 million. How disappointing. This fellow seems rather feeble." Deciding that Frisia might serve as a training opportunity for Caulifla and Vegeta, Gohan concluded that the other minions would likely be no match for them. Knights, heed my command. Yamoshi will lead a team to eliminate the space pirates, while the remaining 6 knights shall combine their strength to take down Frieza. Others will be tasked with clearing the battlefield post-battle, confiscating useful supplies, and organizing the spoils. Upon receiving the orders, everyone sprang into action. The space pirates, witnessing the mobilization, commenced their assault. Although somewhat bewildered, Frieza transformed into his ultimate form and engaged the 6 warriors. Among them, only Vegeta possessed the highest battle power, now exceeding 65 million. The remaining 5 warriors averaged over 50 million in battle power. After all, with such low battle power, achieving Super Saiyan status was unfeasible. After engaging in 2 rounds of combat with Frieza, Vegeta concluded that there was no necessity for him to strike, thus allowing the opportunity to be taken by the other 5. Although their combat prowess paled in comparison to Frieza's, the mere presence of 5 warriors created an illusion of parity in their duel. As the battle progressed, Frieza grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that their combined strength was unexpectedly formidable. It is worth noting that he was considered a prodigy among the ice demons, possessing a significantly longer freezing duration than his kin. This was inconceivable. How could such a lowly race as the Saiyans wield such immense power? After several exchanges, Frieza discovered that most of his subordinates had perished. Among them were several with battle powers reaching hundreds of thousands, yet they were swiftly subdued by the astute Yamcha, who had mastered ki sensing. Infuriated, Frieza seethed. I am the Emperor of the universe. How can I possibly be defeated by Saiyans? The 5 warriors ceased their assault, as Frieza was nearly depleted of energy. Gasping for breath, "Curse be you. I shall ensure that not a single one of you Saiyans survives." Upon hearing this proclamation, Gohan recognized that Frieza intended to unleash his devastating ability to obliterate planets, a signature move of the ice demons. Was this the reason why the timeline remained fractured and unhealed? Regardless, Gohan resolved to prevent him from destroying Salad Star. Gohan immediately activated his mysterious form, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming energy. The sky trembled, and the rivers roared. With unwavering determination, Gohan appeared like a cold-hearted deity of death. Frieza, a mere fledgling in comparison, was struck dumb by the terrifying scene, forgetting to gather his energy. Seizing the moment of his astonishment, Gohan teleported before him, delivering a swift kick that sent Frieza soaring into the heavens. With a slight bend of his palm, he gathered energy at his waist. Kamehameha. Frieza, now suspended in the air, stared in shock at Gohan, seemingly attempting to utter a word, yet he found himself without a chance to speak. Huh. The blue wave of energy engulfed Frieza in an instant, his silent, anguished roar unheard by all. As the energy dissipated, the once dim sky brightened anew. A ray of sunlight bathed the ground of Salad Star, illuminating the earth stained with the blood of cosmic marauders. Frieza and his galactic fleet were inexplicably vanquished. Leaving Gohan to reflect, it is not that we are too powerful, but rather that they are too weak. Chapter 27. A modest game. The 7 knights found themselves somewhat bewildered. They had been fighting well, yet inexplicably, Gohan had suddenly grown tremendously stronger. Remarkably, he had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet his strength exceeded that of his transformed state. They soon witnessed Frieza being launched into the air, transforming into a dazzling firework, leaving no opportunity for parting words. What transpired with Gohan? Without so much as a greeting, he swiftly vanquished Frieza. Is it possible that he relishes the thrill of claiming victories? As they pondered this perplexity, Vegeta was the first to shatter the silence. Hey Gohan, why the haste in eliminating Frieza? Did he possess some hidden trump card? Gohan reverted to his normal state and turned to respond to Vegeta. Indeed, your assumption is correct. The Frieza race can survive in the vacuum of space. Just moments ago, he intended to obliterate the core of Planet Salad, which would have triggered its cataclysmic explosion. So it was truly befitting of a cosmic pirate, his essence reeking of treachery. Had it not been for the king's timely intervention, we might have met our demise. Upon hearing this analysis, not only the 7 knights, but others as well grew increasingly respectful towards Gohan, the king. After Amosher had cleared the battlefield, he approached Gohan to deliver his report. Your Majesty, the battlefield has been largely secured, and all combatants have been eliminated. We are left with only a few technicians and non-combatant prisoners. Do you have any further orders? Yes. Please seize all their equipment for our possession and, if possible, rally any rogue pirates still at large for elimination. As for subsequent arrangements, we shall convene this evening to discuss further. Thus, The Scions completely took control of the core forces of the cosmic pirates, with the remaining factions either fleeing or perishing. As night fell, the Seven Knights and several elder Scions gathered to deliberate the future trajectory of their people alongside their new king, Gohan. It has been decided, henceforth, the Scions shall provide security services to clients across the cosmos. We shall collaborate with the Galactic Patrol as auxiliary mercenaries to uphold harmony and stability throughout the universe. Upon concluding the discourse, applause erupted in the assembly, illuminating a clear path for the future development of the Scions. Within a mere day, news of the Scions' triumph over the cosmic pirates had spread far and wide across the universe. The Galactic Patrol, upon hearing this news, dispatched emissaries to Planet Salad, thus sparing the need for prior contact with them. Following this, detailed plans were laid out, with Gohan delegating responsibilities to Amosher and the Galactic Patrol. Given Amoshi's prior experience as king of the Metamorphs, Gohan sat quietly upon his throne, reflecting on the sensations he had experienced during his transformation into a Super Saiyan god. It was a wondrous feeling, akin to attaining a mysterious form, yet more fluid and natural. His body thrummed with profound vitality, as if every meridian had been unblocked, inducing a remarkable sense of comfort. This extraordinary sensation seemed to emanate from his heart, flowing throughout his being, awakening a latent power within his cells, divine energy. In his mind, he replayed the moment, feeling a tranquility he had never known, an illusion that everything around him was one with him. All was indifferent to him. Without him, the universe spun on, yet with him, the universe required his essence. Perhaps this is the realm of the divine, a being that is one with all existence while simultaneously possessing mastery over it. Transforming once more into a Super Saiyan god is a remarkably straightforward endeavor. Past experiences render it effortlessly replicable. He merely needs to evoke and sustain the sensations akin to those he felt as a Super Saiyan. Gohan closed his eyes, channeling the energy within his body to awaken his heart. Crimson flames emanated from his heart, spreading throughout his entire being, saturating every fiber of his form. Even his pores were permeated, causing his hair to blaze a fiery red. However, the divine energy is inherently gentle and lacks the ferocity associated with a Super Saiyan. Hence, while his hair changed color, it did not stand on end. The divine power, being so natural, bore no burdens, resulting in a significantly heightened state akin to his mysterious form. Moreover, as divine energy is of a higher tier, it naturally surpasses that of the mysterious state. Yet, it is curious that the beast proves superior to the Super Saiyan transformations of Goku and Vegeta. Perhaps he would be even stronger in his Super Saiyan God form. Gohan endeavored to transform into a Super Saiyan within this divine state. After considerable effort, the crimson flame within him burgeoned with strength, transitioning from red to blue, akin to flames with rising temperatures. The aura surrounding him swiftly shifted from red to blue, the invigorated energy surging through his pores, transforming his hair to a striking blue. He had succeeded. He had become a Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Yet, the name felt excessively lengthy. Perhaps Super Blue would suffice. Gohan collected his thoughts. Reverting to his usual state, it was time to return. Having directly attained a divine form during his sojourn, it was certainly not in vain. He activated his communicator to contact the Supreme Kai of Time. Lord Kane, may I inquire about the current status of the temporal void? I believe I have accomplished all that I needed to, and with Salad Star now stabilized, it is time for me to return. Is it already time? I anticipated you would engage in a protracted battle, Kane replied. Please hold on, I shall check immediately. After a brief interval, Kane assessed the situation regarding the temporal void. It appears the timeline is nearing restoration to normalcy. However, there seems to be a blockage at one point, the nature of which remains unclear. A blockage? Might it be possible that I am that very point? If I were to emerge, perhaps that blockage would dissipate. Your reasoning holds merit. Prepare yourself to return post-haste. Feel free to bring back anything you wish and bid farewell to those you wish to. Very well, I shall conclude my remaining tasks and return shortly. Gohan severed the communication, summoning the Seven Knights to the conference hall to entrust them with certain matters. Shortly thereafter, all 7 Knights had assembled. Much has been accomplished, and it is now time for me to depart. The days spent in your company have been truly delightful. Each of you embodies the pride of the Saiyan race. I have decided to relinquish the throne and pass it on to Vegeta. From this moment forth, you must diligently nurture the development of the Saiyan people. Kefla, visibly excited, slammed her hands on the table and exclaimed, Gohan, what are you saying? Surely, you need not abdicate the throne simply to return to the Supreme Kai. Gohan smiled gently and replied, Indeed, I am returning to the Supreme Kai. But she is the Kai of time, existing in a different dimension from yours. I, too, have come from another realm. What? You hail from another dimension? I never anticipated this. Chapter 28. How did you follow me? The 7 knights fell into silence, confronted by the foreign savior who had rescued the entire Saiyan race. Even though they were reluctant to see the new king depart, they understood that Gohan did not belong here. Tears welled in Kale's eyes, while Rhea and Vegeta wore expressions of regret. Let us not be so melancholic. Perhaps I shall return one day. If I do come back and find that you have not managed your affairs well, brace yourselves for the consequences, Gohan remarked playfully. Vegeta, perplexed, inquired, I understand your departure, but why pass the throne to me? Surely, Amosi is more suited for this position. Indeed, Amosi adeptly handled administrative matters. Yet I can discern that your overall capabilities surpass his. Like him, you possess a profound pride in your Saiyan heritage. I believe, once you find the right path, you will undoubtedly lead our people to a more glorious future. Vegeta was further bewildered. Who is he? His identity is of little consequence. Suffice it to say he is a proud Saiyan warrior. Vegeta ceased his questioning, accepting the reality of his ascension to kingship. He had already perceived that Amosi was once the former Mai-Fi, who no longer wished to reign. Thus, it is settled. I shall depart tomorrow morning. Do not disclose this to others. Simply say I have gone far away to train, Gohan concluded. As the meeting adjourned, everyone returned to their respective homes, while Kale's thoughts began to wander. The following day, Gohan retrieved some gold and jewels from the royal treasury, placing them into his universal capsule. I am now king. Is it unreasonable for me to take some of my own belongings? After all, these treasures hold little value for the development of Salad Star. Subsequently, Gohan indulged in a feast from the royal kitchen. Though it did not rival Earth's cuisine, it was sufficient to satiate his hunger. Before his departure, he offered Vegeta a few pieces of advice to procure several gravity training chambers and to compose a few historical texts. Some Saiyans with lower combat power could certainly serve as civil officials, engaging in the advancement of history and technology. A warrior race, no matter how formidable, cannot thrive if its science and culture remain underdeveloped. King, may I witness your true power? I aspire to follow in your footsteps and grow stronger. I have already stated that I am no longer king. The throne belongs to you now. As for your request, let us agree that before I leave, I shall demonstrate my prowess before you. Thus, Gohan acquiesced to Vegeta's request. He chose a desolate wilderness as his return point, ensuring a quieter journey, free from unforeseen incidents. The 7 knights and Gohan arrived at the wilderness, the very spot where he had first arrived on Salad Star. Gohan transformed before them into a Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, leaving them all astonished. Vegeta pondered to himself, it appears the journey ahead remains long. Subsequently, Gohan returned to his usual self and waved goodbye to everyone. All right, everyone, I must take my leave. Take care. Farewell, son Gohan, we shall miss you. Indeed, I will miss you all as well. If possible, I shall return to visit. Gohan displayed the time-space bracelet, its shimmering light indicating that Lord Kai had set the parameters. It was time to go back. He pressed a button on the bracelet, and a wondrous force enveloped him, revealing a white time-space portal behind him. Gohan turned and stepped slowly into it. Suddenly, he felt a push, stumbling as the portal drew him in. The familiar tunnel, the known white light, the recognizable exit. Just as Gohan was about to collide with the ground, he executed a somersault mid-air, landing gracefully on his feet. Out of nowhere, something crashed into Gohan's back, causing his face to meet the floor with a resounding crack. Who bumped into me? Do you even know how to drive? Are the brake pads made of gold? Gohan turned to see a familiar figure. Ah, that hurts, hurts, hurts. Son Gohan, you are as hard as steel. It feels like I crashed into a metal plate. What a glitch scenario. A beautiful maiden forsakes everything for the one she loves, resolutely eloping with the protagonist. Does she not realize that by the halfway point, most regret their decisions? The protagonist often becomes a worthless scoundrel, his once great dreams reduced to mere trivial fantasies. In the end, youth fades, familial ties fray, and one's vivacity is lost. Kefla, what brings you here? Do you not understand that this may prevent your return? If I cannot go back, so be it. I have no family left, and I have only known Tawa and the others for a mere month. Oh, you have a point. We have only known each other for half a month as well. Young girls must learn to protect themselves. One should not simply follow someone because they are kind. What if the other party is a pervert? You may not even have time to escape. Kefla sat atop Gohan with a mischievous smile. What if, in truth, Gohan, you are quite the pervert? Fear not, indulge in my whims. I have never heard of Saiyans being so uninhibited. Would you kindly get off me? Although it is not winter, the floor is still quite cold. I will not. If you catch a chill, it is of no concern to me. Who knows? In the future, you might wish for me to ride you, and I may not acquiesce. At that moment, the Supreme Kai of Time, Cain, approached. Ah, you son Gohan. While I have said you may bring anything, why on earth did you bring someone with you? Are you attempting to engage in human trafficking? It was not my intention to bring her. Please, have her get off me. The pressing matter is to check if the time rift has been repaired. Seeing the Supreme Kai of Time, Kefla felt embarrassed and stood up from Gohan. Hello, Supreme Kai of Time, I am Kefla. It is a pleasure to meet you. No worries. Since you are already here, let us proceed to assess the condition of the time rift. Thus, they journeyed from the preparation room to the Temple of Time. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the temple, Califura could not help but express her awe along the way. Indeed, it aligns with what you envisioned, Gohan. After your departure, the temporal void here has been mended, and now this timeline is flourishing healthily. Is there a possibility for me to return to this timeline? I wish to send Califura back. Califura, in a fit of indignation, stamped her foot. Are you truly so unwelcoming? I made a significant decision to accompany you here. This is not merely accompanying. It is a sneak attack, devoid of martial ethics. Cain interjected, waving her hand. All right, enough of the quarrel. Miss Califura, it would be best if you returned with Gohan for now. The current timeline requires further observation, and it is advisable to refrain from temporal traversing for the time being. Upon hearing this, Califura broke into a triumphant smile. Chapter 29. The return in a secluded forest on Mount Pozu. A flash of white light appeared. Two Saiyans emerged from the radiance, having returned together to Mount Pozu. Wait, you must return with me without uttering a word. Allow me to explain, Gohan insisted. Califura reassured him. It's all right. You need not worry. I promise I will remain silent. Gazing at the small house ahead, Gohan took a deep breath, summoning his courage to step outside. According to Cain, during Gohan's sojourn in the temporal void, time flowed synchronously in both realms. This meant that while Gohan lingered in the void for half a month, the real world also advanced by half a month. Thus, Gohan could hardly fathom what awaited him. He was bracing himself to confront the wrath of his parents. Mom, Dad, I'm back. The door of the small house creaked open, releasing a chilling aura of resentment. A heavily pregnant woman stood within, wielding a whip. Her gaze was filled with indifference, causing even Gohan, with an unknown level of combat power, to tremble. Gohan, you've returned. Did you have fun over the past half-month? A profound fear welled up within Gohan. Even Califura, standing beside him, felt goosebumps rise on her skin. I'm sorry, Mom. It's all my fault for not saying goodbye before I left. I assure you it won't happen again. I am truly sorry. Chi-Chi gradually retracted her terrifying presence and sighed. Very well, very well. After all, you are my son. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. Goten is about to be born. You must set a good example for your younger brother. Yes, I understand. Just as Chi-Chi was about to invite Gohan inside, her eyes caught sight of the silent girl beside him. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the girl's tail. Gohan, who is this girl? You're only 11. How could you bring a girl home? What distinguishes this from the behavior of a ruffian? How can you aspire to be a great scholar? With that, Chi-Chi tightened her grip on the whip. Wait, please don't be agitated. Let me explain slowly. After Gohan recounted his previous experiences, Chi-Chi began to understand the situation more clearly. Thus, it appears that this little girl is indeed your ancestor. However, Gohan, the meager salary your father earns barely suffices for purchasing milk powder, and now with an additional Saiyan to feed, I find myself unable to sustain this burden. Upon hearing this, Gohan promptly retrieved a universal capsule, pressing the button atop it, which conjured a plethora of gold and jewels before Chi-Chi. In truth, I have also reaped some rewards from my ventures, which might alleviate the pressure at home somewhat. Upon witnessing the gleaming treasures scattered across the floor, Chi-Chi's remaining frustration dissipated, her gaze transfixed solely on the resplendent gold. Upon observing Gohan's gesture, Caulifla, seemingly from nowhere, produced a hefty gold bar and approached Chi-Chi, offering it with the words, Auntie, if you don't mind, please accept this. Without hesitation, Chi-Chi accepted the gold bar from Caulifla, placing it alongside the jewels on the ground. "Oh dear, what a wonderful girl you are. You are most welcome to visit our home, though it may be small. Accommodating one more person poses no issue." After tidying up, Chi-Chi retreated into the house. All in all, this crisis passed without incident. "Gohan, your mother's aura is quite formidable. Even more so than when you transform into a Super Saiyan," Caulifla remarked. Gohan exhaled in relief and replied, "You wouldn't understand. She is the only one capable of reigning in the most powerful being on this planet." "Who might that be?" Caulifla inquired. "Oh, I almost forgot. The title was held by my father, but it should now belong to me," Gohan answered. Caulifla's lips twitched, her expression revealing a hint of disbelief at his self-adoration. Gohan ascended the stairs to his room, followed closely by Caulifla. He settled into his chair while she perched upon his bed. They exchanged glances, enveloped in silence for a full 2 minutes. "What brings you to my room?" he eventually asked. "I wouldn't follow you. Where else would I go?" Caulifla retorted. Gohan closed his eyes, pondering the situation. He couldn't allow Caulifla to remain here merely to indulge in food and drink as his childhood bride. It seemed imperative to find her some tasks to undertake. Opening his eyes, Gohan earnestly inquired, "Do you wish to grow stronger? I can take you to a place where 2 sparring partners await." Caulifla's interest piqued at the notion of becoming stronger, and she sprang from the bed. "Really? Where are they now? With an opportunity to enhance my strength, I must seize it." Thus, it was decided. Gohan led Caulifla directly toward Bulma's residence. In the skies above the outskirts of West City, 2 figures clashed with fervor. "Kakarot, transform into Super Saiyan 3 quickly. I can hardly enjoy this in your current state." "Not necessarily, Vegeta. My Super Saiyan 2 has improved significantly," came the retort. They swiftly separated and collided once more, exchanging rapid attacks in a fierce display of prowess. It was evident that both had mastered Super Saiyan 2 exceptionally well. Indeed, their abilities rivaled those of Super Saiyan 3. Just as they prepared to unleash their respective energy waves, they simultaneously turned their gazes toward a singular direction. The essence of 2 Saiyans, alongside another energy reminiscent of Gohan's, suggested that he had indeed grown stronger during his absence of half a month. However, the identity of the other energy remained a mystery. "Vegeta, do you recognize it?" "I do not, but your son is truly a prodigy. In just a brief fortnight, he has become remarkably powerful, showing little regard for my status as the Prince of Saiyans." As 2 figures drew closer, it became evident that they were Gohan and an unfamiliar Saiyan girl. A female Saiyan, indeed. Is it possible that this universe harbors surviving female Saiyans? Gohan and Kale spotted Goku and Vegeta hovering in the air, indicating that their search had come to an end. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta, are you training here? You've returned, Gohan. Speaking of which, you've become stronger yet again. How did you achieve this? Could you impart your methods to me? I too wish to grow stronger." Unlike Goku, who inquired about Gohan's newfound strength, Vegeta redirected his curiosity toward Kale. "Hey, what is the story with this female Saiyan? I do not recall any surviving female Saiyans." Kale, upon noticing Vegeta, was awestruck. You are Vegeta. What brings you here? I thought you were still on Planet Salad." "Planet Salad? Wasn't it destroyed long ago? Are you suggesting you have come from the past?" Chapter 30. Something significant. Recognizing the bewilderment in Goku and Vegeta, Gohan took it upon himself to elucidate Kale's origins. "So, this is the case. You encountered my ancestor, which explains the misunderstanding." "Oh, I see. So you are the great-grandson of Vegeta. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Little Sun Bei." Upon hearing this designation, a vein throbbed on Vegeta's forehead, and he clenched his fists in vehement discontent. "What the hell is Little Sun Bei? Regardless of your lineage, you are merely a teenage girl now. I advise you not to overstep your bounds." Kale revealed her mischievous side, retorting, "What? You still refuse to accept it? My grandmother's generation holds precedence. Do you wish to duel?" Vegeta could no longer contain his frustration. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2 on the spot, striking a provocative stance towards Kale. "Then allow me to see just how formidable you truly are, grandmother." Kale, equally spirited, transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. Preparing for a proper spar with Vegeta, Gohan and Goku sidestepped, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Kale initiated the assault, dashing towards Vegeta and unleashing a flurry of punches. Vegeta effortlessly evaded them, confidence radiating from his demeanor. Seizing an opening, he aimed a kick at Kale's abdomen. Sensing the impending strike, Kale swiftly pushed downward with both hands, launching a ki wave that propelled her away from the attack. With a slight grunt, Vegeta pursued her. For a moment, the two exchanged blows, the atmosphere resonating with a cacophony of impacts. "What is the matter? Is this all the strength you possess, old woman?" Upon hearing the term old woman, Kale's temper flared instantly. "What do you mean? I am still quite young." "It seems you are the one resembling an elder," remarked Kale, shedding her pretense as she transformed into Super Saiyan 2 with a surge of power. This left Gohan utterly astonished. When did Kale achieve this transformation? I had not noticed it during our time on Planet Salad. Even Vegeta exhibited a hint of surprise, for it had taken him a considerable time to master Super Saiyan 2, yet here was a young girl who had accomplished it in merely half a month. Both Vegeta and Kale became serious as they prepared for the second round. Kale initiated the bout with a fierce jab, striking Vegeta's defending arm. He deflected her punch and retaliated with a flurry of blows, but due to his overwhelming speed, Kale could only defend passively. Seizing an opportune moment, Kale unleashed a mouth blast, prompting Vegeta to retract his assault and swatted away. In that instant, Kale took advantage and landed a powerful kick on Vegeta, catching him off guard and sending him flying. He collided with a mountain peak, creating a significant dent upon impact. Vegeta swiftly recovered and soared back, returning the favor with a kick of his own. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, while Gohan and Goku observed their movements silently. "So, Gohan, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Gohan considered, noting that while Kale had just begun to master Super Saiyan 2 and her power had indeed increased, she still lagged far behind Vegeta in terms of combat technique and energy control. As anticipated, Kale could not withstand several rounds before succumbing to defeat. "How infuriating. I lost again. No wonder he is a descendant of Vegeta," she lamented. "Well, you were quite impressive yourself. Achieving such prowess right after transforming into Super Saiyan 2 is no small feat, truly a talent," Vegeta acknowledged. After their exchange of pleasantries, Gohan turned to Kale and inquired, "Kale, when did you transform into Super Saiyan 2? I do not recall having taught you that." Kale proudly lifted her chin, a confident smile gracing her face. "Surprised, are you? Actually, after I transformed into Super Saiyan, I realized I did not feel the same as when I assisted you in achieving Super Saiyan God. So, I discussed it with Rhea and sought another Saiyan's help. In the courtyard, I transformed into Super Saiyan God, and I felt my body's power completely unleashed. Though it lasted only a brief moment, I retained that sensation. Thus, when I transformed into Super Saiyan, I understood what it entailed." Kale gazed at Gohan, falling silent once more. "Do tell, what exactly happened?" Gohan pressed. "At that moment, I discovered that the transformation into Super Saiyan had not been fully realized. So, I maintained my Super Saiyan state while recalling that state of complete liberation from when I became Super Saiyan God. Although I have yet to achieve total liberation, I have reached what you refer to as Super Saiyan 2. It was thus revealed that transforming into a Super Saiyan God would unleash the latent potential within one's body, thereby enhancing one's physical prowess. This elucidates how one could effortlessly transition into Super Saiyan 2. Upon hearing their words, Son Wukong suddenly became exhilarated and quickly turned to ask Son Gohan, "Hey, Gohan, is that form known as Super Saiyan God truly formidable? Could you possibly demonstrate it for us, so I may witness it for myself?" Indeed, indeed. No wonder you are the battle-crazed old man. Upon hearing of something extraordinarily powerful, you wish to experience it firsthand. Very well, I have only just recently mastered this transformation. You may observe it in action." With that, Gohan closed his eyes and suppressed his energy. Recalling the sensation from when he first transformed, he ignited a flicker of red flame from his heart. In an instant, Gohan's energy vanished, and a crimson aura enveloped his entire being, his hair and pupils shifting to a vibrant red. "Gohan, your energy has inexplicably dissipated, and you appear slightly slimmer. This is truly astounding. I cannot perceive your current state at all." Vegeta expressed his bewilderment, realizing that the Super Saiyan God seemingly had no aura, making it difficult to gauge its strength. "Hey, Gohan, allow me to test my might against you. I am eager to discern just how powerful you have become." "Very well, Uncle Vegeta, unleash your full strength upon me." Vegeta maintained his Super Saiyan 2 form and swiftly launched an onslaught against Gohan. Meanwhile, Gohan, with his eyes closed and arms crossed, effortlessly evaded all of Vegeta's assaults. Although this evasion stemmed from sheer strength and could hardly be deemed as true mastery, to Vegeta and the others, Gohan appeared to be exhibiting the prowess of a masterful fighter. After a fruitless barrage, Vegeta reverted from his transformation. I must admit, this Super Saiyan God form possesses considerable merit. Chapter 31. Galactic Patrol. Truly, the Super Saiyan God lives up to its divine appellation. As Vegeta expressed profound admiration for this transformation, ordinary individuals could not detect his energy, and both his physical strength and reaction speed had markedly improved. It was evident that the distinction between the divine and the mortal was indeed substantial. Observing that even Vegeta was incapable of contending with this form piqued Son Wukong's interest. Gohan, allow me to test your power as well and see if it is as formidable as Vegeta claims. All right, Father, you should transform directly into Super Saiyan 3, otherwise, I fear I may inadvertently mismanage my strength. Without further ado, Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3, though its intensity did not match that of the Super Saiyan God. The visual spectacle was undeniably impressive. Khalifa, witnessing his transformation, was left in awe. Not only did his hair grow extraordinarily long, but his eyebrows vanished as well, and his energy surpassed that of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 by a considerable margin. In her mind, Khalifa mused, truly, they are a remarkable father-son duo, each more extraordinary than the last. Is this the future of all Saiyans? Once Son Wukong completed his transformation, he let out a fierce roar and charged forth. However, to Gohan's perception at that moment, the movements of Super Saiyan 3 seemed somewhat sluggish. With the agility of a phantom, Gohan sidestepped the incoming attack with remarkable speed. As Son Wukong remained unaware, Son Gohan's hand swiftly struck the back of his neck. With a resounding thud, Son Wukong was knocked unconscious, reverting from Super Saiyan 3 to his normal state. Alas, the force was not adequately controlled, leading to an unintended fainting. It would have been better if the strike had been slightly heavier. Otherwise, it might have resulted in a patricide. Gohan hurriedly lifted the fallen Wukong, channeling a bit of divine energy into his pressure point. Gradually, Son Wukong regained consciousness, feeling as though he were on the brink of reuniting with his grandfather. Gohan, you ought to familiarize yourself more with your strength. What if you accidentally killed me? He remarked. Indeed, the disparity in power at this state was tremendous. If only he were a bit stronger, it would be truly exhilarating. Vegeta suddenly turned and inquired, did you not promise to let me transform into a Super Saiyan God? When will that be? You wouldn't renege on your word, would you? Patience, Gohan replied. I mentioned that once Goten matures, you will be the first to transform. Furthermore, the strength of a Super Saiyan God is still correlated with your foundational power. Thus, during this period, you should strive to train and grow stronger, which will enhance your transformation. Vegeta snorted, falling silent. It's absurd that you, who have trained the least, surpass us all. You're making us appear like fools. Gohan returned to his normal state and addressed the matter at hand. The purpose of this visit is to provide you with a training partner. It's not ideal for Caulifla to remain idle at home. She might as well join you in training and become stronger. Caulifla crossed her arms and retorted, you clearly think I'm a nuisance, so you've concocted an excuse to send me away, having lured me here under false pretenses. What deception? You willingly came along, Gohan countered. Focus on your training. Once you've mastered Super Saiyan 2 at full power, you can join us for our next endeavor. Caulifla immediately approached Gohan. Is that true? You said it. And a gentleman's word is his bond. You must not go back on it. Gohan assured her of his promise. And she subsequently joined him and Wukong in their training. It was time to commence their studies. Currently, he and Gohan were an inseparable entity, akin to a fusion that could not be divided. Gohan's aspiration was to become a great scholar. Thus, his present dream mirrored that ambition, for he was, at this moment, Gohan. Fortunately, with the memories of a time traveler, Gohan's studies would not weaken him. Rather, they might enhance his strength. Thus, Gohan returned to the peaceful confines of his home on the lookout, embarking on a monotonous academic journey. Everything was so tranquil, and time passed swiftly. Recently, there had been no significant events, and the Supreme Kai of Time had not sought Gohan. After 2 months of completing the entirety of middle and high school content, the remaining time was dedicated to thorough revision and applying knowledge to various analogous scenarios. Leaning back in his chair, Gohan felt it was time to venture out and unwind. He flew out of the window and into a nearby forest. Son Gohan reclined upon the verdant grass, his eyes gently closed, inhaling the refreshing air that surrounded him. Oh, the splendor of nature. It was a moment imbued with elegance, allowing his body to immerse in tranquility. Free from the clamor of the city and the encroachment of neon lights, Gohan felt as though he were in paradise. As he drifted into a semi-conscious state, an unusual phenomenon graced the sky. A fiery red meteor streaked across the heavens, descending directly towards the forest where Gohan lay. Startled awake by the commotion, he focused his gaze and realized that this was no mere meteor. It was clearly a spacecraft. Gohan swiftly made his way to the crash site. Sensing a faint energy emanating from within the vessel, he promptly approached and pried open the hatch, revealing a female alien clad in peculiar attire, barely clinging to consciousness in the cockpit. Without hesitation, he extricated her from the cabin and soared towards the sacred world. Gohan couldn't help but ponder the inconvenience of lacking instant transmission. If only Goku would teach him, but alas, he was rather unhelpful in that regard. Someday, he resolved, he must journey to Yardrat to learn the technique. It was simply too cumbersome otherwise. And this healing technique, how remarkably convenient it was. He mused whether he could wish for such a healing ability like in Dragon Ball, for then, even with his protagonist as constitution, he would not need to seek out Din incessantly. As the woman's breath began to wane, Gohan quickened his pace towards the sacred world. As for why he didn't use a Senzu bean, well, those were a rare commodity. If he could have Din heal her, he would avoid wasting a Senzu bean. Lost in his thoughts, he soon arrived at the sacred world, where he immediately presented the injured being to Din. After months of residing in the sacred world, Din had become somewhat of a voyeur. Understanding Gohan's intent, he skillfully activated the healing technique. Gradually, the woman's wounds began to mend, and her breath steadied. Before long, her eyes fluttered open. Where am I? Am I dead? Upon regaining consciousness, she was taken aback by the sight of a red-haired youth and a green-skinned individual. Instantly, she sprang to her feet, drawing a sidearm and aiming it at Gohan and Din. Do not move. I am Felicity, a member of the Galactic Patrol from the Northern Galaxy. I have the authority to conduct an inquiry. Please cooperate. Chapter 32. Are you truly tourists? Galactic Patrol? ISNT that under the jurisdiction of Captain Gak? Felicity inquired, her astonishment evident as she regarded the red-haired youth. You know our Captain Gak? Nodding, Gohan, who maintained his Super Saiyan God form, learned that the Galactic Patrol operated in squads throughout the region. Since you are acquainted with Captain Gak, do you know where he is? I urgently need to contact him. Ah, well, I have merely heard of Gak. He is indeed responsible for this area, I presume. It seems you have matters to discuss with him. Indeed, there has been a significant incident in my region. A formidable adversary has emerged, relentlessly siphoning the life energy of various planets. Numerous worlds have already fallen victim to their malevolent grasp. Son Gohan, taken aback, pondered whether it could be Moro, who had escaped from his confinement. If it were indeed him, he harbored little confidence in his ability to prevail. Could the enemy you mentioned be Moro? Upon hearing Gohan's concerns, Feli waved her hand dismissively, assuring him that Moro remained incarcerated and posed no threat. The individual in question seemingly possessed a tail, likely an evil Saiyan. Saiyan indeed. At this juncture, it is unlikely there are many Saiyans left, except perhaps for that rascal, Dallas. The act of draining planetary life energy unmistakably points to the Tree of Might. Gohan had mistakenly thought the enemy had arrived prematurely. Instead, it turned out Dallas had merely arrived tardily. Wouldn't his arrival mean certain defeat? By the way, where am I? What has become of my spaceship? I am grateful for your assistance, but I must urgently contact Gak. Reflecting on the situation, Gohan realized that his spaceship appeared to be completely wrecked. I believe there is no need for that search. I've seen your spaceship utterly shattered. Even if you found it, it would be inoperable. Feli, upon hearing this, began to fret. What should be done? If we do not hasten to thwart that individual, even more planets would suffer. Here is the plan. We have someone capable of constructing a spaceship. Together we can confront that person, ensuring a more efficient approach without the need to notify Gak. Feli was astonished. Not only was there a shipbuilder on this planet, but she was also surprised that Gohan was contemplating challenging that Saiyan. Is that truly the case? Do you have confidence in defeating him, despite never having laid eyes on him? Gohan flashed a confident smile and patted his chest. Have you heard of the tyrant Frieza? At present, I could take on 10 of him. You're boasting now 10 of him? Though I am unaware of why Frieza's forces have suddenly diminished. I have indeed heard of his might. You must be quite uninformed. Let me enlighten you. It was my father who vanquished Frieza. If you doubt me, you may ask King Kai. He can attest to the truth. Feli, upon hearing that King Kai could corroborate Gohan's claim, found herself convinced to some extent. Could you take me to meet him? If he truly defeated Frieza, then overcoming that adversary should pose no challenge. Gohan nodded and led her in the direction of West City. In West City, within Bulma's newly constructed training chamber, 3 Saiyans were engaged in a fierce brawl, exchanging blows and remaining vigilant against one another. At times, they would unite to assault a single opponent, only to revert to individual combat. Just as their struggle reached a fever pitch, a knock at the door interrupted their skirmish. Is Bulma home? I have something of great importance to discuss. Upon hearing the knock, Bulma slowly opened the door. Ah, Gohan, what brings you here? Gohan presented Feli to her, elucidating the entire situation. It was thus revealed. The last time Frieza visited Earth, I studied their spacecraft for an extended period, and now I have acquired the ability to manufacture one independently. As it happens, I have a ready-made spacecraft available for you to test. Upon hearing this, Feli was overjoyed, not merely because of the spacecraft, but also because Frieza had indeed come to Earth, signifying our potential to vanquish that foe. They entered Bulma's home, only to encounter Goku and others emerging from the training room. Upon seeing Goku's familiar visage, Feli's face immediately contorted with fear, and she swiftly drew a gun, aiming it at him. Oh, calm down, calm down. He is not the villain you believe him to be. He is my father, the one who defeated Frieza. Itchy question, but isn't he a Saiyan? He looks so similar. Aren't Saiyans known for their brutal warrior nature? Vegeta, observing the scene, let out a cold chuckle. What a curious native. Frieza is dead, and Saiyans no longer serve him. I dare say you are looking at what remains of the Saiyan race in this universe. Aside from my brother. Feli shook her head. No, you are not the only survivors. That individual possesses a tail. He is undoubtedly a Saiyan. Caulifla, overhearing their conversation, interjected. Can he transform into a Super Saiyan? You know, the one with golden hair, who appears exceedingly furious. Feli pondered for a moment and replied, that is not the case. However, his fighting prowess is exceptionally high. Based on my estimations, his combat power is conservatively over 300,000. Caulifla, struggling to contain her laughter, eventually burst out. Ha! Merely 300,000? It seems you are not as formidable as you claim. You pale in comparison to our Universe Patrol. What are you laughing at? I have never heard of this Universe Patrol. Of course, you haven't. They exist in a different timeline. All right, enough bickering. Caulifla, why don't you go lend a hand? I will accompany you to observe your training progress over the past 2 months. Caulifla placed her hands on her hips. I have become exceptionally powerful. Mere 300,000 is nothing to fear. To be honest, I have yet to venture into space. I shall treat this as a journey. Thus, they resolved to confront Dales, while Kong and Bei chose not to join, disinclined to bully children. After making necessary preparations, they beheld the enormous spacecraft in Bulma's backyard. It was evident that this vessel was a modified version of the one brought by Frieza. Caulifla appeared quite excited, inspecting the spacecraft with childlike wonder. Bulma, we are setting off. By the way, please convey the situation to my mother. My father is rather unreliable. Bulma gave Gohan a reassuring thumbs up. Do not worry. I am not as forgetful as Goku. If you encounter any exotic cosmic treasures, do remember to bring some back for me. Gohan nodded, waved goodbye to Bulma, and entered the spacecraft alongside Caulifla. Philly had become numb, realizing that she was utterly incapable of confronting an adversary that, in their eyes, was merely a fleeting spectacle on the journey of life. Chapter 33. Shamelessness. The spacecraft ascended slowly, accelerating towards the cosmos at an altitude of approximately 10 meters above the ground. Caulifla gazed out of the porthole, taking in the scenery from towering skyscrapers to the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds. As they broke through a thin membrane, they entered the profound expanse of the universe. Beholding the magnificent galaxy sprinkled with twinkling stars, Caulifla could not help but exclaim, "So this is the vastness of space, truly breathtaking. And Earth, with its beautiful blue hue, is equally captivating." Philly piloted the ship in the direction from which she had come, engaging in casual conversation akin to a taxi driver. Gohan, do you truly believe you can win? Your opponent is a Saiyan with a combat power exceeding 300,000. Moreover, I've heard his previous combat power was under 10,000. Such a rapid increase is alarming. In truth, I had heard from Lord Kai that there exists a miraculous fruit tree in the universe, whose fruits harbor immense vitality. Consuming them can enhance one's mental and combat prowess, albeit at the cost of the life force of an entire planet. Upon hearing this, Philly's face was etched with shock. Could it be that this Scion has grown so powerful due to the spirit tree? If that is the case, he may continue to gain strength or has already become even more formidable. Caulifla dismissed this notion with disdain, stating that individual is truly a fool, being a Scion. He remains oblivious to his own potential. A combat power of 300,000? Lady Caulifla could surpass that with just 2 push-ups. Gohan internally scoffed at her arrogance, thinking, look at you boasting. Let us not forget who started with a mere 2,000 combat power and was bested by 2 opponents with less than 4,000. Fine. Considering you have diligently trained without disturbing me, I shall allow you this moment of pride. After listening to Caulifla's exaggerated claims for over 10 minutes, Philly finally arrived at the location where they had previously encountered one another. From a distance, the planet had transformed into a desolate desert world, engulfed in yellow sand and devoid of any signs of life. Damn it, have we arrived too late? Once again, we have lost track of these individuals. If we do not locate them quickly, who knows how many more planets will suffer. Philly, since the spirit tree requires planets with strong life forces, let us search the nearby life-bearing planets. Those individuals must be aware that they have been discovered by the Galactic Patrol, necessitating a swift acquisition of the fruits. I surmise they have not ventured far. Philly pondered for a moment and acknowledged the soundness of this reasoning, promptly accelerating towards another planet. After searching 2 planets, they finally caught sight of the Scions. The planet they approached was green, yet its verdant hue was gradually fading. This must be the spirit tree. There can be no doubt. I shall descend now. Gohan and Caulifla, it is up to you both. Understood. The spacecraft descended rapidly, landing in an open area. Gohan and the others swiftly disembarked, at which point 2 henchmen spotted them. Sun Wukong swiftly transformed into a streak of crimson light, propelling himself forward to seize their mouths, rendering them voiceless. Simultaneously, he disabled their communicators, channeling energy into 2 luminous blades that he aimed at their throats. Speak quickly, he demanded. What is your purpose for being here? Who is your leader? If you do not comply well. He cast a knowing glance at Caulifla, who immediately understood his intent. With her arms crossed, she lightly tapped her toes against the ground, and in an instant, a deep pit over a meter in depth emerged beneath them. The 2 henchmen, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly petrified. They hastily fell to their knees, pleading for mercy from Sun Wukong. I'll tell you everything. We are members of Lord Dale's team. Lord Dale's has brought us here to cultivate the spirit tree, and by consuming its fruit, we can continuously enhance our combat abilities. This will allow us to eventually supplant Frisia's army and become the strongest force in the universe. It appeared that my suspicions were correct. Indeed, it was that rascal Dale's orchestrating this. Observing the 2 subordinates, Sun Wukong swiftly subdued them with a chop to the neck. Caulifla, these 2 are now in your care. From my perception, Dale's is currently at the location of the spirit tree, and his combat power is estimated to be around 500,000. Going there now would only increase the peril, so you should remain here to monitor the spaceship. Caulifla nodded, binding the 2 henchmen and modifying their communicator's frequency in an attempt to reach the Galactic Police headquarters, while Sun Wukong and Caulifla soared towards Dale's direction. Beneath the spirit tree, Dale's gazed greedily at the ripening fruit above. Just a bit more. If I consume a few more of the spirit tree's fruits, I shall surpass Frisia and become the supreme emperor of the universe. As Dales indulged in his imperial fantasies, a henchman rushed towards him. Report, Lord Dales. The detector has identified 2 unknown combat units, one at the initial point of emergence and the other approaching us. Dales turned around, his face darkening, accentuating his already deep complexion. Uninvited guests. Just in time. Let me test just how strong I have become. After a brief wait, 2 figures materialized within Dale's line of sight, one a youth with red hair and red eyes, the other a distinctly marked Scion female. Dales was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a surviving Scion female existed in the universe. Truly, fortune favors me. The history of our Scion revival is about to commence. The 2 flew directly in front of Dales, locking eyes with him in silence. His subordinates stood behind him, none daring to provoke the newcomers. At this moment, Caulifla had yet to fully master the art of concealing her energy signature, revealing a combat power level of approximately 100,000. After observing for a moment, Dale spoke first. Indeed, it is remarkable that you are a surviving Scion female, with a combat power reaching the astonishing height of 100,000. It is truly astonishing. Darius stepped forward, gradually approaching Caulifla, who remained calm, merely observing his advance. As he stood before her, looking down upon her, he proclaimed, "Woman, only the strong are worthy of the strong. My combat power has now reached 560,000. What do you say? Join me, and together we shall revive the Saiyan race." Caulifla, arms crossed, continued to regard Darius with a disinterested gaze, before slightly tilting her head towards Gohan. "Did you hear that, Gohan? This guy has no shame, thinking I would become his wife. With that level of power, he couldn't even budge my pinky." Chapter 34, The Jester. Moreover, his so-called power was derived from consuming fruits. Does he truly believe himself to be a cosmic pirate adorned with a straw hat? Veins bulged on Darius's forehead. Although he was unfamiliar with the notion of a straw-hatted cosmic pirate, it was evident that Caulifla was brazenly insulting him. "Excellent. As expected of the woman I have set my sights on, so audacious. Since you believe I jest, I shall have to subdue you through force." Without warning, Darius unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Caulifla's abdomen, channeling all his strength into the blow. Just as his fist was about to make contact, her figure became ethereal, and his punch struck nothing but a mere afterimage. In the moment of his bewilderment, a mocking voice reached his ears from behind. "What happened? Did you not claim to be strong? How can you call yourself a cosmic emperor with such sluggish speed? It's utterly laughable." Darius swiftly pivoted, throwing a punch backward. Yet Caulifla deftly evaded it. She retaliated with a kick that landed squarely on his back, sending him flying from the force of the blow. Observing the perilous situation, his subordinates rushed forward. Though they knew they were no match for her, they merely sought to create a distraction. One by one, they charged at Caulifla, but she dismissed them with ease. For each one that approached, another was sent careening away. Realizing their futile attempts, they decided to link arms and charge at her together. Caulifla turned and delivered a straight punch. Her fist did not connect with her foes, yet it generated a tremendous gust of wind. The force of the punch created a shockwave that scattered the group entirely. Meanwhile, Darius regained his footing, astonished that someone with a mere combat power of 100,000 could unleash such formidable strength. "It seems my power is insufficient. I require more spirit tree fruits. I must grow stronger." With an avaricious gaze, he eyed the ripened spirit tree fruits. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos created by his subordinates, he dashed toward the tree and began devouring the fruits. Gohan witnessed this action but refrained from intervening. No matter how many fruits Darius consumed, it would be futile. He was curious to see what transformations would occur within this individual post-consumption. As Darius ingested the spirit tree fruits, his cellular energy experienced a notable enhancement, and the energy produced by his cells intensified accordingly. It appears that this is the reason for his enhanced combat power. Through the nurturing of the spirit tree's fruit, the vitality of his cells has become significantly stronger, thus augmenting the overall strength of his physique. It is akin to a diminutive kitten transforming into a lion. Albeit an untrained cub that cannot fully unleash its inherent potential, one might say he has veered off course. At this moment, Darius's combat prowess has soared to over 600,000, and he feels he has surpassed the usual Frieza in strength. "I have succeeded. I have indeed surpassed Frieza, and I shall undoubtedly become the king of the universe." Darius's gaze returned to Caulifla, and he felt invigorated once more. He surged forward at great speed, arriving before Caulifla, who was playfully tossing around minions. As anticipated, Caulifla received a solid punch to the face. She stood her ground. That punch felt like a gentle breeze passing by, leaving no trace whatsoever. "How is this possible? I distinctly feel that I am far stronger than Frieza. Why can I not defeat you?" Caulifla smirked disdainfully. "You dare claim to have surpassed Frieza? I have heard from Gohan that while Frieza's first form has a combat power of 530,000, his final form boasts an overwhelming 100 million. Even 10 of you would be no match for him." Darius could scarcely believe his ears. How could Frieza possess such immense power? At that moment, he felt like a mere jester. "Let me show you what it truly means to surpass Frieza, to be invincible." Caulifla exclaimed as she seized Darius by his collar and lifted him into the air. Huh. Caulifla's formidable aura relentlessly battered Darius. Her energy shifted from transparent to a resplendent golden hue, as bolts of lightning crackled around her. "Behold, this is my transformation, the invincible Super Saiyan 2. I am Super Caulifla." Upon hearing this, Gohan nearly stumbled in disbelief. "Caulifla, how could Vegeta have taught you this?" Caulifla, seeing Darius rendered speechless by shock, lost interest instantly. She hurled him violently to the ground, and his pupils turned white as he lost consciousness. "Gohan, what shall we do next? Shall we incinerate them all?" You little girl. How could you think so ruthlessly? First, bind them all, then notify the Galactic Patrol to take them away, Gohan instructed, pointing to the spirit tree above. Should we partake of a fruit? The planet has already been drained, and it would be a shame not to eat what remains. Cauliflower agreed, eager to discover if the fruit was as extraordinary as the rumors suggested. Gohan plucked the last 5 spirit tree fruits, placing 3 into a multifunctional capsule. He handed one to Cauliflower and kept one for himself. They consumed the fruit together, and in an instant, a wondrous energy flooded their bodies, as though sunlight illuminated every inch of their beings. At that moment, Gohan felt an increase in his divine power. It appears that the tree of spirit indeed possesses the power to enhance cellular quality, and to my surprise, it can even augment divine strength. Alas, all these fruits have been squandered by that inept Dallas. However, even in the absence of these fruits, through diligent cultivation, one can still elevate the overall quality of their cells. Thus, it seems that the fruits of the spirit tree are merely a shortcut, albeit one fraught with the absurdly significant side effects of planetary destruction. Gohan approached the tree of spirit, touching its bark and enveloping it with his divine energy, uprooting it entirely. Subsequently, his divine energy transformed into a tangible flame, incinerating the towering tree completely. Humph! Consuming these fruits yields no noteworthy sensation nor enhancement in combat prowess. Burning them is preferable to prevent their potential threat to other planets. Cauliflower bound all those who had fallen to the ground and led them before Feli. Upon witnessing the large group of bound individuals, Feli could scarcely believe her eyes. How could it be so swift? How much time has passed, and it is already resolved? Staring blankly at the freshly calibrated communicator, she felt like a fool ensnared in excessive worry, deeply engulfed in self-doubt, oblivious to Gak's calls. Hello? Feli, where are you? Why have you suddenly fallen silent? What about that evil Saiyan? Hello? Chapter 35, A Favor Feli. Dear sister, the communicator. At Cauliflower's urging, Feli snapped back to attention. Hello. This is Feli of the Galactic Patrol, North Galaxy Team 2. Is this Captain Gak? Yes, it is I, Gak. What has transpired? Hours ago, you abruptly lost contact. Feli organized her thoughts and recounted the events that had unfolded. In essence, a group of nefarious Saiyans is siphoning the planet's energy to cultivate the Tree of Spirit. Truly, they are a malevolent warrior race, and the quest for cosmic peace remains a daunting challenge. Gazing at Cauliflower and Gohan, she continued into the communicator, Captain Gak. The malevolent Saiyans have been vanquished by the Saiyans of Earth. What? The Saiyans of Earth? Didn't I poison him to death? Could it be that the poison has lost its potency? Indeed, it was so. Goku's heart condition had been a consequence of Gak's poisoning. This implies that Bardock's wish for his child to thrive has been fulfilled, yet it appears that the events of the Granola arc may still transpire. Regardless, please send me your coordinates. I shall arrive promptly. Feli then transmitted her coordinates to Gak as they awaited his arrival. Dallas stirred from his slumber, groggily murmuring about Super Saiyans. Ah, you have awakened, Dallas. How does it feel to awaken from the dream of the Cosmic Emperor? Dallas lifted his head to meet Cauliflower's mocking gaze. Unperturbed, he inquired, was that truly a Super Saiyan? The legendary one that appears only once every 1,000 years? Cauliflower, casting him a sidelong glance, replied, not every 1,000 years. Any Saiyan can transform into a Super Saiyan. A Saiyan as malevolent as you will never comprehend this. How could it be so? How did you ascertain that Frisia's power level reached 100 million? My father vanquished Frisia. He was the first to ascend to Super Saiyan in all these years. Dallas appeared incredulous. You are also a Saiyan? Why do you lack a tail? And why are your locks of hair crimson? Who is your father, capable of slaying Frisia? Could it be Vegeta? No, my father is Kakarot, the son of Bardock. My tail was severed in my youth, and as for my hair, it transformed when I became a Super Saiyan God. A Super Saiyan God? What is this transformation? Such an evolution exists? At that moment, Gak arrived piloting a spaceship. Hey, Frilly, are you all right? Oh, so many remnants of Frisia's army. How did we not detect them before? Upon seeing Gak disembark from the spacecraft, Frilly immediately saluted, reporting, Captain, all forces of the malevolent Saiyans are assembled here, and the Tree of Might has been destroyed by Gohan. We should notify headquarters to escort them away to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Gak glanced at Gohan and Cauliflower, a hint of trepidation in his gaze. He thought to himself, I can't believe they are indeed Saiyans. Could they be the offspring of the Saiyan who survived the poison? They didn't overhear anything, did they? I hope they won't come after me. What a terrifying thought. While Gak was lost in his musings, A young woman with golden hair descended from the spaceship. Oh, are these the Saiyans? They resemble us Earthlings quite closely. I expected them to look rather peculiar. Gohan observed her, noting she bore a resemblance to Bulma. Surely, she must be her sister. Hello, I am Gohan, a friend of Aunt Bulma. You must be her sister. Ties. Ah, you know me. How is Bulma doing? I've been traversing the cosmos in search of material for my novels and haven't returned in quite some time. I wonder how she is faring. Aunt Bulma is doing well. She has given birth to a healthy baby named Trunks. Ties' expression turned one of considerable shock. Has Bulma married? Such a significant event without a word to me. All those years of care for her were in vain. Gohan scratched his head and clarified the situation. Actually, Aunt Bulma isn't married. She has simply become involved with a Saiyan prince named Vegeta, and they had a baby. Oh, I see. A prince of an alien planet. Captivating an Earth girl. Yes, that makes for splendid material for a novel. Gak, eavesdropping, realized Ties was an acquaintance. Perhaps, even if discovered, he could plead for leniency and avoid punishment. Hey, your name is Gak, right? Gak jumped at Gohan's sudden address. Why yes, I'm Gak. Many years ago, did you not poison a Saiyan child who came to Earth? He is my father. I trust you understand my meaning. After listening, Jack felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Oh, great hero, spare my life. I had no idea there were good people among the Saiyans. Considering my ignorance, please grant me mercy and let me keep my life. Rest assured, I am not so malevolent. I merely wish to request a small favor from you. Would you be willing to assist me? Fear not. Simply state what you need, and within my capabilities, I shall surely help you, replied Gohan. He patted Jack on the shoulder and declared, then it is settled. Please take me to Planet Yardrat. I wish to train there for a while. Not a problem at all. You may train there for as long as you wish. I will certainly take you there, betting my reputation as a cosmic elite on it. Very well, I shall begin my training now, Kafla. You stay here and await the arrival of the cosmic police force. Remember to inform my mother that I shall return shortly. Kafla pouted, slightly displeased, and remarked, why not take me along if it's going to be fun? I want to train with you too. Gohan shook his head. No, Kafla, you must help keep an eye on this group. What if they attempt to escape? Wouldn't you agree? TCH. Kafla turned away, no longer acknowledging him. Gohan boarded Jack's spaceship, where Jack expertly manipulated the control panel and set the coordinates for Planet Yardrat. The ship ascended slowly, and after a period of acceleration, they soared into the cosmos. After what felt like an eternity, a planet appeared before them, Planet Yardrat, the very place where Sun Wukong had previously mastered instant transmission. Chapter 36. The reverse instant transmission. Upon landing, a peculiar green-skinned alien awaited them outside the spaceship. Greetings. I am Gohan, the son of Sun Wukong. Thank you for rescuing my father. I have come here with the intention of training, just as he did. Upon hearing Gohan's explanation, the green-skinned alien recalled Sun Wukong's previous visit. Oh, so you are Sun Wukong's son. Welcome. And the individual beside you must be a cosmic police officer. I can see that you bear no ill intent. If you wish to train, please follow me. I will take you to meet Elder Pibra. Observing Gohan about to follow the little green alien, Jack tossed him a communicator. Gohan, go ahead and train. As a cosmic elite, I have my own obligations. Once you have completed your training, use this to notify me when you wish to return. All right, you head back first. I will let you know when I am ready, Gohan replied. Jack quickly boarded the ship and departed from Planet Yardrat, as if fleeing from an enemy. Gohan followed the little green alien to the Elder's location, where he encountered a large blue-skinned alien. Greetings, Elder Pibra. I am Gohan, the son of Sun Wukong. I wish to train with you, may I? Oh, you are Sun Wukong's son. He has spoken of you. I have heard you are quite a gifted child. It appears to be true, as you are already training in the primitive spirit technique at such a young age. Primitive spirit technique? Are you suggesting the breath of the divine? What distinguishes ordinary energy from the energy of the divine? The elder nodded and replied, indeed. Our existence predominantly stems from the creation of the King of the Worlds, along with the self-reproduction and evolution of biological entities. Spirito represents the essence of life. The King of the Worlds crafted it through divine power, thus our lives and Spirito merely express a form of divine energy. Elder Pibra suddenly diminished in stature, becoming slightly shorter than Gohan. Although you are currently cultivating the primal Spirito, this method of maintenance is still insufficiently efficient. Do you not feel that after a prolonged period of practice, your progress remains minimal? Indeed, that is the case. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what constitutes the most effective method of cultivation? Since we are dealing with Spirito, it is imperative to elevate your prior Spirito to a significant level first. What you need to accomplish is merely the transformation of your original Spirito into Primal Spirito. Ah, now I understand. No wonder those with higher foundational combat power transform into more formidable Super Saiyan gods. They convert their inherent energy into divine energy. Gohan reverted to his original black-haired state and respectfully bowed to Elder Pibara. Please, Great Elder, instruct me on how to cultivate Spirito. Elder Pibara assented to Gohan's request and led him to a location bristling with spikes. Very well, you shall practice here. You must suppress your Spirito to the lowest possible level and remain motionless atop this spike. Utilize your Spirito to stabilize your body and make efficient use of your energy. Gohan followed the Elder's instructions and positioned himself atop a spike. This spike bore unique characteristics. If he did not envelop himself in his own energy, he risked being injured by its sharpness. Gohan continuously adjusted his energy, nearly sustaining injuries on several occasions. It required utmost concentration. Any lapse in focus could lead to a descent into an irretrievable abyss. Taking a deep breath, he gradually calmed his mind. A peculiar sensation surged within him, as if nothing in this world held any connection to him. This seemed to be a special effect born from the merging of his soul with that of Gohan's essence. This also elucidated why Vegeta and others perceived Gohan's emotions as unperturbed. In this moment, Gohan entered a state akin to serene tranquility. His entire aura receded into his being, only manifesting in the areas where he required it. This sensation felt as though Gohan had suddenly diminished in strength, yet the energy enveloping him was remarkably potent. After an extended period of cultivation, Gohan appeared to gain profound insight into this feeling. He leaped from one spike to another, adapting his energy in real time according to the pressure points beneath his feet. Gohan, I did not expect you to elevate your mental acuity to such an extent so swiftly. This surpasses your father's progress by several times. You flatter me, and this is also attributed to my previous training in the room of spirit and time. The environment there was exceedingly harsh, necessitating a deeper focus. Elder Pibara nodded, acknowledging that it was time to train in the fundamental technique of instantaneous movement. What you must do now is to perceive yourself as Spirito. Then he sensed the energy of others, connecting with his own spiritual energy, and drew himself closer to them. Ah, this instantaneous movement resembles quantum entanglement, disregarding spatial distance, intertwining energies, and pulling oneself across. Although it sounds remarkably magical, it also elucidates why Sun Wukong required an entire year of training to master it. Given Wukong's intellect, it likely took him a year to devise a method to use energy to propel himself forward. Son Gohan closed his eyes, keenly attuned to the energies surrounding him. He established a connection between his energy and that of Little Green, attempting to draw himself over. After several attempts, he discovered that this was indeed no simple task. He persevered, and after numerous failures, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Son Gohan envisioned their energies and, with a determined tug, inadvertently pulled Little Green before him, while he himself remained stationary. Ha, Gohan, it seems you haven't mastered instantaneous movement yet. You've merely learned to retrieve objects from afar. How peculiar to have accidentally uncovered reverse instantaneous movement. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Son Gohan's mind. He sensed someone's energy in the distance and employed the same method to pull that energy towards him. Wait, where am I? Kakarot, what is this place? Is that you? Gohan, did you bring me here? To his astonishment, he had succeeded. Uncle Vegeta, I just learned reverse instantaneous movement and wanted to give it a try. I hope I haven't interrupted you. If possible, let us train together. Instantaneous movement? Is this planet Yardrat? Why have you come here to train? Well, it's fortuitous. I wish to see just how extraordinary this place truly is. Thus, Vegeta joined the training on Yardrat. Meanwhile, on Earth, Sun Wukong stood bewildered, gazing at the empty training ground. Where is Vegeta? He was just fighting me. How did he suddenly vanish? This is quite strange. Chapter 37. Fine Tea. After experiencing reverse instantaneous movement, Son Gohan gradually grasped the nuances of instantaneous movement. From the close-up glimpses he had seen before, Wukong always appeared to traverse a colorful tunnel during the process. Therefore, instantaneous movement must involve locating that energy to pass through. This time, Gohan sensed Kale's energy and, after establishing a connection, he pulled on that energy while propelling himself through. Son Gohan felt a momentary disorientation, and in a flash, he found himself beside Kale. Wow, Gohan, how did you suddenly appear on the spaceship? Shouldn't you be training on Yardrat? When did you arrive? Son Gohan smiled at Kale, placing a hand on his forehead. Actually, this is instantaneous movement. My father learned this skill on Yardrat, making travel quite convenient. Oh, how marvelous. Could you take me to Yardrat as well? After all, I also sent those people there, and am preparing to return. Son Gohan contemplated for a moment. It would indeed be beneficial for Kale to train as well. Perhaps it may even temper her restless disposition. Otherwise, would she not become a female Vegeta? Very well, place your hand upon my shoulder, and I shall attempt to guide you across. Kale rested her hand upon Gohan's shoulder, albeit in a manner that encircled his neck. Gohan sensed the energy of the little green one and employed the same instantaneous movement technique once more. In an instant, they found themselves back on planet Yardrat. You are quite impressive, Gohan. I did not expect you to master instantaneous movement so swiftly. Who is this person beside you? Is she here to train like Vegeta? Indeed. Kale also desires to learn instantaneous movement. Since I noticed she had little to occupy her time, I brought her along. The little green one nodded and transported them to Elder Pibra. Upon hearing Kale's intentions, Elder Pibra acquiesced to Gohan's request. No problem at all. Vegeta is nearing completion of his mental training, so you may commence your training directly afterward. Gohan, you have also mastered instantaneous movement. Soon I shall teach you techniques to enlarge and reduce your size, among other skills. Gohan bowed respectfully to Elder Pibra, and Kale followed suit, mimicking his gesture. Thus, in the ensuing days, Gohan dedicated himself to the study and mastery of various applications of energy. It must be said that this visit to planet Yardrat was indeed a wise decision. He had never anticipated the multitude of uses for energy. Goku had only learned the technique of instantaneous movement. The abilities to enlarge and reduce one's size need no further elaboration, and the technique of creating duplicates bore a striking resemblance to Tien's four-way technique. Through precise control of energy, the potency of his attacks significantly increased. Given that the Yardratians themselves are relatively weak, their application and mastery of energy became exceedingly meticulous. Unlike the Saiyans, whose attacks are often grand and sweeping, their assaults emphasize the utmost utilization of energy. Much like a car consuming fuel, which generates substantial exhaust, they lean towards complete combustion, producing virtually no waste. Just as Gohan was nearing proficiency in these subtle techniques, Elder Pibra summoned him to a training area. All right, Gohan, you have learned most of the skills here. Your talent is truly remarkable. To acquire so much in such a short span is extraordinary. While speaking with Gohan, Elder Pibra retrieved an object from a cabinet. It was a red stone, roughly the size of a human fist, resembling crystal, yet appearing unremarkable. This stone was a small gift from a deity to the Yardratians many years ago. It is said that by using sufficient primal spirit energy, one can activate it. The individual who activates this divine stone shall gain a divine technique. Elder Pibra extended the stone to Gohan, who cautiously accepted it. Elder, do you wish to give me this stone? Have you already mastered this divine technique? Can you disclose what this skill entails? Elder Pabala shook his head, explaining that they had not acquired this particular skill. The transformation of the original Spirito required a certain opportunity. If a person had never encountered the original Spirito, they would remain oblivious to the process of transformation. Then how did you immediately discern that I had cultivated divine power? Elder Pabala chuckled. Every individual possesses an aura, and even if it is well concealed, a trace of it will inevitably reveal itself. A living person devoid of any aura is either a mechanical creation or has harnessed divine power. Ah, I see, Gohan laughed. But can you really give it to me? Isn't this a gift meant for the Adralitarians? It's quite all right. Everything should be utilized to its fullest potential. Even if you don't take it, we have no use for it. In any case, consider this a reciprocal gesture from your father for saving us. Thank you, Elder. Gohan accepted the stone and found a quiet place to meditate. He gradually infused the stone with divine power, which emitted a mysterious red glow. Suddenly, the stone transformed into a stream of luminous energy and entered Gohan's body. His consciousness gradually succumbed to silence, and he fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered himself in a realm reminiscent of the hyperbolic time chamber. There was only a pristine white table, 2 chairs, and a mysterious young man seated in one of them. The young man took a sip of tea and then opened his eyes. Surprisingly, he was not an Adralitarian. However, the fact that he could wield divine power indicated he was a benevolent soul. Gohan regarded the young man with curiosity, unsure of his surroundings. Are you the original owner of this stone? Greetings, I am Gohan. You are correct. I am indeed the master of this stone. However, it is quite possible that I no longer exist in your universe, as many years have passed. Then you are a remnant of consciousness residing within this stone. I have heard that by infusing divine power, one can acquire a divine technique. The Adralitarians are unable to wield divine power, and upon seeing that I could, they gifted it to me. The young man took another sip of tea and smiled gently. I see. It is not a matter of great significance. I can certainly teach you the divine technique, so please, do not stand on ceremony. Take a seat in the chair opposite me. Gohan rose and sat down across from the young man. As he settled into the chair, a teacup appeared on the table seemingly out of thin air. Gohan picked up the cup and, mimicking the young man's demeanor, took a delicate sip. The aroma of the tea filled his mouth, and a wave of comfort washed over him. What an exquisite tea. Indeed, it is fine tea. Everyone has their own preferences, and the divine is no exception. My tastes are few, and tea appreciation is one of my pleasures. Gohan set down the teacup, curious about his surroundings. What is this place? Is it a special realm? This is not a special space. It exists nowhere within the universe. You may refer to it as the realm of visualization, which is also the divine technique I am about to teach you. Upon hearing this, Gohan's mind began to race. Wait, could this be the legendary system space? Might I no longer need to carry the universal capsule with me in the future? Is this realm of visualization akin to a space for storage? Upon mastering this skill, can I freely place items at will? The young man shook his head. It is not as straightforward as you presume. The storage of items is merely one of its extended applications. Its true significance surpasses your imagination. Having acquired this skill, one could be deemed invincible. Such power. Why have I not heard of other deities possessing this ability? After mastering this skill, could even the god of destruction be vanquished? The young man shook his head. Is the god of destruction truly the limit of your imagination? This skill is beyond the grasp of even the highest deities, let alone those of lower rank. The god of destruction is a lesser deity. Does that not imply that you are even mightier than he? Ultimately, son Gohan could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, are you, perchance, a being more formidable than the god of destruction? One could say so. Since you are aware of the god of destruction, you must have also heard of the Omni King. Indeed, I am familiar with him. The Omni King is akin to a cosmic rule, capable of obliterating an entire universe with but a thought. The young man nodded. Indeed. The Omni King is a rule I have established within the cosmos to execute my authority. What do you mean? The Omni King is your creation? Is he merely a program? Son Gohan felt a shiver run down his spine. The Dragon Ball universe remains profoundly mysterious. Observing Gohan's silence, the young man understood that he was likely deep in contemplation. There is no need for such trepidation. I am, in fact, the administrator of your universe. However, due to certain circumstances, I have ascended to a higher dimensional realm alongside the Dragon God, Salam. Thus, I left the Omni King behind to assist in the eradication of obstacles to cosmic development. In other words, you are the true Omni King, while the one remaining is merely a proxy executing your powers. The young man nodded and took a sip of tea. These details are not of paramount importance. Your purpose here is solely to learn my divine technique. Should you ever encounter matters of higher dimensions, you will naturally meet me. I understand. Please, impart your knowledge to me. Very well, let us commence. First, I must inform you that this divine technique possesses a name. It is called divine perception, a method of manipulating the laws of time and space. By perceiving the essence of space, one can glean information from both the past and present, and harness the properties of space to perform many unimaginable feats. The young man's hand waved through the air, conjuring an animated depiction reminiscent of a character in motion. Observe this individual. As he utilizes instantaneous movement, he senses the presence of others through his own energy and transports himself accordingly. This exemplifies a utilization of space. Throughout this universe, all spaces are interconnected, and theoretically, one can reach any destination in but a moment. His hand gestured in the air, and the animated figure executed instantaneous movement. The instantaneous travel from the planet Adalat requires one to remember the energy signature of others as a means of navigation. Some deities require only the knowledge of a specific location. This is, in fact, a utilization of the laws of space. And what you must learn is to master these laws. Sun Wufan, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and exclaimed, So, I too can learn the King Kai's instantaneous movement. That ability is truly convenient. Furthermore, by acquiring this skill, One can observe any corner of the universe at any time, gaining insight into its past and present, and even deducing the future and reversing time. Now I understand. No wonder you said that mastering it would render one invincible, if utilized correctly. This skill indeed has the potential to conquer all adversaries. The young man smiled faintly, saying, "Of course, the skills of a supreme deity must align with their grandeur. However, this skill is not easily mastered. It demands an extraordinary command over one's divine power and a formidable mental fortitude. To stand as a mortal alongside deities comes at a cost." Sun Wufan deeply bowed to the youth and clasped his hands, stating, "Master, please accept my humble respect. I shall dedicate myself to learning your divine techniques. Even in the face of immense challenges, I will persevere." "All right, enough formality. What I need to teach you, I will certainly impart. The rest, you must comprehend on your own." With that, the young man touched Wufan's forehead with his finger, and a surge of wondrous knowledge flooded into his mind. Everything regarding the laws of space became known to Sun Wufan. Upon absorbing all the information about these laws, he comprehended the concept of divine observation, utilizing divine power to observe and manipulate space. The angel's scepter, instantaneous movement, time manipulation, and even the creation of an independent space. This could be considered a masterful skill. The more potent the effect, the greater the demands on one's mental and divine power. As Wufan endeavored to digest this knowledge, the youth across from him sensed something unusual. Two souls, one of utmost virtue and the other of unparalleled strength. Oh, perhaps he might truly grasp it. If given the chance, I hope you can ascend to a higher dimension. I would very much like to meet you then. Once again, a haze enveloped him, and the surrounding alabaster space gradually dissipated, causing Sun Wufan's vision to darken as his thoughts drifted. After a considerable time, he finally managed to absorb the knowledge. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back on the planet Yardrat. How did I return? I haven't even said goodbye to my new teacher." He shrugged, reasoning that perhaps transferring the skill to him was sufficient for the task to be deemed complete. Rising to his feet, Sun Wufan made his way to the outdoor training grounds. He resolved to continue cultivating his mental strength to elevate his divine power to greater heights. Only in this manner could he better master the divine techniques. Shortly after he began his training, a tall figure suddenly appeared before him. "Ah, Wufan, is Vegeta around?" His aura seems to be deeply concealed. Just now, two Saiyans arrived on Earth, claiming they were looking for Vegeta. Could you check if he is available? Chapter 39. How is it possible that two Saiyans have come to seek Vegeta at this time? Could my very presence have altered the course of history, allowing Broly and the others to emerge prematurely? Or perhaps this is not the universe of Super, but rather that of the original Broly movies. Nevertheless, it is not a significant issue. The original Broly should be less formidable than the new version. After another bout of brainstorming, Gohan turned to Goku and said, "Uncle Vegeta must be training in instant transmission. He is likely with Elder Pibra now. I will accompany you to find him." Goku ruffled Gohan's hair and, with a broad smile, replied, "Gohan, I can hardly believe you have come to planet Yardrat for your training. When I was learning instant transmission, it took me an entire year of relentless effort to master it. But I did not see you when Vegeta disappeared, did I?" As they walked towards the location of Elder Pibra, Gohan explained, "Actually, I made a mistake back then. I accidentally used reverse instant transmission and brought Uncle Vegeta here. Since he has arrived, he has decided to train here. After I mastered instant transmission, I also brought Cauliflo along, so they are both here now." "I see," Goku replied. "If you hadn't been here, I might have headed to find Piccolo to train. However, since you are training here, it will suffice. Honestly, I still cannot comprehend the lessons they teach. They seem far too complex." "Very well. It is indeed a stretch for you to learn such advanced techniques without Vegeta's assistance. It might be too taxing for your little brain," Gohan chuckled. Before long, they reached the place where Vegeta was honing his instant transmission skills. "Kakarot, what brings you here?" Vegeta exclaimed. "I had just mastered instant transmission and was planning to seek you out." Goku waved at Vegeta. "Oh, Vegeta, two Saiyans have come to Earth looking for you. They mentioned that there's someone wreaking havoc in the South Galaxy, and they wish to enlist the Prince of the Saiyans, namely you, to deal with this individual." "Two Saiyans seeking me? What has transpired these days? It seems the remnants of our race are everywhere." Vegeta mused. "Regardless, Uncle Vegeta, let us return and investigate. Now that you have mastered instant transmission, it will serve as an excellent opportunity to assess our training outcomes." With that, They all focused on sensing Bulma's energy and utilized instant transmission to return. As for Caulifla, she was still honing her mental fortitude. If it indeed were Broly on the other side, she might find herself in a precarious situation. Upon arriving before Bulma, they discovered her engaged in conversation with Tais. Aunt Tais, what brings you to Aunt Bulma's? I thought you had gone to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Gohan inquired. Tais displayed a slight look of surprise at Gohan's sudden appearance. However, upon hearing Bulma's explanation of instant transmission, she eagerly resumed their discussion. I was at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, but after Jack was finished with you, he returned as well. We received a mission request stating that 2 individuals were seeking Prince Vegeta to address the disturbances in the South Galaxy. I also wanted to return to Earth, so we brought those 2 individuals along. So it is, where are those 2 now? Let us go and meet them, shall we? Tai-Si mentioned that they were waiting in the living room, and without further ado, the group proceeded there. Upon entering the living room, the 2 individuals were revealed to Son Gohan. One was a man in his 40s or 50s, while the other was surprisingly a youth almost the same age as Gohan himself. This seemed rather incongruous, for even Broly from the Dragon Ball universe should be of a similar age to Goku and Vegeta. As Son Gohan scrutinized the 2, the older man bowed deeply before Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, you indeed bear a striking resemblance to King Vegeta. After all these years, I trust you have grown even stronger. Enough with the pleasantries, speak plainly. Who are you, and what brings you from the distant South Galaxy to summon me? The man gazed skyward and sighed deeply, recounting a tale from long ago, when King Vegeta learned that he had offended a god of destruction and that Frieza planned to annihilate planet Vegeta. He discovered that my 2 sons possessed extraordinary combat power from birth. Thus, he secretly sent us to a remote planet, but alas, we were still discovered by Frieza's forces. Wait, 2 sons. Does that imply there are 2 Brolys? Son Gohan mused, noting that the elder and the youth beside him exhibited no overt malice. Truly, this was the world of Dragon Ball, akin to the universe of Pasta. Though we managed to escape from Frieza's pursuit, my eldest son became separated from us. Later, we heard that Frieza had been vanquished by a Saiyan, and I surmised it must have been you, Prince Vegeta. We left that planet only to discover that the one wreaking havoc in the South Galaxy was my deranged eldest son. So, you wish to enlist our aid in defeating your eldest son? Gohan inquired, though he was curious about why the younger son appeared to remain 10 years old after all this time. The man glanced at his younger son and explained, my youngest son is named Broly. The planet we arrived at had a time flow that seemed to differ from the outside. Time there passed at perhaps half the rate of the outside world. Son Goku observed the youth, who was nearly his own age, with an intense gaze. I can sense that your youngest son possesses considerable strength. Does that mean your eldest son is also exceedingly powerful? Indeed, that is correct. They are twins and were born with combat powers nearing 5,000. Therefore, Broly should be as formidable as Broly, and Broly has aged significantly. He is likely much stronger than Broly. Vegeta, upon hearing of their birth power, was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his proud demeanor. Whether it is Broly or Broly, they are utterly insignificant before my Super Vegeta. Let us go and ascertain the true identity of this Broly. Vegeta, I believe that individual is not named Broly, but rather Broly. Silence, Kakarot. Regardless of his name, he is destined for hell soon enough. As Goku and Vegeta exchanged banter, Gohan was already feeling overwhelmed. It was said that a legendary warrior would emerge once every 1,000 years, yet here we were with 2 in a mere millennium. Surely, the fabled Super Saiyan could not be so readily available. Gohan felt a twinge of concern. If this new Broly possessed the same formidable strength as the old, it would be manageable. However, should he embody the extraordinary prowess of the new version, the consequences could be catastrophic. Chapter 40. Fusion and Desperation. Goku observed Gohan's intense focus on Broly, curious to see a Saiyan youth of similar age. He clapped Gohan on the shoulder, asking, "What's wrong, Gohan? You seem fixated. Do you sense his immense fighting potential? Shall we go meet his brother?" Snapping back to reality, Gohan thought, if I don't go, can I truly leave this to you? You haven't even managed to secure the Metamorphs dance from the underworld. If you both were to fall in battle, it would ultimately be my responsibility to intervene. I must go to gain some combat experience as well. However, could you wait a moment? I have something to attend to. Very well, we'll wait right here for your return, and then we'll all head to the South Galaxy together. With that, Gohan instantly transported back to the Capsule Corporation, appearing before Chi-Chi. Oh my, Gohan! Have you learned instant transmission? Are you done with your tasks? I was just contemplating whether to enroll you in middle school. Actually, Mom, I still have a few things to handle. I returned to inform you about it. As for middle school, I am indifferent. I've read most of the books at home. So attending school for practical experience would be beneficial. Oh, I see. Attend to your matters. Just ensure it does not interfere with your studies. After their conversation, Gohan ascended the stairs and activated his communicator. Hello, is this Lord Kane? He inquired. I have a favor to ask. Ah, Gohan. It's a pleasant surprise to hear from you. What can I assist you with today? Really? What if my request is somewhat unreasonable? Rest assured, as long as it is not excessive, I can accommodate your request. Well, it's not exactly outrageous. I simply wish to borrow your patera. What do you need my patera for? If you want earrings, you could just purchase a pair. That's not it. We are about to confront a rather troublesome adversary. And to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, I wish to borrow the patera for fusion in case of danger. Ah, for fusion, is it? Aren't you concerned about being unable to separate afterwards? Do not deceive me. Only divine fusions are permanent. For mere mortals, it merely enhances combat ability and will revert after a short duration. Fine. I see I cannot hide this from you. Just come through the time-space portal to retrieve it. I don't need the patera at the moment anyway. Thus, Gohan opened a time-space portal and successfully acquired the patera. Well, at least I now possess a trump card. If one cannot prevail, let the two empty shells merge. If that fails, I could merge with one of them. Sensing the energy of Goku and the others, Gohan instantaneously transported himself back to their location. How are things, Gohan? Are you ready for us to depart? He inquired. I can hardly contain my anticipation. I wonder just how formidable that fellow truly is. Gohan nodded and subsequently followed Paragus, Broly's father, aboard the spacecraft. During their voyage, they learned that the inhabitants of the planet where Paragus and Broly resided were exceedingly warm-hearted and benevolent. Consequently, both Paragus and Broly had also grown kinder, with a significant increase in their inner strength. Even Broly, who had not trained extensively, harnessed his legendary bloodline, making him remarkably powerful at that moment. Meanwhile, Broly seemed to have fallen into a chaotic environment, where he was raised as an assassin from a young age after being discovered. The previous criminal organization placed a high-voltage collar around Brawl's neck to control him, treating him as a tool for assassination. Ultimately, as Brawl's strength escalated, the collar was destroyed, leading him to spiral into uncontrollable rage. What a tragic child, unable to manage his own power. Yet, given his reckless behavior, it is only just that he be subdued. Perhaps if he could regain his sanity, matters would be different. Paragus sighed deeply and addressed Vegeta, who had just spoken, saying, Fear not, Prince Vegeta. Please feel free to act without restraint. If Broly cannot regain his reason, for the sake of the surrounding universe's tranquility, I implore you to personally put an end to him. A heavy silence enveloped the spacecraft. If there were any other option, who would willingly choose to end their own son's life? If only there were a method to restore his sanity. If only the Dragon Balls of Earth, the Time Chamber, and the Namekian Dragon Balls were not in a state of slumber. Alas, even the swiftest Namekian Dragon Ball would require several more days to awaken. Otherwise, wishing for a calming artifact from the dragon would perhaps eliminate the necessity for conflict. After some time, they arrived at the Southern Galaxy Universe Patrol's division. You have finally arrived. I am Captain Qatar of the Southern Galaxy Division. Currently, Broly is on Keely Planet. I shall escort you there at once. Qatar provided them with several small, combat-ready spacecraft, emphasizing speed. The group boarded and set off for Keely Planet. Keely Planet was vast and teeming with life, serving as a trading hub within the universe. Hence a mixture of good and ill could be found there. Some illicit markets and unsavory trading spots were rife with shadows. Broly was employed by one of the assassin organizations, and news of his rampage swiftly reached Paragus and the Universe Patrol. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Keely Planet, where they landed at the spaceport, which was in utter disarray. Almost all the aliens capable of fleeing had done so, and explosions echoed sporadically throughout the devastated town. It was evident that Broly was wreaking havoc there. Wukong and his companions hastily made their way over, and through the haze generated by the explosion, they faintly discerned a towering figure. Could it be Broly? Such formidable power. He seemed to be venting his rage, just as they prepared to approach him further. A silhouette suddenly appeared before them. Kakarot. Broly charged directly at Sun Wukong, landing a heavy punch that sent him flying several dozen meters away. Such a formidable physique. Coupled with that somewhat familiar visage, it resembled the Broly from the movie. Thus, The young man beside him must be from the Super Series. It was evident that this Broly possessed immense strength. He had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. One could only wonder how overwhelmingly powerful he would become upon achieving that form. For now, they should test their strength against him. If they found themselves unable to prevail, they could fuse together. Chapter 41. The legendary Super Saiyan son Wukong emerged from the rubble. What was going on with this fellow? How did he know the name of my Saiyan lineage? Nonetheless, since he wished to fight, I shall oblige him to the fullest. Kakarot. Upon seeing Wukong rise, Broly charged once more, tracing a green arc through the air. Son Wukong assumed a stance, fixating on the incoming Broly. At the moment Broly approached, Wukong seized his fist, utilizing his momentum to execute a shoulder throw. Broly, wincing from the pain, rose with an even fiercer glare at Son Wukong. He began unleashing a flurry of punches, which Wukong struggled to block. To his surprise, Broly displayed remarkable prowess, managing to wield such formidable strength without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Wukong countered with a powerful kick, interrupting Broly's onslaught. Subsequently, he gathered energy into a sphere and struck Broly's face, causing him to stagger back a few steps. However, Broly seemed largely unfazed, continuing to charge at Wukong. As Broly's fist drew near, Wukong prepared to employ the same tactic again. Yet, it was evident that Broly was now in a more rational state, having just regained his freedom and fueled by a surge of anger. Instead of landing a punch, Broly executed a spinning side kick, sending Wukong flying. The force was tremendous. Wukong crashed through several buildings before finally coming to a halt, clutching his abdomen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Truly formidable. I never anticipated you could push me to such lengths. It seems the time has come for you to witness the legendary Super Saiyan. Clenching his fists at his waist, Wukong began to elevate his energy, his pupils shifting from black to green. With a surge of golden energy erupting around him, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Observing Wukong's transformation, Broly's eyes sparkled with excitement, a slight smile gracing his lips as he engaged Wukong in fierce combat. They exchanged blows, fists and feet colliding, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sound through the air. Vegeta gazed incredulously at the scene before him, utterly astonished that a Saiyan could hold his own against Goku in his Super Saiyan form without transforming himself. How could this be possible? How could he possess such strength? Despite not having transformed into a Super Saiyan, he exhibited power that rivaled that of Goku's Super Saiyan state. Gohan scrutinized Broly closely, noting the faint green aura enveloping him. It was unmistakable. He was likely in a state of advanced transformation, with his battle power amplified by approximately tenfold. I recall that when Uncle Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hair would first turn green before becoming golden. Observing Broly's green aura, it seemed he was in an intermediate state of Super Saiyan. Vegeta pondered deeply. Gohan's explanation appeared the most plausible. Otherwise, what had his years of training amounted to? Even in this intermediate stage of Super Saiyan, the battle power Broly displayed was extraordinarily formidable. How infuriating! It was bewildering that such a creature existed in this world. During their fierce exchange, Goku realized he could not gain the upper hand. He executed an instant transmission, appearing behind Broly. With all his might, Goku delivered a powerful kick that sent Broly flying, then instantly reappeared in front of him and kicked upward. Following that, he teleported to the side and struck Broly's face, propelling him into the air. Goku then bent his palm at his waist, gathering a spiral of blue energy that coalesced into a blue energy sphere. Kamehameha. Goku aimed the Kamehameha at Broly, who had just turned his head midair to see a massive wave of blue energy hurtling toward him. With no time to gather his own attack, Broly concentrated energy in his mouth, unleashing a green energy wave that deflected Goku's Kamehameha, allowing him to land safely. Kill him, kill him, kill him, Kakarot. What is happening? Why do I feel his power has increased? If this continues, the situation could become dire. Goku made a swift decision, unleashing his energy once more. The golden aura around him intensified, his bangs lengthened, and lightning crackled around him. Transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Goku surged forward like a golden streak toward Broly. His powerful fists came crashing down, but Broly crossed his arms to defend himself. Yet, the force of Goku's punch penetrated Broly's defenses, leaving a deep imprint on his face. Each subsequent punch landed squarely, leaving Broly unable to retaliate. Finally, Goku delivered a heavy blow to Broly's abdomen, severely contorting it. Broly staggered back, clutching his stomach, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. How does that feel? Are you starting to calm down? Please cease this destruction. Your father is still waiting for you. Broly clutched his abdomen and emitted a series of cold chuckles, as if he had just heard the most hilarious joke of his life. Father, ha ha ha. I lost my father over 20 years ago when he hid away with that useless son of his. Anger surged within Broly, reaching an extraordinary intensity. In a flash of golden light, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. This was alarming. It was evident that during his time as an assassin, he had engaged in relentless battles, causing his combat prowess to exceed that of an average Saiyan. Now, with Kakarot and Vegeta joining forces, they might not stand a chance against him. Danger! Father, quickly dodge! Goku's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Broly had already materialized before him, landing a precise blow to Goku's face. Just as he was about to be sent flying, Broly seized his foot and, akin to throwing a toy, slammed him harshly to the ground repeatedly. Then, he grasped Goku's face and dragged him across the ground, carving a deep trench. Damn it, Dad is already weak. I have to step in. Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, surging forth like a streak of azure light, charging directly at Broly. Vegeta, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but ponder the extent of Gohan's hidden abilities. The assault from Super Saiyan Blue was formidable, propelling Broly away with a single kick. Gohan swiftly lifted Goku and carried him to Vegeta's side, administering a Senzu bean to him. Meanwhile, Broly rose from the rubble, letting out an unwilling roar as his golden hair shifted to a deep green. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly had now made his entrance. Chapter 42. A grueling battle. This was a predicament. Broly had transformed into a transcendent being, boasting at least 500 times his normal combat strength. Not to mention his ability to grow stronger with each battle. Even Vegeta might struggle to defeat him now. Gohan and Broly charged at one another, their blue and green energies clashing. Compared to Gohan's full power, Broly was still somewhat lacking. Gohan forcefully pushed him away and delivered a fierce kick to his chin. Utilizing his ki, Gohan executed various acrobatic maneuvers in midair, striking Broly at different points on his body with varying degrees of force. Vegeta and Goku watched in astonishment, unable to believe how much stronger Gohan had become in just a few months. Even more astonishing was the fact that Broly, despite facing Gohan, had not completely fallen behind. He was indeed a formidable opponent. They instinctively turned their gazes toward Broly, who was lost in thought beside Paragus, suddenly aware of two stares fixed upon him. He looked at Goku and Vegeta, his clear eyes revealing a hint of confusion. It appeared that this Broly had never encountered combat before. His expression was almost naively innocent, reminiscent of a freshly graduated college student. After a series of unsuccessful attacks, Gohan decisively kicked Broly away into the distance. Unexpectedly, the transcendent aura surrounding Broly provided him with such formidable protection. Regardless of where the assault landed, a verdant shield would manifest. However, it mattered not, for it was time for you to experience the abilities of the Hydrations. In a fit of rage, Gohan surged forth to confront Broly once more, simultaneously unleashing the separating technique of Spalito. The protective, transcendent aura enveloping Broly began to dissipate under the influence of this technique, allowing Gohan's Super Saiyan Blue strike to land squarely upon him. Broly winced in pain, instinctively retaliating with a headbutt aimed at Gohan. Gohan felt an excruciating headache, the likes of which he had never experienced since arriving here, yet he had no time to dwell on his suffering. He needed to resolve this swiftly. Gohan launched into a rapid series of blows against Broly, each strike infused with energy, wreaking havoc upon Broly's subdermal tissues. In no time, Broly's skin began to ooze blood. A wave of fear surged within Broly's heart, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a profound rage. He could not endure the pain. Each pang reminded him of the torment inflicted by the assassin organization. Unforgivable. In an explosive outburst, Broly unleashed a powerful blast of energy, sending Gohan hurtling away. Subsequently, he expelled a multitude of green energy spheres, each possessing the destructive power akin to a full-force Super Saiyan 2 strike. Gohan hastily dashed to join Goku and the others, conjuring a protective barrier to temporarily shield them from the onslaught of energy spheres. Father, you must flee this place at once. Broly's power has escalated beyond your capacity to contend with. Your presence here will only hinder me. For our safety, take Broly to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. But isn't there a limit to the number of people and the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber? Can you endure for that long? Fear not. Once I attain Super Saiyan 3, I can dismantle the spatial structure of the chamber. And do not forget, I possess instant transmission. So please, make haste. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Goku and the others recognized that if Broly continued unchecked, the entire South Galaxy could face devastation. They quickly sensed Piccolo's energy and returned to Earth. Do you think this will thwart me? Gohan pressed against the barrier, inching closer to Broly. As he neared, Broly seemed to regain his composure and delivered a fierce punch against Gohan's barrier. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered. Gohan, utilizing his agility, deflected the blow and retaliated with a powerful strike to Broly's abdomen. You despicable insect. I shall offer your blood as a sacrifice, presenting your head to Kakarot, then utterly obliterating his despair. Broly's energy surged once more as he charged directly at Gohan, engaging him in fierce combat. Remarkably, Broly matched the speed of a god, prompting Gohan to exclaim, "You monstrous fiend." Monster? Huh. I am no mere monster. I am a demon. Indeed. You bear the visage of the old Broly and utter his infamous lines, yet you possess a different name and power nearly equal to that of a Super Saiyan. This is truly unprecedented. Could it be that the previous transformations were mere illusions? Or is it that the strength of protagonists varies across different universes, resulting in differing levels of power and transformations? After an intense battle, Gohan found himself somewhat wounded, while Broly only grew stronger with each encounter. Without engaging in a battle of equal footing, one can never truly uncover their own weaknesses. Gohan's understanding of combat remains overly idealistic. The reality is that the enemy is entirely unlike what one imagines. Broly, growing ever more powerful, delivered a punch that sent Gohan flying. Regaining his footing, Gohan wiped the blood from his mouth, declaring, "Do not become complacent, Broly. Do not think that only you can grow stronger. I, too, possess the potential to become more powerful." Clenching his fists at his waist, a red aura emanated from Gohan's body, and his strength surged several-fold. Kaioken. With a speed that Broly could scarcely perceive, Gohan struck him in the abdomen, sending Broly hurtling backward. In an instant, Gohan teleported behind him, delivering a crushing blow that propelled Broly skyward. Almost immediately, Gohan appeared above him, slamming the astonished Broly down into the ground with tremendous force. The impact created a pit over 5 meters deep, yet Gohan remained unsatisfied. He inverted in midair, executing a descending palm strike. As he swung his hand, a colossal handprint emerged on the ground. The young Super Saiyan, who had just begun to rise, was struck by this unexpected blow, forcing him to straighten up abruptly. But Gohan was not finished. He unleashed a barrage of palm strikes, pinning Broly firmly to the earth. At that moment, two figures materialized behind Gohan, his own duplicates. One clone began to generate needle-like energy blasts, while the other anchored this energy in place. Rather than being mere energy blasts, they resembled energy needles. These needles gradually coalesced into a massive sphere, its spikes vibrating incessantly. Indeed, Gohan intended to emulate a certain technique. If continuous assaults could draw blood from your skin, then this multitude of relentless attacks would surely obliterate you. After practicing Tien's controlled techniques on Broly for some time, the sphere had grown to a size comparable to that of a spirit bomb. Gohan hurled the needle sphere at Broly, who suddenly sensed a dangerous aura approaching from behind. Yet, at that moment, Broly remained completely upright, his posture as rigid as a student during university military training. The needle sphere struck Broly with ferocity, unleashing a torrential downpour of energy needles upon him. Broly emitted a chilling scream as his skin was pierced, racked by pain. Once the barrage of needles subsided, Broly lay motionless, drenched in blood at the bottom of the pit. Chapter 43. Black Feather. Broly's energy appeared feeble. He might already be unconscious. To Gohan's surprise, after enduring such an assault, Broly still clung to life. Exhausted and having expended much of his stamina, Gohan approached Broly, preparing to deliver the final blow. As a half-transmigrator, he was acutely aware of the adage that one must uproot the weeds, lest they sprout anew with the spring breeze. Just as the energy sphere in Son Gohan's hand reached its culmination, his body sensed a faint yet ominous presence. He swiftly retracted the energy orb and retreated with haste. A dark chain brushed past him, while another ensnared the fallen Broly, dragging him away. Turning his gaze in the direction of the chains, he beheld a group of individuals clad in black cloaks. Their appearances varied, yet they shared a singular characteristic, an absence of aura. From their midst emerged a somewhat tall man, who applauded Son Gohan with an air of mock admiration. Impressive skills. You have managed to reduce our formidable weapon to this state. I presume you are the Saiyan prince summoned by Qatar. I hold you in high regard. What say you to considering an alliance with us? Are you the assassin organization from the Southern Galaxy? Cease your attempts to control Broly. He is far too perilous. The group erupted into laughter as if they had heard a most amusing jest. Silence. The tall man's booming voice silenced the laughter. Prince of the Northern Galaxy, I believe you have underestimated our Black Feather Society. Broly is merely a tool for eliminating low-tier targets, not even ranking within our top 10 in terms of power. No, you fail to grasp Broly's uniqueness. Enough. If you have no intention of joining us, I see no reason to waste further words. Since this matter has been clarified, he is of no further use. With that, one of the members hurled a figure at Son Gohan's feet. The individual, clad in the uniform of a galactic patrol officer, was Qatar, the one who had previously guided them. Qatar, are you all right? Son Gohan quickly assisted the weakly breathing Qatar to his feet. Mr. Gohan, I apologize for involving you. They are the puppeteers behind the scenes. I failed to detect their plot. They are too powerful. We must retreat. Let us depart, commanded the man, prompting everyone to follow suit, displaying little interest in targets beyond their mission. Just as Son Gohan prepared to pursue them, a figure materialized before him as if summoned from thin air. I advise you to remain compliant. Our leader does not take kindly to disturbances. Son Gohan halted his pursuit, sensing the danger emanating from this individual. With his current stamina, he was uncertain of his ability to prevail in a confrontation, and this person bore a hint of familiarity. I caution you not to underestimate the legendary Super Saiyan. The title of the universe's mightiest warrior is not without merit. You would do well to deal with Broly, lest you find yourselves seeking our aid in desperation. The figure uttered nothing further, merely donning the hood of his cloak. Observing that their leader had boarded the ship, he swiftly departed. As they vanished from sight, Son Gohan summoned the healing techniques he had learned on Yardrat. Although his energy was waning, it sufficed to mend Qatar's injuries. Gradually, Qatar's wounds healed, and he regained consciousness. Rising to his feet, he marveled at his restored form, feeling as though he had witnessed a miracle. What do you think? My mastery of healing techniques has improved significantly, and I will no longer need to seek daily treatments. Mr. Gohan, you are truly remarkable with your prowess. You will undoubtedly be able to vanquish the members of the Black Feather Society. By the way, Mr. Gohan, have you considered joining the Galactic Patrol? Your presence would undoubtedly enhance our efficiency. Observing Katar's eager gaze, Gohan shyly scratched his head and replied, I'm sorry, but I am already in the service of Lord King Kai of Time. Additionally, I am merely 11 years old. There's no need to call me Mr. Oh, is that so? Katar responded, I heard from Senior Gak that you two are close brothers, which is why I addressed you as Mr. Gak is indeed quite familiar, but I do know him. By the way, where were you when I was confronting Broly earlier? And what exactly is the situation with the Black Feather Society? Why can I not sense their energy? Katar clenched his fists as he recalled the events. After escorting us to Broly, he proceeded to investigate the Black Feather Society. This society is a notorious assassin organization in the Southern Galaxy, comprising over 50 members, each a top-tier expert in the universe. They share a distinct characteristic. They all don identical black cloaks. These cloaks not only signify their identity, but also possess the ability to conceal their presence. After all, for an assassin, the skill of stealth is essential. They accept assassination missions in the shadows, as well as potentially large-scale destruction assignments. Ultimately, they pose a significant threat to the safety of the galaxy. The current mission involves assassinating a senior executive of a cosmic trade organization on the planet Kyrie. This information reached us, the Galactic Patrol, prompting us to set a trap. However, we were unaware that this information was deliberately leaked by them. Even Broly was intentionally released, aimed at luring our elite Galactic Patrol or the strongest forces capable of thwarting them. While Katar was investigating, he was discovered by the Black Feather Society, resulting in severe injuries. I overheard their leader confirming something. Were they ascertaining that no one could thwart them? No, they sought to confirm the existence of a legendary figure. If even a significant act of destruction like Broly's did not attract this individual, it would imply that the legend is false. A legend? What sort of legend do you speak of? Could you share it with me? Katar gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. Speaking mysteriously, the legendary figure they wish to verify is a deity, said to possess the power to obliterate anything, known in the annals of the Black Feather Society as the god of destruction, Beerus. I see now. They released Borley to draw out Beerus. However, instead of attracting him, they inadvertently lured us here. Katter suddenly grasped Gohan's hands, pleading earnestly, Mr. Gohan, please. You must stop the Black Feather Society. They intend to unseal the evil god, and when that happens, the entire southern galaxy will be plunged into despair. An evil god? What manner of malevolent deity remains? The dark-feathered one conjures forth a nefarious entity known as Mephistopheles. This being, thousands of years past, wreaked havoc upon half of the southern galaxy. Chapter 44, Seeking a Mentor. Mephistopheles? The name does not strike me as particularly formidable. Were you to mention the dark god Zaki, I might harbor some trepidation. Pray tell, how does this Mephistopheles compare in strength to the demon Bu? Katar hesitated for a moment, responding, that is indeed difficult to ascertain. Perhaps Bu possesses slightly greater might. After all, Bu has plunged the entire galaxy into chaos, whereas Mephistopheles merely devastated half of the southern galaxy. Gohan's expression twitched, indicating that summoning such a being might be more trouble than it's worth. Even Borley could likely best Mephistopheles with ease. While the situation appears manageable for now, they would undoubtedly seek to heal Borley upon their return. The Saiyan's resurrection on the brink of death would significantly enhance his combat capabilities. I must swiftly devise a plan. As for Katar, it would be prudent for him to remain at the headquarters in the southern galaxy. I possess a communicator provided by Jack, should any developments arise. Do not hesitate to contact me. I shall return to Earth via instant transmission. Katar nodded at Gohan, affirming that he would reach out should circumstances dictate. At that moment, Gohan located Piccolo's energy and utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. Uncle Piccolo, I did not expect to find you in the temple. This saves me the trouble of searching for my father and the others. Piccolo observed the weary visage of Gohan, sensing his exhaustion. What transpired, Gohan? Have you dealt with Borley? Gohan shook his head. They were taken by an assassin organization. This entire scenario was a trap set by them. These individuals are utterly oblivious to the true nature of Borley, and in order to defeat him, I must return and contemplate a strategy. Is that so? Goku and the others have been inside the hyperbolic time chamber for quite some time. I never anticipated that while it was meant for only 2 individuals, 3 have managed to enter. It seems we must blame the old bird in heaven. His miscalculations are not a rare occurrence. May the old bird find peace in the afterlife. Gohan opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, and a formidable aura surged forth. Indeed, this is the legendary energy of a Super Saiyan. Inside, Goku and Vegeta were bracing against the potent energy waves, likely attempting to induce Borley into transforming into his legendary state. Moments later, the energy waves abruptly ceased, and Borley collapsed, unconscious. Gohan, what brings you here? How fares Borley? Gohan shook his head, and they understood without further inquiry. It is troubling. Although we have imparted to Borley the fundamentals of combat, he consistently fails to transform into a Super Saiyan. We cannot discern the underlying cause. Such a situation is unexpected. Logically, Borley, like his brother, is a legendary Super Saiyan. The worst-case scenario should merely result in a loss of rationality during the transformation. How could he be utterly incapable of it? Goku glanced at Gohan, then at Vegeta. Vegeta returned the look, and they both nodded in unison. Gohan, perhaps you should take it upon yourself to instruct Borley. It seems that neither of us is suited to be his teacher. Why not give it a try yourself? Perhaps you might succeed. Son Gohan, bewildered, pointed at himself, perplexed by the situation where these 2 were asking him to teach Broly. Son Goku chuckled and said, Gohan, during our time in the hyperbolic time chamber, you imparted much knowledge to me. I felt my training accelerated significantly. Perhaps you truly can teach Broly. Gohan pondered for a moment, considering Broly's formidable physique. If he and Cabe were to teach him, there was a chance that Broly, in a fit of rage, could easily overpower them. But what if Broly became even stronger than me and inadvertently eliminated me? No, this requires a more cautious approach. Suddenly, Son Gohan utilized instant transmission and reappeared before the group, but this time he was not alone. Another figure accompanied him. Kefla surveyed her surroundings and then glanced at Gohan, who was holding her hand. Hey, Gohan, why did you use instant transmission to bring me back? Are you using me for practice, or is there something you need? Of course, I need you for something. I've already mastered it. Why would I need you for practice? Kefla scoffed. So you've learned it? What's the big deal? Just tell me what you need. I'm busy training. I want you to take me on as your master. Kefla looked around, somewhat confused. Take you on as my master? Who should I be learning from? This green antennaed fellow here? Hearing this, Piccolo's expression darkened further. He is a Namekian, not some antennaed creature. And actually, the one who wishes to be your master is me. What do you mean? Gohan pointed at Broly on the ground, saying to Kefla, do you see him? He will be your junior disciple. From this moment on, I shall be your master. I will train you both in the hyperbolic time chamber for several months, where time flows several times faster than outside. Faced with Kefla's confusion, Gohan explained everything in detail. After hearing the reasons behind Gohan wanting to train Broly, Kefla still did not understand why she was being summoned. Gohan then produced the Patera earrings, placing one on his left ear. This is a Patera earring. When two individuals wear them on opposite ears, they can fuse, creating a warrior with power approximately equal to the product of their strengths. Kefla examined the small object curiously. Is this truly so miraculous? By the way, Gohan, who are you planning to fuse with? Will fusing allow us to defeat Broly? Gohan smiled and replied, this fusion is temporary, so the most prudent approach is to enhance your own strength. I'm concerned that if Broly loses control while transforming into a Super Saiyan, we might need to fuse with you to subdue him. You want to fuse with me? Isn't that a little strange? When we fuse, will the resulting being be male or female? After much deliberation, it appears your primary concern lies here. I had assumed you were reluctant. Following the explanation, Gohan and Caulifla took on the responsibility of instructing Broly. Gohan took a brief respite to regain his energy, and Broly awoke. Gohan, Uncle Goku, Uncle Vegeta. And who is this female Saiyan? Broly inquired. From this moment forth, I shall be your teacher, Gohan declared, and this is your senior sister, Caulifla. Broly, somewhat bewildered, nodded and greeted us both. Greetings, master and senior sister. Thus began Broly's journey of apprenticeship. Chapter 45. Resurrection outside the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo stood in contemplative silence at the entrance. I can't shake the feeling that Gohan has changed, yet he seems the same, Goku remarked. Have you sensed it since the Cell Games? He shifted his gaze from the doorway to Piccolo and continued. No, I can sense it. Gohan remains Gohan. However, Goku recalled the day after Gohan's disappearance when the Kai of Time unexpectedly appeared at their home, along with subsequent events. Goku, Chi-Chi, Gohan is with me, so there is no need for concern. He is currently aiding me in mending the timeline and will return shortly. Upon hearing that Gohan might be engaged in perilous battles, Chi-Chi immediately urged Goku to take Gohan's place in the fight. I understand. Gohan's aspirations are to become a great scholar. To be a scholar, one might merely need to read extensively, yet to become a distinguished scholar, mere reading is insufficient. He must also learn to shoulder responsibilities, a task only he can undertake. The Kai of Time observed Goku, who appeared deep in thought, and added, you may feel that Gohan is different now, but I assure you, he is still the same Gohan. He has simply come to understand many truths and the weight of his responsibilities. He remains the Gohan who would selflessly fight for others. Piccolo regarded Goku with an expression of surprise. Goku, where did you acquire such insights? This isn't like you. Have you been possessed along with Gohan? Not at all. It was actually the Kai of Time who spoke thus, and I found it quite reasonable, Goku explained to Piccolo. Upon comprehending this, Piccolo speculated, so, Gohan has encountered the Kai of Time, learned of formidable foes like Broly in the universe, and is eager to grow stronger? Vegeta interjected, I hadn't considered that. No wonder he possesses such extensive knowledge of transformations, and even shared the previously unattainable Super Saiyan 4 with me. Kakarot, your Super Saiyan 3 was also imparted by Gohan, wasn't it? Goku scratched his head. That is indeed the case. I feel that training with Gohan has significantly accelerated my own progress, albeit at the cost of greater fatigue. Thus, the misunderstandings surrounding Gohan were resolved, a truly joyous and commendable outcome. Within the confines of the temporal spirit room, Son Gohan was engrossed in investigating the peculiar reason behind Broly's inability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Logically, such a phenomenon should not be occurring. Broly, can you recall the sensations you experienced during your transformation? Broly reminisced, stating, it felt overwhelmingly impulsive, and then I couldn't think anymore. My mind went completely blank, leaving me in a state of unawareness. Would you attempt to transform again for me? Do not worry. I shall provide assistance, Gohan encouraged. Broly obediently stepped to a nearby clearing and commenced his transformation into a Super Saiyan. True to his words, just as he was on the verge of success, Broly succumbed to unconsciousness. It was perplexing. There were no apparent anomalies, and his energy levels were comparable to that of Paragus, yet he remained unable to transform. Gohan gently lifted Broly and placed him onto a bed, whereupon he began to ponder the situation. Sitting by the bedside, Kale recalled something and remarked, "Hey, this kid is just like Girai. He faints every time he transforms, just as pathetic as Girai." "Girai?" Gohan inquired. "Indeed, he is the brother of Gullo. He could have been one of the 7 warriors, but he missed that opportunity due to this issue." Suddenly, Gohan felt invigorated. It seemed bringing Kale here was indeed beneficial. "Could you elaborate on this matter? Did Girai ever manage to transform successfully?" Kale continued. "At that time, we were clueless and assumed he simply needed more training. We even urged him to transform into a Super Saiyan God, but the outcome was the same. He fainted upon transformation." At this moment, Kale leaned closer to Gohan and whispered in his ear, "It is said that during the invasion by Frieza's army, to protect a girl he secretly admired, he transformed successfully out of sheer rage. However, when he confessed his feelings, he discovered that the girl was fond of Vegeta. We laughed at him for an entire day, and he vowed never to fight again." "Ah, I see," Gohan mused. "It appears that some Saiyans require a surge of emotion as a catalyst to discover their fighting spirit. Otherwise, they risk fainting or losing control, rendering them incapable of wielding their power." Kale, somewhat puzzled by Gohan's words, asked, "Do you already possess a solution?" "I believe Broly's condition resembles a psychological affliction, rooted in self-doubt and a fear of losing control. This has created a protective mechanism that leads to his current state." "What then? Should we have Paragus reprimand him?" Kale suggested, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Gohan broke into a nervous sweat. "Kale, I find your thoughts a tad concerning. Here's the plan. Once Broly awakens, you shall engage in sparring with him until you can transform into a Super Saiyan God." "Wait, Gohan, my esteemed mentor. You have yet to teach me anything, and now you wish to spar? Please impart some knowledge before we train. Such is not an option. You must first acclimate to combat before you can fully grasp the teachings I provide." Gohan roused Broly from his slumber and directed him to spar with Kale, while he himself settled down to delve once more into the understanding of divine perception. Meanwhile, in a secluded area of the southern galaxy, members of the Black Feather Society congregated around an altar, their leader seated at its center. As for Piccolo, he found himself abandoned within a healing chamber, under the watchful gaze of the enigmatic assassin who had previously obstructed Sun Wukong. "Great evil god Mephisto, we shall lift your seal. Grant us the power to conquer the universe." Upon the utterance of these words by the mysterious leader, the individuals surrounding the altar began to channel their energy, which flowed through the magical array inscribed upon the altar to the very ground beneath the leader. A formidable surge of malevolent energy erupted from the center of the altar, ensnaring all present, who found themselves unable to resist the relentless siphoning of their essence. The energy coalesced towards the center, enveloping the leader in a shroud of darkness, ceasing only when the surrounding individuals had been utterly drained. As the black energy gradually dissipated, the leader transformed, embodying a visage reminiscent of a Western demon, akin to a gaunt version of Dabura clad in armor. "Ha ha ha, it is accomplished. The great Mephisto has been resurrected." "Wait, why do I say again?" the leader inquired. "Have you succeeded? You must now possess the power to conquer the universe." Mephisto regarded the individual who had rushed from the spacecraft, contemplating before replying, "Ah, you are named Lit, correct? Fear not. Your leader has become a part of me. I shall inherit his ambition to dominate the cosmos." Lit, unable to fathom the implications, wondered if it meant that the leader was indeed dead. Chapter 46. Where's my hand? This is not how it should be. It was said that the seal would be lifted to gain Mephisto's power, yet it appears that he is resurrected by usurping the leader's body. Mephisto chuckled derisively and shook his head. "Your leader was simply too greedy. To lift my seal requires the sacrifice of many. When my seal is broken, I will randomly inhabit a host, reviving through their body." Mephisto settled upon a step of the altar, gazing at Lit with a knowing look. "Your leader believed that by standing in the center, he could absorb my power. However, the truth is that being closest to me made him my target for possession. What intrigues me is that you seem far stronger than your leader. Why do you still pledge your loyalty to him?" Lit knelt upon the ground, his emotions in turmoil, uncertain of what to say or how to proceed. "Since you remain silent, I shall delve into your leader's memories," Mephisto declared, feigning contemplation as he sought the recollections of the Black Feather Society's former leader. His name was Selvi, who had grown up on a planet governed by the law of the jungle, where survival depended on relentless slaughter and plunder. In his youth, he harnessed his formidable strength and eloquence to establish the Black Feather Society alongside a cadre of followers. They undertook an assassination mission targeting a member of a royal family from an advanced planet. During the execution of their task, they encountered a prodigiously gifted youth, Lit, the royal family's designated assassin. Cursed from an early age by the royal lineage, he was condemned to a life of murder. Should he fail, he would meet a deadly fate at the hands of the very curse that bound him. Yet this young lad is no fool. Upon encountering the world beyond, he yearned for freedom. With Selvy's assistance, they lifted the bloodline curse that bound Lit. Henceforth, Lit became Selvy's loyal subordinate. So it was in gratitude for the liberation that had been bestowed upon him. However, he merely regarded you as a mere assassin, indistinguishable from those royal members. Ah, the tragedy of humanity. Mephisto rose to his feet and strode directly towards the spacecraft where Piccolo resided. What is your intention? Are you truly departing from here? Lit followed Mephisto, uncertain of his next course of action, compelled to accompany him. I sense a perilous presence there, hence my desire to ascertain what it is. Mephisto approached the healing chamber and discovered Piccolo in the midst of recovery. He observed with curiosity, using his unique abilities to draw forth a flicker of Piccolo's green energy. A remarkably volatile power. If left unchecked, it may spiral out of control. It seems the Saiyan prince was indeed correct. This individual poses a genuine threat. However, Mephisto unleashed a wave of purple-black energy towards Piccolo, allowing it to penetrate the depths of his mind. Within Piccolo's psyche, a demon was subtly manipulating his thoughts, transforming him into a compliant puppet. As Piccolo opened his eyes within the healing chamber, they morphed into a black-red hue, clearly indicating that he had succumbed to Mephisto's control. Now, everything is foolproof. As for you, Lit, I shall refrain from exerting control. Your abilities are best utilized independently. They then maneuvered the spacecraft towards a nearby life-bearing planet, poised to commence their conquest of the cosmos. Meanwhile, within the room of spirit and time, Gohan experienced a significant breakthrough. While grasping the skill of divine insight, he discerned the peculiar nature of the room's spatial dynamics. This revelation accelerated his understanding of the divine insight. He gradually harnessed his divine energy, meticulously unraveling the enigmatic spatial rules within the room. It was akin to one person crafting a program while another reverse-engineered it from its functionalities, thereby discerning the functions employed and the characteristics of the program. Building upon this foundation, he sought to exploit these attributes, ultimately composing a similar program that might surpass its predecessor in complexity or efficiency. As Gohan prepared to attempt unraveling this spatial domain, his training partners, Caulifla and Broly, glanced over with curiosity. Broly inquired, "Sister, what do you suppose Master is engaged in? He neither trains his body nor practices with us," appearing rather mysterious. "Junior brother, do you think Gohan has fallen asleep with his eyes closed? Perhaps we should rouse him," suggested Caulifla. "Sister, that might not be wise. What if Master is indeed meditating? Disturbing his training could spell disaster for us. Fear not, Gohan is kind-hearted. He will surely forgive us. Our intentions are well-meaning." After Caulifla uttered these words, she approached Gohan, and Broly, unable to contain his curiosity, followed suit. Caulifla gazed at Gohan, who had his eyes closed, wearing a solemn expression, and extended her hand, preparing to pinch his nose. However, as she reached out, she discovered that her hand did not appear near Gohan's nose. "Where's my hand? Why has it vanished?" Caulifla pondered, perplexed. She extended her entire arm, seemingly grasping something. At that moment, she felt someone touching her tail. She turned abruptly to Broly and exclaimed, "I never expected you, with your seemingly virtuous demeanor, to be such a lecherous opportunist. Remove your hand from my tail at once." Broly remained silent, sitting on the ground, his eyes wide with fear as he stared at the location of Caulifla's tail. "Half a hand is grasping your tail." Caulifla, confused, looked at her own tail and was taken aback to see half an arm floating in midair, clutching it. "Ah!" Caulifla gasped, releasing her grip and attempting to retract her tail, only to find that the hand had vanished. Realization struck her, and she reached towards Gohan again, causing another hand to materialize from the space behind her. "Wait a moment, isn't that my hand? How extraordinary!" Caulifla exclaimed, repeatedly extending her arms. And soon her legs followed suit, all emerging from the space behind her. "So, my dear disciple, did you find my little trick amusing?" The sudden voice startled Caulifla, prompting her to retreat several steps. "Oh dear, Gohan, Don't scare me like that. But I must admit, this is quite entertaining. How did you manage it? Gohan stood up from the bed and took a couple of steps forward, emerging from behind Califa. He patted her shoulder and said, "This skill can only be wielded with divine power, which is why I intended for you to train until you could transform into a Super Saiyan God. Yet, you interrupted my cultivation." Califa chuckled, fully aware that she could not evade a punishment. Chapter 47. Rampage. Gohan imposed a gravity of 50 times upon Califa, equating to 500 times within the hyperbolic time chamber. However, this time, he did not rely on pressure but instead activated the skill of divine perception. Gohan was now capable of utilizing a modicum of divine power in his normal state, albeit only to alter spatial positions. Thus, when he applied the gravity, he did so in his Super Saiyan God form. Califa, upon feeling the gravity, did not collapse immediately. Instead, she swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, gradually acclimatizing to the 500 times gravity. Not bad, you're showing progress. I'll assign you 1,000 push-ups as punishment. Califa, brimming with confidence, laughed. A mere 1,000 push-ups? That's a piece of cake. Watch me finish them in no time. With that, she commenced her push-ups. Gohan glanced at Broly and beckoned him to his side. Broly, your strength is formidable, but you have scarcely engaged in battle over the years. You may be unaware of the reasons for battle, so I have decided to share a tale with you. Broly did not deny this, merely gazing at the crimson-haired Gohan, awaiting the commencement of the story. Yet, Gohan remained silent, instead shrouding Broly's eyes. Just as Broly was enveloped in confusion, vivid images unfolded before him, ensnaring his consciousness within. This was the skill akin to an angelic staff within the divine realm, allowing one to witness particular scenes. Coupled with a form of hypnosis from the Yardrat people, it enabled Broly to immerse himself deeply in the narrative. What story could elucidate the essence of combat for Broly? It must be the harrowing future of Trunks, a tale that would ignite fury even within a Saiyan's heart. The plot progressed steadily, and Broly's emotions fluctuated in tandem with the unfolding events. At times exuberant, at others sorrowful, until Gohan and Trunks encountered the androids. At this juncture, Gohan deliberately slowed the narrative, scrutinizing Broly's reactions. Broly's expressions shifted continuously, and upon witnessing Gohan's demise, Trunks' anger surged within Broly. Is that all? A mere moment of fury before it was extinguished? How heartless. Your master sacrificed himself to save you, and you do not even feel a flicker of rage. This will not suffice. It seems I must intensify the narrative for Broly. Gohan deftly altered the storyline. Trunks did not transform into a Super Saiyan, but instead sought a place to lay Gohan to rest. Simultaneously, he fully immersed Broly in Trunks' persona, allowing him to dictate the trajectory of the plot. As Broly, embodying Trunks, mourned briefly at Gohan's grave, he journeyed back through desolate ruins. Bodies lay lifeless and dying. Yet Broly did not extend his aid. He understood his limitations in saving others. Upon returning to the underground of West City, Trunks despondently relayed Gohan's death to Bulma. She did not exhibit profound sorrow but sighed in resignation, offering a few words of comfort to Trunks before resuming her research. Trunks revealed his hands, smeared with dirt and blood, attempting to clench his fists, yet an inexplicable dread coursed through him, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. If even Gohan had succumbed, who could possibly vanquish the androids? Must it fall upon me to defeat them when I cannot even achieve Super Saiyan form? As Trunks wrestled with self-doubt, time slipped by imperceptibly. When dinner arrived, Trunks and Bulma sat in silence, consuming their tasteless meal. Mother, Gohan has failed. Can we truly triumph over the androids? Trunks voiced his concerns once more. Trunks, what troubles you? This is not like you. The blood coursing through your veins is that of a Saiyan, the proudest lineage of all. You are the hope for the future. Only you can conquer the androids. Trunks cast another glance at his trembling hands, uncertain of the source of his fear. Perhaps it was the androids, or perhaps the weight of responsibility he bore. Bulma embraced Trunks, gently patting his back. It is all right, Trunks. Your mother believes in you, as does your Gohan. You will surely surpass Gohan and emerge as the hero who defeats the androids. Trunks' mother, Bulma, embraced him tightly, her suppressed emotions manifesting as tears. In this bleak world, her love became Trunks' soul's psychological support and a warmth that Broly had never experienced. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere of this desolate era, this flicker of maternal affection magnified infinitely within Broly's heart, causing even the real son Gohan to feel warmth in his palms. Alas, soon Gohan would cease to be human, transforming into the villainous writer, reviled by thousands. How profoundly moving. Wouldn't you agree? Number 17. Indeed, number 18. I nearly applauded for them. Trunks and Bulma gazed in terror at the two androids that had suddenly appeared, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. What do you want? You despicable androids? Is it not enough to have reduced our world to this state? What do we want? Why? To reunite you and your son with Gohan underground. Of course, number 18 chuckled before pointing a finger directly at Trunks. Die. A beam of light shot forth, searing a hole through Bulma's chest, causing her to collapse onto Trunks. Bloodied and gasping, Bulma looked at Trunks, summoning her last strength to utter her final words. Trunks, survive. A tear slipped from her eye as her pupils dilated, and she breathed her last. Sadness, resentment, regret, and fury surged within Trunks, simultaneously provoking Broly. Clutching his head, Trunks muttered incessantly, if only I were stronger, if only I worked harder, if only I could transform into a Super Saiyan, then Gohan and Mother would not. Number 18 disdainfully observed, how naive, just like that son Gohan, sacrificing himself for this weak little brat. Number 17 chimed in, indeed, this kid is utterly useless, unworthy even of being our plaything. Shut up. Broly erupted with an overwhelming aura, his previously normal physique transforming into a mass of muscle. Arcs of energy crackling around him. It was successful. Broly was on the verge of transcending to the next level, clearly fueled by his emotions. His hair turned golden before swiftly shifting to green, his aura transforming alongside it, his pupils vanishing entirely. Androids. Broly's energy surged exponentially, sending the entire hyperbolic time chamber, along with Kale doing push-ups, hurtling away. Son Gohan immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue to withstand Broly's explosive assault. It was evident that Broly had spiraled into uncontrollable rage, entirely consumed by it. He perceived Gohan as number 17 and Kale as number 18, intent on annihilating them both. Broly charged at the nearest Son Gohan, his movements a fusion of Goku and Vegeta's techniques, yet his power and speed transcended dimensions compared to theirs. Gohan felt an increasing sense of dread. Broly was now evenly matched with his Super Saiyan Blue form. Is this truly a clash between Super Saiyan Blue and an equally matched opponent? Or is it merely the result of dimensional distortion causing an inflation of power? In Chapter 48, to untie the knot, one must first tie it. Broly now resembles an inexhaustible beast, while Gohan's Super Saiyan Blue form is undeniably taxing on his stamina. He cannot endure like Frieza, that golden sack of energy, for an entire hour. Kefla, hasten to don the patera on your other ear. If this continues, I shall be utterly drained. Kefla emerged from the ruins of the hyperbolic time chamber, and had she not transformed into Super Saiyan 2, she might have been knocked unconscious. That detestable Broly, what madness possesses him? He nearly buried me alive. Gohan, wait for me. I shall soon join you to confront him. Kefla affixed her patera earring to her right ear, and a wondrous force propelled her towards Gohan. As Gohan fended off Broly's tempestuous onslaught, he narrowly dodged a punch that landed squarely upon Kefla's face. In that moment, Gohan and Kefla collided, merging their astonished and contorted visages. A flash of light erupted, blinding Broly momentarily. A slender, androgynous youth with wild hair emerged. Why a youth, you ask? In biological terms, if one's genetic makeup contains the appropriate chromosomes, one is classified as male. Thus, this fusion, with its chromosomal structure, is deemed male, not a feminine boy. The fusion of Kefla and Gohan shall henceforth be known as Kefla. Now, Broly, prepare to embrace my supreme judgment. As Broly opened his eyes, he was met with a fist hurtling towards him, sending him crashing away. How about that? The force is quite commendable, is it not? Broly rose, nursing his face, unleashing a series of furious roars. Following his outburst, his energy surged once more, and he charged at Kefla. Broly unleashed a flurry of punches, his speed astonishing. Yet Kefla's swiftness surpassed his own. With such paltry speed, you cannot hope to catch me. Kefla executed a swift kick and, in an instant, seized Broly's leg, hurling him downwards. Concurrently, she transformed into Super Saiyan God, employing divine perception to impose a gravitational force 100-fold upon Broly. Broly plummeted to the ground, causing the very fabric of space to fracture upon impact, revealing glimpses of the exterior temple through the fissures. Ugh! Broly bellowed in fury, shattering what remained of the already damaged space. Kefla surged forth, raining down punches upon Broly, driving him outside the temple. They clashed amidst the skies, the ripples of their energy resonating throughout the vicinity. What is transpiring? This energy feels reminiscent of Broly. Is he engaged in battle with someone? Vegeta, astonished, opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, only to find it desolate, the entire chamber in ruins. It appears they have breached the boundaries of space and emerged outside. Could this be what Gohan meant by Broly losing his sanity? Vegeta, Gohan, let us hasten to investigate. I can sense an unusual force emanating. Undoubtedly the fusion of Gohan and Kale. I hope they are unharmed. Thus, the three of them ventured outside the temple, where they beheld Broly engaged in a fierce battle with a boy sporting an explosive hairstyle. Kale swiftly dispatched Broly with a powerful kick and ensnared him with her divine technique. Despite Broly's frantic struggles, he could not liberate himself from Kale's binding power. Faced with Broly's unyielding rage, Kale found herself at a loss. Could it be that, as in the theatrical version, she must unleash the devastating Kamehameha to instill a sense of peril in him, awakening his senses? At that moment, she spotted Goku and his companions emerging from the temple, and particularly upon seeing Vegeta, a brilliant idea struck her. Hey Vegeta, you've mastered instant transmission. Hurry and bring Bulma here. Otherwise, Broly will never regain his senses. Vegeta, upon hearing the unfamiliar voice calling for him, felt puzzled. What could Broly's state have to do with his wife, Bulma? Stop dawdling. Bring Bulma here at once. We cannot predict when the Patera fusion will dissipate, and if it happens before Broly regains his rationality, we are doomed. Heeding Kale's urgent plea, Vegeta wasted no time and instantly transported himself home to fetch Bulma. Vegeta, why have you suddenly brought me here? Isn't that Broly up there? Why is he fighting with a stranger? Kale, upon seeing that Bulma had arrived, immediately harnessed her divine power to levitate Bulma into the air, positioning her before Broly. Why am I floating? What is happening? Vegeta, come save me. Vegeta ignored Bulma's cries, fixated instead on the scene before him, for he recognized that the figure hovering in the air was the fusion of Gohan and Kale. Broly, upon noticing Bulma suspended above, momentarily froze. Seizing this opportunity, Kale darted forward, covering Broly's eyes and presenting him with a vision. In this vision, he was transported back to the time before Bulma's demise. This time, the androids did not attack them, and Trunks resolved to train even harder. Shortly thereafter, he successfully ascended to Super Saiyan, yet he remained no match for the androids. It was not until that day that he returned to the past and befriended Goku and his allies. As is well known, he defeated the androids and vanquished the formidable Cell, ushering in an era of unprecedented peace on Earth. Naturally, the ensuing threats from Majin Buu and Zamasu were not included in this narrative. At this juncture, Broly gradually regained his composure. Returning to his normal state, he beheld Bulma as Kale withdrew her hand. Gazing upon the vibrant and youthful Bulma, he momentarily lost himself. Then a gentle smile graced his lips as he fell heavily backward, landing on the temple platform. Phew, at last, I have regained my senses. Were Broly to appear in another realm and encounter such a predicament, he might very well launch the author of this tale into the heavens. Hey, you fusion being. Can you let Bulma down now? Vegeta, seeing Broly regain his senses, thought of his own Bulma. Understood, the Saiyan prince who loves his wife. Vegeta's face suddenly flushed, while Bulma, slowly descending with Caulifla, couldn't help but chuckle. After Caulifla and Bulma landed, Goku and the others arrived. Gohan and Caulifla, is this what fusion looks like? You both seem incredibly powerful. Observing Goku's excited expression, it was evident he was eager to test Caulifla's skills. Ahem, my name is Caulifla now, and this state cannot be maintained for long. If you wish to fight me, it would be best to reconsider. Vegeta scoffed at Goku, saying Kakarot. You probably wouldn't even stand a chance against Gohan, so how could you hope to contend with this fusion? Well, I can't help it, whenever I see a strong opponent. I just want to test my abilities. Goku replied, Alright, I will strive to grow stronger, so I can face even more formidable opponents. Piccolo shook his head nearby, indicating that Goku was truly beyond help. At that moment, Caulifla's fusion suddenly dissipated, evidently due to the immense energy required to control Broly. After explaining the situation to everyone, they all pondered whether Gohan had been a bit harsh, as he had inflicted significant mental and physical strain on Broly, despite the successful outcome. Chapter 49. The foster father. While Gohan was elucidating the situation to everyone, Tien was attending to the fallen Broly. though Broly had not sustained any injuries. It still felt inappropriate to leave him lying on the ground. When Broly awoke, he quietly listened to Gohan's explanation. He was not angry. Instead, he smiled at Bulma, who seemed to sense an unusual gaze, and turned to see Broly smiling at her. Leaning down towards Broly, she asked, "What's wrong, Broly? Are you all right?" Broly nodded at Bulma, and then astonishingly replied, "I'm fine, Mama." Upon hearing this affectionate address, everyone turned to stare at Broly, leaving Vegeta, who stood beside Bulma, momentarily speechless. Rather than being upset, Bulma burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, does this mean I have 3 sons now? However, Broly, you should probably discuss this with your father. And this gentleman next to me, your father." Vegeta, glancing at Bulma with a mischievous smile, turned his head away, stating, "My son has always been Trunks. And his father is Paragus." Bulma playfully hooked her arm around Vegeta, smiling as she said, "Oh, what does it matter? Let us consider you a foster son. After all, there aren't many of you Saiyans left. You must take on the responsibilities of a Saiyan prince." Vegeta merely scoffed, not outright denying the matter. Seeing Vegeta's lack of opposition, Bulma turned to Broly and declared, "Wonderful, Broly. You will be our foster son from now on. You can call me Mama and Vegeta your foster father." Although Vegeta did not voice his objections, the mention of the term foster father caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. He was unsure of the reason, but the word seemed perilously ominous. Broly, upon hearing this, quickly grasped the situation and bowed graciously to Bulma and Vegeta, affectionately addressing Vegeta as foster father. In an instant, chills ran down Vegeta's spine, as if in some unknown dimension, he had already been bested by Broly. Everyone watched this amusing scene with delight, seemingly forgetting the earlier crisis. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the communicator in Gohan's pocket emitted a series of urgent signals. He promptly retrieved it and activated the call. "Hello, this is Gohan. Is something amiss?" An anxious voice crackled through the device. "Mr. Gohan, we have a serious situation. I just received a report from our team. Mephistopheles has used his powers to seize control of an entire planet. Now, that planet is swarming with his followers, and we are at a loss for how to proceed. We need your assistance." "Controlled? Could it be that Mephistopheles possesses the unique ability to dominate others? No wonder he managed to conquer half of the southern galaxy. Indeed, we've tried numerous methods to awaken them, but to no avail. Furthermore, we've heard that Broly has also fallen under his control, and he was the one who compromised the planet's security system." A sense of foreboding washed over Gohan. The fact that Broly had been subdued meant that few, if any, could rival him beneath the god of destruction. "Must I go?" Goku asked anxiously. "What is the matter? Is this Mephistopheles truly formidable to have ensnared that monster Broly?" "I'm not entirely certain," Gohan replied. "They say he is an ancient demon from many years ago, and according to various legends, he may indeed possess the power to sway hearts." Hearing this, Caulifla clasped her head in disbelief, remarking, "So he is essentially using a skill similar to yours, Gohan? Broly was also ensnared by your charm." Piccolo chimed in with his analysis. "Exactly. Perhaps he controls others using methods akin to Gohan's. It's possible that Gohan could also break Mephistopheles' hold using the same technique. Truth be told, this is my first time employing this skill. Whether I can liberate them from Mephistopheles' grip remains to be seen through practical application," Gohan reflected, glancing around at his companions, deep in thought. Eventually, he decided to pose a direct question to the group. "So, who among you wishes to join me? If no one is interested, I shall venture forth alone. Gohan, take me with you. Though my combat prowess may not be of much help, I yearn to witness stronger foes in the universe." "I refuse to remain a frog in a well," one voiced. "I want to go too, despite my defeat at Broly's hands. I am eager to grow stronger and see what this Mephistopheles demon truly looks like. I have yet to encounter a demon," another added. "Since Kakarot is going, I must join as well. I cannot allow him to grow stronger without my knowledge," came the response. Piccolo, Son Goku, and Vegeta had made their decision to proceed, at which point Caulifla and Broly also expressed their intentions. "If Master, Gohan, is going, then I shall go as well." Bulma, observing the enthusiastic declarations around her, offered an awkward smile. "As for me, Gohan, I shall refrain from joining. Trunks' diaper has yet to be changed. By the way, Vegeta, do take me back, for I am not accustomed to carrying my own aircraft." Although Vegeta wore an expression of reluctance, he dutifully escorted Bulma back. After a series of preparations, Piccolo procured 5 freshly matured senzu beans from Korin. With hands clasped together, they executed a technique of instant transmission. In an instant, they materialized beside Kakarot, who beamed with delight upon seeing Gohan. Mr. Gohan and Mr. Goku, you have come. How wonderful. By the way, Mr. Gohan, do try the method you used to heal me. Can it free these individuals from their control? Nearby, an alien with crimson eyes glared at them. You filthy humans. Bow before Lord Mephisto. Only the miracles brought forth by Lord Mephisto can save all life in the universe. It was evident that the control over the individuals was indeed severe. Very well, let me attempt to remedy this, Gohan declared. He first employed his previous healing technique. Yet after the intervention, the alien remained under control. Instead, its previously weary gaze had grown even clearer. Well, this was meant to reverse the brainwashing. Yet it seems to have invigorated the brainwashers instead, leaving me somewhat drained. Determined, Gohan transformed into his Super Saiyan God state and covered the patient's eyes. He channeled his divine energy to sense the conditions within the individual's mind. It was at this moment that he detected an anomaly lurking within the patient's essence. Chapter 50. The fear of demons. Upon utilizing his divine power, Gohan discerned a trace of malevolent energy residing within the patient. This energy was not ordinary. It bore resemblance to divine energy, specifically the primordial spirit. I cannot believe this. Could it be that Mephisto is truly a fallen angel? The onlookers found Gohan's mutterings peculiar, unaware of the concept of a fallen angel, yet they refrained from interrupting him. Continuing to perceive the aura, Gohan noted its concentration at the patient's brow. He infused his divine energy into the patient's forehead, prompting the individual to writhe in intense struggle. Observing the patient's distress, Son Goku and Piccolo helped to restrain him, while Gohan calmly manipulated his divine power, endeavoring to counteract the malevolent energy. The dark red aura clashed with the crimson energy, and it must be said that Mephisto demonstrated considerable mastery over such skills, presenting a challenge for Gohan, who had only recently acquired this ability. Nevertheless, the residual energy could not withstand the relentless influx of divine power, and after a fierce struggle, the malevolent energy was entirely eradicated. At that moment, the alien calmed, the redness in its eyes dissipating as it gradually regained consciousness. What has happened to me? Why am I here? Who are you all? Katar was profoundly exhilarated upon encountering the awakened extraterrestrial being. He endeavored to elucidate the situation to the alien, who soon comprehended that he had been under control. Mr. Gohan, having successfully liberated him from this grip, might you extend your benevolence to rescue others as well? Sun Wukong, observing Katar's eager anticipation, found himself reluctant to reveal the harsh truth. Although he had managed to terminate the control, the exertion had been exceedingly taxing. Having only recently mastered the powers of Super Saiyan, even Ultra Blue could not withstand such formidable drain. With so many souls on this planet, consuming all the senzu beans might not suffice to liberate them. At that moment, a member of the Cosmic Patrol, distinguished by his blue complexion, approached. Do not burden Mr. Gohan any further. Have you not noticed the considerable strain he has endured? With so many individuals on this planet, he cannot manage their salvation alone. Katar turned to see his esteemed senior, exclaiming with respect, Elder Myers, I did not anticipate your presence here to assist. Upon hearing this name, Son Gohan felt a twinge of surprise. He had not expected this Mephistopheles to attract the novice Angel Myers. Surely, this would not lead to complications. Son Gohan promptly bowed respectfully to Myers and greeted him politely. Greetings, I am Son Gohan. I humbly request your guidance, Elder Myers. Myers smiled gently and replied, There is no need for such formality. I merely joined the Cosmic Patrol a few months prior to Katar. Nevertheless, Son Gohan extended his hand for a handshake. While the prestige of the Cosmic Patrol could be dismissed, that of a novice angel warranted respect. As Myers observed the deference shown by Son Gohan, he began to question whether his true identity had been discerned. Although his assumption was indeed correct, he was reluctant to admit that his status as a novice angel had been revealed. Katar, thrilled by the arrival of his senior, soon felt disheartened. So, does this mean we are unable to rescue these people? What shall we do? Son Gohan comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Fear not. Through my recent perceptions, I discovered that it is Mephistopheles' aura that is controlling these individuals. Therefore, if we can vanquish him, we shall liberate them. Myers affirmed Gohan's assertion, acknowledging that if the caster of this spell were defeated, the enchantment could not endure for long. Katar, Do you have any knowledge of Mephistopheles' current whereabouts? Qatar, reinvigorated, earnestly reported to Myers. Indeed, according to our investigations, after conquering one planet, they proceed to another inhabited world. There, they apply the same control technique, draining the vitality of those ensnared, rendering them in a deep hypnotic state, as witnessed earlier. Ah, I see, Son Gohan responded. This implies that Mephistopheles arrives to siphon the life force of these individuals. If this continues, he will only grow stronger. We must act swiftly to thwart him. At that juncture, Son Gohan suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Since Mephisto possesses the energy of polarity, we can attune ourselves to polarity's essence and then execute an instantaneous relocation to their vicinity. Upon hearing Gohan's suggestion, Sun Wukong and the others expressed their enthusiastic agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, Gohan, this way we can avoid the trouble of searching for them." Myers appeared somewhat astonished. They were capable of instantaneous movement. You can truly teleport? Have you all been training on Adratlat? Senior Myers, it seems you are familiar with Adratlat. Indeed, we have all trained there, which is how we acquired the ability to teleport. Myers nodded appreciatively. Very well. I kindly ask you to assist us, the Cosmic Patrol, in this endeavor. It would facilitate our collaboration. Senior Myers, are you serious? That fellow polarity is extraordinarily powerful, even surpassing Frisia by thousands of times. Myers was taken aback, realizing that Mephisto had control over such a formidable being. In that case, we cannot act recklessly. Let us proceed with just one of us. This will minimize the risk and allow us to report back to the Cosmic Patrol headquarters. Understood. Then grasp my hand, and let us embark together. Everyone joined hands, attuning themselves to polarity's energy. The essence of polarity was remarkably unique and potent, allowing them to sense it effortlessly. In a blink, they materialized behind polarity, next to Mephisto. Both Mephisto and Lit sensed the energy behind them and turned swiftly, spotting the sudden appearance of Gohan and his companions. Mephisto, momentarily astonished, quickly regained his composure. Is this instantaneous movement? I did not expect to draw out the god of destruction so swiftly. However, among you, there are no Grindel beings. Could it be that individuals outside of the Grindel can ascend to the status of god of destruction? At that moment, his gaze fell upon Myers. Suddenly, a look of terror crossed Mephisto's face as he stammered, "Who are you? Why do you bear the same essence as him? Was he not supposed to have departed from this universe?" Gohan observed the fear etched on Mephisto's countenance and mused inwardly, so even demons have their fears. No, that cannot be right. He must have already left. Who are you, and why do you possess his essence? Mephisto's inquiry left not only Myers perplexed, but also caused Gohan to begin questioning the demon before him. Was he referring to the master within the red stone, the supreme deity governing this universe? Yet that should not be, for had he not long since ventured to another dimension with the dragon god Salama? As Gohan pondered in silence, Mephisto's gaze shifted to the assembled Saiyans and Piccolo. It was a mistake to look. Upon doing so, he was utterly bewildered. No, why do you all share his essence? I understand now. You merely possess the power he bestowed. Yet with such meager strength, you will never be able to defeat me. Mephisto erupted into a maniacal laughter, reverberating harshly across the planet, drawing the attention of many indigenous beings. They resembled humanoid creatures akin to locusts, their curious heads surveying the scene before them. After a moment of contemplation, Gohan was certain that the being he referred to was indeed the deity governing this universe. If he spoke of Saiyans possessing such an aura, it must be the legendary god who bestowed divine power upon their genes. Beside him stood Piccolo, who presumably referred to the dragon god Salama. Mephisto, you are now surrounded. Surrender swiftly, and we, the Cosmic Patrol, shall treat you kindly, he declared. Mephisto halted his laughter, a visage of hatred directed at Meruz as he retorted, "Surrender? I see you have yet to awaken fully. I leave Lit and Polari in your capable hands." With a sweeping gesture, Mephisto summoned Lit and the controlled Polari to stand before the assembly. Although Polari was under control, he still charged at Son Goku with his usual fervor. Kakarot. Son Goku was taken aback, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Why did this fellow harbor such enmity towards him, rushing at the mere sight? Do you have any insights, Broly? Broly, observing Goku being flung aside, expressed his ignorance. Gohan noted that Polari appeared considerably less formidable than before. Was it possible that while Mephisto controlled him, he also diminished the effects of his rage? Goku too recognized that Polari was no longer as monstrous as initially. Seizing the opportunity, he engaged Polari in a vigorous battle. Vegeta, witnessing Goku's fervent combat, felt his own hands itch with anticipation. Hey, you over there, lit, wasn't it? Hurry and engage. Prince Vegeta is eager for action. Without further ado, Lit cast aside his black cloak. Since this is an open battle, I shall not wear this cloak. As we must resolve this, let us begin with you. Lit surged toward Vegeta with ghostly speed, leaving him astonished. He had not anticipated this individual's speed to rival that of Polari. It seemed time to take matters seriously. With a focused thought, a green aura erupted from Vegeta, transforming into a brilliant golden radiance in an instant. Surrounding him were arcs of blue electricity, his power surging hundreds of times over. This was the full power of Super Saiyan 2, the result of his training with Broly and Goku in the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta matched Lit's speed, their fists colliding, electric arcs bursting forth as the ensuing detonations frightened away nearly all the native inhabitants. Meanwhile, due to the considerable energy expenditure of Super Saiyan 3, Goku reverted to Super Saiyan 2 at full power, yet found himself struggling against Polari. Goku-san, I shall assist you. Broly rushed in, joining the fray against Polari, creating a delicate balance alongside Goku. Meanwhile, Meru's charged toward Mephisto, initiating combat. However, as a mere apprentice angel, he could not fully harness angelic powers. Meanwhile, Mephisto, having absorbed the energy and faith of many, had grown extraordinarily formidable. Even though Melis may possess the art of effortless mastery, he can only evade the onslaught of attacks. Oh, I didn't expect you to dodge my strikes. You must be employing the technique of effortless mastery. However, it appears that you are incapable of inflicting any substantial harm upon me. I understand now. You are merely a tool created to abide by custom-made rules. Sun Wukong gazed toward Mephisto, absorbing the implications of his words. It seems that Mephisto indeed has knowledge of the Dragon God and that enigmatic supreme deity. He has come to realize that Melis serves as a divine instrument for managing the cosmos. Sun Wukong felt compelled to intervene and swiftly charged toward Melis. Melis, I shall assist you in vanquishing him. If possible, distract his movements from the sidelines. Melis nodded at Wukong, and they both positioned themselves in alignment. Then, Wukong, it is your turn. This Mephisto is formidable. You must exercise caution. Mephisto regarded the two before him and addressed Sun Wukong. Can you wield that power as well? It appears you possess more of it than others. However, in your current state, you couldn't even harm a single hair on my being. Wukong's expression grew grave as he replied in a low voice. Is that so? You seem quite confident. But will you be astonished by this stance? At once, Sun Wukong ignited the flame within his heart. Crimson energy surged from his core, enveloping his entire being. Under Mephisto's slightly astonished gaze, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan god. This red power, I cannot believe you have truly mastered it. But so what? Such power is still insufficient to defeat me. Wukong disregarded Mephisto's words and focused on amplifying his strength further. The divine fire blazed more fiercely, intertwining with a verdant aura, which, after a tumultuous clash, morphed into azure flames. The super blue energy erupted forth, astonishing not only Mephisto but even Melis beside him. It was astounding to discover a mortal capable of harnessing divine power to such an extent. Having completed his transformation, Sun Wukong fixed his confident gaze upon Mephisto. I know not who you are, nor do I care whether you are a demon or an angel. However, based on your recent assault, it is evident that your power has yet to fully recuperate. Do not entertain thoughts of restoration. Though I am a Saiyan, I am never hesitant. Chapter 52. The Hidden Power. With those words, Sun Wukong surged toward Mephisto. The latter was taken aback by the terrifying speed, and before he could react, a powerful punch landed squarely on his chest. As pain coursed through him, Sun Wukong delivered a fierce kick, sending him hurtling into the air. Subsequently, Wukong adeptly employed his cloning technique and instant transmission. Whenever Mephisto appeared to be on the verge of halting, he would dispatch a clone to send him flying elsewhere. After being treated like a volleyball for a while, a purplish aura erupted from Mephisto, and he conjured a crimson trident, sending his doppelganger flying. Truly, one who bears the title of demon possesses such formidable weaponry. Yet, do you think you are the only one capable of such feats? With a swift motion, Gohan grasped the air, summoning a cerulean longsword that bore the shape of a cross, its blade radiating light that seemed to dispel all malevolence. The two charged at one another, their weapons colliding with remarkable speed, producing a high-frequency sound that filled the air. Clang, clang, clang. Meanwhile, Meru stood by, utterly mesmerized by the spectacle. He found himself unable to intervene, not even managing to step forward. After a fierce exchange of blows, the two warriors retreated to a considerable distance. In unison, they hurled their weapons into the air, controlling them as they danced in a fierce aerial duel. The two weapons traced graceful arcs in the sky, intertwining streams of red and blue light. Kefla, watching the scene unfold, was left agape. It was astonishing that Gohan, having only meditated for a few hours in the hyperbolic time chamber, had suddenly become so powerful. It was not surprising that she found it hard to comprehend, as the cultivation of the divine sense inherently relies on immense mental fortitude. This formidable mental power allows one to master the divine aura more adeptly, and their synergy enabled Gohan to delve deeper into the complexities of transformation, bringing his combat prowess closer to the divine realm. As the battle progressed, Mephisto's astonishment only grew. Having absorbed the energy of many, he possessed an immense reservoir of power within him. Yet, this young warrior, seemingly lacking in such energy, felt as though his aura was inexhaustible. Observing Mephisto's incredulous expression, Gohan couldn't help but smile like a dragon king. Surprised, aren't you? Though my consumption is tremendous, do not forget who I am. Gohan, a paragon of wisdom and strength in the Dragon Ball universe. Having mastered the Kaioken, it was only natural that I would also learn the Spirit Bomb technique. Even if I cannot harness it like Goku, I have certainly grasped the method of gathering external energy. Furthermore, Gohan possesses an extraordinary skill known as the Divine Sense. By utilizing this ability to control spatial power, Gohan securely trapped the collected energy in one place. At this moment, the blue sword contained the spirit energy Gohan had amassed. The destructive potential of this energy against malevolent beings is self-evident. By using his mental prowess to direct it in relentless assaults, Gohan could pose a significant threat to Mephisto without expending much of his own energy. After a series of clashes, Mephisto felt his own energy deplete considerably. Among those present, it seemed that only Piccolo might stand a chance against him. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan transformed the collected energy into dozens of cerulean energy swords. Upon witnessing this, Mephisto was left utterly stunned. He found no time to escape, and thus Mephisto was pinned to the ground by Gohan. Yet, Mephisto did not perish. He merely lost his strength, left in a state of weakness. How intriguing, a seemingly immortal being. However, even if you are immortal, we have ways to subdue you. Just as Gohan prepared to act, Vegeta was sent flying. Indeed, he soared a considerable distance, nearly crashing into Gohan. As Mel's witnessed Vegeta's aerial trajectory narrowly miss Gohan, he swiftly embraced him. Once Vegeta landed safely, Gohan turned his gaze towards Lit, the one who had struck Vegeta down. To his astonishment, the Saiyan possessed such formidable strength that even the leader had faltered. It seems I must unleash this power, even though I had no intention of doing so. Lit's physique underwent a transformation, evolving from his youthful appearance to one of greater maturity, with his internal energy surging exponentially. At that moment, Gohan recognized a familiar resemblance. Is that not Hit? Their skills are strikingly similar. I had surmised that if the 6th universe harbored Saiyans and frost demons, the 7th universe must also possess beings akin to Hit. Gohan swiftly created an energy clone to manage the lightsaber embedded within Mephisto, while he himself flew toward Lit, positioning himself opposite him. How much of your power have you now liberated? Do you possess the ability to halt time as well? A flicker of surprise crossed Lit's face. He had not anticipated that someone would unveil his concealed strength. This ability had been passed down through generations of his lineage, and he had inherited countless assassination experiences from his ancestors. By tapping into the powers of his bloodline, he could unseal these experiences, instantly becoming immensely powerful, further enhancing his derived time-stopping ability. There is no need for the dead to know the truth. Gohan sensed a sudden anomaly in the fabric of time and space before being struck and sent flying by a punch. An intense pain coursed through his body, and he coughed up blood. This marked the first time he had sustained such severe injuries since his arrival. He had not anticipated Lit's overwhelming strength, perhaps even surpassing Hit from the 6th universe. In haste, Gohan retrieved a Senzu bean from his supplies, consuming one of the two. Instantly, his wounds healed, and his energy replenished. He couldn't afford to dwell on it. If Lit possessed additional seals to unbind, it would spell disaster. He activated the 20-fold Kaioken, leveraging his robust physique and the enhanced might from the divine power. For Gohan, The 20-fold Kaioken inflicted minimal damage. The intertwining red and blue radiance surged forth like lightning towards Lit, who promptly activated his time-stopping ability. In that fleeting moment, Lit searched for Gohan's silhouette. Yet, as the time stop neared its conclusion, he failed to locate Gohan. Thus, when Lit's time-stopping ability dissipated, he was met with a devastating blow to the face. Lit was propelled by the overwhelming force, crashing into the ground and creating several craters. Enduring the agony etched across his visage, he rose to his feet. How could this be possible? How could you possibly break my time suspension? Sun Wukong raised his hands and smiled at Lit, saying, "The vanquished need not know the truth." Chapter 53. So soon? Lit snorted coldly and began to unseal his combat experience. Sun Wukong would not grant him this opportunity. He immediately charged forward and delivered a powerful punch to Lit's face. Once again, Lit failed to discern Sun Wukong's movements and was sent flying by the blow. He realized that this approach would lead to his inevitable defeat at Sun Wukong's hands. Fortunately, he disregarded Sun Wukong's onslaught, solely focusing on unsealing his combat experience. After being knocked down several times, Lit finally unleashed all of his combat expertise. At that moment, his time-stopping ability had reached a terrifying 1-second level. This time, Lit did not wait for Sun Wukong to attack. Instead, he proactively employed his time suspension skill. Before Sun Wukong could react, he felt a heavy punch strike his back, the immense force propelling him backward. Cursed be it, he had indeed unsealed his combat experience. This would lead to trouble. Just as Lit prepared to launch another assault on Sun Wukong, he discovered that Sun Wukong had vanished. Had he used that skill called instant transmission to flee? What a coward! As Lit turned to confront Sun Wukong's clone, a voice emerged from behind him. "Who are you calling a coward?" Lit immediately activated his time-stopping skill, but upon turning around, he found no trace of Sun Wukong. As he released his time halt, a heavy punch struck his face once more. Sun Wukong, no longer pretending, concealed himself entirely. He utilized the spatial laws around him to craft a layer of optical camouflage. Lit, being an assassin, naturally lacked experience in battling deities and could not sense divine presence. Thus, it sufficed to confound his vision. Faced with an invisible foe, Lit had some combat experience. However, he could not hear the slightest movement from Sun Wukong, which was a benefit of the spatial camouflage, allowing not only invisibility but also silence. Under the relentless assault of Sun Wukong's fists and feet, Lit appeared exceedingly beleaguered. In this state, deciphering Sun Wukong's techniques would require a swift comprehension of spatial laws. Yet, grasping these laws was no simple feat. Facing Sun Wukong felt akin to battling a being from another dimension. Before long, Lit found himself defeated. He knelt on the ground, awaiting Sun Wukong's judgment. However, Sun Wukong did not strike, for he sensed that Lit seemed to harbor no malevolent intent. A killer, yet devoid of evil thoughts. Who would believe such a claim? Yet it was indeed true. Sun Wukong stood before Lit, extending his hand. "Rise. I know your heart is not wicked. Perhaps you have merely been exploited by others, unbeknownst to you." Lit looked up at Sun Wukong, puzzled as to why he would spare him. In his mind, defeat equated to death. Lit stood up, holding Son Gohan in place, silent and unmoving. Son Gohan, however, paid him no heed, as his priority lay in swiftly dealing with Mephisto. He glanced over at Broly, who was engaged in an intense battle with Goku and the others. From the current situation, it appeared that Goku and Broly could hold their ground for a while longer. He summoned Piccolo with a wave of his hand, retrieving a small vial previously used to contain water. "Uncle Piccolo, do you recall how to employ the demon sealing wave? I need your assistance to seal that fiend." Piccolo, surprised by Gohan's memory of the technique, replied, "Gohan, are you intending to use the demon sealing wave to bind Mephisto?" "Indeed, Uncle Piccolo. That creature may be immortal. Thus the only recourse is to utilize the demon sealing wave to contain him." Piccolo nodded, and together they approached Mephisto, who eyed them warily, rendered immobile by the energy-forged sword. With determination, Piccolo extended his hands towards Mephisto and bellowed, "Demon sealing wave." A surge of green energy enveloped Mephisto, who felt as though he were ensnared by a powerful vacuum, his body involuntarily drawn towards the vial in Gohan's grasp. "What is happening? No. I refuse to be sealed again." Mephisto exerted his full strength, unleashing his control abilities. A crimson aura surged into Gohan's mind, as Mephisto attempted to dominate him. "Come on, really? Of all people, you choose to control Gohan?" Gohan was not so easily subdued, possessing two souls and having trained his mental fortitude. He felt a sinister presence worming its way into his consciousness and forcefully expelled it with his own energy. Subsequently, Gohan transformed the energy swords surrounding Mephisto into ropes, securely binding him. Together with Piccolo, they exerted their strength and sealed Mephisto within the vial. With a piercing scream, this brief farce came to an abrupt conclusion. In the absence of Mephisto's influence, all curses and controls dissipated at once. Not only the villagers, but even Broly was freed from his control. Now, the most significant threat lay with Broly. Momentarily disoriented, he noticed two unfamiliar figures before him. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan dashed to Broly, swiftly covering his eyes. Instantly, Broly succumbed to unconsciousness. Goku, witnessing this unfold, inquired of Gohan, "Gohan, how did Broly go from fighting vigorously to collapsing?" Gently placing Broly on the ground, Gohan turned to Goku and replied, "Dad, keep your voice down. We don't want to wake him. If he regains consciousness, you'll all be in trouble." Subsequently, Gohan transported Broly instantaneously, returning to the unfamiliar planet. "Gohan, where did you just send him? Won't you awaken him?" Gohan waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not. I have sent him to planet Yardrat. Currently, Little Green and Elder Pibra are watching over him. With their prowess, he should not awaken so soon." Upon hearing this, everyone relaxed. Initially, Broly had intended to transform into a Super Saiyan, but it seemed unnecessary now. Gohan then walked back to Lit and engaged him in conversation. "Lit, have you contemplated your next course of action? If you choose not to become an assassin, we could still forge a friendship." Lit gazed at Gohan with a tinge of melancholy. "A friend? But without my master, I am at a loss for what to do. Following Mephisto was merely a lack of alternatives. I have never possessed true freedom. But now you are free, albeit possibly facing some time with the Galactic Patrol," Gohan noted, observing Mel's serious demeanor, and adjusted his words accordingly. "I understand. I will contemplate my future while in prison. Perhaps next time, you will find it more challenging to defeat me. You will grow stronger, and I shall not remain stagnant. We shall see who prevails. I hope you reflect deeply in prison, and perhaps upon our next encounter, we might be friends." After Gohan finished speaking, Mel's placed handcuffs on Lit. These handcuffs held a remarkable ability to seal a prisoner's energy, proving to be quite effective. However, there was an even more valuable item present. Seizing the moment while Mel's was distracted, Gohan swiftly retrieved a black cloak from the ground. "Oh, the perfect cloak for concealing one's energy," he thought. Although it may not serve a significant purpose, it was indeed a rare treasure. Even if it proved useless, it could fetch a decent price in the black market. With that thought, he stored it in his universal capsule. Kale, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "After all this, I haven't contributed at all, merely watching you all take them down. So swiftly resolved? I, Kale, have yet to even enter the fray. Why the rush?" Gohan noticed Kale's disappointment, but recognized that everyone present, except for Piccolo, seemed to surpass her in strength. "Kale, catch this." A spherical object flew through the air into her hands. Kale examined the small item closely and discovered it was a ring. "What? So sudden? Is Gohan proposing to me?" There were no signs whatsoever, and what does throwing it mean? As Kale pondered this, Gohan clarified the ring's purpose. "Kale, your combat power is currently quite low. You cannot even surpass your junior. I bestow upon you this gravity ring. You must diligently cultivate your skills and not bring shame upon your master." Cauliflower immediately raised her fist and shouted at Son Gohan, "I understand. If I were to disgrace you, I would truly be remiss. What a detestable character you are, humph." Son Gohan scratched his head, perplexed as to what she was truly upset about after he kindly gifted her the gravity ring. Subsequently, he approached Myers, intending to discuss some personal matters. Chapter 54. The Ways of the World. Myers, you should be able to return with Lit and fulfill your duties, correct? Please do not claim that we have disrespected you. As for this small vial, I suggest you entrust it to a deity like the Supreme Kai for safekeeping. Myers appeared somewhat dazed, astonished that a mere human could elevate their power to such heights and wield abilities akin to divine techniques. Haha, no worries at all. Without your assistance, we would have struggled against Mephisto, especially with that magical sealing wave. What an extraordinary skill it is. Son Gohan rubbed his hands together and, with a mischievous glint in his eye, said to Myers, "Given that I have rendered you such significant aid, shouldn't you consider granting me a favor?" Myers, caught off guard, inquired, "What kind of favor do you seek?" "If it is within our means, I shall endeavor to petition the Galactic King." Oh, it's nothing too troublesome. I need not trouble the Galactic King for this. What I desire is simply for you to teach me the art of effortless mastery. Myers broke into a cold sweat. Feigning ignorance. Aha, what is this effortless mastery? I have never heard of it. I wouldn't know how to teach you. Son Gohan recognized Myers' hesitation, yet at this moment, he was genuinely eager to learn about effortless mastery, as it might prove beneficial for his own cultivation of divine observation. Do not feign ignorance. Did not Mephisto say that you and I share a certain aura? I have already deduced that he was referring to divine power. The Mikians possess the strength of the dragon god Salamander, and the Saiyans have the power of the Super Saiyan god. Therefore, Myers, your strength must certainly be that of an apprentice angel. Myers felt a twinge of surprise, not expecting his status as an apprentice angel to be unveiled so swiftly. How did Son Gohan ascertain his identity merely from Mephisto's simple remark? He must know something significant. To think that even my status as an apprentice angel is known to you. Who exactly are you? You mentioned the Supreme Kai. Could it be that you are a friend of the Supreme Kai? That is somewhat accurate. Though the Supreme Kai of this universe may not even recognize the destroyer gods, let alone the angels. Myers expressed mild confusion, pondering how it could be possible for a Supreme Kai to be unaware of the destroyer gods. Was there something peculiar about this universe? You claim that the Supreme Kai might not know of the destroyer gods and angels. What is the meaning of this? And if you are not acquainted with the Supreme Kai of this universe, could it be that you know the Supreme Kai of another universe? Son Gohan shook his head and recounted the entire chain of events. In truth, the Supreme Kai of this universe has been sealed within a sword by the destroyer god. As long as the Supreme Kai perishes, the god of destruction will inevitably follow, thus severing the lineage of knowledge passed down through the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai I am acquainted with is, in fact, the Kai of Time, for whom I am currently working, and thus I am privy to many matters. Meles nodded. Comprehending the present situation, he retrieved the bottle that sealed Mephisto and addressed Gohan, saying, "Given this, I shall place my trust in your words. However, regarding the topic of the Ultra Instinct, it would be prudent for you to consult my brother Whis. After all, I am but an apprentice angel. An excessive interference in this universe could yield unforeseen consequences." Gohan, feeling somewhat disheartened, responded to Meles, "How can this be? We are all civil servants. Can't we make some accommodations? Moreover, I am unaware of the whereabouts of the god of destruction. If possible, could you assist in introducing me?" Meles pondered for a moment, considering that introducing him would not be troublesome, as the final decision rested with his brother Whis, which would not affect him personally. "Very well. I shall come to find you in 3 days. I have heard you hail from Earth at that time. I will journey to Earth and take you along to meet Whis." Gohan, elated at the prospect of training in Ultra Instinct, readily agreed to this arrangement, reasoning that since they were all civil servants, there should be no cause for mischief. At this juncture, Gohan suddenly grasped a profound truth, regardless of the realm. Unless one has ascended to the pinnacle of existence, navigating through life without connections proves exceedingly arduous. Let us agree on this. I shall await you at the Capsule Corporation in 3 days. Thus, Gohan returned to Earth with his companions. Upon their return, according to Qatar, those who had been controlled had returned to normalcy. The King of the Galaxy, upon learning of this, prepared to bestow upon us the Galactic Peace Medal, undoubtedly to be presented by Meles. 2 days later, the Dragon Balls of Namek regained their wishing capabilities. The reason for the previous wish consumption was revealed to Gohan during a conversation with Goku. While Goku was training with Vegeta, Bulma had expressed a desire to use the Dragon Balls to eliminate her stretch marks. Due to the prior threat of androids, she had refrained from doing so. As an employee of the Bulma household, Goku had no choice but to heed his employer's wishes. Thus, he accompanied Bulma to Namek, transforming 1 wish into 3, with the additional 2 wishes naturally aimed at reducing wrinkles and enhancing skin fairness. Gohan utilized instant transmission to bring Broly to Namek. Although Broly was initially a nefarious character, he was influenced by Gohan's inherent nature, leading Gohan to spare his life. After all, encountering Meles had solidified the understanding that this world indeed possesses a god of destruction. Perhaps there would be future tournaments of power, and leaving Broly alive seemed wise. After all, he could not believe that 2 Saiyans could not contend with those lesser opponents. For the past 2 days, Gohan had been employing divine energy to lull Broly into slumber. Each time Broly stirred, he would have Din remind him, and currently, Gohan sported dark circles under his eyes that could rival a panda's. The new Grand Elder of Namek, Mulin, was somewhat taken aback upon the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong. He inquired with surprise, "Is this not Sun Wukong? Have you come to seek my counsel regarding a matter? Is it perhaps related to the individual upon your shoulder?" The Grand Elder had discerned the truth, responding, "Indeed, this fellow is exceedingly perilous. I am only managing to contain him with great difficulty. Therefore, I wish to borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek, hoping to prevent this individual from wreaking further havoc." Understanding the gravity of the situation, the Grand Elder acknowledged, "Such a dangerous entity must be addressed by all means necessary. I shall promptly notify everyone to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Wukong, please wait outside." After expressing his gratitude to the Grand Elder, Sun Wukong stepped into the open space outside. Shortly thereafter, the colossal 7 Dragon Balls were brought forth. Chapter 55. Forced amnesia. The 7 Dragon Balls resonated with one another, emitting a dazzling radiance. Under the Grand Elder's incantation to summon Shenron, a beam of golden light shot into the sky, revealing a monstrous, colossal dragon. "State your desires. Any wish can be granted thrice," the dragon proclaimed. The Grand Elder glanced at Sun Wukong, indicating that he could now articulate his wish. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong declared, "Please help me erase all memories of Piccolo, retaining only the most fundamental survival and linguistic abilities." The Grand Elder conveyed this wish to Porunga in the Namekian tongue, to which Porunga responded that the request was quite simple, and he promptly fulfilled it. Sun Wukong cautiously awakened Piccolo from his slumber. As Piccolo slowly opened his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings and posed the existential inquiries. "Who am I? Where am I? Who are you all?" Sun Wukong, embodying the role, showcased his theatrical flair, exclaiming, "This is splendid. Brother Piccolo, you have awoken. It is I, Wukong, do you not remember?" Piccolo, with no recollection, gazed at the visibly excited Sun Wukong, straining to recall his past, but to no avail. "I am sorry, I cannot remember anything. Even the name Piccolo is from your lips," he lamented. Instantaneously, Sun Wukong donned a sorrowful expression, apologetically stating, "It is our fault for not locating you in time. You fell into the temporal vortex and vanished for many days. We painstakingly gathered the legendary Dragon Balls and wished for your return, only to discover that you had lost your memories." Seeing the tearful Sun Wukong, Piccolo was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, offering comfort. "Do not be disheartened, Wukong. Although I may have lost my memories, I have returned, have I not? I promise you, I shall never part from you again." Wiping away his tears, Sun Wukong internally scoffed. This amnesia is quite the phenomenon. What does he mean by never parting again? I suggest you maintain your distance. Were it not for your usefulness, I would have sent you flying long ago. Meanwhile, Porunga was inwardly lamenting. What is this young man thinking? Is he not aware that granting wishes is exhausting? Moreover, the wish he just articulated is not the one he intended. Is it truly fair to deceive him in such a manner? With 2 wishes remaining, and in the absence of any compelling desires, Gohan found himself at a loss for a meaningful request as he glanced at Porunga. Ultimately, he decided to utter 2 arbitrary wishes. "Grant me the ability to convert the energy I have collected into my own power." After Porunga contemplated Gohan's wish, he conveyed, "This is feasible, but the energy you collect must be willingly given by other beings, and the extent of conversion will depend on your body's capacity to endure such energy." Gohan nodded in agreement, accepting the limitations of this newfound ability, and Porunga fulfilled the wish. "Now, state your 3rd wish." Recognizing that the degree of enhancement relied on his physical form, Gohan requested, "Please strengthen my body as much as possible." Upon hearing this wish, Porunga remarked that it was a simple task. Strengthening a body was no challenge. However, as he initiated the process, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. He soon realized that he could not enhance Gohan's physique, as it had already reached a divine level of prowess, beyond Porunga's capacity to augment. Yet, having spoken the wish aloud, retracting it would be quite embarrassing. Therefore, Porunga resorted to a clever twist of language, granting Gohan a regenerative ability akin to that of the Namekians. "Your wish is granted. Your body now possesses the regenerative capacity similar to that of the Namekians. Farewell." Without allowing Gohan a moment to respond, Porunga transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Left in a state of bewilderment, Gohan pondered whether the enhancement he had wished for was merely the acquisition of regenerative abilities. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. At least he would not become a one-armed version of himself. Contemplating the nature of existence alongside Broly, Gohan bid farewell to the Elder and returned to Earth. Upon his return, Everyone fulfilled their promise by bestowing an identity upon Broly. He was recognized as the brother of Paragus, and together they had escaped from planet Vegeta, living on an unfamiliar world. One fateful day, they faced an assault from Mephisto and found themselves unable to leave that planet. Paragus journeyed to Earth seeking assistance, and with everyone's combined efforts, they succeeded in vanquishing Mephisto. However, Broly fell victim to a surprise attack, becoming ensnared in a temporal vortex and losing his memory. Thus, Paragus and his two transcendent sons remained on Earth. As for their residence, it was undoubtedly the prosperous home of Bulma, who could easily accommodate additional Saiyans. Goku and Vegeta took on the roles of mentors for the transcendent sons, collaborating in their study of their unique powers and training to grow stronger. Finally, everything seemed to be settled, and it appeared that the next saga would be the Majin Buu arc. It was likely that the coming 5 years would unfold without significant turmoil, providing an ideal opportunity for tranquil cultivation. The following day marked the date Gohan had arranged to meet with Myers. Just as Gohan was preparing to leave, Chi-Chi raised a question. Gohan, didn't you promise me that you would return to attend middle school? Where are you going now? The fear coursing through Gohan's veins resurfaced. He had completely forgotten about middle school. How could he possibly train in the Zizai Ji Gong now? Acting as a disobedient son did not align with his character. Gohan forced an awkward smile and explained to Chi-Chi, "It's fine, I will attend middle school. I'm just going to collect the Galaxy Peace Medal. I cannot go back on my word after making commitments to others." Hearing Gohan's reassurance, Chi-Chi felt relieved and did not hinder him any further. Upon arriving at the agreed location, Gohan spotted Meru's sitting in the courtyard. After handing the Galaxy Peace Medal to Vegeta and the others, he boarded the spaceship with Gohan. "What is that kid up to in the universe again? Did he tell you, Kakarot?" "No idea, but it doesn't concern us. Gohan is strong enough. He won't encounter any trouble. It's surprising that you're his father. Your son seems far more reliable than you." Goku chuckled heartily as he and Vegeta watched Gohan depart from Earth. The spaceship traveled for a while before suddenly entering a colorful tunnel. After more than 20 minutes, it arrived at an unfamiliar planet. The expanse was vast, with several celestial bodies visible in the sky spinning around. At their landing site, a tall man holding a staff was sitting nearby, sipping tea. Upon seeing him, Gohan immediately recognized the individual as Whis, the angel and master of the god of destruction. Chapter 56, A Visit to Whis. What brings you here today, Merus? Instead of honing your skills with the Galactic Patrol, you come to my place. Could it be for your companion here? Whis glanced at Merus and then at Gohan. This is Gohan. He assisted me in sealing a demon named Mephisto. As a token of gratitude, I thought it fitting to introduce you to him, Brother Whis. Upon hearing that Gohan had sealed Mephisto, Whis's demeanor softened. He had not anticipated that Gohan could achieve such a feat. Oh my. It seems we have quite a formidable young man here. I recall that the retired god of destruction and the Supreme Kai of that time had quite the struggle to seal him. Intrigued by this revelation, Gohan inquired, "Are you referring to the retired god of destruction? I heard Mephisto mention he left this universe. Was that true?" Whis nodded and replied, "Indeed. To defeat Mephisto, he even summoned the Super Dragon. It is said he called upon two powerful figures, but he was ultimately forced to leave this universe. I do not know the specifics. I only heard the rumors long after from Lord Beerus, the current god of destruction." Gohan pondered for a moment, concluding that those two individuals must have been the Dragon God and the Supreme Deity, who likely took the former god of destruction to a higher dimension. To my astonishment, there exists a deity of destruction who has been retired for quite some time. Perhaps even the Supreme Kai remains unaware of his former title. Gohan then inquired of Whis, expressing his sentiment that Mephistopheles does not seem particularly formidable. Could it be that he has yet to regain his original powers? Whis responded affirmatively, explaining that Mephistopheles was once the god presiding over hell. However, one day, he became tainted by unresolved negative energy, transforming him into a demon. At that time, the destructive energy was incapable of vanquishing him due to his immortality and divine rights of the underworld, leaving the only option to seal him away. During the sealing process, his powers and divine authority were entirely purified, resulting in a diminished threat upon his emergence. It makes sense now, being a god of hell. It is no wonder he could not be slain, but only weakened. Should he regain his powers, only a deity of destruction would be able to confront him. Whis, shaking his head, assured, that will not occur. He no longer possesses divine authority. With destructive energy, he can be easily eradicated. Following this incident, we reported it to the Omni King, who subsequently dismissed all the gods of hell. All related divine powers and rights have vanished, thus he cannot restore his former self. Oh, I see. By the way, is there something of importance that led you to seek my assistance? Gohan respectfully bowed to Whis, stating, in truth, I have come to request your guidance in mastering a divine technique known as the Ultra Instinct. If you have the time, I would be immensely grateful for your instruction. Whis, observing Gohan, was taken aback by his knowledge of divine techniques. He turned to Meruz and remarked, Meruz, it seems this young lad is rather intriguing. I did not expect him to be aware of divine skills. Meruz explained Gohan's background. Indeed, Gohan is a time patrolman under the Kai of Time, Kane, which is why he is familiar with some matters concerning us angels, and he appears to be capable of wielding some divine power. However, I am hesitant to impart divine techniques to him without consulting you, dear Whis. Upon hearing this, Whis softened his demeanor towards Gohan, saying, my apologies. I did not realize you were an aide to Lord Kane. Since you wish to learn Ultra Instinct, I would not decline your request. However, mastering it is not as simple as you might envision. Gohan, perceiving Whis' lack of negation, recognized the opportunity and promptly retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket, producing an array of delectable treats, instant noodles, pudding, cake, and more. These are some delicacies I brought from Earth. I hope you will indulge in them. Whis' eyes widened at the sight of these unfamiliar delicacies. Oh dear, how could I accept such generosity? You have brought so much, it is truly extravagant. Despite his words of refusal, Whis' hand had already reached for a pudding. He tore open the packaging and tossed it into his mouth. In an instant, the sweet and delightful texture burst upon his palate, the exquisite flavor leaving an indelible impression. This is utterly delicious. I had no idea such delightful treats existed. Thus, Whis savored the various delicacies brought by Gohan, showering each one with praise as he tasted them. As the meal drew to a close, Whis cleared his throat twice and addressed Gohan, saying, since you are so eager to learn the Ultra Instinct technique, allow me to teach you. As an apprentice angel, Meruz had his own tasks to attend to. Upon hearing Whis' words, Gohan felt an overwhelming joy. Indeed, bringing along an abundance of delicacies had proven to be a wise decision. My dear Gohan, there is no need to go to great lengths to treat me to these delights. All you need to do is invoke the name of the Supreme Kai of Time, and I shall impart my teachings to you. Gohan was momentarily perplexed by this statement. What could it possibly mean? Why would merely mentioning the Supreme Kai of Time grant him the privilege of instruction? Whis chuckled lightly and explained, perhaps you are not aware, but the Supreme Kai of Time holds a very high position among the deities. She oversees all timelines, which encompass countless angels and even numerous Xeno. Though she may lack prowess in combat, without her assistance, the timelines could not maintain their stable progression. Upon reflecting on Whis' words, Gohan grasped their significance. The existence of the Supreme Kai of Time indeed implied her elevated status. He could not help but muse that life truly requires a benefactor for stable advancement. A life devoid of such support is destined for failure. Since that is settled, I shall not linger any longer, as I must return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters for a mission. Whis, brother, and Gohan, my friend, let us hope to meet again. With that, Meruz retreated to his ship, leaving Gohan and Whis alone. Mr. Whis, can we commence our training now? Gohan inquired eagerly. Not so fast. First, I must ascertain whether you are capable of practicing Ultra Instinct. Without a well-conditioned body, mastering this technique would prove exceedingly difficult. Whis then lifted his staff and, peering through the orb atop it, scrutinized Gohan closely. Chapter 57. A desire to read and grow strong after a thorough examination. Whis reached a conclusion. Gohan's current physique was not yet suitable for mastering Ultra Instinct. What? I cannot practice Ultra Instinct? Why is that? I believe my physical strength is quite formidable. Gohan exclaimed. Whis smiled gently and replied, it is not due to the strength of your body, but rather because you are still in a phase of growth. Your body is undergoing constant change, and with this ongoing transformation, it is impossible to train in Ultra Instinct. Gohan pondered this insight and realized the truth. His body was indeed in a state of development. The fluctuations in his physique hindered his ability to evade instinctively. Every moment his body was different, making it challenging to adapt. Yes, you understand it correctly, and I sincerely apologize. But I am unable to teach you Ultra Instinct at this moment. Gohan, however, did not feel disheartened, for he knew that the opportunity to train in Ultra Instinct would always be available to him. since it is not feasible to cultivate during the growth period. It would be prudent to attend junior high school. Very well, Mr. Whis, I shall take my leave. As for the matter of leisurely pursuits, I shall return to study it later. Whis nodded and bid farewell to son Gohan. Just as Gohan was about to depart, Whis imparted a piece of wisdom. Gohan, the essence of divine power primarily stems from the heart. Only through a strong heart can one attain true strength. Gohan turned back and replied, I will remember that. If you desire delicacies, feel free to visit me on Earth. With that, he vanished in an instant. Oh dear, what a promising individual, Whis mused. Alas, he is already bound to the Kaioshin of time. Otherwise, he would make an excellent candidate for a god of destruction. In a split second, a resounding boom echoed as a planet was obliterated by Beerus's sneeze. Whis shook his head and swiftly flew over to rectify the situation. At Bulma's residence in West City, several Saiyans crowded into a training room, exchanging techniques and sparring. Just as they were engrossed in their discussions, Son Gohan reappeared via instant transmission. Gohan, you're back. Where have you been? Was it something important? Gohan waved his hand dismissively. Nothing much, just visiting someone. Continue your training. I plan to head home shortly. As Gohan was about to turn away, Vegeta called out to him. Hey, Gohan, Bulma intends to send Caulifla, you, and Broly to junior high together. Why must we all go to junior high? I concur with this decision. I've realized that aside from you, their mental fortitude is lacking. In such a state, cultivation yields little benefit. Thus, it is best for them to refine their character. Gohan contemplated this unexpected need for academic pursuits to gain strength. Perhaps this isn't so bad. At least I won't have to attend junior high alone. Nearby, Goku overheard Vegeta and approached him, asking, Vegeta, but I never attended school, yet I can cultivate effectively. Vegeta's forehead twitched with irritation as he retorted, Kakarot, your simplicity stems from your head injury, allowing you to train without distraction. I suspect that had your mind not been damaged, you would undoubtedly be a low-class warrior. Goku scratched his head and chuckled, so? I guess I've had some good fortune then. Thank goodness for my injury. Otherwise, I might never have encountered a formidable opponent like you, Vegeta. Vegeta, with a haughty demeanor, turned away with a scoff. Just ensure you take Caulifla and Broly with you. Paragus can enjoy his retirement here. Although Broly has lost his memories, his physical prowess remains intact, so it will suffice for you and Kakarot to train him. Under the arrangements of Chi-Chi and Bulma, Gohan and his companions successfully enrolled in a prestigious high school in West City. Before this, Gohan had diligently tutored Kale and Broly in all the elementary knowledge they had missed. Reflecting on that period, Gohan felt as if he were instructing two simpletons on how to construct an atomic bomb. Yet, fortunately, they managed to achieve a passing score of 60. Clad in a middle school uniform and sporting an outrageous hairstyle, Kale strode with an air of dominance, carving a path through the throngs of new students, while Gohan awkwardly trailed behind her. Although Broly also sported a wild hairstyle, he appeared considerably more bashful, following Kale like a reluctant underling. Is this truly middle school? The individuals here seem rather feeble, utterly failing to pique my interest, Kale remarked in a nonchalant tone, scanning the surrounding students, inadvertently reducing one to tears. How laughable it is that a girl could frighten someone so much at this age. Gohan swiftly admonished Kale, delivering a couple of light slaps to her head, forbidding her from intimidating classmates or bullying the weak. Have you forgotten what I told you? Kale rubbed her head and retorted, I know. It's not my fault this guy is so timid. Amidst the curious onlookers, the trio eventually entered the school building. In the office, they encountered their future homeroom teacher. Ah, Gohan, Kale, and Broly, right? Please wait a moment. I will take you to your classroom shortly. After completing the necessary formalities, they arrived at the classroom and commenced the customary self-introductions. I am Gohan, and my aspiration is to become a scholar. I look forward to your guidance. I am Kale, and my favorite pastime is fighting. If you have the courage, feel free to challenge me. I, Lady Kale, will surely overpower you. I am Broly, and I enjoy admiring the scenery. Please take care of me. Listening to Kale's introduction, Gohan felt the urge to bury his face in his hands. Thankfully, Broly remained relatively normal, or Gohan would have been at a loss on how to navigate school life. After the three took their seats, a nearby girl caught sight of Gohan and couldn't help but stare at him. Gohan sensed her gaze and pondered whether he was perhaps too handsome. When the class concluded, the girl, unable to contain herself, approached Gohan with a question. Are you Gohan? Haven't we met somewhere before? You seem familiar. Gohan turned to her, and in that moment, he recognized her as well. The girl suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "I remember now. You are the Gohan from the Cell games." Gohan quickly covered her mouth, realizing that this was none other than his future designated wealthy partner, Videl. Chapter 58, Cradling 2 on the rooftop of the school. Gohan and Videl exchanged glances. Though your hair has darkened, you are undoubtedly the same boy who appeared in the Cell games, correct? Oh, I did not anticipate being discovered so swiftly. I kindly ask you to keep this under wraps, for I certainly do not wish to gain notoriety at such a tender age. Videl waved her hand dismissively, stating, I have no interest in facilitating your fame. However, my sole inquiry is this. When you were flitting about, creating various explosions, were those events genuine? Son Gohan promptly denied it, exclaiming, of course not. Those were mere illusions. Tricks of the trade. How could an ordinary person possibly fly, right? Videl's face broke into a smile as she raised her hands in a gesture of understanding, saying, I knew it. After all my training in martial arts with my father, I have yet to encounter anyone who can fly. It seems you were merely an actor summoned by Cell, but alas, your ruse was ultimately unveiled by my father. Ah, yes. I was compelled by circumstances. My family is impoverished, and I needed to earn a living, Gohan replied. Upon hearing this, Videl looked taken aback, asking, Gohan, is your family truly struggling? This is the most prestigious and expensive middle school in West City. Can you genuinely afford the tuition? Seeing Videl's innocent demeanor, Gohan felt reluctant to deceive her any further. I can manage, I assure you. I earned sufficient money during that encounter with Cell. That is reassuring, indeed. However, do refrain from engaging in such deceitful antics in the future. It is unbecoming of a good student. Gohan, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, I understand. I shall no longer play the role of an actor. Just as Videl and Gohan were enjoying their conversation, Kale and Broly burst through the door, tumbling to the ground. Gohan sighed upon seeing them, having already suspected that they were eavesdropping. However, he was impressed by their ability to control their breathing, opting not to expose them. Unfortunately, it seemed these two clumsy individuals had managed to force the door open. I must ask, how could you two be so unprofessional as to eavesdrop in such a manner? Kale stood up, offering an awkward smile as she explained, we simply wanted to see which girl possesses such allure that you would engage in private conversation with her. Broly, also rising to his feet, chimed in with gusto, Master, keep it up. I support you. Hearing their thoughtless remarks, Videl felt her cheeks flush, and she instinctively lowered her gaze. Yet, after a brief moment, she lifted her head to confront Gohan, asking, Master, why does Broly refer to you as Master? You were not deceiving me just now, were you? Realizing he had inadvertently let slip a secret, Broly quickly covered his mouth, his expression one of shock. Gohan slapped his forehead, feeling as though these two were beyond redemption. Oh no, I had just managed to placate the little heiress, and now Broly has spoiled everything. I have no idea how to explain this in the future. Oh well, fate has already changed. I shall leave it to destiny. Faced with the determined Videl, who was not easily swayed, Gohan felt compelled to reveal the full extent of Cell's game to her. Is it truly so? I had no idea there existed such extraordinary individuals in this world, let alone those capable of traversing the fabric of time and space. Son Gohan clasped his hands together, adopting a beseeching posture. Now that you are aware, I implore you to keep this a secret. Otherwise, those journalists and nefarious individuals may become a relentless nuisance to us. With a sly smile, Videl responded to Son Gohan. As for maintaining secrecy, that can certainly be arranged, provided you impart your martial arts knowledge to me. This way, I shall become one of your circle, and naturally, I would not divulge any secrets. Indeed, it appeared that unless this young heiress was educated, the predicament would remain unresolved. Who would have anticipated that at such a tender age, I would find myself on the cusp of acquiring a harem? The mere thought stirred a hint of excitement within me. Just as Son Gohan was preparing to acquiesce to Videl and nurture their budding relationship, Caulifla interjected. In that case, allow me to teach you. Gohan aspires to be a scholar. It would be a waste of time for him to instruct you. It would be far more prudent for me to take on that role. Son Gohan regarded her with skepticism, questioning the one who had disrupted his plans. Are you capable? Teaching someone who is entirely unversed in energy manipulation requires patience and meticulous guidance. Caulifla boldly thumped her chest and assured Son Gohan, I am a rare martial arts prodigy. Instructing a young girl is a trivial matter for me. Moreover, acquiring knowledge and teaching others can refine one's character, serving as a form of self-cultivation. With a sigh, Son Gohan conceded, recognizing that women could only impede his energy-gathering speed. Very well, if you wish to teach, then teach. But if Videl has not mastered the art of flight within 10 days, do not blame me for administering a stern punishment. Thus, Son Gohan squandered an afternoon and became acquainted with a young heiress. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was time for class to conclude. Under our guidance, Videl accompanied us to the Capsule Corporation. Due to our educational pursuits, we had temporarily taken residence at Bulma's home, so during our time at school, we would return to the Capsule Corporation. As Videl beheld the familiar edifice and its iconic corporate emblem, her eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that your mother is none other than Ms. Bulma, the general manager of Capsule Corporation, one of the few super-rich individuals in the world, and a genius among geniuses? Son Gohan quickly shook his head, promptly dispelling the rumor. It is not as it seems. We are merely staying here. Did I not mention before that the individual from the future is actually Bulma's son? After all, she is the only one capable of creating a time machine. Videl breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, I see. I had thought you were the heir of Capsule Corporation. It appears you are comrades and allies instead. After everyone had returned to refresh themselves, Gohan and the others introduced Videl to Bulma. Is this the daughter of Mr. Satan? I recall Satan as the one who was sent flying by Cell with a single punch. I never imagined he had such an adorable daughter. Bulma then nudged Gohan and remarked, I never expected you, Gohan, to find such an adorable girlfriend on the very first day. You certainly have an eye for talent. She chuckled. Actually, Vidili came here to learn about martial arts from us. She noticed that we can all fly and wanted to acquire that skill as well. Bulma nodded appreciatively and said, Indeed, personally teaching your girlfriend martial arts is a splendid way to foster your relationship. I never realized that you not only possess strength, but also a certain cunning. With a hint of resignation, Gohan clarified, It's not me who will be teaching. It's Caulifla who will instruct her. Oh, Bulma glanced at the blushing Vidili and the defiant Caulifla. In that moment, a thought crossed Bulma's mind. Gohan, you rascal. So, you intend to embrace both of them at once? First, allowing the two sisters to deepen their bond, facilitating mutual understanding, am I right? Or perhaps being naive like Goku is the better approach, as Gohan's intentions seem rather beastly. Chapter 59, Daily Training. Observing Bulma's expression, Gohan knew she had likely misinterpreted the situation. Reluctantly, he decided to explain the entire sequence of events to her. After hearing everything, although Bulma still suspected Gohan of harboring ulterior motives, she ultimately agreed to let them teach Vidili. Subsequently, Vidili made a phone call to her father, Mr. Satan, informing him of her intention to train in martial arts at Capsule Corporation and that she might be staying for an extended period. Initially, Mr. Satan was opposed to the idea until he heard the name Capsule Corporation. After all, it is one of the greatest companies in the world. He began to wonder if perhaps a young heir from Capsule Corporation had taken an interest in his daughter. However, after learning that it was the same group that had previously defeated Cell, Mr. Satan had no choice but to relent, as he vividly recalled the impact of Cell's punch. That's wonderful, Gohan. My father has agreed to let me train here. I will be relying on you from now on. Well, you must train diligently. Mastering the use of ki is no simple feat, and balancing academics with martial arts will truly test one's perseverance. Vidili nodded and embarked on her journey of martial arts training. During this period, Gohan's daily routine consisted of attending school and then reinforcing his studies upon returning home. After dinner, Gohan would spend time at the training grounds. Generally, at this hour, Goku and Vegeta would be training there, while Broly, unable to control his power effectively, sought out androids 16 and 17 to learn how to manage his strength and hone his temperament. Caulifla and Vidili would practice the fundamentals of ki manipulation together, with Broly observing their instruction. Meanwhile, Gohan would find a secluded corner, close his eyes, and contemplate the divine technique, striving to cultivate his divine powers as he meditated. At times, Vidili would curiously gaze at Gohan in the corner, occasionally noticing that the color of his hair would change incessantly, turning red one moment, blue the next, and then reverting to black. Although Vidili could not discern the extent of Gohan's strength, a seed of curiosity had already taken root in her heart, elevating the air of mystery surrounding him to considerable heights. Hey, what are you looking at? I promised to teach you the flight technique within 10 days. This is already the third day, and you've only just begun to float a little. Aren't you holding me back? Caulifla, please don't rush me. I've just begun to feel the energy, With 7 days remaining, I will certainly master the flight technique, she replied. Caulifla shrugged her shoulders and said to Piccolo, you must understand that only the strong attract the strong. If Gohan were to truly unleash his abilities, none present would stand a chance against him collectively. Really? Then doesn't that mean Gohan is stronger than his father and even Uncle Vegeta, who defeated Cell? Caulifla shook her finger at her, saying, TSK, TSK, TSK. You still don't quite grasp Gohan. According to the descriptions from Goku and the others, along with my own observations, Gohan has never genuinely been angry. She then cast her gaze toward Gohan, whose divine power was surging, and spoke with a tone of resignation. In his eyes, it seems that everything is taken for granted. His emotions appear to have never fluctuated at all. Indeed, since the Cell games, he has maintained an attitude of detachment from everything, Vegeta added as he watched Gohan. If the day ever comes when Gohan truly becomes enraged, that will be when he is at his strongest. While they whispered about Gohan, he was deeply contemplating his divine power. During their time on Planet Salad, what they transmitted to Gohan was not merely energy, but rather a righteous heart aimed at preserving the glory of the Saiyans. Their shared experiences growing up in the Resistance had imbued them all with this sense of justice, allowing them to convey this heart energy while channeling energy to Gohan. As a Super Saiyan god, his power emanated from the heart, akin to flames. This is why Gohan's strength surged from within each time he transformed. According to Whis, the heart is the most vital source of divine power, capable of elevating one's cells, thereby transforming a Saiyan's inherent energy into divine power. This also elucidates some of the special abilities associated with his red god form, wherein Gohan experiences remarkably low energy expenditure and even the ability to regenerate health and energy. This power, derived from his very essence, simultaneously enhances the already exceptional recovery abilities of Saiyans, significantly improving his physical qualities and unlocking his potential. However, Gohan now faced a dilemma: how to further elevate his divine power. Since heart energy is key to transforming cells and providing divine power, Gohan's current task is to refine his character and augment his cellular structure. At this moment, he recalled an ancient practice, meditation. He cast aside all distractions, ensuring the purity of his thoughts, thus becoming oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Thus, on the 10th day of Gohan's training, Videl successfully graduated. Gohan, I truly flew. It's amazing. I never imagined one could soar through the skies, Videl exclaimed, exhilarated as she glided along the ceiling. Kale, hands on her hips, turned to Gohan, asking, how about that? Did I teach you well? Barely passing, I'll grant you that, Gohan replied, noting their progress during this period of training. Although Kale's spirited nature remained unchanged, she was no longer as impatient as before. Broly had also made strides, evolving from a socially anxious individual to someone capable of offering Videl constructive feedback on her training deficiencies. Despite the 10 days of training, Videl's experience with martial arts was still relatively brief, rendering her progress somewhat slower compared to her adult self in the original narrative. Just as Gohan prepared to resume his meditation, a familiar vibration resonated from behind his ear. Startled, he quickly pressed the button located there. Hello, is this Lord Kane? What brings you to me? Gohan, the timeline you previously repaired has begun functioning normally, operating for thousands of years at once. Although it is currently at a normal speed, it seems Kale cannot return, and if she does, it will be several millennia later. Oh, is that so? I'll have a word with her. Chapter 60. The future world can't go back? Well, it doesn't matter. I have no family left anyway, and there is nothing to miss on Salad Star. Besides, I feel that by following you, Gohan, I can become stronger. Is that so? Kale, you remain unchanged. You always seem so carefree. Yet, that's fine. As our universe's Saiyans are dwindling, perhaps having you around will help resolve many troubles in the future. Upon hearing these words, Videl could not suppress her curiosity and asked Kale, what do you mean you can't go back? Kale, were you an orphan? Can you tell me what happened? Kale, with no reservations, candidly recounted her origins to Videl. Oh, you come from a different timeline, and you are actually from the same generation as Gohan's ancestor. Videl gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, Gohan, aware that the Supreme Kai of Time was contacting him, sensed that it was not merely a trivial matter. Lord Kane, you must have a task for me. Otherwise, you wouldn't reach out at this hour when most are winding down after dinner. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Although this involves a blank timeline, I have discerned the specific timeline, It appears to be one from over a decade into the future. Over a decade into the future? Could it possibly be the timeline of Black Goku, or perhaps that of Dragon Ball Heroes? Regardless of which one it is, the difficulty seems exceedingly high. Am I capable of handling it? However, there was no alternative. Son Gohan could only muster his courage and proceed. As he was about to activate his time-space bracelet, Kale intervened. Did we not agree that next time you would take me along? Gohan, you cannot go back on your word. Son Gohan paused momentarily and replied. During the last encounter with Dallas and the one with Broly, did I not take you with me? Kale, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, I don't care. Those two occasions were utterly unsatisfactory. Dallas was pitifully weak, and with Broly, I barely had time to transform before it ended. Gohan rubbed his forehead, momentarily at a loss. This was the timeline of the future. What might transpire was beyond my knowledge. What if danger were to arise? How dangerous can it be? Even if I cannot handle it, you, my master Gohan, are more than capable of managing such matters. Fine. When all is normal, you call me Gohan. But in times of need, I am your master, is that it? I truly have no way to deal with you. Just hold on to my shoulder, and let us see if I can transport you with me. Kale suddenly shouted, let us go. She then hooked her arm around Son Gohan's neck, pushing the boundaries of propriety, leaving Gohan with no choice but to open the time-space portal. After navigating the familiar process, Son Gohan arrived once more at the Temple of Time. Lord Kai, I am prepared. Please send me over. The sooner I arrive, the sooner I can resolve matters. Upon seeing Gohan and Kale, Kai remarked, this time it is two of you. That is splendid. You can look out for one another. Stand by the time portal, and I shall transport you shortly. Son Gohan and Kale positioned themselves before the portal, at which point Gohan retrieved a black cloak from his versatile capsule. Once adorned in the cloak, he handed Kale a ring that concealed one's aura. What is this ring? It cannot possibly be a gravity ring, for I already possess one. This is a ring that conceals your aura, reducing it to that of an ordinary person. My cloak, on the other hand, completely masks my presence, allowing me to move undetected. Kale acknowledged this with a soft "oh," slipping on the ring. Thus, she became the heir to the Light King. When we arrive, I will use divine power to become invisible and follow closely behind you. As for you, Kale, explore the surroundings. If any danger arises, we shall retreat immediately. Kale nodded, understanding that in matters of strategy, she need only heed Gohan's guidance. Are you ready? I am about to commence the transport. With a familiar flash of white light, they traversed the time-space tunnel and emerged in an unfamiliar location. Where are we? I have never seen this place before. This must be some planet of the future, yet it appears uninhabited, entirely wild in its visage. Kale surveyed their surroundings and was astonished to find not a single soul present. Everything appeared remarkably intact, suggesting that no great battles had transpired here. In a state of concealment, Son Gohan found the situation around him rather peculiar, prompting him to survey his surroundings. It was only when he sensed that everyone's energy seemed to be above him that he looked up and was astonished to see a familiar planet. A wave of disbelief washed over him as he mentally exclaimed, wait, could this possibly be Planet Zilval? Does this mean Baby has taken control of everyone? This place is where the first Super Saiyan 4 was born. I wonder if Father has managed to shed his tail. Upon further scrutiny, Gohan discerned that there was no trace of Goku's energy, indicating that Goku must be in the hyperbolic time chamber or on King Kai's planet. What should he do now? Should he wait for Goku to transform into Super Saiyan 4, or should he confront Baby directly? If he chose the latter, wouldn't that mean Vegeta would be at risk as well? No. Reviving Vegeta again would only lead to stronger evil dragons. What if he couldn't defeat the one-star dragon? As Gohan pondered, he noticed an unusual commotion coming from Kale. Turning to look, he saw her fixated on Earth. Just as he was about to inquire about her gaze, her body began to grow larger, sprouting an abundance of brown fur. He suddenly recalled that the current state of Earth resembled a colossal full moon, which meant Kale was undergoing the transformation into a great ape. He wondered if Kale possessed the self-control of a high-level warrior. If she lost her rationality, he might have to sever her tail. Once Kale completed her transformation and became a great ape, she scratched her head and exclaimed, how did I become a great ape? Is that planet in the sky the moon? Impressive. Kale, you managed to retain your reason while transforming into a great ape, Gohan thought. But enough with the banter. I do not wish to remain in this form indefinitely. Is there a way to revert me back? Gohan contemplated for a moment and decided to conduct an experiment with Kale. Kale, Hold on for a moment. Can you attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan in this state? A Super Saiyan? All right, I'll give it a try. Kale began to gather her energy, a golden aura enveloping her great ape form, with arcs of electricity dancing around her. In a flash of golden light, she successfully transformed into a golden great ape. How do you feel now, Kale? Can you maintain your rationality? Kale lowered her head, her large red eyes gazing at Gohan as she replied, I feel all right. And I believe I've grown significantly stronger. However, compared to my normal state, I have an overwhelming urge to smash something. Gohan reflected on this, realizing that while her power had increased, her emotions as a great ape had also intensified. If she could conquer this emotional surge, she might be able to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Try to suppress that emotion, much like I do with meditation. Perhaps that will enable you to achieve Super Saiyan 4. All right, I'll give it a shot. In her golden great ape form, Kale assumed a peculiar seated posture on the ground, closed her eyes, and began to meditate. After a brief moment, the golden aura enveloping Khalifa began to retract inward, coalescing into a shimmering golden membrane that cloaked her form. As the energy fully converged, Khalifa gradually returned to the stature of an ordinary human. With the dissipating golden light, her hair transformed into a deep chestnut hue, her body was adorned with a layer of crimson fur, and her eyes appeared to be enhanced with a vivid red shadow. Is this the Super Saiyan 4? Indeed, it feels immensely powerful, seemingly surpassing your father's Super Saiyan 3 by a considerable margin. Khalifa gazed at herself, admiring her remarkably robust physique, a manifestation of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, and unconsciously nodded in approval. How does it compare to Broly's transformation into a Super Saiyan? Who do you think stands a better chance? In response to Gohan's inquiry, Khalifa fell into contemplation. If I were to confront the frenzied Broly from that time with all my might, I believe my chances would be significantly greater. Gohan paused, momentarily taken aback, and sought reassurance from Khalifa. Are you certain? If your Super Saiyan 4 is indeed stronger than Broly, does that render my Super Saiyan Blue somewhat obsolete? After pondering for a moment, Khalifa organized her thoughts and replied, Well, Gohan, if you truly unleash your potential, I feel that your Super Saiyan 2 could rival Broly's strength. It seems as though something is constraining your power. Perhaps a surge of anger could trigger your full potential. Gohan gazed at his hands, enveloped in a sense of confusion. Despite rigorous training and the dragon's intervention to unlock his potential, he wondered why there might still be hidden power within him. Must one truly experience intense emotional upheaval to access their complete strength? Observing Gohan's contemplation, Khalifa added, Do you recall our fusion into Khalifa? At that moment, I sensed that Khalifa's strength was quite akin to your true power, Gohan. Upon hearing this, Gohan began to analyze the implications in his mind. The Patera earrings allow two individuals to merge both body and soul. However, Khalifa's strength then was comparable to my genuine capabilities. This implies that I possess two souls, and the Patera only fused one of them, restricting my ability to harness the full strength of both souls, potentially weakening the fused entity of Khalifa. As Gohan pondered these revelations, he decisively transformed into a Super Saiyan God, adopting an attacking stance toward Khalifa. You kept me in the dark. Let us test our strengths against each other, allowing me to gain a deeper understanding of my own abilities. Very well, it appears I have no suitable opponent, and this will provide an opportunity to gauge my newfound strength. After locking eyes for 3 seconds, the two launched at one another, engaging in a fierce struggle. Khalifa, currently bolstered by her newfound power, struggled to fully master the immense strength coursing through her, resulting in a series of broad, sweeping strikes. In contrast, Gohan focused on technique, adeptly absorbing Khalifa's heavy punches, seeking to neutralize their force or exploit openings to counterattack. No matter how fierce the techniques employed by Caulifla, she found no advantage against the formidable Son Gohan before her. Conversely, Gohan, whose power was not entirely unleashed, was unable to inflict substantial harm upon Caulifla. For the physical resilience of Super Saiyan 4 remained formidable. Thus, Gohan activated a 5-fold Kaioken in his Super Red form. A vicious kick struck Caulifla's shoulder, and the tremendous force sent her crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater several meters wide. Enough, enough. I didn't expect you to become this strong after just 10 days of meditation and training, Gohan remarked as he reverted to his normal state. He inquired of Caulifla, What do you think of my power when I used Kaioken? Caulifla stood up, rubbing her shoulder, and replied, Given your current strength, if you were to utilize Kaioken, I dare say even Broly in his Super Saiyan 2 form might struggle against you. Gohan pondered this thoughtfully. Perhaps the meditation had allowed for a more profound fusion between his original soul and that of Son Gohan. After all, even in his Super Saiyan Blue form, he had only managed to contain the rampaging Broly, yet now he surpassed Caulifla's Super Saiyan 4. Just as Gohan resolved to test his strength in Super Saiyan Blue, a sinister energy surged from Earth. Upon closer inspection, it was the spaceship carrying Baby. It seemed that Baby Vegeta was on his way, necessitating immediate concealment. Caulifla, someone capable of parasitism is approaching. If you wish to avoid being possessed, we must hide at once. While he may not reach your Super Saiyan 4 level, he might launch a surprise attack when you least expect it. Upon hearing the term parasitism, Caulifla felt a chill run down her spine, recalling a horror film about parasites she had watched just the night before. Thus, the two of them concealed themselves behind a small hill, with Caulifla even maintaining her Super Saiyan 4 transformation, as it appeared to have little energy cost without active use. The spaceship descended gradually onto a plain within the valley, and two figures emerged, Baby Vegeta and Bulma. Seeing Bulma, Caulifla turned to Gohan and asked, "Could Aunt Bulma also be possessed? And that peculiar individual must be the one you mentioned, right?" "Indeed, and that peculiar individual is, in fact, the possessed Vegeta," Gohan confirmed. At this revelation, Caulifla seemed to connect the dots, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. "What are you laughing at? Be cautious, or we might be discovered." Struggling to contain her mirth, Caulifla said to Gohan, "If he has possessed Vegeta and Bulma, does that not imply he used Vegeta's body too, with Aunt Bulma? Isn't that just him boasting about himself?" Gohan's lips twitched at her words, realizing the gravity of her humor. It seemed this girl had truly lost her mind. Chapter 62. The first encounter with Xiaofang. As Bulma and Baby stepped out, a multitude of Earthlings from the spaceship followed suit, including a contingent of future Son Gohans and others who had been controlled. "Wow, Gohan, that person seems quite similar to you, both in temperament and appearance. Could it be that this is your future self? By the way, why haven't I encountered my future self? Foolish one. The version of me from this world cannot traverse time and space. Thus, it is impossible for me to bring you along." Upon hearing this, Caulifla resumed her gaze upon the future Son Gohan, and indeed, she also discerned a familiar silhouette beside him. Was that not Bai Dilly? It was unexpected to see her grown-up self. But wait, why was she entwined with you, Gohan? Could it be that the two of you share a future together? Son Gohan hastily covered Caulifla's mouth. If he didn't, she would soon exclaim. "Ah, indeed, you are not mistaken. They are not only married but have also welcomed a daughter." After a brief struggle, Caulifla quieted down and whispered to Gohan, "No wonder you treat Bai Dilly so well. It turns out you've known all along that she is your future wife. But what of your daughter? Why haven't I seen her?" Son Gohan pointed towards a pink figure stealthily emerging from the side of the spaceship, saying to Caulifla, "Do you see? My daughter is currently nestled within the belly of that pink entity alongside her grandfather." "What? Have they been consumed by that being?" "Not at all. They are concealed within that pink creature for their protection. That entity is actually Majin Buu, who may become our adversary in the future, but for now, he is a benevolent incarnation." Caulifla shook her head, exclaiming, "Oh, how perplexing. I can hardly comprehend the situation." Gohan nudged Caulifla, greeting her, "Let us go. We must follow Majin Buu to avert any butterfly effect that could lead to unforeseen consequences for them." Caulifla nodded and fell in step with Gohan. After a short while, they arrived at a corner of the city where the Earthlings were being relocated. Suddenly, Fat Buu turned around, striking a combat stance, and questioned them. "Who are you? Why are you following me? If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you distance yourselves immediately." Gohan quickly removed his cloak, raised his hands, and addressed Buu. "No need to be alarmed, Buu. Do you not recognize my energy? I am Son Gohan, albeit the younger version." Buu scrutinized him closely, noting the similarity in their energy and finding no signs of parasitism. "Is it truly you, Son Gohan? How did you escape parasitism and revert to a smaller form?" "It's not a matter of shrinking. I have traversed time like future Trunks. You should comprehend this, yes? Even if you cannot, Mr. Satan and little Buu within you should." Buu was momentarily taken aback. How did this individual know about Satan and little Buu residing within him? Had it not been for the absence of any malevolent aura from Son Gohan, he would have fled. After a moment of contemplation, Buu ultimately chose to trust this version of Son Gohan, imbued with a gentle aura, and led them to a secluded corner. Majin Buu astonishingly opened his body, from which emerged two figures, Mr. Satan and Xiaofang. Upon her emergence, Xiaofang swiftly approached Son Gohan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Could this truly be her father from his childhood? The aura felt the same, and his appearance was quite similar too, though there hadn't been any time machine back then. Upon seeing Son Gohan, Mr. Satan's mouth fell agape. It was indeed the youthful Gohan, with that hairstyle, that pose, and an expression of innocent charm. There was no doubt, he was the visage of Xiaofang's father in his early years. Hearing Mr. Satan's words, Xiaofang internally confirmed Son Gohan's identity, astonished that she could witness her father as a child. So, you truly are my father. But how did you come from the past? Did you come specifically to assist us? In response to Xiaofang's inquiries, Son Gohan appropriately elucidated the circumstances. After his explanation, admiration filled Xiaofang's gaze. She had not anticipated that her father, at such a young age, had already become a hero akin to a masked superhero. Saving the timeline. How extraordinary. At that moment, akin to the original narrative, Xiaofang retrieved a vial of laxative from her pocket. Let us hurry, little father. This laxative should help expel the parasites from everyone's bodies, right? Son Gohan immediately shook his head and replied, the parasites in baby reside in the brain. This laxative will have no effect. Hearing this, Xiaofang despondently sank to the ground. What can we do to save everyone? Baby is so powerful. We cannot defeat him. Just then, Son Gohan sensed the energy of Sun Wukong. Strangely, Sun Wukong had emerged later than in the original story, possibly due to the effects of the butterfly effect. Don't worry, let us not forget, we still have your grandfather. He is not dead yet. I can sense his energy. Xiaofang, upon hearing this news, joyfully grasped Son Gohan's hand. Really? Grandfather is still alive? That is wonderful. We are saved. Kefla, witnessing this scene, couldn't he help but comment, that guy? Gohan, you could easily defeat him in your transformed state. Why even bother with Sun Wukong? Xiaofang felt a tinge of surprise, realizing her father from his youth was indeed so formidable. Gohan did not respond, but took the opportunity to gently pat Xiaofang's head. Our time travel may have caused some butterfly effects. Your grandfather should have appeared earlier, which is why he is emerging a bit late now. Son Gohan then turned, adopting a stance for instant transmission. I shall first go meet your grandfather. You all should come along. I will discuss strategies to deal with baby. Xiaofang was somewhat taken aback, not expecting her little father could instantaneously move. In comparison, it made her current father seem a bit lacking. As everyone placed their hands on Gohan's shoulder, he sensed Goku's energy within the Kaioshin realm and instantaneously teleported to his father's side. Upon feeling the familiar aura, Goku turned around and was greeted by the sight of Gohan and his companions. Isn't that Xiaofang, Satan, and Bu? But who are these two beside them? I feel like I've seen this boy somewhere before. Gohan addressed the childlike Goku. Don't you remember me, Dad? I am Gohan. Chapter 63. The beginning of action. Goku scrutinized Gohan closely, glancing left and right, and then exclaimed in astonishment, wow. Gohan, you've gotten smaller too. By the way, weren't you under baby's control? How did you break free? Just as Gohan was about to explain, Xiaofang jumped in to elucidate Gohan's origins to Goku. After listening, Goku understood that this young Gohan was akin to Trunks, a time traveler, one from the future and the other from the past. So, Gohan, you came here from the past? But even if you did, there's no way to defeat baby. That guy, even my Super Saiyan 3 couldn't handle him. Gohan shook his head and replied, no, I have a way to eliminate baby. I came here to discuss our plan with you, Dad. Goku's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, really? What is the method? Can we truly defeat baby? Gohan nodded and pointed to Caulifla beside him. But before that, you need to transform into her form. Goku curiously looked at Caulifla, noticing her tail, clearly an unusual Saiyan. She is a Saiyan who came with me, named Caulifla. Right now, she's in the state of Super Saiyan 4. However, if you want to transform into this form, we need to unleash your tail. Goku found this hard to believe, as he thought Caulifla seemed weaker than his granddaughter Xiaofang. Is this really Super Saiyan 4? I feel like her energy is much weaker than Xiaofang's. Caulifla, unable to contain herself, retorted, don't underestimate me. Goku, I, Caulifla, am quite powerful. In your current state, you might not even match our Goku. Open your eyes and behold my formidable energy. Caulifla removed the ring concealing her power and unleashed the full might of Super Saiyan 4. In an instant, brilliant golden light erupted, and her terrifying energy caused the entire Kaioshin planet to tremble. Goku shielded his eyes with his hand, exclaiming in awe, "Incredible! How can one possess such immense energy? This is truly astonishing." After a brief moment of composure, Caulifla regained her demeanor and, with her hands on her hips, addressed Son Goku. "So, have you recognized my prowess? Wow, you truly are formidable. Would you care to engage in a duel?" "I wish to test your skills," he replied. Upon hearing Son Goku's sudden declaration, the old Kai swiftly intervened, restraining Goku and addressing the gathered crowd. "You have already disrupted the fabric of time and space. Do you wish to cause further chaos? If you must fight, take it elsewhere." "Very well. Then let us swiftly extract my tail, so I may transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Quickly defeat Baby, and then we can engage in a proper contest," Goku asserted. Thus, with the assistance of the father-son duo in the dimensional space, Goku commenced the arduous task of removing his tail, aided by Bu and Mr. Satan, while Gohan discreetly ushered the Kaioshin aside. Gohan inquired of the old Kai, "Might it be the god of destruction who sealed you away?" The old Kai, taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, had not anticipated anyone possessing knowledge of the god of destruction. "Hey, you better not harbor any ill intentions. Even if you summon the god of destruction, he may not necessarily obliterate Baby. If he were to take offense, he could very well annihilate the entire Earth, resulting in a loss far greater than you can imagine. Rest assured, I merely wish to inquire if such a being exists in this realm. It seems your god of destruction is still slumbering. I wonder how long that character Beerus will continue to sleep." The old Kai promptly tapped Gohan, admonishing, "How do you address him?" "It is Lord Beerus. Do you understand? Address him as Lord." All right, Lord Beerus. Is that sufficient?" Gohan replied. However, returning to the matter at hand, "Are you familiar with the Supreme Kai of Time? I traversed through time at her behest." The old Kai pondered for a moment before asking Gohan with evident confusion, "I have not heard of her. Perhaps her divine status is too elevated for us to have any contact." Indeed, Gohan's suspicion was correct. The Supreme Kai of Time likely held a significantly high divine rank, as even Whis spoke of her with great reverence. After a period of anticipation, Goku's tail was finally extracted. Approaching Gohan, he inquired, "Gohan, my tail has been removed. How does one transform into a Super Saiyan 4? Gohan then divulged his plan to Goku, which closely mirrored the original storyline. First, Goku would return to Earth to provoke Baby, feigning defeat. Subsequently, he would transform into a great ape, with the invisible Gohan utilizing a divine technique to restore Goku's sanity. Meanwhile, Bu and others would seek the sacred water in the temple. The Kaioshin would be tasked with locating Tien and Mr. Popo, while Bu would be responsible for controlling them. Caulifla and Kale observed quietly from the sidelines, prepared to intervene if necessary. They aimed to lure Baby into transforming into a great ape, compelling him to reveal his true form when he reverted back. After finalizing certain details, Gohan and the Supreme Kai instantaneously transported themselves to planet Zafir. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. Baby was engaged in combat with OOB on a vast plain. However, it was less a battle and more a display of Baby toying with OOB. "OOB, hold on, I'm coming to rescue you," exclaimed Goku, rushing forward without hesitation. This was fortuitous. It spared them the effort of luring Baby out. Witnessing Goku charge into battle, Caulifla and Little Pan found a place to conceal themselves. The Supreme Kai, meanwhile, teleported with Bu and Baby to the Heavenly Temple. Gohan quietly donned his cloak, standing at a distance, observing the clash between Goku and Baby. "You fiend, revert everyone back to their original forms. Did you truly think you could command me at will? At this moment, you stand no chance against me." "Who is possessed by Vegeta?" Goku retorted defiantly. "Whether I can defeat you remains to be seen. Let us find out." With that, Goku lunged at Baby, who met him with equal fervor, and their fists collided, igniting a fierce battle. Chapter 64. The successful transformation. Goku transformed directly into Super Saiyan 3, engaging in an intense fight with Baby. At that very instant, Little Pan stealthily passed by, carrying the barely conscious OOB away. She arrived at their hiding spot, sensing OOB's energy waning, and anxiously inquired of Caulifla, "What should we do? OOB seems on the brink of collapse. We must find a way to save him." "If you ask me, I have no remedy. I am not versed in healing techniques. However, Gohan seems to possess such skills. Hand OOB over to me." "I shall seek Gohan," Caulifla replied. Pan nodded, entrusting OOB to Caulifla, who then flew back towards Gohan. Gohan noticed Caulifla approaching and met her to assess the situation. Gohan, are you not skilled in healing? This individual named OOB appears to be on the verge of death. Please attend to him. Gohan, observing the barely breathing OOB, gently laid him on the ground and began to channel his healing energy. As the energy flowed, OOB's injuries visibly healed, and he gradually returned to his former self. With his wounds mended, OOB slowly opened his eyes. Who are you? Did you save me? He asked, bewildered. Gohan smiled and replied, You must be OOB. I am Gohan from another timeline, and I've come to assist due to some anomalies in this realm. For now, you should hide with this individual named Caulifla. OOB nodded, having no reason to doubt the one who had just saved his life. He stood and joined Caulifla, making his way to Pan's side. Upon seeing Pan, OOB's face lit up with joy. He was relieved to find her unscathed. Pan, thrilled to see the vivacious OOB, greeted him excitedly. OOB, you're completely healed. I can't believe how remarkable you are. Even healing techniques are within your capabilities. Alas, why is my father not as formidable as I had hoped? He was so easily subdued by Baby. Upon hearing Xiaofang's words, Obu too found himself perplexed. After all, were not both Son Gohan and Son Goku her father? What merit is there in comparison? After a while, Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku ultimately succumbed, collapsing weakly to the ground. Although Son Gohan had feigned defeat, Goku remained unwilling to accept this outcome. During his battle with Baby, he had exerted all his strength, only to be thoroughly overwhelmed. Indeed, without transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he was no match for Baby. After lamenting his own plight, he gazed at the resplendent blue planet above, marveling at its beauty. In that moment, a surge of fierce rage inundated Son Goku's heart, and simultaneously, his tail infused him with a potent energy. Influenced by the Blutz waves emanating from Earth, Son Goku transformed into a resplendent golden giant ape. He pounded his chest with both hands, his eyes glowing red, clearly having lost all semblance of reason. A laser erupted forth, instantly raising a forest to a barren state, prompting even Baby to recognize the significant increase in Goku's strength. Son Gohan immediately activated his invisibility skill and appeared before Son Goku. Goku seemed to sense something, looking in front of him, yet perceiving nothing. Son Gohan could not help but internally scoff. Who would have thought that at this moment, Son Goku could detect even a slight shift in space? Otherwise, how could he explain Goku's awareness of his presence? It must be said, at this juncture, Son Goku was not only formidable in power, but also remarkably astute emotionally. If he were to transform into Super Saiyan God, he would likely be incomprehensibly powerful. Without further ado, Son Gohan unleashed his divine technique, crafting an image within Son Goku's mind, depicting the original narrative, specifically, a photograph of himself with Xiaofang. Instantly, Goku's actions ceased. Gradually, the crimson hue in his eyes faded. Restoring his reason, he began to shrink, the golden light enveloping his body. Before long, Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku emerged. Goku clenched his fists, feeling the immense energy coursing through him. At that moment, a voice resonated in his ears, urging him to conserve his strength. Although Super Saiyan 4 was formidable, the energy expended in battle was considerable. Goku understood that it was Son Gohan speaking to him, and he nodded slightly before turning his gaze towards Baby. Come forth, Baby. Now is the time for earnest combat. Goku charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Baby flying. Aware of the overwhelming power he faced, Baby immediately recognized that he could not contend with Goku. In the ensuing battle, Baby fought defensively, secretly gathering energy in his hands. After a series of exchanges, he seized the opportunity to hurl a death energy blast at Goku. Son Goku crossed his arms to block the energy blast, but when he looked ahead, Baby had already concealed his presence and fled. Goku made no attempt to stop him, as it was all part of the plan. Baby was undoubtedly seeking Bulma to harness the Blutz waves. During the waiting period for Son Wukong, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks had successfully freed themselves from control thanks to the ultra-sacred water. They instantaneously transported themselves to Son Wukong's side, accompanied by the Kaioshin. Oh, it seems everyone has regained their autonomy. I never expected the ultra-sacred water to be so effective. Now, find a place to hide. I suspect Baby will soon transform into the golden great ape, Son Wukong advised. Gohan, gazing at Son Wukong who had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, inquired, Father, I heard that my younger self traveled through time to this place. Is that true? Sun Wukong chuckled and replied, "Indeed, that is correct. That Gohan is right beside you." Turning to look, Gohan was astonished to see a person who resembled his younger self perfectly. Wow, it's true. It's really little Gohan. Trunks, too, was taken aback by the sight of the younger Gohan. Then, Sun Wukong quipped, "Gohan, take a look at your younger self. I feel he could defeat you with just one finger. Without his assistance, little Pan might be in danger right now." The Gohan of this timeline blushed at the comment, scratching his head with an expression of embarrassment. Our protagonist, Gohan, spoke up at this moment. "Don't say that. I understand he temporarily set aside his training for the sake of family. Yet we are both Gohans. As long as he diligently trains, he might become the strongest in this world." While everyone was engaged in light-hearted banter, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a malevolent and overwhelming aura. He gestured for everyone to hide quickly. In the distance, Baby let out a furious roar. Having absorbed an excessive amount of blood's waves and transformed into the golden great ape. Chapter 65. The annihilation of Baby now in his golden great ape form. Baby unleashed a series of furious roars towards the sky. He turned toward the spot where he had previously battled Sun Wukong, propelling his massive body toward him. "Sun Wukong, this is your end. You cannot defeat me now." Sun Wukong merely smiled coldly at the oncoming Baby. During their previous encounter, he had not unleashed his full power. Although Super Saiyan 4 does not experience the same energy leakage as Super Saiyan 3, fighting at full strength is still particularly taxing. There was no need to exert all his strength against Baby back then. Baby swung a punch at Sun Wukong, who immediately leaped off the ground, maneuvering around him to deliver a powerful kick. Baby blocked the attack with his arm and opened his mouth, gathering energy for an energy blast aimed at Sun Wukong, who countered with a tenfold Kamehameha. Baby unleashed multiple energy blasts, and with no time to spare, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission to appear behind Baby, launching a barrage of energy blasts at him. The explosions erupted violently behind Baby as he quickly turned to withstand the onslaught, countering with a series of energy blasts to face Sun Wukong. They sprinted from the forest to the riverbank, pausing their attacks as they exchanged glances. "Sun Wukong, I never anticipated that you had been concealing your true strength back then. However, your current power is insufficient to vanquish me. I presume your energy has been nearly depleted, hasn't it?" Sun Wukong, taking a moment to catch his breath, smiled at Baby and replied, "Is that so? I believe you are not faring much better yourself. Perhaps soon you will reconsider your stance." Baby scoffed dismissively. "Sun Wukong, if it were truly as you claim, you wouldn't be gasping for air here. Prepare yourself, for I cannot believe you will escape from my grasp." Death Energy Blast. A black energy sphere crackling with lightning coalesced in Baby's hand. Just as he was about to unleash it, he suddenly froze, the energy blast dissipating and his powers swiftly waning. Indeed, behind Baby appeared a shadowy figure cloaked in black, devoid of any aura. Wielding a condensed sword of light, he severed Baby's tail with precision. Baby's form began to shrink, and within Vegeta, he discovered that his own body was enlarging, unlike Vegeta's contraction. With no other option, he burst forth from Vegeta's body and leaped into a nearby spacecraft intended for the Earthlings. He ascended rapidly, departing from planet Zephyr. As Sun Wukong prepared to gather energy to obliterate Baby, Gohan, clad in black robes, stood before him and said, "Father, your energy is running low. Should you falter and allow Baby to escape, it would spell trouble. Allow me to handle this. I will eradicate him." Sun Wukong reflected upon this wisdom and took a step back, conceding his position to Gohan. Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, a form in which he wielded precise control over his ki. Even though his powers were not fully unleashed at that moment, he feared inadvertently obliterating the sun. Gohan clasped his hands together, assuming the classic Kamehameha stance, and aimed at the spacecraft, waiting for the opportune moment. A blue energy sphere manifested in his palms, swelling in size as he extended his hands outward. Sun Wukong observed the sphere in Gohan's hands, sensing the formidable energy contained within. Even in his full Super Saiyan 4 state, he could not guarantee he would withstand such a blow. Just as Baby approached the sun's core, Gohan unleashed his Kamehameha, the radiant beam perfectly enveloping the ship where Baby resided. By the time Baby sensed the overwhelming force, it was too late. He was engulfed by Gohan's Kamehameha, hurtling straight into the sun. At that moment, Gohan on planet Zephyr ceased his Kamehameha. as the energy he released was precisely calibrated to propel Baby into the sun without causing harm to it. As Gohan had foreseen, when the Kamehameha dissipated, Baby collided with the sun. Faced with the immense gravitational pull and the horrifying heat, Baby had no means of escape. Every cell within his body was incinerated by the sun's searing embrace. Upon sensing the complete disappearance of Baby's malevolent energy, Gohan shed his black cloak and made his way to the spot where Vegeta lay fallen. He performed a healing spell on Vegeta, and to everyone's astonishment, he swiftly regained consciousness, even sprouting his tail once more. How remarkable it was that in attempting to heal him, he also restored his tail. Yet, this was not a significant issue. After all, the Vegeta from my timeline could transform into Super Saiyan 4 even while nearing Super Saiyan 2, so this was hardly surprising. As Vegeta gradually awoke under Gohan's care, he gazed upon him with a look of incredulity. This visage, this hairstyle, this confident and powerful gaze. Vegeta could never forget the shock that Gohan had instilled in him during the Cell Games. Gohan's might and Goku's demise had even led him to contemplate abandoning the fight. You are Gohan, but why have you shrunk? No, you are not the Gohan I know. You surpass him by an extraordinary margin. Who exactly are you? Goku returned to his original form and approached Vegeta, stating, "He is indeed Gohan, but not from our timeline. He has come from the past. Do you remember Trunks? Just like the Trunks of old. They are both from different dimensions." Vegeta rose to his feet, scrutinizing Gohan closely. I never imagined Gohan could grow so powerful. Is this what Kakarot meant by Gohan's true strength? Goku shook his head. It is even more than that. He has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. The Kamehameha he unleashed to defeat Baby was far superior to mine. At that moment, Xiaofang and Trunks arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the formidable Kamehameha, they realized that Baby had indeed been vanquished as planned. Grandpa, that Kamehameha was incredible. Is this how powerful you become after transforming into Super Saiyan 4? Xiaofang exclaimed. Trunks added in astonishment, I can't believe Uncle Goku has developed a new transformation, Super Saiyan 4, which seems even more powerful than Super Saiyan 3. Kefla, observing the scene, scoffed, are you all blind? That energy was not from Goku. The Kamehameha was clearly unleashed by Gohan. Moreover, Super Saiyan 4 was a technique Gohan imparted to Goku, right, Xiaofang? Ah, so that Kamehameha was cast by my little daddy. When I saw it, I felt as if the sky had darkened. I had no idea he was so formidable. Has he truly transformed into Super Saiyan 4? Chapter 66. No longer weak, Goku shook his head and addressed Xiaofang. Xiaofang, Gohan should not be able to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Did you not notice he does not even have a tail? In that moment, everyone turned their gaze to Gohan's backside, and he finally understood Vegeta's previous discomfort. Feeling quite awkward with everyone staring at him, Vegeta clenched his fists and gazed up at Earth and the sky. With everyone talking about Super Saiyan 4, he thought, if Goku could transform, then so could he. As they gazed at Vegeta, who suddenly looked up at the sky, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Gohan quickly addressed the crowd. Warning, Uncle Vegeta is about to transform into Super Saiyan 4, so step back to avoid being trampled. Upon hearing Gohan's words, the onlookers quickly retreated, leaving a substantial space for Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta's physique expanded, transforming seamlessly into a mighty brown gorilla. True to the original narrative, he lost his sanity. But upon spotting the diminutive forms of Goku and Gohan before him, he regained his composure. Encased in a golden aura, Vegeta gradually shrank in size, achieving his long-desired transformation into Super Saiyan 4. What overwhelming power! It was astonishing to realize the significant enhancement that Super Saiyan 4 granted. Hey, Kakarot, transform into Super Saiyan 4 quickly so we can compare our strengths and see whose form is superior. Goku scratched his head and chuckled at Vegeta, replying, I just expended a considerable amount of energy battling Baby, and now I'm nearly famished. Perhaps we can postpone our sparring until after I've had a meal? Vegeta scoffed, reverting to his normal state, and retorted, how dull. You always do this, Kakarot. At that moment, the conflicted future Gohan stepped forward, addressing Gohan. Can the younger version of me witness your true strength? I wish to see how powerful I could become if I devoted myself to rigorous training. Gohan looked at future Gohan, recognizing that he had regressed to a level where he could be easily defeated by Goku with a single punch. Perhaps he had contemplated what his path might have been had he not chosen the scholarly route. Very well, aside from Super Saiyan, I possess two other transformations. though you won't be able to sense my aura during those forms. How about this? I will transform into Super Saiyan 2. At that stage, even a mere finger from my two other forms would surpass you. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd fell silent, intrigued to discover the extent of young Gohan's strength. Gohan clasped his hands at his waist, and a formidable energy surged from him, erupting in a dazzling display of golden light, with lightning crackling around him, forcing the onlookers to shield their eyes. Such immense power. This aura surpassed Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3 by a significant margin, and it was not far from my own recent transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta crossed his arms, astonishment etched across his face. Trunks shielded his eyes, exclaiming, "Incredible!" At that moment, future Gohan and the others stood agape, rendered speechless by the display. Only Caulifla and Goku remained composed amidst the awe. As Gohan ceased his transformation, future Gohan clearly felt the vast disparity between their strengths. If I had not chosen the path of a scholar, could I have been as strong as you? If I were equally powerful, could I have better protected everyone? Upon hearing future Gohan's lament, Gohan simply shook his head in silence, choosing not to respond. Without uttering a word, Caulifla approached Gohan and delivered a resounding slap that left his face flushed. Xiaofang, witnessing this unexpected scene, was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that her father had been struck by a girl of similar age. With a tone laced with indignation, Caulifla confronted Gohan, declaring, "You feeble-minded individual. If you persist in harboring such thoughts, you shall never attain strength." My Gohan, regardless of the adversities he faces, still clings to his scholarly aspirations. If you abandon your own dreams, what right do you have to call yourself a warrior? A profound silence enveloped the group. The truth was undeniable. Despite the mockery surrounding Gohan's academic pursuits, even Jiren would shed tears. Only those who truly understood Son Gohan would realize that relinquishing his childhood dreams would preclude him from becoming a true champion. Gohan fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on Caulifla's words. He recognized that the barriers to his strength were not life itself, nor his ambition to be a scholar, but rather his own inner cowardice. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply to Caulifla and expressed, "Thank you. I shall no longer be weak. No matter the circumstances, I will never forsake my dreams." Son Goku approached him, gently patting Gohan on the shoulder. "That's the spirit, Gohan. As long as you believe, you are the mightiest in this universe." Gohan nodded, realizing that even if Goku were to vanish alongside Shenron as in the original tale, he would safeguard everyone in this world. The group shared a collective smile, and Xiaofang chimed in, "Indeed, both of you are my fathers. In my heart, my dad has always been the strongest." Amidst their laughter, the Supreme Kai had utilized the super holy water to lift the control over everyone. An unrestrained Bulma rushed over, relieved to see everyone unharmed. "Thank goodness everyone is safe. Now, let us return the Earthlings home." Just as Bulma prepared to board the colossal spaceship, little Gohan called out, "Aunt Bulma, wait. We cannot send everyone back to Earth. It is on the verge of destruction. We must bring all the Earthlings here instead." Bulma turned, momentarily perplexed, unsure whether to inquire about the impending doom of Earth or the presence of two Gohans, one large and one small. Given the current circumstances, the Black Star Dragon Balls had not been destroyed, indicating that Earth was indeed facing imminent annihilation. Our immediate task is to utilize instant transmission to relocate all Earthlings to planet Zaphul. As realization dawned upon everyone, it became clear that Earth was in grave danger, necessitating an urgent evacuation of all its inhabitants. Thus, Caulifla, Gohan, and Goku, the three capable of instant transmission, embraced their mission to save the Earthlings. Together, they executed the technique, transporting a multitude of Earthlings to planet Zaphul. In contrast to the original narrative, Sun Wukong did not deplete his energy while transferring individuals. Soon, the three of them had successfully relocated all the inhabitants of Earth to their current location. As Son Gohan prepared to transport the last group of Earthlings, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Piccolo. The moment he beheld this smaller version of Son Gohan, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. "Is that really you, Son Gohan?" "Indeed, it is I, Uncle Piccolo. Though I may not be the Gohan you are familiar with, I am unmistakably Son Gohan." Nodding in acknowledgement, Piccolo turned away, choosing silence. Son Gohan understood that Piccolo had resolved to sacrifice himself to obliterate the Black Star Dragon Balls. He refrained from intervening, merely turning away to whisper, "Take care, Uncle Piccolo." He then utilized instant transmission to whisk the final group away from Earth. Chapter 67. The Happiest Man on the Planet Ziffel. Son Gohan had brought the last group of Earthlings to safety, leaving Piccolo as the sole inhabitant of Earth. Where is Uncle Piccolo? Why hasn't he come here? Son Gohan felt an acute sense of urgency as he failed to sense Piccolo's energy on Ziffel. Uncle Piccolo will not return. He has chosen to sacrifice himself to eradicate the Black Star Dragon Balls. We must respect his decision, Son Gohan stated, his tone calm yet solemn. In this parallel universe, perhaps this was the most fitting conclusion. Kneeling upon the ground, Son Gohan observed the catastrophic phenomena unfolding on Earth, with mountains crumbling and the planet on the brink of destruction. Even if he wished to rescue Piccolo, the opportunity had vanished. Tears streamed down Son Gohan's face as he sensed Piccolo's energy fading away. He lamented not having the chance to see him one last time and cried out to the earth, "Farewell, Uncle Piccolo. Thank you for all these years." Kefla approached Son Gohan, softly inquiring, "Who is that green-skinned antenna-wielding fellow, to make you weep so?" Son Gohan's lips twitched as he replied, "How many times must I say it? He is not an antenna baby. Uncle Piccolo took care of me for a while. He was my martial arts mentor, and I hold him in great esteem." "Really? But I perceive him to be rather weak, at best only on par with an ordinary Super Saiyan," Kefla retorted. Son Gohan shot back, "You, of all people, shouldn't be casting stones. Didn't you start with a battle power of merely 2,000? Your nose was even bent out of shape. How dare you criticize someone's power level?" Kefla's cheeks flushed crimson. "Let us not dredge up that embarrassing history, all right? Now I see. You're not gentle at all. You're purely devious." With a resigned gesture, Son Gohan sighed. Yes, I am devious. Is that satisfactory? Unlike you, the haughty little princess. I am not haughty," Kefla huffed, crossing her arms and turning away. Soon, the others gathered around to console Son Gohan, exchanging words of encouragement. The calamity wrought by Baby had finally reached a semblance of resolution. After comforting Son Gohan, Son Wukong ventured to New Namek, utilizing their Dragon Balls to restore Earth. Son Gohan felt it necessary to accompany him, eager to witness the differences between the Dragon Balls there and those from his own world. Son Gohan, following in the footsteps of Son Goku, journeyed to the New Namek. He recalled that after emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, he had forgotten this crucial event and had summoned Goku, who was resting at home, to accompany him. Although Gohan had previously visited the New Namek, the awe inspired by Porunga was a sensation that never waned, no matter how many times one experienced it. Goku summoned the Elder to call forth Porunga, granting 3 wishes, one to restore Earth, another to relocate the inhabitants of planet Zafor back to Earth, and the final wish to remove planet Zafor entirely. With all wishes granted, Gohan meticulously observed the transformation of the Dragon Balls before and after the wishes were made. In his perception, a hint of malevolence had indeed infiltrated the Dragon Balls, a phenomenon absent in his own world. This discrepancy could be attributed to the differing rules governing each universe. One accumulating negative energy as a side effect, while the other either displayed its repercussions directly or exhibited none at all. The Black Star Dragon Balls, in particular, had failed to contain their side effects, releasing them in a most potent form. Gohan began to suspect that the most significant negative consequences in any universe stemmed from the likes of the One-Star Dragon and its malevolent kin. In the realm of Super, it had manifested as the godly chaos, especially with the presence of Zamasu, which had affected at least 2 universes. Contemplating all of this proved futile. Having arrived in this realm indicated that there were indeed aspects of which Gohan needed to alter. If memory served him correctly, after the Baby Saga concluded, the emergence of Super 17 would follow, eventually leading to the evil dragons. Thus, his primary objective became clear: to thwart the birth of Super 17 and either seal the Dragon Balls here or purify them entirely. After the wishes were fulfilled, Gohan and Goku returned to Earth, where a gathering convened at Capsule Corporation. Bulma, eager to celebrate the resolution of the crisis, had organized a party. Despite Piccolo's recent sacrifice for the sake of Earth, the most effective remedy for sorrow was to fill one's stomach with food, prompting everyone to attend the gathering. It was said that Gohan had played a pivotal role in this success, reminiscent of the past when Trunks had traversed time. Gohan mused about Trunks, wondering how he fared now. Perhaps he had transformed into a middle-aged man. Bulma approached Gohan, sharing her reflections. "It's all right. Trunks has undoubtedly resolved the crisis posed by Majin Buu and ushered in a bright future. After all, as long as that Beerus fellow doesn't appear, the future world will remain free of Zamasu's influence, ensuring it won't be as dire as it is in Super. Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a surge of concern and inquired, is Trunks truly capable of defeating someone as formidable as Majin Buu on his own? Gohan shook his head and reassured Bulma. Given Trunks' character, he would never grant Buu the opportunity to break free from his seal. Following the guidance of the Supreme Kai, overcoming the Majin crisis should be quite manageable. Bulma smiled thoughtfully, reflecting on both Son Goku and Vegeta, as well as the future Trunks. She could only conclude that the former were indeed rather unreliable. At that moment, Son Goku and Vegeta were indulging in a feast, not just them, but several other Saiyans present, including Caulifla, were also gorging themselves. Fortunately, Bulma was the richest woman in the world. Otherwise, no one could afford to sustain the Saiyans. Son Gohan, resolute in his thoughts, reaffirmed that the rightful abode of a Saiyan is only with a wealthy woman. Speaking of affluent women, Gohan's gaze unconsciously shifted towards Videl, who was nearby. Compared to the Videl who was still a middle school student, this version of her appeared far more mature and exuded a gentler demeanor. At that moment, Krillin approached Son Gohan and playfully nudged his shoulder with his elbow, whispering, "What's the matter? Are you captivated by your future bride? How does she compare in beauty?" Son Gohan rolled his eyes in response and retorted, "Oh, please. In comparison to my wife's beauty, it's still your android 18 who takes the crown. Not only is she strong, but her ageless beauty makes you the happiest man on earth." Chapter 68. The true martial artist Krillin scratched his head and chuckled, saying to Son Gohan, "You know, this Gohan and the one we have here are entirely different. Rather than saying our Gohan is the adult, you seem to embody that role much more." Just as Krillin was laughing, a hand swiftly grasped his ear, pulling him aside. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Marin, could you ease up? Why don't you show your father any respect? Son Gohan is a guest, and what nonsense are you spouting? I see you're just asking for a reprimanding from your mother," she remarked. Son Gohan mused internally, TSK, TSK, tisk, regardless of the world. Righteous warriors always seem to be under the thumb of their wives. No matter how divine one may be, one must still bow before their spouse. After all, without them, there is no home. Noticing Son Gohan lost in thought, Caulifla, with a mouth full of food, inquired, "What's wrong, Gohan? Aren't you eating? This delicacy," pointing at the food, "is quite delicious." "Who said I wasn't eating? And you, can you swallow your food before speaking?" Caulifla ignored Son Gohan and continued devouring her meal. As the food dwindled, Son Gohan, feeling hungry as well, joined in the feast. After a hearty meal, everyone returned home, while Son Gohan and Caulifla remained at the Capsule Corporation. Son Gohan sat in his room, activating the communicator on his ear to contact the Supreme Kai of Time. "Hello, is this Lord Kane? What is the status of the timeline now? Any changes?" "No, that timeline is still in a blank state. It appears the changes you made there are not significant enough to affect the void. My suggestion now is for you to intensify your efforts." "Intensify my efforts? Understood. I will see if I can completely alter the history here. As for my parents, I'll leave them in your capable hands. As my superior, could you also assist me in taking a leave?" "Understood. Regardless, I've observed your commendable progress in learning. It is indeed time for your mother to focus on nurturing the new life. She would likely be amenable to your assisting me with certain tasks." After a brief exchange, Son Gohan ended the communication, realizing that action was imperative. Whether it be Super 17 or the malevolent dragons, they must be eradicated decisively. Furthermore, it is likely that the current 17 has established a family, and the thought of disrupting a household is one that Son Gohan wishes to avoid. Why, you may ask? Because Son Gohan possesses a kind heart. The following day, Son Gohan arrived at the Capsule Corporation, where he encountered Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang. Upon noticing Son Gohan's arrival, Xiao Fang inquired, "Little daddy, what brings you here? Is there something amiss?" "Indeed, there is a matter of great significance that I must discuss with your grandfather. However, Xiao Fang, I did not expect to find you here instead of at the first number," he replied. Xiao Fang, hands on her hips, retorted, "After all, I am a Saiyan. Seeing how powerful Caulifla has become, I am certain I can grow stronger as well. Thus, I have come to seek my grandfather's guidance on how to transform into a Super Saiyan." Sun Wukong chuckled. Ultimately, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires a surge of anger. But generating anger out of thin air is quite challenging. Son Gohan smiled mysteriously and waved his hand dismissively. You are outdated. Who still relies on anger to transform into a Super Saiyan. I have a straightforward method that is easy to understand. Would you care to learn? Xiao Fang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly asked, Really, Daddy? What is this simple method? Please tell me. Xiao Fang, concentrate all your energy in the area of your back. This will allow you to transform into a Super Saiyan swiftly and easily. Is it truly that simple? Well, I shall give it a try. Xiao Fang focused her energy entirely on her back, and an extraordinary sensation surged through her body, akin to receiving an adrenaline boost. Her emotions soared, and a golden aura erupted around her, her pupils shifting to a vibrant green, and her hair transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Sun Wukong, witnessing this transformation, gaped in astonishment. Is this real? It was indeed that simple to become a Super Saiyan. Although Gohan had mentioned that Goten transformed easily as well, I did not expect the method to be so uncomplicated. In contrast to Sun Wukong's surprise, Xiao Fang was elated. She felt the overwhelming energy coursing through her and declared excitedly, Haha, I can't believe I really transformed into a Super Saiyan. I feel strong enough to fight Trunks. Ahaha. Regardless, battling Trunks may still be a challenge. If Xiao Fang can train to become a Super Saiyan too, perhaps she might stand a chance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fang made a playful face at Son Gohan. Little daddy, come on. Can't you just praise me? I am your adorable and powerful future daughter, standing right before you. Son Gohan scratched his head and turned to Sun Wukong. Let us set that aside for now, father. There are some important matters I need to discuss with you. Sun Wukong nodded and, accompanied by Son Gohan, arrived at a clearing in the forest. Speak, Gohan. What pressing matter weighs upon you? Sun Wukong inquired. What I am about to discuss pertains to the future of this world, a matter that concerns the very survival of the Earth. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he attentively listened to Son Gohan expound upon the foreboding events to come, the turmoil in the underworld, the peril posed by Super 17, the shattering of the Dragon Balls, the invasion of the evil dragons, and ultimately, Sun Wukong's departure from this world alongside the Eternal Dragon. After absorbing all this information, Sun Wukong closed his eyes and sat down to ponder. 17 has already integrated into human society. We cannot allow such a tragedy to unfold again, and the Dragon Balls must be sealed away. Gohan, do you possess any viable solutions for these dilemmas? Furthermore, what significance is there in you sharing these future events with me? Son Gohan nodded and replied, Ultimately, my purpose is to mend the temporal rifts. From my observations, providing a conclusion to this blank timeline suffices. However, as an outsider, I believe it is not my place to interfere. The future of this timeline should be determined by its own inhabitants. I understand, Gohan. You must assist the people here. I cannot bear the thought of anyone else sacrificing themselves, even if the cost is my own life. Son Gohan gazed at his father, his eyes brimming with resolve. He saw before him a great martial artist, one imbued with responsibility and courage, a true warrior unafraid of any challenge. I understand, father. No matter what transpires, I assure you, there shall be no further sacrifices. Chapter 69. Rebirth. After Son Gohan finished speaking, little Fang, who had been eavesdropping, leaped forward and embraced Sun Wukong tightly. Please don't die, Grandpa. Elder Piccolo has already sacrificed himself. I cannot bear to lose you too. Do not fret, little Fang. Grandfather is still alive. There will surely be a way, Sun Wukong reassured her, gently patting her head. Son Gohan watched the two with a sense of comfort. At least Sun Wukong was not as dismissive as he had been with the elder Gohan, who had been unable to rise high enough to pat his shoulder. Turning to Son Gohan, little Fang grasped his hand and implored, Daddy, you certainly have a plan, right? Please help Grandpa. Son Gohan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I will not go back on my word. Moreover, I have devised a solution that will surely resolve the crisis without the need for any sacrifices. Son Wukong then asked, Gohan, you intend to seek out Dr. Gero in the underworld, correct? After all, the impending crisis originates there. Yes, we must thwart Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. Only then can we prevent the emergence of Super 17. As for the negative energy of the Dragon Balls, we can attempt to seal or eliminate it. Without the chaos in the underworld, the repercussions of the Dragon Ball's negative energy will not manifest swiftly. Son Wukong nodded. Very well, let us proceed. Gohan, take my hand. I shall lead you to the underworld. Without hesitation, Son Gohan grasped Son Wukong's hand, and together they ventured into the realm of the dead. In the office of King Enma, two figures suddenly materialized. "Greetings, Lord Yama. It has been quite some time since we last met." Upon seeing the visitor, Yama greeted him. "Why, it is Wukong. I must say, you appear to have shrunk. Is the one beside you your young son?" "Salutations, Lord Yama. In fact, I am son Gohan, the elder son of Wukong. I have come here to address a matter of great importance, one that threatens to incite chaos in the underworld. Thus, we are here to offer you our assistance." Yama furrowed his brow at this statement, pondering the implications. "Is that so? Are you suggesting my management is lacking? Pray tell, what issue could possibly incite turmoil in the underworld? While I concede there are some unruly souls, it has not been so severe in recent years, has it?" With a slight smile, Gohan replied, "I wonder if you have heard of a certain individual named Mephisto. It is said that he once held dominion over hell, but his actions prompted the Omni King to dismiss all those in charge of the underworld." Yama was taken aback. "How do you know of this?" "I recall that only the angels and the destroyers were privy to the full details of that incident. Even the Kaioshin were in the dark." "Indeed, we must take precautions," Gohan urged. "I hope you can place your trust in me. As for how I learned of this, it was none other than the angel Whis who enlightened me during a most enlightening conversation." A mischievous grin spread across Gohan's face, while Yama, upon hearing Whis's name, broke into a cold sweat. As Yama contemplated this new information, Wukong inquired, "Angels, the Omni King, and destroyers. Who are these figures? Why does it seem Lord Yama is on the verge of collapse?" Gohan turned to Wukong and explained, "The Omni King is the supreme ruler of all deities. The angels serve as the council of elders, and the destroyers act as enforcers. With just a flick of their fingers, they could erase the underworld entirely. Wouldn't that instill fear?" Wukong, grasping the gravity of the situation, nodded in understanding. It became clear that Gohan was leveraging Yama's superiors to exert pressure on him, a rather pragmatic approach indeed. "I see. Whatever your requests may be, I shall endeavor to accommodate them," Yama declared, dabbing the sweat from his brow. While he could afford to disregard the Sun family's demands, the mention of the angels compelled him to comply, even if it meant admitting his own shortcomings. "Precisely. Now, I kindly request you bring forth Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew from Hell. Although they lack combat prowess, those two remain exceedingly perilous." Yama summoned a minor attendant, instructing him to fetch the individuals from the underworld. After a brief wait, the two doctors were brought forth. "Hey, son Gohan, what do you intend to do with these two?" Piccolo asked as he escorted them to Wukong. "Ah, Piccolo, I didn't expect you to be the one delivering them. I didn't even have the chance to bid you farewell." "Farewell is unnecessary in a few decades. You'll see me again," Piccolo replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, that is true. Gohan, what course of action do you propose for these two?" Wukong asked, gazing at the doctors, uncertain of how to proceed. "Lord Yama, I suggest we send Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew for reincarnation. They are not safe anywhere they go." Yama was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this and sought confirmation from Gohan. "Are you truly sending those two for reincarnation? Yet, they are individuals of great malevolence. Granting them such leniency seems excessively generous." Gohan waved his hand dismissively, asserting that these matters were trivial. Evil beings, regardless of the punishment imposed upon them, remain unchanged in their wicked nature. Only by erasing all their memories and instilling them with righteous knowledge can their souls attain redemption. In Gohan's view, the existence of hell was superfluous, serving merely as a deterrent for the living. Having already departed from life, their malevolence had solidified into an undeniable truth, and freed from the shackles of death, they were even less likely to reform. Thus, the most effective method of dealing with such malevolent souls was akin to what was done with Bu, cleansing their memories and allowing them to reincarnate. "Gohan, did you bring us out of hell solely for the purpose of reincarnation? What authority do you possess to determine the fate of our souls?" Upon hearing Dr. Gero's words, Goku shot him a fierce glare. "You two are conspiring to create Super 17, intending to open the gates of hell and return to the realm of the living to fulfill your dream of world domination, are you not?" Both Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Gohan was privy to their discussion, leaving them momentarily speechless. Remaining silent seems to imply acquiescence. You might as well comply and proceed with the reincarnation. Do not return as mad scientists in your next life. Thus, the two were sent for reincarnation, effectively nullifying the threat of Super 17 and preventing chaos in Hell. Although the Super 17 crisis was averted, Hell still required competent management. Consequently, Gohan suggested to Yama. Since you are responsible for overseeing Hell, refrain from engaging in any matters that would disrupt its order. Instead, consider appointing Uncle Piccolo to manage it. Assign a term of years to the wicked, and upon its completion, send them straight to reincarnation. This way, Hell will not be perpetually embroiled in turmoil. Yama, upon hearing this, recognized the necessity for change, acknowledging the validity of Gohan's reasoning. As for the purification device, could it not be expanded upon? Chapter 70. Purification Piccolo. Our task is complete. We shall meet again in the afterlife. Goku smiled and waved at Piccolo before instantaneously teleporting back to the lookout. TCH, that guy Goku. Ever so carefree. Piccolo turned to head towards the administrative duties of Hell. Hey, Xiaofeng, we have returned. Goku teleported to Xiaofeng's side, with Gohan closely following. Grandpa, welcome back. Did you go to Hell to deal with the bad guys? Does this mean you want to have to die, and that Super 17 is no more? Goku placed his hands on his hips and replied, the two who created Super 17 have already been sent for reincarnation, so they can no longer pursue that path. Next, we should focus on the Dragon Balls. As long as we resolve the issue of excessive negative energy, there should be no further complications. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng suggested to Gohan and Goku, let us hurry to find Tian and have him eliminate the negative energy from the Dragon Balls. Thus, I, along with Caulifla, set forth to gather the Dragon Balls, while you all may proceed to Tian's place. I shall make my way to Bulma's residence first. Upon uttering these words, Gohan swiftly located Caulifla's energy and teleported to her side. Truly, one must commend Vegeta for his remarkable ability to master the Super Saiyan 4 transformation at such an astonishing pace, exhibiting no mercy in combat. You are commendable as well. I have heard it is your first time transforming into Super Saiyan 4, and even without that transformation, you already measure up to Trunks. That is undoubtedly the case. For I am the extraordinary Caulifla, a prodigious talent among many. As Gohan materialized, he beheld the scene of two self-proclaimed Super Saiyans engaging in mutual flattery. Caulifla, are you competing with Uncle Vegeta? If your contest concludes, I would like for you to join me in gathering the Dragon Balls. Upon seeing Gohan's sudden appearance, Caulifla lost interest in her banter with Vegeta, for they both had already tested each other's might. Oh, gathering the Dragon Balls. I have heard much about them. It would be splendid to witness them firsthand, and even better if I could make a wish. Gohan promptly shattered her illusion. Our purpose in collecting the Dragon Balls is not to make wishes. The current Dragon Balls harbor excessive negative energy, which could lead to the destruction of Earth. Thus, we must gather them to prevent such energy from overflowing. Caulifla scoffed and followed Gohan to obtain the Dragon Radar from Bulma. Given the gravity of the situation, Bulma was not one to hesitate, promptly providing each of them with a Dragon Radar. Caulifla, you shall collect the Dragon Balls from the Southern Hemisphere, while I will gather those from the Northern Hemisphere. Let us reconvene at the sacred world of the Kais shortly. Caulifla patted her chest, flashing a confident smile at Gohan. This is a trivial matter. I shall certainly be the first to finish collecting them, and I will be waiting for you at the sacred world. With that, she darted away, embodying the spirited nature of youth. Gohan, unfazed, transformed into Super Saiyan God to seek the Dragon Balls. Do not inquire further. Suffice it to say he flew swiftly. Before long, the Dragon Balls were collected. Caulifla arrived at the sacred world of the Kais, spotting Gohan with his crimson hair leaning against a tree from afar. Gohan, you are quite cunning. You transformed into Super Saiyan God, which is rather unfair to the honest ones. Gohan, resting his head in his hands, replied nonchalantly, I never claimed we were competing. Nor did I state that you could not transform into Super Saiyan God. Besides, you were the one who rushed ahead, after all. Caulifla glared at Gohan, her fists clenched in frustration, before huffing and handing him the Dragon Balls she had gathered. Together, Gohan and Caulifla approached Tien. Tien, the current Dragon Balls have accumulated excessive negative energy due to the frequent wishes made. Just look, they are already covered in cracks. If this negative energy spills forth, it will undoubtedly bring great calamity to Earth. Do you have any viable solutions? Every day I encounter this sudden question, and after careful contemplation, I must admit, indeed, it poses a dilemma. The ability of us Mechans to create Dragon Balls is also a gift bestowed upon us by others. Thus, when it comes to the issue of eliminating negative energy, we merely follow the innate instincts of the Dragon Clan. So, it seems you are equally uncertain about how to proceed. Am I correct? What I wish to inquire is whether the power you utilize in creating Dragon Balls is akin to divine energy. Tian, feeling a sense of bewilderment, turned to Son Gohan and said, "To be honest, I have never witnessed divine energy, so I cannot ascertain whether I am employing such a force. If you could allow me to experience the divine energy you speak of, perhaps I would be able to make a judgment." Divine energy, you say? Luckily, I possess a form that can harness divine power. Allow me to demonstrate, and you may ascertain for yourself. Son Gohan transformed once more into his recently released Super Saiyan God form, and upon witnessing this transformation, Tian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This sensation is unmistakable. It feels akin to the power I wield when creating Dragon Balls. It appears Gohan is correct. What I am utilizing must indeed be a form of divine energy. As Gohan had surmised, the creation of Dragon Balls must be one of the divine arts of the Dragon God Surama, as otherwise one could not explain the extraordinary capabilities of the Dragon Balls, since they are crafted with divine energy. It stands to reason that one should be able to enhance the Dragon Balls using such power. Tian, please demonstrate the state of that power for me. I shall observe and see if I can deduce a method to strengthen the Dragon Balls. Tian did not refuse. He took an abandoned model and simulated the infusion of divine energy. Gohan sensed this process, which resembled a skill akin to divine perception. However, the rules governing its effects were not spatial, but rather aligned with the wish system of the Dragon Balls. After observing for a while, Gohan instructed Tian to cease the demonstration. He realized that although this divine energy bore striking similarities, it ultimately did not belong to the same system, and Gohan was unable to comprehend it fully at that moment. I must attempt to use divine energy to purify the negative energy within. If purification proves impossible, I shall have to ask Tian to seal the Dragon Balls completely for a while. Tian nodded and accompanied Gohan in purifying the negative energy from the Dragon Balls. Gohan cautiously enveloped the Dragon Ball with his divine energy, meticulously controlling his power to eliminate the negative energy that seeped through the cracks. Under Gohan's pure divine energy, traces of negative energy began to dissipate. Observing this trend, Gohan intensified his efforts and infused more of his divine power. After a period of infusion, the negative energy within the Dragon Balls had dwindled significantly, prompting Gohan to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the purification process was nearing completion. Chapter 71. The Riddler. As Son Gohan was on the cusp of eradicating the negative energy within the Dragon Balls, a star-shaped Dragon Ball suddenly emerged, its negative energy coalescing into a dark mist that enveloped it. How careless of me. I did not anticipate it would emerge on its own. Gohan watched as the Dragon Ball slowly transformed into a humanoid figure. It appeared that the one-star dragon was about to reveal itself. The negative energy materialized, forming the body of the one-star dragon, and an aura of malevolence erupted, resonating throughout the entire earth. Far away on Mount Bowsy, Sun Wukong was startled by an ominous aura, sensing that the strength of its master likely surpassed the Super Saiyan God form he had recently grasped. The energy emanated from the direction of the Celestial Temple, and he instinctively knew that something was amiss with the Dragon Balls. It was undoubtedly the malevolent energy of the evil dragon. Without hesitation, he utilized instant transmission to rush toward the source. What troubles you, Gohan? Is that fiend the evil dragon? Upon his arrival, Sun Wukong beheld a peculiar white figure adorned with a Dragon Ball embedded in its chest. This must be a consequence of the negative energy I released while purging the Dragon Balls. I never anticipated it would manifest in this manner. Gohan, gazing toward the one-star dragon, calmly elucidated the situation. The one-star dragon opened its eyes and clenched its fists, feeling the negative energy coursing through its being. I never imagined you could purify negative energy, Gohan, but such actions defy the laws of nature. Your greed birthed my existence, and humanity must face the consequences of its actions. Since using the Dragon Balls to wish away the negative energy contravenes the natural order, let me enlighten you. This universe is not the sole one. There exist 11 others beyond it, and within these realms are the Super Dragon Balls, capable of granting wishes that transcend universal boundaries. Upon hearing Gohan's words, the one-star dragon merely scoffed, retorting, Gohan, it seems you've been rendered senseless. Your statements lack any semblance of logic. What do the outer universes and the Super Dragon have to do with your unwarranted cleansing of the Dragon Ball's negative energy? It does not alter the impending punishment I will bestow upon you. Gohan shook his head and began to speak enigmatically to the one-star dragon beyond the 12 universes. There are 6 that have been eradicated, many due to the dissatisfaction of the Omni King. Yet, the wishes granted by the Super Dragon can restore those obliterated universes. After Gohan's revelations, the one-star dragon was left bewildered, unable to discern whether it was his own intellect faltering or if Gohan was merely playing a riddle to buy time. Enough. Cease your meaningless prattle. Prepare to meet your demise. The one-star dragon erupted with fury and charged at Gohan, loathing riddles above all else. However, just as the one-star dragon, brimming with confidence, believed it could effortlessly send Gohan flying, it was met with the shocking reality that Gohan merely blocked its powerful punch with a single finger. This is impossible. How could you withstand my might? You are not even a Super Saiyan. A bemused expression crossed Gohan's face as he spoke with a teasing tone. What I intended to convey is that if your strength can surpass this rule, then you may dictate the rule, just as one faces an adversary. If I cannot defeat you now, I shall train to become stronger and then overcome you. With a swift kick, Gohan sent the one-star dragon soaring into the sky. He then addressed the dragon, who was doubled over in pain, clutching its abdomen. Given that I am stronger than you, it stands to reason that your defeat at my hands is entirely justified. I possess the ability to dispel negative energy, and for me, this is a matter of course. The rules of this world ultimately boil down to the survival of the fittest. Once ensnared within its grasp, one cannot remain unscathed. Subsequently, Gohan charged towards the one-star dragon, launching a fierce and relentless assault. Initially, the one-star dragon managed to fend off Gohan's strikes. However, after enduring numerous blows, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. As Gohan attacked, he concurrently eradicated the negative energy residing within the one-star dragon. As for the one-star dragon's claim of not transforming into a Super Saiyan, it was due to Gohan utilizing a mysterious form that, after rigorous training, allowed him to harness a measure of divine power within this state. Realizing he could no longer persist in this manner, the one-star dragon cast a sidelong glance at the Dragon Balls displayed within the temple and unleashed all of his energy, temporarily halting Gohan's assault. Seizing this opportunity, he prepared to siphon the power of the remaining Dragon Balls. Yet, fate had other plans, as Kale intervened. How dare you attempt to take the Dragon Balls without my permission, you grotesque creature? Kale transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and delivered a swift kick to the one-star dragon's face. The Dragon Balls, caught midway in their absorption, plummeted to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Goku promptly collected the other 6 Dragon Balls. The one-star dragon clearly aimed to absorb the remaining Dragon Balls to become what he had referred to as a Super One-Star Dragon. It seemed imperative to keep a vigilant watch over them. Goku likewise transformed into Super Saiyan 4, safeguarding the Dragon Balls. Frustrated by his thwarted plans, the one-star dragon found himself at a loss, gazing helplessly as Gohan approached. The one-star dragon understood that humans would go to great lengths for their survival. The true terror lies not in human desire, but in misguided hearts and thoughts. Life is in a constant state of evolution, and it should be revered. Thus, the one-star dragon met his end. Gohan pressed his hands together at his forehead, channeling formidable energy that coalesced from his palms. Magic flash. Under the radiant yellow light, the one-star dragon's form gradually disintegrated, and the negative energy dissipated. After a brief interval, tranquility returned, revealing an additional Dragon Ball upon the ground. That should suffice. I anticipated danger, yet it seems I was overly cautious, Goku remarked as he reverted from Super Saiyan 4 to his normal state, gathering the Dragon Balls to present to Tien. Phew, it's all resolved. The one-star dragon was no match for me. I merely sent him flying with a single kick. A mere weakling. One should not overlook the considerable negative energy I have dispelled, nor the fact that he had not absorbed the other Dragon Balls. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that it was resolved with relative ease. Following Gohan's counsel, Goku ultimately decided to seal the Dragon Balls for a time. He recognized that the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls could lead to numerous adverse consequences. Thus, what began with the Dragon Balls must also conclude with them. Chapter 72. Unexpected guests. After dealing with the Dragon Balls, Gohan and Kale accompanied Goku back to Baozi Mountain. Grandfather, Little Daddy, and Caulifla, welcome back. Now that the matter concerning the Dragon Balls has been resolved, it seems Grandfather will not have to make any sacrifices. At this moment, Gohan recalled something and inquired of Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, I believe you have a robot named Jiru by your side, don't you? Why have I not seen it? Isn't it supposed to be with you, Jiru? It's currently being repaired at Bulma's place. The Dragon Ball radar you have in hand was extracted from its body. Xiaofeng replied. Ah, I see. That little robot is rather endearing. I thought it malfunctioned due to the butterfly effect, Gohan remarked. Jiru is quite clever. Especially when we first encountered it. It truly gave us a headache, Goku interjected, adding his humorous commentary. As they shared laughter and banter, Gohan felt the familiar vibration in his ear once more, an exquisite itch that was becoming unbearable. Hey, what's the matter, Lord Kane? Ah, Gohan. It seems there have been some alterations in the timeline, but it has not returned to its normal state. Although the void has diminished significantly, it has become stuck at the final node. Gohan was perplexed. With the issues regarding the Dragon Balls and Super 17 resolved, what else remained? The stalled time node appears to be half an hour later. Therefore, I came to alert you. It would be wise to pay attention to any anomalies that may occur in half an hour. Alright, I will be cautious. By the way, can't this communicator be improved? Every time it vibrates, it feels as though my scalp is about to be jolted off. Haha, is that so? After your return, I shall seek out another Bulma from a different timeline and have her make some enhancements. With that, they concluded their conversation, and Gohan began to wait in silence. Eager to see what would transpire in half an hour. Caulifla, let us train together. I have now attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, and I wish to test the extent of this newfound power. Intrigued, Caulifla responded. Oh, you too can transform into a Super Saiyan? However, I must warn you, I am quite formidable. If you cannot best me, do not claim that I bullied you. Xiaofeng leaped onto a nearby clearing and assumed a combat stance. I am well aware of that. I merely wish to gauge my current strength. Grandfather mentioned that the enhancement of a Super Saiyan is at least 50 times greater, which seems rather exaggerated. Caulifla stood opposite Xiaofeng, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and remarked, that's about right. I feel that Super Saiyan 4 might be several thousand times stronger. Thus, 50 times is not particularly exaggerated. Several thousand times. No wonder grandfather and father both say that Saiyans are a warrior race. Although I have witnessed grandfather in battle, I could never discern such a vast enhancement, Xiaofeng replied. Astonished. Hearing this, Goku took the opportunity to explain to Xiaofeng. The power we gain upon transformation is incredibly potent. If we do not exercise control, we might inadvertently shatter an entire planet. Earth, after defeating Majin Buu, has even been fortified repeatedly with the Dragon Balls. Goku then clenched his fist and demonstrated his strength to Xiaofeng. Every time we engage in battle, we concentrate our power in our fists to prevent excessive force that could lead to significant destruction. Therefore, Xiaofeng, when you fight, you too must temper your strength, focusing it to achieve the most effective outcome. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. For him, Kakarot and his companion were not in a rush to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Instead, they diligently practiced their control over Ki. Only by mastering this would they attain immense power without incurring adverse consequences. Xiaofeng transformed into a Super Saiyan, exercising greater caution than before. Having just grasped this newfound strength, she feared that a moment of carelessness might obliterate her hometown. Thus, the two female Super Saiyans engaged in careful sparring, gradually becoming more exhilarated as they ascended to the skies for their duel. After a vigorous exchange, Xiaofeng recognized the formidable nature of her Super Saiyan form, embodying the legendary transformation. Upon landing and reverting to her normal state, she let out a soft sigh. She mused that perhaps she should refrain from becoming Super Saiyan 2, as the power of Super Saiyan 1 was already profoundly potent. A momentary lapse in temper could lead to catastrophic damage, which would be troublesome. At that juncture, Sun Wukong spoke. Xiaofeng, do not fear your formidable power. To master it, you must first cultivate your heart. When your heart is sufficiently strong, you will not easily succumb to anger, and your control over power will improve. Xiaofeng nodded, partially understanding, and was about to inquire about methods to cultivate her heart when applause echoed from an unknown source. Clap, 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 clap. Well said. A beast, no matter how great its power, remains merely a beast if it cannot wield that strength effectively. No wonder you are capable of defeating Frieza. I am truly impressed. A purple cat appeared, accompanied by a tall blue-skinned alien. Without a doubt, the visitors were the god of destruction, Beerus, and his angelic mentor, Whis. Whis cleared his throat softly, gently correcting Beerus's oversight. The individual who defeated Frieza is not this one. The true hero is the one with the tail, Son Goku, and the other is his son. Beerus, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Whis' words, cleared his throat, and promptly shifted to the matter at hand. Since you are familiar with Super Saiyans, do you know about the Super Saiyan God? I am currently searching for him, hoping to engage in a sparring match. Without hesitation, Goku interjected, Super Saiyan God? What is that? It sounds vaguely familiar. Caulifla eagerly chimed in, I know. The Super Saiyan God is our legendary strongest warrior. If 5 righteous Saiyans channel their power to another Saiyan with a heart of justice, he can be born. Son Gohan added, to be precise. It is the transmission of the Saiyan's heart energy, enabling him to awaken the hidden power within his bloodline and transform into a Super Saiyan God. Beerus yawned and addressed the group. Since you are aware, then quickly summon him forth. I do not possess the luxury of time to wait for you all. Should he fail to meet my expectations, I shall bring ruin upon the earth. Aside from Gohan, the others were taken aback by Beerus's declaration, while Goku even assumed a battle stance. Chapter 73. Sparring with the God of Destruction. Gohan stood before his companions, extending his arm to restrain Goku from acting rashly. At that moment, King Kai conveyed a message to Goku. Goku, before you stands Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. Do not provoke him in any way. Lord Beerus is immensely powerful. With but a thought, he could obliterate not only the Earth but the entire solar system. Goku was momentarily stunned before turning to Beerus and exclaiming, So, you are indeed Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. The one so powerful that even the universe trembles at your might? Upon hearing Goku's words, Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. I never anticipated that anyone here would recognize me. I had thought only Vegeta remembered my existence. Goku, ever carefree, chuckled and said to Beerus, Haha, I can't believe Vegeta knows you. But could you refrain from destroying the Earth? We have only just saved it. Perhaps you could consider an alternative punishment? Beerus, feeling a flicker of irritation, retorted, Hey, what do you take the words of a deity for? If a god's words could be casually altered, would they still be a god? I advise you not to push your luck. As long as the Super Saiyan God satisfies me, I shall not destroy the Earth. But should you dare to negotiate with me, I may very well make you my first target. At that moment, Gohan chimed in, Indeed. Lord Beerus merely wishes to spar and will certainly uphold his word. After our bout, we shall treat Lord Beerus to the finest delicacies. Earth's cuisine is unparalleled in the universe. Gohan's speculation proved correct. Upon hearing about the exquisite cuisine of the universe, both Beerus and Whis' expressions shifted. Beerus cleared his throat, assuming a more relaxed posture with his hands behind his back. Since you are so earnest, let us proceed as you propose. Quickly summon the Super Saiyan God. The sooner we finish sparring, the sooner we can dine. At this juncture, Caulifla and Kale pulled Goku and Gohan aside to deliberate on their strategy. Hey, Gohan, is that the God of Destruction you mentioned earlier? I can't sense any energy from him. By the way, do you think you can defeat him? How could I? Lord Beerus is the strongest among all gods of destruction, and with further training, he could become even more formidable. For now, my only option is to unleash my full potential and use delicacies as bait. Kale, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Gohan, do those two really have such a fondness for food? Do gods need to eat too? Gohan was at a loss for how to explain. So he instructed Caulifla and Kale to discuss Earth's culinary delights with Whis while he battled Beerus, while Goku was tasked with ensuring that no one approached the God of Destruction unnecessarily. Hey, stop whispering over there. I've already told you I lack patience. Beerus, growing impatient, mused to himself about the sudden awakening and nearly forgot about the Super Saiyan God. Although it has taken many years, it is not too late. Here we are, let us commence, Lord Beerus. Son Gohan stepped before Beerus, adopting a battle stance. Ah, so you are the God of Super Saiyans? I had anticipated either Son Goku or Vegeta. I never expected it to be Goku's son. Very well, transform into a God of Super Saiyan. Your current state lacks any divine essence. Son Gohan closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he was enveloped in a fiery red aura of divine energy. This form is the God of Super Saiyan. I wonder if it will catch Lord Beerus's eye. Beerus glanced briefly and remarked to Son Gohan, I can sense a slight increase in your power. Let me see if the God of Super Saiyan can truly be my adversary. Do not rush, Lord Beerus. This is not my full strength yet. Son Gohan assumed a wide stance, channeling his energy. The crimson flames intensified, with a faint green hue surrounding the periphery. The green, under the influence of divine power, transformed into blue, marking a qualitative leap in Son Gohan's strength. This is the Super Saiyan God's Super Saiyan form, often referred to as Super Saiyan Blue. This is the extent of my abilities. We may now begin our spar, Lord Beerus. Beerus felt a slight shock, fortunately. He had not been modest in claiming that the Super Saiyan God was at 70% of his power, for this Super Saiyan Blue was exponentially stronger. Yet, this only piqued Beerus's interest further. The Super Saiyan God was indeed as formidable as foretold. Very well, you can sufficiently warm me up. Let us see if you are indeed worthy of being my opponent, he said, gradually ascending into the sky, for there was no room for such a display amidst the trees. Son Gohan followed suit, pondering. The prophecy fish was indeed prophetic. The void here must be due to Beerus's slumber, albeit not a complete one. Had I not shown up, Beerus might have summoned an evil dragon and obliterated the earth entirely. Gohan and Beerus locked eyes in the sky, with Beerus standing nonchalantly, hands behind his back, while Gohan perceived no weaknesses in him. Truly, he is a deity of cosmic caliber, his strength unfathomable. To Gohan, it felt as though he were staring into a dark abyss. Setting aside his trepidation, Gohan transformed into a streak of blue light, darting towards Beerus. He launched a punch, which Beerus effortlessly caught with his hand. Gohan quickly followed up with a barrage of strikes, all of which Beerus deftly parried. Gohan retreated momentarily, then surged forward, splitting into 4 clones. To Beerus's perception, these 4 clones were akin to his true self. However, being tangible duplicates, their strength would naturally diminish. As Beerus contemplated this, the 4 clones landed heavy blows upon him, and to his surprise, Gohan's power had not diminished but rather intensified. Unprepared for this assault, Beerus was sent flying a considerable distance. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan pursued relentlessly, launching a fierce barrage of attacks. Beerus blocked Gohan's attack with his arms, seizing the opportune moment to unleash a tremendous force that sent him sprawling. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick to Gohan's abdomen, obliterating the latter's clone with sheer might. A mere clone? Suddenly, 2 figures appeared behind Beerus, revealing themselves to be Gohan's other clones. Upon noticing them, Beerus swiftly dispatched one with a sweeping blow and engaged the other in combat. As Beerus parried a punch from Gohan, Gohan reciprocated with a counterattack, resulting in a momentary stalemate. You possess quite a few skills for a brat. How is it that your power seems to augment rather than diminish when utilizing clones? Gohan chuckled and replied, Lord Beerus should recall the time you lost a game of hide and seek to someone and subsequently devastated half of their planet. This technique was devised by that very individual and is known as the Kaioken. Chapter 74. Ambushed to think it was that KO fellow. Despite his seemingly feeble strength, he has developed such intricate techniques. Lord Beerus, it is precisely because of weakness that one can maximize their potential, Gohan continued. The same applies to cuisine. Scarcity necessitates more refined methods of preparation. Beerus forcefully shoved Gohan aside, and they both suspended in midair, initiating a dialogue. I had not anticipated you to be a theoretical thinker, but in the face of absolute power, all your techniques are futile. Perhaps that is true for deities. But in our human realm, it is entirely different. Even if I cannot defeat you, I wish to demonstrate the martial prowess of humanity. Beerus scoffed and resumed his assault on Gohan, this time channeling greater power, his form emanating a faint violet glow. Allow me to show you my true strength. This is what you deserve. Gohan, caught off guard, was struck by the violet energy and sent hurtling backward. This marked the first time Gohan felt such helplessness since his arrival in this realm. Even while utilizing Kaioken and Super Saiyan Blue, halting his momentum proved to be a monumental challenge. As he struggled to regain control, Beerus had already appeared behind him, delivering another crushing kick. However, Gohan was no pushover. He swiftly turned and managed to block the blow. Yet, Beerus unleashed further force, sending Gohan reeling once more. In the midst of his backward flight, facing the oncoming Beerus, Gohan summoned his ultimate technique. Crossing his arms, he drew upon all his divine energy, manipulating the spatial structure around him with divine perception. Gohan vanished entirely from Beerus's sight, prompting the latter to halt in surprise. He scanned his surroundings, bracing for any potential threat. Where did that brat go? How could he evade my senses? Could it be another bizarre technique bestowed upon him by the KO? As Beerus scrutinized the area, Whis, who had been listening to Caulifla and Kale describe culinary delights below, seemed to sense something amiss and turned his gaze toward Beerus. Oh, the fluctuations are reminiscent of divine techniques. It seems Lord Beerus is at a disadvantage. In an instant, a dazzling stream of red and blue light swept across Beerus's face. Had it not been for his mastery of the zenith of ease, he might have been struck by this powerful blow. Another streak of light flashed by, and once more, Beerus evaded the attack. As the streams of red and blue intensified, even Beerus's half-hearted mastery of the zenith of ease could not enable him to compress himself into a pancake. Having never endured such humiliation while on the defensive, Beerus unleashed a formidable surge of energy around him, obliterating a significant swath of forest with the immense energy wave centered on himself. Goku, witnessing Beerus from hundreds of meters above, was astonished. The god of destruction could annihilate vast expanses of forest even from the sky. Yet, after releasing his energy, Beerus still did not catch sight of Gohan, but instead was confronted by an array of peculiar energy swords. No longer pretending, Beerus resorted to his destructive energy, systematically dismantling the incoming swords. Is this all you can do? It appears even the god of super science is rather lackluster. Just as he finished speaking, Gohan suddenly materialized before Beerus, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Beerus bent slightly at the waist, gripping Gohan's ankle, and executed a 720-degree spin, sending Gohan soaring into the sky. Immediately, Beerus charged at him, headfirst, propelling Gohan further into the atmosphere. They clashed once again, and with the removal of his clones, Gohan's power had significantly increased. Under the current display of Beerus's strength, Gohan surprisingly managed to hold his own in combat. In terms of punches, kicks, and techniques, Gohan could barely contend with Beerus, aside from the latter's mastery of the zenith of ease. Since physical attacks were proving ineffective, Beerus decided to escalate the confrontation. He swiftly distanced himself, clasped his hands, and conjured a colossal energy sphere. The sphere expanded to a terrifying size, and without hesitation, Beerus hurled it toward Gohan. Faced with such a devastating destructive blast, Gohan found himself with limited options, ultimately bracing himself to absorb the blow. Knowing the god of destruction was certainly not exerting his full strength, Gohan not only utilized his own energy to counter the destructive blast, but also drew upon the surrounding life force. Yet, he was gradually forced back toward the atmosphere. Impressive capabilities indeed. I shall reward you with a little surprise. Beerus pointed toward Gohan and unleashed an energy wave. Upon striking the destructive sphere, it exploded instantly, engulfing Gohan within its fury. In that moment, a massive cloud of dust surged skyward, leading onlookers to believe that a colossal meteor had collided with Earth. As the smoke dissipated, Son Gohan lay weakly in the depths of a massive pit. Although the site of the destructive blast was far from the ground, its power was immense, hurling Son Gohan back to the Earth and creating a 100-meter-deep crater. Hovering above him, Beerus yawned and remarked nonchalantly, "It appears you have exhausted your fighting spirit. You have lost. As per our agreement, I shall proceed to destroy the Earth." With great effort, Son Gohan opened one eye and revealed a faint smile, addressing Beerus. "Please, do not be so ungracious, Lord Beerus. I am, after all, a time patroller sent by the Supreme Kai of Time. Even if you show me no courtesy, you must at least honor the Supreme Kai's presence." Beerus paused, pondering the existence of the Supreme Kai of Time. As he contemplated, Son Gohan continued, "Moreover, how can you be certain that I have no fighting capability left? I have yet to concede defeat." Beerus glanced at Son Gohan, recognizing that he indeed possessed no combat strength. Just as Beerus suspected that this was mere procrastination on Gohan's part, an instinctive sense of danger surged within him. He hastily attempted to move away, only to find himself utterly immobilized. "What is happening? Son Gohan, what have you done?" Son Gohan smiled subtly, and upon witnessing that smile, a beam of laser energy shot towards Beerus. Special beam cannon. In an instant, the Son Gohan lying in the pit vanished, and Beerus beheld another Son Gohan materializing before him. It was revealed that the true Son Gohan had never emerged. He had donned his small cloak and ring, concealing himself while gathering energy for the special beam cannon. The ring masked his energy signature, and the cloak obscured the aura of the charged attack, while divine techniques transported him to a secluded space. Under the guise of his clone, Beerus was oblivious to the presence of Gohan in an alternate timeline, quietly harnessing the energy of the concealed special beam cannon. Struck by the charged attack, Beerus utilized his physical strength and destructive energy to counter the damage. After sliding 100 meters, Son Gohan finally exhausted all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Were he to rise at that moment and gaze upon Beerus, he would undoubtedly observe a crimson mark upon the god's chest. Son Gohan, how could you achieve such a feat? Yet, this amounts to mere ambush. Prepare yourself for annihilation. Infuriated by the assault, Beerus resolved to obliterate both the Earth and Son Gohan. However, Whis stepped forward, directly intervening in Beerus's actions. Please, Lord Beerus, it would be prudent not to recklessly destroy this place. Beerus disdainfully regarded Whis, questioning, why should I refrain from annihilating this location? A treacherous individual such as he may become a scourge upon the universe. It would be better to eliminate him before he falls into darkness. Whis remained silent as he produced the staff and placed it before Beerus. The god of destruction gazed into the staff and discovered a figure with pink skin. So, have you recalled now, Lord Beerus? After a moment of reflection upon this visage, Beerus's eyes widened in realization. The god of time, Cronoa. Could it be that the Kaioshin of time mentioned by this lad is indeed the god of time? Whis nodded in affirmation, confirming Beerus's inquiry. The young lady over there, who called herself Caulifla, has informed me that they have been sent by the god of time to mend the timeline. Beerus's expression was akin to that of encountering the Omni King, suggesting that in their eyes, the god of time held a status nearly equal to that of the Omni King. Meanwhile, Caulifla and Kefla approached Gohan, who lay slumped on the ground. Gohan, are you all right? Caulifla lifted the weakened Gohan, allowing him to rest against her legs. I'm fine. I've merely exhausted all my energy. A little mana replenishment will suffice. As Gohan felt the warmth of her thigh, he recalled the infamous leg-related quotes of a certain master. Mana replenishment? Gohan, can you use magic? I wasn't aware of that, Caulifla remarked. Although she had never witnessed magic firsthand, she had heard of it. Kefla pondered a possibility and proposed, could it be that divine power and magic are similar? So if Dad has depleted his divine energy, he could replenish it with magic? Caulifla, resting her chin on her hand, nodded in understanding. While they engaged in this analysis, Goku teleported over with several senzu beans. Gohan, the senzu beans are here. Hurry and eat. Upon consuming the senzu beans, Gohan felt an instant restoration. He began to suspect that these beans might possess some rule-like properties, as a single bite restored him completely, regardless of his previous state. Reluctantly departing from the comforts of Caulifla's embrace, Gohan made his way toward Beerus and Whis, eager to inquire about the situation. Excuse me, may I ask why you refer to the Kaioshin of time as the god of time? I distinctly remember our timelines Whis referring to him as the Kaioshin of time. Upon hearing Gohan's voice, Beerus quickly concealed his previous expression, crossing his arms and turning away. Whis, you explain it to him. I can't articulate it properly. Clearing his throat, Whis addressed Gohan. At the dawn of this universe, there were no other timelines. As life proliferated and its impact on the cosmos grew, timelines began to emerge. Whis drew several small circles in the ground, along with 2 larger ones. Then continued to explain to Gohan and the others who had gathered, the world is divided into the demon realm and our universe. Long ago, the great demon king dispatched Lord Lemus to create our universe. He then appointed the Namekians as Kaioshin and Kai to govern this new world, allowing many denizens from the demon realm to migrate here and dwell. Goku, taken aback, exclaimed, are we perhaps demons? Whis shook his head, replying, this universe possesses all functionalities. Thus it spontaneously gave rise to various life forms, of which you are one such species generated by the universe itself. But how does this relate to the timelines? Caulifla inquired. The dark demon realm is devoid of alternative timelines. Our universe is fundamentally flawed. This universe is in a perpetual state of expansion, with its energy continually intensifying. Some inhabitants of the dark demon realm seek to harness the energy of this universe. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan uttered a single phrase, the dark demon world. Indeed, the dark demon world aspires to dominate this universe, and during a confrontation, it resulted in the fracturing of the universe's timeline. The greater the number of timeline splits, the more energy is siphoned from the universe. To prevent the collapse of this universe, the Dark King dispatched the deities of time and space. They are the divine overseers of time and space, correct? Specifically, the god of time and the god of space, who jointly uphold the stability of the universe. Whis, upon hearing Gohan's words, concurred with his hypothesis. That is indeed the case. Subsequently, the god of space and Lord Lamos collaborated to create the Grand Priest and the race of angels to maintain the cosmic order. Now it becomes clear why traversing time and space is deemed a grave offense. The more timelines that emerge, the quicker the universe faces annihilation. This, perhaps, elucidates why the Grand Priest is compelled to eradicate unsatisfactory universes. You are absolutely correct. The God of Time you mentioned exists to preserve the integrity of the timelines. As long as the universe develops normally, it can spontaneously absorb energy and grow stronger. However, our universe is flawed. It occasionally involuntarily fractures into other dimensions, and we are one such instance. It is akin to a fertilized egg during its developmental phase spontaneously becoming twins. At this juncture, Son Gohan finally grasped the concept. The universe and the multiverse are like twins, both naturally splitting from the original timeline. There are many such universes that have emerged from these splits. Sometimes, prior to the division, minor alterations in the historical narrative may occur, influencing names, histories, or even energy systems. Xiaofeng, having comprehended this, seized the opportunity to answer. So it is for this reason that the title we use for the God of Time has changed. I understand it correctly, do I not? Xiaofeng's interpretation is indeed accurate. This is precisely why we are unfamiliar with your term for the God of Time, as we refer to them as the God of Time and the God of Space. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. Whis pulled Lord Beerus over, and to Gohan and Caulifla's astonishment, he bowed before them and exclaimed, "I apologize for the trouble." Gohan was taken aback. The universe's most formidable god of destruction was apologizing to him. Surely, this is a tale that could be recounted for a century. Whis, Lord Beerus, please rise. I cannot accept such reverence. What is the meaning of this sudden apology? They lifted their heads once more. Beerus, both awkward and resigned, turned his gaze away. Whis then elucidated the matter. The God of Time's dispatch of a time patroller indicates that this world is undoubtedly facing significant issues. If left unresolved, it could lead to the obliteration of the entire timeline. Thus, it stands to reason that you are, in fact, our saviors, and an apology is warranted. Chapter 76. It must be your fault indeed. Lord Saiyan had stated that if the issue of temporal voids remained unresolved, the entire timeline could face obliteration. Yet, I had not intended any harm. I merely sought to achieve what I believe to be the most favorable conclusion. Gohan cast his gaze upon Xiaofeng and Sun Wukong, convinced that in his heart, no one should suffer, no sacrifices should be made, and that a peaceful and tranquil resolution was the most desirable outcome. Although a formidable Saiyan caretaker had been lost, the sole heartache was felt by Gohan himself, who wondered if he could ever forgive his own perceived failures. At that moment, the communicator vibrated, prompting Gohan to answer urgently. A familiar voice resonated through. Gohan, have you discovered anything? The temporal void seems to have entirely vanished. You may return at any time. In truth, it was nothing significant. Merely Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, had visited, and I had engaged in a sparring match with him. All is well now. So it was Beerus. Thankfully, he did not come to wreak havoc upon Earth. A sparring session is harmless. Had he chosen to obliterate the planet without hesitation, this timeline would surely have been doomed. Lord Saiyan, your indifference is disheartening. Your immediate concern is not for my safety or that of Caulifla, but solely for the integrity of this timeline. Oh no, when you are in peril, I shall transport you back without hesitation. Do not underestimate my power. Even against the encroachment of destructive energy, I can restore you. Is the God of Time truly that formidable? Gohan mused, recalling his previous experiences where he had not sensed such strength. Surely the elder Kaioshin must know her. Yet, astonishingly, he seemed unaware of her existence. Very well then, we shall return shortly. Caulifla and I wish to bid farewell to everyone before we depart. After concluding the call, Gohan prepared for his return. He and Caulifla took a moment to say their goodbyes and to appreciate the sights of the future. Little Daddy and Caulifla, are you really leaving so soon? I still have so much to say. Can't you stay just a little longer? Xiaofeng implored, gripping Caulifla's hand with a wistful expression. Xiaofeng, Gohan and Caulifla belong to their own timeline, where they undoubtedly have their own lives. Perhaps Chi-Chi is worried about Gohan, Sun Wukong gently persuaded. Xiaofeng reluctantly released her grip, recognizing the truth in his words. After all, they were not inhabitants of this time and must eventually part ways. It's all right, Xiaofeng. I once heard Gohan mention that there might be someone in Universe 6 who looks just like me, also named Caulifla. Perhaps you could become friends with her. Xiaofeng nodded, showing her resilience. Yet she could not suppress a burning question. Little Daddy, Your bond with Caulifla is so strong. Will you still marry my mother in the future? Will I cease to exist in that timeline? Gohan was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected inquiry. Ultimately, he was merely privy to events that had yet to unfold. Yet the future remained uncertain. Who could say if he would end up with Videl after all? I find myself at a loss, for the future remains an uncharted territory, and I cannot ascertain with whom I shall ultimately share my life. Xiao Fong, undeterred, inquired further, so, dear father, do you prefer mother from the past, or the enchanting Carafura? Upon finishing her question, she flashed a mischievous grin. While Carafura maintained her composure, her heart raced, for she harbored an inexplicable fondness for Gohan. Taking a deep breath, Gohan articulated a profound sentiment. To me, whether it be Bidalai or Carafura, both serve as my wings. Xiao Fong, upon hearing his words, beamed with delight, exclaiming, how did I not notice before? Father, you are quite the charming rogue, seemingly intent on straddling two worlds. In truth, Gohan believed that as long as a girl possessed a sound moral compass, he would be drawn to her. Such is the frailty of human nature, or perhaps the vulnerability of two souls. Gohan mused internally, what is so wrong with cherishing two? I possess dual spirits. Why should I not love two individuals? Far from disheartened, Carafura burst into laughter upon hearing his response. Gohan remained the same person she had always known. Even if branded as a charming rogue, he would rather not witness anyone's sorrow. Truly, he was the man I esteemed. The more, the merrier when it comes to love. Would you not agree, Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Could it be that dear father considers himself a king? It seems his aim is not merely to navigate two relationships, but to cultivate a harem. Gohan offered an awkward smile, recalling his past as the king of the Saiyans. However, such matters were merely trivial incidents from yesteryears, and the notion of a harem had never crossed his mind, especially considering that one can possess only two kidneys. Intrigued by the tales, Xiao Fong encouraged them to recount the events that transpired on Salad Star. Meanwhile, Goku found himself lost in contemplation. Are today's children truly this precocious? I remember a time when I could barely distinguish between boys and girls. Perhaps it is better to seek training with Vegeta or Ub than to ponder such thoughts. Whis and Beerus, disinterested in the unfolding narrative, discreetly slipped away while Gohan and Carafura continued their storytelling. Hours passed, and the afternoon slipped away in the warmth of their shared memories. As dinner time arrived, the group reconvened, not for any particular reason, but to bid farewell to Gohan. Although they had gathered previously, indulging in another sumptuous feast was hardly a burden. They sang and danced with the same exuberance as the night before. At that moment, the future Bidalai approached Gohan, remarking, "You are indeed the Gohan of my childhood. You bear a striking resemblance to Goten back then. Xiao Fong has mentioned your apparent intent to juggle two relationships. Is that so?" Gohan quickly rose to his feet, asserting to Bidalai, "That is not the case. I simply have not yet made a decision, and I am but a boy nearing 12 years of age." Biddy smiled gently and continued to speak to Gohan. "I was merely jesting. However, I did come over to discuss something with you." Leaning closer to Gohan's ear, she whispered, "In my childhood, I was drawn to those stronger than myself, as they could protect me in place of my father. Moreover, I have always regarded you, Gohan, as quite the handsome figure, including the young Gohan of your past." Inwardly, Gohan couldn't help but scoff. "So, is this how you all repay me, by offering emotional counsel? If I ever find myself in a predicament, it will surely be your doing." Chapter 77. Realm. Not long after Biddy finished her whisper, Vegeta approached Gohan and remarked, "I never imagined that, despite sharing the same name, you surpass everyone here by such a significant margin. How have you trained to achieve this disparity?" Gohan pondered, at a loss for words. Just then, someone elucidated the reason for the vast difference. Gohan's current stage is beyond the realm of ordinary combat power. The discrepancy lies in the differing realms of mastery. Even a slight variance in realm can result in an astronomical difference in strength. Unbeknownst to everyone, Beerus and Whis had arrived. Upon seeing Beerus, Vegeta immediately concealed his earlier resolute demeanor, adopting a look of astonishment as he respectfully inquired, "Lord Beerus, what brings you here?" Beerus sniffed the air, catching the enticing aroma of the food, and promptly cleared his throat, stating, "Vegeta, considering our long acquaintance, it would be rather impolite not to invite me to this gathering." Realizing Beerus sought to partake in the feast, Vegeta swiftly cleared a space for him and Whis, instructing the kitchen to prepare additional dishes. This dumpling is exquisite. And this fried rice is quite delightful. Wow, Lord Beerus, this strawberry daifuku is utterly divine, Whis exclaimed, savoring the flavors, while Beerus remained silent, simply relishing his culinary indulgence. Observing the two deities' exaggerated reactions and unrefined manners, Bra couldn't help but ask her father, Vegeta, Dad, are they truly your friends? They seem as though they haven't dined in ages. Trunks, seated beside Gohan, inquired, Hey Gohan, are all gods like this? Xiaofang mentioned that to win a god's favor, one must conquer their appetite. Is that true? Vegeta turned to Gohan, clearly reluctant to provide an explanation. Gohan, therefore, addressed them both. In truth, Earth's cuisine is among the finest in the universe. Their lack of experience with it is understandable. Moreover, our universe's god of destruction possesses little interest beyond eating and sleeping, which explains their decades-long fast. It's best to avoid mingling with deities. It can be rather terrifying. Once the explanation was complete, everyone resumed their activities, content as long as they did not disturb the gods while they dined. After the meal, the group spontaneously began to showcase performances, featuring transformations by Puar and Oolong, singing by Krillin, and even a street dance by Beerus. Following one performance, the crowd encouraged Gohan to share a display of his own. Son Gohan found himself at a loss, pondering why he would be addressed as the lesser Gohan when the greater Gohan was present. With no other option, he took to the stage to perform a magic trick. He summoned Caulifla and draped her in a cloak. After instructing her to turn her back, he swiftly pulled the cloak away, and Caulifla vanished from the stage. Displaying the empty cloak to the audience, Son Gohan waved his hand, and a figure was suddenly cradled in his arms, much to the delight of the onlookers, who erupted into applause. Trunks, astonished to find himself embraced by Gohan, glanced at the laughing crowd and quickly rose to his feet, though a bit embarrassed. Trunks acknowledged the success of the performance. Next, Gohan tossed the cloak into the air, allowing it to descend gracefully. As it reached an appropriate position, the cloak halted as if being donned by an unseen individual. The cloak turned around to reveal the previously vanished Caulifla, drawing cheers from the audience as the banquet drew to a close. Beerus and Whis approached Gohan to inquire about the technique he used to make Caulifla disappear. Gohan candidly explained, You may have surmised it. I employed a divine technique, taught to me by the god of space. Whis affirmed Gohan's explanation, remarking that the skills of the god of space are indeed remarkable, and some abilities of angels are bestowed by him. Beerus scoffed, No wonder I couldn't sense it. This skill has reached the level of an angel. Gohan then asked Whis, What exactly is the realm you mentioned earlier? Is there a classification of levels, such as god of destruction, angel, or divine attendant? With a smile, Whis responded, Given the multitude of races in this world, it is impossible to categorize them into numerous levels. The realm refers to the levels of existence and mastery over the rules, not merely the height of combat power. He provided examples, stating, Take King Yema, for instance. Any soul that has perished, regardless of strength, must abide by his regulations. However, the living differ, as their life levels and souls are distinct, thus not bound by such rules. Additionally, consider the Kais. Some may not possess combat abilities surpassing yours, yet they wield many skills and divine powers that you do not, a result of differing life levels. Whis then illustrated the concept of mastery over rules, drawing on the ground. For example, Lord Beerus was once an ordinary individual. However, due to his remarkable talent, he studied the rules of destruction. As he learned this rule, his life level gradually ascended to that of a deity. Upon fully mastering destruction, he became the god of destruction, experiencing a significant enhancement in both power and longevity. Finally, Whis elucidated the reason behind Gohan's rapid ascension in strength. Son Gohan, your divine technique is a sophisticated skill encompassing the laws of space. As you cultivate this divine technique, your life level will elevate. In fact, you are already a demigod. Thus, the greater one's mastery of the rules, the more one's limitations diminish, allowing the inherent potential to be more readily unleashed. This is the reason for one's rapid enhancement. Gohan stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the cosmic god could bestow such formidable abilities upon the inhabitants of Yardrat, while he himself had inadvertently attained a demigod status. However, transforming into a Super Saiyan god should indeed confer a certain elevation in rank, particularly considering that Caulifla had not mastered the divine techniques. Yet, the extent of Caulifla's ascension was akin to being propelled by a rocket. Though it resembled Broly's innate potential awakening, it remained a height difficult to reach during this era. So that is how it is, Gohan remarked. To be honest, I am uncertain why my progress has been so swift. I appreciate your explanation. Whis waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for thanks. Such trivial matters require no gratitude. We have sufficiently feasted here. It is time to bid farewell. Farewell to everyone on Earth. Thus, the group said their goodbyes to Beerus and Whis, marking the end of the banquet. Chapter 78. Worries all right. It is indeed time for us to depart. If we linger any longer, our parents will worry about us. Just as Gohan prepared to return with Caulifla, little Fong tugged at Caulifla's sleeve, presenting her with a box. This is a gift for you, Caulifla. Even for a Saiyan, girls should pay attention to their appearance. When surrounded by these brutish fellows, one certainly neglects such matters. Caulifla responded with a few appreciative sounds, accepting the attire and asking Gohan to place it into the multifunctional capsule. She then expressed her gratitude to Fong, saying, thank you, Fong. Even if we cannot meet again in the future, I will remember this gift you have given me. After their heartfelt farewell, Gohan continued to gaze intently at Fong. Fong felt the heat of Gohan's stare and was momentarily covered in goosebumps. I know. Here, this is for you, little daddy. Fong retrieved another box from behind and handed it to Gohan. You cannot open it now. Wait until you return to open it alone. There will be a delightful surprise. Upon hearing this, Gohan tucked the box into the multifunctional capsule as well. Bulma gathered everyone together, preparing for a group photo to commemorate their shared journey. Everyone, come over. We are about to take the picture. The group assembled, positioning themselves suitably to ensure that each individual would be captured in the frame. Cheese. After the photo was taken, Gohan and Caulifla each received a copy, which Gohan carefully stored away. Farewell, everyone. Gohan and Caulifla waved goodbye, and the others returned the gesture. After traversing the familiar space-time tunnel, Gohan and the others returned home. Hey, Gohan, you are back so soon? I thought you would linger there a bit longer. Gohan replied. It seems the future has not changed significantly, so after gathering with everyone, we returned. Although we still Haven T unraveled the mystery behind the temporal void, we did gain some insights. The Kai of Time rested his chin thoughtfully, pondering for a moment before speaking. In truth, the issue is not insurmountable. I still have yet to comprehend the timing of the temporal anomalies. At times, they manifest every few months, while at others, they might not appear for several years. The lack of discernible patterns has left me with scant understanding of these temporal voids. But what if I were to age and perish? Would there be no one left to mend the rifts in time and space? Fear not, came the reply, should you depart from this world. I can always employ the Dragon Balls to extend your lifespan and bring you back. Moreover, it appears you have trained in divine techniques. I can see that you are nearing the level of a deity. Logically, your lifespan should have been significantly prolonged. Gohan scrutinized his own form, sensing no remarkable changes, realizing that he had inadvertently embarked on the path of cultivation. Well, dwelling on such matters is of little use now. Let us hasten our return. Your little wife awaits you, Caulifla teased, pulling Gohan towards the time portal. All right. No need to tug at me, my dear wife. I can walk on my own. Who permitted you to call me your wife? We must wait a few years at least. If you manage to satisfy me then, perhaps I shall allow it. You are quite boastful. If you grow up and become unattractive, I certainly will not call you my wife. Their banter continued as they departed under the watchful gaze of the Kai of Time. Youth is indeed a blessing, Kane remarked with a sigh. Gohan, you've returned. I didn't expect you to be back so late. Hurry and rest, for you have school tomorrow, Bulma yawned, opening the door for the two. Upon entering their respective chambers, Gohan sat on his bed and retrieved a gift from Xiaofang. To his surprise, it was a pocket watch containing a photograph of the Sun family. Instead of placing it in a capsule, Gohan tucked it into his shirt pocket. Indeed, memories are the finest gifts. I shall treasure this dearly, Xiaofang. He closed his eyes and drifted into a profound slumber. In the cosmos, a Super Saiyan, is it? How many times must I remind that fool Frieza that Saiyans should be eradicated without mercy? Now look, the life I so painstakingly salvaged, along with my father's, has been lost. After listening to the report from his subordinate, Cooler paced restlessly within the ship's cabin. Beset by the dilemma of seeking vengeance for his father and brother or allowing their fates to unfold unimpeded, Lord Cooler, King Cold and Frieza journeyed to Earth for a wish-granting artifact known as the Dragon Balls. It is said that gathering all 7 allows the wielder to fulfill any desire. Cooler scoffed disdainfully upon hearing this, settling back into his seat. If the Dragon Balls could truly grant any wish, the events on Namek would never have transpired. They could have simply wished for Frisia's disappearance. The soldier fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. In their minds, the Dragon Balls were indeed capable of fulfilling every wish. If that were the case, how could there be desires left unfulfilled? Why is it that all of you seem so utterly lacking in intellect? Guldo pondered, gazing out into the vastness of space. As a member of the renowned Frost Demon clan, he understood that neglecting this matter could lead to a decline in his prestige and reputation. What is the foundation of interstellar commerce? Undoubtedly, it is prestige and credibility. Without these, who would dare engage in trade with you? Then, a thought struck Guldo, and he inquired of his subordinates. What do you suppose enables the Saiyans to elevate their power from slightly over 10,000 to surpassing Frisia's level? His subordinates huddled together, whispering among themselves as they contemplated the reason behind this phenomenon. At that moment, a low-ranking soldier stepped forward to voice his opinion. The Saiyans grow stronger through continuous battle. I once knew a warrior named Bardock. He began as a lowly fighter but eventually attained the status of an elite warrior. The soldier's words emboldened others, and one by one, they shared their insights. Surely, they must have trained under some masters, as many formidable beings in the universe have inherited skills from their mentors. That's not quite right. The Saiyans grow stronger upon near-death experiences. There must be one among them skilled in healing, repeatedly bringing themselves to the brink of death to enhance their strength. Listening to his subordinate speculations, Guldo found merit in their reasoning. He gazed at his own hands, tightening his fists in contemplation. Enough. Silence. At Guldo's command, the room fell silent as his subordinates returned to their positions, awaiting his next orders. In 10 months, we shall visit Earth to confront the Saiyans. Do not act without my directive. There is no need to assemble a large force, for I shall lead you personally. Understood. The spacecraft left a brilliant trail through the cosmos, marking the establishment of a visit to Earth. Ultimately, the Frost Demon clan was merely a business entity within the universe. Had it not been for his commercial interests, Guldo might never have considered a journey to Earth. The following day, what do you mean by this? Why can that Broly participate, yet I am barred from joining? Kale demanded, gripping a male classmate's collar as she pressed him for answers. Kale, please calm down. The club ceased recruiting new members yesterday. Forcing him like this is beyond his control, Gohan interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Kale shrugged off Gohan's hand defiantly and retorted. Broly joined the martial arts club, and even Videl made it in. I possess immense power. Why am I not allowed to join? Just as Gohan was at a loss for how to respond, Videl appeared at an opportune moment. Kale, you're back. What on earth are you doing? Lifting that poor guy? Gohan quickly explained the situation to Videl, hoping she could persuade Kale to ease off, lest an unfortunate mishap occur. It turns out to be this way. Carliflor, please remain calm and set down Matsushita-kun for now. We can discuss the matter of joining the club at length. Upon hearing Bidalai's words, Carliflor released the individual known as Matsushita and elbowed her, saying, Little wife, you know the president of this club, right? Hurry and inform him so that I may join. He established this club because he admires my father, so having more members is certainly beneficial. It should be no trouble for him to accept you all. Satisfied with this, Carliflor nodded in agreement. You're quite reliable, little wife. It seems this vice president is utterly ineffective in conversation. With a fierce glare directed at Matsushita, he hastily made his escape. Bidalai offered an awkward smile, but then seemed to realize something and asked Carliflor, by the way, why do you keep calling me little wife? Carliflor burst into laughter and replied, because I was the first to know Gohan, making me his main wife. You can only be the little wife, which is truly unfortunate. Bidalai's face flushed crimson as she retorted, who wants to be Gohan's little wife? Besides, Carliflor, you're still a middle school student. Marriage is out of the question. Carliflor crossed her arms nonchalantly and said, I'm not talking about now. Besides, in the future, you and Gohan will even have a daughter. How can you still say this to me? Bidalai appeared slightly puzzled. What do you mean, have a daughter? Just ask Gohan. He still has the old photos, Carliflor responded, spotting Gohan preparing to flee and pulling him back. Isn't the future yet to happen? Wouldn't it be inappropriate to show Bidalai now? Gohan was still struggling to escape, but his character was about to transition from a righteous youth to a rather inappropriate figure. Ignoring Gohan's protests, Carliflor retrieved a photo from the universal capsule she had taken from him, presenting it. Look, This is you in the future. This person is your future daughter, named Xiaofeng. Bidalai, her cheeks slightly flushed, examined the photo closely. So, I have short hair in the future? I look quite mature. Is this really my daughter? She seems so adorable. What do you think? Now do you believe it? Carlyflor asked. But why is there no grown-up Carlyflor in this picture? Has Carlyflor-chan already? Don't say such things. Please don't curse me. I was brought back by Gohan from another timeline, remember? So, it's perfectly normal for me not to be in that future. Thus, the two girls delved into their favorite gossip, while Gohan seized the opportunity to make his escape. He had no desire to create a scene. After all, Cheng-Ji was still watching from above, and Son Gohan wasn't ready to lose his life just yet, even if it was merely a matter of mental anguish. After a day of classes, they all arrived at the martial arts club, which surprisingly was located off campus, said to be a training ground funded by Mr. Satan. What? It's just an ordinary training ground. Broly, is there anything here that attracts you? Broly lowered his head and smiled, responding to Kale. I actually came here to make up the numbers. After all, Uncle Vegeta and Uncle Goku both said there's nothing much for me to learn. So I thought I'd see if there's anything worthwhile to absorb. Kale found a chair and sat down, observing the individuals practicing some basic karate. She then remarked, "It seems like everyone here is rather weak. Can I really learn anything from them?" Broly nodded, saying, "Indeed. Uncle Goku told me that martial arts are not solely about the strength of one's power. It also involves mastering various combat techniques. One must comprehend the psychological state of the opponent during a fight, anticipate the tactics they may employ, and analyze the battlefield during combat." Kale did not dispute Broly's words. She simply felt that no matter what moves these individuals attempted, they posed no threat to her. With nothing else to do, she decided to pull Gohan, who was thoroughly engrossed in the scene, to join her for meditation training in a corner. "I can't help but tease you. You were clearly enjoying the action. Well, meditation training isn't so bad. It hones combat skills, enhances mental fortitude, and doesn't cause destruction." As they closed their eyes, they engaged in intense mental training. Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, then into a mysterious form, and then into Super Saiyan God, pushing Kale to gradually transcend her limits. Although she seemed unable to surpass any of his forms, she thought she could manage if she reached Super Saiyan 4. However, considering the overwhelming energy consumption of that transformation, she reluctantly focused on honing her combat techniques. "Kale, have you heard of a remarkable technique called Zenkai? It allows the body to react instinctively to evade attacks." "React on its own? How is that possible? If the body could react autonomously, wouldn't it have already run away from me?" Kale's words left Gohan both amused and exasperated. What she described as an autonomous combat ability sounded more like a terminal ailment in her expression, one that sought the opponent's life, while the other sought her own. Chapter 80. A man with a long tail. Gohan and Kale were engaged in a fierce battle within their consciousness, without utilizing any transformations, merely training their combat techniques. Broly continued to watch others practice their fighting skills, occasionally stepping in as a referee. When he did, there was no one he could not separate, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, Videl served as the coach of the club, being a direct disciple of Satan. Consequently, after this news spread, more and more individuals joined the club. The purpose of this club was to participate in a series of youth competitions and integrate them into the soon-to-be-established Satan City, allowing them to compete under the banner of Satan City. Thus, they spent a tranquil period, during which a series of rumors circulated within the club. Broly was dubbed the monolithic referee, while Gohan and Kale earned the title of the blind-eyed duo. During this period, many individuals challenged Broly, yet he remained immovable, like an indestructible boulder. Son Gohan and Kale were deeply engaged in meditation training, having arrived with Videl earlier than the others and staying longer, which earned them this title. One day, a spirited young man from a nearby club rushed into the arena. "Oh no, Miss Videl. There is someone with a tail outside causing havoc. It seems they will reach here soon. We must flee quickly." "A person with a tail?" Kale and Broly were present. Surely Uncle Vegeta wouldn't recklessly cause destruction outside. Videl entered the arena and called over Broly and Gohan, explaining the situation outside. "A person with a long tail? Could it be that Broly has lost control?" Logically, 16 and 17 shouldn't provoke him. Gohan realized that pondering here was futile, so they decided to accompany Videl to investigate the matter. Upon reaching the street, they noticed a significant explosion in the distance and hurried towards it. At the sight of several destroyed vehicles stood a Saiyan clad in Frieza Force battle armor, complete with a scouter. The sight astonished everyone present, but Gohan was the most taken aback. Broly looked at the individual and remarked, "Could it be that Uncle Goku has grown a tail?" Kale shook her head in denial, asserting, "No matter what, Goku would never cause destruction. This person must be that rascal, Darusu." Gohan sensed that they were mistaken. The individual bore a conspicuous scar, and his skin was not as dark as Darusu's. "Grandpa?" Both Videl and Kale turned in astonishment towards Gohan, while Broly scratched his head in confusion, unaware that Gohan had a grandfather. The familiar silhouette, coupled with the blood-red bandana atop his head, unmistakably belonged to Bardock. Bardock scanned the group with his scouter, discovering that 3 individuals had power levels below 10,000, while the robust figure beside them boasted a power level of 18,000. "I can't believe there are Saiyans here, and one with a power level of 18,000 no less. I thought this planet was inhabited by a bunch of lowly beings with power levels around 5. Unable to restrain himself, Gohan questioned the figure before him. "Are you Bardock? Your wife is named Jine, and you have 2 sons, one named Kakarot and the other Raditz." Bardock's eyes widened in shock, astonished that in this unfamiliar world, someone recognized him so intimately. "Kid, who are you? How do you know about me? And what has become of the Frieza Force? What of planet Vegeta?" From Bardock's inquiries, Gohan discerned that he seemed unaware of Frieza's destruction of planet Vegeta, leading him to wonder if Bardock had not traveled back to the past, but rather ventured into the future. "Frieza has perished, alongside his father, King Cold, right here. As for planet Vegeta, it was obliterated by Frieza many decades ago, and before you stands one of the few remaining Saiyans in the cosmos." Bardock was taken aback. He never anticipated that the future he envisioned would come to fruition, planet Vegeta's destruction and Frieza's demise. "By your words, this must indeed be the future. To my astonishment, I have not succumbed to death, but rather traversed decades into the future. However, I must inquire, who are you, and how do you know about my existence?" With identities established, there was little left to conceal. Gohan boldly revealed the truth. "My name is Gohan, and my father is Goku, who is also known as Kakarot." Bardock scrutinized Gohan closely. He bore a striking resemblance to the young Kakarot, and he realized, in the blink of an eye, that he had become a grandfather. So Kakarot is indeed alive. Did he vanquish Frieza? Why has he adopted the name Goku? Confronted with Bardock's queries, Gohan found it challenging to provide clarity, especially in the presence of so many witnesses. Bardock had inadvertently arrived here, causing chaos by colliding with several vehicles, resulting in an explosion and wandering about the streets, searching for individuals with formidable battle powers using a scouter. With the assistance of Biddy, Gohan escorted Bardock away, teleporting them to the Capsule Corporation. Bulma, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Gohan and Bardock, mistakenly identified Bardock as Goku. "Ah, isn't that Gohan and Sunkuin? What brings you both here? Shouldn't you be training with Vegeta?" Gohan clarified, No, he is actually my grandfather, Bardock, my father's father." Bulma's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had not expected Goku to have a father who looked exactly like him. Sunkuin's father? I can hardly believe how similar they are. They truly are father and son. However, Gohan, what brings him to me? After some explanation, Bulma graciously provided them with a private room for discussion. Gohan succinctly recounted Goku's life journey, culminating in his battle against Frieza, and also shared the circumstances surrounding the androids, as well as his own experiences as a time patroller. Bardock absorbed this information, coming to understand the current situation. Although his sons had grown up healthy, they had also faced death. Indeed, the Dragon Balls were not without their troubles. He then turned to Gohan and said, "Gohan, is it? Please take me to meet your father and Prince Vegeta. I wish to see how strong they have become." Chapter 81. Surrounded by Super Saiyans, Bardock followed Gohan, and together they arrived at the training chamber of Goku and Vegeta. Sensing a familiar yet foreign aura outside the door, both warriors instinctively ceased their combat. As the door to the training chamber swung open, they beheld Sun Wukong and Bardock, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Sun Wukong, taken aback by the appearance of one who looked so much like himself, was momentarily perplexed. However, Vegeta, upon noticing the distinctive scar, seemed to recall this individual. "Could it be that you are Bardock, the father of Kakarot?" Sun Wukong's expression mirrored Vegeta's astonishment. "My father? How can this be? Is it possible that he still lives?" Bardock approached them, observing the striking likeness of Sun Wukong. He then bowed respectfully to Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, I am astonished that after all these years, you still remember me. At that time, you were but a child, and it is indeed an honor to be remembered by you. Vegeta scoffed dismissively, replying to Bardock. There is no need for such formality. I am no longer the Prince of Planet Vegeta, for it has long since been annihilated. Yet I am curious. I've heard that you perished while resisting Frieza. How did you survive? Bardock nodded and explained. Indeed, I was struck by Frieza's energy blast, but I was unaware of what transpired afterward. I felt a powerful force pulling me away, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself on Earth. Is it any wonder you resemble the figure from my memories? It appears you have traversed time. What a fortunate soul you are. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong observed his father, astonished that such a doppelganger existed. So you truly are my father. I never imagined my kin could still be alive. Bardock studied Sun Wukong and sensed subtle differences from his recollections of Kakarot. It seemed that he had indeed suffered a blow to the head, as a typical Saiyan would not possess such a demeanor. Kakarot, I have heard that you vanquished Frieza. Is it true? Might I witness the legendary Super Saiyan? I wish to behold the power that defeated Frieza. Bardock, unmistakably a true Saiyan, immediately gravitated towards matters of combat. Familial reunions paled in comparison to the thrill of battle. I understand now. I am on the brink of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Prepare yourself for astonishment. Bardock crossed his arms, keenly observing Sun Wukong's transformation. Sun Wukong struck a pose and began to gather his energy, preparing to ascend to the Super Saiyan form. A formidable aura erupted forth, golden flames igniting at his feet, heralding the emergence of the golden-haired, green-eyed Super Saiyan. Such immense power. Truly, the legendary Super Saiyan. This strength eclipsed even Prince Vegeta, a truly fearsome sight. Vegeta, upon hearing Bardock's comment, bristled with displeasure. What do you mean he has surpassed me? Clearly, I am stronger than Kakarot. After Vegeta uttered those words, he immediately struck a pose and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bardock was astonished, never expecting to witness not one, but two Super Saiyans appearing simultaneously. A phenomenon that typically occurred once every millennium. The existence of two Super Saiyans, both Kakarot and Prince Vegeta, was simply astonishing. With a smirk, Vegeta addressed Bardock, saying, "What do you mean by once every 1,000 years? That is merely a rumor. Even this grandson of yours can become a Super Saiyan." Gohan felt as though Vegeta was insulting him, but he lacked any evidence to confirm it. Observing Bardock's incredulous expression, Gohan felt no need to conceal the truth and transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. Surrounded by 3 Super Saiyans, Bardock was left in a daze. Had there been even one Super Saiyan on planet Vegeta, its fate might not have been so grim. After showcasing their transformations, they all reverted to their normal states. Yet Bardock's astonishment lingered. He was taken aback by the revelation that both his son and grandson were Super Saiyans. Vegeta nonchalantly remarked to Bardock, "As long as one is a Saiyan and possesses the requisite physical capabilities, one can achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan by channeling intense rage with a calm mindset. Thus, Bardock, if you desire it, you too can become a Super Saiyan." "Can I really?" Bardock pondered, observing his hands before clenching his fists. If he could harness the power of a Super Saiyan, he would not have to witness the demise of his planet, his kin, and his beloved wife. He lifted his gaze to Vegeta and implored, "Your Highness, please teach me how to become a Super Saiyan." Vegeta turned away, speaking in a calm tone. "Did I not tell you? Do not refer to me as Prince anymore. If you wish to become a Super Saiyan, why not ask your son? I do not wish to waste my training time on you." Bardock fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Vegeta's words. He then exchanged glances with Goku and chuckled, saying, "It seems I have no choice but to have my son teach me. Kakarot, you shall instruct me so I can truly grasp the power of a Super Saiyan." "Sure. Father, if you want to train, I'm more than willing to share everything I know," Goku replied. Following this heartfelt recognition, Bardock joined Goku in his training regimen, which could be viewed as a positive development. Gohan, however, remained puzzled about the reasons behind Bardock's arrival in the future. Yet, he realized that no amount of speculation would serve him. It would be wiser to inquire with the Supreme Kai of Time when the opportunity arose. After resolving this matter, Gohan and the others returned to their usual lives. However, beneath the surface of this calm, a crisis was brewing. "Lord Cooler, do you truly intend to train here? The situation in the universe is quite precarious. Without your intervention, we may struggle against those merchants," one of his associates remarked. Cooler sat serenely atop a peak of an icy planet, preparing to dedicate several months to rigorous training before confronting the Super Saiyans. If every minor issue necessitates my intervention, then what purpose does my recruitment of you serve? Exercise a bit of cleverness. Should they persist in their chaos, simply eliminate the instigator. Do not disturb me. If you return, I cannot guarantee the consequences. With a casual gesture, Gula obliterated a mountain. His subordinate, drenched in cold sweat, quickly acknowledged and hurriedly departed in his spacecraft. Chapter 82. Christmas gift. The tranquil days slipped away in the blink of an eye, and soon it was December. After several months of schooling, Sun Wukong discovered that they were attending a rare 54-system middle school, with this semester resembling a pre-kindergarten class specially designed for those in need of early preparation. Kefla, Sun Wukong, and Broly strolled together on their way to school. Broly maintained his seemingly harmless demeanor, while Kefla appeared despondent. What's wrong, Kefla? I noticed you seemed off since breakfast. Is it a family visit? Sun Wukong teased. Kefla sighed in response to his jest. Not at all. Today is December 22nd, and the day after tomorrow is Christmas Eve. I want to prepare some Christmas gifts to give, but I have no money and no idea what to give. Upon hearing the mention of gifts, Broly spoke up. For me, just some snacks will suffice. Sun Wukong chimed in. Then I shall ask for a comic book. Kefla, her frustration resurfacing, delivered a light punch to each of them. I am not a Dragon Ball. What wishes are you making? Moreover, I intend to gift Aunt Dind and Bulma. What do you two have to offer? Sun Wukong rubbed his head and said to Kefla, money is not an issue. Centuries ago, many pirates roamed the seas, leading to numerous shipwrecks. We could easily retrieve some gold and jewels. As for the gifts, we should consider their preferences. Kefla looked at Sun Wukong in confusion. But aren't shipwrecks located in the deep sea? We wouldn't be able to retrieve the treasures. We cannot breathe underwater. Sun Wukong chuckled, revealing, I can survive in the vacuum of space. Venturing into the ocean is a trivial matter. Upon learning of Sun Wukong's abilities, Kefla became excited. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I thought I would have to borrow money from the brothers down the street. Let us hurry after school today. Hold on. ISNT winter break starting tomorrow? Aunt Bulma asked me to deliver a package to Master Roshi, so we can go together then. Kefla's enthusiasm surged at the mention of winter break, her earlier gloom dissipating entirely. Indeed, for every student, a long holiday is the true salvation. The next day, Sun Wukong and Kefla made their way to Master Roshi's house, while Broly was still indulging in sleep. Broly, that guy is surprisingly lazy. I'm beginning to doubt he'll even transform into a Super Saiyan in the near future. Upon hearing Kefla's remark, Sun Wukong carefully attuned to his own body. Fortunately, my strength has not diminished. I shall endeavor to train more diligently, lest I inadvertently become like Yamcha. Speaking of which, Gohan, what did you bring from Master Roshi? That old man is your father's mentor, is he not? Could he not come to collect it himself? Gohan smiled awkwardly and recounted to Caulifla some tales of Master Roshi, informing her that he, in fact, does not possess the Kamehameha technique. What a lackluster old man, unable even to perform the Kamehameha. How could he possibly have become your father's teacher? Floating in the air, Gohan shook his head and replied to Caulifla, perhaps to you, he seems unremarkable. But to us who dwell on Earth, he is a legendary figure in martial arts. It is worth noting that he has trained the mightiest Earthling and the former strongest Saiyan. Caulifla appeared perplexed. What do you mean by the former strongest Saiyan? Who is the mightiest Earthling? The former strongest Saiyan is, of course, my father, Son Goku. As for the mightiest Earthling, he is the short, stout gentleman you encountered in the future. Ah, I see now. You merely wish to assert that you are currently the strongest Saiyan, such a narcissistic fellow. One day, I shall demonstrate the power of Super Caulifla, and you will find yourself bowing before me. Very well, then, strive to surpass me. That way, I may rest easy. Ahead lies Master Roshi's house. Let us hasten our descent. The two descended together before Master Roshi's abode. Catching sight of Krillin training by the beach and 18 lounging beneath the sunshade. Uncle Krillin, is Master Roshi home? I have something to deliver to him. As Aunt Bulma insisted on handing it to him personally. Upon recognizing Gohan, Krillin beamed with delight. Ah, Gohan, it's been several months since we last met. You seem to have grown significantly stronger. If you seek Master Roshi, he is inside. Simply call for him. Gohan glanced at 18 and then turned to Krillin, whispering, well done, Uncle Krillin. I didn't expect you to win over 18 so swiftly. Truly, You are a model for our generation. Krillin chuckled slightly, replying, You're not so bad yourself. I've heard you've charmed a Saiyan girl and even swindled the daughter of Mr. Satan. By comparison, it seems you possess quite the prowess. The two exchanged modest compliments, their laughter growing louder, oblivious to the feelings of the two women nearby. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ouch, ouch. Ouch. Caulifla tugged at Gohan's ear, while 18 grasped Krillin's ear, pulling the two apart. Gohan, have you forgotten why we are here? Hurry and deliver the items. Then we can attend to more pressing matters. Krillin, your training time has not yet concluded. Continue practicing. Gohan rubbed his ear and stepped into Master Roshi's house, calling out, Grandpa Roshi, I have brought you what you requested. Please come out and retrieve it. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Master Roshi excitedly rushed toward Gohan, seizing the package from his hands. At long last, my treasured photo album and dance DVD have arrived, making the wait worthwhile. Indeed, Master Roshi remains unchanged. Despite being a revered master, he still struggles with the allure of beautiful women. So it goes, Uncle Krillin, Grandpa Roshi, and soon I will utter the name of 18, the aunt of Gohan, only to be met with her murderous gaze. As for you, Miss 18, we still have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, Gohan departed the turtle hermit's abode alongside Caulifla. During their flight towards a nearby island, Gohan contemplated silently. Henceforth, I shall refer to her as Ms. 18, for calling her Miss 18 feels somewhat amiss. Before long, Caulifla and Gohan arrived at a quaint isle. Gohan instructed Caulifla to remain on the shore, vigilant for any fishing boats that might pose a risk of discovery. I shall descend to search. Do keep a watchful eye here, he urged. Understood, understood. Hurry and seek your treasure, so we may prepare gifts sooner, she replied. Gohan shed his clothing and turned toward the ocean, plunging headfirst into the water. After a moment of acclimatization beneath the waves, he found that he could indeed survive underwater. It was uncertain whether this ability stemmed from his aspirations to thrive in the cosmos or from his desire to enhance his physical prowess. As he dove deeper, he reached a location on the map known for its bustling trade routes, thus increasing the likelihood of discovering a sunken ship. Regarding the treasure site that Goku had destroyed in his youth, it was improbable that anyone would recall it after all these years. It seemed far more prudent to seek out a shipwreck than to pursue that long-lost treasure. As Gohan descended further into the depths, he encountered a myriad of diverse marine life. Concurrently, the surrounding light began to dwindle, and soon, visibility was compromised. An idea struck him. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, radiating golden light from his body to illuminate the ocean floor. In that illuminating moment, he indeed discovered several sunken vessels. Thus, he embarked on a quest to explore each one, hoping to uncover valuable treasures. However, as he searched, he sensed a colossal creature approaching him. Turning to investigate, he beheld a gigantic whale, estimated to be over 500 meters long. For perspective, the largest blue whale in the world measures only around 30 meters. The fauna of the Dragon Ball universe is truly extravagant, much like the combat prowess exhibited here. While Gohan was momentarily stunned, the whale initiated a powerful vacuum, drawing in all surrounding fish and even the remnants of sunken ships. Gohan mused, if this creature possesses such an ability to inhale, it is likely that it has already consumed numerous shipwrecks, which, according to various tales, may harbor treasures. Indeed, upon being sucked inside, Gohan discovered that the whale's stomach resembled an immense treasure trove, teeming with swimming fish above and heaps of shipwreck debris below. In the depths of the treasure trove, Sun Wukong meticulously sifted through the myriad of gold and jewels, ultimately filling his universal capsule with a substantial haul. Upon completing this task, he pondered his exit strategy. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that he often forgot crucial details at pivotal moments. Pressing his fingers against his forehead, he invoked instant transmission and soon materialized beside Caulifla. To my surprise, you're quite swift. How much treasure have you unearthed? Transforming once more into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong unleashed a surge of energy to dry himself off. He then donned his attire and released the bounty from the capsule. Caulifla's eyes widened at the sight of the glistening gold and jewels before her. This could easily suffice for more than a single Christmas gift. Even a decade's worth would be insufficient. Indeed, we possess a fortune, but do you know how to convert these treasures into currency? Sun Wukong paused at this query, truthfully uncertain about the process of monetizing their find. Suddenly, he recalled an acquaintance, someone whose former profession was indeed robbery. Consulting him would surely yield answers. With the treasure safely stowed away once more, he and Caulifla executed another instant transmission, arriving at a football field where their target awaited nearby. Is that you, Yukong? What brings you here? And who is this at your side? Wait, she has a tail. I had no idea there were female Saiyans. How astonishing. Calm down, Yamcha. We actually came seeking your expertise on a matter. Sun Wukong introduced Caulifla and elucidated their intention to locate the nearest black market. Who would have thought there was such a lucrative avenue? I must acquire diving gear next. Perhaps I could strike it rich too. After Yamcha's initial excitement, he provided Sun Wukong with the location of the nearby black market and the intricacies of the transactions. Dressed in cloaks for disguise, Sun Wukong and Caulifla promptly made their way to the black market, where myriad disguised vendors awaited. Approaching one stall, Sun Wukong uttered the secret phrase that Yamcha had taught him. The vendor then escorted him to a basement, where a notorious underworld figure awaited, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Upon recognizing one of the guards as an acquaintance, Sun Wukong shrugged off the familiarity and presented a portion of his treasure in exchange for stacks of cash. However, as he prepared to depart, the bodyguard blocked his path. Kid, carrying such a large sum alone seems perilous. Why not hand some over to me? I can help you manage it. Hearing the familiar voice, Sun Wukong let out a cold chuckle. I never imagined the world-renowned assassin, Tao Pai Pai, would stoop to being a bodyguard. How the tides have turned. Since you recognize me, you might as well hand over the money now. I can be rather heavy-handed. Son Gohan paid him no heed, simply walking quietly towards the exit. Tao Bai Bai immediately obstructed his path, but Son Gohan effortlessly brushed him aside. In a fit of frustration, Tao Bai Bai unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Son Gohan. Without hesitation, Son Gohan pivoted and dispelled the wave with a swift motion, shedding his cloak to reveal his true visage. Upon seeing Son Gohan before him, Tao Bai Bai was struck by the uncanny resemblance to Son Goku. Who are you? What is your relation to Son Goku? He demanded. It seems your memory serves you well. I am Son Goku's son. Do you possess the courage to challenge me? Tao Bai Bai cleared his throat, then abruptly shattered a beam, piercing through the basement, and without uttering another word, took to the skies. Later, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Son Gohan departed, and Caulifla successfully procured her Christmas gifts. Merry Christmas, Bulma Auntie, she exclaimed. Oh my, is this not the latest beauty device on the market? I had intended to purchase it myself, yet you gifted it to me. Thank you, Caulifla. No need for thanks. I hope we can continue to support each other, Caulifla replied. After delivering her gift to Bulma, Caulifla instantly teleported to be beside Videl. Hey, Caulifla, when did you arrive? Is this what you call instant teleportation? Let us postpone that discussion. Behold the Christmas gift I brought for you. Caulifla presented a package to Videl, who eagerly unwrapped it. What a beautiful necklace. Is this for me? It appears so exquisite. It must have cost a fortune. How did you manage to afford it, Caulifla? Caulifla smiled and shared the events of the past few days, deepening their friendship. Son Gohan chose not to intrude upon their time together and instead took the opportunity during the winter break to care for Chi-Chi alongside Bardock. As time swiftly passed, night fell, and Bardock settled down to sleep on the Kaioken mountain. However, he found himself ensnared in a terrifying dream, unable to discern whether it was merely a nightmare or a prophetic curse of the future. Chapter 83. Learning even during break in his dream. Bardock witnessed a series of disjointed images. In a distant part of Earth, his son Kakarot faced a fearsome adversary, shrouded in violet and exuding a menacing aura. Encased in armor resembling bone, surrounded by the lifeless forms of many, Kakarot instantly transformed into a blue-haired form, engaging the enemy in battle. Each strike reverberated with extraordinary force, as if the very earth trembled beneath them. Yet, despite Kakarot's relentless effort, he could not vanquish the violet foe. He was struck and propelled into the ground, creating a massive crater. The purple figure then hurled Kakarot skyward and pierced his heart with a devastating energy wave. Kakarot. Bardock awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath as he sat up in bed. Grandpa Bardock, what is wrong? Due to the insufficient number of rooms in the mountain dwelling, Bardock currently shares a space with his grandson, Gohan. Despite the unfamiliarity with his grandson, Bardock felt compelled to share the dream he had just experienced. I dreamt that Kakarot was slain. The sensation was eerily reminiscent of the time I envisioned the destruction of planet Vegeta. I believe this is not mere coincidence. It must be a revelation brought forth by a curse. Gohan fell into a brief contemplation. The blue-haired Goku had undoubtedly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and few could claim to have triumphed over such a formidable form. Grandfather, do you think that purple adversary might resemble a hairless cat? Bardock shook his head. No. That being is purple, possesses a tail, and appears as though cloaked in armor, yet it feels as if he is not clad at all. Since it did not resemble Beerus or Jiren, it seemed this purple foe was someone else entirely. Suddenly, Bardock recalled something and spoke up. I remember now. That individual's traits bear a striking resemblance to those of King Cold. Upon hearing Bardock's words, Gohan felt a surge of anxiety. Could this figure indeed refer to Black Frieza, the one who had effortlessly dispatched both Ultra Instinct Goku and Ultra Ego Vegeta? Gohan could not confidently assert his ability to defeat Black Frieza. If this being resembled him so closely, was it possible he was another member of the Frieza race? Tentatively, Gohan inquired, Grandfather, have you heard of any other Frost demons besides King Cold and Frieza? Frost demons? You must be referring to the Frieza clan. Aside from those two, let me think. I seem to recall there was mention of Frieza having a brother, though his name escapes me. Upon hearing about Frieza's brother, Gohan deduced that the individual in question must be Cooler. He was astonished at how drastically the world had diverged. It was surprising that Cooler had yet to make an appearance. Grandfather, do you know when that event in the future will transpire? Bardock shook his head. I cannot say. Judging by the surroundings, it should not be winter. The visions I received from the curse could manifest in a matter of days, or perhaps even decades. Gohan scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed. If Cooler's power surpassed that of Frieza, then his golden transformation would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Currently, Gohan was far from mastering Ultra Instinct. Achieving full power in Super Saiyan Blue seemed beyond his reach. According to Whis, his training in Ultra Instinct might not yield favorable results, and he was uncertain how to attain the beast form. Gohan realized he had only two methods left to rely upon. One was the fusion dance, which could sustain him for a full 30 minutes without the energy constraints of Patera, and the other was to cultivate the godly observation technique. According to the Supreme Kai of Time, mastering this skill to a certain extent would render one virtually invincible. A plan took root in Gohan's mind. Uncertain of when Cooler would arrive, he resolved to elevate his strength to a level of perfect mastery or to learn the dance fusion during the winter break. Soon, daylight dawned, and to pursue the dance fusion, Gohan first needed to locate the Metamorphs. Naturally, he decided to consult King Kai regarding their whereabouts. He entrusted the care of Chi-Chi to his grandfather and, having conveyed the importance of the matter to Goku, requested that he accompany him to meet King Kai. On King Kai's planet, he was lost in reverie, imagining how his bewildering puns would amuse the audience, blissfully unaware of the two Saiyans beside him. King Kai? Can you hear me? Gohan called out, but when King Kai remained unresponsive, he unleashed a mighty shout. King Kai, we have urgent business with you. Startled, King Kai turned to face them. You nearly gave me a heart attack. It's just Goku and Gohan. What brings you here? After a moment of contemplation, Gohan addressed King Kai. Might you assist me in determining whether Cooler is currently in the North Galaxy? Upon hearing Cooler's name, King Kai's demeanor shifted to one of concern. He strained his antennae, searching his jurisdiction for any trace of Cooler, but found none. It seems Cooler is not within my domain. I hope he isn't seeking vengeance against you. I've heard he is even more perilous than Frieza and King Cold. Since he isn't here, that's a relief, Gohan replied. However, do you know where I might find the Metamorphs? We wish to learn their dance fusion to avert any unforeseen circumstances. King Kai was taken aback by Gohan's knowledge of the Metamorphs, surprised that he was aware of such a race. Yet, what he was about to say might dishearten Gohan. The Metamorphs are extinct. No trace of their existence remains in this universe. Are you saying the Metamorphs have all perished? Gohan inquired, his heart sinking as King Kai nodded and turned away. This complicates matters. Does this imply we must venture to the afterlife to learn the dance fusion from the Metamorphs? King Kai momentarily faltered, having intended to feign ignorance until Gohan grew desperate, but he was astonished that Gohan knew about the Metamorphs in the afterlife. Chapter 84. Seeking Opportunity. Gohan, how are you aware that Metamorphs exist in the afterlife? This is not common knowledge among the living. At that moment, Gohan invoked his ultimate scapegoat. Are you familiar with the angels? He asked. It's a god of destruction named Beerus, and one of his angels, I believe named Whis. Inform me of this. Upon hearing the names Beerus and Whis, King Kai broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly covered Gohan's mouth, fearing that what he said might attract their attention and lead to the destruction of his already limited territory. All right, enough said. I understand. In a moment, I shall enlist King Enma to summon 2 Mightamore aliens to teach you the intricate steps of fusion dance. Please wait here for a while. After a brief interlude, the 2 Mightamore beings were indeed brought forth, and Son Gohan, alongside Son Wukong, embarked on the learning of the fusion dance. Although they mastered the steps, Son Gohan remained perplexed by the underlying principles of this technique. Perhaps it is akin to a skill governed by certain rules. Ultimately, after successfully completing the 5-step fusion, they returned to Earth to impart their newfound knowledge to others. Upon explaining the fusion technique, the majority embraced it, yet Vegeta refrained from participating, finding the movements too embarrassing. Indeed, persuading Vegeta to engage in such frivolities seemed akin to courting disaster. Unless his family's safety were at stake, Vegeta would remain obstinate. After instructing Broly and his brother, Son Gohan made his way back to the peaceful Bowsy Mountain, eager to teach the awaiting Kale. Kale, having stretched luxuriously after a long-awaited holiday, had indulged in a delightful slumber. Upon Gohan's return, he found an invigorated Kale, ready to learn the fusion technique. After a brief demonstration, Kale expressed her skepticism towards this peculiar fusion art. Gohan, is this fusion truly formidable? The posture seems rather odd, and maintaining similar statures and energy levels appears cumbersome. The Patera earrings seem far more convenient. Do not underestimate this fusion technique, Kale. As long as your energy reserves are not depleted, you can sustain the fusion for a full 30 minutes. In contrast, utilizing the Patera earrings even slightly for a potent skill may lead to an involuntary separation. Kale, having set aside her doubts regarding the dance fusion, now sought to understand its necessity. The primary reason lies with an entity named Cooler, Frisia's brother. My grandfather was once cursed, granting him visions of future events. In one such vision, Cooler attacked Earth. Hence, we must prepare, as his strength surpasses even Frisia's. Is Frisia's brother truly that formidable? Gohan, you cannot guarantee victory against him? This is quite astonishing. With some leisure time at hand, Son Gohan recounted various tales from the Dragon Ball Super Saga to Kale. As she absorbed these narratives, it seemed a new realm of understanding was unveiled before her. I never imagined such events would unfold in alternate worlds, former adversaries now united as allies to save the universe. Are there more stories? Please, share them all with me. Subsequently, Son Gohan divulged the entire Dragon Ball Super storyline to Kale, even touching upon the saga of Majin Buu. To think there exists a beast form. By the way, is your beast form truly that potent? It seems to have surpassed even the long-trained Vegeta and Son Wukong. Such matters are not of great concern. As you can see, my potential is indeed vast. It simply remains untapped. Kale chuckled softly, remarking that the most extraordinary among them was undoubtedly Broly, who, without even lifting a finger, could enhance his combat prowess. With merely a year or two of training, he could rival Gohan's beast form. Upon this reflection, Gohan realized that his beast form indeed felt reminiscent of the Super Saiyan transformations, both exuding immense power and a tendency to lose control if one was not cautious. After discussing for quite some time, they noticed that evening had nearly arrived, prompting Gohan to suggest they return home for dinner. He then resolved that the following day, he would invite everyone to train in the Super Saiyan God form together. With their plans set, they returned home to enjoy their meal. At the dining table, Kale posed a question to Bardock. Grandpa Bardock, do you think Uncle Goku would have transformed into Super Saiyan Blue to battle Cooler, only to be fatally struck in the heart by him? If Uncle Goku had never learned to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, would the future have changed? Bardock, upon hearing Kale's speculation, found himself uncertain about the implications of such a scenario on the prophecy. Meanwhile, Goku, who was ravenously enjoying his food, expressed his thoughts. Cooler must be incredibly powerful, right? You mentioned that even in my Super Saiyan Blue form, I couldn't defeat him. Yet, I still yearn to grow stronger and confront him. I believe that with diligent training, I can break the curse of the future. Truly, Goku's unwavering spirit shone through as always. However, one must wonder if he had considered the imminent birth of his child. Kiki, upon hearing Goku's words, could hardly contain herself. Goku, can you please stop being so reckless? Your little son is about to be born. You should take on the responsibilities of a father, leaving the dangerous confrontations to Vegeta. All right, but isn't Vegeta the one who has to babysit? Trunks chimed in, humorously lamenting, observing their playful banter. Everyone found amusement in Goku's innocent nature. Their quarrels were devoid of anger, resembling a light-hearted comedic exchange. Watching this family dynamic, Gohan silently resolved that now that he had embraced his identity as Gohan, he must protect his family. This was the fundamental and essential duty of a warrior. After dinner, Gohan lay in bed, contemplating how to swiftly cultivate his divine abilities to reach a level where he could stand unafraid against the formidable Golden Frieza. Lost in thought, he soon drifted off to sleep, remaining in slumber until the following day. Upon awakening, Gohan prepared to gather everyone, intending to train them to become Super Saiyan gods, thereby enhancing their collective strength. He also hoped to discover a way to unlock the beast form within Broly. Chapter 85. The beast Gohan summoned all the Saiyans on Earth to a vast plain, while Paragus, having lost the desire to fight, did not attend. The gathering included Goku, Kale, Bardock, Vegeta, Broly, and Broly, making a total of 6 Saiyans, excluding Gohan. As for the righteous hearts, Kale, Broly, and Goku posed no issue. The others, however, remained uncertain. After Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his inner turmoil seemed to have been resolved. Broly, along with androids 16 and 17, had committed no wrongdoing, and Bardock was likely seen as a figure of justice among the Saiyans. Gohan, undeterred by the complexities, began to guide them through the transformation process. Vegeta was the first to attempt this, as previously agreed upon. As they formed a circle, a gentle blue light emanated from their bodies. In that moment, Gohan's doubts vanished. It appeared that their ascension to Super Saiyan God would not pose significant issues. Gradually enveloped in radiant light, Vegeta's form ignited with crimson flames, seemingly shedding a layer of weight. Was this the power of divinity? He felt as if he remained in his normal state. Yet his strength had ascended to an entirely different dimension. Astonished, Vegeta gazed at his transformed body, reminiscent of a child entering an amusement park for the first time. Observing the fiery-haired Vegeta in the sky, Goku's enthusiasm surged. Gohan, hurry and assist me in becoming a Super Saiyan God as well. I wish to spar with Vegeta at full strength. He always hesitated to transform into Super Saiyan 4, fearing that I might claim he bullied me. Gohan smirked. Indeed, Goku remained unchanged. Faced with a formidable opponent, he was eager to engage in a bout. Gohan joined the expansive circle, enabling Goku to successfully attain the form of Super Saiyan God. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited duel, ascending from low altitudes to the stratosphere. The flashes of light in the sky indicated that their battle had reached an intense pinnacle. Moments later, 2 figures descended from the heavens, both Vegeta and Goku reverting to their normal states, appearing utterly exhausted. It was evident they had fought with all their might, for such weariness could not arise from a mere skirmish. Utilizing his abilities, Gohan aided the two in regaining some energy, as others had yet to achieve the form of Super Saiyan God. Ah, Vegeta, you have indeed grown stronger. Just now, I nearly couldn't counter that move. I thought I was done for. Vegeta retorted. We agreed to spar, yet you unleashed your full power without reservation, showing no signs of restraint. I had no choice but to respond in kind. After their playful banter, they successfully guided the other Saiyans into becoming Super Saiyan gods, including both Broly and Paragus. Subsequently, Gohan shared his insights and mindset on transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, encouraging everyone to diligently cultivate their divine powers. Thus, a new wave of training fervor emerged, while Gohan began to explore his own mysterious form. After all, the beast form was fundamentally rooted in his mysterious state, and unlocking power within that form was crucial to achieving the beast transformation. In his mysterious form, Gohan meticulously sensed the power coursing through his body. It felt as though he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet remained untouched by that transformation. Nevertheless, he undeniably wielded strength surpassing that of a Super Saiyan. With minimal strain on his physique, Gohan glanced at Broly before approaching him. Broly, do you perceive any discernible difference between transforming into a Super Saiyan God and an ordinary Super Saiyan? Upon hearing Gohan's inquiry, Broly appeared somewhat perplexed, but he subsequently articulated his feelings. When I transform into a Super Saiyan God, I experience a profound sense of tranquility. Conversely, transforming into an ordinary Super Saiyan evokes a tumultuous surge of ferocity within me. It is only recently that I have begun to suppress this overwhelming emotion. Gohan then rephrased his question. In comparison to your emotional state, do you notice any changes within your physicality? Broly contemplated for a moment before responding. Indeed, there are certain distinctions regarding my physique. The state of a Super Saiyan God is a more instinctual condition, while being a Super Saiyan induces a heightened sense of exhilaration, akin to the rapid heartbeat one experiences after a vigorous run. Yes, precisely that, the sensation of a racing heartbeat. Upon receiving the answer he sought, Gohan immediately retreated to a secluded area to commence his experiment. The catalyst for transforming into a beastly form is anger, which in turn accelerates the heartbeat. Goku's heart condition manifested after he became a Super Saiyan, and the source of the power of a Super Saiyan God is intriguingly rooted in the heart as well. Gohan formulated an audacious hypothesis. If he could further accelerate his heartbeat while in this mysterious form, he might successfully transition into a beastly state. Or rather, not a genuine beastly form, but rather a semblance of one, wherein the heartbeat accelerates without the genuine emotion of rage. Thus, how might one expedite their heartbeat? A ready method presents itself, the Kaioken technique. The Kaioken's efficacy lies in stimulating the heartbeat, enhancing blood flow, and thereby amplifying one's power manifold. The consequence of such an endeavor is the immense strain placed upon the body. The greater the amplification, the faster the heartbeat, and consequently, the heavier the burden on the physique. At this moment, Gohan was unaware of the true extent of Black Gold's formidable strength. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to experiment with this beastly transformation. As he attuned to the power within his body, he executed the Kaioken technique. During this process, he discovered that employing the Kaioken in his mysterious form proved exceedingly challenging, as though something obstructed his progress. Yet, this was merely a challenge. Perhaps his approach was indeed correct, with this difficulty representing the resistance of the beastly transformation. Breakthrough. Gohan's heartbeat surged in an instant, the crimson blood coursing rapidly through his veins. However, under the influence of the mysterious form, the blood did not spill forth as it typically would. Instead, it was drawn inward, as if engorging internally, tinting Gohan's pupils a vivid red. Amidst the burning and nurturing of his blood, Gohan's hair elongated slightly, the melanin consumed, resulting in a transformation into white hair. Roar! A formidable wave of energy radiated across the plains, astonishing even the 6 Super Saiyan gods present. This overwhelming aura, coupled with a fierce gaze, resembled that of a solitary wolf on a relentless hunt for its prey. The current appearance of Gohan resembles that of a wild beast. In Chapter 86, during a sparring session, Gohan experiences a ferocious emotion within him, a sensation he has never encountered since his arrival in this realm. However, he shows no signs of losing control. Instead, he perceives this state as a manifestation of a true human's potential. This might elucidate the reason others have often claimed he is yet to unleash his genuine strength. The burden of harboring 2 souls necessitates double the conditions to fully awaken his power. Previously, he had utilized the Kaioken in a mysterious form, yet during that instance, his blood had spilled forth as it would under normal circumstances. This time, Gohan has deliberately sealed his blood within. Thanks to the substantial enhancements his body has undergone since transforming into a Super Saiyan God. Otherwise, he would not have been able to assume this beastly form, as the majority of his strength would have dissipated externally, preventing him from elevating his physical prowess to that of a beast. This beastly form does not carry the adverse effects associated with the Kaioken. Instead, the power unleashed has been completely absorbed by the invigorated cells within him, resulting in a geometric increase in his strength. The aura enveloping Gohan is unlike any before, shrouded in a magenta hue, radiating a high-energy violet-blue glow. Such an intimidating presence. Could this truly be Gohan's authentic strength? Kale, observing from a distance, felt a surge of fear within her, a sensation more intense than when Broly had gone berserk. It is remarkable. I had initially believed Gohan's strength would not surpass that of his Super Saiyan Blue form by much. Yet at this moment, he appears to exist in an entirely different dimension. Indeed, Vegeta, it is astonishing that we have been surpassed by Gohan to such an extent. Merely half a year has passed, yet his progress seems to equate to decades of our own training. The astonishment was not limited to Goku and Vegeta. Even Broly and his brother were utterly taken aback. Gohan contemplated that without comparison, one cannot truly gauge growth. Having transformed into his beastly form, he felt the urge to test his abilities against a formidable opponent. He surveyed those present and concluded that Vegeta could be a suitable choice. Gohan tossed a capsule containing Patera earrings to Goku, addressing them. Inside this capsule are the Patera earrings. Father, please fuse with either Vegeta or Broly. I wish to test my current strength. Though Gohan yearned to battle Vegeta, he understood the latter's nature. Forcing someone into a fusion was not his style. As Goku hesitated over whether to fuse with Vegeta or Broly, he recognized that his current power was insufficient to spar with Gohan. Yet he still wished to gauge Gohan's strength and was open to fusing with someone. Just as Goku prepared to choose Broly, Vegeta snatched a Patera earring from him, exclaiming, "Kakarot, what are you doing? Do you truly believe Broly is stronger than I am?" In truth, Vegeta was eager to engage in combat with Gohan, but he felt too shy to suggest a fusion with Goku. As Sun Wukong prepared to offer his strength to Broly, he could no longer contain himself. "You don't even give me the chance to refuse. Do I not have my pride?" Son Gohan chuckled lightly. Ultimately, Sun Wukong merged with Vegeta to become Vegeto. What a magnificent form! The familiar attire unmistakably belonged to the Vegeto of his memories. One could not help but wonder if the current Son Gohan could stand against this Vegeto. Since it was the fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot, it would be aptly named Vegeto. With such formidable power, I shall not be defeated by anyone. After uttering these boastful words, Vegeto approached Son Gohan, striking a pose to signify the beginning of their duel. "Gohan, you are truly formidable now, to the point where I must unleash my true strength to engage you," he declared. "Behold, this is the true power of Lord Vegeto." In an instant, Vegeto erupted with energy, crimson flames enveloping his form before transforming into a brilliant blue. Remarkably, even without transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, he had achieved this state on his own. "This is Vegeto Blue. Are you ready? Here I come." Vegeto charged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Gohan. Quick as lightning, Gohan evaded the blow and countered with a spinning kick. Vegeto, displaying remarkable reflexes, caught Gohan's foot and flung him aside. Despite being thrown, Gohan executed a swift spin, landing gracefully on the ground. The two then collided head-on, each strike resonating with force. The air around them crackled with flashes of red and blue lightning as they ascended higher into the sky with each clash. Vegeto unleashed several energy blasts to disrupt Gohan's movements. Gohan deftly deflected each beam and then unleashed a Kamehameha that nearly transcended dimensions. Vegeto, undeterred, readied his own Kamehameha in response. Ultimate Kamehameha. The two beams collided fiercely in midair, their energies distorting the surrounding space. With a sudden surge of strength, Gohan's Kamehameha thickened significantly, overpowering Vegeto's ultimate Kamehameha. But there was more to come. 20-fold Kaioken. A crimson aura enveloped Vegeto, amplifying the might of his ultimate Kamehameha and forcing Gohan's beam back. Gohan thought to himself, "Truly, Vegeto is remarkable. Not only has he instantly mastered Super Saiyan Blue, but he is also astute enough to employ Kaioken to augment his power." Yet, one must not forget that Son Gohan too was a half-fused being at this moment. He increased his output, pushing back the Kamehameha that had just been repelled. Just as the energy wave was about to strike Vegeto, an overload of energy caused them to separate. This division, propelled by the overwhelming force, allowed them to narrowly evade the devastating Kamehameha. Sun Wukong and Vegeta gazed at the terrifying energy wave, feeling an unsettling dread. A mere graze from it could spell disaster. Upon witnessing his capability to confront Super Saiyan Blue Vegeto, Gohan felt confident in his strength, believing that with further training, he would be more than sufficient to face Gula. The trio returned to the surface, where they were warmly greeted by the others. Kale dashed to Gohan's side, stammering, "Wow, such an impressive ki. Gohan, how did you achieve that?" Reverting to his normal state, Gohan contemplated for a moment before explaining to Kale, "You may refer to this form as Beast Gohan. It resembles the form Broly takes when in a frenzy, though my emotions are more stable, allowing for better control." Kale glanced at Broly, then back at Gohan, pondering incredulously. "Are you joking? This power is on an entirely different level." Chapter 87. Space and training. Time flew by, and after a day of guidance, the group had begun to grasp the essence of divine power. Among them, Goku and Vegeta could faintly channel some divine energy, while Kale, who had transformed into Super Saiyan God at least 3 times, was nearing her own transformation. "Let's call it a day," Gohan declared. Practicing divine energy is mentally taxing. Without adequate rest, it could be counterproductive. Upon Gohan's conclusion, everyone ceased their activities. After a discussion, they agreed to exchange training insights every fortnight at this very plane. After bidding farewell, they returned to their respective homes. On the way back, Goku inquired of Gohan, "Gohan, why can you transform into that beast form when we cannot? We used Kaioken during the fusion." Gohan replied, "I had used Kaioken before as well, yet I did not attain the beast form. This time, however, I risked infusing my power into my heart and cells, resulting in an unnatural surge. This strength might stem from a genetic mutation or perhaps due to my hybrid lineage." Unnatural? Goku pondered. "Since you face Cell, your emotions have indeed grown colder. Is this the calm surface concealing turbulent waters?" Goku's metaphor was surprising, showcasing a depth of understanding. Nevertheless, he was correct. To unleash greater power, Gohan needed stronger stimuli. Yet, in terms of mental fortitude, he could achieve much with minimal effort. However, Gohan, do not shoulder all the responsibility alone. This planet belongs to us all, and we shall protect it together. Gohan nodded, aware that the fate of everyone was at stake. Hence his desire for collective involvement. As for the exclusion of other warriors, it was evident that Gula's enemies were primarily Saiyans, and it would be best not to disrupt others' lives. Upon returning to the lookout, the group began their training after resting for the night. While others focused on honing their divine powers, Gohan ventured to a different location for his training. "Ah, is that Gohan? What brings you here?" Kaishin of Time, Kane, expressed curiosity at Gohan's unexpected arrival. Son Gohan did not engage in any formalities. He directly articulated his purpose for being there. "Lord Kane, you must be aware of the god of space, correct? During my training on the planet Udrat, I acquired his legacy. Now, I find myself in a bit of a predicament and wish to learn his skills more expeditiously. Do you possess any effective methods?" Upon hearing Son Gohan mention the god of space, Kane's demeanor instantly brightened. "Ah, that fellow. You are indeed fortunate to have learned his skills. The god of space, like myself, is one of the most formidable deities among the kings of the universe, and his abilities transcend the very fabric of time." Son Gohan, intrigued by Kane's words, inquired, "Does that imply his abilities surpass yours?" Kane nodded affirmatively and continued, "He governs the laws of space, while time is merely a concept describing the motion of matter. Thus, there is no true traversal of time. One can only navigate through parallel dimensions. I manage the spontaneously generated parallel dimensions, while the temporal guardians handle the unique temporal anomalies. So, controlling time essentially equates to controlling the motion of matter?" Son Gohan deduced. "Indeed, but the energy consumption is immense. Hence, I often assume a juvenile form to conserve my strength for unforeseen circumstances. Conversely, the god of space wields the power to manipulate space itself, which inherently encompasses time and matter. Therefore, he need not concern himself with energy constraints, allowing his prowess to surpass mine effortlessly." Suddenly, Son Gohan grasped the concept. The Omni King serves as a prime example, possessing the ability to command all aspects of space, thereby effortlessly eliminating anything within it without exhibiting fatigue. No wonder it is said that mastering his skills renders one invincible. It is indeed a form of unparalleled dominance. Everything within space lies under my control. And in this universe, who can exist independently of space? Thus, invincibility follows. Is there a more expedient method to cultivate such abilities? Observing Son Gohan's palpable excitement, Kane doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "Alas, I have scarcely encountered the god of space. How could I possibly know how to acquire his skills?" Son Gohan, though not surprised, recognized the disparity in their abilities. However, his inquiries were not limited to that alone. He promptly returned to the matter at hand. "Lord Kane, is there a location where the space differs from others? I wish to explore whether I can train in such an environment to better attune myself to the power of space." Kane pondered for a moment and seemed to recall a specific place, subsequently sharing its details with Son Gohan. "There exists a rift between two universes, but it is accompanied by the remnants of a shattered planet. The surrounding cosmic space intertwines in a unique manner. Perhaps this is the place you seek." Upon hearing about such a location, Son Gohan eagerly requested Kane to transport him there. "Patience, my young friend. Although you possess the ability to survive within the cosmos, certain precautions must still be taken." She then led Son Gohan to an armory, where she outfitted him with a peculiar garment resembling a weighted suit. "Lord Kane, what is this? It appears rather unusual. This garment is exceptionally heavy, and the space around is in utter disarray. A moment's carelessness could lead to being swept away. Thus, this attire serves to anchor you in place. Indeed, it is prudent to take precautions. Otherwise, one might inadvertently find themselves in a troublesome predicament. With the assistance of Saiyan, Son Gohan donned the cumbersome attire and subsequently traversed the temporal gateway, arriving at a cosmic rift. There, he indeed beheld a platform that struck him as vaguely familiar. He secured himself upon the rocky surface, beginning to contemplate the surrounding fluctuations of space. The space around him was in a tumultuous clash, tearing and rending as if vying for one another's energy. Once a space melded into another, it would not be long before it was yanked back into its former realm. Meanwhile, other spaces coexisted in a state of tranquility, each ignoring the other, maintaining a courteous social distance. The energy within surged incessantly, occasionally crashing against Son Gohan, as though he were being slapped intermittently by unseen hands. However, this was precisely the effect he sought. At the moment those energies approached, he would utilize his own spatial powers to deflect them. Thus, he continued to hone his reflexes and mastery over space. Chapter 88. Admission tickets. The scene shifts to Earth, where everyone has been diligently training for the past fortnight. They gathered as promised in the plains for a discussion. Kakarot, where's your son Gohan? Why hasn't he arrived? Could he be training elsewhere? In response to Vegeta's inquiry, Goku was equally perplexed. He did mention he would train in another location, but I had no idea he would vanish for such an extended period. Because of this, Chi-Chi gave me quite a scolding. At that moment, Caulifla interjected. That rascal Gohan must have gone to seek out the supreme Kai of time. Who knows which timeline he is frolicking in, leaving me behind. How outrageous. Everyone dismissed the matter, as Gohan had indeed become quite enigmatic since attaining his mysterious form. Kakarot, let me witness your current prowess. You must have reached Super Saiyan Blue by now. You should have sensed that power when we fused. Goku glanced at Vegeta and affirmed. Indeed, Vegeta, you must have reached that level as well. Otherwise, shall we engage in a friendly match? With that, the two prepared to spar once more, leaving Caulifla exasperated. It was evident that their interactions could only devolve into combat banter. With no other recourse, Caulifla chose to converse with the other three Saiyans who appeared more composed. Through mutual sparring and discussions, they uncovered numerous advantages of Super Saiyan Blue, not merely in its formidable strength, but also in its exquisite control over Ki. However, its drawbacks were equally apparent. While it possessed immense power, its energy consumption was substantial, much like Super Saiyan 4. There exists a solution, which is to elevate the Super Blue state to its full power, or to emulate the character Vegeta from the original manga, utilizing Super Saiyan God in everyday situations and unleashing Super Blue during combat. Progressing to the Deep Blue form is also a viable option. As for self-extremity and free extremity, without the guidance of the Destroyer Gods and Whis, achieving these is nearly impossible. Thus, their subsequent objective remains the attainment of Super Blue and its full power. Among the group, the others can fulfill these requirements with relative ease. However, the most challenging case is Bardock. After years of battle, he has developed a habit, making the transformation into a Super Saiyan exceedingly difficult, let alone achieving Super Blue. Nevertheless, to be candid, none of them truly desire to send him into battle. Given the vast disparity in strength, they merely wish to ensure he does not fall behind. As the group diligently trains, a new development arises with Gohan. A figure suddenly materializes at the site of the spatial rift, surveying the surroundings with a contented nod. Just as the individual prepares to unleash their power, they notice a young boy meditating at the center of the colossal stone. Gohan quietly attunes himself to the surrounding spatial energy when, all of a sudden, he detects a peculiar fluctuation that does not seem to emanate from the natural space itself. As the disturbance draws nearer, Gohan abruptly opens his eyes. Could it be that this visage belongs to Goku's son, Gohan? Remarkably, it is indeed the youthful Gohan. Is it possible that you have traversed time without permission? Gohan gazes at the newcomer, his pupils widening in astonishment. Is this not the Grand Minister, who stands beside the Omni King? How did he arrive in this location? No wonder I find this place familiar. It is none other than the venue of the Tournament of Power. Gohan quickly shakes his head and addresses the Grand Minister. You must be the esteemed Grand Minister. Indeed, I am the young Gohan, but I am here with the permission of the King of Time, seeking to hone my spatial abilities. The Grand Minister senses the presence of a regulated energy within Gohan, confirming that it indeed pertains to the laws of space. To his surprise, he has encountered one who has inherited the laws of space. You claim to serve under the King of Time, and you possess the requisite strength. My purpose here is primarily to locate a venue suitable for hosting the Tournament of Power, so I must kindly ask you to vacate this area. Gohan immediately rises, yielding the space behind him, then tentatively inquires, "Are you truly the great antagonist? I have heard that you aspire to usurp the position of the Omni King." The Grand Minister, manipulating the massive stone before him, chuckles lightly and responds, "Ah, what an amusing rumor. Is my reputation in another timeline so unfavorable? The Omni King wields the most formidable power of laws in this world, and I am merely a humble minister. How could I ever hope to usurp the Omni King's position?" Upon hearing this response, Gohan retracts his hand from the time-space bracelet. It seems that in the Dragon Ball universe, the authority of the Omni King remains unchallenged. After this tense and exhilarating trial, Sun Wukong suddenly pondered that since there was a free viewing of the Tournament of Power, it would be prudent to watch it to the end before departing. "Lord Grand Priest, may I remain to witness the Tournament of Power? I am quite intrigued and wish to experience the strength of the various universes," he inquired. The Grand Priest replied, "Such matters are not for me to decide. You should consult either Lord Zeno or Lord Supreme Kai of Time." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong promptly connected with the Supreme Kai of Time. After explaining the situation to her, she naturally agreed, assuring him that as long as he refrained from intervening, history would remain unchanged. A while later, Sun Wukong encountered the two Zeniths and immediately bowed to them, stating his intentions. "Wukong, you carry the scent of your uncle. Very well. You may attend the Tournament of Power," they responded. Thus, Sun Wukong successfully acquired a ticket to the tournament. As for the uncle referenced by Zeno, it was likely the Supreme Kai of Space. Next came the waiting period for the various universes to prepare, during which Sun Wukong continued his training. He seated himself in a designated spot and began to sense the changes in space. Following renovations, the spatial environment became markedly more orderly, in stark contrast to its previous chaotic state. Through this transition from disorder to order, Sun Wukong gained a deeper understanding of spatial dynamics. While he was engrossed in his training, the two Zeniths approached him simultaneously, exclaiming, "What a remarkable skill! Uncle's divine observation. Wukong, you are truly impressive to have mastered this technique." Startled by their sudden appearance, Sun Wukong was taken aback, realizing that they were indeed familiar with the skill, implying their acquaintance with the Supreme Kai of Space. Seizing the opportunity, he mustered his courage and asked the two Zeniths, "Might Lord Zeno teach me to enhance my divine observation? I would be most grateful." Chapter 89. Sitting in the middle, the two Zeniths gazed at Sun Wukong with puzzled expressions before simultaneously responding, "Teach you? But you have already learned it." Sun Wukong felt a bit awkward, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. "It's just that I feel the power is insufficient and the range too limited when using this skill." After a moment's contemplation, Zeno seemed to grasp his concern. "I understand now. Allow me to provide you with this." With that, both Zeniths conjured small spheres, handing one to Sun Wukong each. "What are these, Lord Zeno?" "They look like marbles," he inquired. "These are, in fact, miniature universes, quite powerful," one Zeno explained. The other added, "Indeed, if you can unlock them, your strength will greatly amplify." Sun Wukong carefully stored the two small spheres, convinced that their promise of power would hold true, not daring to ask further questions. Especially given the perilous nature of Lord Zeno, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Zeno. Are you preparing to watch the tournament? I have heard that the Tournament of Power brings together the mightiest beings from across the cosmos, promising to be a spectacular event." The two Supreme Kings took their seats and glanced at Gohan, saying, "Gohan, please sit between us. As the disciple of my uncle, you are thus my elder." Gohan was utterly taken aback, astonished that he was invited to sit between the two Supreme Kings. Should he accept this honor or decline it? The two Supreme Kings parted to reveal a vacant space, effortlessly conjuring a chair with a flick of their wrists. They then patted the chairs, gesturing for Gohan to take his place. Reluctantly, Gohan complied, hoping the situation would not become too awkward. At that moment, the Grand Minister ushered in the other participants from various universes. A glance revealed the two Supreme Kings flanked by their guards, with Gohan nestled between them. The Grand Minister was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, for he possessed a unique power derived from special rules, being the representative of the Kaioshin of time. However, the other attendees trailing behind him were not as composed. The gods of destruction and angels from the various universes displayed expressions of shock. Who was this individual who could sit between the two supreme kings? On one side, Beerus anxiously inquired of Whis. Whis, why does that person resemble Goku's son? Is it truly safe for him to sit there? Whis, equally perplexed, could only shake his head in response. The competitors began to murmur amongst themselves, unable to fathom that someone could occupy such a prestigious position. Meanwhile, the participants from Universe 7, upon recognizing Gohan, were even more astonished than those from other universes. Goku, ever oblivious, exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that Gohan? Hey Gohan, is that you?" Those seated and standing near Gohan wore expressions of discomfort. However, given Goku's loud declaration, they felt compelled to acknowledge him. Thus, Gohan, seated in the middle, waved in Goku's direction, inadvertently confirming his identity. At that moment, Goku realized something was amiss. Wait, isn't Gohan right next to me? What is the situation with this young Gohan? Everyone present turned their gaze toward Goku, astonished to discover that his son possessed such formidable energy. How could they proceed with the tournament now? Perceiving the myriad of thoughts swirling among the crowd, the Grand Minister cleared his throat and addressed them. Everyone, please be quiet. This Gohan is not the Gohan of our universe. He is a special guest invited by the Kaioshin of Time to observe the tournament. Therefore, he is not the Gohan of this timeline. I ask you all to treat him fairly during the competition and maintain a respectful atmosphere. Following the Grand Minister's explanation, the focus shifted away from Gohan as preparations for battle commenced. After all, the safety of their own universe was of paramount importance compared to the enigmatic figure before them. Under the Grand Minister's organization, all gods of destruction and angels took their designated positions. With a command from the Grand Minister, the tournament officially commenced. The experience of witnessing the event live was far more exhilarating for Gohan than any animated depiction could convey. The visual spectacle of the battle, the vibrations in the air, and the intensity of the energy were all acutely perceptible to him. In his heart, son Gohan mused, indeed, witnessing it live is far more exhilarating than watching it on television. I could also study their abilities closely. If we were to host a tournament of strength in our realm someday, it would serve as a valuable reference. As son Gohan surveyed the scene of the competition, he found himself dazzled. Many of the scenes he had witnessed in the anime were unfolding simultaneously before him. After observing the match for a while, he sensed a familiar aura. Was that not Caulifla from Universe 6? He was taken aback by their striking resemblance. Even their energy felt similar. Although the ancient Caulifla had been considerably weaker than her Universe 6 counterpart at the outset, she must have grown stronger than the fighters here now. At that moment, son Gohan noticed a peculiar gaze directed towards him. Turning to investigate, he was surprised to find Jiren watching him intently. The two locked eyes, and son Gohan felt an overwhelming energy emanating from Jiren, far surpassing that of anyone else present. So this is Jiren? What a formidable individual. I wonder what spectacle he will unleash when he truly engages. But why is he staring at me? There is nothing particularly unusual about me, is there? Soon after, Jiren averted his gaze, quietly gathering his strength in preparation to confront the others. Son Gohan chose not to watch Jiren any longer. The moment when Jiren revealed his true power would undoubtedly be the most thrilling. After a thorough observation, son Gohan concluded that Goku and Vegeta were significantly stronger than their counterparts from his timeline, a testament to the rigorous training they had undergone under the Angel and the God of Destruction. In this timeline, son Gohan had also adopted a mysterious form for battle. He opted not to transform into Super Saiyan God, choosing instead to carve his own path, eschewing the traditional Super Saiyan route. At this juncture, son Gohan was indeed much stronger than Super Saiyan 3, yet still had some distance to cover before reaching Super Saiyan God. Nevertheless, he was more than capable of handling a few minor adversaries, his strength already representing a high level within the universe. However, the earlier skirmishes were not the crux of his interest. What son Gohan truly yearned to witness was Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct. Although he was still in the process of growth and could not fully grasp Ultra Instinct, he believed he could at least experience its essence without significant issue. Chapter 90. The spectacular match. After a fierce battle lasting several minutes, many competitors had already been eliminated. Only a handful of formidable fighters remained on the stage. With son Gohan's arrival, the timeline had experienced some alterations, though overall, the impact was minimal. The individuals being eliminated bore a striking resemblance to those in the original history, and now Jiren was preparing to make his move. Jiren took a step forward, advancing towards Goku, the overwhelming aura surrounding him enveloping everyone present, causing the entire arena to tremble. Goku assumed his fighting stance, ready to engage, but Jiren's mere presence, without any movement, left the audience breathless, even drawing astonished reactions from Beerus, the god of destruction. Goku unleashed an enhanced Kamehameha towards Jiren, but Jiren remained unperturbed, showing no signs of defense. Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and launched a fierce assault against Jiren. Yet to Jiren, it felt merely like a tickle. It was only when Sun Wukong ascended to Super Saiyan Blue that Jiren finally engaged, and they clashed with great intensity. However, with just a few moves, Jiren incapacitated Sun Wukong, sending him sprawling to the ground with a single punch. By a stroke of fortune, Sun Wukong managed to grasp the edge of the arena, narrowly avoiding elimination. He then charged at Jiren with a Super Saiyan Blue Kamehameha, but just as he drew near, it felt as though he had been struck by countless fists, and he fell to the ground. The spectators were astounded, unable to fathom the immense power Jiren possessed. Painfully, Sun Wukong rose from the ground, relinquishing his Super Saiyan Blue form to gather energy for a spirit bomb. Son Gohan, having keenly observed Jiren's assault, found his spatial awareness significantly heightened after training in this arena. Although he could not directly perceive Jiren's attacks, he sensed the trajectory of Jiren's fists through spatial awareness. Indeed, Jiren was formidable, unleashing over 1,000 punches in an instant, and he had not even exerted his full strength. He remained unfazed by Sun Wukong's spirit bomb. His prowess was undeniable. As expected, the colossal spirit bomb conjured by Sun Wukong was effortlessly repelled by Jiren. The spirit bomb, compressed by immense force, erupted in a violent explosion. Would it begin now? Sun Wukong entered his state of Ultra Instinct. Amidst the explosion, a figure emerged from the center of the crater, Sun Wukong, embodying the essence of Ultra Instinct. The crowd gasped in astonishment, though Jiren merely furrowed his brow. The two warriors clashed once more. Son Gohan meticulously attuned himself to Sun Wukong's movements. In his current state, Wukong's mind was tranquil, his body seemingly composed of independent cells, each radiating its full potential. Yet, this was not complete Ultra Instinct. To a significant extent, his body was still governed by Wukong's consciousness. The two were evenly matched in their combat. But Jiren had not yet unleashed his full power. Sensing a hint of threat, he liberated more of his strength. At this moment, Sun Wukong found himself at a disadvantage. After several exchanges, the form of Ultra Instinct dissipated with his shifting mindset. Subsequently, he was sent flying, just as Hit approached Jiren, poised to launch a surprise attack. Son Gohan observed Hit's manipulation of space. Even though Hit interfered with his own power, it was only within a limited scope. In contrast, the godly Ki was a force of regulation, not merely disrupting space, but truly controlling it. Faced with Jiren's overwhelming strength, Hit's techniques were rendered ineffective, ultimately leading to his elimination. Meanwhile, on another front, Kale and Caulifla fused into Kefla, emerging as a formidable adversary. Sun Wukong, despite transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, found no advantage, ultimately defeating her only through the use of Ultra Instinct. As the battle approached its climax, Sun Wukong and Vegeta confronted Jiren, while Frieza clashed with Android 17 against Toppo. Subsequently, as the plot unfolded, Vegeta aided in the defeat of Toppo, and together they faced Jiren in the ultimate showdown. The battle escalated in intensity, with all participants exerting their utmost to counter Jiren. Yet, Jiren unleashed astonishing power, leading to Vegeta's eventual elimination, who selflessly transferred his remaining energy to Goku. With unwavering determination, Goku utilized the Ultra Instinct technique, but it was not long before he too was subdued by Jiren's overwhelming strength. Gradually, Goku found himself on the defensive, enduring relentless blows. However, spurred on by the encouragement of his comrades from Universe 7, Goku's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. At last, he attained the true form of Ultra Instinct. In a flash of brilliance, Jiren's assault was halted, as Goku emerged as a radiant figure, advancing toward Jiren. Ultra Instinct ignited every cell within Goku, bestowing him with formidable power, while his mind reached a divine state, calm and unfazed, silent yet immensely powerful. He launched a direct attack, sending the unprepared Jiren hurtling away. After an intense exchange, Jiren, no longer holding back, unleashed his full might. Gohan lamented the absence of the iconic battle music from the original series, wishing for its resounding notes to accompany such an exhilarating confrontation. Their clash illuminated the arena, energy blasts soaring, as their combined forces approached the very limits of the stage's endurance. Jiren's fury intensified, eventually breaking through his defenses, nearly obliterating Krillin in the process. How could Goku tolerate such an affront? The destruction of Krillin would only empower him further. In a moment of sheer force, Goku erupted with incredible strength, toppling Jiren to the ground. Just as Goku prepared to conclude their battle, the burden of Ultra Instinct overwhelmed his body, leading to a collapse. The ensuing events are well known. Frieza and Goku executed a spectacular collaboration, ultimately triumphing in the Tournament of Power. Following their victory, they summoned the Eternal Dragon, a sight that left Gohan utterly awestruck, as he could scarcely fathom the nature of such a divine being. The Eternal Dragon radiated a blinding golden light, its form transcending dimensions, although visible in its entirety. It seemed to distort the very fabric of space. As Goku and the others wished to restore all universes, the Eternal Dragon unleashed an astonishing surge of energy. Imbued with numerous laws of power, this energy bore a striking resemblance to the forces of space, yet with subtle distinctions. Ultimately, the narrative concluded on a joyful note. Having witnessed the tournament, Gohan prepared to return home, intending to ponder the small orbs bestowed by the Omni King. Dear Omni King, having watched the match, I must take my leave. Please take care. Gohan waved farewell to the Omni King, readying his spatial bracelet to return to the time realm. At that moment, however, Goku called out to him. Chapter 91. After the battle, another challenge awaits. Gohan turned to look at Goku, perplexed as to why this version of his father would seek him out. Gohan, you and Jiren locked eyes for quite some time, didn't you? This suggests you possess remarkable strength. I must say, I am astonished that you have acquired such formidable power at such a young age. Indeed, our world is rather unique. To safeguard the Earth and uphold the integrity of the timeline, I must become stronger. With a relaxed smile, Sun Wukong turned to the Omni King and inquired, could you lend me Gohan for a while? I wish to engage him in a proper battle to ascertain the strength required to maintain the timeline. The two Omni Kings tilted their heads slightly and replied to Sun Wukong, I have no objections, but this matter is beyond my jurisdiction. You should consult Gohan himself. Sun Wukong gazed at Gohan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Faced with such enthusiasm, Gohan felt reluctant to decline. Regardless, he thought, as long as I don't divulge anything about the future, there should be no catastrophic alterations. With that, Gohan acquiesced to Wukong's request. Just as Sun Wukong was about to seize Gohan for their match, Gohan proposed a condition. There are too many people here. I fear that being seen by so many might influence future events. Therefore, I would like the Grand Minister to transport us to the hyperbolic time chamber for our duel. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong recalled Trunks' previous visit, which altered the future. He realized that if too many were aware, it might indeed trigger a butterfly effect, and thus he consented to Gohan's request. Each individual returned to their respective universes, while Gohan and Sun Wukong were transported to the hyperbolic time chamber of the Earth's sacred temple. As the chamber exists in a different dimension, the Grand Minister swiftly opened the passage, sending both Sun Wukong and Gohan inside. Sun Wukong performed a series of warm-up exercises before assuming his stance, his piercing gaze fixed on Gohan. Come on, Gohan, I am ready, he declared. Gohan also adopted his battle stance, transforming into his mysterious form. Father, here we go. Standing in the expansive arena, their eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Gohan leapt forward, executing a flying kick with astonishing speed aimed at Sun Wukong. Drawing upon his years of combat experience, Sun Wukong narrowly evaded the attack by sidestepping Gohan's toes. Witnessing Gohan's remarkable velocity, Sun Wukong decided to unleash his full power, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Gohan launched a rapid punch aimed at Sun Wukong's face, who swiftly dodged while countering with a side kick. The air was filled with the sound of rushing fists and flickering feet as the two exhibited extraordinary speed and strength in their offensive and defensive maneuvers. Each clash resonated with a heavy thud, as if the very air trembled with their intensity. Their fists collided with tremendous force, propelling both combatants backward. Gohan, you truly are formidable. Your strength in this form rivals my Super Saiyan Blue, Sun Wukong acknowledged. As for you, my son, your combat experience and techniques far surpass my current abilities. In this form, I must remain highly focused to avoid falling behind. Taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong closed his eyes and declared to Gohan, "Now, I shall unleash my full strength. I am aware that you have not exerted your full strength, so I hope that you will engage in this battle with the same fervor as I do." Son Gohan smiled faintly, astonished that merely witnessing a power tournament would present him with the opportunity to spar with the effortless and transcendent. Moreover, the Son Goku here possesses tremendous strength, with his combat techniques and mastery of ki reaching an exceptional level. If you intend to unleash your full power, then I shall have no choice but to employ this form in battle. The father of the future is indeed significantly stronger than the father I know. Son Goku slowly opened his eyes, enveloped in a layer of silver, mysterious energy. Meanwhile, Son Gohan began to employ his unique understanding to attain the state of a mimetic beast. With a powerful surge of energy, Son Gohan transformed, his eyes gleaming red and his hair white, radiating an aura akin to that of blazing flames. After a fleeting moment of mutual gaze, the two swiftly clashed, their formidable energies colliding and creating ripples of intense turbulence in the pristine white expanse. Gohan launched a ferocious assault on Goku. Yet each of his punches was deftly evaded by Goku. Truly, he embodies effortless transcendence. However, how will you respond to this technique? As Gohan threw a punch, Goku, as usual, sidestepped effortlessly. Yet, following his evasion, a fierce energy akin to a wolf's claw struck Goku's shoulder. Each subsequent strike from Gohan bore this effect, momentarily perplexing Goku. Under conventional reasoning, one would need to evade an attack only once. However, Gohan's strikes necessitated dodging twice. After a few exchanges, Goku had been hit multiple times, though Gohan refrained from using his full strength, merely inflicting a slight sting. Realizing that close combat was yielding hits, Goku opted to create distance. He quickly charged a Kamehameha wave and directed it towards Gohan. Instead of countering the wave, Gohan placed his hands before him and, harnessing his power, waved upward. The Kamehameha instantly altered its course, soaring skyward. Subsequently, Gohan waved downward, redirecting the Kamehameha towards Goku's position. Goku hastily leaped to evade, gathering two energy blasts in his hands and launching them at Gohan. Gohan, observing the energy blasts, effortlessly deflected them. At that moment, Goku utilized instant transmission to appear behind Gohan, who swiftly turned to block, his arm taking the brunt of a punch. The tremendous impact sent Gohan sliding several dozen meters away. It was unexpected that Goku, having barely transformed into effortless transcendence, could demonstrate such power. No wonder Whis and the God of Destruction hold him in high regard. However, in a contest of divine techniques, Goku would not stand a chance against the Gohan before him. As Goku prepared to launch a further attack, he found himself seemingly immobilized, unable to make any move. Meanwhile, the Son Gohan before Goku had vanished without a trace, and even his aura had completely dissipated. Confronted with such a scene, Son Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. Yet, his instincts whispered to him that at this very moment, Son Gohan was preparing to launch an assault from a concealed position. Chapter 92. The beating Son Wukong remained vigilant of his surroundings, striving to extricate himself from his constraints with the power coursing through him. However, he soon realized that he was not ensnared by any tangible force, but rather that the space around him felt exceedingly confined. A wave of crisis washed over him. In his state of profound ease, he attempted to evade the impending threat, yet found himself unable to dodge the blow due to physical limitations. Consequently, a fist struck his abdomen, leaving only a trace of intertwined blue and white energy in its wake. Thus, under such circumstances, Son Wukong endured a barrage of punches, each landing with relentless precision. Suddenly, he recalled the technique used by Gotenks and Majin Buu when they exited the hyperbolic time chamber. With a surge of formidable power, his body erupted with vibrations as he unleashed a primal roar. Under the impact of his immense strength, the spatial constraints imposed by Gohan's technique were forcibly undone. Son Wukong deftly sidestepped an aerial blow, grasping the invisible Gohan and executing a powerful shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. With one hand pinning Gohan down, he pointed a finger at him and declared, "So what do you say? Do you concede?" On the ground, Gohan merely flashed a radiant smile before quipping, "The one who has truly lost is you, Dad." At that moment, Son Wukong felt a hand gripping the back of his neck. Gohan, utilizing his clones, had ultimately triumphed in this contest. With a chuckle, Sun Wukong relinquished his state of profound ease. I was careless. I never anticipated you would employ Tian's multiform technique. You could have secured victory when you immobilized me. Why did you hold back? In response to Sun Wukong's inquiry, Gohan smiled. While the state of profound ease is indeed powerful, it is not without its flaws. I merely wish to remind you of that, so you would not falter against those with peculiar abilities in the future. Scratching his head, Sun Wukong erupted into hearty laughter. Who would have thought that one day I would be schooled by my own son? You seem far more mature than the Gohan I once knew. After sharing a moment of laughter, the two exchanged a handshake, each having gained invaluable combat experience and an appreciation for one another's strength. They reached a mutual understanding. Regardless of the number of adversaries or their formidable nature, any foe possessing superhuman abilities must be dealt with first. Together, they exited the hyperbolic time chamber and returned to Earth, where the others had also emerged from the void of the Tournament of Power. At that moment, a future Son Gohan approached them, inquiring of Sun Wukong, "Dad, have you finished your sparring? Just how strong was I in the past to have garnered the attention of Jiren and yourself? It seems that even as the same person, my younger self has surpassed the present me. Fear not, Gohan. You two are essentially the same individual. With diligent training, I am confident you will attain the same level of strength," Sun Wukong reassured him. "Kakarot, you rascal, always indulging yourself. With formidable opponents around, you never allow me the chance to train with them." Upon facing the proud Vegeta, Son Goku remarked, "Why not spar with Gohan? He surpasses my ultra instinct and ease. Just don't let yourself be knocked down." Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Astonished that this little Gohan could outshine Goku in his serene state, such a notion was utterly bewildering. "Humph, I refuse to believe it. You must have held back," he retorted. "If we are to fight, then let's have another round. I will surely expose Kakarot's deception." With no choice, Gohan once again entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta. Time flowed swiftly within, and they emerged shortly thereafter. Gohan stepped out with an awkward expression, while Vegeta followed closely behind, arms crossed, tilting his head in a haughty manner. A mere glance revealed a deep bruise around Vegeta's eye, clearly indicative of a beating. "I inadvertently mismanaged my strength. My sincerest apologies," he said, maintaining a stern demeanor. Eventually managing to utter, "It's fine. I acknowledge your power." Observing Vegeta in a humbled state, the others suppressed their laughter. "Well, let us not dwell too much on my affairs. I do not wish for my presence to cause irrevocable changes to the timeline. In any case, I must take my leave. Everyone performed splendidly at the Tournament of Power. Continue to strive, and may our paths cross again." The group nodded at Gohan, who activated his time bracelet and returned to his world. "You're back. How was it? Any gains?" Gohan produced the two small spheres gifted by the Omni King and said to Kane, "The Omni King bestowed these upon me, claiming that understanding them would significantly enhance my strength." Kane took one of the spheres, scrutinizing it carefully before returning it to Gohan. It seems to contain a separate space, akin to a miniature universe, though it appears to be sealed at present. Perhaps when you possess the ability to unlock it, it will signify that your skills have reached a sufficient level. Gohan nodded in agreement, sharing her assessment. He then bid farewell to Kane and returned to the Capsule Corporation. "I'm back." Upon his return, Son Goku and Caulifla, who were training nearby, paused their exercises. "You're back. You've been away for quite a while, yet I don't sense any increase in your strength. What exactly did you train in?" "Naturally, I focused on mastering divine techniques. Martial arts encompass more than mere strength. Skill is equally vital." Gohan affectionately ruffled Caulifla's hair and beamed as he entered the house. Feeling slightly offended by his gesture, Caulifla exclaimed, "What's the big idea? Why are you patting my head? Are you looking for trouble?" Just as she prepared to confront Gohan, she found herself unable to move. Without a doubt, it was Gohan's doing. "Release me, Gohan. If you don't, I won't be able to cultivate." Gohan responded from within the room. Cultivating one's mind is also a form of training. This state will automatically lift in 20 minutes. You might as well practice while you wait. Observing this scene, Sun Wukong scratched his head, then made an apologetic gesture towards Caulifla before instantaneously teleporting to spar with Vegeta. Left alone outside, Caulifla resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, she would ensure she delivered a proper beating to Gohan that very evening. Chapter 93. Action time flew by, and once again, it was the season for school to commence. Gohan returned to the middle school campus, lamenting, "Back to studying already? I feel I haven't had my fill of fun yet. By the way, what have Gohan and Caulifla been up to these past few days? Caulifla, cradling her head, nonchalantly replied, training. Gohan echoed, I've been training too. Bitterly, feeling somewhat bemused, inquired of Broly, who stood behind her. So, Broly, what have you been doing these past few days? Surely you haven't been training alongside them? Broly nodded, affirming his participation in training, but added, while I have been training, I also spent several days patrolling with androids 16 and 17. Bitterly nodded in understanding, realizing there was still one sane person among them. After all, continuous training could lead to foolishness. Thus, everyone returned to their daily lives. Bardock ceased having prophetic dreams, to the point where he began to question whether he was merely dreaming and not foreseeing the future at all. Months later, on a cold, snow-covered planet in a distant part of the universe, Cooler opened his eyes during his training. An astonishing aura erupted from him, dispersing the surrounding snow and wind to a distance of 100 meters. I have achieved this ultimate power. No matter how formidable those super Saiyans may be, they cannot possibly reach my level, Cooler mused. After surveying his surroundings, he activated his communication device, signaling that it was time for him to depart. After a brief wait, Cooler's subordinates arrived in a spaceship to retrieve him. He boarded the vessel and left the planet behind. As they entered the atmosphere, Cooler requested a stop and opened the hatch alone, gazing at the planet he had just trained on from the vastness of space. This planet was neither suitable for habitation nor rich in exploitable mineral resources. It only served as a training ground for him. Since it had lost its value, it was destined for destruction. Pointing at the planet, Cooler unleashed a small wave of energy. Within mere seconds, the once pristine white planet transformed into a fiery crimson. The violent reaction of the energy wave obliterated the planet, reducing it to a brilliant explosion of fireworks. How fragile this ugly planet is, he reflected. It only reveals its beauty at the moment of its demise. Alas, this destructive spectacle yields no profit. As Cooler pondered, the planet inevitably became cosmic dust, and he soon returned to his stronghold. Cooler realized that during his period of cultivation, many believed he was hiding due to the threats posed by the Saiyans. As a result, their business had suffered significantly, and his subordinates lacked the resolve to defend their interests, even allowing remnants of Frisia's army to encroach upon their territory. It seemed that during his absence, some individuals had become excessively brazen. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate his true strength. Upon hearing their leader's declaration, the Gula Legion erupted in cheers, eager to avenge the grievances they had endured during that humiliating time. Consequently, Gula either eliminated or intimidated his competitors, restoring his business to a level that was deemed acceptable. After hearing news of Gula's newfound strength following his training, the remnants of Frisia's army fell into hiding. After all, it was one thing to compete with anyone, but quite another to confront an adversary who was as formidable as Frisia, if not more so. To ensure their own survival, they had no choice but to relinquish their claim to the vast markets of the universe. Once Gula had stabilized his business, he began to formulate an offensive plan against the Saiyans, as merely 10 days remained until the appointed time he had mentioned. Paxum, which planet do the Saiyans currently inhabit? With less than 10 days left until the deadline, it is time we confront those detestable Saiyan monkeys. A blue-skinned extraterrestrial, resembling a frog, approached Gula. He was one of the more astute members of Gula's army and could be likened to his treasurer. Lord Gula, the Saiyans currently reside on a planet called Earth. Through my investigations, I have discovered that it is quite an underdeveloped world. However, they possess a technological marvel known as the Universal Capsule, which can store a vast quantity of inorganic matter in a remarkably compact space. Even if we do not target the Saiyans, we must acquire this technology. Gula was astonished upon hearing of such an extraordinary advancement. I never would have imagined that a mere primitive planet could harbor such wondrous technology. It is far too extravagant for them, a clear case of unworthy possession. Paxum rubbed his 3 fingers together and, attuned to Gula's subsequent thoughts, offered his counsel. Lord Gula, I believe this technology is only deserving of a cosmic emperor such as yourself. Only in your hands can it reach its true potential. We must act swiftly. Let us depart at once. Gula nodded in satisfaction and issued his command. The first combat unit and the first supply unit shall accompany me to Earth. The rest of you will remain here on standby. Dealing with the Saiyans will require no more than this. Under Gula's leadership, 2 spacecraft set forth, majestically heading towards Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Gohan was enjoying his summer vacation. During this time, Aside from enhancing his physical abilities and academic performance, he was engrossed in studying two small orbs. Sitting cross-legged outside in the yard, Gohan held the two spheres in his hands, attempting to decipher their mysteries using the spatial powers he had gleaned from his divine observation techniques. Beside them, Caulifla was pushing a stroller, taking her recently born son, Goten, for a stroll. Gohan, are you still engrossed in those two glass spheres? If you have some spare time, why not lend a hand with your little brother? Every time Aunt Chi-Chi goes out shopping, I am left to look after Goten, leaving me no time for training. Gohan remained seated. His eyes closed as he casually replied to Caulifla, your strength has already reached a remarkable level in the universe. Given that you are still in your growth phase, engaging in high-intensity training might actually be counterproductive, placing undue strain on your body. With one hand pointing at Gohan and the other pushing the stroller, Caulifla teased him. If you're not going to train physically, you could at least hone your mental prowess. I think you're just reluctant to help push the stroller. Little Goten, observing Caulifla's disgruntled expression, extended his tiny hand and laughed heartily at her. Seeing the giggling Goten, Caulifla playfully retorted, what are you laughing at, little rascal? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even need to push this stroller. She then made a series of funny faces at Goten, which only caused him to laugh even harder. At that moment, Gohan suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a powerful malevolent aura approaching Earth. Chapter 94. Conducting business. As Gohan opened his eyes, Caulifla too sensed the ominous presence and quickly pushed Goten back indoors. Upon her return, she flew alongside Gohan towards the source of the malevolent energy. Gohan, could this sinister aura be the ancient villain foretold by your grandfather, Gula? He certainly seems to be a formidable adversary. I feel his presence enveloping the entire planet. Gohan furrowed his brow, responding to Caulifla. If my suspicions are correct, Gula is far stronger than the golden Frieza I mentioned to you. What troubles me now is our fathers. Gula's landing site is precisely the plane described in the prophecy. How infuriating. Gula could have simply arrived, but why must he radiate such an overwhelming energy? Instant transmission is rendered useless. We waste precious time flying there. Gohan extended his hand, pulling Caulifla into an embrace. Hold on tight. We're about to accelerate. Before Caulifla could react, Gohan transformed into his mysterious form and surged forward. In an instant, they reached Goku and the others. Besides Goku, Bardock, and Broly, there was no one else present. Gohan, you've arrived. This malevolent energy must belong to Gula. He is indeed a formidable opponent. Even this aura is terrifying. After a brief wait, Vegeta and Bulma arrived, followed shortly by Krillin and Pan. Just then, two of Gula's spaceships breached Earth's atmosphere. As the vessels descended, a contingent of Gula's army emerged, with Gula himself stepping down from the ship amidst the throng. Roaring with surprise, I did not expect this assembly of Saiyan warriors to greet me personally. Indeed, I have heard whispers of your ability to sense an enemy's presence without the aid of a power detector. It appears the rumors hold truth. My brother and father were indeed slain by your hands, were they not? At this moment, Son Goku took the initiative to speak. You must be cooler. As for Frieza, his fate was of his own making. I had spared him once, yet he chose to seek vengeance against me. Ultimately, he was vanquished by another Super Saiyan like myself. Our grievances do not concern you, do they? Upon hearing Goku's words, Cooler did not mock or display anger. Instead, he silently applauded. You speak rightly. My father and that wretched Frieza brought their demise upon themselves, and their lives held little relevance to me. However, there is one aspect you seem to misunderstand. Though this is indeed your vendetta, it is also a conflict between the Frost Demons and the Saiyans. Cooler slowly approached Goku, prompting the others to adopt a vigilant stance. The legendary Super Saiyan, Son Goku, is it? My aim is not revenge for Frieza, but rather to reclaim my tarnished reputation in the cosmos due to your infamous legacy. As a merchant of the universe, I find a blemished reputation intolerable. Cooler gestured behind him, and Paim swiftly presented him with a tablet-like device. After a brief operation, Cooler displayed a series of data to Goku and the others. Behold, due to this incident, 320 of my partners have withdrawn nearly half of their funding, while over 50 have canceled their collaborations. Numerous retailers have also turned their backs on us, all because of your actions, resulting in significant losses to my enterprise. Vegeta scoffed, addressing Cooler with a condescending tone, and what of it? If your business fails, it is clearly due to your incompetence, not our fault. Cooler shook his head, turning to the group. Even so, as a businessman, I must seek to recover my losses. Thus, I have come to Earth with two objectives: to defeat you Scions and restore the reputation of the Frost Demons, and to acquire the technology behind your universal capsules to expand our business range. Upon hearing this, Bulma, who had been eavesdropping, exclaimed, "No way. So our universal capsules are truly unique in the universe? The cosmic market sounds quite promising." Cooler, upon hearing Bulma's words, revealed his signature smile. "Ah, madam. So you are the bearer of the universal capsules. Might you be interested in forging a partnership with us? The market in the cosmos is vast, and the profits are substantial." Bulma hesitated, contemplating the opportunity of expanding her business into the universe, potentially gaining access to advanced technologies that would bolster her company. Collaboration could be feasible, but could we perhaps refrain from pursuing vengeance against the Scions in the process? Beside you stands a beautiful Scion with a widow's peak. She is indeed my spouse. Gula cast a glance at Vegeta before addressing Bulma. "I see. However, vengeance must still be exacted. As for the survival of the Scions, that will depend on their ability to withstand my onslaught. Truly, in the eyes of a merchant, only profit reigns supreme. Given sufficient incentive, even an adversary responsible for one's father's death could be a potential ally." Hearing Gula's implication, Kale inquired, "So, what you are suggesting is that we need not engage in a life-or-death struggle, as long as we assist you in restoring your reputation and ensuring you reap adequate benefits. You will not trouble us, correct?" Gula offered no reply, merely turning away silently, his hands clasped behind him, while his tail thumped against the ground. Gohan understood that Gula had tacitly agreed. After all, the true power of a Super Saiyan remains an enigma. Rather than risk confrontation, cooperation seemed the prudent path. Eventually, Gohan whispered a few words into Goku's ear. After listening, Goku nodded and challenged Gula. "Come now, Gula. I am the Super Saiyan who vanquished Frieza. Let me test your strength." Gula smiled and turned around, speaking in the distinctive accent of his Frost Demon lineage. "Is that so? We Frost Demons have always been formidable. Just because you Scions can train, does that mean we cannot? Come at me with all your might, and behold the magnificent form of Gula, the Cosmic Emperor." After my training, as they exchanged fierce words, Gohan retrieved the small camera he had purchased for his outdoor observation assignment. Chapter 95, The Prophetic Scene. Following the declarations of battle, everyone retreated to provide ample space for the impending clash. "Watch closely. Here comes the legendary Super Saiyan." Ha ha ha. Goku rapidly elevated his energy. A golden light flashed, causing all active battle detectors within Gula's army to explode. Aside from Gula, everyone else was astonished. They had not anticipated the Super Saiyan's overwhelming power. Fortunately, Gula was not impulsive. Otherwise, they would have been in dire straits. Truly, one who had defeated Frieza could discern with mere observation that this Super Saiyan had far surpassed Frieza. "While I may not yet be your equal, I possess two transformations beyond Frieza's capabilities. Let me now unveil my fourth transformation." After assessing the Super Saiyan, Gula immediately transformed into his fourth stage, resembling a masked figure. Due to the influence of his training and transformation release, Gula's battle power soared beyond that of a Super Saiyan. The battle was imminent. Goku flashed behind Gula and aimed a kick at his head. Gula swiftly raised his hand to block and ensnared Goku's foot with his tail, hurling him back towards himself to retaliate with a kick. Goku crossed his arms to shield himself, sliding several meters back, only to see Gula charging forward, landing a punch to his abdomen that sent him flying. Sun Wukong shattered a massive boulder, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Amidst the haze, two brilliant lights flashed, two energy blasts hurtling swiftly towards Gula. Gula did not evade. He absorbed the impact of the two energy blasts directly. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Wukong's fist had already struck the side of Gula's face. Is this all the power a Super Saiyan possesses? If so, how utterly unremarkable. Gula trembled slightly, unleashing his energy to repel Wukong. Then, raising his index finger skyward, he condensed a basketball-sized purple energy sphere, launching it towards Wukong, who hovered in midair. As the energy sphere approached, it expanded several times its original size. Wukong braced against the mighty force, pushing back against the sphere. With a slight smile, Gula intensified the thrust of the energy sphere. Wukong gradually found himself engulfed by the sphere, but with a fierce roar. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2, pushing the energy sphere back. Oh, he can transform, and his power has certainly increased. Wukong, you are indeed an intriguing individual. But my strength surpasses mere levels. Gula once again exerted his power, sending the energy sphere back. At that moment, he kindly supplemented it with a wave of energy, causing the sphere to explode upon contact with Wukong. Meanwhile, Krillin, oblivious to the circumstances, began to worry for Wukong. Where had Wukong's energy vanished to? Could he have perished? No way. Even Wukong's Super Saiyan 2 couldn't overcome him. Beside him, Gohan reassured Krillin, saying, "It's all right, Uncle Krillin. My father is not dead. Just take a closer look." As the dust in the sky settled, a fiery red figure emerged before them. It was Wukong, transformed into Super Saiyan God. "Gula, you are undeniably formidable. I did not anticipate that even my Super Saiyan 2 would be ineffective against you. However, while you train, we too are making continuous progress. Prepare yourself, for the real spectacle is yet to come." Oh, another transformation. Truly unimaginable. You Saiyan monkeys possessed such incredible power. After exchanging a glance, Wukong launched the first strike. In an instant, he appeared before Gula, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Immediately thereafter, he reappeared behind Gula, kicking him skyward. Behold, Kamehameha. Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave directly towards Gula, who, just as he was about to be hit, turned around, unleashing a terrifying blast of purple energy. The two waves clashed, creating a delicate balance of power. With a mighty shout, Wukong intensified the output of his Kamehameha, tipping the scales in his favor. What? Gula, in his fourth form, was clearly no match for Super Saiyan God. He succumbed to the Kamehameha almost instantaneously. Has it succeeded? Krillin gazed at Gula, engulfed by the Kamehameha above, convinced that in such a state, he could not possibly survive. However, the scene foretold by the prophecy had yet to unfold, indicating that Gula had not perished. Indeed, as the smoke cleared, Gula revealed an unfamiliar visage even to Gohan. He emanated a resplendent purple aura, and the mask upon his face had vanished. His form was composed of metallic black and deep purple, resembling Frisia's black-gold transformation. Gohan pondered silently. Gula had always possessed one more transformation than Frisia. Unexpectedly, after his training, he had bypassed the golden form, directly evolving into black-gold Gula. In retrospect, perhaps Super Blue was indeed not a match for him. As anticipated, Gula's figure abruptly vanished from sight, delivering a powerful blow that sent Goku hurtling through the air. Subsequently, he unleashed a barrage of purple beams, all striking Goku. Oh! Goku cried out in agony as he was struck by the beams, evoking concern among onlookers. Gula ceased his assault, folding his arms and addressing Goku suspended in the air. "Now, reveal your true power. If this is all you can muster, it shall be quite tedious." Goku, upon hearing Gula's challenge, decided to drop the pretense. Haha, that did sting a bit. Since you are fighting with all your might, I shall not hold back any longer. Goku began to gather energy. His fiery red aura bathed in yellow, ultimately transcending into a vibrant green. As the energy stabilized, the green hue transformed into blue flames. A tremendous energy erupted from within Goku, as throughout his recent training, he had fully comprehended the Super Saiyan Blue form. With a light chuckle, Goku engaged Gula in battle. They exchanged blows, striking one another with relentless force. The energy waves generated by their combat caused the very earth around them to tremble. At that moment, Gohan suddenly recalled that the current earth seemed unfortified. Their fierce clash might very well obliterate it. As Gohan contemplated this, the battlefield echoed the prophetic scene. Goku unleashed several energy blasts toward Gula, who effortlessly swatted them away. Then, he surged forward, delivering a devastating blow that sent Goku crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. It is time to conclude this. Your Super Saiyan Blue is rather underwhelming. You have truly disappointed me. Following this, Gula dove into the crater, seizing Goku and propelling him skyward, where a beam of immense destructive power pierced through Goku's heart. Seeing this unfold, Krillin shouted, "Goku!" Chapter 96 comes to a close. At this juncture, Gula reverted to his third form, folding his arms as he gazed at Gohan and the others. "So, what do you think? My power is quite formidable, is it not?" Gohan lowered his camera and replied to the seemingly relaxed Gula. "Truly, as the Emperor of the Universe, you have achieved the black gold form. This power is likely beyond the capabilities of anyone present. Your compliments are much appreciated. Yet it is rather astonishing that you remain so composed, considering I have slain your own father." A smile graced son Gohan's face as he tossed the storage card from his camera to Gula. Gula caught the object with a swift motion, discovering it to indeed be a storage card. With this, you have avenged yourself. You may disseminate this footage and all accompanying information. You have vanquished the legendary Super Saiyan, and one might even declare you a Super Saiyan god. Surely, this will restore your reputation. Gula nodded slightly before adding, but what of the universal capsule technology on Earth? Without it, my losses remain insurmountable. Instantly, Son Gohan nudged Bulma forward, addressing Gula. Since we are engaging in business, let us negotiate with this entrepreneur. We shall stipulate that we receive half of the profits from the universal capsule technology. Such a promising innovation should suffice to offset your losses, even if we take only half. Bulma, momentarily bewildered by the abruptness of being thrust into negotiations with this formidable creature, questioned the prudence of the situation. Before anyone could voice their concerns regarding Son Gohan's apparent madness, Sun Wukong leapt up from the ground. Phew, that was close. I nearly didn't evade that. The others, save for Vegeta, were filled with astonishment. Despite Sun Wukong's heart being pierced and his breath seemingly extinguished, he was miraculously alive. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's well-being, Son Gohan elucidated the events to the group. Initially, he had orchestrated a battle between Sun Wukong and Gula, one that was both authentic and illusory. Given Gula's prowess, it was evident that Sun Wukong could not triumph. Thus, the prophecy would undoubtedly manifest. However, altering the prophecy did not necessitate changing its scenario. A mere manipulation would suffice. As Sun Wukong's heart was on the verge of being pierced, Son Gohan utilized his skills to create a fleeting window. Within that brief interval, if Sun Wukong could employ his afterimage fist to evade the laser, he would survive. Indeed, as anticipated, Sun Wukong had merely feigned death. At that moment, Gula showed no inclination to deliver a fatal blow, as he had already achieved his objective. With Son Gohan's intervention, Gula and Bulma successfully established a business partnership for the Universal Capsule's commercialization. Through Gula's revelations, it became apparent that the venture could yield immense profits, leading him to accept only a 30% share. The remaining 70% would need to be absorbed by Earth itself, a prospect that posed significant risks. For many would be tempted to take perilous chances in the face of such lucrative gains. To address this dilemma, Son Gohan resolved to devise alternative plans. But at the very least, the crisis posed by Gula's arrival on Earth had been averted. Son Gohan, is it? I had not anticipated that the one wielding authority on Earth would be but a mere youth. Let this be the conclusion of our grievances. I must refrain from overstepping, as there are those who observe from above. It would be best if you do not visit again. Matters of commerce can be handled by merely finding someone to liaise with. Indeed, remember to eradicate the remnants of Frisia, should they seek trouble. It would bode ill for both of us. A light chuckle escaped from Gula as he retreated with his forces. Although Son Gohan possessed the potential to vanquish Gula if he unleashed his full power, such a confrontation would merely result in mutual devastation. Rather than incurring an additional adversary, it is more prudent to cultivate a partnership. Let Earth join the cosmic family. You must prepare for the impending extraterrestrial invasions that may come at any time. Thus, peace once again graced the Earth, and this tranquility was destined to endure for an extended period, with no significant events anticipated for the next 4 to 5 years. As for the sporadic occurrences of temporal anomalies, their timing remains uncertain and unpredictable. They could manifest soon, or perhaps not for centuries. 5 years later, upon a peak adjacent to Mount Payas, 2 women and 2 men engaged in rigorous training. Son Gohan, Son Goten, Caulifla, and Videl were all partaking in a friendly competition atop the mountain. No more, no more. You Saiyans truly are a peculiar bunch. Goten is merely 5 years old, yet already possesses such strength. I cannot fathom just how powerful you all must be, Caulifla remarked with a smile, patting Videl on the shoulder. Do not belittle yourself. Your prowess is nearly surpassing that of Krillin. With a bit more effort over the next year or two, you might just become the strongest Earthling. Videl, gazing at Caulifla, who towered over her by a full 10 centimeters, felt the words were more mocking than encouraging. At that moment, Son Gohan, who had been meditating nearby, rose and addressed Videl. It's all right, Videl. The purpose of your training is merely to enhance your physical health. No matter how strong you become, it does not mean you must engage in battle. Hearing Gohan's words, Caulifla jested, listen to that. Your husband has said as much. So you should be content. Just look at me. He has never uttered such words to me, clearly wishing for me to become a mere combat tool. Gohan's lips twitched, pondering who it was that trained day in and day out, dropping out of school after only 2 years of middle school, resulting in a physique brimming with muscle, yet achieving the state of ultra blue at full power. Son Goten, perplexed by their banter, inquired. Sister Caulifla previously said that Gohan brother was her husband. Now she claims he is Vidal's sister's husband. So, whose husband is Gohan brother, really? Vidal, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment, approached Son Goten and explained, Goten-chan, Sister Caulifla is just joking. A person can only have one husband and one wife, you know. Son Goten nodded in understanding. Observing this exchange, Gohan smiled with satisfaction, reflecting, at this innocent stage, Goten is blissfully unaware. Who knows, he may evolve into a total rogue in the future. While I remain steadfast, for a soul can have but one wife. Gohan gazed at the sky, marking the transition into his high school years. It seemed that Babidi and the Supreme Kai should be taking action soon. It would not be long before Majin Buu made his appearance. Chapter 97. The Avenger. In a shadowy corner of Satan City, 3 robbers were conspiring to execute a heist. Their target had been decisively chosen, the central bank of Satan City. Are we really going to rob the central bank? One of them pondered aloud. Setting aside the advanced security system, breaching the police deployment in Satan City would be an arduous task. A burly, greasy man, exuding an intimidating aura, delivered a sharp slap to the scrawny robber who had just spoken. Did I not mention that the central bank possesses a portion of the Universal Capsule Company's assets? That is wealth of cosmic proportions. If we acquire even a fraction of it, we could depart this planet and live as the elite among extraterrestrials. The thin robber rubbed his head, then turned to the towering figure beside him. Are we really heading to outer space, Gekka? As an alien, do you know if there are attractive women out there? What's the point of all this money if there are no beautiful women to enjoy it with? Gekka leaned against the wall, arms crossed, contemplating the question before responding. There should be plenty that meet earthly aesthetic standards, though I cannot guarantee their skin tones. Furthermore, as an alien werewolf, I have no interest in earthlings. The thin robber chuckled. As long as they're good-looking, the skin color doesn't really matter. The hefty leader, witnessing this exchange, brandished his laser gun and declared, All right, it's settled then. We commence our operation tomorrow morning. The following day, Son Gohan and Vidal emerged from Bowsy Mountain, soaring to the outskirts of Satan City, walking the path to school, marking the first day of their sophomore year. In the interim, due to the collaboration between the Universal Capsule Company and Gula, Bulma's place had become a bustling hub, attracting various extraterrestrials for business discussions. Although Gula catered to the majority of clients, some were too intimidated to face him and sought Bulma instead. Gohan found it challenging to concentrate on his studies and training in such a lively atmosphere, prompting him to return to Bowsy Mountain. Others, like Gohan, also distanced themselves from the chaos. Vidal, eager to enhance her martial prowess after witnessing the distinct martial arts, frequently visited Bowsy Mountain to train with Gohan and the others, sometimes staying overnight if training extended late. Mr. Satan had grown accustomed to such occurrences, having realized 4 years prior that he could no longer best his own daughter. Hey, Gohan, do you think I should cut my hair short? Isn't future me supposed to have short hair? I heard it would be less of a hindrance during battles. Gohan regarded Vidal thoughtfully and replied, Honestly, I prefer you with long hair. It makes you appear more charming. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Vidal's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she nodded, saying, All right then, I want to cut my hair short for now. They strolled along the path in comfortable silence. The atmosphere as familiar as ever, tinged with shyness and a hint of bashfulness, though they had known each other for 5 years. And their relationship as lovers was merely a breath away from acknowledgement. An intangible barrier lingered, leaving them unspoken. Suddenly, a distant explosion reverberated through the air, and moments later, Vidal's alarm began to blare. Hello, this is Vidal. Could you please inform me of the situation? Has the central bank been robbed? The culprits are an alien werewolf and 2 earthlings. All right, I understand. I will be there shortly. Sun Wukong and Biddy Lee exchanged glances before heading to the central bank together. Hey, if you wish to keep your lives, make way. My laser gun is no ordinary weapon, proclaimed the corpulent leader, firing a shot at a police car, the blue beam piercing through it and leaving a massive hole. The policemen present were momentarily stunned. While a bullet wound might allow for survival, a shot from that laser gun could leave one questioning the integrity of their own insides. Ha, frightened are we? Clear the path. The corpulent leader threatened the officers with his laser gun. commanding the werewolf Gekka and his slender companion to gather the bags of money. With the universal appeal of the universal capsule and Earth's unique products, Earth currency had transformed into a cosmic currency, allowing them to spend it throughout the universe. Once they had loaded the money, they hopped onto the pickup truck, ready to head to the designated spot for their spaceship. Wonderful. We shall soon enjoy a comfortable life in the cosmos, one exclaimed. Indeed, with this fortune, I feel we could purchase a small planet. As they fantasized about their future, Gekka sensed something amiss. A potent energy was approaching them. It seems someone is coming. And that individual is formidable. After a brief pause, he asked Gekka, "Is this person stronger than you? After all, you are the universe's greatest thief." Gekka surveyed the surroundings and replied, "I'm uncertain. I can only sense murderous intent and pressure. The murderous intent is weak, but the pressure is considerable, indicating some training, though they have likely never taken a life." The slender companion expressed concern. Could it be Mr. Satan? He is Earth's strongest man. Even the terrifying Cell was defeated by him. Gekka, can you handle this? Gekka did not respond, for the aura was drawing nearer. With a thunderous crash, the pickup truck came to an abrupt halt in the outskirts, halted by a girl clad in white, her foot resting on the truck's hood. "Criminals, you are under arrest. Surrender at once." The corpulent leader and the slender companion were taken aback, for she was none other than Biddy Lee, the daughter of Mr. Satan, heralded as the emissary of justice. "It's the emissary of justice, Biddy Lee. Gekka, this is your challenge. You should be able to handle a mere human girl." With that, they retreated into the nearby bushes, clutching the money. Gekka gazed at Biddy Lee, momentarily entranced. He had not anticipated that the second strongest being on Earth was a girl. Yet the pressure emanating from her was indeed formidable, befitting her status. He retrieved a power-level detector from his pocket, a tool he used to ascertain the energy intensity of those exuding strong pressure. After a few beeps, Biddy Lee's power level was revealed, 8,000. How could this be possible? Clearly, the combat power of Earthlings scarcely exceeds a mere 100 points, yet you possess a staggering 8,000. Upon hearing the figure of 8,000, Biddy expression fell. After years of hard work, her own strength amounted to only 8,000. It is worth noting that Frisia boasts a combat power of 100 million. And Gohan and the others would undoubtedly be even stronger. Humph, now that you know, you should surrender quickly, or don't blame me for being merciless. Garka, faced with Biddy's 8,000 combat power, felt a tinge of panic. Although his own strength was 13,000, what if her father, Satan, surpassed him? Yet, at this moment, he had no choice but to defeat Biddy before him. Otherwise, he risked being captured and taken back by the bank patrol. And he certainly did not wish to languish in prison. Chapter 98. The White Beast, a mere 8,000 combat power, dares to threaten me? Prepare to meet your end. Garka lunged at Biddy, throwing a punch aimed at her face. Biddy swiftly evaded the blow and retaliated with a side kick to Garka's abdomen. The impact sent him staggering back 2 meters, but he quickly regained his footing. How infuriating. You have concealed your true strength. Your combat power must exceed 8,000. At the very least 10,000. Biddy merely chuckled and shrugged, saying, "I already told you to surrender quickly. I am relatively weak among Earthlings. If you manage to defeat me, it may only lead to your greater despair." Garka returned a wry smile, recognizing he had no choice but to act. He dashed toward Biddy, wagering that defeating her would allow him to escape. After all, Satan was merely an Earthling. Once he left the planet, it would be nearly impossible for Satan to track him down. They engaged in fierce combat. Although Garka's speed was not remarkable, his strength was undeniably formidable. Biddy dodged several of his attacks, landing multiple strikes to his abdomen. However, she underestimated the resilience of the werewolf during the exchange. He managed to land a punch that left a red mark on her blocking arm. "Since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for showing no mercy." With that, Biddy unleashed several energy blasts, all of which struck Garka. He was injured by the blasts, singeing some of his fur, producing a foul smell of charred flesh. Curse it. Must I resort to that technique? Garka suddenly erupted, emitting a green light that bound Biddy's hands and feet. Quick, use the laser cannon. Even if it kills her, it doesn't matter. As long as we escape, they won't be able to catch us. The corpulent leader, hearing Garka's command, leapt from the thicket, aiming his laser gun at Biddy. Truly, as the universe's greatest thief, the ability to ensnare individuals is just as effective as securing treasures. Now, let us witness the prowess of the universe's finest marksman. The leader pulled the trigger, unleashing a terrifying laser toward Piccolo. Despite her martial training, she remained human, and the consequences of being struck would be dire. Just as the laser was about to hit Piccolo, Garca sensed a menacing aura that overwhelmed him, making him feel as though he faced not a mere human, but a divine being. A shadow darted through the air like a bolt of lightning, swiftly dispelling the laser beam. In an instant, it severed the binding light that restrained Piccolo, transporting her to a safe clearing. The notorious cosmic thief, Gaka, seemed to be a name familiar to him from Gak. However, the title of the universe's finest felt rather far-fetched, merely a self-proclaimed epithet. Gaka looked up to behold a figure exuding an aura of terror, with crimson eyes and white, jagged spikes adorning his head. Could you be the fabled white beast? Son Gohan regarded Gaka with a look of disdain, speaking in a condescending tone. Oh, I never imagined I would possess such a moniker. The white beast, indeed. Suits my current state. Observing the two, the boss felt urgency. The police were closing in. He aimed his laser gun at Son Gohan and fired. To his astonishment, Gohan merely waved his hand, and the laser ricocheted back, striking the weapon itself. The laser gun erupted in a violent explosion, mangling the boss's hand, which fell to the ground, eliciting a chilling scream. What a fitting consequence for your folly. Now, I presume there is no need for further resistance? Will you choose to surrender voluntarily, or shall I escort you directly to the Galactic Patrol? Gaka was drenched in cold sweat, never before having experienced such overwhelming pressure. His mind raced with the urge to flee, and he nodded frantically, trembling as he muttered, I surrender, I surrender. Subsequently, Son Gohan huffed and departed with Piccolo. Before long, the police arrived, discovering the boss with his hand mangled and the thin accomplice attending to him, alongside an alien werewolf collapsed on the ground, seemingly traumatized. After a thorough investigation, the two human perpetrators were incarcerated, while the alien werewolf was handed over to the Cosmic Patrol. The title of White Beast is quite commendable, Son Gohan mused. Though it pales in comparison to my own moniker of Justice Messenger, it does resonate with your persona. By the way, how did you come by this title? It's the first I've heard of it. After a moment of contemplation, Son Gohan offered a possible explanation. Wasn't there a Cosmic Patrol communicator I once had? Occasionally, Gak would send me to assist with adversaries he couldn't handle. And since I wasn't well acquainted with the beast form, I used those encounters to hone my skills and enhance my control over that transformation. Piccolo nodded in understanding and accompanied Son Gohan to their high school. Upon entering the classroom, Piccolo's friend, Iressa, jested as they walked in together. Ah, look at the old married couple attending class together. How enviable. When shall I find my Prince Charming? Piccolo took her seat beside Iressa and retorted, Old married couple? I'm not wed yet. I'm still a youthful beauty. Very well, dear Justice Maiden. I hope you managed to focus in class today and refrain from dashing out mid-lecture to save the world. Such matters are beyond my control, for I am a messenger of justice, and I cannot stand idly by in the face of peril. While they engaged in conversation, Son Gohan returned to his seat. He was acutely aware that the emergence of Majin Buu was imminent. Although he possessed the power to prevent the birth of Majin Buu and to steer the narrative in accordance with the original storyline, he remained uncertain whether the existence of Majin Buu would be beneficial or detrimental to the future world. After all, during the saga of the Demon Realm, Majin Buu played a pivotal role. If the Demon King were to escape without Majin Buu's presence, chaos would surely ensue. Dispelling the distractions from his mind, Son Gohan resolved to focus on the day's lesson, realizing that it was far more prudent to acquire knowledge than to wrestle with uncertainty. Thus, the tranquil days drifted by. While on the far side of the universe, Babidi, accompanied by Dabura, traversed from the demon realm to this realm. I shall soon awaken Majin Buu. Once I release his seal, I will reign supreme over the universe. Await your doom, accursed Kaishin. Chapter 99. Let us participate in the martial arts tournament. Dabura, observing Babidi's sinister grin, voiced his skepticism. Master Babidi, is Majin Buu truly that formidable? If the goal is to dominate this universe, could I not achieve it as the ruler of the demon realm, without the need to unseal this Majin Buu? Babidi ceased his cackling and cast a sidelong glance at Dabura, inwardly deriding him. You, who are so easily manipulated by me, believe you could govern the universe? Such meager strength would scarcely suffice for even Majin Buu's smallest needs. Consider this. Majin Buu is an invaluable ally. With him, ruling the universe will be far more effortless. Convinced by Babidi's reasoning, Dabura refrained from further questioning. On Earth, Son Gohan and Videl strolled home from school, intending to visit Capsule Corporation to see Trunks. Gohan, do you think Bulma and the others are busy? Will our visit interrupt them? I doubt it. With Paragus managing the business, and without significant clients, Bulma would not be personally involved. Their journey led them to the outskirts, where they joined hands and instantaneously transported themselves to Trunks' side. Upon arrival, Son Gohan sensed something amiss and immediately enveloped Videl in a protective barrier. Gohan and Videl, what brings you here? I was training under 100 times gravity. Trunks, sporting golden locks, was training alongside Vegeta in the gravity chamber. Noticing Videl encased in a protective shield, Vegeta promptly switched off the gravity chamber. Gohan, what a surprise. You brought your little girlfriend along, yet you're not concerned she might be crushed by the gravity? My oversight. However, I do have some matters to discuss with you. Son Gohan proceeded to inform Vegeta about the imminent World Martial Arts Tournament and the potential emergence of Majin Buu. Majin Buu, you say? That fellow Broly could likely conclude matters with a single energy blast, and I find myself disinterested in the World Martial Arts Tournament. How about this? Allow Trunks to partake. It would provide an excellent opportunity to gauge the fruits of his recent training. Upon hearing of the chance to attend the tournament, Trunks was immediately filled with excitement. Wonderful. My brother Goten will surely be there, and we must engage in some spirited sparring. Gohan nodded in affirmation, assuring him that Goten would indeed attend. With Vegeta opting out, it was certain that Goku would also refrain from participating, leaving Gohan to seek Broly and Kale to fill the void. While Gohan ventured off to find Broly, Bulla and Trunks engaged in conversation. Sister Bulla, is your father Mr. Satan truly as formidable as they say? I often hear that he defeated Cell, despite the fact that even Super Saiyan struggled against him. Bulla broke into a nervous sweat and replied, it was actually my father Vegeta who vanquished Cell. My dad was simply too proud, which led to some rather embarrassing moments. However, as Gohan mentioned, he took the blame, which spared them quite a bit of trouble. Trunks pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, it seems he did a commendable deed. I recall a time when someone attempted to kidnap me upon learning of my lineage as the heir of Capsule Corporation. Although I managed to send them flying with a single punch, I would prefer to avoid such scenarios altogether. Haha, I never imagined you would have such concerns, Trunks. Perhaps in 10 years, when you pursue relationships, you'll find that status of yours to be quite advantageous. At Bulla's remark, Trunks promptly retorted, not a chance. Mom has said I will certainly be a devoted man like my father, unlike Gohan, who is indecisive about his romantic relationships and plays the field. Bulla's face flushed at the implication. What on earth? Gohan and I are merely good friends. Trunks raised an eyebrow and chuckled mischievously. Is that so? Everyone knows you'll have a daughter in the future, and you two never seem to object when referred to as a couple. Oh, Trunks, you are incorrigible. You're far too young to be making such assertions. The idea of children is still a long way off. Meanwhile, as they chatted, Gohan had utilized instant transmission to locate Broly and the others, arriving in a wooded area. Broly and Paragus had taken on the roles of forest guardians, albeit with a different focus than androids 16 and 17. They protected the humans living outside the forest. This was a wildlife-rich area, where people often fell victim to wild animal attacks, but with Broly and his companions present, those creatures quickly became their prey. Is that you, Gohan? What brings you here? Broly inquired. I have come to discuss something important. The Majin Buu situation we previously spoke of. After some discussion, Broly and Paragus were brought up to speed. In essence, Gohan hoped that Broly would join them for the World Martial Arts Tournament, as it would provide an opportunity to confront Babidi and eliminate him once and for all. Broly readily agreed, while Paragus chose to remain behind to continue ensuring the safety of the forest's inhabitants. After issuing a few words of advice, Sun Wukong departed from the place and made his way directly to Krillin's residence. Krillin, having recently regrown his hair, had also secured a job, embracing the role of a responsible family man. How have you been lately, Uncle Krillin? Are you well? Oh, it's you, Gohan. Things have been rather ordinary. Marin will soon be of school age, so I must work hard to provide for her, Krillin replied. But why have you come to see me? In comparison to you all, my combat prowess has diminished significantly. There's nothing urgent, really. I merely wanted to invite you and Android 18 to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The grand prize is a staggering 10 million. Krillin was momentarily taken aback by the mention of 10 million. After a brief pause, he responded, but one must win the championship to claim that prize, right? Neither 18 nor I could possibly contend with any of the formidable fighters. Gohan chuckled softly and then shared his plan with Krillin. Do not fret. We will certainly seek out the seal of Majin Buu at that time. As long as we ensure 18 remains there, victory will be within our grasp. Is that so? If we win the 10 million without any issues, that would certainly help. However, supporting so many Saiyans must require substantial funds, Krillin remarked. Rest assured, Uncle Krillin. I previously assisted Jocko in saving a planet, and the king graciously rewarded me with a considerable amount of gold. I am already financially independent, Gohan assured him. At that moment, Android 18 entered the yard, cradling Marin in her arms. Krillin, hurry and sign up. You've spent a significant portion of your salary on Marin's medical expenses these past 2 months. If this continues, I might have to borrow money from 17. Borrowing money from the brother-in-law, or even from his wife, would be quite humiliating. Persuaded by 18, Krillin ultimately agreed to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament alongside her. Chapter 100. The tournament begins after locating Krillin. Gohan prepared to seek out the final individual, Piccolo. In an instant transmission, he arrived behind Piccolo, who was meditating on the ground. Sensing Gohan's energy, Piccolo spoke. Is that you, Gohan? What brings you here unexpectedly? Uncle Piccolo, the situation is as follows. I understand. You wish for me to attend the World Martial Arts Tournament, keeping an eye on the Supreme Kai and Majin Buu, while assisting you in subduing Buu, Piccolo concluded. Indeed, I believe others may not be very reliable, given the nature of science, Gohan explained. So I am counting on you, Uncle Piccolo, to lend your support this time. Piccolo closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. After all, he was addressing his closest ally, Son Gohan. He nodded in agreement. Once all matters were settled, Gohan took Videl home, stopping briefly to check in on Mr. Satan and share a few words with him. Upon hearing Gohan's account, Satan was nearly petrified, realizing he was up against foes he could not possibly defeat. Thus, he diligently noted Gohan's cautions to avoid any recklessness. After Gohan departed, Satan reclined on the sofa, taking a deep breath. Turning his head, he noticed his daughter diligently completing her homework nearby. Dear Biddy Lee, just how formidable is Son Gohan now? Is he truly capable of facing that creature known as Majin Buu without any concerns? After completing a question, Biddy Lee turned to Satan and remarked, As for Gohan's strength, I am not entirely certain, but I believe he could easily shatter Jupiter with a single punch. Satan's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless. Thankfully, he had a wonderful daughter. Otherwise, he feared dire consequences at this martial arts tournament. After several days, the time for the World Martial Arts Tournament had finally arrived. Son Gohan led the group he had summoned to the venue. Though Vegeta and Goku were not competing, they still accompanied their families. Kakarot, let's see whether your son Goten is stronger or my son Trunks. I have been training him daily. Your son stands no chance. To be honest, I am not particularly skilled at teaching others, as I am still exploring some techniques myself, so I let Caulifla and Gohan take the lead in instruction. As they conversed, Son Gohan noticed 2 imposing figures adorned with insignias. Indeed, Babidi had begun to take action as per the original storyline. The Supreme Kai should have arrived by now. While scanning the surroundings, Gohan soon spotted a robust gentleman alongside a squint-eyed companion. Upon locking eyes with the Supreme Kai, it seemed the latter sensed Gohan's presence and approached him directly. Pleased to meet you. My name is Shin. May I inquire why this young brother has been observing me? Greetings, I am Son Gohan. I presume you have come for the same reason, Lord Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai's squinty eyes widened in surprise. It was unexpected that someone on this remote planet would recognize him. Son Gohan, how do you know my identity? I do not recall having met you before. I have worked occasionally as an auxiliary member of the Galactic Patrol these past few years and have heard tales of the Majin and the Supreme Kai. Furthermore, I can sense the malevolent aura of the Majin, so it is apparent that you are the one tasked with resolving this matter. The Supreme Kai nodded, finally addressing Gohan with an appreciative tone. So you are an auxiliary member of the Galactic Patrol. You must possess some remarkable abilities. Since you are aware of my purpose here, I would request your assistance in combating Babidi. Gohan nodded in agreement. His aim was merely to draw out Majin Buu. After confirming their collaboration, they proceeded to the tournament venue. The first round featured the junior division, where none of the participants could match Son Goten and Trunks. After a series of battles, the two made it to the finals. Goten, come at me. I wish to witness the fruits of your recent training. Although you likely won't be able to defeat me, it will be intriguing to see your current strength. Goten nodded in response, declaring, All right, I'm ready. They charged at one another, and the arena erupted with thunderous sounds. The ordinary spectators, having never witnessed such a spectacle, stood in awe, mouths agape. As Chi-Chi and Bulma cheered them on, the parents of the other contestants were left in a state of astonishment. Trunks executed a sidekick aimed at Goten's shoulder, but Goten swiftly dodged to the side and retaliated with a punch directed at Trunks. Thus commenced a back-and-forth struggle, with Goten seizing the opportune moment to fully restrain Trunks. If he could keep him down for 10 seconds, victory would be his. However, Trunks was not one to concede easily. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing an energy that sent Goten flying. Trunks, you're cheating. Didn't we agree that you shouldn't transform into a Super Saiyan? Listen, I said it's best not to. I never said it was forbidden. If you think I'm cheating, you can transform too. With that, both transformed into Super Saiyans, embarking on a fresh round of combat. Yet ultimately, Goten succumbed to Trunks' overwhelming strength and lost the match. Mr. Satan then took the stage, congratulating the champion of the youth category. Congratulations, Trunks. In recognition of your efforts, I can grant you one wish. Speak it now? Trunks pondered for a moment, recalling the earlier explanation from Videl. He understood that Mr. Satan was somewhat inept, and thus did not wish to request a match against him. Then, I would like 3 tickets to Satan City South's largest amusement park. I've longed to visit it with my mother. Upon hearing Trunks' wish, Mr. Satan sighed in relief and promptly instructed his assistant to arrange it, thus marking the conclusion of the youth competition. Next, the adult competition would commence, and the plans of the Supreme Kai and Babidi were set to unfold. During the drawing of lots for the matchups, the Supreme Kai made a few adjustments. As a result of his manipulation, the fighters' rankings shifted significantly, with Broly and Gohan becoming the targets of 2 demons. Through Gohan's kind persuasion, Broly became the one to be absorbed, leaving uncertainty as to whether the terrifying energy absorbed by Majin Buu would manifest itself. Nevertheless, this was not a significant concern. Babidi and his minions appeared to Gohan as nothing more than a band of bumbling fools. Chapter 101. Luring the snake out of its hole. The martial arts tournament officially began, with the first match featuring Android 18 and a muscular man who claimed to be the mighty Abi, reputed to have the strength to fell a bull by the age of 3. Next up is the highly anticipated first contestant of the adult category, Android 18 versus the mighty Abi. Who will prove superior? Let us await the outcome. As the referee and commentator introduced the competitors, both contestants stepped onto the arena. Android 18, I expected someone formidable, not just a pretty girl. I suggest you surrender quickly. I might be generous and treat you well, he boasted with a laugh. Android 18, unfazed by his foolish remarks, approached him slowly. Is that so? Then let me ask you, would you prefer to have your hand or leg broken, or perhaps a few ribs? Upon hearing this, the robust man immediately grew displeased. Never had anyone dared to provoke him in such a manner, given his formidable physique. Truly, one who does not recognize their own limitations deserves a punch. The powerful Abi launched an assault, delivering a forceful blow squarely to the face of number 18. Remarkably, number 18 did not even flinch, standing there with an eerie calmness. I realized then that he did not wish to select his targets individually, so I would assist him by breaking them all at once. In a swift motion, number 18 seized the robust man's arm, and with a powerful push from each foot, shattered his shin bones. Subsequently, he exerted force to snap both of his arms and delivered a single finger jab to his chest, fracturing 9 of his ribs. Gohan, witnessing this sudden display of brutality, broke into a cold sweat. It was far too savage for the anime he had previously watched. The others around him were equally terrified, convinced that the robust man could not possibly survive this onslaught. In reality, he had merely lost consciousness from the pain, with no internal injuries, only broken bones. The host, upon seeing the contestant collapse, promptly summoned medical personnel. After confirming there was no danger to life, they carried him away, with Abi rendered unconscious and unable to continue fighting. I hereby declare number 18 the champion of the first match. With a dismissive snort, number 18 returned to the waiting area, and thus the first bout concluded with astonishing speed. To our surprise, the first match ended rather swiftly. Now, it is time to introduce the contestants for the second match. Let us welcome Broly and Spabich to the stage. Under the host's introduction, the 2 robust figures ascended. Spabich gazed at Broly, hoping for an immense surge of energy, for the task assigned by Babidi was no trifling matter. Broly, however, remained relatively inactive. merely needing to unleash a fraction of his power and await the absorption, as he had come primarily to share a meal with Gohan. Seizing the moment while Broly appeared distracted, Spabich charged in and landed a punch, but Broly stood unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Did you strike me? I scarcely felt it, my apologies. Although the reason for Broly's apology was unclear, Spabich was already in shock. This was his full-powered attack. Well then, I suppose it's my turn, Broly remarked, observing Spabich's astonished expression, and delivered a token punch. The result sent Spabich flying 5 meters, clutching his abdomen and groaning on the arena floor. Realizing he had overexerted himself, Broly reflected, had I known, I would have trained more diligently. This strength is indeed difficult to control. Curse you. Spabich, incensed by the blow, immediately emanated a palpable aura of malevolence, clearly tapping into his Majin form. Though Broly could effortlessly overpower his opponent, he recognized the necessity of feigning struggle. In the face of Spabich's onslaught, Broly began to block, appearing increasingly beleaguered with each strike. Spabich, displaying a satisfied grin, believed that Broly could not possibly triumph over his Majin transformation. How do you like that? I see you still dare to be so arrogant. How infuriating. Must I resort to that form? Broly thought, you have forced my hand. Broly feigned weakness, swiftly distancing himself from Spabich, and commenced unleashing his formidable aura. A resounding wave of potent energy enveloped the arena, as a golden essence radiated from Broly, transforming him into a Super Saiyan with a fierce roar. What extraordinary power is this? It feels overwhelmingly intense. Could someone possess such strength in the lower realms? The East Kai, astounded by the energy Broly emitted, marveled at the existence of such a formidable warrior on the humble earth. Noticing Broly's immense energy, Spabich's accomplice, Yamcha, seized the moment, thrusting a white vessel into Broly's side. Broly's emotions were a tumult of confusion. Why must he be struck there of all places? He endured the pain, refraining from resistance, while Gohan, observing Broly's distressed countenance, managed to restrain him with a technique. After a brief absorption, the white vessel was nearly full, and they exchanged knowing glances before departing the scene. Broly's gaze dimmed. He felt utterly drained. Though the energy siphoned was minimal, it primarily targeted his kidneys. Gohan approached, and with a swift motion, Jebbit restored Broly to his former state. What's this? Feeling weak already? I thought you were the legendary Super Saiyan, Gohan jested. Broly rolled his eyes, retorting with a tone of melancholy, of course you would make light of it. Why don't you experience it yourself, and see how you fare? Gohan chuckled, rallying their group to pursue the two villains. Let us hurry after them. If they use magic to conceal their presence, we might lose their trail. Thus, the group followed Gohan and the East Kai away from the venue, leaving only Android 18 and the disheveled host behind. Mr. Gohan, do you all possess energy as formidable as Broly's? This is simply astounding, the East Kai pondered, still in awe of Gohan and his companion's true strength. Gohan, cradling Videl, soared through the skies at breakneck speed. The force of their velocity was overwhelming for Videl, compelling her to shield herself within the protective barrier crafted by Gohan. He adjusted his position, allowing Videl to rest on his back, then turned to the East Kai to respond. Among us, Broly is indeed one of the more powerful, though others are not vastly weaker. After all, this fellow has scarcely trained in recent years. Upon hearing Gohan's words, both the East Kai and Jebbit were left in astonishment. Broly, still in his teens and having not trained for several years, must have been extraordinarily powerful long before. Chapter 102, Instantaneous Defeat. The East Kai and his companion Jebbit fell silent, realizing how much they had lagged behind due to years of neglecting the seals here. The energy Broly had unleashed was comparable to that of Majin Buu, and it was evident that Gohan surpassed Broly's strength, an ordinary human possessing power rivaling that of the divine. As they continued to fly, still in a state of shock, they soon arrived at the site of Majin Buu's seal. It seems we've arrived. This should be the location where Majin Buu is sealed. Behold, there appears to be a door ajar. Suddenly, a circular hatch reminiscent of a manhole cover emerged from the ground, from which Babidi and Dabura emerged, seizing the energy-infused white vessel. Such potent energy. This will undoubtedly facilitate the resurrection of Majin Buu, and my ambition to dominate the universe shall finally come to fruition. Observing Babidi's mirth, the two demons joined in his laughter. Yet, their amusement was short-lived. As Babidi cast a disdainful glance at them, he gestured towards Dabura, who understood his intent, spat twice, and transformed the two demons into stone. Humph, worthless beings. Such feeble humans possess no utilitarian value whatsoever. With a casual flick of his hand, Dabura reduced the two to mere fragments. Upon witnessing this, Krillin was taken aback. Wait, this fellow can turn others to stone with a mere spit? How bizarre. The Supreme Kai then elucidated. Dabura is the demon king of the demon realm, possessing formidable power. Even I cannot guarantee victory against him. Moreover, he wields magic capable of petrifying beings, which is one of his signature techniques. Krillin, reflecting on this, remarked, truly, he is the demon king. It seems anyone who opposes him could simply be rendered non-existent with a single spit. Fear not, Uncle Krillin, the Supreme Kai reassured him. This ability will automatically dissipate upon Dabura's demise. Given his strength, he is at most comparable to a fully formed cell. Krillin sighed in relief. Oh, I thought he was far more formidable. After all this time, Gohan, defeating someone at Cell's level should be a breeze for you. Before Gohan could articulate his thoughts, Caulifla charged forward. Hey, don't rush off. You must be that so-called Demon King. You look rather unremarkable, and your strength seems rather lacking. How did you come to be the king of demons? Faced with Caulifla's scornful taunts, Dabura turned a deeper shade of red. Although his face was naturally crimson, his anger was unmistakable. Who are you to speak to me in such a manner? You seem to be courting death. Caulifla shot him a disdainful glance before retorting, Humph. With your pitiful prowess, do you truly believe you can defeat me, the great Caulifla? Allow me to show you what despair truly means. In a flash, Caulifla lunged towards Dabura. Startled by Caulifla's terrifying speed, Dabura swiftly dodged and brandished his enchanted sword. Oh, so you have drawn a weapon. Yet, no matter how powerful it may be, it is ineffective against absolute strength. Caulifla then delivered a fierce kick towards Dabura, which struck the enchanted sword. In that instant of collision, a tremendous energy surged forth, causing cracks to appear along the sword's blade. With renewed vigor, Caulifla unleashed another kick, shattering the enchanted sword and delivering a devastating blow to Dabura. Dabura was forcefully propelled backward, crashing through two mountain peaks before coming to a halt. As he rose to his feet, Caulifla stood before him, her presence commanding. Is that all you've got? I haven't even warmed up yet, you scoundrel. Without granting him a moment to respond, Caulifla delivered a swift uppercut to his abdomen, followed by a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air. Just as Dabura was about to be launched away, Caulifla seized his ankle and began to spin in place. Now, let me show you what the Super Caulifla Hurricane feels like. She spun faster and faster, creating a formidable whirlwind over the desolate landscape. At the center of this tempest, Dabura found himself utterly defenseless, overwhelmed by the terrifying acceleration and the sensation of weightlessness. When the moment was right, Caulifla released his ankle, and he spiraled away like a firework. TCH, such a boring opponent, not worth Gohan's effort. I might as well send you to hell. Caulifla began to gather energy, red destructive power spiraling into her hand, accumulating in greater and greater amounts until it formed a brilliant crimson energy sphere. Die. Destruction Cannon. The red cannon surged toward Dabura, erupting in a blinding flash upon impact, the explosion's aftermath rendering onlookers momentarily blinded. When the dust settled, Dabura had vanished from existence. The East Kaioshin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The scene was utterly shocking. The once mighty Demon Realm Emperor had perished without even touching his opponent. Beside him, Jebbet was equally astounded, unable to comprehend how a mere human could instantaneously eliminate the Demon King. Such prowess would likely render even Majin Buu powerless before her. This must be a trick. Dabura fell so easily. Have your powers truly reached the level of Majin Buu? In response to the Kaioshin's incredulity, the earnest Broly revealed the truth. According to Gohan, if we were to face Majin Buu now, we could likely defeat him in an instant. However, Gohan mentioned that Majin Buu's abilities might be quite useful, which is why he has no intention of killing him. The Kaioshin turned to Son Gohan, inquiring, is what he said true? You are capable of defeating Majin Buu so swiftly? But why spare this demon? His myriad abilities could pose significant risks. Son Gohan smiled gently and replied, I understand that Majin Buu possesses many extraordinary powers, such as turning others into candy and absorbing them to enhance his strength. What I truly seek is not Majin Buu himself, but the benevolent Grand Kaioshin within him. Chapter 103. Not strong at all, you mean the Grand Kaioshin? Are you suggesting he is still alive? Observing the East Kaioshin's excitement, Son Gohan shook his head. No, after all these years. The Grand Kaishin has long been absorbed by Bu. However, his abilities and memories remain within Bu, which is precisely why I intend to retain Bu. The Kaishin sighed, wishing that the Grand Kaishin could return. If he did, he would not be so ineffectual as he is now. While the Kaishin was lost in thought, Babidi sensed the demise of Dabura. He hastily employed magic to observe the outside situation and spotted a female Saiyan standing at the entrance. Hey, you there? The one called Babidi, come out quickly. If I'm in a good mood, I might grant you a swift death. Upon hearing this, Babidi quickly opened the door, hoping to stall for time and allow Majin Bu to absorb more energy. You opened the door so soon? Is this Babidi fellow truly so cowardly? I thought I would need to threaten him further. Then, Kale beckoned to Gohan, indicating that they could approach. Is it truly safe? Will there be some sort of conspiracy if we enter like this? The Kaishin expressed his concern while gazing at the ominous doorway. It's fine, at most. He simply wishes to unseal Majin Bu. Without Dabura, that is his greatest reliance. After Gohan spoke, he entered the door alongside Kale, followed by the others. Inside, there was a standard spaceship design, with a large central pillar and a circular space surrounding it, where a white alien stood beside the pillar. You must be the ones who came to cause trouble with the Kaishin. I am Pui Pui, the swiftest of Lord Babidi's minions. To see Lord Babidi, you must first get past me. As the space shifted, everyone seemed to arrive in a realm reminiscent of outer space, one of Babidi's proudest magical feats. Ha. This place has a gravity 10 times that of Earth. There's no way you can catch me here. Pui Pui laughed triumphantly, bouncing around the area. The Kaishin found Pui Pui's speed quite troublesome, pondering whether they could indeed catch up. Kale sensed the gravity and remarked to Gohan, "This feels so familiar. Isn't this the gravity of Planet Salad? I didn't expect it to be 10 times here as well." Yes, 10 times is still rather trivial. It has been a long while since I experienced such gravity. Among those present, aside from Videl, who found the gravity somewhat disorienting, the others felt no pressure. So, who will deal with this fellow? I'll pass. I'm afraid he'll accuse me of bullying him. Gohan waved his hand, expressing his lack of interest in Pui Pui. Then I shall go. It has been a while since I fought, and I wonder if I can keep up with the times. Piccolo removed his weighted cloak and loosened his joints. At that moment, Pui Pui halted, scrutinizing the green being before him. Are you a Namekian? I can't believe you survived even after your planet was destroyed. What a pity. You are about to die at my hands. With a sudden dash, Pui Pui lunged behind Piccolo, aiming for his neck with a lethal chop. At the moment when the hand strike was about to land, Piccolo's figure vanished like a specter. What? In the brief moment that Pepe was caught off guard, Piccolo had already appeared behind him, delivering another hand strike in the same manner. With a resounding smack, Pepe plummeted to the ground, the force of the blow shattering the surrounding rocks, leaving only a cloud of dust, and Pepe sprawled on the ground, gritting his teeth against the pain in his neck. Pepe struggled to rise. How infuriating. How could you keep up with my speed, especially in this environment with tenfold gravity? Piccolo glanced at Pepe on the ground and, with a derisive tone, remarked, tenfold is merely the gravity of King Kai's planet. With your meager strength, you are not even a third of what Frisia was back in the day. Truly a waste of time. Without granting him another chance, Piccolo swiftly dispatched him with a magical flash. Indeed, there was hardly even a warm-up opportunity. His opponent was simply too weak for Piccolo's tastes. Babidi, unleash your magians quickly. Such a weakling fails to pique my interest, he called out. Babidi, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of anger. He never expected Pepe to be defeated by such an unremarkable Namekian. Yakon, they are in your hands now. Do take care. Fear not, Lord Babidi. As long as I dwell in darkness, they cannot hope to defeat me, Yakon replied with a sinister laugh. Shortly thereafter, the grand doors of the central pillar swung open, and Gohan and the others descended. Must we still traverse stairs? How many levels does the ship have? Complained Khalifa. None of these characters seem particularly strong. Upon reaching the second level, the surroundings suddenly plunged into darkness, leaving everyone in a state where they could not see their own hands. A slicing sound echoed through the air as the beast Yakon aimed the blades on his arms at the earlier Piccolo. Sensing the danger, Piccolo instinctively dodged, astonished that this creature would resort to such an ambush. Who dares to sneak attack me? What a despicable individual. The Supreme Kai, witnessing the scene, recalled the identity of this foe. Could it be Yakon, the one capable of moving in darkness and devouring light? Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Gohan too remembered this creature. It was the green-skinned monster that had been killed by Goku's Super Saiyan energy. Broly, transform into that green form. I recall this monster is supposed to have green skin. Your green energy will surely be evident against him. Broly, upon hearing Gohan's suggestion, felt no hesitation and promptly transformed into his green-haired ape form. Although he had not trained in recent years, he had adeptly mastered his transformations. As Broly unleashed his energy, the surroundings became awash in a verdant glow, revealing Yakon amidst the brilliance. Foolish creature, I can absorb light. Surrender your energy, Yakon declared, initiating his ability to absorb light energy. The green light surged into Yakon's mouth, prompting Gohan to pat Broly on the shoulder, urging him not to stop and to continue releasing energy. In a moment of release and absorption, the body of the beast, Yakin, became enveloped in a verdant luminescence, his visage growing even more emerald than when he was initially illuminated. Ultimately, Yakin could no longer withstand Broly's immense energy and self-destructed. Under the radiant green glow, astonishment was etched upon the faces of the onlookers, as they were incredulous that one could indeed perish from overexertion. Chapter 104. The transformation into a demon. The insidious Kaioshin and the Saiyans were taken aback. They had not anticipated that even the beast Yakin would meet with failure, especially when Majin Buu was so close to being unsealed. Babidi, in a fit of rage, stamped his foot, his anxiety palpable without the support of other minions. After a brief silence, the environment regained its brightness, yet the grand door at the center of the column remained closed. What was amiss? Had that coward Babidi truly summoned two worthless beings? Shouldn't team agents be formidable? Indeed, it is only through comparison that one recognizes discomfort, as Videl remarked derisively to Kale, questioning the propriety of her comments, considering she had effortlessly dispatched the strongest before entering. Babidi, observing their conversation through his magic, grew increasingly furious. How dare you? I shall transform you all into Magents. Not even the slightest hint of malevolence shall escape my notice. With that, Babidi employed his magic to probe the hearts of those present, discovering that nearly all were benevolent, devoid of any trace of wickedness. Suddenly, he detected a peculiar anomaly within one individual. Oh, how extraordinary! I never would have imagined such a terrifying evil lurked within you. If I can control him, Majin Buu will surely be resurrected at once. Huh. Let the transformation begin, Son Gohan. Babidi swiftly cast his spell, targeting the malevolent essence within Gohan. Under the guidance of Babidi's sorcery, this dark presence awakened. Just as the others prepared to forcibly breach the central column, a tumultuous wave surged within Gohan, prompting him to clutch his head and bend over, letting out a primal scream. Ah! The sheer intensity of his roar startled everyone, compelling them to turn their gaze towards Gohan, only to witness a terrifying transformation. A dark red energy erupted from his being, his pupils turned a fiery crimson, and his once black hair shifted to white, cascading down to his shoulders. Moreover, a sinister emblem manifested upon his brow, encircled by crackling black lightning. Gohan, what has happened to you? The others exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden eruption of Gohan's aura that rendered them momentarily blinded. The Kaioshin, upon seeing the emblem atop Gohan's head, was struck with fear. Its presence signified that Gohan had succumbed to Babidi's control, fully unleashing his malevolence. This is dire. Gohan has been ensnared by Babidi's wicked influence. He has become a Majin. Krillin, along with Videl and the others, could scarcely believe that Gohan had any reason to transform into a demon. Impossible. Gohan has always been kind-hearted. How could he harbor any evil? Yet, the harsh truth remained. The signs exhibited by Gohan unmistakably indicated his transformation into a Majin. Babidi gazed upon the terrifying power emanating from Son Gohan, fearful that it might disrupt the seal binding Majin Buu. Consequently, he swiftly transported them all to a desolate wasteland. Son Gohan's hair grew longer, and his brows vanished, as his strength ascended to an astonishing realm. The onlookers, confronted with this unfamiliar version of Gohan, were rendered speechless in awe. At that moment, the transformation into a Majin had liberated Son Gohan's full potential. He clenched his fists and surveyed the crowd. Son Gohan, a Saiyan, discovered that he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, unexpectedly becoming imprisoned by Gohan's soul. The nature of this imprisonment remained a mystery. What exactly is happening? Are you truly Son Gohan? What have you done to him? Caulifla inquired, sensing the profound change in the Gohan before her. Indeed, I was merely an ordinary human, inexplicably thrust into Gohan's form. When I transitioned into him, a mysterious force prevented our souls from merging. Around Son Gohan, the atmosphere shifted as Goku and Vegeta arrived via instant transmission, tracing the source of the malevolent energy towards the transformed Gohan. Is that Gohan? How could this be? This dark aura is even more potent than the original Gohan, they thought, their instincts heightening with caution. The transformation into a Majin would render Gohan a puppet of Babidi while augmenting his inherent power, yet he appeared entirely transformed, an anomaly. The Supreme Kai offered a brief explanation, his own confusion evident. Observing the silence among the crowd, Gohan continued, "The fusion of my soul with Gohan was unsuccessful. However, the benevolent fragments of his essence intertwined with my memories. Consequently, all negative emotions became sealed within his being, which is why the previous Gohan was unable to harness true rage to elevate his power. Then, Majin Gohan extended his hand into the void and pulled forth Babidi and the seal containing Majin Buu from the abyss. What? You were supposed to be under my control. Eliminate those who obstruct my plans, Gohan. This is an order," Babidi commanded, channeling his dark magic in an attempt to command Gohan's obedience. With a cold smirk, Gohan seized Babidi by the throat and lifted him into the air. "Babidi, I must express my gratitude for liberating my soul. Otherwise, I might have remained imprisoned indefinitely. Yet you presume to command me? Do you not realize that only the strong can command others?" Babidi, caught in Gohan's unyielding grip, could utter not a single word. Gohan's terrifying smile widened as he tightened his hold, ultimately crushing Babidi entirely. Truly, what a pitiful sorcerer. Relying on others to create Majin Buu while harboring aspirations of universal domination, such a laughable fool. Witnessing Gohan's brutal transformation, the others were left in no doubt that another soul had indeed taken residence within him. "You actually killed Babidi and brought forth the seal of Majin Buu. What exactly are your intentions? Where has the true Gohan gone?" "The true Gohan? Lord Kaioshin, do not jest too much. Ever since I traversed here, I have been one with Son Gohan. The being before you is merely another facet of his concealed persona, akin to his own." Son Gohan extended his hand and obliterated the seal of Majin Buu, scattering its remnants across the ground, yet within, there was no trace of Majin Buu. The absence of Majin Buu within the seal raises a grave question. Have you vanquished him? In response to Lord Kaioshin's inquiry, Gohan remained silent, gazing intently at the pale pink mist before him. Son Goku swiftly discerned the anomaly. He pointed towards the pink cloud above and exclaimed, "Look there. Something is coalescing. It appears to be alive." Chapter 105. Capturing Buu. Everyone turned their gaze towards the cloud, which gradually condensed, transforming into a mass that slowly morphed into a pliable substance. Could that be Majin Buu? Lord Kaioshin's eyes widened as he beheld the familiar form taking shape from the clay-like material. Suddenly, the substance expanded, revealing the rotund figure of Fat Buu. "Ah, so many people!" Buu exclaimed, his stomach rumbling. "I am a bit hungry. I shall turn you all into chocolate." As he spoke, a magnificent chocolate cake materialized before him. "Oh my, what a colossal cake, and chocolate-flavored too. How delightful." Buu joyfully accepted the cake from Son Gohan's hands, dancing in glee. After a brief revelry, he settled on the ground, cradling the cake in his hands, and began to indulge. Upon finishing, he let out a satisfied burp and turned to Gohan, saying, "You are a good person. I shall not kill you." Gohan smiled and positioned himself before Buu, who was poised to eliminate the others. "Buu, I am a good person, which is why I offer you delicious treats. You wouldn't harm a good person, would you?" Buu, pondering this proposition, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, you feed me. Good person, I do not harm good people." Gohan, pleased with this affirmation, gestured towards the others. "If that is the case, then you shall not harm them either. If they are good people, they too will provide Buu with delectable offerings, correct?" Buu was momentarily perplexed, unable to grasp this new concept. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan continued his persuasive discourse. "If Buu also becomes a good person, then everyone shall be good. And Buu would have an endless supply of chocolate and cake. Moreover, everyone adores good people and shuns the wicked. Thus, if Buu embraces goodness, all shall come to cherish you." After contemplating Gohan's words for a time, Buu's small mind eventually triumphed over his larger intellect, concluding, "I understand now. Buu is a good person, everyone is good, and everyone loves Buu, and they will provide me with delicious food." Upon hearing Bu's words, the crowd was taken aback, astonished that the formidable Majin Bu could be so easily persuaded with just a simple diversion. Was it necessary, then, for Bu to eradicate the malevolent entity residing within him in order to embrace goodness? Upon hearing Gohan's inquiry, Bu immediately shook his head, responding, "That being is powerful. A villain, far too dangerous to be unleashed." Observing Bu's apprehension, Gohan released a fraction of his energy, causing Bu's previously narrowed eyes to widen in shock at the overwhelming power he sensed. "Now can we let him out? That being cannot defeat us," Gohan urged. Bu hesitated, torn between the desire to release his inner darkness and the fear it instilled in him. "It's all right, Bu. I am Son Gohan, and we are friends now. Friends do not harm one another." Son Gohan. Friends? Bu was momentarily taken aback. He had never known the companionship of friendship. Yet the innocent Bu secretly yearned for such connections. "Very well, I understand. I trust you, Son Gohan, my friend." With that, Majin Bu, in a moment of anguish, cradled his head and began to separate his malevolent consciousness. The onlookers, hearing Bu's wails, felt a pang of sympathy. He was genuinely willing to divide his evil for the sake of a newly found friend. After considerable effort, Bu expelled a pink orb, collapsing from exhaustion due to the separation. The pink sphere soared into the air, unfurling into a slender version of Bu. He pounded his chest, emitting strange cries, and then cast his gaze upon Gohan, recognizing him as a formidable threat. He charged forward, intent on an unexpected assault, yet he vastly underestimated Gohan, who was far beyond his match, even overpowering other Saiyans. Too slow. In an instant, Gohan delivered a powerful punch to the slender Bu's abdomen, sending him hurtling into the sky. Before he could regain his footing, Gohan unleashed a flurry of punches upon him. It took several hundred blows for the slender Bu to react, transforming into a pliable, rubbery form. Sensing this change, Gohan infused his hand with energy, transforming it into a true blade, and swiftly sliced through the slender Bu. Each piece he severed would attempt to reunite, but Gohan showed no mercy, utilizing concentrated energy to eliminate the fragments before they could merge again. As the slender Bu diminished in size, panic set in. He hastily cast a portion of himself towards the direction of Biddy and the others. "I will not allow you to succeed, Bu." Goku, having long heard of Bu's notorious reputation and his ability to absorb others, swiftly gathered energy to unleash a Kamehameha wave, completely vaporizing the approaching mass. Seeing the unfolding events, Gohan lost interest in prolonging the battle, recognizing that Bu fought like a wild beast. He enveloped the slender Bu with divine power, rendering him immobile, and unleashed a formidable Kamehameha wave to obliterate him entirely. "May you be reborn as a good being." Kamehameha. Under the immense surge of energy, all the cells of the lean Majin Bu were utterly annihilated. After all, considering the current prowess of Gohan and his companions, Majin Bu no longer posed a formidable threat. It was astonishing that the entity which had plagued us for so many years was vanquished so effortlessly. The Kaioshin found himself momentarily dazed. This turn of events was far too abrupt. Truly, the Kaioshin was remarkable. It was hard to believe that beings from the lower realm could indeed eliminate Majin Bu, an eye-opening revelation indeed. After a prolonged period of astonishment, Jebbit finally expressed his thoughts. Gohan gently assisted the pudgy Bu to his feet and provided some healing, subsequently retrieving a few snacks from the capsule. Looking at Gohan, still in his Majin form, Videl expressed her concern and cautiously inquired, "Gohan, since you are not under control, why have you not reverted to your original state?" "I have mentioned that my two souls remain in a fragmented condition. I must find a way to unify them. Only then can I unleash my full potential," he replied. With that, he approached the Kaioshin and outlined his intentions regarding Majin Bu, requesting to be taken to the Kaioshin realm. "What did you say? You wish to go to the Kaioshin realm? That is a domain of the gods, and you shall gain nothing from your journey there." "No, you are mistaken. I am aware that within your realm lies the Kaioshin sword. It may not be the most powerful blade, but it seals the old Kaioshin." "The old Kaioshin? I have never heard of such a being. What is the story behind this?" Both the Kaioshin and Jebbit were perplexed, having lost much of their heritage in the tribulations caused by Majin Bu. "You will find out upon your arrival." "Videl, Caulifla, I entrust Bu to you both," Gohan stated, handing Bu over to the two who were most accustomed to listening to his tales, before requesting the Kaioshin to transport him to the Kaioshin realm. With Jebbit's cosmic instant transmission, Gohan swiftly arrived in the Kaioshin realm. Under the guidance of East Kaioshin, he stood before the Kaioshin sword. Is it truly possible to draw it forth? This sword has existed for at least 10 million years and has never been extracted. Well, it should be around 75 million years old, but just because you cannot draw it does not mean I cannot. Gohan asserted as he began to pull the sword from its sheath. Grasping the hilt, he exerted force and, with a mighty shout, the Kaioshin sword responded and emerged. After all, if even Goten could draw it, Gohan found it even more effortless. With a powerful punch directed at the blade, the immense force caused the Kaioshin sword to shatter with a resounding crash. Both the Kaioshin and Jebbet were taken aback, astonished that Gohan had not only managed to draw the divine sword, but had also broken it. Gohan surveyed his surroundings and finally spotted a familiar figure beside a large tree. Old Kaioshin. He approached the ancient being and greeted him. Who are you? I do not recognize you. By the way, how did I come to be here? Has someone broken my seal? Yes, I was the one who released your seal. Upon hearing Gohan's words, the old Kaioshin scrutinized him closely. It indeed seems that you possess the ability to break seals. However, the malevolent aura surrounding you is rather intense, leading me to believe you might be a nefarious individual. In truth, I have come here for this very matter. I currently inhabit two souls that have failed to merge harmoniously. I thought, given your extensive experience, you might possess the wisdom to guide me. The Elder Supreme Kai scrutinized the figure of Son Gohan before him, noting his transformation into a demon and the presence of two souls, which compelled him to observe for an extended period. Understanding dawned upon him. So this is the situation. Pray tell, who are you, and what time is it? Son Gohan, despite his demonic state, could not refrain from wiping the sweat from his brow. I am Son Gohan, the offspring of a Saiyan and a human. I currently exist in a semi-merged state with an extraterrestrial soul. As for the present time, it is the year 774 of the age, which means approximately 75 million years have passed since you were sealed away. At this juncture, the East Supreme Kai expressed his confusion. Are you truly the Elder Supreme Kai? What transpired that led to your entrapment within that sword for so long? Irritated by the question, the Elder Supreme Kai retorted, how can you not recognize your own forebear? I am the Supreme Kai from 15 generations past. As for the seal, it was imposed by an individual who feared my abilities and ambushed me. Goodness. Did the god of destruction truly need to ambush you? If it weren't for the fear of you accidentally perishing, they might not have sealed you at all. You claim to be a Saiyan. That clarifies matters. Your lack of a tail naturally results in an incomplete soul. Only a complete duo of souls can merge perfectly. And your absence of a tail is one contributing factor. One contributing factor? Are there others? The Elder Supreme Kai nodded. Indeed. There is another reason you cannot achieve perfect fusion. Your two souls are not of the same caliber. Only souls of identical levels can merge seamlessly. Son Gohan expressed his bewilderment. What do you mean by different levels? Do souls even possess levels? The Elder Supreme Kai illustrated. The Patera earrings of the Supreme Kais allow two individuals to merge, but if neither possesses a divine soul, limitations arise. This is a restriction on soul fusion similar to your predicament. What must I do to lift this limitation or to align the levels of my souls? Contemplating Son Gohan's inquiry, the Elder Supreme Kai presented two possible courses of action. You have two choices. One is to use the Super Dragon Balls to wish for your current soul state to be downgraded, though this will also restrict your power. Alternatively, you may elevate your soul, at least to a level surpassing that of a Supreme Kai. Upon hearing the Elder Supreme Kai's suggestions, both Son Gohan and the East Supreme Kai were taken aback. So, does this mean the level of Son Gohan's current soul exceeds that of a Supreme Kai? How utterly astonishing. The Elder Supreme Kai waved his hand dismissively. Do not be so astonished. While soul fusion is rare, I have witnessed it on 2 occasions. Typically, external souls are projections from higher dimensions. Thus their soul levels are naturally elevated. High dimensions? Does our ancestor possess knowledge of such realms? I have never heard of them. The Elder Kai sighed and remarked. Our universe is a creation, and even the demon realm is no exception. The true universe, however, should have existed from the very beginning, without a distinct start or end. According to the research of the Space Kai, the genuine universe radiates its own power, casting projections across various dimensions, rendering everything we perceive as mere reflections. Gohan felt a sense of bewilderment, questioning how the Elder Kai possessed such profound knowledge, especially when even the Time Kai in his world was unaware. Elder Kai, How do you know all this? What exactly is the Space Kai? It appeared that the Elder Kai had some acquaintance with this notable figure, who was among the earliest and most powerful of the Kais. I once had a brief encounter with him. He informed me that he was investigating anomalies in time and space, which is how we came to know one another. Gohan began to comprehend that not all Elder Kais across the timelines had met the Space Kai. Only in the universes they had traversed would their marks be found. And their arrival here was indeed due to temporal irregularities. It was said that such anomalies occurred suddenly and were somewhat related to higher dimensional projections. Thus, he had ventured into higher dimensions for investigation, accompanied by the formidable dragon god, Saiyan. It seemed that the Space Kai was indeed correct. He and dragon god Saiyan were currently in a higher dimensional universe. So, my soul originates from a higher dimension, meaning to fully merge, I must either downgrade or upgrade. The Elder Kai nodded, placing his hands behind his back as he spoke. In truth, downgrading one's soul is relatively straightforward, whereas upgrading it is exceedingly challenging. You must undergo a series of trials and then gain the acknowledgement of a deity to inherit their divine position. In other words, to elevate my soul, I must become a Kai or a god of destruction. Gohan inquired. The Elder Kai confirmed his assertion, stating that this was indeed the sole path to soul elevation. Chapter 107. Reacquiring Heritage Ancestor. What is a god of destruction? Are they truly formidable? The Elder Kai, faced with the ignorance of the East Kai, could only shake his head in exasperation. You, as Kais, are unaware of what a god of destruction is. We Kais are responsible for preservation and creation, while the gods of destruction are tasked with annihilation and death. The East Kai paused in contemplation before asking, does this imply that a god of destruction can obliterate anything, even the likes of Majin Buu? The Elder Kai found himself perplexed, unfamiliar with the entity known as Majin Buu. Subsequently, the East Kai and Jebit elaborated on Buu's origins, enlightening the Elder Kai on the matter. I had not realized that the legacy of the Kais had been so diminished. The god of destruction is the highest deity of our universe. Should he desire, he could not only vanquish Majin Buu, but could obliterate half the galaxy in an instant. Both the East Kai and Jebit were astonished, realizing the terrifying nature of the god of destruction. However, the fact that Majin Buu could be effortlessly defeated by Gohan, coupled with his immense potential, suggested that if he sought elevation, he might yet ascend to the rank of a god of destruction. Son Gohan was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that the old Kaioshin would wish for him to become a destroyer. Was he so eager for Beerus to retire? Esteemed old Kaioshin, I must confess that I do not desire to assume the role of destroyer. Could you enlighten me on how I might become a Kaioshin instead? Currently, I am serving under the Kaioshin of time and have received guidance from the Kaioshin of space. Thus my aspiration is to become a Kaioshin. The East Kaioshin glanced at Son Gohan, surprised to discover that Gohan's true intention was to usurp his position, an endeavor that seemed rather brazen. Oh, so you wish to become a Kaioshin. It is not an impossible feat. Firstly, one must possess a certain level of strength. Secondly, mastery over the principles of creation is essential. The principles of creation? Son Gohan pondered as he gazed at his hands, uncertain if he possessed the ability to create. The old Kaioshin seemed to perceive Gohan's thoughts and smiled faintly. Although creation is nearly unattainable for the average individual, you, Son Gohan, possess a more elevated soul, allowing you to grasp these principles with greater ease than others. Is that so? Then how might I master the principles of creation? In response to Gohan's inquiry, the old Kaioshin sat down to reflect. After a while, it appeared that he had dozed off right there. Old Kaioshin. Son Gohan observed the old Kaioshin nodding off and could not resist poking him to awaken him. What on earth happened? The old Kaioshin exclaimed, startled. Oh, it's you. Son Gohan. Don't frighten me like that. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Son Gohan pressed on. You still haven't told me how to master the principles of creation. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin rubbed his hands together. Is this information something I can simply share with you? What benefit do I gain from divulging it to you without any compensation? Son Gohan could no longer contain his exasperation. The old Kaioshin was indeed a mischievous old man. Reluctantly, Gohan retrieved the entirety of his ergonomic research materials from his universal capsule. This is all I have cherished. I hope the old Kaioshin will graciously accept it. As he handed the colorful books to the old Kaioshin, the latter took a glance at the assortment. Ho, this is quite splendid. You seem so serious. I never expected you to have such refined taste. The old Kaioshin remarked, wiping a trickle of blood from his nose as he perused the contents of the books. After a while, Son Gohan returned to the matter at hand. Now, can you please tell me how to master the principles of creation? I implore you, esteemed old Kaishin. All right, come here and extend your head. Son Gohan complied, and the old Kaishin pressed his hands against Gohan's temples, channeling the divine power of the Kaishin into his mind. The principles of creation are a variant of the skills used by Rames to create the universe, enabling the creation of a stable existence through energy and matter. This also encompasses portions of authority over space and time, making it an exceptionally powerful skill. Ahem. You must contemplate this skill diligently. It was through the principles of creation that Lord Rames granted life and superpowers to the Omni King. Son Gohan nodded, indicating his commitment to profound contemplation, yet he posed another question. I recall the Kaishin of space stating that the Omni King was his creation. Why does it now seem to be attributed to Lord Rames? The Supreme Kai of the universe smiled and remarked, the life and extraordinary powers of the Omni King have been bestowed by Lord Rames. To better wield his abilities, his body was crafted by the Supreme Kai of space, utilizing the laws of space. As for the angels and the guards of the Omni King, they too were created by the Supreme Kai of space, yet their souls were granted by Lord Rames. At this moment, Gohan understood that Rames was akin to a master software creator, while the Supreme Kai of space represented the hardware designer. Gohan had essentially acquired the ability to integrate both software and hardware. Very well, cease using that Majin form. The Supreme Kai advised. Your two personalities should have begun to merge. When you fully cultivate the method of creation, the fusion will occur naturally and perfectly. Gohan grasped the meaning behind the Elder Supreme Kai's words. He settled himself into a meditative position, gradually dissolving the Majin state. During that Majin state, his consciousness had briefly fragmented, yet due to Babbidi's accidental unsealing, the two compatible aspects slowly began to unify. Thank you, Elder Supreme Kai, and also to you, East Supreme Kai. I shall return at once. Take care of yourselves. Gohan expressed his gratitude, bowing to the three before preparing to depart. The East Supreme Kai and Jebet also wished him well, while the Elder Supreme Kai urged him to bring back something splendid to show him. With a thought, Gohan instantaneously returned to Earth, just as the martial arts tournament was reaching its conclusion. This tournament crowned Mr. Satan as the champion, despite numerous unexpected events. Number 18 and the other contestants delivered thrilling matches, and Mr. Satan upheld his title as the world's greatest fighter. Let us all extend our congratulations to him. Satan, 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 Satan. It seems the competition has come to a close, Gohan remarked. Trunks, Goten, you aren't planning to disguise yourselves as adults to battle number 18, are you? Trunks and Goten, excitedly witnessing Gohan's sudden appearance from backstage, exclaimed, Wow, Gohan, how did you know? We've been coordinating for quite some time. And Aunt 18 is truly formidable. We couldn't even match her as Super Saiyans. She is far superior to Uncle Piccolo. Indeed. Number 18 is the one who once effortlessly defeated Uncle Vegeta in his Super Saiyan form, so it's only natural you couldn't overcome her. However, if you wish to grow stronger and fight together, I can teach you the fusion technique, Gohan offered. Upon hearing the word fusion, the two boys were filled with excitement. They had heard many tales from Kale about Vegeto and Gogeta, and the prospect of merging into powerful warriors thrilled them immensely. Chapter 108. Fusion. You must align your energy to a similar level. Trunks, you can tone down your energy a bit. Remember to point your fingers accurately. Gohan instructed as he guided them through the fusion dance. His intention was not merely to make them stronger, as there was no Bu to contend with. Fusion, huh? A brilliant light flashed, and a warrior with hair of deep purple and black emerged. I am neither Goten nor Trunks. I am the mightiest warrior, Gotenks. Gohan regarded the newly formed Gotenks, taking a moment to sense their spiritual state. This is also a facet of creative potential, enabling one to perceive the essence of another's soul, a skill that Gohan mastered first. He discerned that their souls were intertwined in a flawless union, yet there existed a subtle tendency towards separation. Based on the pace of this disjunction, it was evident that this state of soul amalgamation would dissolve in approximately 30 minutes. Gohan, let us engage in combat. If I do not test my invincible prowess, all the effort put into mastering this fusion would be in vain. Observing the eager Gotenks, Gohan felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a lesson. Surely, you have practiced in secrecy. Your success this time is rather astonishing. Hee hee, Sister Caulifla merely taught me the movements. Not the techniques, but I have perfected the motions. Now, let us not digress. We must practice together. 30 minutes is precious. Gohan shook his head and promptly opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber. Over the years, he had diligently honed his divine skills. Although he had not specifically trained his body, he had steadily grown stronger. Now, Gohan could distort space within a certain range, making the act of opening the chamber relatively effortless. Wow, is this the legendary hyperbolic time chamber? It is indeed a realm of whiteness, with tenfold gravity. However, why does it appear so dilapidated? Gohan scratched his head, recalling that it had remained unrepaired since Broly's destruction. Presently, the strength of everyone did not necessitate the chamber unless an urgent situation arose. Never mind, Gohan, let me test my strength. Huh, you dare to be so audacious? Let me teach you a lesson. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged forth, while Gotenks matched him with his own Super Saiyan form. After a brief skirmish, they emerged from the chamber, though Gotenks' face resembled that of a pig. Gohan, how could you be so unyielding? You didn't even give me a chance. My face is nearly numb. Who told you to be so brash, challenging your brother right after fusion? If I do not subdue you, such a disposition will surely lead to misfortune in the future. After saying this, Gohan used healing magic to reduce the swelling on their faces. Just after the treatment, Gotenks reverted to his original form. Within Gohan's perception, it was as if two yolks within an egg had fused together, only to separate automatically once the time elapsed. Gohan, you are incredible. Our fusion could not even make a dent in you. How did you achieve such mastery? Gohan replied with righteous fervor, is it not obvious? It is through relentless training day after day. Only by surpassing one's own limits can one reach higher realms. Upon hearing Gohan's words, the two young ones felt invigorated, resolving to train even harder, despite the uncertainty of when they might forget this determination. Hey, is that Gohan? He has returned. After Caulifla and the others had forcibly handed Bu over to Satan, they made their way back to the venue to reunite with the others. Gohan, you have truly returned to normal. I was so worried before. Videl rushed to Gohan's side, examining him from head to toe, relieved to confirm that nothing seemed amiss. I apologize for causing you concern. I have kept these matters hidden from you for quite some time. You won't hold it against me, will you? Gohan lowered his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Of course not. Gohan, regardless of the circumstances, will always be Gohan. I believe your inherent kindness has remained intact, Videl replied, gazing deeply into Gohan's eyes. Hey, what are you two up to, as though I'm invisible? Kale exclaimed, preparing to separate them. Only for Gohan to effortlessly use his ability to create clones, whisking Kale away to the other side. Krillin chuckled at the sight. Haha, it's no surprise that Gohan can do that. Now there's no need to worry about jealousy. How wonderful it would be if I could create clones like Gohan. Before Krillin could finish his musings, Android 18 approached, holding Marin, and bent down to address him. What's this? Are you looking to find another partner? Marin tugged at Krillin's hair from behind. Two. Haha. At that moment, Krillin was already drenched in sweat. Android 18 always seemed to appear out of nowhere, making him feel like a henpecked husband. Not at all. I merely wish to have a clone to spend more time with you all, he explained. Upon hearing this, Android 18 straightened up and said, if only that were the case. Let us go. Marin is hungry, and we should head back. Krillin glanced at the time and realized it was indeed getting late. He waved goodbye to Goku and departed with Android 18. Goku watched Krillin leave, then stretched lazily and remarked to Vegeta, I can hardly believe it has been over 5 years since we defeated Cell. Despite our extensive training, it feels as though we have yet to surpass Gohan. Vegeta snorted dismissively. That brat has surpassed us since childhood. He has been training all these years, and his insights far exceed ours. Perhaps this is the disparity of realms. Goku, with a teasing tone, responded to Vegeta's statement. You're not too shabby yourself, Vegeta. Admitting that Gohan is stronger than you. Is this the difference in realms after becoming a god of destruction? What of it? I merely acknowledged Gohan's strength, not yours. Kakarot. Regardless, you must concede that I, Vegeta, am superior to you, Kakarot. Faced with Vegeta's overflowing confidence, Goku's interest was piqued. Alright then, let us engage in another bout. This time, we must determine a victor. Bring it on. Who's afraid? The two then departed to find an open space to spar. Say, Trunks, what are Gohan and those two sisters doing? Goten inquired, observing the four engaged in a deep conversation. Can't you tell? Gohan is dating both of them. Trunks replied, I'm so envious. I never imagined Gohan could manage 2 girlfriends at once. That's impressive. Goten, looking at the excited Trunks, asked, so, having 2 girlfriends at the same time is remarkable? I want to do that too. Trunks turned to Goten and replied, Are you serious? Aren't you afraid of being kicked by 2 girls at once? Chapter 109. An old acquaintance returns for revenge after addressing the minor issue with the demon Majin Buu. Gohan commenced his training in the art of creation. As the saying goes, to save others, one must first save oneself. Gohan's primary objective now was to utilize the art of creation to manifest his own tale. He attuned himself to every cell within his body, studying their functions and analyzing their strengths. Only by maximizing the use of his own body could he comprehend the power of each cell. He discovered that his tail was connected to his spine, which brimmed with life energy. Within the upper portion of his spine, he sensed something extraordinary. No wonder transforming into a Super Saiyan required gathering energy in the back. It was to stimulate the upper region of the spine, thereby channeling the power contained within. Gohan concentrated his energy on his spine, gradually extending it towards his tail. A warm sensation enveloped him, as if his tail were filled with strength. Just as Gohan anticipated that his tail would sprout after a brief itching sensation, it was not his tail that itched first, but rather his ears. Gohan quickly pressed the button on his communicator, connecting to a call from the Supreme Kai of Time, Kaian. Hello, is this Lord Kaian? This is Gohan. How may I assist you? Ah, Gohan-kun, it has been a while. Have you missed me? You should have guessed I was contacting you due to another temporal anomaly. Hurry over, there are others waiting for you. Noticing her tone, Gohan hesitated not a moment longer. He retrieved his long-in-use time ring and stepped through the familiar, yet strange time portal. Upon traversing the well-known time tunnel, Gohan arrived once more at the time temple, where he spotted 2 familiar faces. Lord Kaian, Grandpa Bardock. What is the situation regarding this temporal anomaly? Please enlighten me. Since Bardock had traversed time, he struggled to adapt to this era. While inquiring about Bardock's circumstances, he also expressed a desire to become a time patroller. Thus, Bardock had been a time patroller for nearly 4 years, usually requiring no assistance from Gohan. This time, however, something must have arisen that was beyond resolution. Recently, we discovered a temporal anomaly in one timeline. Bardock is certainly unable to resolve this anomaly, and it seems to be situated in a timeline several years into the future. Therefore, I intend for you and Bardock to investigate together. With that, the Supreme Kai of Time loaned Gohan her Patera earrings. If you encounter any difficulties, you may use these to fuse. Now, I shall refrain from further elaboration. You must hasten to investigate. Together with Grandpa? I understand. We shall depart at once. After saying this, Gohan stepped into the time tunnel alongside the silent Bardock. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Earth, the location of the temporal anomaly. Bardock donned a cloak to conceal his presence, while Gohan equipped himself with a ring to suppress his energy. A palpable aura of malevolence permeates the atmosphere, seemingly infused with the essence of extraterrestrial beings. It appears that we are witnessing a future within a parallel dimension. Son Gohan cast a glance at Bardock, who acknowledged him with a nod, and they hastened toward the source of this sinister energy. Ah, the wretched Earthlings. I, Lord Frieza, have returned to exact my revenge. Frieza proclaimed, Son Goku, I have devoted 5 long months to my training. Do you have any idea how I spent this time? Son Goku regarded Frieza before him, sensing that he had not significantly increased in strength. Given his current prowess, the ordinary Frieza posed no threat. Frieza, while you have indeed grown stronger, our years of training far surpass yours. You are not the sole contender in this pursuit of power. Vegeta, standing nearby, disdainfully scoffed and addressed Son Goku. Why waste words on him? With his current capabilities, he is unworthy of our efforts. Let us swiftly vanquish them and return to our training. Upon hearing Vegeta's remarks, Frieza let out a derisive snort and retorted, Oh my, it seems that after years apart, you remain as arrogant as ever, Vegeta. How I miss the days when you groveled before me. Vegeta's ire surged at these words. Very well, if you are so confident. Allow me to test your strength and show you the might of Super Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending Frieza hurtling away. Humph, how does that feel? Vegeta taunted. Rising from the crater created by the impact, Frieza smirked and replied, Indeed. The force of that blow would have overwhelmed my former self. However, things have changed. Frieza began to gather energy, his form undergoing a remarkable transformation, enveloped in a brilliant golden light. As his energy surged, so too did his combat prowess. Following a wave of potent energy, the golden aura dissipated, revealing his new form, a majestic figure adorned in gold and shades of purple, boasting an absurdly enhanced battle power, the perfected form of Golden Frieza, the culmination of 5 months of training. Behold my splendid visage, you detestable Saiyan monkeys. Your obliteration is at hand. Vegeta and Son Goku recognized that this incarnation of Frieza was on an entirely different level than before. If they did not unleash their true power, victory would elude them. Who could have imagined that you would ascend to such heights, Frieza? Truly a natural-born warrior, surpassing our decades of effort in a mere 5 months. It seems you possess genuine strength after all. Very well, I shall reveal the true might of Super Vegeta. Vegeta roared, ready to engage in battle. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, an astonished Frieza realized the magnitude of their power. He had not anticipated that these Saiyans could rival him in strength. A different kind of Super Saiyan, is it? Very well, allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. It is far more gratifying to slay you in despair than to dispatch you in an instant. With that, they unleashed their energy and engaged in battle. At this moment, Frieza exhibited remarkable prowess, seemingly unfazed even when besieged by 2 Super Saiyan Blues. Meanwhile, Bardock and Son Gohan observed from a concealed vantage point. Gohan pondered, indeed, these past few months have been extraordinary. In just over 4 months, Golden Frieza has managed to contend with 2 Super Saiyan Blues. How utterly absurd. Chapter 110, The King of Hope. Behold, you despicable Saiyan monkeys. You stand no chance against me now. With a swift flick of his tail, Golden Frieza sent Vegeta hurtling aside, then instantly closed the distance to Sun Wukong, landing a powerful punch to his face. The force of the blow sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater upon impact. Ahaha. Now, I shall enjoy watching you precious companions perish one by one, savoring the despair etched upon your faces. First, I shall eliminate that Namekian. This green-skinned wretch reminds me of many unpleasant memories. With a gesture, Frieza targeted Piccolo, concentrating a laser beam aimed directly at his heart. Stop! Yajirobe, caught in the fray, shouted desperately as he noticed the laser's trajectory. Piccolo attempted to evade the lethal ray, but his body remained immobilized. The purple beam struck true, piercing his heart. And in an instant, his energy vanished, his body slumping lifelessly to the ground. Yajirobe, witnessing Piccolo's slow descent, found himself restrained by several henchmen, utterly helpless to save his uncle. Sun Wukong, sensing Piccolo's fading energy, struggled to rise from the ground. Damn it, that scoundrel Frieza has killed Piccolo. Meanwhile, Yajirobe knelt, overwhelmed with sorrow. Memories of the past flooded his mind, and his grief transformed into a seething rage. You dare to kill Uncle Piccolo. With a primal scream, Yajirobe erupted with an astonishing aura, charging towards Frieza in a mysterious form. Frieza scoffed, dismissing Yajirobe entirely, considering him no threat whatsoever. As Yajirobe launched a flurry of punches, Frieza merely stood leisurely, arms crossed. Son of Sun Wukong, is it? If this is all you can muster, you shall meet the same fate as that Namekian. Together, you will accompany him to the abyss. Confronted by the overwhelming might of Golden Frieza, Yajirobe's fury gradually transformed into self-reproach and sorrow. He detested his own impotence and inaction. Had it not been for his father's constant presence, perhaps Uncle Piccolo would not have perished. Gradually, Gohan lost his fighting spirit, and Frieza, observing this, shook his head in disdain, remarking, "What a dull creature, devoid of any fighting intent." With a gentle sweep of his tail, Frieza sent Gohan crashing to the ground, where he succumbed to the overwhelming force, losing consciousness. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta managed to rise, yet their circumstances were far from favorable. Goku appeared relatively unharmed, merely suffering internal injuries, while Vegeta had sustained a severed arm. They had only recently mastered the Super Saiyan Blue form, which consumed a tremendous amount of energy, whereas Golden Frieza exhibited none of those signs, clearly having completely mastered his golden state. Was there truly no hope left? Even if they attempted fusion now, there was no time to spare. Frieza, reveling in the loss of strength among his adversaries, felt immense satisfaction. After years of enmity, he could finally exact his revenge. Oh ho ho! Perish, all of you, whether Saiyan or Earthling. May you all be reduced to dust. Frieza pointed at each warrior, unleashing a purple beam of energy that pierced their hearts, leaving only Goku standing. Savor this, Goku. The agony of watching all your beloved perish slowly. Ha ha ha. The fighter's energy waned gradually until it extinguished completely. Goku was engulfed in profound sorrow, an unprecedented rage surging within him. Frieza. With a final surge of strength, Goku clashed with Frieza. Fueled by intense fury, Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Golden Frieza found themselves evenly matched once more. The battle teetering on a knife's edge. Bardock glanced at Gohan beside him, curious as he inquired, Gohan, are you certain it is wise not to assist Kakarot? It seems everyone is on the brink of death. Gohan, maintaining his invisibility, replied, Do not worry, Grandpa. They may appear dead, but it is merely my ruse. Moreover, by refraining from intervening, they may learn valuable lessons amid this crisis. Bardock nodded slightly. If Gohan asserted they were not dead, then indeed, they must be alive. In truth, Bardock was also eager to witness the extent of Kakarot's capabilities. Goku unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, yet Frieza effortlessly deflected them all. Nevertheless, a few managed to strike him, eliciting a cloud of smoke. As Frieza lowered his guard, he was met with a powerful punch from Goku. Trivial techniques, Frieza exclaimed, unleashing an energy explosion that scattered the smoke, allowing him to pinpoint Goku's location. Before absolute strength, all techniques proved futile. Accept your fate, Goku. You will accompany your comrades to the grave. Frieza rapidly delivered 2 punches, rendering Goku momentarily stunned, then sent him crashing to the ground. Die along with the earth. Frieza concentrated a purple energy sphere in his hand, which swiftly transformed into a colossal energy blast. Confronted with the colossal planet-destroying energy sphere, Sun Wukong concentrated the last remnants of his Kamehameha. He propelled the energy from his hands, colliding it with the destructive orb. The two forces clashed violently, yet ultimately, the purple energy proved more formidable, gradually causing Sun Wukong's Kamehameha to falter. How infuriating! Could it truly end like this? A sense of unwillingness surged within him. Rather than resigning to fate, he resolved to fight back with fervor. Kaioken. With the eruption of Kaioken, the energy sphere came to a halt. Frieza sensed the anomaly and exerted even greater force upon it. The energy sphere advanced once more, prompting Sun Wukong to amplify the Kaioken's multiplier. Kaioken at 5 times. The energy of the Kamehameha surged anew, pushing Sun Wukong's body to its limits. Observing the energy sphere being forcefully pushed back, Frieza was taken aback. What? How could this Saiyan monkey unleash such tremendous power? Frieza braced against the retreating energy sphere, summoning every ounce of his strength. Unthinkable. Sun Wukong, you cannot possibly prevail this time. In the midst of their fierce struggle, Sun Wukong sensed familiar energies on Earth, those of Xiao Fong, Goten, and Trunks. There remained hope. Even if they perished, those dear to them would survive. Hold on, my body. Kaioken at 20 times. In the wake of the 20-fold Kaioken, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha reached a terrifying magnitude. Echoing Frieza's earlier words, in the face of absolute power, all technique is rendered futile. Frieza, unsurprisingly, was engulfed by the 20-fold Kaioken Kamehameha. The location of Frieza, as the energy sphere was consumed, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, annihilating all life within a 10-kilometer radius. Ultimately, this titanic clash resulted in the demise of all adult warriors on Earth, and Frieza met his end once more. Should the upcoming tournament of power commence as scheduled, the 7th universe would likely be the first to face elimination. In the end, Jiren would surely triumph, seeking vengeance upon his master's murderers, leading to their eventual destruction by the Omni King. Bardock surveyed the ravaged battlefield, exclaiming, Kakarot actually won, but the cost is staggering. Gohan shook his head, correcting Bardock. No, father. They actually lost, utterly and completely, without even a mutual destruction to speak of. If the future remains unchanged, then regardless, Earth, and even the 7th universe, cannot escape the fate of annihilation. Upon hearing this, Bardock recalled the Tournament of Power, and even the tale of Moro, which he had only heard once. So many diverse crises loomed. Any slight misstep could lead to catastrophe, as if fate had woven this scenario in the shadows. Gohan, what shall we do next? Shall we gather the Dragon Balls to revive Kakarot and the others? Gohan shook his head. No, I have said it before, they are not truly dead. I will bring them back shortly. Let us first go to where my father fell. Thus, together they journeyed to the site of Sun Wukong's collapse. Amidst a tremendous explosion, Sun Wukong's body lay in ruins, his skin marred by the charred blood seeping from the overexertion of the Kaioken technique. However, under Bardock's keen perception, he discovered a protective layer of energy surrounding Wukong's heart and brain. Son Gohan extended his hands toward Wukong, and with a wondrous surge of power, Wukong's form began to reverse its decay as if time itself were being unwound. As Wukong gradually restored himself, the land surrounding him also began to revert to its original state. Indeed, this was a manifestation of the utmost application of spatial power, capable of manipulating time and space within a certain radius. After a while, Sun Wukong had returned to his former self, his clothing pristine as well. Yet, his heart and brain remained as they were, leaving him still in a state of unconsciousness. Son Gohan employed a healing technique to mend the injuries to Wukong's brain and heart, and at that moment, Wukong awakened, his eyes fluttering open to behold Gohan and a man cloaked in black. "Gohan, am I not dead? Is this heaven?" he murmured, glancing at Gohan and then surveying his surroundings, only to realize that this was not paradise, but rather a battlefield recently ravaged by explosions. "Father, you are not in heaven. I just brought you back to life. However, I am Gohan from another timeline, and this is my grandfather, Bardock," he explained. "Grandfather?" Son Wukong gazed at the cloaked figure, feeling a strange mix of familiarity and unfamiliarity. Bardock removed his hood, revealing his face. In that instant, Wukong comprehended. The man before him was his father, Bardock, whom he had never met. Could it be? "Are you truly my father?" "Indeed, Kakarot. I never imagined you would genuinely defeat Frieza, and not once, but twice," Bardock replied, having only glimpsed Wukong through prophecies, now witnessing the reality of his son's near demise on multiple occasions. As memories flooded back, Wukong urgently inquired of Gohan. "Regardless of the timeline, what of Frieza? He must be dead, correct?" Gohan nodded, confirming Frieza's demise. A wave of relief washed over Wukong. "Ah, that is a relief. Now, I must hasten to collect the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone." Just as Wukong prepared to rise, Gohan stopped him. "Not so fast, father. The others are actually alive. I will bring them back right now." Wukong made a few noises of acknowledgement, standing still to watch Gohan perform. Following the same procedure, Gohan successfully revived all the warriors. They gazed in awe at their own bodies, grappling with the incredulity of their revival. The sensation of death had been palpably real, yet here they stood. A miraculous return to life. Even more astonishing than their own resurrection was the sight of another Gohan, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the original. "Who are you? Why do you look just like me? And why does your companion resemble my father so closely?" Gohan smiled softly, then proceeded to elucidate the origins of himself and Bardock to the assembly. "So, you have come here to maintain the integrity of the timeline?" Unexpectedly, beyond Trunks' world, there exists a multitude of parallel universes. The cosmos is indeed wondrous. Upon hearing this, Vegeta became intrigued. Addressing Gohan, he expressed his thoughts. "Given the method that resurrected us, it stands to reason that your ability to maintain the timeline indicates formidable strength. Why did you refrain from intervening during the battle with Frieza?" Gohan smiled gently and replied, "We have merely arrived here temporarily. Your universe must still be safeguarded by you. By assisting this time, what would happen next? Thus, I hope you can grow stronger. For only then can you protect those you cherish. Wouldn't you agree?" After speaking, Gohan glanced at Vegeta and then at Nobita, who, feeling inferior despite being younger yet stronger than himself, lowered his head. Vegeta closed his eyes and took a deep breath before meeting Gohan's gaze once more. "I understand. We shall protect our universe ourselves. However, I have a request. May I witness your strength? I wish to behold the essence of a true warrior." Gohan pondered for a moment, realizing that allowing them to witness his prowess would prevent further confusion, for he was aware that the potential of Saiyan is limitless. "Very well. I accept your challenge. Come at me with your full might. I shall not hold back. That is precisely what I desire." How could one truly enjoy the experience without exerting full effort? Vegeta declared, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Observing this, Gohan felt that not transforming might diminish Vegeta's pride. So he symbolically transformed into Super Saiyan Blue as well, preparing to confront him. Chapter 112. Concealed Depths. Vegeta charged at Gohan, yet Gohan remained unperturbed, merely gesturing in the air, causing Vegeta to halt mid-flight. What? Vegeta has stopped completely. How is this possible? Piccolo observed in astonishment, amazed by Gohan's extraordinary capabilities. Gohan approached Vegeta and, with a swift strike, embedded him into the ground. Once Vegeta regained his mobility, he quickly ascended from the earth, glancing at the others with urgency. You have won. In truth, Vegeta had been fully conscious even while immobilized, feeling the overwhelming energy that he could not possibly resist. Vegeta, I didn't expect you to concede so swiftly. That's unlike you. Is Gohan truly that formidable? Goku, skeptical, wished to test Gohan's strength himself after witnessing Vegeta's quick surrender. Vegeta shot Goku a look of disbelief, thinking him foolish for wanting to engage after he had already submitted. Ignoring Goku, Vegeta turned away with a huff. Goku approached Gohan, activating Super Saiyan Blue alongside a Kaioken ×2, only to find himself immobilized in a manner similar to Vegeta. He summoned every ounce of energy in an attempt to break free from Gohan's hold. The outcome was a swift defeat. Goku realized the sheer terror of Gohan's power. Gohan, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, skillfully sealed the space around Goku, rendering him incapable of resistance. No wonder Vegeta surrendered so swiftly. I feel as though Gohan is nearing the prowess of Whis, utterly incapable of resistance. Goku can only smile, realizing his own inadequacies. It's all right. You've only recently transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, while we have honed our skills for years. If you wish to spar, you may consult Grandpa Bardock. He is only slightly stronger than you. Gohan patted Bardock, who has been engaged in relentless battles and growth throughout these years. According to the Supreme Kai of Time, Bardock is now capable of holding his own against the Jiren of the parallel universe. Well, I must inquire about the circumstances from the Supreme Kai of Time. You all can share insights with Grandpa. Gohan stepped aside and contacted Kane. Lord Kane, have there been any changes regarding the time rift? It seems the events here have resolved themselves without our intervention. I understand. I shall assess the situation promptly. Moreover, as I have mentioned before, not all rifts entail significant events. There are merely factors that influence time and space. Gohan smiled, acknowledging that he had indeed stated that doing nothing would result in no issues, as long as he awaited the conclusion of events. Nonetheless, he hoped to avert tragedy, as he would ultimately determine the specifics himself. After a brief wait, Kane relayed a message. It appears the time rift still has a considerable duration. The event has not yet concluded, so we should remain for a while longer. Is that so? Well then, if it extends too long, please assist me in requesting a leave. After receiving Kane's response, Gohan returned to the group. What is the matter? Have you completed your task? In response to Krillin's inquiry, Gohan sighed. Not yet. It seems I may need to request another leave. So, Gohan, are you still in high school? Our Gohan here has already become a father. Are you not envious? Just as Krillin was about to burst into laughter, he was silenced by Pan covering his mouth. Uncle Krillin, if you keep speaking like that, he may never marry Videl or have little Pan. Gohan felt a twinge of embarrassment. In truth, he had long secured Videl's affections, even before Pan had known her. It's all right. Ultimately, we inhabit different parallel universes, so some discrepancies are to be expected. Besides, I have already grown close to Videl. As for whether she is my daughter, I cannot say. After broaching this topic, Gohan seemed to recall something, turning back to ask Goku, who was preparing to spar with Bardock. Dad, have you ever encountered Lord Kampa? Goku paused for a moment, then responded, You mean Lord Beerus's brother? We have met before, and it seems there is a tournament to be held, which is why we returned. Gohan then understood. It was not Frieza who posed the greatest threat, but rather this upcoming contest, or more accurately, the impending Zamasu that constituted the real crisis. This is troublesome indeed. Goku and Vegeta do not appear to have trained for 3 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, suggesting both events may have diverged significantly. Now, it is imperative to become involved. Son Gohan directly proposed to Son Goku. How about this? When Lord Beerus arrives, allow me to join in as well. I fear you may struggle without my assistance. After much deliberation among the group, it was decided that Son Gohan would take the place of Bu in the upcoming competition, while Nobita unfortunately had to forego this battle due to his academic commitments. After a brief wait, Lord Beerus finally arrived on Earth, and upon hearing that Frieza had nearly annihilated them all, he was taken aback. Without Son Gohan's intervention, it seemed there would have been no participants for this contest, necessitating the use of Dragon Balls to resurrect them. You mean this Son Gohan traversed time to save you? But time travel is a grave offense. What exactly is going on here? If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation, I may have to destroy you, Beerus remarked with a menacing expression. Faced with Beerus's intimidating demeanor, Son Gohan mentioned the Kaioshin of time, Kai. However, to his dismay, they were unaware of the existence of the Kaioshin of time. You do not know the Kaioshin of time? Yet the Whis from other timelines is familiar with him. Do you at least recognize the Kaioshin of space? After hearing Gohan's words, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, only to shake their heads in response. It appeared that even Lord Kai was not infallible. With no other recourse, Gohan produced two small orbs that were beginning to show signs of wear. This, however, is a gift from Lord Zeno himself. You surely cannot mistake his power. Beerus glanced at Whis, signaling him to verify the authenticity of the orbs, and Whis stepped forward to examine them closely. Oh, I am quite astonished to find that there truly is Zeno's power contained within. I must apologize for my previous skepticism. Upon confirming the presence of Zeno's energy, Beerus quickly shifted his demeanor, clearing his throat. He said, "Since it is permitted by Lord Zeno, you may accompany us. However, should you falter, I will not spare you." Thus, the group set off together with Beerus, bringing Monaka along as well. Lord Beerus, is Monaka truly the strongest in the universe? He hardly seems formidable to me. I feel he is even weaker than Piccolo. Piccolo twitched his lips, disinterested in engaging in this debate, while Beerus swiftly retorted to Goku, "What do you know? I advise you to refrain from harboring any ill intentions. Monaka embodies the concept of hidden depths. Do you understand?" Chapter 113. The fierce battle of two universes. Son Goku observed how protectively Beerus shielded Monaka and dared not to probe further. Instead, he approached Son Gohan, initiating a conversation. "Gohan, you possess great skill. Can you discern Monaka's strength? I fail to sense any remarkable power within him. Surely my perception cannot be that flawed." Son Gohan glanced at Monaka, then at Son Goku, and he could clearly see that Monaka was merely there to fill the ranks. "Stop overthinking it, Dad. Remember when you could not perceive Lord Beerus's true strength? When realms differ, one cannot gauge another's power." Though Monaka was not strong, his presence encouraged humility and diligence in their training. Gohan was concerned they might not survive to participate in the 28th World Martial Arts Tournament 5 years hence. After traveling for some time, the group finally arrived at the mysterious planet, which was situated above the Super Dragon Balls. "At long last, the Slender Ribs have arrived. I was beginning to wonder if you would muster the courage to show up," remarked Kampa, met with amiable mockery from Beerus and his entourage. "Enjoy your laughter while it lasts. When the time comes, you'll find no reason to smile," Beerus retorted, engaging in a pre-match exchange with Kampa. "All right, enough of this banter, Lord Kampa. The match is about to commence," interjected Vados, mediating their spirited repartee. With that, the two competitors returned to their respective positions, preparing for the contest ahead. At that moment, a host ascended the stage, commencing the introduction. "We are about to witness the ultimate showdown between the 6th and 7th universes. Each side will field 5 competitors in a knockout tournament, culminating in a singular victor to determine the outcome." Subsequently, the participants made their entrance. From Universe 6, we have Kaba, Hit, Batamo, Frost, and Magita, while Universe 7 is represented by Son Goku, Vegeta, and Monaka. The first phase of the competition was a written examination, consisting of questions suitable for elementary school students, so simple that even Son Goku, who had self-studied for a while, could easily navigate them. Unsurprisingly, all participants advanced, ensuring that, unlike in the original storyline, no one would be absent, not even Bu. At this juncture, a diminutive boy approached Kaba and addressed them. "Greetings. My name is Kaba. I've heard you are Saiyans, so I wanted to make your acquaintance." Goku and Vegeta exchanged intrigued glances, amazed that even in this twin universe, there existed fellow Saiyans. Gohan observed Kaba closely, aware that he was the same Kaba who had once sparked a debate about power levels with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. He was eager to assess Kaba's strength. Let us dispense with pleasantries and commence the competition. First up are Son Goku and Batamo. Let us welcome them to the stage. Following the introduction, a yellow rubbery creature and Son Goku took their places in the arena, bowing to one another before commencing their duel. Goku struck first, yet his punch proved utterly ineffective. Undeterred, he unleashed a flurry of punches, yet Batamo remained unfazed. It became apparent that Batamo possessed the ability to transfer any damage sustained to another dimension, rendering Goku's attacks futile. Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards Batamo, but to no avail. Not only did it lack effect, but he nearly found himself knocked off the stage in retaliation. Observing from the sidelines, Kaba lamented the disparity between the Saiyans of Universe 6 and Universe 7. Have they indulged too much in barbecued meat? No, I must warm up, he mused, preparing to find Batamo's weakness. After a brief warm-up, Goku devised a strategy. If he couldn't hit Batamo, he would simply force him out of the ring. With determination, Goku dragged Batamo off the stage, securing victory in the first match. How could I have lost so easily? Frost, you must win, Batamo urged. As the heavily relied upon Frost nodded in agreement, vowing to claim victory. In the second match, Goku faced Frost. This round was straightforward. Frost employed his toxic abilities to incapacitate Goku, paving the way for Piccolo to enter the fray. In order to avoid disrupting the competition and revealing his true abilities, Gohan chose not to expose the actions of his opponent, as it would not affect the outcome. During the match against Frost, Gohan observed that Piccolo was indeed growing stronger. Although his progress was modest, his thoughts and techniques became evident during combat. Subsequently, Frost's use of poison needles was uncovered, resulting in his disqualification and allowing Goku to re-enter the fray. Damn you for causing me to lose face. I shall destroy you. As Kappa prepared to act, Vegeta intervened. Wait, there's no need to eliminate him or to destroy him. I shall personally defeat him. The announcer interjected, but he has already lost his qualification. And Piccolo is still in the ring. Piccolo has already forfeited, correct? Piccolo nodded in response to Vegeta, and thus, Frost was vanquished by a single punch from Vegeta. In the fifth match, Vegeta faced Magetta, a robot composed entirely of molten lava. The arena was shielded, yet the intense heat from Magetta's lava nearly forced Vegeta out of the ring. Fortunately, he managed to step onto a fragment of the arena, preventing his disqualification. Infuriated, Vegeta unleashed his rage, shattering the protective shield and harnessing his immense energy to create a powerful final flash, dispersing Magetta's molten saliva. Seizing the moment, Vegeta charged forward, intending to deliver a punch that would send him out of bounds. This will be the end for you, you worthless scrap. With the force of Vegeta's might and the final exclamation of worthless scrap, Magetta was ultimately defeated and sent out of the ring. Next came the battle between Kaba and Vegeta. Kaba's fighting style bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta's, leading Vegeta to momentarily believe he was battling a reflection of himself. At this juncture, Gohan began to closely observe the match, questioning whether the rumored Kaba possessed the strength of a base Vegeta. If true, it would solidify the notion that Kaba surpassed Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. However, the reality was otherwise. Despite exchanging a few blows, Kaba was evidently weaker than Vegeta, as demonstrated by their clash of Gallic cannons. Gohan, having witnessed both Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Super Saiyan 4 Goku, discerned that Kaba lacked the strength of Super Saiyan 4, likely hovering around Super Saiyan 3 levels, which was still remarkable. Truly, the Saiyans, who have never faced extinction, possess terrifying battle power even in their base forms due to cellular enhancement. One cannot help but wonder why such formidable fighters did not emerge from the planet Salad in the past. After engaging in combat with Kaba, Vegeta, fueled by fury, entered his Super Saiyan state, yet he remained inferior to Vegeta's Super Saiyan form. Ultimately, upon witnessing Vegeta in his Super Saiyan Blue state, Kaba was knocked down with a single punch. Following this, the anticipated match between Hit and Vegeta loomed, and without the benefit of 3 years of intense training, it was likely that Vegeta would be the one to be defeated. Chapter 114. Hit. The victor of this match was Vegeta. And now we shall witness the clash between Vegeta and Hit. Let us welcome them to the arena. Under the gaze of the crowd, Hit ascended the arena, adopting an air of nonchalance as he placed his hands on his hips. Vegeta, noticing someone attempting to outdo him in arrogance, retorted sharply, "Oh, so you are the final contestant from Universe 6? You appear rather ordinary. Let me witness your true strength. Do not disappoint me." Upon hearing Vegeta's pre-battle taunt, Hit remained unfazed, maintaining his stance as he replied, "Is that so? Then unleash your full power upon me. I am not as weak as you presume." Vegeta scoffed audibly and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, charging forward. Yet, in an unexpected turn, he was struck in the abdomen before he even reached Hit. Bewildered by the sudden attack. What? When did he strike? I completely missed his movement. Heightening his vigilance, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue once more and launched several punches, all of which Hit deftly evaded without sustaining any damage. Clearly, Vegeta, lacking the benefit of 3 years of rigorous training, was at a disadvantage compared to his original self, unable to discern Hit's movements. Consequently, he could only rely on the fleeting moments of impact to gauge Hit's position. As Vegeta prepared to initiate his next offensive, Hit suddenly vanished from his sight. A sharp pain coursed through Vegeta's back, and he was propelled out of the arena by a powerful force. Alas, Vegeta has been knocked out of bounds, and the victor is Hit. The crowd gasped in shock as Vegeta exited the match, with Goku also unable to perceive Hit's actions. How did that guy manage such a feat? It seems as though he teleported. Goku mused from the audience, contemplating his strategy for the upcoming confrontation. Gohan, however, had discerned Hit's time-skip technique, which effectively froze the surrounding space, causing his opponent's perception of time to slow. Moreover, Gohan observed that the god of destruction and the angel appeared unaffected by this phenomenon. At that moment, Whis interjected, "Goku, Hit is the foremost assassin of Universe 6. His signature move, the time skip, allows him to momentarily pause the time of others. Exercise caution." "Understood, Whis. I shall be vigilant," Goku replied as he approached the arena, standing before Hit. "Greetings, my name is Son Goku. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Do not let my appearance deceive you. I am quite seasoned." Hit regarded Goku with a measured gaze and responded, "Is that so? I must admit, I have lived for over 1,000 years. Upon hearing Hit's age, Goku immediately adopted a respectful tone and reintroduced himself. They both assumed their stances, ready to commence their duel. Goku, cautious not to underestimate his opponent, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and began to test Hit's defenses. At the referee's signal, Goku charged forward, aiming a punch at Hit's face. However, as anticipated, before he could land his strike, he was met with a blow to his abdomen. Seizing Hit's arm, Goku attempted a kick to his chin, but Hit skillfully dodged, countering with several powerful strikes using the arm Goku had grasped. As Goku found himself spitting blood from the onslaught, he quickly distanced himself from Hit, who, sensing Goku's vulnerability, initiated his own offensive. He struck Son Goku with a powerful punch, yet it was a mere illusion. He had employed the afterimage technique to lure Hit into revealing an opening during his attack. This time, however, Son Goku successfully landed a heavy blow on Hit's body. Hit glanced at Son Goku and remarked, "Impressive. I never anticipated you could hit me. I acknowledge your strength." Son Goku smiled back and replied, "I am already aware of your abilities. Rather than pausing time, it is more accurate to say you slowed down our perception of time. This presents a flaw. As long as my strength is sufficient, I can counter your abilities." Hit, intrigued, noted that Son Goku's current power did not seem capable of fully overcoming his skills. "You hardly appear to possess the strength necessary to dismantle my abilities. Even if you are aware of the weaknesses in my techniques, you cannot defeat me." "Huh, not at this moment, but what if I do this?" With that, Son Goku's body began to glow a radiant red, surrounded by steam-like flames. Kaioken. Empowered by the Kaioken technique, Son Goku experienced a significant boost in strength. This sudden surge of power caused Hit to grow cautious. "When did you acquire such a capability?" Beerus, witnessing Son Goku's remarkable enhancement, found it astonishing and felt compelled to practice in secret, lest he fall behind. "Originally, I intended to use this technique against Lord Beerus, but it seems I will first employ it against Frieza, and now, against you." Son Goku elaborated on the effects and drawbacks of the Kaioken before resuming his battle with Hit. This time, Son Goku was not at a disadvantage. After all, Super Saiyan Blue combined with Kaioken was exceptionally formidable. However, Frieza appeared to have grown stronger as well, having trained for 5 months and able to withstand Son Goku's 5-fold Kaioken. Although he could not withstand the 20-fold Kaioken, Son Goku was resolved to fight until the end, pushing his limits to the brink. Under Son Goku's relentless assault, Hit began to falter, prompting him to cease his attacks and prepare to unleash his full power. "Son Goku, you are indeed a formidable opponent. I shall inform you that I only enhance my abilities when necessary. Now, you have earned the right to witness my true power. Behold." Hit immediately unleashed his power accumulated over centuries, significantly extending the duration of his time manipulation. At this point, Son Goku found himself utterly powerless. His body could no longer endure the multiplied Kaioken. After a few exchanges, he quickly succumbed to defeat. Both Kampa and Beerus remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of discord. This indicated that Hit would not show mercy this time. Understanding that he was no match for Hit in his current state, Son Goku preferred not to exhaust himself in defeat. He was more curious to witness the true strength of Gohan and Monaka. I concede, I am not Hit's equal at this moment. Much like during his encounter with Cell, Son Goku unhesitatingly chose to surrender, causing Beerus to erupt with fury. Son Wukong, what are you doing? How can you concede defeat? What will you do after losing the match? Beware, I might just annihilate you all. Son Wukong awkwardly smiled at Beerus and replied, There's nothing I can do, Lord Beerus. I truly am no match for Hit, and we still have Gohan and Monaka. I have faith in them. Beerus was left speechless. While Son Wukong may have had his beliefs, Beerus did not share the same confidence. Chapter 115. A new form. Upon hearing this, Beerus gritted his teeth. As for Monaka, he was merely a filler in this scenario. He was uncertain of Gohan's strength. But the Gohan he knew certainly lacked prowess. Hey, Gohan, can you handle this? You must give it your all to defeat Hit. Otherwise, I might truly unleash my wrath. Faced with Beerus's threat, Gohan could only acquiesce. Although he was already quite powerful, it was best not to oppose Beerus. Very well, Son Wukong has conceded defeat, and the victor is Hit. Next up is Gohan against Hit. Let the contestants take the stage. After the host's introduction, Gohan stepped onto the arena, bowing respectfully to Hit before assuming his stance. You are Hit, correct? I once encountered someone named Lit, who bore a striking resemblance to you, both in appearance and abilities. However, the difference lies in the fact that he did not live as long as you and inherited the experience of his predecessors. Hit responded, Is that so? How fascinating. I have heard whispers of our universes being twin universes, yet I never expected it to be this similar. Indeed, he posed a threat to us at one point. But I managed to resolve that. I can tell you, that was over 5 years ago, so you'd best bring forth your utmost strength. Hit was somewhat taken aback, realizing that someone akin to him had been defeated 5 years prior. Is that so? However, whether I unleash my full potential depends on your performance. This is my trump card as an assassin. Gohan had no objections. He knew that Hit would not win unless he unleashed all his power. The match commenced. At the host's command, Gohan launched his offensive, delivering a punch aimed directly at Hit's face. Hit observed this unadorned blow and prepared to employ his signature technique, striking at Gohan's abdomen with a flash. Hit's punch landed squarely on Gohan's midsection. Yet, just as he anticipated that Gohan would clutch his stomach and retch, he found nothing on his fist. Before Hit could process this, Gohan retaliated with a powerful punch to Hit's abdomen, leaving Hit the one gasping for breath. What? Gohan can move like Hit? Could he also possess the ability to flash? Vegeta thought he was witnessing a ghost, as Gohan's movements were entirely different from when he had previously restrained him, almost as if he were replicating Hit's technique. So, are you now willing to unleash your full strength? Otherwise, you won't even be able to touch me. Hit observed the calm demeanor of Gohan, finally understanding the source of his confidence. His instantaneous movement and Hit's are not even on the same level. While Hit's technique might merely catch the attention of the god of destruction, Son Gohan's instantaneous movement astonishes even the angels. Beerus, with his mouth agape, excitedly inquires of Whis. Did you see Son Gohan's actions? Is this something a human can achieve? Whis, equally taken aback, responds, If Lord Beerus didn't see it, how could I? I must admit, things are becoming quite interesting. Haha. Meanwhile, Kampa fell silent, pondering whether this Saiyan from Universe 7 had transcended into a realm akin to that of the gods of destruction. Left with no choice, Hit decided to unleash all his power. If that's the case, I shall fight with all my might. As Hit's strength was unsealed, centuries of accumulation erupted, spreading a formidable aura of annihilation across the battlefield. Remarkable. I never anticipated Hit concealed such immense power. Had I faced him at full strength from the start, I would have been obliterated. Son Goku marveled, while Vegeta observed Gohan, maintaining his calm demeanor. What's wrong? Aren't you going to transform into the blue-haired form like Goku and the others? Hit questioned, eager to witness Gohan's true potential. Are you referring to Super Saiyan Blue? I don't often utilize that form. It's not my strongest. It drains considerable energy and often results in a stalemate. However, since you wish to see my ultimate form, I shall grant you a glimpse, but brace yourself. Standing firm, Gohan summoned his strength, his eyes instantly turning crimson as a tremendous force surged forth. A conflagration of red, blue, and golden flames intertwined, coalescing into a blinding white fire, his hair standing erect as if aflame. This was Gohan's current strongest form, the blazing beast. Born from a deeper fusion of his soul, it combined the beastly form with Super Saiyan God. radiating an aura akin to white flames while his hair remained slightly shorter than that of a Super Saiyan 2. Upon witnessing Gohan in this form, Beerus swallowed hard. Gohan's power had reached a level that rivaled even the undefeated gods of destruction, and Beerus, at this moment, felt uncertain about his ability to prevail. Perhaps Gohan was indeed the true Super Saiyan god foretold in prophecy. Here he comes. Gohan did not employ any instantaneous movement. He simply charged at hit. Hit. Seeing Gohan's approach, hastily activated his own instantaneous movement, now capable of achieving about 1 second in speed. However, he was taken aback by the reality that unfolded. It appeared that Gohan was unaffected, still hurtling towards him with astonishing velocity, his calm gaze reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. With a straightforward yet powerful punch, Gohan sent Hit flying off the stage like a cannonball, crashing through the barrier and landing at its edge. After a brief moment of shock, the announcer rushed to Hit's side, discovering him unconscious, and proclaimed loudly, "Hit has been disqualified and is unconscious. The victor is contestant Son Gohan." With this, the entire 6th universe is eliminated, and the 7th universe emerges victorious. At that moment, the arena was engulfed in an eerie silence, devoid of cheers, as if all life had been momentarily extinguished. As Son Gohan relinquished his transformation, he observed the surrounding individuals who remained silent. Kampa, having grown weary of blaming them, hastily approached Beerus, inquiring about Gohan. "Skinny, what's going on? Is that Son Gohan truly surpassing you? Are you contemplating an early retirement? Get lost. Who's thinking of retiring early? I wasn't using my full power during our previous encounter. How could Son Gohan possibly be stronger than me? I am the mightiest destroyer." Despite Beerus's facade of calmness, he was inwardly in a state of turmoil. While Kampa and Beerus exchanged words, Gohan noticed 3 figures appearing unexpectedly. It was the Omni King accompanied by his 2 attendants. Gohan promptly approached, bowed to the Omni King, and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Son Gohan. I look forward to your guidance." Upon hearing Gohan address the Omni King, Beerus and the others doubted their hearing. When they turned to see the Omni King in person, they were so frightened that they knelt before him. "We pay our respects to Your Majesty." The Omni King regarded the 2 trembling destroyers without blame, instead focusing intently on Gohan. "You have encountered my other selves, Haven to you? I can sense it within you." Gohan did not deny it. He had indeed met the other 2 Omni Kings. "Very well. Gohan, you may step aside for now. I need to discuss something with these 2. With that, Gohan moved aside, and though the situation remained largely unchanged, certain aspects had shifted. The Omni King expressed an earlier desire to eliminate certain universes, and his purpose in coming here was to remind the 2 destroyers. At that moment, Goku boldly stepped forward. "Are you the Omni King? You must be the strongest in the universe." "I am Son Goku. It is an honor to meet you." The 2 destroyers were taken aback. How could Goku be so audacious, not noticing that the destroyers were seated in fear? "Oh, Son Goku, you appear formidable as well. Do you enjoy fighting?" Goku answered candidly. "Indeed, I relish the opportunity to spar with various strong opponents. I feel invigorated whenever I encounter someone powerful." An idea sparked in the Omni King's mind, and he proposed to Goku, "How would you like a tournament that includes all universes? Every strong warrior can participate, allowing you to truly hone your skills." Goku's excitement surged upon hearing this. "Really? Wouldn't that mean I'd meet many formidable opponents? That would be fantastic." The Omni King then elaborated on the concept of the Tournament of Power, a grand melee involving 8 universes, where any team eliminated would face erasure, with the ultimate prize being the Super Dragon Balls. The attendees were astonished. A martial arts tournament that risked the very existence of the universe. They began to internally blame Goku for this predicament. They dared not direct their ire towards the Omni King, for fear of his wrath, and indeed, it was Goku who had initiated the conversation. This was likely a tactic of the Omni King, seizing the opportunity to propose such a drastic measure. After determining the fundamental matters of the power tournament, the Grand Zeno prepared to depart. He intended to refine the tournament rules before notifying the other universes. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back to Beerus and remarked, "Ah, this Gohan from your universe cannot participate in the tournament, or else he would be the first to annihilate your universe." With that, the Grand Zeno took his leave. Upon hearing these words, despair washed over Beerus's face. The mere presence of Hit from Universe 6 posed a considerable challenge for Goku and the others, and the formidable warriors from other universes were numerous. How despicable that your universe's Gohan hails from a parallel world. Beerus glanced at the seething Kampa and attempted to defend. What are you saying? Is a being from a parallel world not part of Universe 7? Your tournament rules do not prohibit the inclusion of parallel universes. Besides, perhaps you should focus on strategizing for the tournament instead. Humph. Kampa glanced at the referee, who could only shake his head in resignation, ultimately surrendering the Super Dragon Balls. Just a single wish, I shall grant it this time, but next time, I will not be so lenient. After uttering these defiant words, Kampa and Beerus departed with their companions, leaving only the inhabitants of Universe 7 and the Super Dragon Balls behind. Hey Gohan, since you are aware of the trouble we face with Hit, do you also know about the Power Tournament? Speak up. What is the tournament all about? And how can we secure victory? Observing Beerus's intense demeanor mixed with a hint of urgency, Gohan found himself at a loss for words. The unpredictability of the cosmos made certain matters better left unsaid. Do not worry, Lord Beerus. After returning, I will stay for a while and assist you with your training. Moreover, once the temporal void is mended, the universe should thrive healthily. Therefore, I shall remain until your universe is safe. Upon hearing Gohan's explanation, Beerus felt a slight sense of relief. At least, based on Gohan's insights, Universe 7 might not face annihilation. All right, Lord Beerus. Since Gohan assures us there is no cause for concern, let us hasten and make a wish. I have yet to witness the Super Shenron, Bulma exclaimed from the audience. Her anticipation palpable, as part of her reason for attending was to behold the Super Shenron. Understood, understood. Whis commenced the summoning. Upon receiving Beerus's command, Whis swiftly gathered everyone within a protective barrier and began to channel the 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of planets. With a divine incantation, Whis spoke to the Super Dragon Balls. Arise, Dragon of the Gods, fulfill my wish. Upon uttering the arcane incantation, the 7 Dragon Balls coalesced, emanating a radiant golden light. A colossal golden dragon burst forth as if breaking free from its shell, soaring into the sky and devouring the galaxy. Have we been consumed by the Super Shenron? Will we turn into excrement? The others were left speechless, awestruck by this breathtaking spectacle. Speak your wish. Any desire can be granted. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Beerus articulated his wish, and the dragon granted it. As the golden light faded, the Super Dragon Balls returned to the cosmos, and at that moment, everyone was curious about the wish that Beerus had made. This proud deity could hardly admit that he had restored the Earth of Universe 6 for Kampa. Instead, he fabricated a tale about desiring a more comfortable bed. The onlookers gazed at Beerus in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the peculiarities of the gods' minds and their strange thought processes. Noticing the myriad of questions reflected in their faces, Beerus dismissed the need for explanation, stating, "Enough of your curiosity about my wish. You ought to focus on strategizing for the Tournament of Power. Remember, failure means the annihilation of the entire universe, including the afterlife." After imparting this gravity, everyone returned to Earth to begin selecting candidates for the tournament. However, identifying 10 individuals capable of representing the entire universe's strength proved to be a formidable task. Beerus pondered deeply but could think of no one beyond the familiar faces of Earth and Frisia. Resigned, he decided to let Goku bear this responsibility, as it was his doing that had prompted the situation. Chapter 117. Training oneself with Beerus relinquishing his role in the selection process. The weight of choosing the contestants fell upon Goku's shoulders. Oh dear, which 10 should I choose? Goku mused, and after much contemplation, he could only muster 9 names: Vegeta, Bulma, Buu, Piccolo, Android 18, Android 17, Krillin, Tien, and Master Roshi. With Goku himself, that made a perfect 10, although there were a few whose strengths paled in comparison. Goku remained confident in their martial arts prowess. After conducting a round of inquiries, he discovered that besides Buu, who had fallen into a deep slumber, the others were in good shape. Blast it, Buu fell asleep so quickly. What am I going to do if I can't find one more person? Just as Goku was fretting, Beerus and Whis arrived with an unexpected guest. We meet again, Goku, said the newcomer. Goku rubbed his eyes in surprise at the sight before him. Hey, aren't you Frisia? Have you been resurrected again? No. Wait, you have a halo. Are you still dead? Considering that Frisia was part of Universe 7 and had previously fought against them, Beerus explained that he had decided to bring Frisia along to participate in the tournament, with the incentive of a second chance at life. Once the group was assembled, they prepared to begin their training, and the hyperbolic time chamber was quickly readied for use. They commenced their rigorous training regimen, unaware of when Lord Zeno would initiate the tournament of power. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Bulma implored, "Please, my counterpart from another timeline. Grant me the strength to match yours. I wish to possess the power to protect everyone." She bowed to Gohan, who had just completed a significant academic publication and had hurried over to seek his mentorship. Why not seek out others? It is not solely because of Son Gohan's formidable strength, but rather because they are essentially one and the same. Only oneself can truly comprehend oneself. I understand this. Yet the aspiration to become as powerful as I is perhaps an unattainable dream. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to bolster your strength to the best of my abilities. Upon hearing Son Gohan's response, Yajirobe felt invigorated and prepared to train earnestly. First and foremost, you must awaken the latent power that resides within you. Your current state is far from optimal. In truth, I can discern that you have neither progressed nor regressed. The immense strength within your physique remains dormant, merely slumbering due to prolonged idleness. Yajirobe pondered Son Gohan's explanation, acutely aware of his body's lethargic state, as if it were enveloped in slumber, leaving him with a sense of impotence. So, how can I awaken the dormant power within me? During Frisia's invasion, I sought to unleash my strength, yet I found myself utterly incapable. Son Gohan approached Yajirobe, placing a hand upon his shoulder, and harnessing his own energy, he began to assess Yajirobe's current physical condition. A remarkable energy coursed through Yajirobe's body, traversing his meridians and flowing into his limbs and organs, ultimately coalescing upon Yajirobe's shoulders and transmitting into Son Gohan's arms. After assimilating this energy, Son Gohan analyzed Yajirobe's physical state, concluding it could be summed up in one word: abysmal. Approximately 70 of the energy within him remained dormant. If he could awaken even 80 of this energy, he might rival the beastly form. At present, the only method to ignite his energy appeared to be through anger, which would stimulate his cells. However, this approach bore a significant drawback. It rendered him extremely emotional. In Dragon Ball Heroes, upon transforming into his beastly form, Son Gohan was poised to unleash chaos, and subsequent comics illustrated that he could only harness a fraction of the beastly energy post-training. You possess an abundance of dormant energy. However, you must find a way to awaken it, for without doing so, you cannot grow stronger. Yajirobe contemplated this, unsure of how to unleash his power. Should it be akin to the techniques employed with the Elder or the Old Kai to unlock his potential? After a thorough discussion, the two resolved to experiment with the method proposed by Son Gohan, hoping to incite the energy within Yajirobe's body. This method was, in essence, quite straightforward. Engage in continuous combat, while gradually increasing the intensity. As a renowned warrior race, the Saiyans have historically thrived on battle. Yet Yajirobe had experienced an extended period of peace. In contrast, Goku and Vegeta, even in the absence of conflict, persistently trained, ensuring their strength did not wane, but continually refined. Thus, the key to a Saiyan's ascension in power lies in relentless combat, as training simulates battle, and conflict inevitably entails the risk of injury or even death. This phenomenon has resulted in the Saiyans experiencing a substantial increase in their combat power upon revival from the brink of death. In essence, it signifies the complete awakening of their latent potential. Upon surpassing a certain threshold, the transformation into a Super Saiyan is triggered. Son Gohan and Nobi Gohan engage in combat. Although the latter is no match for the former, he strives to keep pace with Son Gohan's fighting rhythm, gradually awakening the potential within himself. However, merely following along proves futile. A degree of pressure is essential for Nobi Gohan to break through, prompting Son Gohan to show no mercy. After several rounds of skirmishes, Nobi Gohan bears numerous scars, yet Son Gohan possesses healing abilities, rendering such wounds trivial. Following a period of rigorous training, Nobi Gohan's energy has been partially awakened, and he is no longer incapable of achieving his mysterious form. It appears this method yields some effectiveness. Thus, I shall intensify the training. I must warn you, my approach will be quite severe, and there is a possibility of peril. Upon hearing Son Gohan's words, Nobi Gohan clenched his fists tightly and replied, "It matters not. Please fight me with all your might. If I cannot overcome this challenge, how can I protect everyone?" Observing the resolute gaze of Son Gohan before him, Nobi Gohan felt it unnecessary to continue addressing him as Nobi Gohan. The Son Gohan before him was truly transforming into a warrior. Chapter 118, Black Goku. The transcendent Son Gohan recalibrated his stance, preparing to undertake a more arduous training regimen, feeling a blend of anxiety and excitement within. He remained uncertain of the capabilities of this alternate Son Gohan and whether he could attain such heights. Son Gohan commenced his transformation before Ultra Gohan, adopting a form that could be sensed, specifically the beast form, to instill a sense of pressure and understanding. Following an explosive surge of energy, the beast form manifested before Ultra Gohan. Unlike the Super Saiyan gods, who exuded no presence, Ultra Gohan lacked a precise comprehension of their strength, only aware of their formidable nature. However, the beast form presented a stark contrast, as its energy could be distinctly perceived. The disparity between this and the mysterious form was monumental. What astonishing power is this? Is there truly such formidable strength within me? Ultra Gohan found himself immobilized upon witnessing the beast form, as if suppressed by an unseen force. Son Gohan glanced at his alternate self and slightly tempered his aura. Hey, this power is mine, and it can be yours as well. Embrace your confidence. The forthcoming training demands your full attention. Taking a deep breath, Ultra Gohan's determination solidified, and he declared to Son Gohan, "All right, bring it on. I am ready." With that, Son Gohan charged at him, launching a fierce assault. Ultra Gohan found himself not merely on the defensive, but rather enduring a relentless barrage, with no opportunity for reprisal. After enduring several rounds of relentless assaults, the alternate Gohan found himself battered and bruised, his visage marred by swelling and discoloration. At this juncture, it seemed he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Gohan, momentarily halting his onslaught, tended to the alternate Gohan's wounds. Following an exchange of insights regarding their transformation into beast forms, they embarked on a new phase of training. The alternate Gohan appeared to be in a trance, experiencing repeated cycles of death and rebirth. Though he had not truly perished, he was gradually accumulating invaluable experience. His physique remained engaged in intense combat, awakening the latent energy within his cells bit by bit. After what felt like an eternity of sparring, Gohan discovered that the alternate Gohan could now contend with his own beast form at approximately 50 to 60% of his current strength, astonishingly achieving such prowess without transforming. It appeared that as long as Gohan could unlock his innate power, his mysterious form had no limits. The beast form might merely be a sporadic manifestation of that energy. "You have already attained nearly half of my form's strength," Gohan remarked, acknowledging the fruits of their extensive training. "As for your ability to transform into the beast form, it seems that may not be necessary after all." Upon hearing this, the alternate Gohan responded, "Indeed, it seems I must dedicate myself to training earnestly. If one day I were to unleash my beast form out of anger, I might find I have lost someone dear." Gohan nodded in satisfaction at his counterpart's newfound awareness. As for his continued use of the beast form, it primarily stemmed from its aesthetic appeal, and secondly, due to the potential unlocked by Shinran, which differed somewhat from that of the old Kai. "Well then, since that has settled, we should take our leave. Your father and Uncle Vegeta are due for some rigorous training. In the coming days, just focus on consolidating your abilities with Grandpa Bardock. The tournament of power should pose no issue." After tidying up, they exited the hyperbolic time chamber, only to encounter Goku and Vegeta awaiting them at the entrance. "Hey Gohan, you're out," Goku exclaimed. "Wow, Gohan, you seem significantly stronger than before. It's remarkable that you've grown so powerful in such a short span of time." Vegeta, unimpressed by Goku's enthusiasm, added, "Indeed, you've made considerable progress, yet there remains room for further advancement. You are a prodigy, a gift that no amount of effort could replicate. Do not squander this talent. Crises will not wait for you to grow stronger." Just as Vegeta concluded his statement, a familiar yet foreign energy surged forth, drawing everyone's attention. Upon mutual acknowledgement of the presence, they instantaneously teleported to West City. In West City, a disheveled young man with blue hair collapsed at the entrance of the Capsule Corporation, gasping for breath as if he had narrowly escaped a horrific ordeal. Sensing a disturbance at her doorstep, Bulma rushed to open the door. Peering outside, she initially saw no one, but just as she was about to close the door, a hand grasped her leg. Just as she was about to scream, Goku and Gohan had already arrived here using instant transmission. They immediately spotted the figure beneath Bulma's feet. It was undoubtedly Trunks, grown up. "What's wrong, Trunks? What on earth has happened?" Vegeta asked, looking at his son, who was battered and bruised, and rushed forward to embrace him. Trunks slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his father, and then shifted his focus to Goku. Black Goku. Mom, Dad, you must leave quickly. Don't let Black Goku catch you. The sight of Goku reminded Trunks of the demon that haunted his thoughts. Hey, it's me, Goku. Trunks, don't you remember me? And what exactly is this Black Goku? Upon hearing Goku's cheerful and carefree tone, Trunks gradually calmed down, realizing that in this universe, Black Goku might not exist. Let me tend to your wounds, Trunks. You're gravely injured. Seeing Trunks in such a state, Goku decided to assist in healing him. After Gohan completed the healing spell, Trunks' injuries began to mend, and only then did he notice that there were two Gohans present. Observing Trunks' confusion, Gohan recounted the series of events once more, and Trunks was left astounded. He couldn't believe that there was an organization in the universe dedicated to maintaining peace in parallel worlds. Did this mean they were the ones who would confront Black Goku? Just as Trunks was about to explain the situation regarding Black Goku, an explosion erupted in the distance, accompanied by an energy signature reminiscent of Goku. At that moment, everyone realized that this energy could not belong to Goku. It was indeed the Black Goku Trunks had mentioned. They all flew towards the site of the explosion to uncover the true nature of this malevolent entity. Chapter 119. Interference. Upon their arrival, they found Bardock engaged in combat with the Black Goku, clad entirely in black. Who are you? Why are you harming them? How do you possess Kakarot's body? Bardock demanded as he broke free from Black Goku's grasp. Black Goku, with arms outstretched and an air of superiority, replied, "Who I am is of no consequence. I have come to eradicate the filthy humans. You merely need to accept death in silence. You vile creature, I will not allow you to harm humanity any longer." Trunks, incensed by the despicable figure before him, transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and lunged at Black Goku with his sword. An arrogant insect, merely barking in the wind. Black Goku scoffed, completely dismissing Trunks as he effortlessly evaded the relentless strikes. Observing Trunks on the verge of losing his composure, Goku and the others sensed that this Black Goku was certainly not to be trifled with. Just as they prepared to assist, an unexpected event occurred. A rift in space-time suddenly appeared behind Black Goku, its formidable pull drawing him in. So it seems this is still insufficient? After uttering those words, Black Goku vanished. Trunks gazed at the disappearing figure, akin to a deflated balloon, gradually descending from the sky. What transpired? Trunks, how did you return here? What exactly is this Black Goku? The sudden appearance of Trunks and Black Goku piqued everyone's curiosity. All of this stemmed from Black Goku. Without him, I would not have returned to the past. They tidied up the scene and summoned Officer Krillin, instructing him to label the incident as a gas explosion. Subsequently, they accompanied Trunks to the backyard of the Capsule Corporation, bringing the time machine along as well. Goku, why have you brought another person? Wasn't it said that 10 was the perfect number? Beerus regarded the unfamiliar Trunks with intrigue, pondering when they had come to know such a person. Haha, Lord Beerus, he is not a helper I summoned. He is future Trunks, the son of Vegeta. He has encountered some trouble and has come to seek our assistance. Upon learning that this individual hailed from the future, Beerus leapt from his chair in astonishment. I am truly amazed. How is it that you Saiyans are so fond of traversing time? One son of Goku, and now one of Vegeta, you truly disregard the laws of the universe. Seeing everyone's respect towards him, Trunks turned to Gohan and inquired, Gohan, who is this person? It appears even my father dares not confront him. With explanations from the two Gohans, Trunks learned of Beerus's background and politely greeted him. Sitting on the grass, Trunks began to recount past events. After returning to the future, with the help of the Supreme Kai, he vanquished Babidi and Dabura, thus resolving the menace of Majin Buu. Initially, he believed peace would follow, but not long ago, a man resembling Goku appeared, clad in black, hence he was dubbed Black Goku. He proclaimed himself a deity bent on exterminating all humanity in the universe, and his strength was on par with Trunks, plunging the future world into despair. To survive, Trunks, alongside his girlfriend Mai, embarked on a quest to locate the time machine. Upon finding it, Black Goku discovered them. After inflicting severe injuries on Trunks, he nonetheless managed to arrive here with Mai's assistance. Are you saying he claims to be a god? Could he be the Supreme Kai? Hey Whis, do you know of a Supreme Kai that harbors a hatred for humanity? Whis shook his head, unaware of such matters, and proposed summoning the Supreme Kai for clarification. After notifying the Supreme Kai, they instantly transported to their location. What is it, Lord Destroyer? You summon me? Through the descriptions provided by the group, the Supreme Kai grasped the situation's entirety and commenced his analysis. A god who despises humanity. I recall that Jebbet harbors some discontent towards humans. Could it be him? Jebbet immediately refuted the claim, asserting that he bore no reason to hate humanity, merely expressing shock at the time. However, at that time, Trunks' timeline had already witnessed Goku's demise. If he were to acquire Goku's body, it would likely involve traversing through time using the time ring. At this juncture, Whis inquired whether Black Goku possessed the Patera earrings, and upon receiving a positive affirmation, everyone was convinced of Black Goku's identity. As speculation about the identity of the Supreme Kai intensified, Gohan stepped forward. Given the alteration of the timeline, it was prudent to disclose information sooner rather than later. I know who this individual is. He is Zamasu, the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Furthermore, you have instructed Jebbet to await Lord Zuno's arrival, and he may have already inquired about the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. After Gohan's declaration, everyone sprang into action. Beerus sought out Zamasu, while Jebbet proceeded to confirm the situation with Zuno. The alternate timeline Gohan, witnessing this version of himself intervening, questioned, "Why are you intervening this time? Were we not meant to safeguard the future of the universe ourselves?" Gohan shook his head, responding, "This time is different. Black Goku engaged in battle with Grandpa Bardock upon his arrival, and the timing of his emergence seems peculiar, possibly linked to the temporal void." Gohan then turned to Goku and added, "If I do not intervene, you all may perish in battle, and consequently, there would be no tournament between universes 6 and 7. Thus, Zamasu will not swiftly eradicate humanity, nor will Black Goku come into existence." Goku seemed to grasp the situation and remarked, "Indeed, it was Gohan who defeated Hit. Not I. Logically, it should have been Gohan's body. Yet, the reality was that Black Goku still launched an assault." Gohan had previously pondered whether it could have been Black Gohan who arrived, only to be surprised that it was indeed Black Goku. Suddenly, the alternate timeline Gohan received a call regarding an issue with his published paper, leaving him no choice but to depart. It was unexpected that Gohan had fulfilled his dream of becoming a scholar. If only he were stronger, perhaps the future would not be so tragic. Gohan patted the dejected Trunks, who had suffered immensely, arguably the most unfortunate character in the Dragon Ball saga. "It's all right, Trunks. This time is different. I am here, and you can rest assured that Zamasu will not succeed." Trunks nodded in agreement, believing that as long as Goku and Gohan were present, any challenge could be overcome. Let us hasten to recharge the time machine. There are few left resisting Black Goku in the future, and we must expedite their rescue. Chapter 120. Zamasu. After a brief respite, the children began to play with Trunks. Notably, little Trunks and Mai were particularly engaged, one discovering that he would grow into a handsome young man, and the other realizing that her future boyfriend would be this very handsome lad. Trunks, engrossed in games with little Pilaf and the others, felt a renewed determination to protect the future. "Lord Beerus, you have returned. Have you uncovered anything regarding Zamasu?" Goku inquired upon seeing Beerus and Whis return. "That fellow is quite cautious. We have resolved to introduce you to him and observe whether he reveals any telltale signs." Sun Wukong agreed to accompany them to meet Zamasu, eager to ascertain the extent of Zamasu's strength. Beerus, observing Sun Wukong's enthusiasm, expressed his concern and cautioned him, "Listen carefully. You must not let anything slip, nor should you act impulsively by taking his life. He is, after all, a candidate for the Supreme Kai. Exercise patience until we have solid evidence." Sun Wukong nodded, for he was not one to resort to violence without cause. Although he occasionally spoke too freely, he had managed to keep secrets, having revealed nothing prior to Trunks' birth. "I understand, Lord Beerus. Let us depart swiftly. The time machine will be charged shortly." Urged by Sun Wukong, they promptly ventured to Universe 10, intent on getting to know Zamasu better. Upon their arrival, introductions were exchanged, and Zamasu beheld Sun Wukong before him. Inwardly, he mused, "Is this the Sun Wukong who fought so fiercely against Hit? And that boy, Son Gohan, must be his son. I never anticipated that a Saiyan could possess power rivaling that of the deities." "Greetings, I am Sun Wukong. I look forward to your guidance," he stated. "I am Zamasu. I too look forward to our exchange." The two assumed battle stances, preparing for a sparring match, while Beerus observed with keen interest. Sun Wukong made the first move, dashing towards Zamasu with remarkable speed. Zamasu, taken aback by Sun Wukong's terrifying velocity, had to exert himself to keep pace. After successfully blocking one of Sun Wukong's punches, Zamasu retaliated with a kick, which Sun Wukong effortlessly deflected. They exchanged blows for several more rounds, during which Sun Wukong noted Zamasu's commendable skill. He realized that without transforming into a Super Saiyan, overcoming Zamasu would be somewhat challenging. Zamasu, I shall now fight seriously. Behold the power of the Saiyans, Super Saiyan. With a surge of energy, Sun Wukong transformed, radiating a dazzling light. In an instant, his power multiplied exponentially. Although Zamasu lacked the ability to sense energy levels, he could ascertain that Sun Wukong's strength had undeniably increased. With astonishing speed, Zamasu was swiftly defeated by a single blow, collapsing to the ground. His eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong reverted to his normal form and offered a respectful bow. I have won. Thank you for your guidance. You possess strength surpassing that of an ordinary Supreme Kai. Zamasu, regaining his composure, rose and returned to the side of Gaosu. After failing to detect any anomalies, Sun Wukong and his companions returned. Although Sun Wukong was back, Beerus and the others remained vigilant. Welcome back, Goku. How is it? Is Zamasu black? Trunks inquired. Sun Wukong replied that they were still observing, assuring him that should Zamasu reveal any incriminating signs, Lord Beerus would take decisive action. He also expressed his feelings about battling Zamasu. It was evident that Zamasu fought with a hint of defiance against Sun Wukong. But he was soon subdued by Wukong's overwhelming strength. I realized that the reason he transformed into my father's likeness instead of my own was due to the psychological trauma inflicted upon him during this confrontation, leading him to choose my father's form. Once everyone grasped Zamasu's mental state, they ceased their discussions on the matter. The time machine's power was nearly fully charged, and it was time for them to embark on their journey. All right, Father, Wukong, and Gohan, let us unite to vanquish Black Goku. Everyone nodded in agreement, preparing to confront Black Goku in the future. However, just as they were about to board, they encountered an awkward predicament. Oh dear, it seems this time machine can only accommodate 3 individuals, a 4th cannot fit. What shall we do? At that moment, Gohan smiled and revealed a small orb given to him by the Omni King, waving it before their eyes. This orb is a tool I utilize to cultivate spatial abilities, a gift from the Almighty. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, I discovered that this space is actually a realm that can be developed, now equivalent to a mental time chamber spanning 10 kilometers. Everyone gazed at the orb in astonishment, realizing Gohan possessed the ability to create a spatial dimension. He infused the orb with energy, subsequently opening a rift to allow Sun Wukong and Vegeta to enter. With this newfound space, Trunks also joined Gohan as they ventured into the timeline of the future. What greeted them was the desolate landscape of West City, and amidst the ruins, Trunks spotted a faintly breathing Mai. It's Mai. She seems to still be alive. Trunks dashed to her side, and upon seeing her injured and unconscious form, he felt a pang of guilt and sorrow. Gohan approached them, utilizing his healing techniques to mend Mai's wounds. In such dire circumstances, it was wise to heal her, for the Senzu beans were a precious resource not to be squandered. Gradually, Mai awakened, and upon seeing Trunks before her, she embraced him with fervor. Trunks, is it truly you? I thought I would never see you again. Trunks gently patted her back, offering her comfort. I have returned, Haven Ti. Have faith that Gohan and the others will surely defeat Black Goku. Wiping her tears, Mai stood and bowed to the group. I am Mai, Trunks' girlfriend and comrade. Thank you for your assistance. I entrust the matter of Black Goku to you. The others nodded in agreement, resolute in their mission to eliminate the vile Black Goku. Gohan also began to contemplate the possibility of Black Goku emerging in their universe, deciding it was prudent to understand Zamasu thoroughly to preemptively address any such troubles. Chapter 121. Fuchsia. Following Gohan's suggestion, the group resolved to first evacuate the remaining humans to Gohan's spatial refuge for safety. However, utilizing this skill would emit a substantial amount of energy, which, if uncontrolled, could alert Black Goku. Thus, Son Gohan retrieved the ring capable of suppressing his energy to a mere 200. While some deemed it ineffective, it possessed the power to stifle even divine energy. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Gohan engaged in a practice befitting his title, extending his abilities across the globe to observe all potential survivors. He discovered that although most areas had been rendered desolate, some remote corners still harbored living souls. He reached out with his mind, attempting to communicate with them, urging them to enter the small sphere's sanctuary. Can anyone hear me? I am Trunks, sent as a savior. Black Goku is currently seeking survivors. Soon, I will transport you to safety, so please remain calm. Before the individuals could voice their skepticism, a white rift materialized before them, and a powerful pull drew them all inside. Thus, the few remaining thousands on Earth were ushered into Gohan's realm, leaving only Goku and his companions behind. Is this truly safe? With so many individuals confined within, what if something goes awry over time? In response to Trunks' concern, Gohan gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him. Fear not. I have configured the internal time to ensure that 1 minute within equates to 2 months outside. Is it truly so extraordinary? Won't that deplete your energy excessively? Trunks gazed at the unremarkable sphere, astonished that it had transformed into a reverse hyperbolic time chamber. Rest assured, this is merely a rule I established. Consider this. The hyperbolic time chamber has operated for years without needing a recharge. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the unique prowess of the time patrollers. Now, let us hasten to find Zamasu. The audacity to exploit my body to harm humanity is utterly reprehensible. I will not forgive him. Goku immediately released his sensing abilities to locate Black Goku. Yet, before he could embark on his search, a dark figure approached him uninvited. Surprising to see you here, Goku. I hear you cannot find it in your heart to forgive me. Yet, given the pleasures I have indulged in using your body, it is indeed understandable. Goku, upon seeing Black Goku, instinctively assumed a combat stance. Zamasu, what have you done? Was it your intention to annihilate humanity using my body? Black Goku chuckled, addressing the gathered crowd. It is quite simple. You, as a mere mortal, dare to wield the power rivaling that of a deity. Such actions are transgressions. To punish you, I utilized your body to slay everyone around you. Goku, taken aback by this revelation, felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Since my identity is already revealed, I shall not shy away from the truth. I swapped bodies with Son Goku using the Super Dragon Balls. Once familiarized, I took the liberty of killing your son and your wife. Your wife, in her despair, looked at me with pleading eyes, asking why. Her expression was utterly amusing. Upon hearing Black Goku's words, Goku felt an overwhelming urge to skin him alive. I am enraged, Zamasu. You vile demon, how could you commit such atrocities? I shall never forgive you. Without unnecessary words, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged at Black Goku. Under Sun Wukong's furious assault, Black Goku gradually found it difficult to withstand the onslaught. After all, an enraged Wukong was indeed formidable. Is this all you are capable of? You dare to call yourself a deity? I see you merely as the detritus of the universe. With a powerful punch, Sun Wukong sent Black Goku flying, gathering energy in his hand. Kamehameha. A robust blue energy wave surged towards Black Goku, indicating that Wukong had clearly resolved to strike with lethal intent. There was no need for compassion against such a vile villain. It seems we have reached this juncture. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of a deity. Black Goku's body radiated a potent energy, significantly enhancing his combat ability. Unlike Super Saiyan, his aura was a striking magenta. He coalesced an energy blade in his hand, severing Sun Wukong's Kamehameha in two. Behold this power derived from divinity. This formidable stance is one you shall never attain. If we are to follow your nomenclature for transformations, I shall call this Super Saiyan Magenta. Vegeta observed this form with disbelief. The Saiyan already boasted a variety of hair colors. Now a magenta hue appeared, reminiscent of a delinquent. Be cautious, Kakarot. His current form far surpasses that half-baked version. Should you perish, I will not revive you. Sun Wukong acknowledged this warning and grew vigilant, recognizing that Black Goku had indeed become significantly stronger and that complacency was unwise. After a brief silence, they surged towards one another once more. This time, Sun Wukong exerted all his strength, embodying the balanced prowess of Super Saiyan Blue. Gradually, he began to feel overwhelmed as Black Goku started to suppress him. Vegeta, with a scoff, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and joined the fray. Oh, I did not expect you to resort to a 2-on-1. This is quite disgraceful. Black Goku, resisting their combined assault, taunted them. Humph. There is no need for justice with someone like you. Defeating you is all that matters. Vegeta, unwilling to engage in discourse, was determined to secure a future for his son. Since you forsake justice, allow me to deliver the judgment of righteousness upon you. Black Goku's aura surged. Unleashing his full power, he struck each of them with a punch, then transformed his energy into a hammer, sending them both flying. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, struck by this overwhelming force, crashed to the ground, reverting from their transformations and teetering on the brink of death. Goku, Dad! Trunks rushed to their side, administering Senzu beans. Under the beans' restorative effects, Sun Wukong and Vegeta revived. Damn it, I never anticipated Black Goku possessed such capabilities. If this continues, we shall be defeated. To their astonishment, he had mastered the Super Saiyan transformation and wielded it with great might. At this moment, Gohan finally sprang into action, having noticed the arrival of a certain individual he had previously overlooked. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, it is time. Upon hearing son Gohan's words, Trunks retrieved the Patera earrings from his pocket and handed them to Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 122. No more. What? Patera? Are you planning to fuse? I won't allow it. Black Goku, aware of the formidable power of the Patera fusion, prepared to rush forward to thwart their plans. However, just as he was about to act, he found himself unable to move, as if surrounded by impenetrable walls. What on earth is happening? Another me, stop hiding. If you don't intervene now, it will be too late. Zamasu, who had been lurking nearby, recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately flew towards Son Goku and the others. Meanwhile, Son Goku had just taken the Patera and was about to place it on his ear, while Vegeta was putting the other earring on his own ear. Just as Zamasu was about to reach Son Goku, a loud thud echoed as he collapsed to the ground, a large bump forming on his head. At that moment, Son Goku and Vegeta had donned the earrings, their bodies merging under the influence of the Patera. A brilliant light illuminated the gloomy sky, heralding the birth of a powerful warrior. Yo, Vegeto has completed the fusion. At this moment, Vegeto was astonishingly powerful, even if Beerus were present. He would surely regard Vegeto's strength with trepidation. Zamasu slowly rose from the ground, rubbing his head. Had he not possessed immortality, he might have seriously injured himself. Curse Science, what treachery have you employed to achieve this? He looked around and spotted the already fused Vegeto. They have fused already? No matter, mere mortals cannot defeat deities. Zamasu quickly distanced himself and joined Black Goku, whose restraints had now vanished. Alright, Zamasu, now let me show you the power of humanity. Prepare to face justice. Vegeto transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged at Black Goku. Their collision sent shockwaves that even knocked Zamasu back several meters. Just as Zamasu prepared to assist, Trunks intercepted him, and they commenced a fierce battle. Given the current circumstances, both Vegeto and Trunks had the upper hand against their foes. As long as they refrained from fusing, victory seemed assured. This was a moment of life and death, and with Son Goku not possessing the king button, they had to give their all from the outset. Vegeto landed a punch in Black Goku's abdomen, causing him to lose his combat effectiveness and revert from his Magenta state. It's over. Your power is merely mediocre. It's only the Kai's talent that allowed you to control Son Goku's body so effectively. Defeated, Black Goku chuckled, surprised that these mortals had resorted to fusion. You have only defeated Son Goku's body. As Zamasu, I have not lost. He glanced at Zamasu, who appeared unfazed, while Trunks was already significantly drained of energy. I am an immortal being. No matter how formidable you may be, it ultimately matters not. When your strength is depleted, victory will inevitably belong to me. Zamasu floated slowly into the air, adopting a pose of dominion, his pretenses reaching their zenith. Humph, since I cannot obliterate you, I shall first eliminate another. Vegeta extended his finger, transforming it into a beam of light that pierced through Black Goku's body. Zamasu took note of the unfolding events and prepared to adorn his other ear with the Patera earring. After all, without Black Goku, his combat prowess might not suffice to realize his grand ambitions. I shall not allow you to succeed. Behold my might. Trunks unleashed the full measure of his strength, appearing before Zamasu and delivering a fierce blow to his face. Meanwhile, Vegeta hurled Black Goku into the air, severing multiple parts of his body with his light sword, and then delivered an uppercut to his chin. Perish. Ultimate Kamehameha. In a blast of Kamehameha energy capable of annihilating galaxies, Black Goku's cells were utterly consumed, thus concluding a life steeped in malevolence. Under the relentless barrage from Trunks, Zamasu found himself bereft of tears, too overwhelmed to merge with his counterpart. Detestable humans. Even if you vanquish Black Goku, what of it? As long as my will endures, Countless versions of me shall arise, and you will still succumb to our hands. Trunks gradually exhausted his stamina and stepped aside, skeptical of Zama's claims. Yet, the mere existence of two Zamas was indicative of a troubling reality. There could indeed be more Zamas on the horizon. Fear not, Trunks. This universe shall not harbor an excess of Zamas. Gohan suddenly appeared beside Trunks, revealing the truth of the matter. Although Zamas possessed time rings and traversed numerous timelines, the energy of the rings could not sustain the existence of multiple parallel universes. After all, the time rings are products of cosmic law, unable to transcend the rules of the universe. Subsequently, Gohan sketched a diagram of parallel universes on the ground. Each parallel universe resembled a line, closely aligned with many similar lines, which intertwined to form a rope, each strand representing a distinct parallel universe. As he explained, Vegeta reverted to his original form, and Zama's found himself restrained by Gohan's control. Zama's could only access the adjacent parallel universes. The realm of his father and others was the primary universe, and the time realm did not traverse the main universe. If Zama's from the main universe were to perish, then his counterparts in other timelines would no longer exist, as though Zama's had perished before committing any transgressions. Upon hearing this, Zama's erupted in a fit of rage. Impossible. There must be many versions of me. The other timelines cannot all be in the past. Gohan nodded, affirming, indeed, as you say, but this situation is different. Because the temporal void in this universe has yet to be repaired, no future can possibly precede the present. Observing the bewildered expressions of Goku and Zama's, Gohan elaborated on how the temporal void could stifle the future of the universe. It is inconceivable. How could my plan for the annihilation of humanity meet such a tragic failure? Those detestable humans, who dare to wield divine power, deserve nothing less than obliteration. Son Gohan, observing the frenzied Zamasu, struck him fiercely across the face. Do you think only your kind, the grinders, can ascend to divinity? Cease your arrogance. Countless gods of destruction have risen from mortal origins. Are you oblivious to this truth? Master the rules and the heart of a god, and you too shall become divine. Chapter 123. Black Gohan, gazing into Zamasu's vacant eyes, it was evident he had begun to recognize his own vulnerabilities. His jealousy towards the superior Saiyans, like Son Goku, had clouded his judgment. Now, confronted by the might of Beerus, he dared not acknowledge the former humanity of his opponent. It appears you have come to a realization. Only your twisted heart has ever been despicable. Regret is futile now. Prepare to face judgment. Son Gohan retrieved a small vial and unleashed the long-dormant, sealing wave upon Zamasu. With a formidable pull, Zamasu was successfully confined within the vial. Brother Gohan, is this truly a success? Zamasu should no longer pose a threat to humanity, correct? Son Gohan nodded in affirmation, assuring that his sealing wave had previously subdued fallen angels. This minor Kaishin was easily manageable. Trunks exhaled with relief, sensing that the crisis had finally subsided. Meanwhile, the timid Mai rushed over to embrace Trunks, finding solace in each other's presence. Son Gohan surveyed the remnants of destruction surrounding him, feeling a deep sense of pity for Trunks. His misfortune was overwhelming. What shall we do, Trunks? Should we utilize the Dragon Balls to restore Earth? The Namekian Dragon Balls should still be available. We can simply contact the Kaishin. Trunks, his expression grave, contemplated for a moment before deciding to employ the Dragon Balls. This calamity was not of humanity's making. Their hard-won home had been ravaged once more, and he could not bear to see hope extinguished for everyone. Son Gohan nodded in agreement, while Son Goku promptly contacted the Kaishin. With the Kaishin's assistance, Son Goku located New Namek, and upon explaining the situation, the elders unanimously consented to their request for the Dragon Balls. Thus, those who had fallen at the hands of Black Goku were resurrected, and the devastated cities were restored to their former glory. Son Gohan also returned those he had previously sheltered to their original locations. In a quaint courtyard, the revived Bulma touched her face in disbelief, marveling at the miraculous return to life. Her thoughts immediately turned to the Dragon Balls. Could it be that Son had come here? I wonder if Vegeta is with him. How astonishing it is that I might witness the miracle of the Dragon Balls once more. It truly evokes a sense of nostalgia. As Bulma sat despondently in the courtyard, Son Goku and the others instantaneously transported Trunks to her side. Mom. Trunks rushed forward, enveloping Bulma in a warm embrace, determined not to lose his loved ones again. The weary Bulma tenderly stroked Trunks' hair, her gaze drifting to the three familiar, yet unfamiliar figures beside them. Son Goku gestured a greeting, while Son Gohan nodded respectfully towards Bulma. Vegeta, with his arms crossed and an expression of icy detachment, felt a twinge of tension as he gazed upon his wife, who belonged to a dimension utterly distinct from his own. After exchanging glances for a brief moment, Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Let us return. There is nothing more to be done here. We still have to deal with Zamasu back home. After a short while, he decided it was best not to linger too long in this realm, for parallel universes are indeed disparate worlds. I understand, Father, Gohan, and Uncle Goku. Without your assistance, we might never have glimpsed the future. Trunks and Mai bowed deeply to the trio, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Everyone smiled in response, acknowledging their thanks. Before departing in the time machine, upon safely arriving at the backyard of Capsule Corporation, the group bid a brief farewell to Trunks and began to discuss matters among themselves. Gohan, if you engage, do you think you could defeat the Zamasu from Black? What exactly is his rose form? Vegeta inquired about the enigmatic Black Goku, noting the stark differences in form and power that eluded his understanding. After all, that was Goku's body, and he felt a twinge of reluctance. I should have no trouble with Black Goku, but their fusion might pose a challenge. As for the rose form, it likely represents a blend of the godly ki of the Supreme Kai and Super Saiyan energy. Vegeta listened, somewhat perplexed. Is there a significant distinction between the godly ki of the Supreme Kai and that of the Super Saiyan God? In truth, the differences are subtle, primarily in the habits and methods of utilizing their energy. The Supreme Kai is naturally adept at wielding godly ki, thus exhibiting superior control, while its essence diverges slightly from that of the Super Saiyan God. Both Vegeta and Goku pondered this, with Goku offering his insight. So, his energy is inclined towards that of the Supreme Kai, making it fundamentally different from ours. Gohan nodded, indicating his understanding. If you wish, I can demonstrate. I have learned quite a bit from the Supreme Kai. Both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback by Gohan's unexpected prowess. Nevertheless, they settled in the yard to witness Gohan's performance. Gohan took a moment to center himself, adjusting his energy to the state of creation. His aura began to resemble that of the Supreme Kai, and he layered it with sensations of Super Saiyan energy. Unlike a complete godly state, the Supreme Kai's energy harmoniously enveloped everything, resulting in a fascinating condition for this Super Saiyan form. At that moment, Gohan's hair shifted to a hue reminiscent of rose, yet more vibrant than Zamasu's, perhaps indicative of Gohan's profound comprehension of the Super Saiyan transformation. After performing a few preliminary warm-up movements, he had mastered the rose form. And clad in black, he might even have been mistaken for Black Gohan himself. What are your thoughts on Gohan? How does this crimson hue differ from that of the Super Saiyan? Gohan attuned himself to the energy coursing within him and began to employ various techniques. He discovered that he could now shape his ki with significantly greater ease, akin to the crimson scythe manifested by Black Goku. He sensed that he could replicate it effortlessly. This form seemed to possess an inherent capability for creation, allowing him to manipulate ki at will, though its enhancement for combat appeared rather marginal. Subsequently, Gohan approached Cabe and Caulifla, resting his hands upon their shoulders as he began to sense the essence within them. Gohan observed that their energy seemed to be lacking a fraction, strikingly similar to his own condition. It appeared that the tale indeed held significant value. In Chapter 124, Divine Super Saiyan 4, Gohan, taking advantage of their momentary distraction, harnessed his creative power to infuse his energy into their caudal vertebrae. Before Cabe and Caulifla could inquire about his actions, they felt an unexpected itch at their tails, which then sprouted forth. What is happening? Why has my tail suddenly emerged? Cabe, yours has too. Is this your doing, Gohan? Indeed, I manifested your tails. The tail is a vital aspect of a Saiyans power. While we no longer require the transformation into a great ape, our forms remain incomplete without a tail. It enhances our training capabilities. At that moment, the astute Cabe seemed to grasp a potential implication and posed a question to Gohan. Could it be that divine power can be stacked with Super Saiyan transformation? Thus, could the great ape transformation also be combined with Super Saiyan? Is that not so? Gohan was taken aback, impressed by Cabe's intellect. He had not anticipated that he would deduce such a connection. Indeed, if one transforms into a great ape while simultaneously attaining Super Saiyan form and maintaining one's intellect, one can achieve Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Goku and Vegeta exchanged astonished glances, astonished that there existed advancements beyond Super Saiyan 3. Gohan, is what you speak of regarding Super Saiyan 4 true? Could you demonstrate it for us? I wish to witness what lies beyond Super Saiyan 3. Gohan scratched his head and gestured towards his own tailbone, indicating that he had not yet manifested a tail, at least not at that moment. Although I cannot transform, my beastly form seems to contain a semblance of the great ape essence, and Uncle Vegeta should be able to attain Super Saiyan 4 without any pressure. Then, Gohan conjured a white orb of light in his hand, a technique designed to mimic the light of a full moon. Covering Goku's eyes, he unleashed the energy of the orb, producing a dazzling burst of light before Vegeta. Caught off guard by this unexpected assault, Vegeta transformed into a great ape without warning. Fortunately, the garments he wore were still elastic and did not rupture under the transformation into a giant ape. To my astonishment, I could once again assume this form, evoking a wave of nostalgia. Gohan, all that remains is to transform into a Super Saiyan while in this state, which will enable me to attain Super Saiyan 4, correct? Gohan nodded. As long as Vegeta maintained his composure, he would undoubtedly achieve Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, his physique was now robust enough to master this transformation in one go. Unlike during the Cell Saga, when Vegeta could not sustain it for long, Vegeta began to elevate his energy, channeling the might of a Super Saiyan while in the state of a giant ape. A brilliant golden radiance emanated from him, and a terrifying energy swept across the area. Following this explosive surge of power, the form of the golden giant ape began to gradually diminish. Before long, the familiar visage of Vegeta as Super Saiyan 4 materialized before Gohan. Unlike the Super Saiyan 4 that Gohan had previously witnessed, this iteration of Vegeta was transformed under the influence of divine power, rendering him significantly stronger than a typical Super Saiyan 4. Is this truly Super Saiyan 4? I never anticipated such formidable energy. In this state, I believe it rivals Kakarote's Ultra Instinct. Gohan dispelled the energy sphere in his hand, and Goku regained his luminosity. He scrutinized Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 4 form, gasping in awe. Incredible! Is this what Super Saiyan 4 embodies? It exists in an entirely different realm compared to Super Saiyan 3. I cannot believe it can be this powerful. Indeed, this was a revelation for Gohan as well. Now that Goku had absorbed divine energy, each of his forms had experienced a substantial enhancement, meaning their Super Saiyan 4 would also grow stronger. The original Super Saiyan 4 was already extraordinarily powerful, and with the addition of divine energy, this state was somewhat terrifying. At this juncture, the strength reached that of Broly from the Super era, implying they were now on par with Beast Gohan. Gohan, I clearly possess a tail. Why did you not allow me to transform into Super Saiyan 4 earlier? Was it that in the previous timeline, Vegeta was the one nurturing you? Upon hearing Goku's remark, Gohan was somewhat speechless. It was evident that both of them had been supported. So how could Goku claim to be the nurturer? Father, have I not mentioned that one must maintain their intellect while transformed into a golden giant ape to achieve Super Saiyan 4? You lost control during your previous transformation into a giant ape, and I fear you might inadvertently destroy Bulma's company. Goku, upon reflecting on this rationale, recognized it as a valid concern. If he were to obliterate the Capsule Corporation, he certainly would not be able to compensate for the damages. Ah, I see. Let us venture to the Kaioshin realm together. This way, I shall not have to worry about losing my sanity. Gohan felt exasperated. The old Kaioshin had already sacrificed his life for you, and yet you continued to contemplate tormenting them. To know you, it feels as though one has drawn the short straw in life. Before he had the chance to ponder, Sun Wukong hastily pulled his companions to the realm of the Kaioshin. Upon their sudden arrival, the formidable presence of Vegeta startled the Kaioshin. Ah, Wukong, what brings you to the Kaioshin realm? Has Zamasu been vanquished? The group nodded, recounting the entire story and presenting the vial that contained Zamasu's seal. This vial is entrusted to you. Please ensure that Lord Beerus destroys it when the time comes. Even an immortal cannot withstand the essence of destruction. The Kaioshin cautiously accepted the vial, assuring them he would see to its destruction by the god of destruction. All right, Gohan, hurry and transform me into a Super Saiyan 4. I can hardly contain my eagerness to spar with Vegeta. Observing his father's impatience, Son Gohan conjured a similar orb of energy, facilitating Son Wukong's transformation into a great ape. As anticipated, Wukong lost control upon transforming. A terrifying beam of destructive energy began to coalesce in his mouth, leaving the Kaioshin paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend Wukong's erratic behavior. What a disgraceful spectacle. Despite possessing such strength, you cannot even control your great ape form. Are you a genius or a fool? Vegeta shook his head and charged towards the rampaging great ape, realizing that he must deliver a beating to restore Wukong's sanity. Chapter 125. Learn ahead of time. The great ape that Wukong had transformed into roared wrathfully on the Kaioshin planet, differing from the usual golden form, likely due to the state of his body. Kakarot, I shall bring you back to your senses. Vegeta dashed before Wukong and unleashed a rapid barrage of energy blasts to interrupt the beam Wukong was about to unleash. Wukong, in pain, covered his simian face with one hand while swatting at Vegeta with the other, attempting to fend off this bothersome fly. Vegeta deftly dodged the strike, retorting, I never imagined losing your senses could happen so swiftly, as if your body were fighting on its own. Wukong flailed his arms wildly, while Vegeta evaded him effortlessly. And Gohan stood by, holding the energy orb and enjoying the spectacle. Vegeta unleashed his power, seizing one of Wukong's outstretched fingers and executing a powerful throw that sent Wukong crashing to the ground, his head embedding itself in the earth. The Kaioshin and the old Kaioshin scolded the two reckless Saiyans for their disregard for the environment. You Saiyans, this realm is not your playground for experiments. Enough is enough. Wukong slowly extracted his head from the ground, spitting out the dirt from his mouth as he sat down. Vegeta, your strikes are too brutal. I feel as though my finger might break. Vegeta scoffed in response. If you're awake now, transform quickly. Stop dawdling. I want to see how strong your Super Saiyan 4 form truly is. Understood, understood. I shall transform at once. While maintaining his great ape form, Wukong tapped into his Super Saiyan power, and at that moment, his body radiated a golden light. A tremendous surge of energy erupted forth, and the terrifying power swept across the entire realm of the Supreme Kai, causing the Supreme Kais to exclaim that Son Wukong was a true monster. After a dazzling display of golden light, Son Wukong's form gradually reverted to its original size, his hair lengthening significantly. Observing his physique, with robust muscles and a magnificent mane, he pondered the formidable strength he now possessed. Is this the essence of Super Saiyan 4? The augmentation of power far surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3. Had we not cultivated the divine energy, he might have been capable of contending with the Super Saiyan God. After taking a moment to further sense his newfound strength, Son Wukong turned his gaze towards Vegeta, who appeared eager to engage in battle, signaling that an epic confrontation was imminent. You may take your time, but I shall return to prepare myself, as I might soon join Grandpa Bardock, Son Wukong declared. Ignoring Gohan, he and Vegeta assumed their stances, ready to embark on a decisive duel. Gohan, watching them, sighed and utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. Now, the Supreme Kai realm was left with the anticipation of the battle and the two despondent Supreme Kais, Kibito and his companion. Upon returning to Earth, Gohan contacted Kane through his communicator to inquire about the status of the temporal void. Lord Kane, how is the temporal void faring? If all is well, it should have been largely repaired by now. After hearing Gohan's query, Kane checked the status of the temporal void, only to be met with unexpected results. Gohan, are you certain the issue has been resolved? As it stands, the temporal void appears unchanged, and the progress is minimal. Oh dear, does this mean I must remain until the power tournament? Once I return, Caulifla and my mother will undoubtedly be at odds again. Enough complaining. You currently possess the lives of numerous parallel universes in your hands. With great power comes great responsibility. If I do not venture into the depths of hell, who will? If I had known, I would not have sought such prominence. Being a simple Chi-Chi's son would suffice. At least I would not have to endure this ceaseless turmoil. With a tearful lament, Gohan approached Bardock, the grandfather he was not well acquainted with, to express his grievances. Thus it is, however, the longer we linger in this temporal void, the greater the risk we encounter. Should we time patrollers interfere too deeply, the deviation from the intended trajectory will become more pronounced. This was indeed a pressing concern. While the narrative had not undergone significant alteration, unforeseen complications were still likely to arise. Understood, let us temporarily reside on the God of Destruction's planet. Being there should minimize any substantial impact on the future. Bardock nodded in agreement with Gohan's suggestion, noting that any matters occurring on Earth could be resolved with a communicator. Together, they approached Bulma to create a communication device capable of quantum communication alleviating any worries regarding distance. As for the technology's origin, it was, of course, provided by Bulma from another timeline. She was, after all, the deity of technology in the Dragon Ball universe. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. If anything arises that my father and the others cannot resolve, please utilize this communicator to reach me, and I shall come immediately. I understand. You may proceed with peace of mind. Moreover, the matters that Vegeta and the others cannot handle should be few. Thus, Son Gohan departed the Earth alongside Bardock, and they journeyed to the God of Destruction planet, where Whis happened to be gathering snacks, and they joined him. Oh my, I did not anticipate that you had early on taken another version of myself from a different timeline as your master. However, he was indeed correct. If your body is not fully developed, it would be prudent to refrain from training in Ultra Instinct. Whis, do you believe I am capable of training in Ultra Instinct at this moment? By all accounts, we Saiyans typically undergo minimal changes once we reach this age. Whis, wielding his staff, scrutinized Son Gohan intently, observing him from various angles, occasionally emitting sounds of astonishment. So what is the verdict? Must you emit such peculiar noises? Ahem. Under your current condition, you can learn some fundamental techniques. You possess a significant amount of divine energy within you, yet you have not utilized it extensively. So starting with foundational techniques would be wise. Son Gohan nodded, as he was still unfamiliar with divine combat styles, and his understanding of divine energy was merely theoretical. To him, Sun Li served as a catalyst for his extraordinary abilities. During this void of time, when the timeline was incomplete, I would appreciate your assistance in my training. Whis, otherwise, it would be exceedingly dull. Whis chuckled, as he had little else to occupy his time. Teaching anyone was essentially the same. Certainly, but it would be best for you to refine your body first, as too many soul ruptures are detrimental to training in Ultra Instinct. Indeed, Whis's keen eyes had discerned this flaw. However, if he could manifest the tale of a Saiyan, surely his own issues were not insurmountable. Chapter 126. The Frog's Plan. Son Gohan closed his eyes, beginning to deeply comprehend his creative power and directing it towards his tail. Whis immediately noticed the changes in Son Gohan's physique, his face displaying admiration, although it quickly faded. It was unexpected that Son Gohan had already attained the capabilities of a Supreme Kai. He was truly a prodigious Saiyan. Yet, for a warrior race to pursue the mastery of creative power, how splendid it would be if they could become gods of destruction. Under the influence of this creative power, Son Gohan's tail gradually began to emerge, while his missing soul slowly started to return. In that instant when the brown tail materialized, Son Gohan's soul began to reintegrate, and a miraculous event unfolded. The entire realm of the gods of destruction radiated a mysterious aura, as streams of energy flowed from the two small orbs in Son Gohan's pocket into his body. This energy was not ordinary ki. It possessed an entirely different nature, akin to a form of magic, or perhaps a fundamental divine power. Ah, how delightful! To witness the birth of a deity is truly remarkable. The last time I experienced such a phenomenon was during Lord Beerus's ascension to divinity. Whis stood by, squinting as he observed the unfolding scene, while Bardock exerted all his strength to shield himself from the fierce winds. Whis, what on earth has transpired? Such formidable divine power. Lord Beerus, clad in his nightwear, approached Whis, bracing himself against the gusts of wind. Ah, Lord Beerus, you are awake. It's nothing of great concern. It's just that Son Gohan is on the verge of becoming a deity. Huh? Beerus exclaimed, astonishment evident in his gaze as he beheld the ethereal figure before him. It was hard to fathom, for his own ascension to divinity hadn't been so extravagant. The radiant light gradually diminished, the small orb completely merging with Son Gohan's being. As the realm of destruction began to return to tranquility, Son Gohan slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though he had merely awakened from slumber, now acutely alert. His mind sharper than ever. He realized he had gained an unprecedented mastery over his own body, as if the shadows that once clouded him had vanished. What is this? Could this be the perfect state of the soul? With just a slight release of energy, he sensed an overwhelming strength surging within him. Congratulations. Who would have thought we would witness the birth of a new god? This should make your training in the Ultra Instinct significantly easier. God, have I truly become a Kaishin? Whis nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, while the exact title eludes me, your aura and realm unmistakably align with that of the Kaishin lineage. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan grasped the truth. No wonder his soul had perfectly integrated. It was because he had attained the capacity to become a Kaioshin. So that is how it is. Then I shall depend on you, Master Whis, he said, bowing respectfully before commencing his training in Ultra Instinct. Meanwhile, on Earth, a peculiar figure sat by a pond, clad in Frisia Force battle attire. I can hardly believe it. I've been transformed into a frog. It nearly frightened me to death. I thought I would have to subsist on flies. He gazed at his new form, a smile of exhilaration spreading across his face. Fortunately, this frog is a transformed version of Jinyu, allowing me to swap bodies with a Frisia Force deserter. Truly, fortune smiles upon me. Unbeknownst to him, this Jinyu was also a traveler from another world, having exchanged bodies with a Frisia soldier and subsequently eliminating the frog. Given that this is the Dragon Ball universe, perhaps I should seek to exchange for a Saiyan body. Encountering formidable foes would otherwise spell trouble. Contemplating the existing Saiyans, he deemed none suitable for possession. Not only were they all exceedingly powerful, but their memories would be challenging to align with, making exposure all too easy. An idea sparked in his mind, leading him to a place that might fulfill his desires. After composing himself and burying the frog's remains, he ventured into the jungle. On a dusty-hued planet, a weathered elder gazed skyward, seemingly awaiting the arrival of something significant. Just as he prepared to return in disappointment, a sound of something piercing the air halted his steps. What was that? A familiar yet distant spacecraft appeared on the horizon, evoking memories from decades past. The elderly man swiftly soared towards the site where the spacecraft had plummeted, wishing fervently to transform into a bolt of lightning to reach it. A small spacecraft had descended into the forest of this planet, within which resided the body-swapped Jinyu. Are you unharmed? Judging by your attire, you must belong to Frisia's army, the elder inquired as he approached the crash site and began questioning the recently emerged Jinyu. Indeed, Frisia's forces detected a distress signal from this location, prompting my arrival, Jinyu replied, casting a sly smile at the elder, who bore a tail coiled around his waist. I am Tianlu. Might I inquire your name and how you find yourself stranded on such a remote planet? The elder clenched his fists, memories igniting a flame of hatred within him. It is all due to that accursed King Vegeta. Had he not feared my son, I would not be reduced to this state. He even contemplated betraying Lord Frisia. Tien Li's smile widened as he confirmed the identity of the man before him. Paragus, the father of Broly. Ah, you speak of that rascal King Vegeta? He should have perished decades ago. TSK, it appears your vengeance may never be realized. Paragus was taken aback by this revelation, realizing that the object of his long-cherished revenge had long since met his demise. Ha, indeed. Betraying Lord Frisia leads to a grim fate. What a fitting end. Observing Paragus's laughter, Tianlu decided it was time to unveil his true intentions. Do not rejoice too soon. His son, Vegeta 4, still lives, and I possess a secret regarding the destruction of Planet Vegeta. What? Planet Vegeta was destroyed? What transpired? Pray enlighten me. Tianlu leaned closer to Paragus, whispering conspiratorially, the secret is exchange. With that, Tianlu activated his Jinyu abilities and shot himself. Paragus, caught off guard at such close range, was unable to react and fell victim to the exchange. Now in Tien Li's body, Paragus found himself weakened and disoriented, with no capacity to resist. You wretched fiend, are you the legendary Jinyu? Why exchange my body? You should possess immense strength. Paragus gasped, clutching his abdomen, barely clinging to life, while Tien Lu dismissed him with indifference. You are indeed a warrior race, the Saiyans, yet you cannot even harness your own body. But there is no need for you to comprehend this. Tien Lu removed the scouter from Paragus's face, then coldly ended his life with a gunshot, as he was not yet proficient in energy attacks. Chapter 127. Tien Lu, your control is already quite formidable. To master the art of Zenkai, you must relinquish authority to your own body. Whis was imparting the teachings of Zenkai to Gohan, while Bardock observed intently and Beerus munched on snacks. Attempt to strike me. This will enhance your understanding of my teachings. Gohan assumed a combat stance and launched his assault. Here I come. Gohan transformed into his beastly form, empowered by divine energy. A fiery beast of his own creation. A tempestuous onslaught surged towards Whis, yet he effortlessly evaded the barrage. Truly, he is an angel. Now, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Gohan conjured several clones, encircling Whis and launching a collective assault. The intensity of the attacks escalated, and Whis, being no rubber man, was bound to be struck by Gohan's blows eventually. At last, in a fleeting moment, Gohan's fist found an opening and aimed for Whis' face. However, landing a hit on Whis proved to be no simple task. With a mere flicker of seriousness, he sent Gohan and his clones flying. "Oh, I never claimed I wouldn't retaliate, but your strength is indeed unrivaled in this realm," Gohan remarked as he rose, dusting off his attire. That kick had tremendous force. Yet he emerged unscathed. Truly, Whis' mastery over power is commendable, eliciting admiration. After exchanging compliments, Gohan resumed his training, striving to grasp Whis' combat techniques. Several days later, on Earth, Goku and Vegeta emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, having completed their training. "Kakarot, what was that sudden new transformation? Is that the breakthrough of limits?" Vegeta inquired. "Haha, I'm not entirely sure. After all, I am not well acquainted with this form, and mastering such formidable strength is no trivial feat." Having trained for years in the time chamber, their fully formed bodies allowed them to train with greater ease. Their tails enhanced their control, and their physical strength was now more effectively wielded. The Super Saiyan 4 state deepened their understanding of Saiyan transformations, while the divine enhancement rendered their Super Saiyan 4 even more potent. Suddenly, they sensed a powerful energy arriving on Earth, yet it paled in comparison to their own. "What is happening? Could it be Frieza stirring trouble again?" "He never learns," Vegeta remarked. Goku shook his head. "No, Frieza should be training somewhere. He wouldn't emerge until the Tournament of Power." Without further contemplation, they dashed towards the Frieza Force's standard spaceship. Inside the vessel was Tien, who had once again usurped Broly's body using Jinyu's abilities. However, unlike before, he had spared Broly's life, leaving him on that distant planet. As the hatch opened, Tien stepped out, only to be confronted by two familiar figures. The distinctive hairstyles instantly revealed their identities. "What? Vegeta and Goku here? This is an unfortunate predicament. My stealthy growth is compromised." Vegeta's keen gaze quickly caught sight of Tien's tail. "You a Saiyan? Are there still surviving Saiyans in this universe?" Goku also noticed the tail and sensed the differences in Tien's physique. "You seem different from other Saiyans. You've managed to grow so powerful on your own." Tien found himself at a loss for words. He was merely a traveler from another world, unable to even perform a basic energy blast, having only covertly switched bodies while Broly slept. Broly, the Saiyan, Tatakai, lacked prowess in combat. Initially, I intended to develop my abilities in secrecy. Yet circumstances have led to this predicament, compelling me to speak candidly. "What? You cannot fight? Are you truly a Saiyan?" Even Kongo is perplexed, and Son Goku, eager to test his strength, is rendered speechless. "You cannot even engage in battle. What purpose do you serve on Earth if not for mere tourism?" Tienla gazes at the imposing figure of Vegeta before him, reflecting in his heart. Indeed, he is the prince of the Saiyans. His words carry even more gravitas than those in the anime. "I am not skilled in combat. Hence, I seek to become your disciple. Moreover, you have triumphed over Frieza, indicating your formidable strength." Kongo exchanged glances with his companion and queried him. "We have not revealed our identities. How do you know we defeated Frieza?" Alas, this individual is not as astute as Son Goku. Tienla hastily brainstormed, striving to concoct a flawless explanation. "I have heard that the ones who vanquished Frieza were a spiky-haired warrior and a beauty, indeed the legendary Super Saiyan." Then, Tienla noticed their tails, which should not have been present, and added, "Furthermore, you possess tails. Who else could you be if not Saiyans?" Kongo and his companion remained skeptical, yet they escorted him back to the Capsule Corporation. What is happening? Could this truly be a parallel universe? When did Kongo grow a tail? Is this not the era of Dragon Ball Super? Tienla was baffled by the tales of Son Goku and Vegeta, pondering if he was not the only traveler. Upon arriving in the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta began to interrogate Broly. "Speak, which faction of Saiyans do you belong to? And how did you escape the destruction of planet Vegeta?" Tienla stood before Vegeta, recounting Broly's origins, which alleviated Vegeta's suspicions. "Paragus, it seems there is some truth to this. Are you here seeking vengeance against me?" Tienla, nervously smiling, replied, "How could that be? I cannot even muster an energy blast, let alone seek revenge." Despite having transmigrated into Jinyu, he had not inherited any skills or techniques, retaining merely fragments of memories, which were incomplete. Thus, for him, assuming Broly's form was already quite fortunate. "Broly? Why is Broly present here?" Upon hearing the inquiry about his presence, Broly sensed an ominous turn. Could it be that someone in this parallel universe recognizes him? He turned to see yet another Saiyan with a tail, presumably Son Gohan. Tianla mused, is this the Dragon Ball universe, where everyone possesses tails? Suddenly, Son Gohan conceived a possibility. I understand now. The abrupt restoration of the time-space continuum is because of you. This is truly unexpected. Broly looked at Son Gohan in confusion, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. Strange changes and constant elements. Symbols reflecting quadrants? Both individuals exhibited expressions of excitement, astonished to encounter a fellow compatriot. Brother, I am Tianla, having just arrived. How did you traverse here, and why had I not discovered you sooner? Tianla, with tears streaming down his face, recounted the harrowing experience of being forced to consume flies, even detailing their peculiar taste. Ugh, my friend, spare us the gruesome details and instead enlighten me about your current predicament. How did you come to possess Broly's body? In Chapter 128, facial manipulation is a civilized act, the dialogue continued. All right, if it weren't for our shared hometown, I might have suspected you were the antagonist, one remarked. Please, my good fellow, what choice did I have? If an evil dragon were to appear, I would be left to perish. Son Gohan gazed at the pitiful figure of Broly before him, massaging his temples. As Broly's father's nemesis who had usurped another's body. Witnessing his parallel universe comrade in such a state tugged at Gohan's heartstrings. However, given the scarcity of traversers, it would be unwise to let him languish like a frog. Alas, it seems I must take a chance. Do not be overly selective, Gohan said. Tianla, taken aback by these words, looked at Gohan with a dazed expression, perplexed by the phrase, do not be overly selective. Very well, let us proceed. The timing appears to be impeccable, Gohan declared, leading Tianla away from the Capsule Corporation to a secluded location. Brother, why have you brought me here? Surely you do not expect me to choose the body of a death row inmate? Tianla inquired, glancing at the imposing prison walls while seated. Feeling a chill creep up his spine. You are Broly now. How can you still tremble in air conditioning? Gohan observed Tianla's shivering form, questioning whether this was indeed the genuine Broly. Alas, it is only recently that I have transitioned into this body. I require some time to adjust, Tianla responded. Just then, a guard approached, having completed the necessary paperwork. The bail process is finalized. Follow me to retrieve the individual. Thank you for your assistance, they replied, following the guard into a room where a short, stout man sat. Dr. Hyde, this is your bailer. Please accompany him, the guard instructed. Hyde scrutinized the two men before him, entirely unfamiliar with Broly, yet the other individual grew increasingly recognizable. Ah, could you be Son Goku? Why do you wish to bail me out? Although I have heard whispers, my grandfather's actions bear no relation to me. Gohan hastily shook his head, clarifying, No. I am Son Gohan, Son Goku's son. We seek your assistance. Assistance, you say? Let me be clear. I will not partake in any nefarious deeds, Hyde retorted. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement and led him out of the facility. Brother, do you imply you desire me to become an android? Am I to be transformed into a soulless machine like Android 16? Fear not. You will not be turned into such an android, Gohan reassured him. They returned to the Capsule Corporation, summoned Bulma, and proceeded to a laboratory. Ah, so you are Dr. Gero's grandson. Your prowess in creating androids surpasses his, does it not? Indeed, as far as I am aware, any androids you produce will undoubtedly be superior to those crafted by Dr. Gero, Bulma mused, acknowledging her limited expertise in biological technology, which primarily revolved around mechanical engineering. Although you requested my assistance, biotechnology is not my forte. What exactly do you wish to achieve by seeking my help? With a mischievous grin, Gohan employed his abilities to examine Bulma's body. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Congratulations, Bulma, you are expecting a little one. How did you know? Gohan, I only conducted the test today, and even Vegeta is unaware. This is merely part of my abilities. I only asked for your assistance to procure some cellular tissue. Swiftly, Gohan prepared a vial of nutrient solution, infusing it with his own energy and incorporating the recently obtained cells from Bulma. The laboratory will serve our needs for the time being, and we should be able to complete our work soon. Please ensure your safety. I shall take my leave now. Bulma, uncertain of their intentions, felt reassured by Gohan's involvement. Yes, we will be cautious. Subsequently, Gohan handed the test tube to Dr. Hito and approached Broly, plucking a strand of his hair. Hey, what are you doing pulling my hair? That hurts, Broly exclaimed. Gohan rolled his eyes. You should be grateful I didn't draw blood. Just bear with it. They then commenced discussions regarding the plan to transfer Tian's consciousness into a new body. After listening attentively, Dr. Hito comprehended Gohan's intent. He aimed to create a body that could facilitate this exchange, a complete, cloned life. Indeed, the idea was for Tien to return the soul to the original body before transitioning to the new vessel. Without hesitation, Dr. Hito initiated the analysis of Broly's genes, while Gohan sought to uncover the secrets of the Super Saiyans through this research. He did not allow the body-snatching individual to remain idle, designating him as a training dummy for Goku and his companions. Following extensive research, Gohan compared Bulma's genetic data and identified the latent genes associated with the Super Saiyan transformation, as well as fragments of the Super Saiyan gene. Based on the conditions of Salad Star, it would indeed require approximately a millennium for a Super Saiyan to emerge. Naturally, Gohan was reluctant to alter this gene haphazardly, for what if it resulted in an explosive transformation? Are we ready to begin the cloning process? Or shall we allow that Tien to sculpt a face first? He inquired. Wait, can you really shape a face during cloning? I hadn't anticipated that. Doctor. Hito chuckled proudly. I aspire to create a superhero. To align with my aesthetic, I must certainly understand the nuances of facial shaping. It is no wonder he could produce the formidable super android. He must have thoroughly studied genetics. Yet thankfully, Hito's nature is not malevolent. Upon learning that he could have his face sculpted, Tien was overjoyed at the prospect of crafting an attractive visage. I declare that Dr. Hito surpasses Dr. Gero. Facial sculpting is indeed a remarkable civilization, Tien exclaimed, immediately beginning to mold his face within the virtual system, his previously uneven features now subject to correction. Gohan and Hito observed, and upon witnessing the transformation, they were left utterly astounded. This fellow audaciously sculpted a visage that did not belong to this realm. Sharp eyebrows and twinkling stars in his eyes, flowing hair cascading down, embodying the very essence of a celestial cultivator. So, you intended to become a Taoist priest, did you? How could you create such an exaggerated appearance? Aren't you concerned about being unable to find a spouse here? What of it? Saiyans are all about maintaining a singular appearance throughout their lives. One must ensure they present themselves attractively. After all, one cannot simply sculpt a beauty mark like Vegetas, can they? Son Gohan fell silent. Indeed, Vegeta would surely deliver a devastating blow to him. After adjusting a few details, the image of a tall, aloof, and transcendent male cultivator was finally molded to perfection. And Tienla nodded in satisfaction. Son Gohan twitched at the corners of his mouth, pondering whether this character's Super Saiyan hair could truly be a lethal weapon. Chapter 129. Hasty Resurrection. Well then, I've completed the facial sculpting. Brothers, I shall rely on you too for my body. Son Gohan and Hate, though taken aback by the incongruous face, accepted the reality of the situation. Time was of the essence, and they needed to proceed with creation. After infusing it with sufficient nutrients, they activated the cloning machine. As the machine whirred to life, Son Gohan utilized his divine power to fabricate a unique environment within, allowing the cells to grow rapidly, achieving an effect akin to that of the hyperbolic time chamber. After more than half an hour of diligent effort, the cloned body was finally complete. Gazing at the figure of the male deity within the machine, Tienla nearly drooled in anticipation. Do not rush to switch just yet. I must first visit Broly. When the time comes, you shall return the body to him. Upon completing his words, Son Gohan instantaneously transported himself to Broly's side. As Broly was currently in Paragus' body, sensing that energy was sufficient, Son Gohan looked ahead and discovered Broly leaning against the rocky wall, clutching his wounds, clearly the result of his battles with the beasts of this planet. Without hesitation, Son Gohan began to heal his injuries and, simultaneously, rendered him unconscious. In the next moment, they manifested together in the laboratory. All right, it's time to switch back. Soon, you shall don your new body. All right. Tienla immediately struck a comically exaggerated pose, calling out to Broly, exchange. In no time, they had swapped bodies. Following this, Tienla aimed for his new form and shouted once more, exchange. Paragus' body collapsed, while Tienla within the machine opened his eyes. As Tienla prepared to laugh heartily at his dashing new physique, the nutrient fluid within the chamber surged into his mouth and nose. A wave of discomfort surged through him, compelling him to struggle desperately in the liquid, a truly precarious predicament. Hey, relax. There's oxygen in there. You won't drown. Upon hearing this, Tienla gradually acclimated. Though still somewhat uncomfortable, it was no longer as terrifying. He then scrawled a few words on the glass wall of the chamber, and Son Gohan tilted his head, finally comprehending. "Oh, you wish to come out? Just a moment, we still need to conduct a check. Do not rush." "Doctor." Hyde was astounded merely by the knowledge that souls could be exchanged, but he never anticipated witnessing it firsthand. The reality of soul exchange was truly astonishing, prompting him to conduct a thorough examination of the individual's brain. Son Gohan, opting for efficiency, entrusted the examination task to Hyde, while he himself seized the vacant shell of Paragus. After a brief exploration, Gohan was able to extract Paragus's soul from the void and reintegrate it into his original body. It can be said that Gohan was fortunate. The soul and body are one entity. When the body perishes, the soul may be lost. Yet if the soul is absent, the body may still endure. As long as the body remains intact, the soul can be restored, for it does not signify true death. Utilizing the ability of instant transmission and divine authority, retrieving Paragus from the underworld proved to be a straightforward endeavor. "Where am I? Was I not already dead?" Paragus slowly rose, as if the toil in the underworld had been but a dream. "How was life in the underworld, Paragus? Did you encounter your long-desired King Vegeta?" Paragus turned to gaze at Son Gohan, overwhelmed by confusion at the sight of this unfamiliar Saiyan. "Who are you? Why do you know my name? Where am I? Are you one of Prince Vegeta's people?" Son Gohan shook his head. "I am Son Gohan, the one who revived you. I am not associated with Vegeta. After all, I have once ruled among the Saiyans myself." Paragus fell silent, as the faint energy emanating from Gohan left him breathless. "You currently have three choices. Return to your previous existence, where you will merely survive. Follow me and obey my commands. Or, as a final option, embrace death." Faced with the increasingly terrifying pressure from Gohan, Paragus had no choice but to decide. He knelt on one knee, bowing his head in allegiance. "Oh, so it is submission? Very well, I shall spare your life." With a wave of his hand, Son Gohan revived the fallen Broly. Upon seeing his father, Broly rushed to his side. Although his father often shocked him, he remained his only kin. "Broly, quickly pay your respects to King Gohan," Paragus urged, intending for Broly to test Gohan's might. Aware of Paragus's intentions, Gohan crossed his arms, watching Broly with disdain. Seeing Gohan's arrogance and the way he belittled his father, Broly bared his teeth in defiance. "Oh, you wish to test me? Allow me to demonstrate my strength, so you may acknowledge it." In an instant, the surrounding space transformed into a blinding whiteness, akin to the hyperbolic time chamber. Not only Broly, but also Dr. Hyde and the trapped Tien were drawn into this realm. What is happening? Is this a spatial transfer technique? This is utterly inconceivable. Although Tien was submerged in the box, he was exhilarated, eager to discover just how powerful Son Gohan had become since his own traversal. "Come on, let us go." Broly suddenly charged forward like a rampaging bull, his body emanating an overwhelming power. Gohan mused to himself, as expected of Broly, even a mere display of strength rivals that of Frieza in his base form. At the moment Broly lunged, Gohan seized his arm, executed a side kick to his leg, and forcefully threw him to the ground with a shoulder throw. Broly, struggling to rise, accelerated and swung his fists at Gohan, who swiftly deflected the punches with remarkable agility. "Is that all you've got? Surely, you can be stronger," Gohan taunted. With a deft maneuver, Gohan knocked Broly's hands aside and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying, followed by a barrage of energy blasts striking Broly's body. Although these blasts lacked substantial force, they undoubtedly stung, particularly as many connected with his face. Aya! Broly, beleaguered by the energy blasts, felt the green energy within him surge, pushing him to a new level of strength. His state now matched that of a Super Saiyan, embodying the principle of becoming stronger when faced with adversity. Broly gathered a green energy blast in his hands, retaliating against Gohan's onslaught with increasing ferocity. "Humph." Gohan observed the green energy blast, clearly unimpressed by its potency. A swift Kamehameha sent Broly crashing to the ground once more, and this time, Gohan had no intention of allowing him respite. He dashed to Broly's side, raining down punches like a tempest, and a vicious kick placed Broly's arm on the brink of fracturing. Broly, dazed from the relentless assault, felt the energy in his pupils ignite with a quiet fury. Chapter 130. The legend unleashed. Broly was propelled backward like a cannonball, rolling across the ground several times before coming to a halt. Paragus, witnessing Broly's inability to counterattack, was struck with disbelief. Logically, Broly had long surpassed King Vegeta. How could this be? Have you truly outstripped King Vegeta? Gohan chuckled, remarking, "What an antiquated comparison. Allow me to enlighten you. Your son must be the legendary Super Saiyan, a warrior born from a genetic mutation once every 1,000 years." "What did you say?" Paragus exclaimed, astonished that Gohan possessed such knowledge despite their lack of prior acquaintance. "Look at that surging green aura. It is irrefutable proof of his Saiyan warrior genes." As Broly rose, his energy surged even higher, causing Gohan's blood to boil with excitement. However, becoming a Super Saiyan was merely the beginning. Witness the true form of a Super Saiyan. Gohan began to gather energy. After his rigorous training with Whis, his understanding of his own body had reached extraordinary heights. His Super Saiyan form attained an impeccable state, boasting an increase in combat prowess beyond Super Saiyan 3, alongside the full power of Super Saiyan 2. Unlike Broly, Gohan radiated brilliant golden light, bolts of lightning dancing around him. With a fierce roar, golden flames enveloped the arena, overwhelming even Broly's green protective aura. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? How can one possess such immense power? It is inconceivable. Son Gohan turned sideways to Broly, beckoning him with a flick of his finger. "Come on, are you afraid?" Upon hearing this taunt, Broly gritted his teeth and charged forward. The two collided, engaging in a primal struggle. The clash of green and golden energy unleashed waves of force, lifting their bodies into the air. To the distant spectators, Tianla and Hade, it appeared as though a butterfly with iridescent wings was soaring through the skies. As their energies intensified, Broly's power surged even further, causing the energy waves to ripple in a dazzling display, making the celestial butterfly seem even more vivid. The wings appeared poised to unfurl within this ethereal space, and the overwhelming energy left Tianla and Hade astonished. Was this not the energy of the Broly who had previously inhabited another body? And Gohan's energy, how could it have grown so formidable? What on earth had transpired? Not only Sun Wukong, but even Vegeta sensed something amiss. No matter how strong Broly had been before, such rapid enhancement was unprecedented. As the energies between Son Gohan and Broly swelled to an apex, a cataclysmic explosion erupted between them. The butterfly transformed instantaneously into a spectacular display of fireworks, emitting a brilliant array of colors accompanied by a chilling shockwave. The formidable aftershock shattered Tianla's glass enclosure, hurling him into the heavens, while Dr. Hade, prepared for such an eventuality, activated his energy shield. Although he was still pushed back 100 meters, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Paragus, frail and aged, was effortlessly swept away, inadvertently striking his head against the ground and losing consciousness. Truly remarkable, the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. It seems the Super movie series did not exaggerate. Maintaining the Super Saiyan blue form is indeed a formidable challenge. Having trained for some time, Tianla was not entirely defenseless. He quickly regained his bearings and flew back to the ground. Noticing the unconscious Paragus, he resolved to bolster Son Gohan, for the latter's demeanor suggested he was toying with his opponent. He lifted Paragus and enveloped him in his own energy, effectively masking Paragus's aura, rendering him unable to awaken from this state. "Hey, Broly, your father was just slain by that wicked Son Gohan. It is truly tragic. He even entrusted me with his last words, urging you to avenge him." Broly, having risen from the crater created by his earlier assault, was momentarily taken aback by the sight. However, upon sensing for his father's energy, he realized it was no longer present. He gazed at his frail, motionless father, and an unfamiliar sensation surged within him, a profound rage, an overwhelming sorrow. Aawawea. Broly's energy erupted with even greater ferocity. His pupils devoid of color as a golden energy enveloped him, his battle prowess escalating to unimaginable heights. "You, Tianla, do you not fear being turned into a golden sandbag with such antics?" Son Gohan had initially intended to refrain from fighting, but now, with Broly's newfound strength, he was left uncertain if he could prevail. "Regardless, there is no turning back. Let us see your true strength." Broly, in his Super Saiyan form, charged forward with a powerful punch. Gohan crossed his arms in a defensive stance. Even a single strike carried a force surpassing that of Super Saiyan Blue. He was thrust back several meters, his arms trembling, compelling him to transform into Super Saiyan Blue to contend. With a mighty shout, Gohan instantly ascended into his Super Saiyan Blue form, engaging Broly in a fierce exchange of blows. Their figures erupted in the air, creating dazzling waves of energy. As the blue aura clashed violently with the raging golden energy, cleaving the space into stark halves. While the power was indeed formidable, I would not be outmatched in technique. Gohan swiftly shifted his offensive strategy, utilizing spatial abilities to confine Broly within a limited range. Broly roared and launched another attack, his surrounding energy and ferocious onslaught preventing Gohan from evading. Employing the technique of Zenkai, Gohan deftly neutralized Broly's strikes, redirecting them toward the spatial walls. As Gohan evaded with agility, Broly's impatience grew. He unleashed a barrage of green energy blasts from his cannon-like hands, firing incessantly as if energy were of no concern. Despite the relentless barrage, a few blasts struck Gohan, and under Broly's potent energy, the assaults were undeniably painful. After enduring a series of attacks, the color of the spatial walls began to shift, resembling a fully charged battery, transforming into a vibrant green hue. Now was the moment. Suddenly, Gohan's form vanished from the space, and the spherical area morphed into a colossal energy bomb, detonating violently under his control. Outside the sphere, Broly's agonized cries echoed, for the concentrated energy inflicted harm even against his formidable protective aura. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged from the smoke of the explosion. Gohan did not behold a fallen Broly, but rather a Broly who had grown more robust, his hair now entirely green. Well, I acknowledge the resilience passed down through the Saiyan bloodline. Chapter 131. Departure. Empowered by the primal force of the great ape, Broly had become even mightier. Now acting purely on instinct, he appeared marginally stronger than the Broly I had encountered before, yet he remained within the realm of control. Gohan immediately evacuated his companions from this space, leaving only himself and Broly. To confront Broly, he would need to transform into his beastly form. However, doing so risked collateral damage to his allies, necessitating their retreat. Awakening the beast's power in his usual state proved exceedingly challenging, a matter best addressed with gradual practice upon his return. During his training with Whis, Gohan had been encouraged to unleash his full potential in his ordinary state, thereby achieving a more perfect execution of Zenkai. Entities akin to angels, when utilizing their innate abilities, exhibit no transformations. They remain in a state of complete ease at all times. This phenomenon resembles the full power of a Super Saiyan seamlessly integrated into their normal state. However, for a race of beings known for their transformations, such a condition is exceedingly difficult to attain. As Gohan unleashed his power, he transformed into a beastly form, while Broly lunged toward him, the only living creature in sight. With a thunderous roar, Broly charged at Gohan with a fierce punch, which Gohan met with his own fist. The space around them rippled with the force of their energy waves, their fists colliding with such rapidity that the very ground of West City trembled beneath them. Seizing a momentary opening, Gohan struck Broly's face, sending him hurtling away with a powerful kick, followed by a rapid-fire energy attack. In midair, Broly caught sight of the terrifying wave of energy and retaliated with a green energy cannon fired from his mouth. Although Broly exerted all his strength, his attack paled in comparison to Gohan's, merely serving to push the cannon back. As the relentless wave of energy approached, Broly, overcome with anxiety, narrowly evaded the strike, which grazed his face. Just as he prepared to launch another assault, Gohan smiled slyly. The previously evaded energy wave veered back, striking Broly squarely in the back. With a howl of anguish, Broly's back was scorched, though his tough exterior prevented a complete breach, leaving him singed. While he was preoccupied with the pain, Gohan closed in. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. Gohan appeared to Broly as a white beast, instilling a sense of dread within him, as the light vanished from his pupils, only to gradually return. With a single punch, Broly's face contorted as he was propelled away at a speed that tore through space, transitioning from white to a riot of colors, ultimately revealing the skyline of West City. The ground shook with a series of resounding crashes as Broly shattered several mountain peaks, shattering glass in nearby buildings and injuring the eardrums of many bystanders. Eventually, Broly succumbed to unconsciousness, embedded within a mountain in a sprawled position. To Gohan's surprise, Broly had not perished. He had anticipated shattering him with a single blow. This outcome was fortuitous, as it spared him the need to resurrect him. Just as Gohan prepared to approach Broly, he was intercepted by an individual. "Hey, Gohan, What on earth are you doing? Who did you just send flying? The people along the way are hurt, and you've made our police work exceedingly difficult. It's not easy finding excuses for you. It's nothing serious. Uncle Krillin, I already defeated that person. Luckily, I possess healing abilities, so I shall tend to everyone right away. Gohan initiated a broad-range healing spell, restoring the health of those affected along the way, including individuals who had prior ailments. Uncle Krillin, everyone should be healed now. I must go and contain that individual. I leave the aftermath to you. This time, I shall let you off. However, refrain from engaging in battles in crowded places in the future, and do not act as recklessly as Goku does. Gohan awkwardly departed from the scene of the incident. He truly should not have fought in West City, as this would have prevented so many injuries. Upon flying to Broly's location, he found him nestled securely amidst the towering mountains. With no alternative, Gohan concentrated his energy to conjure a plunger, utilizing it to extract Broly from his formidable surroundings. This fellow possesses an exceptionally robust physique. Only a minor fracture marred his facial structure. This, indeed, must be the true strength of a warrior race. Although Broly had never encountered a deity, his body had already attained divine attributes, allowing him to swiftly elevate his prowess upon engaging in high-level combat. Admittedly, he had yet to reach the capacity to confront the fused warrior, but individually, he had already achieved a pinnacle status within the universe. After extracting Broly, Gohan administered a modicum of healing before escorting him back to the laboratory. What were you thinking? Who permitted you to engage in such reckless behavior? What if I had been unable to contend with Broly? Here, Frieza has been enhanced, Tien remarked, scratching his head, having not considered the gravity of the situation at the time. Being a traveler, he thought he should have been invincible after all these years. Gohan, not wishing to dwell on the matter, had initially come to bid farewell, but had fortuitously encountered this traveler. The following matters are now in your hands. The temporal void has been mended, and it is time for me to return. Gohan roused Paragus from his slumber, implanting a memory within him to elucidate the current plight of the Saiyan race. If they could not live in peace, they would meet a grim fate. The cause of the temporal void remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps they would cross paths again in the future. Your current form should be immensely powerful. I trust you will safeguard this world. Suddenly burdened with such weighty responsibilities, Tien found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Am I truly meant to protect this world? I have only just arrived. I am still learning. He gazed at his hands, engulfed in uncertainty. Although the notion of traversing worlds was thrilling, an undercurrent of anxiety lingered within him. Fear not, for humanity possesses the greatest adaptability. I, too, have experienced confusion, struggling to comprehend the essence of combat. Yet one day, you will discover your own connections. Tien nodded, understanding that now, as a traveler, he could only strive to endure. Merely a link, suffocating generations. Yet he resolved to grow stronger, even if it was solely for the pursuit of a better life. Gohan patted his shoulder, imparting a skill to soothe his emotions, and then departed instantaneously. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta fortuitously entered the laboratory. Where's Gohan? I wanted to inquire about the situation and also test my Super Saiyan 4 limit breaking. Vegeta, spotting Tien, inquired with curiosity, another Saiyan? Your energy feels oddly familiar. Reminiscent of Broly, yet akin to someone else. Tien, now somewhat drenched in sweat, feared that Vegeta might remark, I recognize your scent from the bed. Chapter 132. Sudden arrival. Son Gohan returned to the realm of the gods of destruction, his abilities now enabling him to utilize instant transmission akin to that of Jebet. He observed Bardock training with Beerus. Although he could not match the current prowess of Goku and others, he had certainly reached the divine level. Many years prior, Bardock had encountered Beerus aboard a mission ship and recognized then that this being, god or cat, was extraordinary. Now, he had witnessed Beerus's true power and realized that he stood no chance against even 10% of Beerus's strength. Oh, your good grandson has returned. I suppose you no longer require my training. Though your strength may be unimpressive, your combat experience is quite extensive. Bardock gasped for breath, bowed respectfully, and returned to son Gohan's side. Gohan, have you clarified the situation? Your return suggests it is time for us to depart, Bardock inquired. Son Gohan nodded and greeted Beerus. Lord Beerus, a traveler from another realm has arrived on Earth. Please ensure he is nurtured properly. He may very well contend for the position of a replacement destroyer. Upon hearing this, Beerus' head spun. What? Another traveler? It's a miracle if I don't destroy him. Who has time to babysit? I still need my sleep. Son Gohan observed the departing Beerus and felt it prudent to remain silent. After bidding farewell to Whis, they contacted Kane to leave. Oh, so it is a traveler. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on the situation, Kane said, contemplating the circumstances. Perhaps the cause of the temporal void could lead to a breakthrough. After reporting the situation, Son Gohan prepared to return. Lord Kane, I'll take my leave now. By the way, does Grandpa Bardock wish to return with us? It has been quite a while since everyone has seen you. Bardock shook his head. No need. I am better suited for battle, and returning would be inconvenient for me. Son Gohan understood Bardock's sentiment. Perhaps he believed he should have been dead long ago. Without lingering, Son Gohan activated the time portal and returned to his world. Phew. I'm finally back. The days felt like a dream. I wonder how everyone is faring. Upon sensing the energy of his companions, he discovered they were all gathered in one place, their energies highly concentrated. What is going on? Why is everyone assembled? Has something happened? Son Gohan immediately utilized instant transmission to join them, and soon understood the situation. Oh, Gohan, you're back. We were just discussing venturing to the demon realm. Do you have any good ideas? The 5-year-old version of Goku was adjusting to his shrunken form. As they deliberated on their diminutive states, they recalled Gohan's previous mention of the demon realm. Had Tintin already been taken by someone from the demon realm? At that moment, a spiky-haired little imp jumped on his son Gohan's shoulders, exclaiming, "You're lucky. You weren't shrunk. Hurry to the demon realm and help us return to our original forms. Caulifla, you've shrunk as well. We should have been more cautious of the demon realm." Seated upon the ground, Gohan pondered. Logically, Galorio should soon arrive at the heavenly temple. However, whom should he take along? To be honest, I am also curious to explore the demon realm, which must harbor numerous secrets. Does anyone wish to venture to the demon realm? Utilizing my spatial abilities, I should be able to transport a few individuals, though there may be dangers lurking ahead. Vegeta, with arms crossed, scoffed and inquired, "Is there anyone formidable in this so-called demon realm? If it is filled with mere Karamis, I would rather seek training with Whis. There are 3 guardians of the Dragon Balls in the demon realm, yet to you all, they may not seem particularly powerful. The Demon King who possesses the 3rd, I might still possess some strength." At that moment, Gohan struggled to recall any formidable figures, merely wishing to uncover the secrets of the dragon and the demon realm. While the group deliberated the prospect of their journey, Gohan turned to Kale behind him and remarked, "Could you refrain from teaching Uncle Vegeta any peculiar terms?" I nearly lost my composure when he referred to Karamis. Kale responded with a mischievous grin, "It's fine. Uncle Vegeta isn't as rigid as you think. Saiyans of this age are still quite youthful." After much discussion, Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, Piccolo, the Supreme Kai, Kale, and Gohan prepared for battle. Although one was merely there for the excitement, Gohan felt a sense of confidence in his strength, especially with 4 Super Saiyans by his side. "Gohan, I shall refrain from causing any trouble. Please ensure your safe return," Bidalai urged. "Yes, I understand, Bidalai. If danger arises, I will lead everyone to the Supreme Kai of Time," Gohan assured her. Following a brief reunion with his companions, Gohan set off towards the distance. Upon reaching the temple, Goku retrieved his Rui Jingu Bang. Mr. Bobo, Tian was taken away by a Grinda, a Namekian, and a little dwarf, correct? Bobo nodded, confirming that Tian had indeed been taken to the demon realm. Now, it remained to be seen whether Galorio would make his appearance. After lingering at the heavenly temple for a while, Gohan indeed sensed a fluctuation in space, as a small spacecraft gradually approached. All eyes were fixed on the vessel as a blue-skinned individual emerged. Galorio, surprised to see the diminutive figures and the unchanged Gohan, had not anticipated that Gohan would remain unaffected. "Excuse me, are you the Gohan who defeated Majin Buu? The first demon realm wishes to invite you as a guest." Gohan approached, confirming his identity, yet he was left with more questions. Logically, Ailins should not have obtained a fragment of Majin Buu. Could it be that she stealthily acquired one during his battle with Evil Buu? Galorio did not inquire about Gohan's unchanged stature. He merely needed to transport them to retrieve the Dragon Balls. "You wish to visit the demon realm. I can assist you, but the spacecraft has limited space, so you must choose who will enter." Gohan smiled. Having painstakingly mastered the art of spatial manipulation, he promptly encapsulated the others within his own space. Subsequently, he created a series of windows within that space, allowing them to view the scenes both inside and outside. What manner of magic is this, capable of achieving such feats? Glorier displayed an expression of disbelief, for such a skill was beyond his experience at his level. This should suffice, as I am quite formidable. Certainly, let us proceed together. Thus, Sun Wufan boarded the spacecraft alongside Glorier. Though it diverged from Iron's expectations, Sun Wufan's strength had not diminished. However, Glorier was unconcerned, as his sole objective was to transport him. Chapter 133. Normal progression. Glorier exhibited commendable piloting skills, swiftly arriving at the vicinity of the jumping lord. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Wufan promptly employed a skill to transform his ears into pointed shapes, ensuring he would not arouse the jumping lord's suspicion. Jumping lord, please open the portal to the demon realm for us. Upon hearing Glorier's call, the ethereal jumping lord glanced at the spacecraft and its occupants. Were you not alone before? Who is this individual with pointed ears beside you? Glorier turned to observe Sun Wufan, noting the genuine transformation of his ears, and continued in accordance with the jumping lord's inquiry. This is a guest invited by our master. As you can see, he is originally from the demon realm. The jumping lord nodded his fish-like head. Since they were both from the demon realm, it was of little consequence. Very well, you may proceed. Glorier piloted the spacecraft through the jumping lord's form, and after a shift in the surrounding scenery, they arrived at a transit station. Following the standard passage procedures, they reached the third demon realm. Sun Wufan surveyed the scene before him, momentarily mistaking it for the exterior of a factory in London. Due to years of rigorous training, Sun Wufan's perception had become remarkably acute. Observing the environment of the demon realm, it bore a striking resemblance to medieval London. Is this truly the demon realm? Why is there so much impurity in the air, and the atmospheric pressure seems quite substantial? Glorier, taken aback by Sun Wufan's remarks, found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps a consequence of lacking a 9-year compulsory education. The onlookers in the spatial compartment turned their gazes toward the window, eager to discern the true nature of the demon realm. This demon realm feels rather similar, does it not? Is it not comparable to Earth? Kakarot, what sort of expression is that? Can this be considered similar? I have visited numerous planets, and only Namek's style bears any resemblance to this. Sun Wukong, too, could not comprehend the differences, as it all appeared to be merely land, various stones, and grasses. The animals seemed alike as well. As his thoughts wandered, Sun Wukong's stomach growled audibly. I find myself somewhat hungry. Does anyone have food? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Sun Wufan suddenly recalled that he had offered all his provisions to Beerus and the others. What a miscalculation. I, too, have no food reserves. Is this the effect of historical correction? As Sun Wukong's hunger grew, Vegeta felt the pangs of hunger as well, and so did Caulifla. Observing the collective hunger, they decided it was best to seek sustenance. Glorier, it seems everyone is rather famished. Are there any dining establishments around here? Shall we dine? I understand. There should be a small town nearby. I shall drive over. Thank you for your assistance. It is no trouble at all, merely a meal, and it won't take much time. Before long, Gilorio brought everyone to a quaint town inhabited entirely by the denizens of the demon realm. All right, everyone disembark. There should be food available here. Son Gohan released everyone from their confines, and upon experiencing the environment, he realized that it indeed felt distinct. Uncle Piccolo, could you please keep an eye on the spaceship? I feel uneasy otherwise. Piccolo accepted this task, as he did not require food and was quite obedient to Gohan. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they began to place their orders. I would like this, and this. I want those as well. Observing the multitude of orders, Gilorio felt an impending sense of financial doom. He couldn't bear the thought of not requesting a receipt from the boss. After a brief wait, they indulged in their meals, astonishing other patrons who witnessed the 4 Saiyans dining with such fervor. Just as they were savoring their food, a commotion erupted outside. It seemed a brawl had broken out. What is happening? Has Uncle Piccolo gotten into a fight? I shall investigate. Son Gohan slurped down his purple noodles and promptly exited to assess the situation. Uncle Piccolo, I am here to assist you. A group of ruffians from the demon realm was mercilessly assaulting Piccolo. Clearly, he had provoked some local miscreants. Boy, are you here to apologize? Look at your child, so bold at such a tender age, truly lacking guidance. Son Gohan had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. With a single punch, he sent the thug flying, his face embedded into the wall. The onlookers recognized that this was clearly an uneven match. A single blow could easily extinguish a life. Nevertheless, among the crowd, A couple of bold individuals believed that their chances would improve if they all attacked at once. As a dozen or so rushed towards him, Son Gohan swept his tail, knocking down a significant number of them. "Curse you! Just wait. You shall regret this." The leader, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, hastily retreated. Son Gohan approached Piccolo to inquire further. "Uncle Piccolo, what transpired? Why were those ruffians targeting you?" Piccolo shook his head, explaining. "They saw me watching over the spaceship and thought I would be easy prey. Truly, they possess no discernment." "Ah, I see. However, as long as the spaceship is unharmed, that is what matters. Wait, where is our spaceship?" Indeed, life is often fraught with disappointments. In the chaos, their ship had been stolen, and the thieves scattered in all directions, leaving Gohan unable to recall many of their faces. This plot felt eerily familiar. An adventure story necessitates a journey on foot. Nevertheless, it was a perfect opportunity to seek out the Dragon Balls in this realm. Gohan and Piccolo returned to the restaurant, nonchalantly finishing their remaining food. After they had feasted, Gohan finally informed everyone about the theft of their spaceship, reasoning that since it was stolen, there was no use fretting and they should not delay their meal. "Oh dear, if the spaceship is stolen, does that mean we must travel on foot?" Caulifla was somewhat astonished. This place was indeed rife with thieves, just like any other. "No worries, we can treat this as a leisurely stroll, right, Vegeta?" Goku maintained a positive outlook, recalling how he had adventured through similar challenges in his youth. Gloria, familiar with the local customs, could only pat his meager wallet and depart this sorrowful locale alongside the others. "Let us proceed in this direction. Perhaps we might procure a spaceship somewhere, for without one, our departure from this place will prove exceedingly difficult." Thus, the group commenced their journey with Gloria, their curiosity piqued by the scenery. Many sights bore resemblance to Earth, while others were entirely foreign. As they walked, the diminutive companions began to tire. Their physical abilities significantly diminished after their transformation. Gohan, therefore, decided to place them into his spatial pocket. Outside remained only Caulifla and Goku. With Cali perched upon Gohan's shoulders, Piccolo meditating within the pocket, and Vegeta attending to his wife. After a time following Gloria, Gohan and the others encountered a predicament. An unexpected dilemma for Gohan himself. Chapter 134. The Dragon. What is that creature? Does such a being exist in the third demon realm? Even the second demon realm lacks anything like it. Gloria exclaimed in awe as he beheld the colossal entity before him, a being he had never even heard of. "Oh dear, if even Gloria is unfamiliar with this, we might be in serious trouble. Taking a detour could take an eternity." Before Gohan and his companions lay an enormous, oval-shaped object resembling a smooth pebble, yet it exhibited a distinct rhythm of breath. The surrounding environment resembled a sheer cliff, and this entity obstructed their only path forward. Is this perhaps a black egg? Could something be on the verge of hatching within? Caulifla leapt down from Gohan's shoulders and prodded the dark surface, confirming the texture reminiscent of an eggshell. This must be an eggshell. Undoubtedly, a massive creature awaits inside, and should we slay it, we could feast for days. Just as Gohan sensed something amiss, Caulifla delivered a powerful punch toward the egg. "Hey, this isn't wise. What if whatever is inside emerges? We wouldn't stand a chance." Cali's strike landed, yet the eggshell remained unyielding, not even a crack appearing. Goku, intrigued by the spectacle, approached Cali for a closer inspection. "Is this eggshell truly that resilient?" Cali couldn't break it. Could it be that our diminished size has also weakened our strength? With that, Goku threw a punch at the eggshell, but it too yielded no response. He exaggeratedly shook his hand in surprise. "Ouch. I didn't expect this eggshell to be so tough." No wonder Cali couldn't break it. Frustration welled up within Cali. How could she possibly fail to shatter an eggshell? In a fit of determination, she transformed into Super Saiyan 2. "Do not underestimate me. Allow me to break this." Her formidable golden fist, crackling with blue arcs of energy, struck the eggshell with the force of a missile explosion, producing a resounding boom. Son Gohan had become too apathetic to intervene. If whatever was inside emerged, they would have to deal with it themselves, as they had come solely for a fight. Goku was once again astonished by the peculiar magic exhibited by these individuals, which seemingly had grown significantly stronger. After a single punch, the shell, previously unscathed, now bore minor abrasions, with a small crack forming at the impact site. "Hey, I refuse to believe this." Kale unleashed her energy once more, transforming into her Super Saiyan 3 form, and rapidly struck at the crack. Thud, 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 thud. Each punch resonated with a deep, thunderous sound, and the fissure continued to enlarge, stretching longer and wider. Suddenly, Goku sensed something unusual and approached son Gohan. Gohan, did you feel that? There seems to be an astonishing power emanating from within that egg, but it vanished in an instant. Gohan had indeed sensed it moments ago and could now feel the immense strength of the creature inside. It appears this being has concealed its presence. Yet I can still detect fluctuations in the surrounding space. Its energy is exceedingly high. So, do you think you can defeat it when it emerges? Gohan furrowed his brow and replied to Goku, I'm not sure, but I can definitely escape. After unleashing dozens of powerful punches, Kale noticed that the crack began to widen on its own, accompanied by ominous cracking sounds. It was evident that whatever was inside was about to break free. From the fissure in the shell, a stunning violet-black light radiated, and a terrifying aura erupted forth. Everyone squinted at the scene, as though witnessing an apocalyptic event. Under the pressure of that dreadful aura, the eggshell began to melt, and before long, it could no longer withstand the strain and shattered explosively. Black scales, skin with a metallic sheen, and razor-sharp teeth emanated an overwhelming sense of danger. Could that be a dragon? It was truly remarkable that such a creature existed in this world. Before their eyes stood a fully armored black dragon, newly born, yet possessing an extraordinarily fearsome power. Roar! A bellow deeper than even Godzilla's reverberated through the air, leaving son Gohan and the others numb with shock. The black dragon fixed its blood-red eyes upon the small group below, then locked its gaze onto Kale, who met its stare defiantly. A creature of legend. Yet I, Super Kale, shall not cower. Come at me, you brute. Kale gathered her strength, but due to her smaller form, her energy reserves were insufficient, forcing her to transform only into Super Saiyan God for the moment. The black dragon, noticing Kale elevate her energy, underwent a dramatic transformation of its own. Streams of violet-black light enveloped its body, and all its energy began to compress into a diminutive core. Astonishingly, the black dragon morphed into a humanoid shape, encased in formidable armor, resembling a warrior clad in black armor. No way. The black dragon's ability to transform is nothing short of astonishing. Kale and the black dragon fighter exchanged powerful blows, the might of Super Saiyan clashing with the essence of the dragon, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that sent shockwaves through the air. Father, retreat quickly. The ground is about to collapse. Gohan and Goku hastily withdrew, with Glorio following closely. The rocks beneath them shattered under the impact, leaving them suspended in midair, engaged in battle. Kale and the black dragon fighter clashed fiercely, initially evenly matched. While Gohan observed with keen interest, he had never scrutinized Kale's combat skills so closely before. Her prowess had significantly improved, displaying no vulnerabilities even against a foe much larger than herself. Goku sat on the ground, chuckling as he watched the fight unfold. You see, Kale often seeks me and Vegeta for sparring when she is bored. Training together has made us all stronger. Gohan nodded in understanding, his gaze returning to the battlefield. As Kale analyzed the black dragon fighter's movements, it appeared he was mimicking her Super Saiyan form, relentlessly attacking. To think you would learn from me. Let's see how you handle this. Kale dodged the dragon fighter's punch, delivering a flurry of 3 kicks that sent him tumbling. She swiftly executed a powerful tornado move, then teleported to his front, launching a flying dragon kick, a variant of their unique dragon fist technique. A golden dragon enveloped the black dragon fighter, plunging him into the abyss below. Now you understand my prowess, she declared. Both the black and golden dragons vanished into the depths, while Gohan and the others gazed in that direction, noticing that numerous peculiar creatures were also swept away by the overwhelming energy. Gohan recognized that this foe could not be so easily vanquished. Sure enough, the ground erupted violently, and a shadowy figure burst forth. Chapter 135. Born this way, the black dragon fighter shot upward like a dark comet, hurtling toward Kale. Be careful, do not underestimate this creature. Kale barely transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, bracing herself against the impact of the dark meteor. Gazing into the crimson eyes of the black dragon, she couldn't help but marvel. Truly, a legendary being, capable of withstanding divine power. The energy within Kale surged forth, prioritizing the thrill of combat over all else. They collided in midair, resembling 2 meteors of red and blue. What exactly is a legendary being? Gohan, do you know? That is a myth I shared with Kale, Legendary beings are those from tales of old. I never anticipated such a dragon would exist in the demon realm. Gohan, momentarily puzzled by the black dragon's origins, recalled someone he had overlooked. Is the Supreme Kai present? Do you know the origins of this black dragon? The Supreme Kai, hidden in a corner of the pocket dimension, heard the call and promptly emerged, observing the battle intently. I thought you might have completely forgotten me, he remarked. Gohan sheepishly smiled, gesturing for assistance. Well, given the current circumstances, that dragon appears to be a kin of the dragon god. However, it is rather peculiar for a member of the dragon race to manifest in the demon realm, especially one so newly born. Gohan found himself perplexed. If this dragon had just come into the world, why engage in combat immediately? During my time alongside the Supreme Kai, I had heard that dragons are destined to fight upon their birth, with the victorious one ascending to the position of leader. The Supreme Kai observed the battlefield, noting that Caulifla was exerting herself to the fullest, while the black dragon seemed to be holding back. It appeared that the black dragon was only utilizing a fraction of its strength, enough to surpass its opponents slightly, conserving energy until it could challenge all present and claim the title of king. No sooner had the Supreme Kai finished speaking than Caulifla was sent flying by a punch. And Gohan swiftly caught her midair. Are you all right? With your size reduced? Don't push yourself too hard. It pains me to see you hurt, he said. Caulifla returned to her normal form and smiled. Stop saying such nauseating things. First, tend to my injuries. Gohan placed her down and began to heal her, while Goku, having grasped the black dragon's intentions, felt a surge of excitement. Shall I take on all challengers? Perfect, this will help me adjust to my body. I haven't faced such formidable opponents in ages. Goku promptly soared towards the black dragon, blocking its path. The black dragon halted, eyeing Goku warily, clearly aware that the combatants had changed. Goku performed a couple of warm-up stretches, then drew his Rui Bang and assumed an offensive stance. Come on. The two launched into action simultaneously, each unleashing their attacks. Goku, leveraging his diminutive size and the Rui Bang, executed a series of evasive maneuvers and strikes with remarkable agility. He jabbed the black dragon in the face, but the dragon caught the blow with its hand, only to be swiftly kicked in the face by Goku as he climbed the staff. The black dragon quickly shook off Goku and retaliated with a barrage of energy blasts, aiming to bring down his adversary. Yet, Goku deftly evaded each projectile, retaliating with forceful strikes from his Rui Bang. Under such circumstances, anyone would struggle to endure. The black dragon reached behind its back, and the armor there seemed to respond. The armor became enshrouded in purplish-black energy, suddenly transforming into a particle-like substance that began to coalesce in its hand, erupting with fearsome power. In an instant, a pitch-black energy sword materialized, rendering Goku's Rui Bang seemingly like a mere toy in comparison. Gohan could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Skills he had trained for extensively were instinctively wielded by some from birth. Truly, talent is an irreplaceable asset. The black dragon charged directly at Goku, and they exchanged blows with their weapons several times, with Goku's Rui Bang devoid of such overwhelming energy. After a series of strikes, the Rui Bang bore numerous scars, and it seemed that one more hit would necessitate a trip back to Earth for repairs. Who would have imagined that a dragon could possess such strength? No wonder Caulifla was unable to best you. This only fuels my excitement further. Let me witness your true power. Sun Wukong immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan god. The strain of the Super Saiyan blue form was still too great for the child's body. The two resumed their fierce combat, with Sun Wukong's extensive battle experience clearly surpassing that of Caulifla. To the astonishment of all, the black dragon found itself at a disadvantage under Sun Wukong's relentless assault. After a series of swift strikes, Sun Wukong sent the creature soaring into the sky, launching a Kamehameha wave directly at the black dragon. The dragon crossed its arms in defense against the oncoming attack. Maximizing his output, Sun Wukong transformed momentarily into Super Saiyan Blue, amplifying the power of his Kamehameha. The black dragon was pushed even further away. It seemed that Wukong intended to hurl the dragon far off, facilitating their escape from this perilous encounter. The analysis of the Supreme Kai was indeed accurate. No one could ascertain the extent to which the dragon could unleash its power. Rather than risking such uncertainty, it was prudent to flee. Father, I'm here to assist you. Son Gohan joined Sun Wukong, having also transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and delivered a supplementary Kamehameha. Gohan's inherent energy was formidable, and the unprepared black dragon was violently propelled away by this unexpected reinforcement, disappearing from sight in no time. Phew, that's a relief. Just when I was satiated, I find myself famished again. Gohan, let us lead everyone away quickly. I can sense that the dragon still harbors considerable power, and we may not stand a chance against it. Gohan, not one to revel in battle like his original counterpart, refrained from recklessly taking flight. After all, this was not the realm of manga. He swiftly placed everyone into a spatial pocket and, taking a wide detour, arrived at their intended path. After a burst of acceleration, they found themselves several kilometers away, and judging by the desolate landscape ahead, the dragon should not be able to pursue them easily. Gloria, come forth and verify if this is the correct route. If it is, lead us in search of the Dragon Balls here. Gloria was released and surveyed the surroundings, confirming that they were indeed on the right path. Although he was unsure how Gohan had learned of the Dragon Ball's presence, this aligned with Lady Iron's plans. So they proceeded onward without hesitation. As they continued down the designated path, a sense of relaxation washed over the group, as the ominous presence of the black dragon seemed to dissipate. Not far ahead, a structure emerged in the distance, resembling a shop. Gohan sensed no immediate danger, and they all entered the establishment. Chapter 136. Merely rubbish. Excuse me, is anyone here? We wish to purchase some items. After calling out several times, the shopkeeper hurriedly emerged from the back room. Welcome. We offer a variety of insect delicacies and local specialties, each with diverse effects. Don't miss out. Sun Wukong picked up a candy resembling an ant and inquired of the shopkeeper, "What is this? What does it do?" The shopkeeper promptly approached Sun Wukong, enthusiastically explaining the various benefits of the insects. This particular insect can restore stamina. Consuming it will rejuvenate your vigor in an instant. And this one, when shared by two individuals, enables fusion. Sun Wukong found himself utterly captivated by the wondrous insects, akin to an alternative version of the celestial beings, truly resembling ethereal worms. Son Gohan leaned closer to Glorio and inquired, "Does the demon realm accept gold? Or perhaps gems? I wish to procure more of these insects." Glorio paused momentarily, realizing that Gohan possessed wealth, which meant the previous currency must have belonged to them. Although I am unfamiliar with your currency, the demon realm does indeed engage in transactions using gold. Understanding this, Son Gohan promptly retrieved a substantial piece of gold from another dimension, a generous gift from his grandfather Bardock. "Owner, I shall purchase all the stock of these insects you have. Just tell me how much gold is required." The owner, taken aback by the massive gold piece, wondered if such a sight was even permissible in the third demon realm. Suspecting it might be a clandestine visit from the Demon King, the proprietress carefully took the gold to weigh it, cautiously slicing off a small piece with a knife, fearful of cutting too much. After weighing it, she returned the remaining gold along with the knife to Son Gohan. "This amount is sufficient. I shall prepare your order." Son Gohan smiled and replied, "No need for packing. I can carry it myself. Instead, could you assist me in finding something like a flying machine?" With a grand gesture, Son Gohan gathered the insects, distributing a few to everyone. Upon hearing flying machine, the proprietress called for her husband, Saiyan, "Come out." The husband stumbled to the front, and together with his wife, they presented a plant cannon resembling a cotton swab. Is this contraption truly functional? The chasm ahead appears rather wide. I hope it won't plummet. The couple waved their hands dismissively, assuring, "Just sit on it. There's no problem at all. Many have used it, and the complaint rate is 0. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the Kaioshin's forehead, pondering how those who hadn't made the journey could possibly lodge complaints. Given the peculiar environment, Son Gohan had yet to fully acclimate, and an overwhelming surge of energy could easily attract the black dragon. "All right, let us ascend. If you prefer not to sit, you may enter my space." Son Wukong was eager to try it out, and Caulifla was excited to join in the fun, while the others entered Son Gohan's realm. With the assistance of the merchant couple, Son Gohan and the others successfully took flight. Son Wukong, positioned at the front, felt the force of the wind nearly contorting his face, while Caulifla, clutching Son Gohan's neck, radiated joy. However, Son Gohan was less than pleased, as even in her smaller form, Caulifla's strength was considerable, leaving him dizzy in the air. After a thrilling flight, they reached the opposite side, and Son Gohan's previously purple face returned to a healthy hue. "I thought I was meeting Frijo in heaven." He released Glorio to navigate, brushing off the dust from his clothes before continuing. "Look, there's a small town ahead. Let us see if there's anything to eat." Upon spotting the town, Sun Wukong's stomach emitted a distress signal, and before Son Gohan could react, he dashed ahead. "Father, wait for me. We are unaware if enemies lie ahead." Gu Luoyao, observing that others had passed, had no choice but to follow suit. After ascending several steps, they discovered the locals congregated in a square, where they concealed themselves to assess the situation. "Quickly surrender this month's gold coins, or beware of my whip." A soldier lashed out violently at the crowd, causing the residents to tremble, clutching their hard-earned gold coins, their eyes filled with dread. "All right, next." An elder timidly offered 2 coins to the soldier, who glared at him and the meager offering, erupting in rage. "You fool! How dare you present so little? Do you wish to perish?" The elder immediately pleaded, "Please, sir. I possess only this much. I cannot afford to lose any more years of my life. I am on the brink of death." The soldier, uninterested in the elder's plight, pulled out a life-draining device, forcing the elder to wear it. As the machine whirred to life, the elder's visage became even more wrinkled, and his vitality diminished significantly. Satisfied with the energy harvested, the soldier turned his attention to the next victim. These scoundrels are utterly abhorrent, committing such unforgivable acts. Sun Wukong clenched his fists in indignation, while Califa reminisced about her days as a rebel, nearly transforming into a Super Saiyan. "Everyone, remain calm. We must not recklessly reveal our identities. Let us wait a moment." Just then, a bomb exploded amidst the soldiers, sending chili powder flying everywhere. "Cough, cough, who is disrupting official business?" Upon finishing his words, a stone struck the leader squarely in the face. Though the damage was minimal, it was deeply humiliating. A soldier soon spotted the instigator, a masked imp, and immediately called for reinforcements. "The troublemaker is over there. Seize him and do not let him escape." The masked figure fled in response, prompting the soldiers to pursue. However, it was evident that the imp was weak. Despite his agility, he was soon cornered in a narrow alley. Just as the masked figure neared the alley's exit, a squad of soldiers barred his path. "Humph, you dare strike my face? Let us see where you can run." As the soldiers approached menacingly, ready to enact their humiliation, a figure with long hair appeared. "You wretches, if you wish to touch that imp, you must first contend with me." They turned to find another imp, this one adorned with red hair, exuding no discernible aura. The newcomer was none other than Super Saiyan 4 Califa, who donned a seemingly useless breath-holding ring for caution against the Black Dragon. Unexpectedly, "There is a comrade. Are you here to meet your doom?" Bang! Pathetic weaklings. Had it not been for the need to conceal my identity, I would not even transform into Super Saiyan 4. My normal form could easily obliterate you. Before the leader could react, he was sent crashing into the wall, while Califa surveyed the remaining soldiers, contemplating her next move to unleash havoc. Chapter 137. Unable to fight back, alas, the captain was ambushed. "Everyone, rally together." A group of soldiers hastily armed themselves and charged forward. Yet they were no match for Caulifla. With a deft flick of her wrist, she seized a staff hurled at her, sending 5 men soaring through the air. Then, with a swift thrust, the front lines were engulfed in a mist of crimson. Beside her, the masked figure, known as Pongi, gasped in horror at the scene unfolding before him. The sight was utterly shocking. As the other soldiers witnessed their comrades fall so effortlessly, fear gripped them, rendering their legs weak as they began to retreat. What manner of creature is this, possessing such terrifying strength? In desperation, they drew laser guns and aimed at Caulifla. With a casual motion, she deflected the beams of light, advancing towards them with a terrifying demeanor. "What is the matter? Is this all the power you possess? Just moments ago, you were so arrogant, yet now you wish to flee?" While the soldiers were fixated on Caulifla, Son Gohan and his companions seized the opportunity to rescue Pongi, leading him out of the city. As they journeyed along the path, piercing screams and the ominous sounds of bones snapping and berries exploding echoed around them. Even though Caulifla had diminished in size, her wrath was disproportionate, having not even faced the Black Dragon. "Poor cannon fodder, you shall be the recipients of her fury." They brought Pongi to a relatively safe location. As the screams began to subside, Son Gohan utilized instant transmission to summon Caulifla back. "What of the soldiers? Did they not pursue us?" Caulifla rolled her eyes and replied, "You should ask if there are any survivors. These little Karalimi are not to be trifled with." She reverted from her transformed state, consuming a senzu bean to replenish her energy, for the strain of Super Saiyan 4 was considerable. Pongi, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Who are you? And why did you help me? Moreover, What was that magic you just used? It was so powerful. I am Caulifla, and this is son Gohan, followed by his father, son Wukong, and the navigator, Gloria. Upon hearing their introduction, Pongi responded, I am Pongi. It is a pleasure to meet you. Caulifla settled into a more comfortable position and continued, what you witnessed was not magic, but a transformation, a unique ability of our Saiyan race. Ah, I see. I never imagined there were such formidable individuals in this world. However, you must have a purpose for coming to the demon realm. Is there any way I can assist you? Son Gohan and Pongi explained, my companions have been shrunk by Goma using the Dragon Balls, and he has also abducted my friend. Thus, we have come here to find the Dragon Balls and rescue my friend. Gloria added, indeed, to traverse the various demon realms. We require a spaceship. It would be immensely helpful if you could assist us. Pongi tucked away his mask and smiled gently, gesturing with a pat on his chest. Follow me. Since you are enemies of Goma, you are my allies as well. Acquiring a spaceship is a trivial matter. After a brief respite, they set off with Pongi, allowing the group to breathe fresh air. In a dense forest, Elise asked the elderly woman who was concocting a new demon, are you able to create it? Observing the strikingly alluring Grindel, the elderly woman fell into silence. What was the rush? Could this truly be accomplished simply by inquiry? In pursuit of creating a more intelligent and obedient demon, Aelin specifically stipulated requirements, using cultivated beings as a foundation. It was nearly complete, rest assured. My creations have always proven successful. After all, I was the one who fashioned the demon Bu, so there should be no significant issues. After a brief wait, the base for the demon was nearing completion, and it was time to summon the entity. Lady Aelins, please introduce the seeds of the cultivated beings. With the addition of your saliva, the demon shall come to fruition. Aelins incorporated the seeds and added her own saliva. Upon merging with the base of Demon Bu, a formidable aura was born. A yellow demon emerged, possessing a slender physique reminiscent of Bu, yet adorned with a visage akin to the four-star dragon, truly a singular beauty. Thus, this Demon Bu took on the name Demon Ku. Demon Ku, splendid. My name shall be Demon Ku. Thank you for the bestowed name, my master. Aelins nodded in approval. Indeed, he exhibited far greater intellect than the simpleton Bu and demonstrated commendable obedience. Next, it was time to assess his combat prowess. Very well, Demon Ku. You are now in my service. You may address me as Lady Aelins. I wish to evaluate your fighting capabilities. Follow me. Yes. I shall complete the task with utmost diligence. And so, the master and her servant journeyed towards a distant planet in this world, intent on challenging the dragon god for the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, within the third demon realm, a black dragon floated in search of an equally matched adversary. Suddenly, it sensed a formidable aura emanating from another realm. Without hesitation, the black dragon tore through the fabric of space, arriving in the first demon realm, heading directly towards the Dragon Ball's location. At that moment, Demon Ku was engaged in a fierce battle with the dragon god. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the black dragon came to an abrupt halt. Aelins looked up, noticing a dragon-like figure enveloped in dark energy, clad in armor, radiating strength. Who is that? Is he observing our battle? While I have no objections to spectators, I hope he does not attempt to seize my Dragon Balls. After an intense confrontation, as anticipated, Demon Ku conceded defeat. The dragon god of the first demon realm proved to be exceptionally formidable, possessing abilities at least on par with Super Saiyan 3 and beyond. Forgive me, Lady Aelins, I have lost. The dragon god is truly remarkable, he chuckled ruefully. Aelins was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Demon Ku would falter. Did this imply that the dragon god surpassed even Demon Bu? Truly, appearances can be deceiving, and one cannot measure the depths of the ocean merely by its surface. Just as Demon Ku retreated, the black dragon descended before the dragon god. Are you also here for the Dragon Balls? If you wish to obtain them, you must first defeat me. The black dragon paused momentarily, emitting a deep sound accompanied by an unintelligible language. Dragon Balls? The dragon god, taken aback, pondered. Isn't that the divine tongue? Could this being be a deity? Am I truly to fight a god? Meanwhile, the black dragon remained unfazed by such considerations. All he sought was the thrill of battle, for he was the unparalleled Dragon King. It appears that this battle is unavoidable, does it not? Come, let me witness your true strength. The black dragon seemed to comprehend, releasing the energy within its body and adopting a combat stance. This creature dares to challenge the god of balls. It seems the situation has grown intriguing indeed. Irons decided to find a spot alongside the demon Qua, and they began to observe the unfolding clash. Chapter 138. The disparity is vast. Demon Qua. Who do you believe will emerge victorious between these two? After observing the two opponents locked in a gaze, Qua fell into contemplation. How shall I put it? I cannot best either of them. The energy radiating from that black creature appears to surpass that of the god of balls. Perhaps it stands a chance of winning. Irons also believed that the black dragon held the greater odds, and it seemed its objective was not the Dragon Balls. If it were to triumph in this confrontation, she could seize the opportunity to claim the Dragon Balls for herself. As Irons pondered how to exploit the situation, the black dragon suddenly propelled itself towards the god of balls with a single powerful kick, mimicking the moves of Khalifa. The god sensed the impending danger and sidestepped to evade the dragoness fist, yet the black dragon utilized the combat techniques learned from battling Khalifa, delivering a rapid spinning kick that struck the god of balls in the abdomen, sending it flying and causing it to spew a mouthful of acidic fluid. Impressive. To strike the god of balls so swiftly. Both Irons and Demon Quo were utterly astonished. The black dragon pressed the advantage, landing powerful blows that repeatedly sent the god of balls careening through the air before forcefully slamming it down to the ground. The god of balls staggered to its feet, attempting to unleash its full power in retaliation, only to see the black dragon gathering a blinding light in its palm. An energy wave learned from Khalifa and Gohan, the Kamehameha. The energy wave rapidly approached, and the god of balls hurriedly formed a protective barrier, but the force of the wave exceeded all expectations. The barrier began to shatter almost immediately, prompting the god to shout towards the energy wave, "I concede. You have won." The black dragon seemed to comprehend the words of the god, and the energy wave abruptly ceased. Irons and Quo were left speechless. The god of balls had not even the chance to resist. Upon landing, the black dragon appeared to sense something, soaring into the sky and vanishing through space. What on earth does this creature desire regarding the Dragon Balls? The god of balls stood in a daze. Seizing the opportunity, Irons tugged Quo forward, ready to claim the spoils. Castle of King Kadin in the third demon realm. Pongji led the group to his father's castle. Gohan and the others gazed around, exclaiming, "My, how grand is the home of a demon princess." Pongji smiled slightly and replied, "It is precisely because I am a princess that I dare to venture forth and assist those in need." After ascending the steps to the castle, they arrived at the central hall, where King Kadin was leisurely sipping a drink upon his throne. "Father, I have returned. Look who I have brought with me." King Kadin scrutinized the peculiar, round-eared individuals behind his daughter, feeling considerable perplexity. "My dear, who are these people? Did you bring them for a specific purpose?" As a seasoned individual, Gohan understood the moment called for self-introduction, stepping forward to bow. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Gohan, and I look forward to your guidance." The remaining companions introduced themselves in turn, and King Kadin made a valiant effort to remember their names. Pongji added, "They are truly formidable." That sister single-handedly swept through the entire guard squad, astounding. The one referred to as Sister, Karafura, instantly darkened her expression, about to erupt in anger, but was silenced by Gohan's hand over her mouth. "Calm down. Pongji is a Majin. Despite his youthful appearance, he is actually 82 years old." Karafura's expression shifted from excitement to astonishment. 82 years. Indeed, he is from the same realm as the Supreme Kai. The lifespan of a Majin is truly extraordinary. King Kadin, somewhat skeptical, remarked, "I have heard you require assistance with flying vehicles. However, I must first ascertain your capability to defeat Goma." Gohan exchanged glances with his companions and nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall prove it." After some preparations, they arrived at the training grounds of King Kadin's soldiers. In this plaza-like area, a group of soldiers was diligently practicing their techniques, each move executed with utmost seriousness. Witnessing this scene, Karafura was reminded of her own training days on Salad Star, and a wave of nostalgia washed over her. "Come now, let me witness your true strength. You need not be exceptional. If one of you can challenge 5 soldiers and win, that would suffice." Vegeta, observing the ragtag group below, mused about the supposed prowess of the Demon Realm's soldiers, concluding that whether they were his comrades or not, they were all quite pathetic. Such trivial matters are for children. Handle it yourselves. You are too weak to warrant my involvement. Gohan paid no mind to Vegeta. These soldiers were indeed far beneath his capabilities. Meanwhile, Goku's thoughts were consumed with how to confront that black dragon, the true opponent he yearned to battle. Since Uncle Vegeta isn't stepping up, I shall take the initiative. I haven't had a chance to stretch my limbs in a while. Might as well treat it as a light workout. Gohan positioned himself at the center of the plaza, loosening his joints as he assumed a battle stance, scanning the crowd as if issuing a challenge to everyone present. What's the matter? Do you require me to select 5 opponents? Gohan chuckled, then proclaimed to all in attendance, I am not merely challenging 5 individuals. I challenge all of you. If you deem my confidence as arrogance, then come forth and test your mettle. Should anyone manage to repel me, I shall reward them with a ton of gold. The soldiers regarded Gohan with disdain. Not only did they believe it improbable for him to challenge all at once, but they also found his wager of a ton of gold laughable, prompting a wave of laughter among them. Ah, it seems this young friend is quite confident. Let me see for myself. Perhaps that ton of gold will soon be mine. A heavily armored soldier, wielding a massive hammer, approached, clearly dismissive of Gohan's claims. Very well. Come at me. I shall not be intimidated. The hammer-wielding soldier charged, swinging his colossal weapon toward Gohan's left arm. Pongji began to worry for Gohan. The hammer struck with a resounding thud, causing Pongji to cover his eyes, while the others remained unfazed, engaging in their own conversations. The hammer soldier wore a grin, but as he closely examined the figure before him, his smile morphed into one of disbelief. What? Son Gohan effortlessly shifted the massive hammer from his left arm and, with a slight smile directed at the soldier, remarked, Since you have already made your move, it is now my turn. With a subtle exertion of strength, he freed himself from the hammer's grasp and delivered a straightforward, unembellished punch with his right hand. The colossal hammer-wielding soldier was sent flying like a cannonball, colliding with several other soldiers along his trajectory before crashing into a wall. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the pile of fallen warriors, utterly surprised that Son Gohan was not jesting. Instantly, they furrowed their brows, exchanged hushed whispers, and ultimately resolved to confront him in unison. Chapter 139. The God of Balls number 3. A horde of individuals surged forward, believing that Son Gohan, being but one, could not possibly evade the onslaught of so many. Yet, they were mistaken. As they attacked, they discovered he possessed an uncanny ability to dodge with remarkable agility. While evading their strikes, he did not neglect to retaliate with a punch or kick, leaving those struck either unconscious on the spot or embedded in the wall. None could withstand his blow. Kakarot. Is this technique you learned truly the unfettered state? It seems less formidable than yours, Son Goku remarked, munching on some food he had procured from the castle while watching the spectacle unfold. Indeed, it appears he has employed some techniques of the unfettered state. Though it is not the genuine article, he answered Vegeta. Vegeta nodded in understanding, realizing that Gohan's current state bore little resemblance to Goku's mastery of the unfettered state. Caulifla, puzzled, inquired about when Uncle Goku had mastered such skills. Oh, you mean this? I learned it long ago while training with Vegeta, and simply hadn't he mentioned it. Goku replied casually. But why hasn't he Uncle Vegeta learned it too? Didn't you train together? Caulifla pressed. Vegeta scoffed, declaring with pride, I have no desire to be like Kakarot. If I were to learn from him every time, I would always lag behind. Caulifla was left speechless. Vegeta had once surpassed Son Goku, yet now he had reverted to second place. Indeed, his arrogance hindered his growth. After their brief exchange, Son Gohan had nearly concluded his battle, leaving only a few standing, who were no match for him. King Kadin, after a moment of dazed realization, noticed his soldiers were dwindling. All right, enough. You've won. If this continues, I shall have no soldiers left, he conceded. Son Gohan relaxed his combat stance and employed a healing spell on the fallen soldiers. In no time, they had all recovered. Though it had drained considerable energy from Son Gohan, he would replenish it with sustenance shortly. King Kadin, momentarily taken aback by the astonishing magic, found it truly incredible. After confirming the strength of Son Gohan and his companions, King Kadin honored his promise and prepared a lavish feast for them. The task of overthrowing Goma is entrusted to you. If you succeed, I would not mind offering my daughter's hand in marriage to you. As Son Gohan swallowed the morsel in his mouth, he pointed at himself in confusion, and King Kadin nodded in agreement. Goodness, are you selling your daughter or aspiring to be my father-in-law? Such extremes. Bulma chimed in with a teasing tone. Oh, I didn't realize Gohan was so fortunate. He has suddenly acquired a young wife. Son Gohan coughed violently and retorted, No, that's impossible. I'm not even 20 yet. You all are demons. Isn't Poji over 80? To which they responded, "Not even 20? Who would have thought Gohan is still a little brother?" Gohan found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to counter, and simply resumed shoving food into his mouth. After a hearty meal, everyone rested in the castle for the night, preparing to set off the next day. Given the large number of visitors, they were reluctant to remain cooped up in the confined space, so they rented an aircraft. The operational logic of the Demon World's aircraft was somewhat unclear to them, prompting King Kadin to arrange for a pilot, the renowned Sai. "Hello, I'm Sai." After introductions were exchanged, Vegeta and the others boarded Sai's vessel, and together they made their way to the Dragon Balls in the third demon realm. During the journey, Sun Wukong quietly asked Son Gohan, "Hey, is that the third eye on Sai's belt? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Is it really that powerful?" "It's Sai, Dad. But you have indeed seen the third eye before. Just wait a moment." With that, Gohan retrieved a jar from his space, revealing the third eye. Actually, the ant who sold medicinal insects had this for sale. Those little snacks were quite extraordinary. Just the resurrection insect, a substitute for the magical beans, would last me quite a while. Sun Wukong expressed surprise. "So this can be bought so easily? Even something as trivial as a gun isn't readily available. Hey, are there any other miraculous items? If they could aid in training, that would be splendid. Wait for me. I have time now. Let me take a look." Son Gohan produced a manual, which was also part of the packaged goods, detailing the effects of what he had purchased, combining, beautifying, enhancing strength, restoring magical power, curing all ailments, growing wings, and even boosting vitality. What peculiar functions. After searching for a while, Gohan discovered something that seemed to aid in training. Calming insect. It allows one to focus solely on a single task, eliminating all distractions for an entire day. Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked, "Can this really be used for training? I feel like I can focus on my training for a whole day by myself. What would I need this for?" Observing his father for a moment, Gohan explained, "Dad, haven't you learned the ultimate ease? Consuming this should help you maintain that state for a longer duration. And the side effects of the resurrection insect can be disregarded." Upon reflection, Sun Wukong agreed. Though he was still unsure about his current physical state and whether he could handle the side effects, thus requesting a larger quantity to take back for use. After some time in flight, they arrived at a town, the very location of the 3-star ball. After a simple meal at a restaurant, everyone inquired about the location of the dragon god and proceeded together. In an open space, a figure resembling a robot stood in the center, wielding a massive hammer, with a dragon ball embedded in its abdomen. That must be the dragon god, though it appeared rather unassuming. Nonetheless, it seemed sufficient for a warm-up. With that, Sun Wukong began his preparations, and the others did not deter him. As Vegeta too was curious to witness the prowess of the dragon god against the diminished strength of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong leaped before the dragon god, assuming a combat stance. "Are you here for the Dragon Ball? That means you must endure a trial. Come forth and demonstrate your worthiness to claim the Dragon Ball from me, Dragon God number 3. My name is Sun Wukong, and indeed, I have come to challenge you and gauge your strength." The Dragon God number 3 chuckled. Having never been defeated thus far, the boy seemed trivial and unthreatening. They exchanged bows, and the Dragon God number 3 wasted no time, swinging his hammer toward him. Sun Wukong deftly sidestepped, brandishing his Rui Jingu Bang, and struck the Dragon God number 3 on the head. The Dragon God's eyes widened in surprise, as he had not anticipated anyone could match his speed and counterattack so swiftly. Intrigued, he resolved to take the encounter more seriously. Chapter 140. The first acquisition. The Dragon God number 3 charged at Sun Wukong, unleashing a more formidable force with an increased velocity. Undeterred by the hammer, which was nearly as large as his own body, Sun Wukong nimbly evaded each strike. As one blow descended, he leapt backward, extending his Rui Jingu Bang to maneuver around the Dragon God's back, landing a blow that sent him flying several meters away. Realizing that close combat was not his forte, the Dragon God extended his fingers, launching energy blasts towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong reverted his Rui Jingu Bang to its original length and executed a rapid display of staff techniques, deflecting the incoming projectiles with precision. Their battle drew no attention from the surrounding spectators. The energy blasts flew wildly, occasionally landing perilously close to the audience. Goten could not stand idly by and took it upon himself to deflect the blasts to prevent any harm to the onlookers. "Dad, don't let him fire those energy blasts. It would be disastrous if someone got hurt." Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly advanced. redirecting the energy blasts to the ground nearby. As he approached the dragon god number 3, the latter swung his hammer toward him. Sun Wukong, unwilling to hold back any longer, thrust forcefully and landed a strike on the dragon god's arm. The impact left the dragon god momentarily numb, causing the hammer to drop. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong leapt and delivered a kick, sending the dragon god sprawling. Undeterred, the dragon god quickly regained his footing and charged at Sun Wukong once more. He unleashed a powerful punch, which Sun Wukong blocked with crossed arms. Who would have thought there could be a being stronger than Dabura in the demon realm? No wonder the Dragon Balls here remain unused. The dragon god chuckled in response. So you are quite confident then? Come, attempt to defeat me. They engaged in a fierce exchange, each collision of fists and feet resonating with thunderous roars, leaving the local residents utterly astonished. It is truly astonishing that there exists an individual capable of exchanging blows with the deity of the ball. After engaging for a while, they both kicked away from each other, creating an ideal distance for their energy waves. Sun Wukong began to gather the Kamehameha, while Ball God No. 3 commenced the accumulation of his energy cannon. Kamehameha. In unison, they propelled their energies forward, colliding with one another and illuminating the scene with a dazzling brilliance. Their energy waves were evenly matched, and for a moment, Ball God found himself at a loss against Sun Wukong, preparing to secretly retract his hammer. The hammer on the ground stirred slightly and swiftly flew towards Sun Wukong's back. Just as Sun Wukong was about to intensify his assault, he sensed an unusual presence and promptly sidestepped, narrowly evading the hammer's attack. With the obstruction of the Kamehameha removed, the energy sphere rapidly descended towards the ground, prompting Sun Wukong to disperse it with a swift chop of his hand. Ball God was taken aback, a term suddenly surfacing in his mind, which he could not help but exclaim, Zizai? Sun Wukong was equally astonished to hear those words, realizing that Ball God was familiar with Zizai. You know Zizai? I never expected anyone in the great demon realm to be aware of such divine techniques. Ball God's fighting spirit waned. It dawned on him that Sun Wukong had not been exerting his full strength. With a mere casual use of Zizai, Ball God might as well concede. Why didn't you unleash your full power? Logically, you should be able to defeat me with ease. In response to his query, Sun Wukong casually replied, If I had used my full strength from the outset, it would have been rather dull, wouldn't it? Moreover, battling in a relaxed state is itself a form of training. Isn't that more interesting? Ball God number 3 was left speechless, realizing he was merely a target for Sun Wukong's practice. Although Sun Wukong did not look down upon him, he still felt a twinge of hurt. Is that so? Then I implore you to demonstrate your true strength in combat, for I wish to witness just how formidable you truly are. With that, Ball God No. 3 charged towards Sun Wukong, bringing his hammer down with great force. Out of respect for his opponent, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, his fists brimming with tremendous power, striking the descending hammer with a mighty blow. The clash of their formidable powers generated astonishing shockwaves, as if a mighty wind swept across the entire plaza. Moments later, visible cracks appeared on the hammer, which then erupted with a thunderous roar. I have lost. This contest is yours. Ball God gazed at Sun Wukong, recognizing that this was not even his full potential, and he certainly was no match for him. It seemed that his other 2 brothers would also be unable to withstand Sun Wukong's prowess. Peng Ji, having witnessed this battle, felt a surge of excitement, affirming his belief that they could indeed defeat the demon King Goma. Incredible. I never realized your father was so formidable, capable of vanquishing the legendary Ball God. Ball God number 3 restored his hammer and finally stood upright, removing the Dragon Ball from his chest. Having defeated me, it is time for you to accept the final trial. Should you succeed, the Dragon Balls shall be yours. Thus, the God of Balls number 3 produced 5 containers, placing the Dragon Ball within one of them, and began to shuffle their positions. His hands moved with increasing speed, as if he had been single for 3 decades, rendering his motions nearly imperceptible to the ordinary observer. After a period of exchange, he finally ceased, prompting Sun Wukong to reveal the location of the Dragon Ball. With a gentle smile, Sun Wukong pointed towards a specific spot behind him, and everyone followed the direction of his finger. To their astonishment, the Dragon Ball was not within the containers, but rather hanging beside a tree. Upon hearing the correct answer from Sun Wukong, the God of Balls felt no surprise and handed the Dragon Ball over to him. Now in possession of the first Dragon Ball, It was time to journey to the second demon realm. Let us depart, Galero. It's Girolio, with the Dragon Ball in hand. They prepared to head to the second demon realm. As they boarded the aircraft, Son Gohan suddenly sensed something amiss. He seemed to have forgotten an important detail. Suddenly, several aircraft appeared in the distance, unmistakably the planes of the Demon King's soldiers. Indeed, the locator on Pongi's neck had not been disabled. As everyone settled into the plane, it became evident that the Demon King's soldiers were in pursuit. I will deal with them. Lord Kaioshin, please remove the collar from Pongi's neck. With that, Son Gohan exited the plane and soared towards the group of soldiers. Following Son Gohan's lead, Kaioshin complied, removing the collar from Pongi's neck. In that moment, Pongi momentarily forgot the collar's purpose, feeling a twinge of regret. Son Gohan, observing the approaching aircraft, embraced the spirit of if my friends perish, I shall not survive either, and summoned several flying swords, launching them directly at the enemy planes. The aircraft erupted in midair, their occupants vanishing before they even realized what had occurred. Chapter 141, The Junkyard. Son Gohan watched as the planes transformed into a cascade of fireworks, and to his surprise, various sizes of soldier uniforms appeared in his hands. He returned to his companions, distributing the uniforms among them. Now we can impersonate the soldiers as we proceed to the second demon realm. He then produced a motherboard for Pongi and Bulma to study, ensuring their identities would be perfectly concealed. Impressive, Gohan. I never anticipated you would think of so many details. You have been a tremendous help. Thus, disguised as soldiers, they successfully arrived at the second demon realm. In the skies of the second demon realm, two planes sped forward, while below stretched an endless expanse of green ocean. Is this truly the second demon realm? It's all sea. And look, there appears to be a Namek star above. Is it true, son? That place must be the homeland of our ancestors. May I visit it? After listening, Gilorio added to the crowd, it is safe to go there. But everyone must exercise caution. The aircraft cannot fly too low, for there resides a great sea monster that could devour us if we descend too close. Subsequently, they arrived at the planet, which bore a striking resemblance to Namek, yet was sparsely populated. Is this truly the homeland of the Namekians? Indeed. It evokes a sense of nostalgia. Sun Wukong glanced at the nearby trees, which appeared exceedingly familiar. These trees are indeed from Namek. It is surprising they were transported from the demon realm. No wonder they are difficult to cultivate. As Piccolo quietly reminisced, an aged Namekian emerged. The very individual who had assisted Goma in abducting Tian. Ah, what a surprise. I have visitors here. Oh, are you also a Namekian? You don't seem particularly formidable, he remarked. Piccolo was momentarily speechless. Not only was his power inferior to Tian's, but his combat prowess paled in comparison to the Saiyans present. I am a combat-type Namekian, and I am currently the strongest among my kin. By the way, who are you? You were the one who helped Goma take Tian, correct? I am Naiba, the only Namekian here. That person is indeed named Tian, and he possesses far greater talent than you, responded Naiba. Piccolo's muscles tensed in indignation. The repeated mention of talent was infuriating. Naiba then turned his gaze from Piccolo to Sun Wukong, nodding in acknowledgement, and then to Vegeta, who also received a nod. Thankfully, he nodded, otherwise, Vegeta might have struck him. However, upon seeing Son Gohan, Naiba's expression grew grave, and he glanced at Kale with astonishment. What are you staring at, old man? Do I, Kale, look that appealing? Naiba waved his hand dismissively, regaining his previous smile. He then addressed the group. My apologies. I was momentarily distracted by something intriguing. You are here to gather the Dragon Balls, correct? Might I accompany you? Kale's temper flared instantly. Is it not sufficient to be an ordinary person? Why must you be so cryptic? She lifted Naiba with a fierce grip, threatening, old man. If you don't clarify what you find interesting, I'll make mincemeat of you. Hey, no need to be so agitated. Respect your elders, will you? I never said I wouldn't, explain, Naiba replied. With Son Gohan's intervention, Kale finally released Naiba, who then boarded the spaceship with the others. After introducing the crew, he elaborated on his earlier behavior. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are quite impressive, having reached remarkable levels of strength, far surpassing that of my ball god number 1. He then turned to Son Gohan, saying, You carry the aura of divinity, and you have managed to cultivate the skills of the grinders in a mortal body. Truly, you are a talent of infinite potential. He then looked at Kale and slowly remarked, As for you, you are indeed very strong. But how is it that you have become entangled with that individual? That individual? Son Gohan questioned, puzzled. Are you referring to a black dragon? Why do you say Kale has become associated with him? Naiba nodded knowingly, clearly aware of the black dragon's circumstances. The individual in question was never meant to appear. Had you arrived later, you would have avoided encountering him. Sun Wukong is also curious about the cause of this anomaly and the extent of his power. What is the nature of this situation? What is the origin of that dark dragon? In truth, that dark dragon is a malevolent offspring of the dragon lineage, typically discarded as refuse into the abyss of the third demon realm, destined to be consumed and disintegrated by the underground magical energies. Neba pointed at Califra and remarked, "Yet you have aided him in breaking free from his confines, becoming his liberator, thus tainting yourself with the essence of the dark dragon." Califra, with a look of skepticism, retorted, "And so?" Neba chuckled and replied, "Thus, you must bear the responsibility of defeating him before he brings about the destruction of the world." What? Everyone was astonished, unable to fathom how a single dragon could wreak such devastation. No wonder the powers of the Dragon Balls are so formidable. Why is it said that he is capable of annihilating the world? Is his power truly that extraordinary, or is there some other underlying reason? Neba gestured towards the sky and continued, "That creature relishes combat, growing stronger with each battle. Once his power surpasses that of a destroyer god, the universe will face obliteration." Sun Wukong, perplexed, questioned, "If the dragon lineage is so formidable, why do they not eradicate the dark dragon themselves?" Before he could finish, Neba preemptively provided the answer. Because the third demon realm serves as a dumping ground, with a magical array at its depths designed for waste decomposition. Refuse from other realms is sometimes discarded there, resulting in the current state of affairs. In Neba's narrative, the great demon realm was originally a unified entity, with the divine realm above it, home to deities such as the dragon lineage. The demon king of the great demon realm functions as an overseer, akin to a waste management supervisor, while the Grindel people were intentionally placed there as assistants to aid the demon king in his duties. Although labeled as refuse, these are merely lives and materials born from the dispersal of divine power, essentially various magical beings. Thus, the demon king reigns over them. Eventually, they realized that the accumulation was becoming untenable, prompting the dispatch of Rimus and the Kai of time and space to create a new dimension to accommodate more material resources. I understand now. The universe's self-sustaining development is due to the continuous dissipation of divine power from above, necessitating the constant creation of new space. Yet, why would an increase in timelines lead to the collapse of the universe? Neba smiled and said, "Because the timelines you traverse are merely facets of space, are they not?" Sun Wukong suddenly grasped the implication. The fragmentation of timelines would materialize refuse, and given the constraints of space, an excess of timelines would lead to inevitable collapse. Chapter 142. A pot too full to boil over. As Sun Wukong processed the information gleaned, he realized that a lack of energy would cause the universe to explode, as would insufficient space. To ensure the normal development of the entire universe, it is imperative to deploy deities for maintenance. Though the interpretations of various universes may differ, a relative order must be upheld, otherwise, a series of complications will arise. Indeed, while the power levels in the Dragon Ball universe are staggering, they also pose significant risks. Sun Wukong understood that he must exert himself even more to confront the uncertainties of the future. Before long, they arrived at a small island, where they also caught sight of Dragon God number 2. Is that fellow the second god of Ball? Indeed, the denizens of the demon realm appear to be mere trifles, rendering my intervention seemingly unnecessary. Vegeta gazed upon the second god of Ball, who was only marginally inferior to the third, and felt a tinge of disappointment. At that moment, Naiba spoke, addressing Vegeta, "Arrogance is hardly a virtue, and what you observe is not his true prowess." "Oh, is that so? I find myself quite curious about this fellow's true capabilities." With that, Vegeta stepped forward, pointing to himself, and declared, "I am Super Vegeta. I challenge you now. Unleash your full potential." The second god of Ball glanced at his creator, Naiba, who nodded in approval, and then turned to Vegeta, saying, "Very well. Seeker of the Dragon Balls, I accept your challenge." The second god of Ball brandished his long fork, aiming at Vegeta, who ascended into the air, uncrossing his arms in preparation for battle. The fork came crashing down, but Vegeta deftly kicked it aside, swiftly closing the distance to deliver a barrage of punches. Like a meteor shower, his iron fist struck the chest of the second god of Ball, clearly utilizing his full strength. causing the latter to stagger back with no signs of resistance. Is this all you can muster? Did you not claim this is not your full power? Do put up a fight. Naiba, observing his creation being overwhelmed, was not surprised. He discreetly augmented the second god of Baal's strength. Suddenly, the second god of Baal felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, erupting forth and sending the unsuspecting Vegeta hurtling away. At last, you are willing to unleash your true strength? Vegeta steadied himself mid-air, exhilaration coursing through him, and charged towards the god of Baal once more. This time, the second god of Baal wielded his fork with a force far beyond their initial encounter. Vegeta attempted to block it, but was flung aside by the sheer might of the attack, a level of enhancement that astonished even him. Undeterred, Vegeta charged again, launching his condensed punches at the second god of Baal, yet each strike was deftly parried by the fork. Ah, you possess quite the formidable strength. It seems I must reveal a portion of my own power to contend with you. Very well, I shall employ this form I have seldom used. A powerful aura suddenly surged forth, energy enveloping Vegeta's entire being, a familiar state that Gohan had experienced within the room of spirit and time. Is that Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta radiated golden light, his hair lengthening gradually, his eyebrows vanishing to leave only pronounced brow ridges. In the face of such formidable power, Panji was left astonished, while Galorio remained somewhat more composed than before. Hybis, however, could not help but utter a memorable line. Are you Saiyans truly not demons? I almost feel inclined to bestow my demon identity upon you. Vegeta was surrounded by crackling blue lightning, his hair standing tall like a mountain, an aura of lethal intensity suffusing the atmosphere. Goku, however, was unperturbed. Having witnessed this transformation before, he nodded in satisfaction at the sight of this form. To my surprise, Vegeta has mastered Super Saiyan 3 to such an extent that he might indeed be capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 4 through sheer willpower. Gohan seemed to have caught wind of an intriguing development. Vegeta's ambition to achieve Super Saiyan 4 independently explains why he has not kept pace with Goku, as he has been diligently training in Super Saiyan 3. It appears that within the temporal realm of the demon realm, an independently cultivated Super Saiyan 4 genuinely exists. In the previous world, Super Saiyan 4 under the divine realm was already exceedingly formidable. One can only ponder what heights an independently trained Super Saiyan 4 might reach. As Gohan's thoughts drifted, Vegeta and God of Destruction No. 2 had already engaged in battle, sending tumultuous waves crashing across the surface of the sea. Each strike from God of Destruction No. 2 landed with the force of steel, yet Vegeta deftly countered every assault, closing the distance with remarkable speed. A powerful punch was thrown, and God of Destruction No. 2 barely managed to parry it. With the melee commenced, he discarded his weapon, focusing entirely on hand-to-hand combat with Vegeta. After several exchanges, God of Destruction managed to land only one hit out of 3. As the compact and swift form of Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, with his abundant and radiant hair, proved to be a dazzling challenge. Seizing an opportunity, God of Destruction kicked Vegeta away and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, employing a strategy reminiscent of a prince battling another prince. Amidst the smoke of explosions, God of Destruction No. 2 continued his relentless assault when a voice called out from behind, "Here, you fool," with a heavy punch. Vegeta sent him plummeting into the ocean and then demonstrated the true technique of a prince, launching a series of energy blasts that struck true against God of Destruction No. 2. Humph, let this decide our fate. Vegeta assumed a classic pose, channeling a purple energy sphere into existence. Behold, Gallic Gun. A torrent of energy surged forth, aimed directly at God of Destruction No. 2. However, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded as a colossal sea monster surged toward Vegeta, ready to devour him. At that moment, Vegeta could not restrain himself. The Gallic Gun collided with the monstrous creature, piercing through from its gaping maw to its back. The sea monster fell with a resounding crash, stirring up tremendous waves and drenching the unprepared onlookers on the island. In this instant, Gohan recalled an ancient saying, "The vastness of the earth cannot be contained in a single pot. Sprinkle a bit of cumin, and in 3 minutes, only the skeleton remains." God of Destruction No. 2 resurfaced, disheveled and marked with the monster's blood. He looked up at Vegeta, whose brilliance under the sun was blinding. "What's wrong? Did you enjoy your rest underwater? If you wish to continue fighting, I shall oblige." God of Destruction No. 2 waved his hand in resignation. Despite his augmented strength, The gap remained considerable. Let us cease this. You have won the battle. As long as you pass the second trial, the Dragon Balls shall be yours. Vegeta was taken aback. There was yet another question to answer? Hadn't they previously tested vision? Ignoring his confusion, God of Destruction conjured a board and posed a riddle. A young demon child has cookies. How many cookies can a bae eat? Vegeta was momentarily stunned, and the others were similarly perplexed. Gohan, however, knew the answer but deferred to Vegeta. Fortunately, Vegeta suddenly regained his composure and confidently answered with 0. Thus, everyone safely acquired the second Dragon Ball. To celebrate, Gohan specially fished out a sea monster from the depths of the ocean and prepared a sumptuous barbecue feast. In Chapter 143, The New Sandbag, within the confines of the Demon King's castle, Goma beheld a scene that instilled terror within him through the projection. Gohan and his companions were indulging in the roasted meat of the sea monster, with 2 Dragon Balls beside him. Wasn't that Gohan? Why had he not shrunk? Despite my wish to the Eternal Dragon, Dai Guys, the brother of the Kaioshin, found this peculiar as well. However, they were unaware that at that moment, Gohan was in an alternate dimension. What shall we do, Lord Goma? Gohan is not to be trifled with, one remarked with a hint of trepidation. Goma, gritting his teeth, replied, if only I possessed the third eye, I would not fear him. Dreadful. Our only option now is to locate the third eye, otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. As they fretted, Guides fortuitously spotted a corner of the screen where an eye was fixated upon him. Slowly, he turned his gaze to the crimson eye at the edge of the screen, his expression suddenly igniting with excitement. Lord Goma, look there. That is indeed an eye, is it not? If I am not mistaken, it must be the long-lost third eye. Upon hearing this, Goma glanced over. At the waist of Habibi's, a blood-red orb pulsated. That is the third eye? How could this be? It is astonishing that the third eye resides on that individual S-belt. What a waste. Lord Goma, it appears those individuals are preparing to embark on a journey to the first demon realm. We should devise a plan to obtain the third eye. Goma pondered for a moment. After all, they would have to confront it eventually. Very well. You must find a way to secure the third eye for me. Once I possess it, I shall truly reign over the demon realm. Indeed, just as Goma readied himself to burst into laughter, Gohan suddenly directed a piercing gaze toward Goma through the screen, as if he could strike him through the very network. Both Goma and Guides trembled in fear, hastily ceasing their surveillance. What troubles you, Gohan? Why do you gaze at the ocean so intently? Are there still sea monsters lurking? Gohan shook his head, stating no. I just sensed a fluctuation in space. It seems someone is peering at us. Goku, taking a bite of meat, added, is it akin to the abilities of the Supreme Kai and Kuririn? That kind of power seems quite convenient. Perhaps it is Goma spying on us. Nevertheless, it matters not, for we shall soon seek him out. Once they had nearly finished their meal, Gohan stored the remaining sea monster meat as emergency rations. Their next destination was the first demon realm. Meanwhile, in Gohan's original universe, an event transpired unnoticed. Just moments ago, 2 shadowy figures encountered one another. In the cosmos, Gula contemplated the Black Dragon Man before his spaceship, musing over the identity of a foe that eluded him despite his extensive recollections. Over the years, he had become renowned as a formidable warrior across the universe, and no pirate would dare obstruct him. Adhering to the customary politeness of the Frozen Demon clan, Gula personally disembarked, stepping into the vast expanse of space. May I inquire as to your identity and the reason for obstructing my fleet, Gula? Surely, there ought to be no animosity between us. Any business disputes can be amicably resolved. Gula's enterprises have flourished significantly, evolving into a more civilized endeavor. After balancing various powers, he has transformed into a merchant of refinement. However, the Black Dragon, heedless of such civility, sensed a more formidable force and ventured here, his mind fixated solely on combat. As the essence of overwhelming energy manifested outside the vessel, the Black Dragon assumed readiness for battle and promptly adopted a combative stance. Alas, to his astonishment, he encountered a barbaric creature incapable of comprehending human speech. It appears prudent to summon the Galactic Police for assistance. Gula immediately issued a command via communicator, instructing his crew to navigate around and conduct their business while also contacting the Galactic Police, intending to stall this brute. When faced with such bandits or savages, Gula typically engages in a brief diversion before leaving the aftermath to the Galactic Police, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles. The Black Dragon remained in position for an extended moment, bewildered, as it was the first time he had witnessed someone standing idle instead of engaging in combat. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, the Black Dragon unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Gula's face. Just as the blow was about to land, a surge of dark energy erupted, and Black Gold Gula effortlessly caught the fist. Not only are you rude, but you also lack martial decorum by attempting a sneak attack. You truly court destruction. Gula retaliated with a swift kick, sending the Black Dragon hurtling towards a nearby planet, instantly annihilating the already fragile ecological environment, as if the apocalypse had descended. Sensing the immense power, the Black Dragon ignited with a fury, propelling himself back towards Gula, causing the planet to veer off its orbit due to the recoil. Remarkably, this creature had augmented its strength. Gula swiftly concentrated his energy to thwart the incoming heavy blow, repelling the Black Dragon once again. Yet, the same scenario unfolded. The Black Dragon's power surged once more, and they grappled fiercely. Gula, not lacking in intellect, discerned that each time he employed superior strength against the Black Dragon, it would instantaneously grow more powerful. A peculiar being. Surely, even the strongest must have a limit. Or perhaps I could vanquish him before he escalates further. But how much strength would that require? Gula found himself in a quandary. As a stable businessman, he was not one to readily embrace risk. He moderated a portion of his strength and activated the communicator, intent on conserving energy while maneuvering with this adversary. Team 3. That creature is quite unusual. Please inform the Galactic Police that this being possesses the ability to continuously grow stronger, and I cannot guarantee his defeat. What? Even the great Gula lacks confidence? He responded while fending off the Black Dragon's strikes. Indeed, so ensure they find someone with at least 70% of my strength. Although that is likely a near impossibility. What could Gula's subordinates do? They could only honestly inform the Galactic Patrol. The operator, upon hearing the news, was somewhat incredulous. How could one possibly find someone stronger than Gula? This information spread rapidly, and the Galactic King was informed almost immediately. After years of observation, it seemed improbable that Gula would lie. Consequently, the Galactic King relayed the information to all Galactic Patrol officers, instructing them to seek someone even stronger than Gula. The cosmic officers were bewildered, and even males felt incredulous. There were few beings throughout the universe capable of challenging Gula. However, the search had to commence. After all, no matter how formidable Gula was, he could not perpetually serve as a punching bag. Even the mighty Frisia could only endure for just over an hour. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Son Gohan sneezed as he entered the first demon realm. Achu, who is thinking of me? Chapter 144. I am also a genius. Son Gohan and his companions arrived at the first demon realm. Just as he was preparing to explore thoroughly, his communicator buzzed unexpectedly. Hello, this is Son Gohan. What is the matter? Hey, is this Gohan? It's Gak. It seems Gula has encountered some trouble and needs to find someone stronger than himself to resolve it. Son Gohan felt puzzled. Even if Gula had ceased training, it was unlikely he would encounter an unbeatable opponent. Is that true? Did Gula provide any details about the adversary's appearance? All dressed in black, surrounded by dark purple energy, and encased in armor. Upon hearing this description, Son Gohan could only think of one individual that matched, the Black Dragon he had previously encountered. He was astonished at how quickly events had unfolded. The Black Dragon had already ventured into the outer universe. If he was not stopped, the entire cosmos could be at risk. All right, I understand. Please provide me with the coordinates, and I will arrive as swiftly as possible. After receiving the approximate coordinates, Son Gohan set aside matters concerning the demon realm. His priority was to use the Dragon Balls to restore everyone. Everyone, the Black Dragon has made it outside, and it appears Gula is stalling him. We must restore our original forms as quickly as possible. Son Gohan approached Glorier with a resolute tone. Glorier, please take us to Ariance. The Dragon Balls are with her, are they not? Glorier hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, he had contacted Ariance while everyone was asleep. And at that time, she had indeed acquired the Dragon Balls. Is that so? It seems nothing can be hidden from you. Very well, please follow me. Having witnessed the strength of Son Gohan and his companions, Glorier realized that opposing them was a mere folly for Ariance. It would be wiser to assist Son Gohan and perhaps even plead for leniency for himself later. Thus, everyone was no longer sluggish as before, and soon they found Ariance in the direction Glorier had indicated. Ariance, I am here to help you fulfill your wish to become the Demon King. But I hope you can grant us the Dragon Balls in return. Ariance, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Son Gohan and the others, was at a loss, especially since they were willing to assist her in becoming the Demon King. Ah, I never anticipated that you would possess such extensive knowledge. It appears that someone has faltered in their duty of confidentiality. Piccolo shrugged, acknowledging that he could not be held accountable, as Son Gohan and his companions were all exceedingly formidable. Very well, the Dragon Balls are indeed in my possession. But you must divulge how I may successfully ascend to the status of Demon King. Should your plan prove viable, I shall relinquish the Dragon Balls. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. If there was a willingness to negotiate, then all matters could be discussed amicably. He retrieved 2 third eyes that he had previously acquired from his pocket and gestured towards the one affixed to Hybisa's belt. Firstly, the 3 third eyes of the Demon Realm are all within our grasp, and Goma only assumed the title of Demon King after Dabura's demise, rendering his combat prowess utterly negligible. Son Gohan then pointed towards Majin Ko, adding, Majin Ko, on the other hand, possesses strength that ranks among the elite of the Demon Realm and could serve as your general. He then handed all the third eyes to Irons, stating, These are for you. You may either exchange the Dragon Balls with me now or attempt to resist using these eyes. I trust you are not foolish. Irons took the third eyes, feeling somewhat bewildered. She believed that acquiring the title of Demon King through these eyes was sufficient. Yet the allure of the Dragon Ball's wishes was undeniable. Ultimately, she complied and surrendered the Dragon Balls, for even with the third eyes, she was uncertain of her ability to defeat Son Gohan, while vanquishing Goma would certainly be a trivial task. Very well, the transaction is complete. I hope you will be a benevolent and virtuous Demon King, Son Gohan remarked as he gathered the Dragon Balls, allowing Piccolo to summon the Eternal Dragon, restoring everyone to their original forms. The Eternal Dragon of the Demon Realm is undeniably impressive, while it may not possess the grandeur of the Super Dragon. Its scale is still quite substantial. Moreover, the dragon's striking red hue signifies its formidable power, placing it among the upper echelons of strength within the Dragon Ball universe. After successfully making his wish, Tian was transported back by Son Gohan using instant transmission, utterly perplexed by the events that had transpired. Gohan, what shall we do next? We have yet to confront Goma. This feels somewhat anticlimactic. Father, if you and Uncle Vegeta wish to engage in battle, perhaps you could have Hybis equip Goma with his third eye. If you grow fatigued, simply tap him thrice on the back of the head. Meanwhile, I shall deal with that Dragon Man alongside Caulifla. For a moment, Son Goku was bewildered by Son Gohan's words. What did it mean to tap Goma on the back of the head when fatigued? Was Goma endowed with boundless stamina? However, Son Gohan had no time to elaborate, as the battleground between the Black Dragon and Gula was perilously close to the solar system. Should they lose control, the consequences could be dire. After reverting to her original size, Caulifla regained her vigor. Alright, Super Caulifla is back. Little Black Dragon, prepare yourself for a showdown with your superior, Caulifla. Observing Caulifla's readiness, Son Gohan seized her and utilized the Kaioshin's instant transmission to transport them to the vicinity of the cosmic area indicated by Gula. Upon their arrival, they found themselves surrounded by ruins, with many planets reduced to mere cores. As Son Gohan traversed with his protective shield, he sensed the auras of Gula and the Black Dragon, pondering the durability of the Black Sandbag. After an extensive search, he discovered that the energies of Gula and the Black Dragon were emanating from a certain planet, seemingly engaged in no fierce combat. Upon confirming the surrounding circumstances, Son Gohan and Caulifla made their way to this celestial body. To their astonishment, upon sighting Gula and the Black Dragon, they found the two locked in a motionless struggle, their forms frozen in a state of tension. What could this mean? Why were they immobile? Are you aware of this situation, Gohan? Son Gohan observed intently and realized that both were ensnared by the power of time and space, currently trapped in a state of temporal stasis. Could it be that someone intervened? Such a magnitude of temporal force, could it possibly be linked to that individual who had visited before? That individual? Are you referring to the god of space you mentioned, Gohan? Just as Son Gohan was about to respond, he sensed something amiss and swiftly transported Caulifla several hundred meters away. The temporal power binding Gula and the Black Dragon abruptly dissipated, resulting in a cataclysmic collision of their energies that created a massive crater in the ground. Although Gula managed to temper his strength, the Black Dragon's power continued to amplify, posing a threat that could potentially spell Gula's demise if he did not escalate his own force. Had Gula and the Black Dragon's prowess reached such formidable heights? Indeed, they were no trivial adversaries. Caulifla, do you possess the confidence to confront them? With a slight smirk, Caulifla responded with unwavering assurance. In these years, I have not been the only one to grow stronger, and do not forget, I am a genius in my own right. Chapter 145. Unleashing Potential Without Hesitation. Caulifla commenced her transformation, her energy surging to an astonishing level, a spectacle that even Son Gohan had yet to witness. Could it be? Caulifla, have you truly developed a new form? The energy radiating from her began to coalesce, contrasting with the usual outward expulsion of a Super Saiyan. Instead, it enveloped her body as if she were cloaked in gold. This state was short-lived, as her body erupted with a sound akin to an explosion, reminiscent of an engine igniting within her, accompanied by a brilliant golden flash. Once her transformation was complete, Caulifla appeared exceptionally striking, embodying the essence of a flawless combat model. The intensity of her energy starkly contrasted with the surrounding matter, generating a phenomenon akin to the lightning of Super Saiyan 2, not discharging but rather charging, resembling a human lightning rod. Upon observing her hair, Son Gohan was astounded. The color of Saiyan hair had finally ventured into the realm of highlights. The roots bore a deep red hue, transitioning seamlessly into a golden gradient. This was not a static state, but rather resembled a flame being emitted, with the roots stained in blood red while the golden strands reflected a cellular enhancement. What do you think? Surprised, aren't you? I have analyzed all current Saiyan transformations, and only the Beast and Super Saiyan God forms exhibit greater enhancements. Caulifla clenched her fist, reveling in her newfound state. Their essence merely lies in unleashing the inherent potential of the Saiyans. Thus, I have been deeply contemplating the transition from transformation to reversion, and at last, I have discovered the method to transcend into a new form. Upon hearing Caulifla's words, Son Gohan gradually came to a realization, his expression shifting to one of increasing astonishment. Indeed, true strength requires no transformation. They are formidable from the very outset. Consequently, I absorbed all the energy that erupted forth, enabling my cells to harness this power. Is this the path you tread? No wonder your aura is so restrained, bearing none of the hallmarks of a transformation. Caulifla smiled. Her transformation was not so simplistic. Once the battle commenced, it would surely compel Son Gohan to kneel in reverence. Behold, Gohan, the might of my unleashed potential. With that, Caulifla surged towards the Black Dragon like a bolt of lightning, landing a powerful punch squarely on his face. The armor on the Black Dragon's visage shattered instantly, revealing his sharp fangs, akin to a stone launched from a slingshot that obliterates an entire volcano. Gula was taken aback. Had that punch struck him, he would likely be bedridden for a fortnight. Caulifla flexed her fingers, glancing at the great pit before her. The Black Dragon slowly rose to his feet, yet curiously, he did not augment his strength. Humph. I specifically inquired. You absorbed the energy released by others to enhance your own power. You were ineffective when smaller. But now it is a different story. Caulifla's form of potential liberation possessed a distinctive trait. The energy surrounding her would be maximally absorbed by her cells, converting it into pure kinetic energy. In essence, Caulifla had become a deity of close combat. Whether driven by instinct or pain, the Black Dragon let out a furious roar before unleashing all his might towards Caulifla. A fist came crashing down, which Caulifla effortlessly caught. Too light. Following that, a flurry of punches ensued. Not enough. Even after a barrage of strikes, Caulifla remained unfazed, showing no signs of injury. The state of potential liberation endowed her with an unparalleled physique. She was, without a doubt, harder than steel. I never imagined you Saiyans could develop such a form. It is truly astonishing. It appears my training must not wane. Gula and Son Gohan took on the role of spectators, perched upon a stone as they observed the battlefield. A strange roar erupted from the Black Dragon, followed by another punch aimed at Caulifla's face. Recognizing that this adversary had run out of options, Caulifla decisively swung a punch that struck him firmly on the jaw, shattering his facial armor entirely. Next, she delivered a kick that sent the Black Dragon flying before swiftly maneuvering behind him and pinning him to the ground. The Black Dragon crashed down heavily, creating a substantial crater, and Caulifla followed up with an elbow strike, further deepening the pit. Silence enveloped the air as the Black Dragon lay on the ground, questioning his very existence. His armor was nearly obliterated, rendering him incapable of absorbing energy or growing stronger. Just as Caulifla prepared to deliver the finishing blow, an individual suddenly emerged, halting her. Wait, do not strike him just yet. He cannot perish here. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sun Wukong immediately approached and greeted him. Oh, is that not Myers? I did not expect this elite patrol officer to be aware of matters here. What do you mean by saying one cannot perish in this place? Myers acknowledged those present before elucidating the matter. Such dragons are typically the result of genetic mutations, destined to be sent to the abyss of the demon realm for decomposition. Should they meet their end outside, they transform into dragon corpses, their cells continuing to absorb cosmic energy. Over 300 million years ago, a fragment of a dragon corpse obliterated half of Universe 15, leading Lord Zeno to ultimately eradicate that universe. I had no idea such occurrences transpired. However, did Neba not insist that we must have Caulifla eliminate the dragon beings? Upon hearing the name Neba, Myers was taken aback. You are acquainted with Neba? He is indeed correct. Should he be defeated by the first individual to absorb energy, he will lose his fighting spirit, much like the situation at hand. In that case, let us proceed to the demon realm together. My father and the others are there as well. Myers nodded. As a trainee angel, he possessed the authority to employ divine powers concerning matters of the divine realm, and he was more than willing to assist Sun Wukong and his companions. Very well. I shall take my leave now. I have numerous business matters awaiting my attention. Consider the earlier incident a favor owed to me. Gula, realizing he was no longer needed, hastened to return to his business, for to him, earning money was paramount. We are grateful for your assistance in detaining the Black Dragon. We shall remember this favor. When the time comes, we shall certainly extend you courtesy, perhaps inviting you to the power tournament. Gula sneered and then departed. All right then. Let us also take our leave. I wonder if my father and the others are still engaged in battle with Gomer. Gomer? Is he the Dark Lord of the Demon Realm? Although I heard of Dabura's demise, I did not anticipate that Gomer would ascend as the new Dark Lord. Suddenly, Sun Wukong pondered a question and inquired of Myers. Pray tell, what exactly is the third eye? How does it enhance power? The third eye? Myers responded. It is an entity that allows the demon race to unleash their full potential, akin to a catalyst. Sun Wukong grasped the concept. It seemed the third eye could only be utilized by the demon race. Nevertheless, the ability for infinite recovery would indeed be advantageous for training purposes. Let us set forth to the demon realm and see how this black dragon is dealt with. Myers nodded, summoning the angelic staff, and with a gentle gesture towards the void, they were instantly transported to the demon realm. At that moment, Sun Wukong beheld a peculiar sight. The now enlarged Gomer was kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy. Wukong, you have returned. I did not expect your return to be so swift. Just a moment ago, Vegeta attempted to confront Gomer, but after a brief struggle, he found himself at a loss. Quite anticlimactic. Sun Wukong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was Gomer not supposed to possess infinite stamina? How could he falter so quickly? Vegeta, too, appeared perplexed, having utilized his energy blasts to scorch Gomer's scalp, striving to comprehend the source of his seemingly boundless energy. In the presence of everyone, Vegeta once again raised his hand above Goma's head, causing Goma's already pale face to grow even paler. My dear Prince Vegeta, you mustn't burn me any further. If you do, I shall transform into the Flame Demon King. Goma kowtowed to Vegeta repeatedly, overwhelmed by the helplessness of having his scalp singed, wishing fervently to escape the torment. At that moment, Myers observed Goma's plight and took the opportunity to explain to Vegeta. The third eye grants the demon race the ability to unleash their full potential and absorb energy from the demon realm, allowing for infinite recovery. Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned to Myers and, understanding the situation, lowered his hand before delivering a swift kick that sent Goma into the ground. So that is how it is. It seems rather inconsequential. Even if he can recover indefinitely, he cannot withstand a significant disparity in power. Gohan reminisced about the past when Vegeta had aspired to use the Dragon Balls to wish for immortality to combat Frieza. How times have changed. Well then, I shall attend to the Black Dragon now. Take care of yourselves, Myers declared, as he led the motionless Black Dragon away, presumably to the center of the third demon realm's magic circle. Shall we return now? Everyone has reverted to their original state, and Goma is unlikely to harbor any ill intentions toward us, Gohan remarked, glancing at Goma, who promptly lay on the ground, feigning death in an attempt to avoid further punishment. However, his act was in vain. Gohan approached and delivered 3 swift strikes to the back of his head, causing the third eye to fall out. I shall take this for research. It is of no use to you. Reflect on your actions. After Gohan removed the third eye, Elens, accompanied by the great witch Maba, who was the elderly wife of the demon, delivered a century-long imprisonment sentence for Digos and Goma. Gohan and his companions bid farewell to Pongi and the others. Although nothing catastrophic had transpired, they had gained a few demon friends. Provided that time and space do not present any complications, Gohan could now relish a period of tranquility, focusing on his studies and perhaps even preparing for university. As Gohan and his companions boarded the spacecraft for their return journey, a figure appeared silently in the sky, observing Gohan with a knowing smile. In the year that followed, Gohan successfully enrolled in the finest university in West City, coinciding perfectly with Mr. Satan's apartment's completion celebration, bringing everyone together once more. Accompanying Biddy Lee to the party, Gohan was greeted by many familiar faces, exchanging pleasantries with each. After finishing his greetings with Bulma's family, he cast a meaningful glance at Vegeta. What is it, Gohan? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Vegeta inquired. Gohan smiled and replied, No, not at all. By the way, Uncle Vegeta, how goes your Super Saiyan 4 transformation? Have you succeeded? I heard my father from another universe has achieved it. With a disdainful smirk, Vegeta proudly declared, Naturally. I don't concern myself with Kakarot from other universes. I have successfully transformed, and now your father can only beg me to demonstrate my power. Son Gohan contemplated, realizing that the Vegeta of his timeline held little enthusiasm for the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, as it was not achieved through his own strength. Even now, Vegeta retained a hint of arrogance. However, this very realization ignited his fighting spirit, fortuitously allowing him to surpass the conventional limitations of the great demon realm. By the way, Uncle Vegeta, it suddenly occurred to me that if not for Cooler's interference, your brother might soon be arriving with your sister-in-law, so you must maintain your composure. Upon hearing son Gohan's words, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly stood at attention as a thought struck him. What did you say? My brother is coming? What business does he have on Earth at this time? And what does sister-in-law mean? Before son Gohan could elucidate, a brilliant flash streaked across the sky, accompanied by an energy reminiscent of Vegeta himself. As if summoned by the very mention of his name, he had arrived. The spaceship descended beside the hotel, and from it emerged a Saiyan alongside a round-headed alien. Ah, it truly is Brother Vegeta. You have indeed come to Earth as the rumors suggested. The sight of the Saiyan, somewhat resembling Vegeta, astonished the onlookers, who, aside from son Gohan and those already informed, were filled with curiosity about Vegeta's brother. Are you indeed Vegeta's brother? You do bear a striking resemblance. And who, pray tell, is the individual beside you? The alien respectfully bowed to Bulma and introduced herself. I am Tabor's wife, named Guri. Please take good care of me, sister-in-law. This revelation startled everyone anew, for they had not anticipated the unique nature of Vegeta's brother's companion. She then bowed to Vegeta, who could only respond with a stammered acknowledgement. By the way, Tabor, I recall you are from a distant galaxy. What brings you here? Tabor's expression shifted dramatically as he recounted his ordeal of being pursued by remnants of Frisia's army. It appeared that following Frisia's demise and Cooler's rise to power, those remnants had fallen upon hard times. Discovering that Vegeta and his companions had ventured to Earth, they sought to eliminate Vegeta's brother. That is the situation. These two possess formidable power, and when fused, their strength rivals that of Frisia. I heard that my brother defeated Frisia, so I sought him out to vanquish them. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Frisia's death was intertwined with his actions, but it was his future son, Trunks, who had delivered the final blow. Rest assured, Frisia is hardly a cause for concern. Even little Goten could easily handle him. However, Tabor retorted, You do not comprehend Frisia's terror, do you? It is said that his battle power exceeds several 100,000. How could a mere child possibly contend with that? Kefla scoffed and called Goten over, determined to demonstrate to Tabor what true prowess entailed. Goten, show this fellow that technique I taught you previously. Having finished the last bite of his chicken leg, Goten approached Tabor, ready to showcase his abilities. Tabor gazed at the 5-year-old child, pondering how this little one could possibly stand a chance against Frisia. He then activated his scouter. A power level of 100? This was merely 100, not 1,000,000. How could he hope to defeat Frisia? However, upon witnessing the subsequent events, he was rendered speechless. Son Goten stood upright, channeling the energy within him, as arcs of electricity danced around him, heralding the emergence of his Super Saiyan 2 form. In that instant of transformation, Tabul's scouter was incinerated, emitting a plume of black smoke. His heart was tumultuous, for he saw Goten's power level soar from 100 to unimaginable heights, and his own body felt an unprecedented pressure. What manner of transformation is this? Who exactly is this child? Do not be so astonished. That is Super Saiyan 2, a form that surpasses the Super Saiyan transformation. Even the Super Saiyan form is insufficient to contend with Frieza, let alone Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta clarified. After hearing Vegeta's explanation, Tabul was left in a daze, unable to fathom that the legendary Super Saiyan was right before him, and in the guise of a mere child. Then, does that mean Brother Vegeta also defeated Frieza using the Super Saiyan transformation? If that is the case, then we need not fear the remnants of his army, he speculated. Vegeta remained silent, while the others chuckled, for the truth was that Frieza had bested Vegeta. This matter does not warrant my intervention. Trunks, you shall assist your uncle when the time comes. Trunks, filled with excitement, could hardly believe that after all his training, he would finally have the opportunity to combat evil. Leave this trivial matter to me. I shall ensure that those who bully my uncle are left in utter disarray. Just then, two malevolent energies pierced the atmosphere, unmistakably the remnants of Frieza's army. Tabul's expression grew grave as he beheld the spacecraft above, realizing he could only place his hopes in the few allies present. As the ship descended, two beings even shorter than Frieza emerged in succession. "We found you, worthless Saiyan monkey. Who would have thought you would hide in such a place? But no matter where you conceal yourself, it is futile against our might." Tabul watched the two figures, Abe and Cardo, with growing anxiety. "You vile creatures. Frieza is dead. Will you not relent?" Abe and Cardo exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. What of Frieza's demise? As long as we eliminate all who possess knowledge of him, we can still sell planets. They surveyed their surroundings and nodded slightly. This planet will do nicely. It can be sold as a backyard to the right buyers. However, before that, we must eliminate you monkeys. Trunks shook his head in disbelief at these clowns. You are utterly misguided. On the surface, Earth is under the protection of Frieza's brother, Cooler, and there are heroes like myself safeguarding it. Your nefarious schemes shall not succeed. Abe and Cardo wore expressions of disdain, having only heard whispers of Frieza's father, but they had never encountered any mention of a brother. What is this Gula? I've never heard of such a thing. Perhaps you've indulged too much in cartoons. Look at this little brat trying to play the hero, believe it or not, by the end of this, he might not even recognize his own mother. Ha! Cardo corrected himself. No, by then his mother will have long since become a corpse. As they roared with laughter, Gohan silently covered his eyes, realizing that both Trunks and Vegeta were already heated up. These two fools were unlikely to survive. While Cardo and Abe laughed heartily, their power level detectors suddenly exploded, nearly blinding them. They turned towards the source of the energy, only to find Trunks transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed figure, crackling with electricity. You villains are truly unforgivable. I had contemplated granting you a chance for redemption, but it seems that is unnecessary now. Trunks cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, who nodded in agreement, seemingly giving him the go-ahead to strike. Goten, should I leave one for you? Even though they are weak, they could serve as disposable punching bags. No need. Trunks, you handle them yourself. Brother Gohan once said you were suited for 1 against 2. Trunks tilted his head in confusion, but concluded that facing 2 would showcase a hero's true strength, so he advanced alone. Impudent little brat, even with a bad dye job. You stand no chance. Trunks delivered a punch to Cardo's face, instantly deforming it as he crashed into their spaceship, resulting in a massive explosion. Abe's eyes bulged in disbelief. Such speed and power, how was this even possible? Determined not to be caught off guard, Abe charged at Trunks, unleashing a flurry of punches. Though it appeared as if all his strikes landed, Trunks showed no sign of distress, even yawning in the process. Trunks grasped Abe's fist and remarked, with such feeble strength, how dare you come to Earth? Do you truly consider yourself Frieza? With that, Trunks kicked him away, sending him crashing into the charred Cardo, emerging from the wreckage. Shortly thereafter, the spaceship suffered another explosion due to the secondary damage, rendering any repairs unnecessary. Before long, the two emerged from the ruins, each sporting swollen faces, resembling disgruntled wives. How infuriating. We never expected to be bested by a mere child, but we were careless. Let's see how you fare next. Leaning against each other, they swiftly split into two clones, raising the stakes to Trunks 16. However, Trunks, now transformed into Super Saiyan 2, remained unfazed. Against such a level, Super Saiyan 2 was in absolute dominance. 6 burly men surrounded Trunks, relentlessly attacking him. Though Trunks maintained an advantage in strength, being constantly struck was becoming quite bothersome. Trunks, those fellows are inept. Our previous clones were tangible, but they are just illusions. Under Gohan's reminder, Trunks soon discovered their true forms and delivered a powerful punch to them. The two figures, now sprawled on the ground, clutched their faces, both swollen and bruised. Realizing they were unable to contend with Trunks, they drew closer to one another, adopting an odd stance to merge into one entity. Goodness, purple-faced creature. Are you the tyrant who once annihilated half the universe as Gohan described? The impudent being, facing imminent demise, continued to taunt. Watch how I deal with you. The creature charged at Trunks, who, in response, placed his hands upon his forehead. Magical Flash. Chapter 148, Senior. Gohan was somewhat astonished. He had not taught Trunks the Magical Flash. Could it be that he learned it from Goten? Nevertheless, the Magical Flash proved effective, sending the creature, which had just approached Trunks, soaring through the air before crashing into the pool below. Oomph, that was effortless. Even if the true purple-faced creature were to arrive, it would only end up receiving a thrashing from me. At that moment, the merged entity in the water realized that a frontal assault was futile, especially after their spaceship had been destroyed. Rather than waiting for death, they resolved to take their adversaries down with them, gathering a purple energy sphere in their hands. The being amassed enough power to obliterate the Earth. Satisfied with the energy's potency, they hurled it toward the ground. Yet, before the sphere could reach the bottom of the pool, a wave of energy surged forth, bursting the sphere as if it were a balloon. What? Just as the entities sought the source of the attack, they were abruptly kicked out of the water, landing on the ground. Rising to their feet, they were confronted by a robust figure. Humph, just as I suspected, you are allied with that Frieza fellow, employing the same tricks. Go meet your demise, worthless creature. Vegeta sent the being soaring into the air with a kick and then pointed in its direction, causing a brilliant explosion to illuminate the sky. Why provoke anyone at all? How dare you challenge Vegeta? Truly, there is no good end to this. Gohan remarked, preparing to have a meal, realizing that if he delayed, Goten would consume everything. Beside him, Tarbell stood gaping, unable to articulate the shock within. Not only did his brother possess terrifying strength, but even his nephew had attained formidable power. Super Saiyan, father. Can you see this? The legends are indeed true. Vegeta returned to the group, patting Tarbell on the back and encouraging him to join the feast, as free food should never be passed up. After tidying up the battlefield, the gathering officially commenced, with everyone indulging in food and drink, reminiscing about past memories and sharing hopes for the future. Meanwhile, Gohan silently ate, having recently noticed a slight decline in his physical condition after a year dedicated to study. Was it possible that the will of the universe was gradually correcting itself, transforming him into a mere version of Goku? Or was this merely the nature of his body, destined to decline upon reaching adulthood? As Gohan pondered these thoughts, Chi-Chi suddenly posed a question to him. Gohan, when do you plan to marry Videl? You both are not getting any younger, are you? Upon hearing this sudden inquiry about marriage, Gohan nearly choked on the braised meat he was eating. He quickly took a sip of water to swallow the morsel, and then awkwardly glanced at the 3 women closest to him. Videl's face flushed as she furtively gazed at Gohan. While Caulifla appeared indifferent, she too was discreetly observing, and Chi-Chi was patiently awaiting Gohan's response. It was indeed a hellish predicament, a trap from which no man could escape. All Gohan could do was learn from the experiences of other harem protagonists, which was to flee. Ah, the Kaishin of time is calling for me. There must be a dimensional crisis. I must hurry. With that, Gohan opened a time portal and leaped through it, leaving the others still processing what had just occurred. Ah, Gohan, what brings you here? Do you need assistance with something? Gohan, feeling a bit sheepish, explained the situation to Kane and mentioned he was here to train and restore his strength. Oh, I see. It appears even the strong have their troubles. The individual you assisted, Tenka, he has been quite bold, nearly attracting the ire of the Grand Minister, Kane remarked. Gohan was taken aback. This fellow was audacious enough to provoke such a powerful entity, likely caught during the strength tournament. Seeing Kane still occupied, Gohan decided to practice by the fountain outside. In truth, he did not wish to avoid the matter. He merely desired the happiness of all. Gohan noticed that Bardock was absent, presumably off dealing with the Dark Demon realm, which had been stirring recently. While Gohan was there, aimlessly waving his arms in the air, a formidable energy signature appeared in the realm of the Kaishin. Gohan had not encountered the source of this presence before. It felt familiar, yet distinctly different. He turned to seek the owner of this aura. After a moment of observation, the individual sensed Gohan and materialized before him. Upon seeing the figure, Gohan was astonished. Was this not the limit-breaking Super Saiyan Gogeta? The most powerful in the dimension, indeed working for the Kaishin of time. Gogeta approached Gohan, scrutinizing him closely, making Gohan feel somewhat uncomfortable. So you are Gohan? Much stronger than the Gohan from my universe. No wonder Kane has taken an interest in you. You possess remarkable abilities. Oh, I am not worthy of such praise. I could never compare to you, as we all refer to you as the strongest warrior across dimensions, Gohan replied humbly. Gogeta chuckled at this title, waving his hand dismissively. It is merely a moniker. The dimensions hold too many possibilities for me to claim the title of the strongest. At this juncture, Gohan could not resist the urge to pose some inquiries to Gogeta, for he had undoubtedly traversed numerous timelines and had far greater experiences than Gohan. Gogeta, in your travels across so many dimensions, have you encountered transformations beyond Super Saiyan 4, such as Super Saiyan 5 or 6? Vegeta fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. After pacing back and forth a couple of steps, he turned to Gohan and said, a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 4? Although I have never witnessed it. I once heard a rumor from a senior. Gohan, filled with curiosity, pondered whether such a transformation as Super Saiyan 5 truly existed. According to legend, Saiyans were once mere natural beings devoid of gods, until a Super Saiyan god with flowing white hair appeared, endowing them with divine power and transforming them into Super Saiyan gods. Gohan found this tale somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before. He then remarked to Vegeta, I recall a similar legend from the planet Salad, but it did not describe the appearance of that god. Vegeta nodded and replied, I heard about Super Saiyan 5 from a traveler, yet I remain at Super Saiyan 4 despite my training. Even with the addition of divine power, I have not transcended. Furthermore, there has never been a Jaco or Aija. In every timeline I have traversed, the West Supreme Kai was clearly deceased, and Frieza had no offspring. Gohan was taken aback, surprised by Vegeta's extensive knowledge. It seemed that the existence of Super Saiyan 5 hinged upon the survival of the West Supreme Kai. However, based on the descriptions, that god might indeed be Super Saiyan 5, and the bestowed divine power could suggest a connection to it. Gohan nodded. He too had harnessed divine power, but his hair did not grow long, but rather shortened, leading him to believe that perhaps this universe truly lacked Super Saiyan 5. Chapter 149. Breaking Boundaries. Vegeta observed Gohan before him, feeling a surge of excitement, and challenged him. Gohan, I heard from Kane that you have attained the beast form augmented with divine power. Allow me to test your strength. Gohan felt taken aback. Indeed, Saiyans had an insatiable thirst for battle, and the sight of a formidable opponent ignited their instincts. Very well, if my combat leaves anything to be desired. I welcome your guidance, esteemed senior. Gohan immediately transformed into his beast form and combined it with divine power, morphing into the blazing beast. Vegeta, intrigued by Gohan's transformation, nodded approvingly as he unleashed his own power, surrounding his body with a crimson aura. Come on, let us begin. Vegeta darted toward Gohan at an astonishing speed, launching a punch aimed directly at Gohan's face. Realizing the imminent danger, Gohan barely managed to evade Vegeta's attack using his passive Ultra Instinct. However, Vegeta radiated an overwhelming heat, and the force of his punch grazed Gohan's face, leaving a mark. Gohan understood that against Vegeta, who had transcended his limits, he needed to envelop himself in energy for protection, or perhaps like Caulifla, convert the surrounding energy into his own strength. Without hesitation, Gohan enveloped himself in energy, pivoting to deliver a counterattack, but his blow not only failed to inflict damage, but was also thwarted by Vegeta's tail. Remarkable. Such mastery in cultivation. Vegeta's tail was as unyielding as iron. Had Gohan not shielded himself, he might have suffered a fracture. With a faint smile, Gogeta turned and launched a fierce assault on Gohan, each punch and movement imbued with immense power. In that very moment, Gohan acutely realized the principle of overpowering sheer force with technique. The strength of the time traveler Gogeta was indeed formidable. After merely a few exchanges, Gohan found himself relegated to a defensive stance, struggling to evade and mitigate Gogeta's onslaught, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, Gohan understood that regaining the initiative required him to achieve a state of potential release, akin to that of Caulifla. When Gogeta's fist came hurtling toward him, Gohan did not fully defend himself. Instead, he deliberately absorbed the blow, propelled away by its impact. Despite the pain, he harnessed the power of time and space to transport himself to a realm reminiscent of the hyperbolic time chamber. After rolling on the ground a few times, he immediately settled into a meditative posture, simulating training within his subconscious, striving to attain the state of potential release before Gogeta could detect him. Outside in the spatial realm, Gogeta was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that Gohan had mastered such an extent of temporal energy. Intriguing, it seemed that aside from Whis and Beerus, there was no one in the universe capable of posing a threat to him. Gogeta remained seated, attuned to the fluctuations of the surrounding space, aware that Gohan was undoubtedly endeavoring to transcend his limits. Once Gohan surpassed his constraints, Gogeta would be able to locate him through the energy waves. At the entrance of the temple, Cain observed the entire spectacle, bemused by how these Saiyans approached their sparring with such fervor, as if they were engaged in a battle that could annihilate the universe. Say, Bardock, are all your kin like this? They put forth such effort in their matches. It baffles me, he remarked. Bardock, with an expression of calm resolve, replied matter-of-factly, this is how Saiyans are. Otherwise, why would the Grand Kaioshin summon them? If it were me, I too would aspire to grow stronger. Gohan meticulously recalled the details of Caulifla's potential release. Her state involved forcibly unlocking the latent capabilities of her cells. Subsequently, he had inquired about her method of success, to which Caulifla recounted her own experiences in achieving that state. Once, while training alongside Goku, he had demonstrated the Spirit Bomb and the Kaioken technique to her. Later, Gohan cleverly utilized the Kaioken to surpass a formidable beast, prompting Caulifla to wish to attempt it herself. Unfortunately, fate did not favor her. During her first attempt, she experienced excruciating pain as if her veins were bursting. Fortunately, she received daily treatments from the Supreme Kai, yet this incident left her feeling despondent. In due course, the Supreme Kai reminded her of Gohan's development of his potential under the guidance of the former elder, encouraging Caulifla not to lose heart. From her unique perspective, Caulifla pondered that if she could learn to unlock her potential, perhaps she too could break through. She bombarded the Supreme Kai with questions, but the Supreme Kai could only relay the lessons she had learned in the past. Unlocking potential essentially involves releasing an individual's inherent strength, devoid of the side effects associated with techniques like the Kaioken. It is akin to certain individuals whose height remains modest until, after a period of nutritional accumulation, they suddenly experience a significant growth spurt overnight. Unleashing potential entails allowing it to manifest at the midpoint of accumulation to achieve the desired effect. However, what perplexed Gohan was that Kale ultimately claimed she attained that effect through relentless effort with a sharp snap. Gohan could only reminisce about the sensations he experienced when Elder Kai and Shenron enhanced his potential, hoping to discover a breakthrough. He calmed his mind, attuning himself to every part of his body, envisioning the state of potential activation, and attempting to harness the creative power of the Kaioshin to control his form. Gradually, Gohan felt a sensation of expansion and an accelerated heartbeat, his energy beginning to surge. Wait, isn't this reminiscent of the mysterious form? Perhaps he should enhance all his energy at the cellular level. That might suffice. Gohan concentrated his dissipating energy, infusing it into each cell, ensuring they were thoroughly empowered. At this moment, he began to enter that extraordinary state, yet something felt amiss, preventing him from maintaining it. It was insufficient. His heart lacked purity, troubled by lingering worries. Gohan was startled, realizing that Vegeto, having sensed his attempts to break through, had found him, truly a being capable of traversing time and space at will. Vegeto showed no inclination to engage in combat. Instead, Gohan focused on his breakthrough. If he were to voice his concerns, it would revolve around the issue of marriage proposals, a struggle between his inner self and societal expectations. Senior, what would you do if you had to choose between two people you care for? Vegeto's eyes transformed into Goku's cartoonish round gaze upon hearing Gohan's dilemma. Isn't it a bit hellish to make a fusion individual choose? Gohan, I've heard about your situation. I know you would never abandon anyone close to you, nor wish to see your cherished ones suffer. Vegeto grasped Gohan's shoulder, imparting a portion of his energy. and proclaimed loudly, "Thus, as long as you possess the strength to protect everyone, no matter the obstacles ahead, we Saiyans can repeatedly transcend our limits, can't we?" Under the invigorating external energy from Vegeto, Gohan's cellular structure was instantaneously awakened, becoming a new whole. The barriers of body and spirit dissipated, ushering in a renewed version of himself. Chapter 150. Selfishness. Gohan's aura converged, enveloping him in a crimson shield, his hair resembling Goku's Super Saiyan 2 but shimmering silver. This form felt distinct from Kale's, not merely a pure release of potential. Upon hearing the phrase release of potential, Vegeto's eyes sparkled with understanding. Recognizing Gohan's earlier aspiration for breakthrough. Release of potential? An intriguing concept. I hadn't anticipated such a form. Gohan, somewhat bewildered, wondered why Vegeto, who had just assisted him in breaking through, was unaware of the release of potential. Does this form not signify the release of potential, but rather represent another state altogether? Vegeta regained his composure, chuckling as he scratched his head, and explained to Gohan, "Ah, indeed, this is a breakthrough in limits. Your state back then resembled the moment of such a breakthrough, so I lent you a hand." Huh, a breakthrough in limits? Gohan contemplated for a moment and realized that he was currently experiencing a beastly breakthrough, which explained why his hair had not undergone a gradual transformation, and his body's red barrier resembled the Super Saiyan 4 breakthrough. How about that? Even a breakthrough in limits signifies strength gained. If a fight is what you seek, I am ready at any moment. Gohan clenched his fists, aware that he had indeed grown stronger, yet he felt certain that he could not rival Vegeta's prowess. Let us find out then, and see just how vast the gap between us truly is. Gohan and Vegeta launched into a fierce exchange, instantly transforming the space into a blazing battleground. Through the breakthrough in limits, Gohan acquired a power more formidable than ever before, with heightened focus and quicker reflexes. Nevertheless, even amidst this newfound strength, Vegeta effortlessly evaded Gohan's onslaught. Observe this technique. Gohan harnessed the power of time and space to swiftly maneuver, targeting Vegeta with rapid kicks that appeared to come from multiple directions simultaneously. Vegeta, however, was no novice. He dodged several of Gohan's strikes, and upon familiarizing himself with the rhythm of the kicks, he seized Gohan's leg and executed a shoulder throw, sending Gohan sprawling. Gohan quickly braced himself with his palms, rolling several times before regaining his balance. He charged forward once more, concentrating his energy into his right fist, where a golden dragon silhouette materialized. Dragon fist, is it? Let us see whose dragon reigns supreme. Vegeta swiftly formed a fist of his own, conjuring a golden dragon that surged toward Gohan's punch. Dragon fist, clash. The two fists collided, their entwined golden dragons seemingly engaged in a fierce battle. Gradually, Vegeta's more seasoned dragon began to gain the upper hand, forcing Gohan's fist to yield. Yet, Gohan displayed no signs of retreat. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. The golden dragon upon his hand gradually dissipated, transforming into arcs of blue electricity, and the nature of his energy output shifted. Descending Dragon Fist. Indeed, during his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan had grasped the principle of the Dragon Fist, which involved enveloping his fist in energy, transforming it into a dragon-shaped shockwave upon impact. The descending Dragon Fist utilized this characteristic to disperse the energy upon contact, hence its name. Under the influence of the descending Dragon Fist, the force in Vegeta's hand was disrupted, and his fist was instantaneously pushed back. Vegeta was taken aback, never expecting that Gohan had developed such a remarkable technique. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Gohan swiftly kicked Vegeta away, conjuring two clones to launch a relentless assault. Vegeta halted midair, confronting Gohan's two duplicates. To his astonishment, Vegeta realized that these clones possessed identical strength to Gohan, unlike the four-way technique that diminished power. Just as Vegeta began to familiarize himself with the clones' attacks, the real Gohan had already gathered energy for the Kamehameha. As Gogeta sensed the energy in Gohan's hands and sought to react, he was abruptly seized by two doppelgangers. Observing the imminent launch of the Kamehameha, Gogeta realized he could not simply succumb to the assault. He swiftly unleashed his own energy, enveloping his body in a fiery aura. The two doppelgangers could not withstand it for long, as Gogeta radiated heat akin to molten lava. Once the doppelgangers dispersed, Gogeta extended both palms forward, and a cerulean orb of energy materialized in his grasp. Kamehameha. Massive explosion Kamehameha. The two azure waves of energy collided with tremendous force, causing ripples throughout the fabric of space. At the epicenter of the clash, the very space seemed to tear apart, layer by layer, as if on the verge of shattering. Both combatants intensified their output, neither gaining a discernible advantage. In that moment, time appeared to freeze, their forms suspended in that instant. Bang! Bang! How painful! Both Gohan and Gogeta simultaneously clutched their heads, having received a sharp reprimand from the Supreme Kai of Time. What on earth are you two doing? My time chamber is about to collapse. Can't you keep your sparring under control? Faced with the irate Kane, the two could only manage awkward smiles. All right, you both seem to be free now. I need to investigate another timeline with Bardock shortly, so you may return. Exchanging glances, the two departed in a dejected manner. After bidding farewell to Gogeta and Kane, Gohan returned to the gathering. Though he had been away for a brief interval, it had only been about 20 minutes. The others were still engaged in conversation, indulging in desserts, while Biddy and Kale were seated, engrossed in their own exchange. I truly am a coward. Unable to confront my own feelings, it is utterly regrettable. Gohan approached the two ladies, who gazed at his sudden appearance, mouths agape, unsure of what to say. Come, let me take you to a special place. You would regret not going. Though puzzled, the two followed Gohan, as they held a deep trust in him. Soaring through the skies, they arrived at a tempestuous locale, with Gohan flying above them, gently cradling them to shield them from the storm's wrath. Biddy and Kale felt a blush creep upon their cheeks, with Kale pondering whether she truly needed such protection given her strength. Having traversed the storm, they reached the eye of the tempest, where a small island lay at its center, bathed in sunlight and resembling a paradise. They descended gradually onto a beautifully arranged site, adorned with vibrant flowers encircling them. Gohan knelt before the two ladies, producing two rings from his spatial realm, each set with the most brilliant diamonds in the universe, neither too large nor too small, perfectly symbolizing his sentiments. I may not understand love or romance. I have only ever desired for our relationship to remain as pure and beautiful as it has always been. However, I am aware that this is selfish. Yet can love be devoid of selfishness? Therefore, can you both accept my selfishness and accompany me on this journey? My dearest two ladies. Chapter 151. The Law of Cause and Effect. Under the sincere confession of Sun Wukong, both women were somewhat taken aback, not expecting that he had long since prepared everything but lacked the courage to voice it. They had previously conferred that regardless of whom he chose, they would honor his decision. However, Wukong did not make a choice. The best way to confront difficulties is to face them head on. For only those who confront challenges are truly strong. I am willing. I am willing too. Sun Wukong adorned them with rings, pledging that they would share a life together, nurturing the future of their home. The two women nestled closely against him, and Sun Wukong was confident that they would lead a blissful life together, even if it came at the expense of his vitality. In the ensuing months, Sun Wukong busied himself with preparations for their wedding. After all, it was a momentous occasion involving three individuals and deserved meticulous planning. At last, amidst the blessings of all present, Sun Wukong brought home two wives. Nearly everyone he knew attended, including the Kaioshin of Time and Bardock, who arrived after tidying up the Dark Demon realm. In a secluded corner, Whis stealthily indulged in delicacies while Beerus was blissfully asleep, deeming it acceptable to partake in the wedding feast of his student. Laughter and merriment filled the air at the wedding, with an abundance of sumptuous dishes prepared by Wukong, bringing joy to all attendees. Yet Yamcha, seated with a glass in hand, felt a tinge of melancholy, pondering why he had yet to find such an accommodating partner. Time passed swiftly, and 2 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong awoke to find his beloved wives on either side of him. He glanced at the two and then at his own body, acutely aware of the changes he had undergone. Alas, it seemed that the transformation from beast to man required merely 2 years of marriage. Today marked Bulma's birthday celebration, coinciding with Beerus's visit to Earth. Although Sun Wukong was uncertain about Beerus's attendance, he had already begun to accept his decline. While his strength had not diminished significantly, the toll on his vitality was undeniable. Indeed, it was a truth that training with Goku led to greater strength. For Sun Wukong, it sufficed to unleash his anger. Ah, Wukong, you're awake. You seemed a bit fatigued last night. Perhaps you should take a break, said Caulifla, lazily yawning as she draped herself around his neck, while the drowsy Videl began to stir beside them. Yes, I noticed you dozing off while writing your thesis yesterday. If it's not absolutely urgent, don't overexert yourself. Vidal chimed in. Sun Wukong scratched his head, realizing the thesis needed to be completed on schedule. Being a scholar was no simple feat, especially with the complexities of Dragon Ball physics. No worries. Today is Bulma Annie's birthday party, isn't it? Yesterday was unavoidable. I'll definitely rest well today. Speaking of Bulma's birthday celebration, Caulifla recalled that Beerus was expected to arrive. Wukong, what should we do if Beerus shows up? If he is displeased, could he obliterate Earth? Son Gohan asserted that it was utterly impossible. If Beerus dared to annihilate Earth, he would be courting death. Confused, Videl inquired of Gohan. Isn't it said that the god of destruction is the mightiest in the universe? Have you surpassed the god of destruction in strength? Gohan waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was already a blessing that he had not transformed into a mere version of himself over the years. Confronting a god of destruction was beyond his capabilities. In truth, I had invited the Supreme Kai and his attendant to Bulma's birthday celebration. If Beerus were to challenge the Supreme Kai, it would be tantamount to suicide. Wouldn't he? Even if he refrained from engaging the Supreme Kai, we could still take action. Caulifla and Videl shared a knowing smile, while Gohan's strategy was undeniably cunning. It was indeed quite practical, rendering Beerus's presence inconsequential. Not long ago, on the planet of the gods of destruction, Beerus yawned in midair. Upon waking, he noticed the ever-smiling Whis, which felt somewhat peculiar. Whis, have you gained weight recently? Your face seems to have grown rounder. Whis chuckled nervously and replied, Oh, Lord Beerus, you jest. How could we angels ever grow plump? Perhaps it is merely the lingering puffiness from your recent slumber. Is that so? Beerus quickly summoned a mirror to inspect his own round eyes. Oh dear, perhaps there is a hint of truth in that. Never mind. A splash of water should remedy it. Shortly thereafter, Beerus had washed up and made his way to the dining hall, eager for breakfast. However, upon arriving at the dining area, he was met not with his customary fare, but with a solitary round paper container. Wait, Whis, where is my food? Is there nothing left in the pantry apart from this container? Under Gohan's culinary influence, Whis had found himself at a loss for what to prepare with the available ingredients, ultimately resorting to his cherished instant noodles. Oh, how could I forget? Lord Beerus has yet to encounter instant noodles. This is a specialty brought to me by my intern. You must try it. It's absolutely delectable. Whis refrained from mentioning Gohan's name, as they had previously agreed that doing so might alter Beerus's course of action, potentially triggering unforeseen consequences within the universe. Beerus, though skeptical, peeled back the lid of the instant noodles. As the aroma wafted forth, he was taken aback. He had never encountered such a tantalizing scent, especially from shrimp-flavored noodles. He instantly began devouring them voraciously, savoring the delightful fragrance and chewy texture, each bite leaving him craving more. After consuming several bowls and nearly 2.5 containers of shrimp-flavored noodles, Beerus let out a satisfied burp. He then began to converse with Whis, learning of Frisia's demise and the Super Saiyan transformation, which conjured a term in Beerus's mind. Super Saiyan. What was that again? Ugh, why can't I recall? Whis, ever considerate, gently reminded him, Perhaps you mean the Super Saiyan god. Suddenly, Beerus felt a jolt of realization. Yes, that's it. The Super Saiyan god. The god of limits? Whis was taken aback, realizing that Beerus's words contradicted those of Gohan. Indeed, history had diverged to an irretrievable extent. However, it seemed that among the Saiyans, there was no Super Saiyan god of limitations. Could it be that Lord Beerus had made an error? Beerus shook his head, asserting no. It is impossible. This time, it is genuinely my prophetic dream. That individual is the strongest in this universe. He possesses the power to reverse everything and transcend limits. A force I might not be able to defeat. Whis was even more bewildered. Shouldn't such a being be an adversary instead of an insurmountable foe? This was utterly absurd. I must seek the Oracle Fish. It surely knows of the existence of the Super Saiyan god of limitations. Soon, the Oracle Fish stumbled and flew clumsily before Beerus. Tell me, is there truly a Super Saiyan god of limitations? After pondering for a moment, the Oracle Fish lazily rested on the edge of its tank and replied, Yes. It seems to be in that direction. Whis followed the direction indicated by the Oracle Fish and realized it pointed to the northern region of the universe, where the North Kai presided over Earth. Oh dear, it appears there is no escaping this. This must be what they call causality. Chapter 152. The Genius of Battle. After making preparations, Gohan arrived at Bulma's birthday party aboard the cruise ship. Most of Bulma's acquaintances had gathered, save for her sister in the universe and Goku, with Bardock also absent. Laughter and conversation filled the air, yet Vegeta leaned against the wall, solitary. Gohan instructed Caulifla and Biddy to find Android 18, while he approached Vegeta. "Uncle Vegeta, where is my father? Wasn't he supposed to arrive first?" Vegeta opened his eyes briefly to glance at Gohan before closing them once more. "Kakarot has gone to the North Kai. He wishes to try out that form he learned from Caulifla, claiming he cannot unleash it on Earth." Gohan marveled inwardly at how closely the unfolding events mirrored the original story. Could it be that Beerus would certainly arrive today? I understand now. If Lord Beerus comes, I will do my utmost to contain Gyu. I have prepared the ingredients here. Hopefully, his temperament isn't too volatile. Vegeta nodded slightly, aware of the God of Destruction's affairs, as they had all been thoroughly spoiled by spoilers. At present, we remain unaware of the God of Destruction's true power. We can only proceed as such, hoping that nothing goes awry with Kakarot. In Gohan's view, even with the Kaioshin present, it was best not to provoke Beerus, as there was no advantage to be gained. On the distant Kaioshin planet, the old Kai sat under a tree, enjoying the shade. With Shin and Kibito having gone to Earth, he remained behind to guard the home. I didn't expect this old fellow to emerge. It seems a great deal has transpired while I slumbered." The old Kai was not particularly surprised to see Beerus, but pretended to feign astonishment. "Lord Beerus, you have awakened." Beerus had merely come for a look. His true purpose lay with Goku and his companions. "I am not here for you. I have heard that someone has defeated Frieza, which piques my curiosity." Observing that only the old Kaioshin remained, he wasted no time and immediately soared towards Earth alongside Whis. The old Kaioshin, noticing Beerus's departure, promptly informed the North Kaioshin to prepare for his arrival. Goku, Lord Beerus is on his way. You might want to find a good hiding spot." Upon hearing that Beerus was approaching, Son Goku clenched his fists in excitement, aware that Beerus was coming for them. He had already mastered his new form and was eager for a confrontation with Beerus. "Lord Kaioshin, there's no need to be so anxious. Gohan has already informed me. I will exercise caution." The North Kaioshin wiped the sweat from his brow with a cloth, realizing that Son Goku, despite appearing composed, remained as reckless as he had always known him to be. Just as the North Kaioshin was about to turn and check on Beerus's whereabouts, a purple figure obstructed his view. North Kaioshin, how have you been?" Your North Kaioshin star seems rather diminutive. It pales in comparison to the Kaioshin realm. The sweat that the North Kaioshin had just wiped away began to trickle down his forehead once more. Fear and resentment welled up within him as he silently grumbled. "What do you know about my star shrinking? Perhaps I should let Goku give you a good thrashing." "Go, Goku." Beerus turned his gaze and spotted Son Goku nearby. After a brief appraisal, he approached Goku. Noticing Whis signaling him, Goku quickly adjusted his stance and greeted Beerus. "Greetings, Lord Beerus. My name is Son Goku, also known as Kakarot. I appreciate your consideration." As Beerus drew nearer, he had already assessed Goku's base form. You are indeed the one who defeated Frieza. I didn't expect you to have mastered the divine aura, but your level does not resemble that of the individual I seek." Son Goku smiled slightly and remarked, "Lord Beerus, I assure you that I am not at my full strength. We Saiyans, much like Frieza, are a race capable of transformation." Intrigued by Goku's words, Beerus was eager to see if there truly existed someone in the universe who could surpass him. "Very well, let me see just how formidable you are. Do not disappoint me." With that, Son Goku began his transformation, intending to gradually gauge Beerus's strength and discern the extent of the God of Destruction's prowess. Closing his eyes, a fiery aura enveloped him as he transformed into Super Saiyan God. This is indeed somewhat impressive. It will serve as a decent warm-up." Son Goku, still with closed eyes, addressed Beerus. "Do not rush, Lord Beerus. I have further transformations to unveil." As Goku's aura intensified and became increasingly fierce, he opened his eyes, and the energy surrounding him shifted to a brilliant blue. Observing the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, Beerus's expression finally shifted, realizing that indeed, there existed mortals capable of reaching the divine realm, and they were not feeble. "How about it, Lord Beerus? Would you care to spar with me? I wish to experience the might of the strongest God of Destruction." "Oh, you are aware that I am the strongest God of Destruction and still dare to challenge me? Truly, the fearless are often the ignorant." "Very well, allow you to experience that the disparity between the mightiest god of destruction and the weakest is not trivial. Observing the expressionless Beerus standing still, Sun Wukong realized that even the ultra-blue form would be of no avail against him. Just as Gohan had articulated, the essence of a god of destruction might not merely be a matter of degrees. It was time to engage. Sun Wukong launched his offensive. Although it appeared he had been idle over the years, he had been diligently honing his skills, facing Beerus without a trace of trepidation. He swiftly unleashed a flurry of punches, accompanied by a powerful kick, all of which were effortlessly deflected by Beerus. Noticing that Beerus did not even flinch at his attacks, Sun Wukong restrained his energy, initiating a localized release of his latent potential, thereby significantly amplifying his offensive capacity. After receiving a punch, Beerus felt a slight ache in his arm and detected the transformation in Sun Wukong's limbs. Oh, this is somewhat intriguing. However, you dare to test my limits? Such audacity. With that, a layer of purple energy enveloped Beerus, signaling his transition into God of Destruction mode. In response, Sun Wukong unleashed his full power, condensing all his energy and entering a state of complete potential release, his hair now radiating a stunning gradient of red and gold. At this moment, Sun Wukong's physique was undeniably formidable, surpassing the strength of Ultra Blue significantly. To contend with a god of destruction, he had specifically sought training from Caulifla to master this form. Whis, observing from the sidelines, was profoundly intrigued by Sun Wukong's development of such a form, particularly its application against destructive energy. Wukong truly is a genius of combat, he mused, as his physical fortitude has been greatly enhanced while simultaneously absorbing a portion of energy, potentially rendering Beerus's destructive might ineffective. As Sun Wukong and Beerus exchanged blows, the cataclysmic waves of energy shook the planet of the Kais, resonating within Beerus's very being. Chapter 153. The outcome is decided. A few months prior, Bulma had dispatched invitations for her birthday celebration, and at that moment, Sun Wukong recalled the prophecy of Beerus's arrival. As a Saiyan, driven by an innate love for battle, the thought of challenging Beerus ignited within him. Only Gohan had truly faced Beerus in combat, yet during that period, Gohan had been preoccupied and elusive, prompting Sun Wukong to seek out Caulifla, who had witnessed the encounter and even challenged a dragon spawn. Upon witnessing Caulifla's new form, he discerned a potential within it that Gohan had overlooked, compelling him to shamelessly become his daughter-in-law's disciple. After months of rigorous training, he finally awaited Beerus's presence and genuinely felt the overwhelming destructive energy emanating from him. As Sun Wukong's fists crackled with electric energy, the purple destructive energy did not inflict significant harm, merely causing a slight discomfort in his fists. Indeed, the god of destruction is formidable. Just one punch leaves my fists trembling. Beerus snorted softly. Although he had not decisively defeated Sun Wukong, he found his interest piqued. For there were few who could withstand even a single blow from him. Your strength has earned my respect. However, you should not take pride in my ordinary punch that follows. Can you endure what is to come? With a slight smile, Sun Wukong expressed his anticipation for a worthy opponent, one as formidable as Beerus, after waiting so many years. Meanwhile, the North Kai felt a pang of sorrow. After safeguarding his realm for so long, was it truly destined to explode? How heart-wrenching. With a mighty swing of his fist, Sun Wukong unleashed his full power, and Beerus responded in kind, their strikes creating a tumultuous wave of destructive energy that reverberated throughout the surroundings. The North Kai's abode, vehicles, lawn, and trees were gradually reduced to nothingness by the aftermath of their clash. Cease this. Please, do not continue. Your battle is dismantling my home. With the passage of time, Sun Wukong began to feel the toll of his exertion against Beerus, who noticed the decline in his stamina and prepared to deliver a final blow. You possess some skill, but your appearance is entirely unlike that of a Super Saiyan god, thus I cannot afford to waste time here. Farewell. In an instant, Beerus surged with power, his speed escalating to astonishing levels as he launched a fist imbued with immense destructive energy towards Sun Wukong. Beerus's punches fell like torrential rain upon Sun Wukong, depleting his energy rapidly. After all, destructive energy is not something one can absorb, but only partially counteract. Damn it, is this all I can do? Suddenly, Sun Wukong's body underwent a transformation, his energy no longer concealed but instead radiating outward, enveloped in a brilliant white aura. In a mere moment, Sun Wukong, who had been on the defensive, evaded all of Beerus's strikes. What? In that fleeting instant of surprise from Beerus, Sun Wukong delivered a punch that felt like a barrage of hundreds, sending Beerus hurtling backward. Sun Wukong's eyes opened, his hair transformed into a pure white, resembling a machine devoid of emotion, crafted solely for battle. Beerus, unable to contain himself at the sight, clenched his fist and questioned Whis. What is the meaning of this? How can he achieve such mastery over Ultra Instinct, and what's more, a perfect form of it? You traitor. Whis offered no response to Beerus's inquiry, but simply pointed towards Sun Wukong, warning, "My lord Beerus, be cautious." As Beerus turned, he was met with Sun Wukong's fierce gaze, prompting him to unleash his energy in defense against the impending attack. "I never expected you to master Ultra Instinct, but do not forget, young one, that the power of a god is not so easily surpassed." The purple energy surrounding Beerus intensified, clearly indicating he had activated his own Ultra Instinct. Undeterred, Sun Wukong sought only to revel in the thrill of combat. Thus commenced an even more ferocious battle. The two clashed like shadows, each collision requiring hundreds of blows to separate them, interspersed with an array of energy blasts. Sun Wukong's fist struck at Beerus, who, transcending Ultra Instinct, deftly evaded and countered, resulting in a fierce exchange between the two. After a collision, the two warriors instinctively distanced themselves. Sun Wukong gathered his energy for the Kamehameha, while Beerus concentrated on forming a destructive energy sphere across from him. Observing the high-energy blue light and the destructive fireball, King Kai of the North felt numb. He merely hoped that his halo would appear more aesthetically pleasing after his demise. Kamehameha. The energy sphere collided with the Kamehameha wave, and the immense energy caused the very fabric of space-time to warp and change color, generating heat waves that scorched King Kai's planet, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Gradually, Sun Wukong's body began to falter. It was not merely the maintenance of his Ultra Instinct, but the tremendous energy consumption that rendered him increasingly weary. His eyes flickered, returning to their original state. He smiled faintly before collapsing. Simultaneously, witnessing the oncoming energy sphere, King Kai and his companions also fell. With a thunderous boom, sparks erupted, and the beautiful flames illuminated the underworld. The mining Salu looked up at the light in the sky and sighed. "If I could live again, I would hide away and save her life." Before Salu could finish his lament, time seemed to stand still. The raised pickaxe was lowered once more, and the flames vanished as if nothing had transpired. Sun Wukong lay limp, gasping for breath, facing Beerus with no means of resistance left. Whis utilized time reversal to halt Beerus's destructive actions. After all, King Kai was a colleague, and Sun Wukong was considered a half-apprentice. Well, the outcome was clear. What an exhilarating battle it had been. Beerus felt a twinge of annoyance. Under normal circumstances, the destruction wrought by someone like Sun Wukong would be overlooked. But he had anticipated Whis' favoritism. "Never mind. You are indeed a rare specimen, so I shall refrain from pursuing your discourteous behavior. However, have you heard of the Super Saiyan God? If not, I shall take my leave." Sun Wukong, having never heard of such a name, shook his head and replied with difficulty, "I have not encountered that name, but it resembles something Gohan mentioned about breaking limits. You might inquire with my son. He may know." "Oh, your son? Is he perhaps more powerful than you?" Sun Wukong chuckled, opening one eye to gaze at Beerus. "When we Saiyans become enraged, we unleash tremendous power. Gohan surpassed me long ago, yet he has never truly been angry." Then, Sun Wukong signaled to Beerus, who leaned in closer. On the cruise ship, Gohan sensed the energy waves resulting from the clash between Sun Wukong and Beerus, as well as the forces of time and space. It appeared that Whis had reversed time. This suggested that his father should be fine, but why did he still feel a lingering sense of unease? While Gohan pondered, two figures appeared on the cruise ship. "You must be Son Gohan, the son of Sun Wukong." Chapter 154. Even Dragon Sweat Gohan was slightly taken aback by Beerus's sudden appearance, realizing that his perceptive abilities had diminished significantly. It could be due to Beerus being slightly stronger in this universe, yet Gohan had no intention of testing Beerus's strength. "Indeed, I am Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan. May I inquire about your purpose for seeking me?" Son Gohan feigned ignorance of Beerus, while Kale, observing his earnest performance, nearly burst into laughter. "I am Beerus, the god of destruction of this universe, and I have come to pose a question to you Saiyans. Your father, unbeknownst to him, was defeated by me, Thus I am here to inquire about you. Son Gohan, pondering thoughtfully, nodded and replied, I understand. So, Lord Beerus, what question do you wish to ask? I shall certainly provide you with any knowledge I possess. Without further ado, Beerus articulated his inquiry. Have you heard of the Super Saiyan God? I am in search of this individual, rumored to possess strength rivaling my own. Ah, you mean the Super Saiyan God? But wait, what is this God of limits? Noticing the confusion etched on Son Gohan's face, Beerus realized he was unfamiliar with the term. It seems you are unaware as well. If that is the case, I shall proceed to destroy the earth. Son Gohan, momentarily flustered, pondered when Beerus had altered the narrative. Could this be the source of his anxiety? Beerus raised his hand, a small purple sphere coalescing at his fingertips. Wait. Although I am unaware, the earth possesses Dragon Balls. If we make a wish upon them, we are sure to uncover the answer. Upon hearing that Dragon Balls could grant wishes, Beerus refrained from unleashing his destructive energy and clasped his hands behind his back, turning to Gohan once more. Dragon Balls, you speak of the wish orbs? I did not expect such artifacts to exist in this remote location. Son Gohan nodded vigorously, responding, Yes, I shall fetch the Dragon Balls immediately. Please hold on for a moment. After Gohan departed, Beerus took note of the various delectable foods surrounding him, and he soon spotted a familiar face, Vegeta. Oh, you seem somewhat familiar. What was your name again? Vegeta, recalling his previous terror upon encountering Beerus, felt a shiver run down his spine. Even though Vegeta had grown significantly stronger than in the original tale, he could not escape the psychological shadow cast by their last encounter. Beerus. Oh, I remember now. You are the son of King Vegeta. How peculiar it is that you all share the name Vegeta. Faced with Beerus' teasing, Vegeta remained somewhat apprehensive, for he had felt the overwhelming power of the destructive energy sphere when Beerus had vanquished Sun Wukong. Yes, Lord Beerus, this is merely a tradition of our royal lineage. I apologize for any amusement it may have caused you. Beerus paid little heed to Vegeta's response, his senses captivated by the surrounding aromas. Whis, do you not perceive that delightful scent? Pray tell, Vegeta, what are these dishes? Are they consumable? Naturally aware of Beerus' gluttonous tendencies, Vegeta, recalling Gohan's earlier suggestion, guided Beerus to a table devoid of Majin Buu, presenting him with a plethora of Earth's culinary specialties. Beerus wasted no time and began to indulge, while on the other side, Son Gohan located the resting place of the Dragon Balls. As Sun Wukong was about to enter, he unexpectedly encountered Pilaf and his companions. Pilaf and Sun Wukong exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the coincidence. Not wanting to expose them, Sun Wukong resorted to official rhetoric. You must be friends of Trunks. This isn't a place for hide and seek. You should head outside to join the party. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief after providing them an escape, Trunks and Goten arrived on the scene. Hey, Gohan, who are you talking to? The six of them exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Observing the awkwardness, Pilaf and his group swiftly departed, politely mumbling, Sorry for the interruption. Trunks, are these all your friends? That girl isn't your girlfriend, is she? How impressive. After Goten's imagination conjured another scenario, Gohan finally felt a sense of relief. It seemed the matter was settled. Trunks, gazing at the retreating girl, was about to retort when he was captivated by a glance from Mai. That's right. So how about it? Am I not impressive? As Trunks reveled in his self-affirmation, Gohan quickly gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and made his way back. Lord Beerus, I've brought the Dragon Balls. We can make a wish now. Beerus, munching on a drumstick, replied while chewing. Oh, you should hurry up with that wish. I'm eagerly awaiting the outcome. Gohan couldn't help but notice Beerus' eating habits weren't much more refined than those of a Saiyan, leading him to ponder what other beings from different universes might consume. After properly arranging the Dragon Balls, Gohan recited the incantation, and the dragon emerged amidst the darkening sky. Speak your wish, any wish at all. Lord Beerus, how did you arrive here? Gohan observed the dragon, which suddenly seemed to lose its vigor, nearly causing him to chuckle. Beerus, dismissing any pleasantries, urged the dragon to expedite the wish fulfillment. Dragon, do you know the god of the Super Saiyan limit? Lord Beerus wishes to know who he is. Upon hearing this inquiry, the dragon fell silent, soon breaking into a sweat. Beerus, having finished a morsel of takoyaki, glared at the dragon with an ominous gaze. You, as a dragon, shouldn't be ignorant of such matters. Be cautious of destruction. The dragon, drenched in sweat from Beerus's intimidating presence, steeled itself and responded, The answer to this question lies beyond my query capabilities. However, I can temporarily enhance my power by sacrificing all wishes to provide you with an answer. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. He sought only results, not the process. The dragon, recognizing his intent, immediately summoned divine power, radiating a golden glow. Gohan felt the force of space itself as the dragon seemed akin to a device searching for a network connection. After a brief pause, the dragon, panting, appeared to have found the answer. Lord Beerus, the god of the Super Saiyan limit that you seek is, in fact, a legend from another dimension. In the legends, it is said that when a crisis in time and space arises, the god of the limit breakers, a Super Saiyan, transcends the boundaries of time and space to save the universe from peril, which is the origin of his name. Beerus nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "What I wish to know is not the legend itself, but rather who he is and where he currently resides." The dragon, drawing upon its last vestige of strength, responded, "There exists but one way for him to manifest, and that is for the god of time to summon him in the face of a cosmic crisis." Chapter 155, Confronting the God of Time? Whis, do you know who this god of time is? I feel as if I have heard that name somewhere before. Whis swallowed a bite of his pizza and replied, "The god of time likely refers to Lady Cronoa, though she is more commonly addressed as the Supreme Kai of Time." Kane. Beerus understood at once. So it is the Supreme Kai of Time. No wonder it sounds familiar. Is it not true that the Limit Breaker serves under her as a time patroller? Son Gohan found this revelation rather peculiar. Having not anticipated that Beerus' prophetic dream would unfold in such a manner, clearly tied to his own experiences with time patrollers. As Gohan pondered, the dragon exhausted its final energy, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. So then, which of you is the time patroller? Step forward, my patience is wearing thin. Gohan searched through his past and present, but found no trace of the limit breaker. The only time patroller present was himself. He stepped forward, recognizing that he had no choice but to confront the situation. He shed his formal attire and donned a classic Piccolo-style battle uniform. "Indeed, it is you, Son Gohan." Gohan replied with resignation, "I may not fully grasp the situation, but I am indeed the time patroller. I hope to impress Lord Beerus with my utmost effort. And I beseech you not to bring destruction upon Earth." Beerus chuckled, rising to his feet, clasping his hands behind his back, his gaze lofty as he regarded Gohan. "Unleash your strongest transformation. I shall employ at least 70% of my power. Do not falter, for should you fail, the Earth shall perish." Gohan regarded Beerus with a hint of displeasure. How could this arrogant feline be so self-important? He thought to himself, "Let us see. Beerus, this is my ultimate transformation." Gohan's energy surged, transitioning from white to gold, and finally to crimson, causing the very space around him to tremble. The immense power drew in the clouds above, sparking a flurry of lightning. With a fierce roar, he transformed into his beast limit break form. A dark red aura enveloped his body, his hair extending even longer than during his initial limit break, and his gaze sharpened further. Beerus felt a shift in his thoughts and unleashed a punch towards Gohan. True to his word, he indeed wielded 70% of his strength. Just as the mighty fist was about to strike Gohan, his figure vanished like a wraith. "Oh, you possess the ability to manipulate space. Truly remarkable," Beerus remarked. With a swift sidestep, he delivered a kick that met Gohan's incoming punch, and after a moment of impact, they both quickly retreated. In this simple trial, Son Gohan discerned that Beerus here was indeed stronger than those from other realms. Not merely in strength, but in sensory perception as well. Beerus, yawning across from him, remarked, "What's the matter? Have you lost your fighting spirit after just a single strike?" "No," Gohan replied. "I merely find you more formidable than the destroyers I have previously encountered, which is rather astonishing." With a dismissive snort, Beerus retorted, "Those destroyers are hardly my equals. I am the mightiest among all the destroyers in this universe." "Perhaps so. Yet the destroyers I have met all bear your name," Gohan countered, launching himself forward with a powerful punch. Beerus narrowly evaded, but the aura of Gohan's breakthrough grazed his face. Instantaneously, Beerus activated his destroyer mode, unleashing a flurry of devastating punches toward Gohan. In response to these onslaughts, Gohan retracted his strength, emanating a white aura. "To my surprise, you two have mastered the art of effortless ease, and from what you say, you have even challenged another version of me from a different dimension." After dodging several blows, Gohan suddenly unleashed his own power, repelling Beerus's attacks and striking at him. Reacting swiftly, Beerus crossed his arms to block the blow. Indeed, but that version of Lord Beerus seems to have been asleep for far too long. His combat skills somewhat rusted, and he hesitated to strike against a time patroller. As Beerus defended against Gohan's scalding punches, he chuckled. Of course, he wouldn't dare to strike. Time patrollers from other dimensions are protected by the fabric of time. However, within their own universe, the rules differ. Even a god of time must adhere to the order of precedence. With a swift kick, Beerus sent Gohan flying, then unleashed several spheres of destructive energy, all of which struck Gohan. The power of destruction proved overwhelming, and even in his breakthrough state, Gohan felt immense pain, as if he were being shredded by 1,000 blades. Emerging from the cloud of smoke created by the explosions, Gohan engaged Beerus midair, clashing fiercely as they became entangled in combat. The surrounding environment succumbed to the shockwaves of their energies, creating a zone of devastation. Nearby flying fish in the sea were reduced to mere dust as they approached the area. To spare any innocence, Gohan conjured several light swords around him, launching them at Beerus. Instinctively, Beerus evaded these strikes, prompting Gohan to ascend higher into the sky. Observing this, Beerus pursued him, and their confrontation soared into the cosmos, accompanied by resounding explosions that echoed through the void. In the silence of space, both combatants became deafened by their own might. Yet the absence of noise allowed them to focus even more intently. A spaceship, en route to Earth for supplies, detected immense fluctuations as it neared the planet. Unable to witness the events unfolding, only observing asteroids exploding one after another, King Kai and Goku watched intently from King Kai's planet. Goku was brimming with excitement, while King Kai was filled with trepidation. The old Kai couldn't help but comment, "This is almost akin to a brawl between brothers Beerus." Fortunately, Gohan's energy carries a semblance of creative power, or else Earth would surely face a catastrophe tenfold greater. After engaging in battle for a considerable duration, Beerus discovered that Gohan was not only unwearied but had instead awakened a greater strength within himself. Reluctantly, Beerus found himself compelled to unleash approximately 80% of his own power. As Goku had remarked, "You indeed possess the potential to be my rival, and to my astonishment, your strength remains far from fully realized. I am now led to suspect that you may indeed be the god of the Super Saiyan that I envisioned in my prophetic dreams." Gohan smiled faintly. It had been a long time since he had fought with such fervor. "While I am unaware of the legends surrounding the God of Limits, Lord Beerus, you are undeniably formidable. Given the power I have summoned, I would still fall short against you." Clenching his fists, Gohan continued, "Yet I am apprehensive. If I grow stronger, what if my future adversaries also elevate their strength? I am no lone hero. I have things that I wish to protect. So you chose to seal away your own power?" In response to Beerus' conjecture, Gohan shook his head. "I do not know. Perhaps I have yet to unlock it. Or perhaps it is a subconscious barrier I have placed upon myself. However, through this battle with Lord Beerus, I have come to realize that fear serves no purpose. Many challenges must be confronted head-on. Only by becoming stronger can I bravely stride into the future." Chapter 156. The Direction of the Future Indeed. Let us strive to grow stronger. I eagerly await the moment you truly become the God of Limits. Beerus extended his finger, bending his middle finger upon his thumb, concentrating all his power into that point. In an instant, he appeared before Gohan, initiating the godly finger snap, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Instinctively, Gohan summoned all of his energy to defend against it. In a fleeting moment, the two energies collided violently, annihilating each other, yet Beerus' energy proved superior, striking Gohan and propelling him into the atmosphere. As that energy surged into the atmosphere, a catastrophic explosion ensued, resembling a grand celebration in the heavens, with shockwaves reverberating throughout the entire solar system. It has been quite some time since I have witnessed Lord Beerus unleashing his full power. Whis gently tapped the ground with his staff, minimizing the impact of the shockwave, while simultaneously restoring the orbital paths. Vegeta observed the explosion in the sky, a tumult of emotions stirring within him. Just how powerful must one be to unleash such an attack? Moreover, Gohan managed to withstand it. It is simply astonishing. Even though Vegeta has mastered transformations that do not require the Ultra Instinct and possesses various other forms, he still cannot reach the level of the two combatants before him. Gohan, barely clinging to life amidst the overwhelming shock, plummeted like a meteor onto a plain, carving a trench into the earth as he landed. The disparity in strength is immense. Indeed, the higher the power level, the more even the slightest difference becomes a vast chasm. It is no wonder that Black Frieza could eliminate Ultra Instinct Goku in an instant. Surpassing Beerus is beyond possibility. With his last vestige of strength, Gohan retrieved the revival insect he had procured earlier and swallowed it whole. Such an item of this caliber is indeed potent. Instantly, the near-death Gohan was restored to his former vitality. He looked at his body and discovered that his arms had vanished. It must have happened when he failed to withstand an attack. Does this mean I am destined to become a future one-armed Gohan? I hope not. However, before Gohan could lament, his hand suddenly reappeared with a soft pop. At that moment, he recalled that he possessed a physique akin to that of the Namekians. Yet, Gohan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The sudden regrowth was rather unsettling. After a brief moment of adjustment, he teleported back to Bulma's birthday party, where he was greeted by familiar faces. To his astonishment, Goku was already seated at the table with Beerus and others, the scene resembling a typical Saiyan gathering. Why don't you use my method to provoke Gohan, Lord Beerus? I see great potential for his improvement, Goku remarked. Beerus, munching on skewers, replied. Are you truly his father? Your approach is no different from that of a villain, and besides, those two are already pregnant. How could I possibly act? Goku's chewing of the pork chop slowed as he questioned Beerus. Pregnant? Does that mean I'm going to be a grandfather? Wow. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. It feels surreal. Gohan, overhearing their conversation, was utterly perplexed. What method? What pregnancy? What on earth was happening? At that moment, Vegeta approached and took a seat next to Goku, commenting while he ate. Isn't it obvious? They must be using your two wives as leverage to provoke you into a rage. But with them both pregnant, Lord Beerus has no desire to intervene. I'm going to be a father? I'm going to be a father. Gohan swiftly made his way to the interior of the cruise ship, where everyone else was dining to avoid disturbing Beerus, and found his two wives chatting with Bulma. Videl, Caulifla, let me see. Bulma teased Gohan. You're quite the eager one, aren't you? It's only been a short while since we last met, and you're acting like a hungry tiger. Gohan leaned closer to their bellies, sensing intently. Hey, Gohan, what are you doing? There are so many people watching. This isn't appropriate. Caulifla, you should stop him. Yeah, Gohan, if you want to touch, you can do that in private. I've never seen you so enthusiastic before. After some sensing, Gohan settled beside them and exclaimed, No. Really, don't you both feel it? There's a distinct energy within you. You are both about to become mothers, and I am to become a father. Bulma, caught up in the excitement, poked Gohan and said, You're quite something, managing to time the pregnancy so well. I can't believe both of them are expecting. You truly have a talent. The two women shared in the excitement, realizing that they had indeed felt different lately, and it turned out to be pregnancy. With a clap of her hands, Bulma summoned 2 helicopters loaded with additional supplies, ensuring they had plenty to eat. Even Pilaf and his crew managed to snag a generous portion, nearly moved to tears with joy. Beerus has ceased his provocations towards Earth. In fact, the moment he savored Earth's delicacies, he had effectively secured his retirement plan spanning billions of years. Amidst the joyous laughter, Bulma's birthday celebration came to a close. Following the resolution of the Beerus incident, Gohan reached out to the Supreme Kai of Time, seeking to comprehend the essence of the Super Saiyan God of Limits. The Super Saiyan God of Limits? That rings a bell, the Supreme Kai remarked. It seems to be a legend from an alternate timeline. However, it was merely a tale I conjured to instill fear in the dark demon realm. It lacks a concrete identity. Gohan, somewhat puzzled, inquired of Kai. If there exists no definitive identity, why is Beerus so certain of its presence in the direction of Earth? It could be related to the dark demon realm. Furthermore, Gohan, you must exercise caution. The dark demon realm is likely within your universe, and they are in search of something. Gogeta and your grandfather have followed them into your realm. Gohan was taken aback. The dark demon realm? What could they possibly want here? Are they intent on disrupting the fabric of time and space? Yet, this timeline is already quite chaotic. Kai's tone turned grave. Their pursuit is not for temporal energy. Rather, they seek specific artifacts unique to certain universes. Specific universes? What could that entail? Do you require my assistance in forwarding them? Not at the moment. Gogeta is still investigating the particulars. He will inform you of any developments. Just ensure your vigilance. Upon concluding the call with the Supreme Kai of Time, Gohan sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Beerus's prophetic dream surely held significance. possibly indicating the direction in which Gohan needed to focus his efforts. "Gohan, is the soup ready?" his beloved wife inquired. "Both she and our unborn child are quite famished." Gohan hurriedly removed the lid from the nearly overflowing pot of soup, setting out bowls and utensils as he approached the dining table. "Here it is. Today's meal is particularly delightful." Chapter 157. Fragments of darkness in the depths of the cosmos. Two pale-faced denizens of the demon realm were traversing a desolate planet. "Tawa, is that artifact truly located in such a place?" the tall man asked the elegantly formed woman ahead of him. The woman, wielding a peculiar device reminiscent of a mine detector, bent low to search the ground. "Mira, impatience is not a virtue, and while you may doubt me, you ought to trust in the relics of the demon god. According to the artifact's indications, the fragments of darkness are indeed situated here." Observing Tawa's earnest search, Mira felt it inappropriate to merely stand by. Thus she commenced a patrol of the surrounding area. Behind a massive boulder, a pair of stealthy figures were watching them intently. "Bardock, what should we do?" Mira is approaching swiftly. "Is there any effective method for concealment?" Bardock regarded the flustered Gogeta beside him. Recognizing his lack of stealth was quite amusing. A true testament to the fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot. "Keep your voice down. We are far enough away that Mira won't venture this way. Besides, did I not teach you the transformation technique? You can simply turn into stone when the time comes." As Bardock undertook his duties as a time patroller, he encountered numerous tasks necessitating the concealment of his identity. He diligently sought the counsel of Oolong, Puar, and Son Gohan to study the techniques of ki and transformation, acquiring a repertoire of shape-shifting arts. Mira, observing a massive boulder ahead, felt an unsettling dissonance and, driven by curiosity, cautiously approached it. Behind the stone, Bardock and Vegeta held their breath, apprehensive of being discovered and revealing their intentions. As Mira drew nearer, just as Bardock and the others braced for immobility, Tawa exclaimed, "I found it. There's no mistake. This is the magic fragment." Turning to investigate, Mira spotted Tawa clutching a milky fragment resembling shattered glass. Bardock and Vegeta exchanged furtive glances and even captured a photograph. "Mira, let us depart. There are surely more fragments to be found in this timeline." Casting a glance back at the stone, Mira joined Tawa, and together they left the planet. The magic fragment. It seems the Dark Demon Realm has conjured yet another scheme. Let us return to report to Lord Kane. Bardock nodded in agreement, and alongside Vegeta, they made their way back to the Time God Temple. Upon their return, Bardock and Vegeta recounted the events to Kane, who fell into contemplation as he studied the photograph they had taken. "A magic fragment, you say? It does not appear to possess the essence of the demon realm. What precisely is this artifact, and why is it found in the voids of time?" Bardock and Vegeta exchanged puzzled looks, realizing that the voids of time were ominous, pondering whether the fragment was linked to such anomalies. After a moment of silence, Kane revealed the truth. "Indeed, a month prior, I sensed anomalies within the universe where the time voids had manifested, only to discover that individuals from the Dark Demon Realm had invaded those regions. I did not expect them to be in pursuit of such fragments, nor are these substances perceivable even to me." Kane paced thoughtfully, glancing between Vegeta and Bardock before shaking his head. "This is untenable. Your resemblance to Son Goku makes me doubt your reliability. While you may handle combat missions, this matter requires his involvement." Vegeta, realizing the implication, inquired, "Are you suggesting, Lord Kane, that you intend to summon him back?" Kane nodded, retrieving a communicator from his person. After pressing a few buttons, he dialed a number. Months later, on Earth, Son Gohan anxiously awaited outside the hospital. Today, both of his wives had gone into labor, a rather fortuitous coincidence. As he entered the hospital, a sense of embarrassment washed over him. The nurses, upon learning that both expectant mothers were his wives, regarded him with judgmental glances that made him wish he could vanish into the floor. Now seated outside the operating room, he occasionally noticed several young nurses whispering and giggling about him, amplifying his anxiety and awkwardness. Indeed, maintaining a harem comes at a cost. To have it all, one must sacrifice certain things and endure the scrutiny of others. Suddenly, the sound of a newborn's cries pierced the air from Bidalai's operating room, prompting the nurses to summon Son Gohan inside. As Sun Wukong gazed upon the newly born infant, he noted the resemblance to himself and to Biddy Li, a tiny creature still bearing the marks of infancy. "Ah, indeed a daughter. Henceforth, she shall be named Xiao Fong. May she grow up to be well-behaved." Almost immediately, A cry echoed through the air, drawing Sun Wukong to the adjacent operating room where Caulifla had also given birth. No sooner had he laid eyes upon the little one than he was met with a startling display. The infant emitted a small energy blast. Reacting swiftly, Sun Wukong utilized his spatial abilities to redirect the projectile outside the hospital. With a resounding explosion, a mountain several kilometers away was obliterated, demonstrating an astonishing level of power. The hospital staff were drawn to the commotion outside, mistaking the flash they witnessed for mere hallucination. "You little one, just like your mother, so boisterous. Let me see if you are a mischievous little boy," Sun Wukong approached, only to discover that she was indeed another daughter. Now, rather than pondering dowries, he would need to consider how to marry her off. "Oh, a sister. Very well then, you shall be named Xiao Nua." Hiss, her combat power is nearing 200,000. "I hope you find a good man." Caulifla, having risen from her bed, playfully smacked Sun Wukong, exclaiming, "Is this how you, as a father, bless your daughter? How careless." Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head, and gently assisted Caulifla back to bed, insisting she ought to rest after giving birth. Due to both Caulifla and Biddy Lee's robust health, they were discharged the same day, and after the children received their vaccinations, they returned home. During this period, Sun Wukong found himself exceptionally busy, not only engaging in academic research, but also tending to Xiao Nua, who seemed to unleash an energy blast daily, leading him to suspect she was possessed by a Super Saiyan spirit. Xiao Fong, in contrast, was well-behaved, rarely producing energy blasts, merely taking the occasional lap around the earth. Is Wukong at home?" Sun Wukong was at his desk, engrossed in writing, when he heard a familiar voice. Coming. He opened the door and was momentarily taken aback. Though much time had passed, he could never forget that visage. "Trunks, what brings you here? It has been ages. I've missed you too, Wukong. Heeding your advice, I teamed up with King Kai to defeat Majin Buu. Now we all live in peace." Sun Wukong felt a wave of relief at Trunks' news. It was indeed wonderful to hear that Trunks' universe was unharmed. "By the way, Trunks, you must be vigilant in protecting King Kai. There may be a dark Goku seeking to annihilate humanity." Trunks, rather than appearing surprised, smiled and proceeded to explain. It turned out that Kane had intervened, eliminating the Zamasu crisis in Sun Wukong's universe, thus facilitating her request for Trunks' assistance. Chapter 158. The initiation of action. Are you saying that Lord Kane wishes for you and me to investigate the fragments of magic? Trunks nodded, producing a device resembling a button. "The Supreme Kai of Time bestowed upon me this remarkable item, enabling direct transport to the Temple of Time. When we uncover the crucial clues regarding the shards of darkness, we shall return without delay." After a moment of contemplation, Son Gohan recognized the necessity of investigating the connection between the shards and the void of time and space, as it pertained to the safety of his universe. "Very well. I comprehend the urgency. However, I kindly request a little time. Once I complete this paper and ensure my 2 children are settled, I shall accompany you," he stated. Trunks understood Gohan's current predicament, balancing the pinnacle of family and career, indeed leaving him little time. However, the gravity of the situation required that Son Gohan bear the responsibilities commensurate with his formidable power. "Then I shall leave it to you, Brother Gohan. Please contact me when you are ready. I will head to the Temple of Time in preparation," Trunks replied, turning to exit and pressing a button that made him vanish from sight. It appears I must seek out Uncle Piccolo," Gohan lamented, initially hoping to manage the children himself, but recognizing the need for professional assistance. Given that Videl, as Mr. Satan's daughter, was exceedingly occupied with managing her family's dojo, he realized it was prudent to enlist help. Moreover, Caulifla was utterly inexperienced with children. There had been an incident where she nearly clashed with little number 17, and little Pan had almost levitated into the sky. Had Gohan not intervened in time, their home might have been demolished. Thus, with Gohan alone at home, while Caulifla and Videl attended to the dojo, it was simply too overwhelming for him to also save the world. Carrying a plethora of children's supplies, Gohan ventured into the jungle where Piccolo was training. "Uncle Piccolo, are you there? I have some matters to discuss, as I am truly overwhelmed." Piccolo leaped down from the treetop, landing beside Gohan. "What troubles you, Gohan? Is there anything that can truly pose a challenge for you?" Observing Piccolo's descent, Gohan handed over the 2 children and set their belongings aside. "Uncle Piccolo, I implore you to look after these 2. I must address the anomalies in time and space, and I cannot predict when I will return." You are the one I trust most at this moment. He then retrieved several revival insects from his pocket and presented them to Piccolo. Please keep a close watch on little number 17. It would be best for her to learn to control her own power. Use these revival insects for now. Although she is but a child, her combat prowess is formidable. Having quickly conveyed these words, Gohan waved farewell and departed, vanishing through the time portal. Ugh, Gohan, Piccolo muttered, gazing at the two children in his arms. Their sparkling eyes sent a chill down his spine. How irritating. Am I to be relegated to the role of a babysitter once more? Soon, Gohan arrived at the Temple of Time, where Trunks, Vegeta, Bardock, and the Supreme Kai of Time were convening a strategy meeting. Ah, Gohan, your timing is impeccable. Please join us in deliberating the current situation, as the Dark Demon Realm seems to be up to no good once again. Son Gohan gathered with them to grasp the full scope of the circumstances. Tawa and her associates were manipulating alternate timelines to control an alternate Bardock, seeking something elusive while wreaking havoc across various dimensions. Subsequently, the Kaioshin of Time resurrected a dimensionally deceased Goku and Vegeta using the Dragon Balls, allowing them to permanently fuse into the transcendent Gogeta to confront the Dark Demon Realm. Together, they exerted their combined efforts to seal the immortal demon, Mechikabura. As a result, the majority of Time Patrollers retired, and the timeline momentarily welcomed a semblance of peace. It was not until the emergence of temporal voids that a few patrollers re-emerged. Yet their success was scant, with some stranded in alternate timelines. Aside from Gogeta, the others were indeed retired. Recently, while the seals remained intact, Tawa and Mira infiltrated the temporal voids, exhibiting little to no adverse effects. They also acquired a mysterious artifact, discovering something referred to as demon shards. According to Kane's analysis, these shards likely harbored higher dimensional power, which only higher dimensional forces could elude Kane's detection. The task at hand was ostensibly straightforward: to send Gohan and Trunks to the temporal voids previously unvisited by Tawa and her associates, and await their entrapment before intervening. The objective was to procure a sample of the demon shards or discern the means by which they sought these shards. With the target clearly established, the next course of action needed deliberation. Should they seize it outright? Kane playfully smacked Gogeta on the head, bemused by his transformation into a fool after a mere skirmish with Gohan. Of course, it was not so. Only the power of space could decipher such higher dimensional energies, and locating these entities would necessitate specialized detection tools. Gohan possessed spatial abilities, and Trunks could enlist his mother's assistance in crafting a demon shard radar. Gogeta expressed confusion. Why was it imperative to seek out Gohan's timeline amidst the multitude of Bulmas across various dimensions? Because they emerged from the temporal voids, they exhibited resistance to such powers, making their involvement a safeguard against entrapment within the void. Furthermore, it was essential that Bulma herself had constructed the time machine, enhancing the likelihood of researching the properties of higher dimensions. After analyzing the current circumstances, Kane produced a map-like object, depicting the distribution of various temporal voids along the timeline. The red-marked locations indicated those already breached, while the others remained untouched. Notably, near the most recent breach, there lay another timeline, following Tawa and her companion's route. Their next destination was clear. Isn't that the timeline of Tenkaichi? Gohan queried. So, are we to venture there next? Kane nodded, affirming that although this timeline had been repaired, residual higher dimensional energy lingered somewhere within. Gohan, let us proceed. Since this is a timeline you have previously restored, entry should be relatively facile, facilitating our operations. Gohan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this timeline should have progressed to the latter stages of Dragon Ball Super. The situation remained uncertain, carrying inherent risks that necessitated utmost caution. Very well, Trunks, let us prepare. Years have passed, and we cannot predict what might transpire. We must remain vigilant at all times. I understand, Brother Gohan. I will be cautious, Trunks replied without hesitation, embodying the reliable and decisive nature that had led Kane to choose him. After a brief period of preparation, Gohan and Trunks set forth into this timeline, while Gogeta and Bardock remained in the God of Time sanctuary, ready to lend assistance at a moment's notice. The changes in this place over the years were quite significant. Nevertheless, the energy signatures of Tianla and the others converged in a singular direction, accompanied by a formidable presence. What could be the cause of this? Gohan cast a glance at Trunks, who nodded in acknowledgement, and together they soared toward that source. Chapter 159, an unexpected encounter upon a stretch of sandy terrain. The warriors of this universe found themselves confronted by two unfamiliar figures. From a distance, Gohan and Trunks observed the unfolding situation, opting for caution to avoid alarming their adversaries. Brother Gohan, who are those two individuals? One seems to belong to the same lineage as the Kaishin, yet they appear to be seeking trouble, Trunks remarked. Let us observe for now. I am more intrigued by the other one than the one resembling the Kaishin, Gohan replied. From their vantage point, it appeared that the two figures awaited the arrival of the warriors, remaining silent as time elapsed. Eventually, Gohan, who had been somewhat delayed due to his research, arrived on the scene. I apologize for my tardiness. I was caught up in an experimental study, he chuckled. Noticing that most had gathered, the figure from the other side, a member of the Grind, stepped forward to introduce themselves. It seems everyone is present. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lyra, the West Kaishin. Upon hearing this introduction, all, including Gohan, were taken aback, for it was widely believed that the West Kaishin had perished. The West Kaishin? Impossible. Gogeta mentioned that in every world he visited, the West Kaishin had already met their demise. The death of a Kaishin signified the fall of a god of destruction. And during the saga of Black Goku, the death of the East Kaishin resulted in the absence of a god of destruction in that world, indicating that the West Kaishin had indeed perished, leaving the East Kaishin as the final one standing. Isn't it astonishing? I was supposed to have been slain by Majin Buu. However, after my demise, I fell into the abyss of a planet, where a mysterious power revived me, recounted the West Kaishin. Without hesitation, Goku, intrigued by the West Kaishin's tale, interjected with a question. So, what brings you to us, West Kaishin? Isn't resurrection a positive occurrence? I still have a practice match with Ub. Could you please be succinct? The West Kaishin cast a sidelong glance at Goku, disregarding his query, and then turned to Ub, a sinister smile creeping upon his face. Ub, you are indeed the reincarnation of Majin Buu. I can sense that irritating aura emanating from you. With that, Lyra pivoted, returning to the imposing figure she had brought along. Oh, son Wukong, behold this child. How formidable he is. Had he been present at that time, even the great Majin Buu would have been unable to inflict the slightest harm upon him. At this moment, Son Gohan had nearly confirmed his suspicions. This individual is undoubtedly the legendary figure who vanquished Majin Buu. Can you, who defeated Majin Buu, also conquer our son? Our son. What is the meaning of this? The West Kaishin, observing the astonished expression on Sun Wukong's face, smiled even more broadly. She stepped aside, calling out to Sun Wukong, "Go forth, Jaiko, and let your father witness your immense power." "Yes, mother." Jaiko, clad in a vibrant green martial arts uniform, with hair shimmering white tinged with purple, embodies a fusion of Saiyan and green deity cells. His latent energy is astonishingly potent, even in his base form, rivaling that of a Super Saiyan god. So this is Jaiko? I never anticipated that the amalgamation of Saiyan and green deity cells could directly evoke the divine strength of a Super Saiyan god, and with hair that is inherently white. Son Gohan now comprehended that Jaiko is a natural Super Saiyan god, reminiscent of the divine figure previously described by Gogeta. It is no wonder he wreaks havoc on the battlefield. Ah, I understand now. He must be a sort of artificial being created from your cells and mine. He is indeed formidable. In my former state, I would have stood no chance against him. Sun Wukong advanced, positioning himself face to face with Jaiko. He removed his weighted clothing and wristbands, adopting a combat stance. However, I too am ceaselessly growing stronger. Let me witness the full extent of his might. The battle was imminent as Jaiko surged towards Sun Wukong with astounding speed. Sun Wukong could sense that Jaiko's power had reached the level of a Super Saiyan god, prompting him to transform into one as well. Their fists and feet clashed, scattering the clouds above. Is that fellow Jaiko truly so powerful? He hasn't even transformed, yet he surpasses all my transformations. Trunks observed the clash, yet he could scarcely perceive their movements. Presently, Trunks, exerting himself fully, merely reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. Without the divine level of power, Jaiko is akin to our Super Saiyan 5, thus Trunks. There is no point in comparing yourself to him. Trunks fell into silence. Having never achieved Super Saiyan 4, he could scarcely fathom what Super Saiyan 5 might entail. After several intense exchanges, Son Gohan had to concede. Jaiko was indeed powerful, and he had yet to even transform. You are impressive. I did not expect you to wield such strength in your base form, but the warm-up is over. I shall now engage seriously. Sun Wukong drew his arms to his waist, and with a fierce shout, his hair shifted from red to blue, unleashing a formidable surge of power. A flash of blue light surged forth, and Jaiko, who had previously held the upper hand, was suddenly at a disadvantage. Within mere exchanges, he found himself on the defensive. What is the matter? Is this truly the extent of your abilities? If this is all you have, then you cannot be my child. Sun Wukong unleashed a series of powerful punches, each one making Jaiko acutely aware of the vast chasm between their strengths. With the final blow, Jaiko was sent hurtling back to the side of the West Kai. As Sun Wukong descended gracefully, he addressed the West Kai, stating, "Though I am unaware of your intentions, it would be prudent to refrain from causing disturbances on Earth. If your only desire is to challenge me, then continue to grow stronger. I shall be ready whenever you are." The West Kai, recognizing the stark disparity between Jaiko and Sun Wukong, had initially sought vengeance against Majin Buu, only to discover that Sun Wukong had obliterated Buu and facilitated his reincarnation. Consequently, her focus shifted to Sun Wukong and the current incarnation of Buu, yearning to defeat them in this realm. However, this was not the cosmos, and the strength of Sun Wukong and his allies had surpassed any comparison. Even Jaiko, no matter how formidable, was overstepping his bounds. As the West Kai contemplated a strategic retreat, Sun Gohan sensed a disturbance in the fabric of time and space, seemingly aimed at the West Kai. Sensing danger, Sun Gohan instantaneously teleported behind the West Kai, deflecting a sudden onslaught of dark energy spheres. The energy sphere was sent soaring into the air, erupting in a violent explosion, indicating a lethal intent towards the West Kai. "Ah, how surprising, two Sun Gohans. Could it be that you are the ally brought by that Kiritonia fellow?" Sun Gohan's expression turned grave as the unexpected events unfolded, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Are you, perchance, Vegito?" The assailant revealed himself, clad in a blue-orange martial arts uniform, with an upright hairstyle, an odd mask, and the conspicuous patera earrings. Clearly, he was the controlled alternate dimension Vegito. Chapter 160. The unknown power. The alternate dimension Vegito crossed his arms, surveying the warriors before him and the two Sun Gohans, emitting a disdainful snort. "Humph, a mere rabble, utterly unworthy of being my adversaries. I advise you to hand over the West Kai. Perhaps I might spare your lives." The onlookers regarded this Vegito with heightened caution, fully aware that he was the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, possessing unimaginable power. "You insolent fool!" Jaiko, oblivious to Vegito's true nature, was incensed by his arrogant proclamation and charged forward, delivering a punch. Vegito merely chuckled softly, effortlessly catching Jaiko's fist. With a simple flick, Jaiko was sent skidding across the ground for several kilometers, his face plowing into the earth. Overestimating his capabilities, the West Kai was left in stunned disbelief. She had thought Jaiko invincible, yet he could not even withstand a single move from this individual, putting her own life in jeopardy. "Who are you? And why do you attack me? We should not be acquainted." The West Kai, filled with a sense of defeat and anger, dared not approach Sun Gohan, instead posing her question from behind him. "Humph, those who are already dead should accept their fate with humility. Besides, the strong hunt the weak. To kill you requires no justification." In a realm beyond comprehension, Vegeta exhibited a disinterest in confronting Gohan and his companions. With remarkable swiftness, he teleported to the side of the West Kaishin, aiming a key sword directly at her head. Vegeta brimmed with confidence, believing that none present could pose a threat to him. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. He underestimated Gohan, who had been summoned as reinforcements, and the prowess of the other warriors in this realm. In the fleeting moment the key sword was unleashed, Trunks darted forward, employing his own sword to halt the advance of the energy blade. Gohan swiftly escorted the West Kaishin away. "She undoubtedly possesses something coveted by the Dark Demon realm. We must expedite her transport to the Temple of Time." Gohan grasped the bewildered West Kaishin and pressed the button to initiate their journey to the Temple of Time. "Not so fast." Vegeta exerted a slight force, sending Trunks flying, while his hand reached out towards the West Kaishin, intent on absorbing her essence. However, upon making contact, he discovered only an illusion. Gohan had already relocated before Vegeta's assault, and Trunks had merely been stalling for time. "You scoundrel." "Humph, Gohan is it? Trunks, too? Prepare to meet your demise," Vegeta declared with malevolence. I shall eradicate you one by one. I refuse to believe he can bear witness to your slow demise. Turning swiftly, Vegeta unleashed the ki sword aimed at Trunks' heart. Trunks, just rising to his feet, found himself unable to evade the imminent attack, helplessly watching as Vegeta advanced. At that instant, Vegeta was propelled backward by a powerful kick, stumbling before executing a series of backflips to regain his balance. Hey, you arrogant fool! I haven't even spoken yet. How dare you proclaim your invincibility? Trunks exclaimed, recognizing the figure who had saved him. Father, you are the Trunks from Gohan's world, are you not? Your strength requires further enhancement, but we shall handle this from here. This adversary is beyond your current capability. Observing the self-assured Vegeta and the relaxed demeanor of Goku as he approached, Vegeta couldn't help but applaud. Goku, Vegeta, truly the mightiest warriors of Earth. However, do not forget, your strength only serves to amplify mine. Standing tall, Vegeta merely tapped into his ki, causing the very atmosphere of the sandy arena to shift drastically. A formidable surge of power erupted from him, showcasing his Super Saiyan Blue form. Though Goku and Vegeta sensed the looming challenge, they had no choice but to engage in battle, determined to delay his advance for as long as possible, even in the face of potential defeat. Vegeta raised his palm, each finger coalescing into a blue energy sphere. Under his command, these spheres transformed into 5 piercing lasers, hurtling toward Goku and his allies. Everyone be cautious. Evade at once. His attacks are indiscriminate. Many warriors reacted swiftly, retreating from the battlefield, while those who remained were rescued by Goku and Vegeta. 5 beams of blue laser converged upon the ground, resulting in an explosion of cataclysmic proportions. The stones in the sandy terrain were annihilated in an instant, leaving the landscape desolate, akin to a barren desert. Had they managed to escape? I initially hoped to eliminate a few of them, but I suspect that Sun Wukong and the others will return shortly. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived at the battlefield, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Vegeto. In the Temple of Time, a figure materialized. It was Son Gohan, who had been transported back. What brings you back so soon? Gohan, where is Trunks? Has something occurred? Son Gohan released Layla and Zyko from his spatial realm, having concealed them there prior to his return. Upon seeing the Supreme Kai of the West, Vegeto was taken aback. He had never encountered the Supreme Kai before, and her existence was astonishing. Could this truly be the Supreme Kai of the West? Then, the figure beside her must be Zyko. How could this be possible? Kane, however, remained composed and inquired about the reason for Gohan's return. Lord Kane, the Dark Demon Realm has somehow taken control of Vegeto, compelling him to eliminate the Supreme Kai of the West. I suspect this is connected to the fragments of magic, which is why I brought them back. Kane nodded and promptly began scanning the two. What exactly is going on? The Dark Demon Realm, the fragments of magic. What are these entities? And where is this place? What kind of Supreme Kai are you? Kane's examination revealed complexities that exceeded her expectations. I am Kane, the Supreme Kai of Time, and this is the Temple of Time, the nexus governing the time of the entire universe. You should not exist in this realm. According to my findings, your time ceased the moment you were slain by Bu. Upon hearing Kane's words, the Supreme Kai of the West recalled the tales told by the Grand Supreme Kai regarding the Supreme Kai of Time, affirming that she indeed existed. She glanced at her trembling hands, contemplating that her survival must be linked to something significant. Gohan, you must sense it. Does the Supreme Kai of the West not emanate a peculiar temporal energy? Son Gohan indeed felt that the energy within the Supreme Kai of the West was unusual. Although she appeared like an ordinary human, there was a faint aura of temporal power coursing through her being, which was one of the reasons he had brought them along. Well, if that is the case, the situation becomes clearer. The Supreme Kai of the West must be an entity influenced by the fragments of magic. What does this imply? Is it true that the Supreme Kai of the West, as Vegeto suggested, does not belong to this world? Indeed, the fragments of magic carry high-dimensional energy, and the Supreme Kai of the West exhibits traces of such energy that seem to have transformed into temporal power, leading to her revival. Chapter 161. The transformation of magic temporal power. Was the Dark Demon Realm truly intent on resurrecting Mechikabura? After hearing Vegeto's words, Son Gohan seemed to recall this figure. Believed to be the creator of the Dark Demon Realm, possessing formidable dark powers but sealed by the Supreme Kai of Time. In other words, Do they intend to resurrect the demon known as Mechikabura using the temporal power contained within the magic fragments? It appears to be the case. Kane, resting her chin in contemplation for a moment, concluded that rather than relinquishing such power to others, it would be more prudent to wield it herself. Thus, she summoned Son Gohan for a brief meeting. Given the current situation, it seems that the anomalies disrupting the flow of time may be attributed to the temporal energy leaking from the magic fragments, which threatens to divert the universe's timeline from its original course. The task at hand for Son Gohan and his companions is to thwart the Dark Demon Realm's plans and to study the magic fragments in order to harness the temporal energy within. At that moment, Son Gohan's communicator suddenly beeped. "Gohan, what's the status? Dad and Uncle Goku are barely holding on, and Mom can't reach Mr. Whis." Realizing the urgency of the situation, Son Gohan prepared to head to Trunks' location. "Understood, I'm on my way. Hold on until I arrive." He swiftly turned and made his way to the portal, while Kane assigned a task to Gogeta and Bardock. After exchanging a few hushed words, the three turned their attention to the recently awakened and somewhat dazed Jocko. "Who are you? Why are you looking at me?" On the sandy battlefield, Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gasping for breath. Goku was not faring much better. His gaze was unfocused, and he struggled to maintain his composure. "You are truly formidable, Vegeta. I never anticipated that our fusion would yield such strength. It is astounding." "Humph, it must be my prowess compensating for your shortcomings. Otherwise, you would merely be a fool." "Hey, Vegeta, your tongue is as sharp as ever. It's hard to believe that after all this time, you haven't changed a bit." As the two bantered, the imposing figure of Vegeto approached. "Impressive. You both have reached such heights of power, yet you still cannot compare to me. How about this? You two can clash with one another, and whoever falls, I shall spare." As Vegeto drew closer, Goku and Vegeta were already contemplating how to acquire their respective villas in the afterlife, with their transformation energy nearly depleted. "Hey, you weakling, what are you trying to prove? A fused being attacking its own components. Do you truly believe yourself invincible?" Vegeto turned to see which audacious individual dared to insult him. Upon turning, he was greeted by a familiar yet foreign sight. Son Gohan, clad in the attire of the masked Saiyan, performed several awkward movements before swiftly springing into a pose reminiscent of a crane, declaring his entrance. "In the name of peace and justice, for the safety of the universe and time, I shall now confront you, Masked Saiyan number 1, at your service." Upon witnessing Gohan's performance, Vegeto did not feel embarrassment. Instead, he displayed a look of admiration. "Oh, I did not expect such creativity from you, Masked Saiyan. If you are willing to surrender, I might consider allowing you to join my team." Son Gohan smiled faintly, straightened his posture, and proceeded to perform a few warm-up movements in preparation for his battle with Veget. "You cannot truly be Veget, can you? Allow me to guess. You are, in fact, Jinyu, aren't you?" Veget's brows furrowed in surprise, not anticipating that his true identity would be uncovered so swiftly. "Oh, how did you come to know?" "Indeed, I am Jinyu. Yet my prowess is hardly inferior to that of the genuine Veget," he replied. Gohan ceased his warm-up and assumed a combat stance. "It is quite simple. The Potera fusion is beyond the control of the dragon, making your existence utterly unreasonable. There is only one way for Vegeta to persist, and that is when Jinyu possesses but a single soul." Veget chuckled, subsequently removing his mask. "Indeed, I am Jinyu. Who would have thought I could be recognized? I must not underestimate you, Son Gohan. Likewise, what initially raised my suspicions was your inability to utilize instant transmission. That should not be the case," Gohan remarked. Veget then realized that Goku and Vegeta had already escaped using instant transmission. As they were mere defeated foes, he chose to focus his attention back on Gohan. Gohan leaped into the air, delivering a kick that transformed him into his beastly form mid-flight, his strike crackling with crimson lightning. At that moment, the Super Blue Jinyu Veget was also prepared to engage, convinced that dealing with Goku was a trivial task, let alone a mere Son Gohan. However, upon blocking Gohan's kick, he quickly discovered that Gohan's power was on an entirely different level compared to Goku and the others. He could only withstand the immense force for a second before being forced back 100 meters. Sliding to a halt, Jinyu felt a long-forgotten anger bubbling within him, his arm aching from the impact. "Damn Saiyans. Monkeys ought to return to their cages and entertain the strong." Enraged, Jinyu transformed into his deep blue form, enveloped in a layer of dark magical energy. So you enhance your magic and deepen your hue, do you? Very well, let me see how far you can go." Gohan removed his superhero uniform, revealing his fierce beast-like eyes. The two surged forward in a clash, exchanging rapid blows as the surrounding environment was isolated into a peculiar space. Gohan landed a punch to Jinyu's abdomen, seizing his arm and throwing him aside, then raised his palm towards Jinyu, unleashing a technique he had learned from Gogeta. Super Explosion Attack. A colossal energy sphere surged towards Jinyu, detonating upon contact and sending shockwaves that transformed the stones below into crescent shapes. Before long, the smoke from the explosion dissipated, revealing a furious Jinyu, his tattered clothing a testament to the power of the blast. How dare you? Jinyu unleashed his full strength, radiating a purplish-black light, reminiscent of a dark magic realm's enhancement skill. You have provoked me, Son Gohan. Observe closely. This is my magical transformation. Jinyu was enveloped in black lightning, his power significantly augmented. Yet, under Gohan's perception, Jinyu's life force was slowly waning. Was this a method of converting life force into energy? Although his strength had seen some elevation, the toll taken was far greater than that of the Kaioken. Gohan unleashed his own power, transforming into the state of Beast Limit Break, and thus, the battle commenced in earnest. In Chapter 162, True Power, the act of transmuting life force into the magic that fortifies the body resembled an overclocked transformation akin to that of a Majin, elevating Jinyu's Vegeta to a higher tier. Instantaneously transported to King Kai's realm, Goku and the others observed the scene on Earth through his abilities, witnessing Jinyu's transformation. Was this not reminiscent of Granola's wish to become the strongest in the universe? Vegeta chimed in with a quip, remarking that Jinyu must be brazenly abusing his soul-swapping ability. A detestable scoundrel indeed. Returning to the battlefield, Gohan observed Jinyu's metamorphosis with little astonishment. The Dark Demon Realm disrupted time and space in a similar manner to enhance foes. Yes, he had strengthened himself, yet that was not his true power. Without a formidable soul, one could not attain a higher realm. Jinyu looked disdainfully at Gohan, scoffing. What a flashy fellow you are, with hair as white as an old man's. Shall I fetch you a cane? Ha ha ha. Gohan's lips twitched. Jinyu was indeed insufferable. Unbeknownst to him, the allure of white hair and red eyes was a quintessential trope of the two-dimensional realm, and thus, he would be met with retribution. In a swift motion, Gohan charged forth, delivering a powerful punch to Jinyu's face, causing it to quiver. Enraged, Jinyu retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at Gohan's right eye. Gohan did not flinch, and Jinyu felt as though he had struck several kilometers of steel, a sensation of profound shock filling his mind. Impossible. I am already so powerful. Why can I not defeat a Saiyan who hasn't even fused? Gohan executed a sliding sweep, toppling Jinyu and seizing his arm, throwing him down with great force. Jinyu hit the ground, but rebounded swiftly, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Gohan followed with a mid-air kick, sending the airborne Jinyu flying and then teleporting to intercept his trajectory, striking him repeatedly as though engaged in a game of volleyball. In pain, Jinyu questioned his own existence, realizing he had no capacity to retaliate. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. You worthless creature. You cannot even complete the task with this body. How disgraceful. It is better to regain complete control over you. Gohan sensed something amiss as an unfamiliar energy surged within Jinyu, seemingly attempting to invade his mind. A dark aura erupted from Jinyu, unleashing a formidable presence that thrust him into the realm of Vegeta's true power, forcing Gohan to retreat. Indeed, they had made their move, those from the Dark Demon Realm. Ahead, Vegeta was now devoid of Jinyu's consciousness, his eyes burning crimson, entirely reminiscent of Broly in a state of uncontrollable rage. A chilling cry resonated, echoing across the battlefield. Vegeta surged towards Gohan with astonishing speed, landing a solid punch in the blink of an eye. Following this, a flurry of energy blasts rained down upon Gohan, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of smoke and debris from the explosions. However, Gohan could not remain a mere target. He released his energy, triggering a powerful energy explosion that sent Vegeta reeling. He then soared through the air in a graceful arc, launching energy blasts at Vegeta. The red and black energies colliding with resounding explosions echoing throughout the arena. On King Kai's shoulder, Goku and Vegeta watched in awe. Incredible. Is this truly the extent of Gohan's power? To stand against Vegeta at full strength suggests he may even rival Lord Beerus, Goku remarked, prompting Vegeta to chime in with his own insights. That Gohan has undoubtedly surpassed us all. I have a strong feeling he may indeed be the universe's strongest. As Lord Beerus has suggested, his potential seems boundless. The battle raged fiercely, with both fighters unleashing their full might, while Gogeta was not idle either. Zyko, your power is formidable. If you can unlock the energy within you, you will surely defeat Vegeto, Gogeta encouraged Zyko, who was training under him and Bardock. They had discovered that Zyko was not as malevolent as rumors suggested, but merely obeyed the commands of the Supreme Kai of the West. Now united by a common enemy, they aimed to train Zyko to at least attain the level of a Super Saiyan. Zyko's physique was unique, composed of both Saiyan cells and the delicate cells of a Grindian, granting him Saiyan genes alongside the physique of a Supreme Kai. This bestowed him with the potential to significantly elevate his power limit, yet transforming into a Super Saiyan proved more challenging than for ordinary Saiyans. It was insufficient for him merely to focus his energy on his back. He needed to master control over his entire body, akin to transforming directly into Super Saiyan Blue from a basic state. Zyko gathered all his energy, channeling it toward his back while summoning his full strength in an attempt to break through this barrier. However, no matter how many times he tried, he always fell just short, and despair began to creep in. I can't do this. Can I really become a Super Saiyan? I feel strong enough to defeat that Vegeto, he lamented. Gogeta shook his head and, with swift motion, struck Zyko's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Bewilderment etched across his face. If you can't even withstand my attack, how will you confront Vegeto? What you see is merely the tip of the iceberg of his power. He has at least 5 transformations beyond what you have witnessed. 5 transformations. Zyko clutched his stomach, disbelief washing over him. Even the base form of Vegeto could easily overwhelm him. I understand now. I will strive harder. Meanwhile, in the arena, Gohan and Vegeto had engaged in dozens of exchanges, both panting heavily, their strengths seemingly evenly matched. Indeed, this Vegeta possesses remarkable prowess, and it is astonishing that even the limits of transcendence cannot subdue him. Should others intervene, it would likely be perilous. Son Gohan immediately placed his hand upon his forehead, channeling waves of energy into his fingertips as he began to charge a formidable magic cannon. Observing this, Vegeta too commenced the accumulation of his Kamehameha, enhanced into a dark-hued version. With a resounding cry, the magic cannon was unleashed. A white beam tinged with blue shooting forth from Gohan's hand, spiraling towards Vegeta. The black Kamehameha was similarly released, infused with a ferocious aura and dark energy, its power rivaling that of Gohan's magic cannon. As the two mighty techniques collided, they erupted into a tempest of intertwining black and red lightning. The sheer energy cleaving the ground beneath and leaving gaping fissures, rendering any creature that ventured too close into mere remnants. Once more, Gohan liberated his power, employing a technique reminiscent of the Kaioken to elevate his energy to its utmost limits. In a flash of white light, the clash of these terrifying forces resulted in an instantaneous explosion, enveloping the entire sandy expanse. Chapter 163. Old rivals guffawing. Son Gohan, fatigued from the intense exertion, reverted to his normal state, his hands trembling. Victory! Gohan gazed at his opponent. Amidst the clash, he had outmaneuvered Vegeta, piercing his chest with a magic cannon. The alternate universe's Vegeta regained consciousness, reverting to Jinyu's awareness. You wretched fiend! Jinyu spat blood, mustering his last strength to utter a final phrase. Exchange. A pang of alarm gripped Gohan's heart as he nearly forgot that Jinyu could swap bodies. Should he succeed, there would be no turning back. As the soul wave hurtled toward him, Gohan evaded with all his might, but the wave did not travel in a straight path as he had previously witnessed. Rather, it curved menacingly. With dwindling strength, Gohan found himself unable to maneuver and collapsed, surrendering to the inevitable. Just as Jinyu was about to penetrate Gohan's body, a frog, like a bolt of lightning, struck Jinyu's soul wave and, upon completing the soul exchange, flew away. With a thud, the frog collided with a large rock, transforming into a pancake-like creature. The alternate universe Vegeta let out one final croak before perishing. Gohan, sprawled on the ground, turned to observe the direction from which the frog had come, realizing that Trunks had come to his rescue. Thank you, Trunks. I nearly thought I would become half of your father. As the interference from their clash dissipated, Goku and Vegeta arrived via instant transmission to assess Gohan's condition. Are you alright, Gohan? I can't believe you truly managed to defeat the possessed Vegeta. Gohan smiled, acknowledging that it was merely luck, before retrieving his revival insect from his spatial pocket to restore his energy. As we ponder our next course of action, we must acknowledge that the Dark Demon realm is undoubtedly aware of Vegeto's demise, and they are unlikely to relent easily. Therefore, we should proceed to a particular location that they are sure to pursue as well, and we must act swiftly. Son Gohan approached Vegeto's lifeless body and, seizing the moment, stored it within his own spatial realm, where time flows at a rate of a billionth of its normal speed, ensuring that Vegeto would not decompose anytime soon. Let us depart, Trunks. As for my father and Uncle Vegeta, they will safeguard Earth. It is prudent to remain cautious, as we cannot predict whether the Dark Demon realm will return to our planet. The three of them nodded in agreement. Trunks joined Son Gohan, and they instantaneously transported away, while Goku and the others rejoined the remaining companions. Son Gohan and Trunks arrived at the realm of the Kaioshin, seeking the East Kaioshin. Greetings, Lord Kaioshin. It has been quite some time. The Kaioshin was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the visitors. He had not anticipated the arrival of Son Gohan and Trunks. Oh, it is Gohan and Trunks. It feels as though Trunks has matured significantly since we last met. Trunks scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and explained his circumstances. We have come from a different timeline. So, does that mean this Gohan is also from another world? What brings you to visit me? The East Kaioshin listened intently. Actually, the West Kaioshin has been revived due to certain circumstances, and we seek to understand what transpired with her. Could you inform us of the location where she battled against Bu? Upon hearing the news of the West Kaioshin's revival, the East Kaioshin rushed forward, startling Gohan. What? The West Kaioshin is still alive. Where is she now? Calm down, calm down. She is currently with the Kaioshin of time and is not in any danger. Now, we must ascertain the specifics of her battle site. The East Kaioshin took a moment to steady his excitement and began to recall the location of their previous conflict. He summoned Jabit, and, along with Son Gohan and the others, they journeyed to that very planet. This planet is characterized by numerous icebergs and various caverns, which is why we often played hide and seek here. Regrettably, since the attack by Bu, this place has become a source of sorrow for me. Son Gohan and Trunks gazed in awe at the majestic ice formations, imagining that if Goten and little Trunks were here, they could easily entertain themselves for a month without tiring of the scenery. So, the West Kaioshin must have fallen here. There is certainly a clue regarding the fragments of magic beneath the surface. Recognizing the vastness of the area, Son Gohan understood that the search would take considerable time. Thus, he instructed Trunks to accompany Jabit while he ventured with the East Kaioshin, splitting into two teams to commence their search for clues. Should anything unusual arise, they could utilize instant transmission to regroup. Meanwhile, the Dark Demon realm was also on the move, but their intentions did not align with investigating the site of the West Kaioshin's fall. Instead, they sought the temporal energy residing within the West Kaioshin herself. Consequently, they dispatched their formidable general, the evil Super One-Star Dragon, to Earth. Just after recovering from their ordeal at the Heavenly Temple, Goku and the others immediately sensed an ominous and powerful presence, which, upon assessment, rivaled that of the recently fallen Vegeto. What an insidious aura this is. It is a level unattainable by mere mortals, a veritable amalgamation of malevolent energy. What shall we do, Kakarot? Can we possibly defeat him? With Gohan no longer on Earth, Son Goku is uncertain if he can contend with this formidable foe. Furthermore, even the fusion dance may not succeed on the first attempt. Oh, what are you two discussing? Might I join your conversation? The sinister energy bore down upon them, and the sudden onslaught overwhelmed Tian and Bobo, sending them crashing to the ground. Before Son Goku and Vegeta stood the Super I-Ching Long, cloaked in a dark purple aura, the 7 Dragon Balls adorning his form attesting to his complete state. As they focused their gaze, they were astonished to see the Dragon Balls were entirely black. Dragon Balls? Why do you possess Dragon Balls? Who on earth are you? The Super I-Ching Long flashed a wicked grin, crossing his arms as he regarded the feeble duo. You do not know who I am? How disheartening. We once fought with fervor, yet you have forgotten so swiftly. Son Goku scrutinized him closely, unable to recall this individual from his memories. I do not recognize you. Who are you? I have never fought you. No matter, transform into Vegeto quickly. Only Vegeto is worthy of being my adversary. You two are simply too weak. Son Goku and Vegeta gritted their teeth. To admit their lack of strength was a blatant insult to a Saiyan. However, they dared not act recklessly. For For the Super I-Ching Long's words indicated an overwhelming superiority that placed them in an entirely different league. There is no alternative. Son Goku must fuse with Vegeta. Judging by Super I-Ching Long's demeanor, it seems he will not strike until they become Vegeto. Chapter 164. Where is your father? Fusion, huh? Vegeta endured the humiliation of the fusion pose with Son Goku, but upon merging, they immediately faltered. They appeared like gaunt specters, as frail as a reed. Cough, cough. I am the mightiest warrior of the dimension. Cough, cough, Vegeto. The malevolent Super I-Ching Long gazed upon the feeble Vegeto, effortlessly tossing him into the hyperbolic time chamber. For he had no time to wait half an hour. You had best hurry. Emerge once you are ready, or I shall obliterate your wives. With that, Super I-Ching Long closed the door, standing outside awaiting the birth of Vegeto. Inside the time chamber, after half an hour, they disengaged their fusion and then successfully fused once more on the first attempt. It turned out that Son Goku and Vegeta had deliberately approached it this way, aiming to train while fused, thereby unlocking the potential to harness their full power. They had only a brief window, so a few transformations would suffice, and thus Vegeto began to test his limits. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and his companions had split into two groups, searching for a considerable time, with no one aware of the exact location of the West Supreme Kai's battle, at the base of a glacier. Son Wukong and the East Kaioshin were desperately searching for clues. Master Kaioshin, are you certain it is truly here? I do not sense any temporal energy at all. Son Wukong inquired, a hint of doubt in his voice. It cannot be mistaken. This is indeed the site of our battle. Such a profound event is not easily forgotten. The Kaioshin assured him. With the Kaioshin's affirmation, Son Wukong steeled himself to continue the search, even manifesting several clones to assist. After a considerable time, one of the clones spotted a distant cave, faintly illuminated by an unusual light. Hey, over here. It seems there is something strange ahead, he called out. Both Son Wukong and the Kaioshin turned their gaze towards the source of the peculiar glow. Summoning his clone back, Son Wukong ventured into the cave, which appeared to be the result of some internal explosion rather than a simple cavern. Progressing towards the luminous source, they reached the depths of the cave, where they encountered a curious, glowing object. Upon closer inspection, Son Wukong observed that it emitted light, resembling a shard of glass, akin to the description of a magical fragment. However, without the presence of temporal energy, he could not ascertain whether it was indeed a magical shard. Sensing no immediate danger, Son Wukong cautiously picked up the fragment. The moment he grasped it, a surge of power connected with him, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him, leading him to collapse onto the ground. This sudden fall alarmed the Kaioshin, who feared that a force comparable to Bu-S might emerge, spelling disaster for them. Wukong awakened. What has transpired? He urged anxiously. In a haze, Son Wukong seemed to drift back to a recollection of his past self. In this memory, a young boy was gazing at a collection of Dragon Balls, purchased with his hard-earned pocket money. He had devoured the entirety of the series and its films, with a special fondness for the Android saga, the captivating Trunks. The enthralling narrative and the intricate theories of time drew him in completely. Particularly, he was astonished when Son Wukong faced off against Cell, not expecting the protagonist to be Wukong himself. From the inception of Dragon Ball to the climax of the Android saga, Son Wukong had flawlessly completed his character arc, transcending all others in a true sense. Yet, as the story progressed, the boy noticed that Wukong had reverted to a supporting character, with the spotlight returning to Son Goku. As he matured, he revisited Dragon Ball. Though imperfect, it seemed to provide a semblance of closure to the series, just when he believed there would be no further continuation. Dragon Ball, Battle of Gods reignited his passion, rekindling his love for the franchise. However, the Wukong he cherished had yet to return, even evolving into a character named Pan. The narrative of Super became lackluster midway through, and while Broly's arrival sparked some excitement, it ultimately lacked innovation. Then came that fateful year when Superhero was released. And this time, Wukong took center stage, compelling him to watch. Finally, when the beast Wukong emerged, he felt a sense of fulfillment. This was the true essence of Wukong's power, pure numerical beauty. He began to indulge in his fantasies, envisioning the bliss of being Son Gohan, endowed with immense power and a joyful family, even fulfilling his childhood dream of becoming a scientist. Gradually, he succumbed to slumber, with days passing by until one day, he awoke to find himself transformed into Son Gohan. Son Gohan suddenly rose, gasping for breath while clutching the magical fragment in his hand. How wonderful! Gohan, you are awake. I feared you would never regain consciousness. You truly frightened me. Son Gohan glanced at the Supreme Kai beside him and then at the magical fragment in his grasp. Realizing at that moment that this was indeed the item Lord Kai was seeking, he opened his dimensional space, placed the magical fragment inside, and then stood up, brushing off the icy debris from his attire. I'm fine. I was merely affected by the temporal power of the magical fragment. We should hasten to reunite with Trunks. The East Supreme Kai nodded, and together with Son Gohan, they instantaneously transported to Trunks' side. Upon arriving, Son Gohan witnessed Trunks being sent flying. He rushed over and caught Trunks. Are you alright, Trunks? What on earth happened? Noticing the direction from which Trunks had come, Son Gohan spotted an unfamiliar figure and inquired, Who are you? And why are you attacking? We have not provoked you, have we? The individual chuckled and responded, Oh dear. I never anticipated that driving intruders from my resting place would be turned against me. What a decline in societal values. What? Your resting place? How can you possibly sleep in such a frigid environment? At that moment, Son Gohan recognized that this person bore a striking resemblance to Frieza in his first form. Could you be from the Ice Demon clan? The individual raised an eyebrow and replied in a relaxed tone, I am surprised you are aware of our Ice Demon lineage. It seems you are not mere country bumpkins after all. Indeed, we received considerable assistance from Frieza in the past. Oh, you know my father. Yet you do not know who I am? Son Gohan was taken aback, realizing he had encountered a creditor here, one with a debt of 2 lives. But wait. Hadn't Frieza been resurrected? Had he truly forgotten about his son? Oh, your father is Frieza? Then where is he? Why has he not come to find you? Leaving you in this icy abyss? Chapter 165. The strongest Frieza's son, Azer, flicked his tail, producing a crackling sound against the ground. My father is not seeking me because I have only just awakened. Each ice demon undergoes a long period of dormancy before birth, and I will naturally inform my father to retrieve me. Then, extending his hand, Azer pointed at Trunks cradled in Son Gohan's arms, saying, However, this fellow just disturbed my rest. Is it not quite rude? Thus, it would be permissible for me to kill him, wouldn't it? A purple laser shot from Azer's fingertip aimed directly at Trunks' heart. Observing this, Son Gohan swiftly dispersed the laser. Truly, the son of Frieza demonstrated a ruthless nature. As Azer witnessed Son Gohan effortlessly disperse his laser, he could not help but applaud with a grin. Well, you managed to scatter my laser. It seems you are not an ordinary individual. Pray tell, who are you? Son Gohan, observing Azer's insincere smile, felt a chill run down his spine. The man's demeanor was reminiscent of Frieza, if not more unnerving. My name is Son Gohan, and as you can see, I am a Saiyan. A Saiyan? I never anticipated encountering such a formidable Saiyan. How astonishing. Azer ceased his applause, scrutinizing Son Gohan intently. He then closed his eyes, paced a couple of steps, and with a grand gesture, turned away. Son Gohan, is it? I shall remember you. Since there is no conflict of interest, we shall part ways. Surprised, Son Gohan did not expect Azer to let them go without any confrontation. I sincerely appreciate your magnanimity. Avoiding a brawl is indeed my wish. I hope that our future encounters can be as amicable as those of ordinary friends. With that, Son Gohan and Jebbit utilized instant transmission to depart from the planet. Azer sensed their abrupt departure and turned to the spot from which they vanished, murmuring, A Super Saiyan, perhaps? He returned to his cave, retrieved a nearly rusted communicator, and contacted the Frieza force. Not long after, Son Gohan arrived back at the Kaishin planet. At that very moment, 2 powerful auras surged towards Kaishin's realm, their intensity rivaling that of the darkened Vegeto. What is happening? Has the Dark Demon realm launched an assault on Earth already? This is intolerable. Earlier, the malevolent Super One-Star Dragon had been waiting outside the room of spirit and time for some time, contemplating that the moment had come. He could not allow Goku and the others to gain any further advantage. The Super One-Star Dragon forcefully opened the door to the room, revealing Goku and Vegeta, who were indulging in bowls of noodles. Goku and Vegeta blinked at the intruding Super One-Star Dragon, but continued their meal. Aren't you supposed to be practicing your transformations? Why are you eating? Do you wish for me to decide to eliminate you? Goku quickly swallowed a mouthful of noodles and replied, Don't rush us. Merging is quite taxing. Let us finish our meal, and we will join you immediately. Reluctantly, the Super One-Star Dragon could not argue since he was the one who wished to fight Gogeta. So he exited and promptly shut the door. A few seconds later, the door swung open from within. Apologies for the wait, Super One-Star Dragon. We are ready now. This time, we will undoubtedly succeed, so prepare not to be startled. The Super One-Star Dragon turned to see the confident Goku and Vegeta, who seemed exceedingly assured of their own strength. Is that so? Allow me to witness whether this Gogeta can truly match my power. Goku and Vegeta took their positions, standing apart before executing their fusion dance with precision. With a brilliant flash, an overwhelming energy radiated throughout the earth, heralding the birth of the strongest warrior in this universe. I am neither Son Wukong nor Vegeta. I am the one destined to vanquish you. The malevolent Super One-Star Dragon, upon witnessing the emergence of Gogeta, felt an exhilarating surge of battle spirit, for he finally had the opportunity to redeem himself. Humph, has the transformation finally occurred? Had you delayed even slightly longer, I might have obliterated the earth. Such impatience. I wonder if you can withstand the force of my blows. Although I am unaware of any grievances you may harbor against me, I shall fight you with all my might. From the very beginning, the Super One-Star Dragon unleashed his full power, releasing all his energy, darkening the skies and igniting a cacophony of thunder. Such formidable strength. Is this your confidence? Gogeta, too, transformed into his deep blue form, swiftly charging toward the One-Star Dragon. They exchanged blows, and even while controlling their power to focus solely on their fists, the energy backlash was inescapable. The earth trembled, the seas roiled, and the surrounding air grew searingly hot. In a corner of the Supreme Kai's temple, Tin Tin and Bobo covered their ears, feeling as though they were landing on the beaches of Normandy amidst the booming sounds akin to mortars. Gogeta unleashed a swift kick, striking the One-Star Dragon squarely in the face. The immense force propelled the dragon backward for hundreds of meters, only to be met with Gogeta's instant transmission Kamehameha, scorching nearly half of his body. Is this truly all you can muster? I should not have held any expectations. It seems your strength is rather limited. The One-Star Dragon, squinting through his singed eyes, revealed a wicked grin. Do you genuinely believe that? Such a conclusion is rather premature. Suddenly, a black light emanated from the One-Star Dragon, and his charred skin instantaneously healed, showing no signs of diminished energy. Infinite stamina and rapid regeneration? Indeed. A fusion of Dragon Balls possesses such extraordinary abilities. You are indeed a troublesome adversary. The One-Star Dragon smirked before retracting his power and addressing Gogeta. You haven't exerted your full strength, have you? Show me your true capabilities, for I doubt you can defeat me otherwise. Gogeta returned the smile, realizing that his deep blue form was insufficient against the One-Star Dragon, and thus prepared to unveil his trump card. So, you have discerned my intentions, have you? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. With hands at his waist, Gogeta concentrated his energy, a wondrous force surging forth from his tail, as golden and crimson auras intertwined, elevating his power to new heights. This is the Super Saiyan 4, transcending the limits of the Saiyan race, the Super Saiyan 4 limit break. Golden and crimson flames spiraled and enveloped Gogeta's form, giving rise to the limit break form with red hair. Now this is more like it. This is the Gogeta I wish to defeat. Ha 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 ha, perish. The malevolent Super One-Star Dragon likewise unleashed his full might, simultaneously augmenting his demonic transformation. The two powers collided, and the shockwave reverberated across the cosmos, reaching even the realm of the Supreme Kai. Chapter 166. Bipolar Transition. Don't be so anxious, Gohan. Earth is not in immediate danger. The Elder Kai approached Gohan, revealing a scene within his crystal ball depicting the fierce battle between Gogeta and the malevolent evil dragon. Who is that? They seem incredibly powerful, able to exchange blows with Gogeta-san. Trunks observed the combat unfolding in the crystal sphere, realizing that this was beyond his current capabilities and could only hope for Gogeta's victory. In the vision, Gogeta soared into the air, delivering a flying kick that struck the evil dragon's abdomen. The dragon was sent hurtling backward, but as Gogeta drew near, it swiftly turned, extending its back spikes like a multitude of sharp swords aimed at him. Gogeta narrowly evaded the attack by utilizing instant transmission, positioning himself directly in front of the evil dragon, engaging in a relentless aerial assault. Given the immense energy cost of techniques like the Ki Blast, Gogeta opted to rely solely on his raw strength to determine the outcome of their clash. Observing the evenly matched contenders, Gohan felt reassured that Gogeta would not be defeated anytime soon. He then contemplated the need to analyze the Dark Shard. In that case, let us return. Gogeta should manage well, and we must expedite our analysis of the Dark Shard. Trunks nodded in agreement, and together with Gohan, they returned to the Time Realm. Ah, Gohan, you've returned. Have you found the Dark Shard? I've brought Bulma along, announced Saiyan, as a middle-aged Bulma emerged from behind her. Her face bore the marks of time. Yet upon closer inspection, traces of her youthful beauty remained. It's been so long. I never expected to see you again, Gohan. How is your world faring? Gohan, gazing at Bulma, recognized the trials she had endured. He reassured her that her existence had preserved their world from destruction, and everyone was living quite well. Oh, that's wonderful. Now, let me see that Dark Shard. We cannot afford to waste time. Gohan retrieved the shard and handed it to Bulma, who then produced her experimental tools from the Hoi Poi capsule, commencing her analysis of the shard. At that moment, Gohan was beset by anxiety, a deep unease arising as the Dark Shard incessantly reminded him of his past life. His soul had inhabited this world for over a decade, and he had fully embraced his identity as Son Gohan, distinct from his former self. He had adapted to life here, even establishing a family and career. His ties now transcended those of his previous existence. Just as he believed everything would unfold as per the narrative, reality delivered a harsh reminder. The threads of fate do not vanish simply because one wishes to evade them. Gohan, what are you thinking about? The voice of Saiyan roused him from his reverie. She was bent over, glaring at him in exasperation, her throat nearly hoarse from calling out. Ah, my apologies. Is there something you need, Lady Saiyan? Observing Gohan's amiable demeanor, Saiyan opted against showing anger and informed him. Bulma has adjusted the settings and replicated the frequency of the Dark Shard. See if you can sense it. Gohan nodded, approaching the device that simulated the frequency, placing one hand on the machine and the other on the Dark Shard. At the moment Gohan made contact, vivid scenes from his past life surged through his mind, and the simulated machine began to accelerate its operations. Noticing something amiss with Gohan, Kane and Trunks swiftly pulled him aside. What is wrong, Gohan? What is happening? I can sense a surge of powerful temporal energy emanating from you. Gohan slowly opened his eyes, still reeling from the flood of memories, momentarily unable to comprehend that he was indeed Gohan. No, it's nothing. Touching the fragment of the magic shard releases temporal energy. I sensed this energy from the machine just now. The simulation frequency should be fine. With the simulation frequency confirmed, Bulma commenced the creation of the detector using this frequency. At that moment, Gogeta, accompanied by Jaco, appeared within the temple. Gogeta, weren't you battling the one-star dragon? How did you end up here? Trunks inquired, puzzled. Gogeta looked bemused. When did I fight the one-star dragon? That refers to the Gogeta from this universe, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, not our Gogeta, Trunks clarified. Oh, I see. Does that mean the battling Gogeta is on the verge of disintegration? It's been nearly 20 minutes. Gogeta pondered for a moment and remarked, indeed. The Super One-Star Dragon is certainly formidable, but we are not easily subdued ourselves. He then patted Jaco on the shoulder, signaling him to join in confronting the Super One-Star Dragon. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, under Gogeta's guidance, Jaco had transformed into a righteous ally, experiencing a rare sense of paternal affection. Moreover, through Gogeta's training, Jaco's strength had grown immensely. Let us confront him together. We shall surely defeat him. Just as Trunks was about to pull Gohan along to assist, Bardock intervened. No need for that. Gogeta and the others can handle him. Our duty is to protect Lord Kaioshin of Time, as well as Bulma and West Kaioshin, while also observing the movements of the Dark Demon Realm. With that, Bardock nodded towards Gogeta, who returned the gesture with a wave before departing with Jaco. On the battlefield, the malevolent Super One-Star Dragon had engaged Gogeta in a fierce battle for several hundred exchanges, yet Gogeta had yet to discern any glaring weaknesses in his opponent, and his time was running short. Is that all the power you possess? Facing the Super One-Star Dragon's taunt, Gogeta could only smile, knowing he had to gamble everything on a single, decisive blow. You are indeed powerful. Even after reaching the limit-breaking level, I cannot defeat you. But can you withstand this strike? Gogeta crossed his arms and closed his eyes, his body undergoing a transformation. His red hair, suffused with an immense aura, turned snow white. What? The Super One-Star Dragon gazed in astonishment at Gogeta, who had unlocked the state of Ultra Instinct. How can a fusion being master Ultra Instinct in such a short span? The body of a fusion is distinct from that of an individual. This isn't over yet. Beneath a white aura, a violet light surged into the heavens, intertwining with the white essence. Vegeta's hair shortened, reverting to a more ordinary state, now mingled with hues of white and purple. At this moment, Vegeta attained his most formidable form, the dual Ultra Instinct. He surged forth with astonishing speed, striking the Super One-Star Dragon. In this heightened state, his body bore an unprecedented burden. After sending the Super One-Star Dragon hurtling away, Vegeta swiftly advanced, unleashing a series of relentless strikes. As the dragon found itself unable to retaliate, Vegeta assumed a stance. Great Explosion Kamehameha. Chapter 167. A return to tranquility. A powerful wave of energy surged toward the Super One-Star Dragon, who found himself utterly incapable of evasion, taking the full brunt of Vegeta's mightiest attack. The searing energy ravaged the dragon's body, akin to being sliced by countless blades, causing a significant portion of its flesh to disintegrate. After expending his full strength, Vegeta raised his smoking hand, gasping for breath. Had he won? Gazing at the remnants of the Super One-Star Dragon, now reduced to mere chunks, Vegeta finally felt a sense of relief and sank to the ground. Just as he relaxed, the remnants suddenly convulsed grotesquely, then with a resounding crack, revived. What? The malevolent Super One-Star Dragon lunged forward, seizing Vegeta by the throat, delivering several heavy blows to his abdomen. Vegeta expelled bile, the intense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. At that moment, the 30 minutes concluded, and a punch from the dragon split Vegeta into Goku and Vegeta. How dull. Perish. This is the consequence of aimless riding without an outline. The Super One-Star Dragon unleashed a violet energy sphere, intent on obliterating Earth. As the temporal energy and magic fragments were no longer present, 20-fold Kamehameha, a blue wave surged toward the violet energy sphere, propelling it beyond the atmosphere, resulting in a violent explosion that significantly disrupted the geomagnetic field. Oh, it seems the main event has arrived, though your power is hardly superior. Vegeta assisted Goku and turned to the Super One-Star Dragon with a mocking grin. That remains to be seen, and it appears your strength has not improved much. If you wish to face me, first contend with him. The Super One-Star Dragon glanced aside, spotting an unfamiliar Saiyan who seemed unimpressive. Hey, don't make me laugh. Can someone of your caliber withstand my blow? One cannot judge by appearances, and the depths of the ocean cannot be measured by a mere dip. The truth shall reveal itself through experience. With that, Vegeta teleported away with Goku, while Jaiko assumed a combat stance against the Super One-Star Dragon, unaware of your own limits. That fool summoned you to your demise, and you actually came. Watch me deal with you. The Super One-Star Dragon surged forth, delivering a punch aimed at Jaiko's face. However, it felt as if it struck only air, leaving no impact whatsoever. In an astonishing display of speed, the opponent managed to execute the afterimage fist under my assault, truly worthy of being designated as Goku's rival. A faint smile graced Jaiko's lips. Although he had not contemplated much during his training, the sensation of his own growing strength exhilarated him. The toil had not been in vain. Do not get too cocky. Young one, I have yet to unleash my true power. You best give it your all, lest you perish too swiftly. As he spoke, a dark aura enveloped the Super One-Star Dragon, his power surging to its zenith, a formidable presence rushing toward Jaiko, withstanding the onslaught of malevolent energy. Jaiko gradually assumed a combat stance, preparing to summon his full strength. Indeed, this adversary was troublesome, but my prowess has evolved beyond the past. Jaiko's aura began to ascend, electric sparks igniting around him, his already spiked hair standing even more defiantly, hinting at a golden radiance. The earth trembled as Jaiko's energy intensified. In a flash of golden light, his Super Saiyan form emerged. The Super One-Star Dragon, witnessing this transformation, was momentarily taken aback. To possess such power merely in Super Saiyan form was a threat that could not be allowed to persist. Relying on his boundless regenerative abilities, the Super One-Star Dragon launched a ferocious assault, catching Jaiko off guard. Yet, Jaiko's physique was inherently robust, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he became even harder than iron. The multiple strikes from the Super One-Star Dragon were absorbed without consequence. As another punch was thrown, Jaiko deftly sidestepped, delivering an elbow strike to the Super One-Star Dragon's chin, followed by a retaliatory punch. This blow materialized as a rapid flurry of strikes, delivering dozens of punches in an instant. Even the Super One-Star Dragon's formidable body could not withstand the onslaught. His cells were shattered, and under the impact of the final strike, a chunk of his form was obliterated. The Super One-Star Dragon was sent hurtling back, but quickly regained his composure, restoring himself after a surge of energy. "Ah, it seems you possess infinite stamina, even more monstrous than Majin Buu, truly a creature of legend." "Monster? I am but the embodiment of the evil dragon's will. This so-called infinite stamina is merely a basic maneuver. This is the power of the dragon god, and mere mortals cannot defy the divine." The 7 Dragon Balls embedded in the Super One-Star Dragon's chest emitted a dark glow, a mysterious aura enveloping him, akin to the state previously exhibited by Vegeta. However, rather than being controlled, the Super One-Star Dragon appeared to willingly embrace this newfound strength. "Behold, this is the power of the Dark God." Jaiko sensed impending peril. At this moment, the Super One-Star Dragon's strength seemed to surpass his own, and with his limitless stamina, he had become an even more formidable foe. With no other recourse, Jaiko resolved to employ the ultimate technique taught by Goku, the King Kai Fist. Goku had deduced from prior training that Jaiko, upon becoming a Super Saiyan, would be immensely powerful, and his physique would surpass that of his own, thus imparting the King Kai Fist to him. King Kai Fist, 5 times. A golden aura ignited with crimson flames, and at that moment, Jaiko resembled a Super Saiyan unleashed to its fullest potential, his strength reaching astonishing heights. Only with a physique like Jaiko's could one forcibly activate the King's Fist. At this moment, he was subtly gaining an edge over the Super One-Star Dragon. With a roar, the two engaged once more in combat. Each punch tore through the fabric of space, distorting the light around them, as if they were battling in a world of negatives. Destructive Energy Cannon. Massive Explosion Turtle Destruction Wave. After a fierce exchange, the two distanced themselves to unleash their energy waves, momentarily appearing evenly matched. Jaiko realized that prolonging the fight would inevitably lead to his defeat. Thus, disregarding his own physical limits, he intensified his output. King's Fist at 20 times. A colossal surge of energy erupted forth, and Jaiko felt as though his body was on the verge of being torn apart, while the Super One-Star Dragon began to falter. However, the seemingly limitless stamina of the Super One-Star Dragon countered Jaiko's assault by sprouting multiple arms to amplify its output, gradually pushing back Jaiko's Turtle Destruction Wave. In this critical moment, a figure appeared behind the Super One-Star Dragon. "Farewell, old friend." Goku Vegeta, positioned at the back of the Super One-Star Dragon, executed his own 20 times massive explosion Turtle Destruction Wave. The dual onslaught of powerful energies enveloped the Super One-Star Dragon, ultimately consuming it. In the blistering heat of the two energy waves, the Super One-Star Dragon's cells were completely eradicated, restoring tranquility to the battlefield. Chapter 168. The permeation of poisonous gas. It is accomplished. The gathered individuals turned towards the source of the sound, where they beheld Bulma holding a device reminiscent of the Dragon Radar, yet significantly larger. "Aunt Bulma, could this possibly be the Demon Fragment Detector?" Gohan inquired as he took the device from her. Bulma began to explain, "Indeed, based on the nature of the demon fragments, I discovered they emit peculiar resonant waveforms. Thus, utilizing their mutual resonance properties, I developed this multidimensional detector." As Gohan fiddled with the device, a small red dot manifested on the screen in a 3-dimensional representation, pinpointing the direction of the demon fragments. However, it has a flaw. It cannot search across universes, so you will still need to gradually locate the universe harboring the fragments. Kayan remarked that there was no significant issue in identifying the universe's location of the demon fragments, as any variance in the timeline could lead them to investigate, likely influenced by the fragments. The group nodded in agreement. Compared to previous methods of acquiring temporal energy, utilizing the demon fragments would undoubtedly prove far more efficient. Without further ado, Gohan, let us embark on our quest for the demon fragments at once. Gohan nodded in affirmation, signaling to Kayan before he and Trunks approached the time-space gate, targeting a location exhibiting temporal anomalies to commence their journey. "Lord Mechikabura, One-Star Dragon has fallen. What shall we do next?" Tawa knelt before the dark deity seated upon a pitch-black throne, whose presence, though weakened, still radiated an aura of terror. "Failure? Huh. If this is what we call failure, then there is no need for us to continue our plans. Mechikabura lightly tapped his fingers on the throne, entwined in iron chains, causing the space before him to warp, revealing a multitude of demon fragments that coalesced into a half-formed sphere. Observing the situation, Tawa presented the shards of magic she had previously gathered before the Demon King. Under his guidance, the shards gradually coalesced into a half-formed sphere. The power of the dimensions is such that even time cannot withstand it. Moreover, they had already succumbed to feelings of dread, thus fulfilling their objective. Once the shards were assembled, with a grand gesture, he extracted a portion of the power contained within the sphere. Take this and pursue them. You know what must be done. Tawa caught the essence and stored it within a spherical vessel. She bowed to Mechikabura, then opened a temporal portal behind her and slowly retreated. Meanwhile, after experiencing the familiar disorientation, Gohan and Trunks landed amidst the ruins, surrounded by devastation. Where are we? It resembles a scene from the apocalypse, Trunks noted, observing the surroundings that bore a striking resemblance to the devastated West City of the future. He crouched down to examine the debris carefully. The buildings appeared to have been recently destroyed, likely no more than a week ago, and their architectural style clearly indicated they belonged to West City. Could it be the handiwork of the androids from this universe? Gohan, somewhat astonished, recognized that the extent of the destruction rivaled that of Trunks' future world. He immediately heightened his senses to search for formidable energy signatures on Earth. Numerous weak energy signatures were scattered about, predominantly those of ordinary humans, alongside 3 malevolent auras, presumably the culprits. Suddenly, Gohan's brow furrowed as he erected a protective shield with his energy, having sensed something alarming. What is it, Gohan? Have you discovered something? Trunks inquired. Gohan shook his head and pulled Trunks closer. My sensing ability has suddenly diminished, and the energy here is chaotic. It seems the air may be toxic. Stay close to me. Trunks sensed his own energy fluctuating similarly, diminishing rapidly. If Gohan hadn't alerted him, he might have found himself incapacitated within minutes. It seems we cannot feel Dad's aura here. I can only sense Uncle Piccolo's energy. He appears to be at the Supreme Kai's temple. Let us head there first. With that, Gohan led Trunks towards the Supreme Kai's temple, opting not to use instant transmission due to the toxic atmosphere and the desire to remain inconspicuous. In less than a minute, Gohan arrived at the temple at remarkable speed. Upon landing, he spotted Piccolo pacing outside, his brow furrowed in concern. Piccolo's peripheral vision caught the two figures, and he immediately assumed a defensive stance, turning to face them. Upon recognizing Trunks, a wave of relief washed over him, and seeing Gohan nearly made him leap with excitement. Gohan, you've been resurrected. Did Trunks find the Dragon Balls to bring you back? No. Wait, shouldn't the Dragon Balls still be recharging? Realizing Piccolo's overwhelming excitement suggested the situation was dire. Gohan explained his identity and expressed his desire to understand what had transpired. From another dimension, time patrollers? So that is how it is. However, it is fortuitous that Sun and Sheru have perished together, leading to the demise of the North Kai. This unfortunate event has resulted in the liberation of a being named Bojack. Upon hearing of the existence of Dragon Balls on Earth, he has ventured here to seize them. It is indeed Bojack. Should there not be 5 of them? In my perception, only 3 remain. Piccolo nodded, casting a glance deeper into the temple. Of those 5, 2 were vanquished by Vegeta and Gohan. However, while preparing to deal with the others, their power suddenly diminished significantly. Had it not been for Krillin arriving with androids 17 and 18 to intervene, they might have met their demise. Son Gohan consolidated the information he gathered from Piccolo, aligning it with the memories of his previous incarnation to ascertain the current situation. The time is shortly after Sheru's defeat. Due to the North Kai being inadvertently betrayed by his own father, Bojack has been unleashed and is now coveting the Dragon Balls. Concurrently, a virus targeting Saiyans has emerged in the atmosphere, potentially indicative of the fabled Saiyan extinction plan. Uncle Piccolo, what is my current status here? Logically, as long as I can harness the power of Super Saiyan 2, Bojack should be easily manageable. Piccolo proceeded into the temple, gesturing for the two to follow. While he elaborated on Gohan's circumstances, Gohan and Vegeta are presently isolated in a healing pod, while Android 18 and Bulma are researching a cure for the virus in the air. Krillin, accompanied by Android 17, is in search of the virus's origin. Piccolo navigated through the temple, ultimately pausing at the entrance of a room guarded by Android 18. Upon sensing the approach of the 3, 18 opened her eyes. Trunks greeted her warmly, followed by Gohan's polite salutation. 18 furrowed her brow slightly, noticing Piccolo's lack of suspicion towards the two, and refrained from asking questions. She stepped aside to allow them entry. Chapter 169. Inhibitor. Trunks, it has been quite some time. You've become even more handsome. You truly are my son, Bulma remarked, prodding Trunks with her elbow as he entered, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, is this the future Gohan by your side? He appears quite different from what I imagined, rather refined, unlike the Gohan from my time who was always engaged in battle, missing an arm. Haha. I never anticipated Aunt Bulma would recognize me as Gohan so swiftly. While Uncle Piccolo took ages to figure it out, Gohan chuckled. Bulma nodded, casting a sly glance at Piccolo, teasing, it goes without saying, never underestimate a woman's intuition. Besides, how could I confuse Goku's goofy demeanor and his eternally unchanged hairstyle, right? Piccolo. Piccolo's lips twitched. Bulma was always like this, with a penchant for teasing him. After introducing their backgrounds, Bulma shared her progress on the virus. The virus is highly targeted, specifically attacking unique segments of the Saiyan gene, creating chaos in their energy and rendering them unable to fight. However, its drawbacks are evident. It does not self-replicate or evolve, functioning as a consumable. Therefore, as long as the virus does not merge with that gene or the source of the virus is eradicated, the issue can be resolved. The research on viral inhibitors has reached a substantial stage. However, Bulma's inventions rarely delve into biological realms, thus placing considerable pressure on her as she navigates this endeavor alone. Allow me to assist. I possess a modicum of knowledge in biology, and expediting this process would facilitate our actions. The framework for the inhibitors has indeed been established, yet production poses certain challenges. Nevertheless, with Gohan's assistance, we swiftly cultivated microorganisms capable of producing the inhibitors, while he also gained insights into the genetic structure inherent in Saiyan physiology. However, the reproductive rate of these microorganisms remains sluggish. To generate a sufficient quantity of inhibitors may take several days. Optimistically speaking, this time frame may prove insufficient, and the environment within the hyperbolic time chamber is less than ideal, necessitating an attempt at harnessing the power of creation. Gohan transformed his ki into life force and infused it into the petri dish, thereby stimulating biological activity. As anticipated, the yield of the inhibitors surged significantly, and it is estimated that within mere hours, a substantial quantity of finished products will be available. What is this principle? I had assumed that Saiyans were mere warriors, bent solely on destruction. Yet, this ability is quite advantageous, especially for someone like Gohan, who is engaged in biological research, potentially saving considerable time. I had never contemplated such matters before. Typically, I suppress my ki rigorously, lest I inadvertently shatter the research instruments at my touch. Nonetheless, my mastery over ki has become markedly refined, revealing both advantages and disadvantages. Before long, a copious supply of inhibitors was produced, and under Trunks' direct experimentation. Their efficacy was commendable, likely sustaining effects for approximately 5 hours. Given that Trunks was unscathed, Gohan also administered the inhibitor to himself and removed the protective barrier, as maintaining such defenses consumes a significant amount of ki. Upon careful verification, Bulma shifted aside a section of the testing apparatus, unveiling a concealed door behind which lay Gohan and Vegeta submerged in the healing chamber. Little Trunks was peacefully slumbering in a nearby crib. This virus merely rendered him devoid of combat capability, yet as a precaution, an injection was administered to him as well. Subsequently, Bulma injected the inhibitors into the healing chamber, employing machinery to introduce them into Vegeta and Gohan's bodies, while Gohan supplemented with a healing spell to expedite their recovery. Within 2 minutes, their stamina began to replenish, and their breathing stabilized, rendering them well-equipped to confront Bojack. I overheard everything within the healing chamber. You are the future Gohan, are you not? Not only did you completely suppress your ki, but you also possess remarkable abilities. Once I deal with that scoundrel Bojack, I challenge you to a duel. No fleeing, understood? Oh, my ki is actually suppressed by an artifact, and those wondrous abilities can easily be learned. Uncle Vegeta could certainly acquire them from King Kai and his associates. I had not anticipated that Vegeta would seek to challenge me immediately upon his emergence. He truly embodies the essence of a Saiyan. Even as a time cop. Do you think I would lack strength? You remain the same timid individual from your youth. Such timidity will not lead to greatness. As Sun Wukong closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, He concluded that engaging in a spar with Vegeta would not be a significant endeavor. After all, it would only take a few minutes. This would also motivate them to train harder, preventing them from becoming passive in the face of future troubles. Very well. Before departing from this universe, I shall engage in a match with you, Uncle Vegeta. However, I must first address some pressing matters. Trunks, you should accompany Uncle Vegeta. Remember to conceal yourself and refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. I will seek you out once I discover leads on the pieces of magic. Trunks nodded, fully aware of his father's temperament. Taking someone else's head would certainly mean his demise, and he trusted in his father's strength. Vegeta stretched his limbs and strode out, prompting Trunks to follow suit. Hey, Gohan, aren't you coming? Sun Wukong inquired, observing the younger version of himself lingering in indecision. Yes, Trunks is indeed formidable now, isn't he? Even if I do not participate, Uncle Vegeta can still defeat them alongside Trunks. At this moment, although the younger Gohan was resolute in his intent to eradicate Cell, he remained soft-hearted. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to engage in battle. Sun Wukong gazed at his younger self, reflecting that had he not acquired fragments of future memories, he might have shared the same aversion to combat, ultimately becoming a mere shadow of himself. Is that so? Then come and assist me. The more hands on deck, the lesser the risk. The younger Gohan opened his mouth to respond, but caught a glimpse of Piccolo's complex gaze, ultimately nodding in agreement. I understand. Let us proceed together. I shall endeavor not to hold you back. Sun Wukong handed the magic fragment detector to his younger counterpart, advising, this device functions similarly to a Dragon Ball radar. You will guide me in the right direction, and together we shall expedite our search. The younger Gohan accepted the detector and followed Sun Wukong out of the temple. Piccolo watched as the two versions of Gohan departed, clenching his fists. Although Sun Wukong had not displayed his strength or aura, Piccolo had sensed an overwhelming pressure upon their arrival. The protective barrier that isolated them from the virus was something they could not achieve with their current prowess. That barrier was an atomic-level isolation from the virus. One could only fathom the terrifying control required to separate such a multitude of viruses from the air. Chapter 170. The tower. With a swift motion, Bojack sensed an unusual shift behind him and turned to find Vegeta, arms crossed, standing confidently. Oh, isn't this the defeated foe? He carelessly tossed aside a civilian he had captured for information about the Dragon Balls, turning his gaze towards Vegeta, alongside his remaining two comrades. Do not underestimate me. While I do not claim victory by mere luck, I assure you that I am no longer the same as you previously encountered. With that, Vegeta pointed his thumb at his own chest, exuding confidence as he declared, now, I am terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, Vegeta had endured the ravages of the virus, bringing him to the brink of death. This experience had unlocked his latent potential, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities and allowing him to transcend the threshold known as Super Saiyan 2. Bojack furrowed his brow and exchanged glances with his companions, Gogeta and Zangya, who sprang into action at his signal, rushing toward Vegeta. How audacious to send lackeys to their demise. It saves me the trouble of dispatching them one by one. Gogeta dived in front of Vegeta, executing a powerful roundhouse kick. Vegeta raised his arm to block, the air crackling with the sound of an explosion. Gogeta transformed, unleashing his full energy and striking once more, causing Vegeta to struggle against the force, his arm gradually bending. Roaring with confidence, he remarked on Gogeta's considerable strength, yet he believed it would not be sufficient to suppress him further. In a flash of golden light, Vegeta unleashed a lightning-infused punch toward Gogeta, creating a gaping wound in his chest, and he fell to the ground, defeated. Witnessing this, Zangya's face paled, retreating to Bojack's side. Realizing that Vegeta was no longer an adversary she could handle alone, Bojack's brow tightened further, observing the radiant Vegeta, now crackling with electricity, and sensed the impending challenge he posed. Meanwhile, Trunks, hidden among the wreckage in the distance, observed Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 2, a wave of relief washing over him. So his father could now achieve Super Saiyan 2. Defeating Bojack should pose no issue. He hoped Gohan was faring well on his end. Simultaneously, Gohan arrived at a vast plain, near the source of the demonic fragment's signal. Before he could locate the source, he spotted two familiar figures. Is that not Uncle Krillin and number 17? He mused, surprised to find them there. Could the virus be linked to the demonic fragments? Noticing Gohan's approach, Krillin and number 17 turned their gazes toward him. Upon recognizing Gohan and an unfamiliar version of him, They lowered their guard slightly. 17 and Uncle Krillin. What brings you here? Is the virus nearby? Krillin suddenly halted, looking at the inquiring Gohan with hesitation. After a brief silence, he voiced his confusion. You call me what? Following a thorough explanation, the two understood the situation and shared the intelligence they had gathered. We were searching based on the virus's concentration. Yet after a prolonged search, we found no source. However, Number 17 detected something amiss. Number 17 nodded, prompting Krillin to continue. The viruses do not appear to have dispersed. Rather, they seem to be emanating from a specific point. We mapped the concentrations and determined this area to be the source of the virus. After deliberation, the four resolved to act in unison, recognizing that the demonic fragments could indeed be a contributing factor to the virus's origins. Follow my lead, Gohan instructed. According to the detector, we should be just a few kilometers from the source. Gohan led the group in a specific direction, and after traversing an area with diminished virus concentration, they arrived beneath a slender tower, standing approximately 100 meters tall, its apex rapidly expelling the virus. The detector indicated that the demonic fragments were located at the tower's center. Is this truly the case? Gohan pondered. Uncle Krillin and my younger self, you handle things outside. Number 17, and I will investigate within. Alert me if anything arises. As he spoke, Sun Wukong took out a small communicator and handed it to Krillin, then pulled Android 17 into the towering structure. What exactly is this magical shard, and why does it possess such effects? Android 17 inquired thoughtfully, following closely behind Sun Wukong. Concealing his aura, Sun Wukong cautiously navigated the pitch-black tower, contemplating before sharing his hypothesis. The magical shard appears to be a crystallization of high-dimensional energy, seemingly capable of projecting forces from a higher realm. The dark magic realm seeks to harness this energy to transform it into temporal and spatial power. However, I lack further specifics. Listening intently, Android 17 expressed astonishment at the concept of the dark realm, remarking that the notion of temporal power seemed fantastical for an artificial being. In that case, it seems your enemies, the Saiyans, are numerous indeed. Perhaps I should retreat into seclusion to avoid becoming embroiled in such troublesome affairs. Sun Wukong was momentarily at a loss for words. Android 17's assertion was indeed accurate. The foes of the Saiyans were far from few, and it could be said that eliminating one merely led to the emergence of another. The two proceeded towards the magical shard, swiftly arriving at the tower's central area. A shard emanating an unusual glow floated at the heart of the tower, continuously supplying energy to its operation. Sun Wukong could distinctly sense the temporal and spatial power emanating from the shard. This virus must have been manufactured using the magical shard. Yet it was clear that the tower could not have been constructed solely by the shard itself, indicating the presence of a sinister plot. Clap, clap, clap. The sharp sound of applause echoed from a shadowy corner, causing both Android 17 and Sun Wukong to become instantly alert, for the newcomer bore no discernible aura. As the footsteps ceased, lights illuminated the surroundings, revealing the tower's interior to be an expansive laboratory. The magical shard was positioned within a massive experimental apparatus, and before them stood an unfamiliar woman. Under the glow of the lights, Sun Wukong discerned the woman's appearance. She had chestnut hair, wore glasses, and donned a white lab coat adorned with a red satin ribbon insignia. Ah, is that not the traitor, Android 17? And is that a Saiyan beside you? It appears he has not been affected by the virus. I underestimated you both. At this moment, Sun Wukong recognized the identity of the woman, while Android 17 remained entirely oblivious to her existence. He immediately assumed a combat stance and, with vigilance, inquired, "Who are you? You lack any aura and call me a traitor. Are you also one of Dr. Gero's creations?" Adjusting her glasses with a relaxed demeanor, she showed no concern that the two might suddenly attack, instead responding with keen interest to Android 17's question. That is not incorrect. You may refer to me as Android 21, and I am also the wife of Dr. Gero. Chapter 171. Fragments of Truth. What is your purpose? Why do you possess a magical shard? Are you also an agent of the dark magic realm? In response to Sun Wukong's inquiries, Android 21 furrowed her brow slightly before grasping the meaning behind his words. Are you suggesting that this energy crystal is called a magical shard? What a fitting name. It is akin to magical fragments, imbued with boundless energy, even surpassing the infinite energy cores of artificial beings. This is a power beyond your grasp. I have come to reclaim it, and I hope you do not remain obstinate, for I shall show no mercy. 21, however, paid no heed to son Gohan's feeble threat. She approached a nearby computer and began to manipulate it. Observing its utterly unguarded state, both son Gohan and 17 were left bewildered. After some time, 21 summoned a large screen to showcase her research findings to son Gohan. These are the results of my investigation. I believe you will find them intriguing. Son Gohan, momentarily perplexed by 21's intentions, silently retrieved a pair of glasses from the space he had created, perusing the densely packed papers. 17 leaned in as well, casting a brief glance, but immediately felt an excruciating headache and retreated to the side. After several minutes of examining the materials, son Gohan comprehended the reason behind 21's study of the magical fragments. These fragments emitted powerful energy fluctuations, releasing specific energies at designated times and locations, even projecting related substances. 21 established her high-tower laboratory here because the energy emanating from the magical fragments was strongest, making it ideal for experimentation. Following a series of investigations, she ultimately activated the capability of high-dimensional projection. However, the projected entities were uncontrollable and possibly linked to the current temporal and cosmic structure. Is that so? It seems this virus is not your creation after all. 21 adjusted her glasses, her tone laced with subtle mockery. That is nature. If a virus could eradicate scions, we would not have needed to create artificial beings. Nevertheless, this unexpected delight has yielded a wealth of data. Even if the scions were to become extinct, I would find it quite agreeable. Upon hearing this, 17 scoffed, leaning against the wall and gesturing towards the door. I care not who meets their end, but without the scions, who would stand against those extraterrestrials? Would you take on that role? I have finally found a tranquil place, only to have it shattered by them. I advise you to cease your machinery. I hear that contraption is hardly benevolent. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, son Gohan quickly stepped between the two, urging them to calm down. Fighting would yield no benefit. As you wish. I have conducted ample research already, and I have no desire to collect powers beyond my control. Approaching the central apparatus, 21 pressed several buttons, causing the magical fragments suspended in midair to gently descend, their high-dimensional energy quieting as the virus's emission ceased. Son Gohan received the magical fragment from 21's hands, and at the moment of contact, a sensation akin to an electric shock coursed through him, accompanied by a vivid memory surfacing in his mind. It was a kaleidoscopic realm, filled with exquisite models, figurines, and comic book special editions, where a young man was engrossed in reading a comic of Dragon Ball, depicting the battle between Goku and Son Gohan. The young man was utterly engrossed, as if he were the very combatant depicted in the comic before him. As he turned to the next page, a radiant golden light surged from all directions, causing the world to spin around him. Suddenly, Son Gohan found himself suspended in midair, confronted by a colossal meteor, its rocky exterior emanating streams of golden light. Could this be a fragment of magic? As Son Gohan cautiously approached the meteor to examine it more closely, another whirlwind of chaos ensued, this time not a mere illusion. The towering structure began to collapse, presenting a scene fraught with peril. Son Gohan immediately sensed something amiss. A formidable aura had emerged nearby, reminiscent of Bojack, yet distinctly different. This place is no longer safe. We must leave at once. Uncle Vegeta must be in trouble, he urged. Upon hearing this, Android 21 swiftly dismantled the electronic device beside her and stowed it away. Although to Son Gohan, her actions seemed slow, Android 17 wore an expression of surprise. Despite their astonishment, they promptly followed Son Gohan in hastening away from the tower, only to encounter Vegeta and the others, their expressions grave, facing the ominous figure of Bojack, shrouded in dark energy. Earlier, Vegeta had effortlessly vanquished Bojack's minions. Zanya, who had just retreated to Bojack's side, was pierced through the chest by an energy blast before she could regain her footing, prompting Bojack to regard Vegeta with newfound seriousness. What happened? Why have you suddenly grown stronger? Did you use the Dragon Balls? Vegeta flicked the blood from his hands, disdainfully retorting, "Oh, to grow stronger using the Dragon Balls? What a pity, such actions are the domain of the weak." With a determined stance, Vegeta lunged toward Bojack, his fist aimed directly at his adversary's face. As for how I became stronger, you may inquire with Kakarot, the ever-loquacious. Bojack crossed his arms, barely managing to absorb Vegeta's blow, but the force of the impact forced him to slide backward for hundreds of meters, gripped by excruciating pain in his arms. even with a protective aura. The bones were inevitably fractured. Vegeta wasted no time allowing Bojack to recover, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks, compelling Bojack to exert all his strength. However, it is widely known that during this period, Super Saiyan 2 was nearly invincible, and Bojack soon met his demise at the hands of a powerful Gallic gun. As expected, he is no match for Super Saiyan 2. Trunks, go find Gohan. I wish to see your strength. Stepping forth from the shadows, Trunks noted that this version of Vegeta was more decisive than the one he knew, perhaps even stronger than he had anticipated, excluding the sudden emergence of Super Saiyan 4. After their departure, a swirling vortex appeared beside Bojack's lifeless body, enveloped by a shroud of black mist. At the entrance of the tower, Krillin and young Gohan spotted Vegeta and breathed a sigh of relief upon learning of Bojack's defeat, leaving only the matter of the virus to contend with. Just as Vegeta prepared to enter the tower in search of Gohan, an overwhelmingly powerful and malevolent aura manifested behind him. This is impossible. He should be dead. Is such power truly possessed by a single individual? At this moment, Son Gohan burst forth from the towering structure. Yet his true concern lay not with the formidable Bojack before him, but rather with the ominous black mist enveloping him. Chapter 172, Chaos Die, Vegeta. Bojack's energy surged violently, propelling him directly towards Vegeta. He sought to repay the humiliation he had suffered 100-fold. Under the overwhelming pressure of Bojack's enhanced aura, Vegeta found himself rendered utterly incapable of response, the scene evoking memories of the terror he felt as a child upon encountering the god of destruction. Father, it's dangerous. Trunks swiftly positioned himself in front of Vegeta, his aura shifting as he cloaked himself in crimson flames, unleashing a technique known as the Goddess Binding against the oncoming Bojack. Bojack's form momentarily stiffened, yet with the aid of the dark energy, he swiftly broke free from the binding. Take this. In the instant of Bojack's escape, Son Gohan delivered a powerful kick, forcing him back several thousand meters. Trunks, quickly lead Uncle Vegeta and the others away from here. You are no match for him. Do not risk getting hurt. Trunks acknowledged, immediately guiding the group to safety. Don't run, you worthless scum. Die. Bojack's voice echoed with fury. Son Gohan's expression hardened as he unleashed a formidable aura, striking Bojack with a punch as he charged forward. The clash of their immense powers generated a shockwave that obliterated everything in its vicinity, causing the nearby tower to collapse in an instant. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In a brief moment, Son Gohan transformed his fist into a palm and then back into a fist, executing a technique known as the inch power to open the heavens, further amplifying the shockwave, which sent Bojack hurtling backward. Son Gohan, refusing to underestimate the situation, instantaneously teleported to intercept Bojack's descent, delivering a crushing blow that sent him flying. He swiftly gathered a surge of blue energy in his hands, unleashing a colossal Kamehameha wave. The Kamehameha engulfed Bojack entirely, the ferocious energy tearing through his form, eliciting blood-curdling screams. In the next moment, the remnants of Bojack, reduced to ash, suddenly coalesced into a dark vapor that reformed before Son Gohan's chest. Not good. Caught off guard by Bojack's unexpected return, Son Gohan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as he was struck, his vision of Bojack retreating. Now restored, Bojack appeared even more furious, his veins bulging and eyes bloodshot, seemingly devoid of reason. Son Gohan quickly steadied himself. Yet the black mist began to infiltrate his body through the wound in his abdomen. At that moment, he realized Bojack's power was continuously escalating. If this momentum persisted, even with all his strength, he might not stand a chance. Damn it, what is happening? Has this guy taken something to boost his power? Son Gohan thought, a peculiar sense of unease washing over him. Before he could ponder further, the enhanced Bojack charged towards him. Son Gohan summoned all his strength, transforming into a beast-like state as he rushed at Bojack, a single thought reverberating in his mind. You have been enhanced. It's time to send you off. Despite Bojack being enhanced by dark energy, he found himself at a disadvantage against the fully unleashed Son Gohan. No matter the technique he employed, Gohan effortlessly countered with greater force. Within mere exchanges, Bojack's body became a tapestry of wounds, his energy waning. Yet, that dark energy could rejuvenate him instantaneously, restoring him to peak condition and gradually revitalizing his aura. Where did you acquire a nuclear power cell? How dare you bully an old comrade in his 20s? After sending Bojack flying and trapping him in a vacuum realm using spatial power, Gohan, noticing the absurdity of the situation, could not help but critique himself. When did I become such a fool? This doesn't align with my image as a righteous youth. Could it be that I have been possessed by that old acquaintance Tianla? As he ruminated, Gohan observed Bojack closely. As anticipated, once Bojack was ensnared in the specially designed vacuum, his strength began to dwindle. Indeed, this energy cannot permeate the independent space I have created. It seems that the Dark Demon realm operates within the same dimensional confines when empowering others. Just as Gohan prepared to suffocate Bojack in the vacuum, figures from the Dark Demon realm appeared before him, just as he had surmised. Oh, I didn't expect you to possess such power already. It seems I must make my entrance. Faced with a blue-skinned female, Gohan was reminded of an anime version of Avatar. He stifled his urge to make a quip and initiated the classic exchange of questions typical of heroes and villains. You must be Tawa from the Dark Demon realm. What is your grand scheme behind all this? Surely it isn't some cliché ambition to conquer the universe? Tawa smirked, showing no inclination to rescue the trapped Bojack, and instead answered Gohan's inquiry earnestly. Indeed, I am Tawa. As for the actions of the Dark Demon realm, I suppose I can disclose that we once sought the power of time and space to resurrect our Demon King, though he was ultimately sealed by your superior, Kuranoya. Shortly thereafter, peculiar changes began to manifest in the universe. Parallel worlds proliferated, perpetually trapped in the same few decades or even millennia. Even the seal on our Demon King has weakened due to the continuous expansion of time and space, and naturally, the power of time and space has similarly diminished. Gohan, perplexed, queried Tawa, "Oh, isn't a weakening seal a positive development? Your tone suggests otherwise." Tawa smiled and continued, "It is, of course, a negative development. Once the power of time and space diminishes, the stability of the universe declines. The Dark Demon realm merely seeks to expand its territory, but if this continues, our universe will meet its doom even more swiftly. Moreover, you must be aware that in any parallel universe, all time anomalies are linked to one individual or a group of individuals, Son Goku and those associated with him." Gohan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He had not realized that the anomalies in time and space were all tied to Dragon Ball. Yet, if the Dark Demon realm could uncover such information, then Kane should have access to it as well. Why, then, had he never heard of any related matters? Tawa looked at Son Gohan's astonished expression with a mocking smile and continued, "You must be aware that these anomalies in time and space are not merely the result of choices. They also involve the participation of numerous travelers, of whom you are certainly one." Son Gohan, with a peculiar expression, inquired of Tawa, "How do you know this? What is your true purpose?" Tawa let out a cold snort, extending her hand forward, unleashing a formidable force that struck Son Gohan, instantly reverting him to his normal state, while causing his energy to become disordered. Curious to know? Very well, I shall enlighten you, Invader. Chapter 173. Unexpected encounter. At this moment, Son Gohan's thoughts seemed to fracture, with various ideas erupting simultaneously, rendering his body uncontrollable and the vacuum field he maintained unsustainable. Upon making contact with the air, Bojack regained his energy and, with a single punch, knocked the dazed Son Gohan to the ground, dragging him to Tawa's side. "You self-righteous individuals, each of you claiming to stand for justice, acquire power through despicable means, desperately seeking to satisfy your own desires, thereby unleashing countless parallel worlds. Yet, you remain oblivious to the countless lives you've obliterated, continuously diminishing the universe's energy. Your fleeting whims come at an unfathomable cost to the cosmos. This world, which you refer to as Dragon Ball, is indeed a creation of the Dragon God, forged from the primordial energy of the universe. The fragment of magic I hold is, in fact, one of the universe's origins. Its complete form is a sphere, which we call the Star Stone. One could assert that the essence of our universe is akin to a wish-granting machine, namely the Dragon Balls, but wishes come at a price. Invaders like you fail to bear this cost, leaving behind only calamity." Tawa approached Son Gohan, using her toe to lift his chin, forcing him to raise his head, which had been bowed in chaos and pain. "Invader, before you are sent back, behold the world that teeters on the brink of annihilation because of you. If you truly stand for justice, never return." With a flick of her hand, a purple-black wormhole materialized behind Son Gohan, and Tawa kicked him into it. The portal sealing shut after absorbing him. "Now, Bojack, do not forget our agreement. Resolve your personal vendetta quickly. We have pressing matters to attend to. Bojack felt a twinge of resentment towards the woman before him, yet knowing that his power was a gift from her, he could only acquiesce. He ascended into the sky, flying towards a specific direction, soon spotting several familiar figures. The others in front sensed a chilling aura emanating from behind. Not only had Son Gohan's energy vanished, but Bojack's presence had intensified significantly. Oh no, it seems Gohan has encountered trouble. You all must flee. I shall hold him off. Trunks interposed himself before Bojack, transforming into a Super Saiyan god. Though still unrefined, he was currently the only one capable of putting up a fight. Step aside, brat. Do not impede me. I will kill Vegeta. Bojack instantly engaged Trunks in combat. With his augmented strength, Trunks found himself unable to halt Bojack's offensive, and with just a few exchanges, he was sent flying. Vegeta gazed at the scene before him, his heart brimming with terror and resentment. He had believed himself to have ascended to Super Saiyan 2, convinced that no adversary could rival him in the cosmos. Yet, as he beheld Bojack barreling toward him, he felt an insurmountable chasm between them. Overwhelmed by despair, Vegeta failed to muster even a semblance of resistance and was effortlessly sent flying by Bojack's strike. Perish, Bojack declared, gathering a violet energy sphere and hurling it at Vegeta. Following the cataclysmic explosion, all that remained in the air were fragments of Vegeta's battle armor. Bojack, relishing the destruction of Vegeta, chuckled with delight before returning to Tao's side. Traversing the temporal tunnel, Trunks rose from the ground, his eyes fixated on the scattered remnants of clothing. Anger surged within him as he clenched his fists. I failed to protect everyone, he lamented. Upon entering the wormhole, Gohan felt a disorienting whirl, only to be expelled as if spat out, landing amidst the ruins of a building. The surrounding landscape was charred and desolate, bearing the scars of an extended battle, with remnants of biological matter scattered about. At that moment, Gohan felt his soul tearing apart. He comprehended Tao's intentions. Soon, his essence would be returned to its original realm. The unease of encountering the shards of magic now made sense. It was a bitter irony that his aspirations would exact such a toll. As he gazed at his hands, doubts plagued him about the significance of his years of struggle. If he were to return, would all he had accomplished be rendered meaningless? Before he could dwell on his sorrow, a figure suddenly emerged before him. In his weakened state, he could offer no resistance as he was pulled away. Once again, he experienced a familiar sensation, and the two materialized within a dimly lit underground fortress. Gohan quickly recognized this feeling. Was it instantaneous movement? Before he could voice his inquiry, the individual who had brought him there enveloped him in an embrace, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Daddy, you're finally back. It's wonderful. I knew you weren't dead. Gohan felt the warmth of the person in his arms and confirmed her identity, his daughter, Xiao Fang. Yet, it was evident that he was not her true father. Faced with his weeping daughter, Gohan hesitated to shatter the moment, opting to remain silent. As her sobs gradually subsided, he could no longer contain his curiosity. You must be Xiao Fang, but what has transpired here? Could you elaborate for me? Xiao Fang detached herself from Gohan's embrace, wiping away her tears. After regaining her composure, she did not respond to Gohan's question. Instead, she scrutinized him intently. Daddy, did you abandon your quest to vanquish the Demon King and instead indulge in frivolity? How could you forget your own daughter's name? Gohan felt a sense of disquiet. Was he truly the kind of person to waste time in such a manner? Tentatively, he probed, then what is your name? The young girl perceived that the man before her bore little resemblance to her father and could only respond lightly, Lu Ruyen. At that moment, Sun Wukong stumbled, nearly ascending to the heavens, as the name struck him with thunderous astonishment. For a time traveler to name his daughter Lu Ruyen was indeed an extraordinary twist of fate. Lu Ruyen? If you are Lu Ruyen, then what should I be called? The girl's expression turned even more perplexed upon hearing this question, yet she answered Sun Wukong's inquiry candidly. Father, aren't you called Lin Fan? Why ask such a silly question? Did you hit your head? Sun Wukong's lips twitched, momentarily forgetting the agony of his soul's tearing. However, to clarify the situation, he recounted his origins. After gaining some understanding, Lu Ruyen sighed, realizing that the man before her was not her father, but at least he was a Saiyan warrior, prompting her to share her circumstances in turn. After hearing Lu Ruyen's tale, Sun Wukong finally grasped the meaning behind Tao's words regarding the cost. Chapter 174, Starstone. All of this began with a rather cliché story. During his training with Piccolo, Sun Wukong met an untimely demise, his soul occupied and resurrected, thus becoming Lin Fan. Armed with the memories from his journey, Lin Fan located Piccolo and utilized the Room of Spirit and Time, rigorously training for 2 years, pushing his limits to the brink of death each year and utilizing the Dragon Balls for recovery. This intense regimen allowed him to awaken his potential, achieving a power level of 1 million in just 2 days. Upon emerging, he enlisted Bulma's assistance to study the gravity chamber while he practiced mastering Ki with Bobo, striving to transform into a Super Saiyan. Before the arrival of the Saiyans, he succeeded, annihilating Nappa in an instant and effortlessly subduing Vegeta while humiliating him, ultimately allowing him to depart. He trained the resurrected Sun Wukong in the same manner, adding another Super Saiyan to their ranks, and they ventured to Namek together. They swiftly dispatched Jinyu and the king, prompting the Grand Elder to further awaken his potential and take Vegeta back to Earth. However, these changes did not prevent the onset of the Android saga. Trunks appeared as expected, but this time, with the ability to teleport, there was now an additional Sun Wukong, resulting in the demise of Gula and King Cold. In the Android saga, Sun Wukong not only avoided heart disease, but Goten was also born ahead of schedule. Yet, due to the interference of the cosmic consciousness, Cell transformed into his perfect form. However, Lin Fan did not ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Instead, he summoned future Trunks, who directly transformed into Super Saiyan God, leaving Cell to perish with a mix of confusion and regret. Subsequently, Lin Fan embarked on an intense training regimen, soon forming a bond with Videl, leading to a rather unruly lifestyle characterized by battles and romantic escapades across time and space. By making wishes with the Super Shenron from various timelines, he ultimately transcended the limits of the Saiyans, achieving a level comparable to the Omni King. While the powers of others remained at a middling standard, Majin Buu, Black Goku, Jiren, and the Gods of Destruction, all of them fell short before Lin Fan, who grew increasingly arrogant and dismissive, indulging his whims without restraint. Following a series of events, he expelled all deities, establishing himself as the sole god of the universe, rendering others powerless to interfere with its affairs. However, this golden age was ephemeral. His desires precipitated an imbalance in cosmic energy. In a desperate attempt to rectify this disarray, each universe he had traversed birthed malevolent dragons, spawned from his wishes, leading to calamities across parallel realms. Accepting the weight of his actions, he engaged in an unending battle, ultimately perishing in a cataclysmic clash with a demon born from his own darkness, vanishing from existence. With Lin Fan's disappearance, the imbalance persisted. The universe, devoid of divine oversight and lacking formidable protectors, was beset by countless crises, transforming Earth into a battlefield. The current world teeters on the brink of annihilation, with many souls lost in conflict. The Dragon Balls, taken by Goku, have likewise departed this universe, echoing the same fate. The only remaining fighters are Lin Fan's daughter, Lu Ruyan, and the embodiment of suffering, Trunks. After listening, Son Gohan found himself at a loss for words. It felt like a glitch-ridden fan fiction, with the protagonist depicted as an oppressive figure. The subsequent events and his demise perhaps signify the cost of this narrative, all instigated by the meddling of a traveler. Yet, Son Gohan remained puzzled about the connection to the Dark Shards, or Star Stones, and why visions of other realms surfaced when he encountered them. Before he could fully digest this, the agony of his soul intensified, causing him to convulse on the ground, groaning in distress, leaving Lu Ruyan at a loss. "Hey, are you all right? Could you truly be my father, beginning to recover your memories from my story? But wait, why are your eyes rolling back? Don't frighten me." Before Son Gohan could comprehend the unfolding chaos, his surroundings blurred, and the sounds became intermittent, as a profound sense of detachment enveloped him, plunging everything into darkness. Meanwhile, Gogeta and Zenkai, having defeated the Super One-Star Dragon, returned to the Time Goddess Temple. Upon learning that Son Gohan and Trunks had ventured to seek the Dark Shards, they resolved to assist. Yet, just as they prepared to depart, Trunks returned alone. "What happened, Trunks? Why are you here by yourself? Where's Gohan?" In response to Gogeta's inquiry, Trunks shook his head, recounting the events that transpired. After Bojack's departure, he had used the Dragon Balls to resurrect Vegeta and inquired whether Gohan had perished, but the dragon found no trace of him. After fruitless searches, Trunks had no choice but to return to the temple. The group, momentarily at a loss. Realized Son Gohan had likely been transported to another realm by the Dark Demon realm, and the Kaioshin of Time attempted to locate him, yet could not pinpoint the universe where Gohan resided. If Son Gohan cannot be located, it signifies that he has either perished or is ensnared within the chaotic currents of time and space anomalies. All we can do now is place our faith in him and prevent the Dark Demon realm from manifesting its malevolent influence. The power of the demon shards is formidable. Should they fall into the wrong hands, we would be utterly incapable of resistance. Therefore, let us act collectively, and it would be prudent to enlist a few allies in our quest for the demon shards. Under Kane's guidance, the group commenced their search for the shards. Trunks returned to Son Gohan's universe, conveying all that had transpired to Goku and the others. Goku, Vegeta, Caulifla, along with Piccolo and Broly, joined the ranks of the Time Patrollers, not solely to combat the Dark Demon realm, but also to seek out Son Gohan. In the distance, flickering red and blue lights intertwined, and a searing atmosphere enveloped him, as if his entire being were cloaked in the residue of an explosion. Where am I? He propped himself up, his aching body protesting, and upon scrutinizing his surroundings, he realized he was amidst the wreckage of a once vibrant anime merchandise store, with a Dragon Ball comic lying beneath his feet. Dragon Ball? Could it be that I have returned? As self-doubt crept in, his peripheral vision caught a glimmering object. He dragged his heavy limbs closer, and upon closer inspection, he discovered a round, transparent stone, resembling a colorless Dragon Ball, perfectly sized to fit in one's hand. Currently trapped beneath a pile of fan-made comics, he gently lifted the orb, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washing over him. As scenes began to unfurl in his mind, Dragon Ball, Otherworld, the Saiyan extinction plan. It seemed as though these were narratives that would have unfolded without his involvement. Could this be the essence of the demon shard, the fabled Star Stone?